Chapter 1. Transmigration of the Inept, System Activation. Bang! Lin Fan felt as if his skull had been struck by a heavy brick, and darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself beneath a wooden roof marred by ancestral cracks, the air thick with the peculiar aroma of pickled vegetables and medicinal herbs. What the hell? Who ambushed me from behind? Attempting to rise, he discovered his body felt as though it had been run over by a steamroller, and a weight akin to a lead ball pressed heavily upon his chest. Memories surged into his mind like a pop-up ad. The original owner, also named Lin Fan, a bottom-tier disciple of the Qingyan sect, possessed with all 5 elemental roots he had had, stagnated at the novice level of qi refinement after 3 years of cultivation, having been unceremoniously sent to the sect by his family. Just yesterday, he had defended a spirit herb against the bullying of the outer sect tyrant, Zhang Chong, only to be beaten into unconsciousness, thus facilitating the arrival of the newly liberated self from the grueling 996 work schedule. Does anyone understand my plight? Not only did I transmigrate, but I also landed in a cultivation side quest, starting as a pathetic pawn. Lin Fan's lips twitched uncontrollably, having died from overwork in his previous life. Was he now destined for a hellish difficulty? Ding! Host's intense breach of defenses detected. Congratulations, the dominance system has been activated. System binding progress. 105-0100. Binding successful. Beginner's task released. First strike critical, publicly confront Zhang Chong and break his defenses. Task rewards. Full cultivation at the initial stage of qi refinement. 10 spirit stones. Task failure. Receive a 3-day Mercury retrograde gift bag. Awkward walking, drinking. Mishaps. A series of electronic notifications exploded in his mind, and Lin Fan's eyes sparkled as if illuminated by a flash. What a remarkable stroke of luck. This dominant system is undoubtedly my ultimate power in the internet realm. Gritting his teeth, he managed to rise, although his chest still throbbed. The system seemed to possess basic healing functions, allowing him to at least stand as a limping warrior. Zhang Chong, is it? Dare to touch my account, even if it is inherited? Today, I shall show you what it means to turn the tide. Grabbing a broken wooden sword from the corner as a makeshift crutch, he limped toward the exit. Along the way, he encountered several outer sect disciples, their mocking gazes akin to that of spectators observing a monkey. Oh look, the 5-element root waste is still alive. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Why must a worker trouble another worker? Completing the KPI was of utmost importance. The spirit garden lay on the western side of the sect, where under the blazing sun, several disciples labored to harvest the cleansing herbs. Zhang Chong, standing like a self-proclaimed king, wielded his whip like a firecracker. You all better hurry. If we don't gather 100 stalks before nightfall, we shall all go hungry tonight. A frail disciple, resembling a mere stick, trembled and dropped a spirit herb, receiving a lash that brought tears streaming down his face. Stop! Lin Fan's aura surged forth as he strode forward. His voice, though not loud, commanded an immediate silence among the crowd. Upon seeing him, Zhang Chong initially wore a look of incredulity, then burst into laughter. Oh look, it's the waste I beat into a state of dependency yesterday. What's this? Not done lying down yet, and come to deliver yourself. The surrounding disciples collectively activated their sympathy mode. Who among them didn't know that Zhang Chong was the little tyrant of the outer sect, a formidable figure at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while Lin Fan, a mere novice, was likely just seeking a death wish. Lin Fan, utterly unconcerned, stood on tiptoe, his height disadvantage glaringly apparent, and unleashed a barrage of words. Zhang Chong, are you playing the role of a domineering CEO here? Bullying newcomers with a whip? Have you no shame? If you possess any real courage, confront the inner sect's big shots. Acting like a mountain king here is nothing but sheer clownery. You dare say that again? Zhang Chong's face darkened, raising his hand as if to strike. Anticipating his move, Lin Fan deftly sidestepped, continuing his fervent tirade. Oh, are you flustered? Did I hit a nerve? Do you think that by being a sycophant in the inner sect you can secure a promotion and a raise? In my eyes, you are merely a pawn. Even if you enter the inner sect, you will still be a mere errand boy at the beck and call of others. You. Zhang Chong's face flushed crimson as he despised others, exposing the truth of his rise through flattery. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan unleashed his ultimate attack. And what about that beating yesterday? Do you think being at the third level of Qi refining is impressive? After 3 years of cultivation, your prowess is on par with my 5-element root waste. Wah! Zhang Chong suddenly broke down in tears, sobbing as he spat threats. Lin Fan, just wait. This isn't over between us. Ding. Newbie task completed. Rewards have been credited. Third level of Qi refining, 10 spirit stones. Host cultivation. First level of Qi refining full. Third level of Qi refining new skin unlocked. A warm surge coursed through his body, vanquishing any lingering soreness, while the spiritual energy in his dantian surged forth at an accelerated pace. Clenching his fists, Lin Fan smirked devilishly. Zhang Chong, crying won't help you. From today onward, I, Lin Fan, am the law in this outer sect. Discontent? Come and challenge me. The surrounding disciples experienced a collective shock. Was this truly the same waste who had been bullied just yesterday? Only Lin Fan understood that his journey in the realm of cultivation had officially begun, akin to a protagonist in a triumphant narrative. Zhang Chong fled, his tears trailing behind him like a fading shadow, leaving the spirit herb garden in a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. The gazes of a dozen disciples shifted from pity to admiration, witnessing Lin Fan's confrontation and the sudden surge in his cultivation, a quintessential reversal of fate. Lin Fan scanned the area, his eyes landing on the pitifully thin disciple, Zhao Hu, the head of the miscellaneous workers, whose impoverished background forced him to toil in the sect, exchanging spirit herbs for meager rations. Zhao Hu, come here, Lin Fan beckoned. Startled, Zhao Hu approached timidly, lowering his head like a quail. Lin. Brother Lin, what are your commands? Lin Fan tossed 2 spirit stones toward him. Take this as your appearance fee for serving as a human shield earlier. Zhao Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Low-grade spirit stones. In the 6 months he had been here, he had never even seen a fragment of spirit stone. Brother Lin, this is too much. I can't accept such a valuable gift. Take it, Lin Fan insisted, forcing the stones into his hands. Tell me, does Zhang Chong come here every day to fleece the sheep? Zhao Hu's teeth ground in frustration. Indeed, he steals our spirit herbs to curry favor with Wang Hao from the intersect, and if we refuse, he resorts to violence. Wang Hao. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, recalling from the original memories that this individual was a notorious bully, a 5-layer Qi refinement practitioner who constantly tormented his peers. Seems I must teach him a lesson. He turned to the crowd, declaring, listen closely. From this day forth, I have taken charge of this spirit herb garden. You shall keep 70% of the spirit herbs you gather, while 30% will be handed over to me. I assure you, no one will dare to cause trouble again. A timid disciple in blue raised his hand hesitantly. Lin Gu, but Wang Hao is at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. 5th layer? To me, he's merely a weakling. Lin Fan retorted. If you trust me, join me. If not, you may leave right now. The disciples exchanged glances, realizing they were being exploited regardless. Perhaps it was wiser to align themselves with a more dependable leader. They'll follow Lin Gu. Zhao Hu was the first to raise his hand, clutching his spirit stones with determination. This leader not only sought revenge for him, but also offered rewards and investment that would yield returns. The others quickly rallied behind him. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Get back to work. Zhao Hu, come with me. I have something to discuss. The two slipped into a corner, and Lin Fan lowered his voice. Do you know where I can find a gathering array? I need to level up. Zhao Hu replied mysteriously. Wang Hao monopolizes the official gathering array, but there's an abandoned one behind the servant quarters. The spiritual energy there is akin to watered down milk tea. Abandoned? Perfect. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled as he grabbed Zhao Hu and dashed off. They traversed the dark servant area, eventually discovering a dilapidated stone array in a corner, its core spirit stones rendered useless. Lin Fan produced 5 spirit stones and inserted them into the array. Buzz. The array emitted a faint glow, and the spiritual energy began to gather slowly, akin to ants moving in unison. It's working, Lin Fan exclaimed in ecstatic joy. Although the concentration of spiritual energy was only 0.5 times greater, it was still preferable to enduring a prolonged wait. Zhao Hu immediately began showering him with praise. Lin Gu, you're incredible. This is amazing. Lin Fan patted his shoulder. Do you wish to turn the tables? Follow me, and it'll help you awaken your bloodline and rise to the pinnacle of life. Zhao knelt on the spot, boss. From now on, wherever you point, I shall strike. He'll face mountains of blades and seas of fire without a moment's hesitation. Lin Fan chuckled as he pulled him up, agreed. From this day forth, you shall be my foremost subordinate. Ding. Side quest completed. Successfully recruited subordinate Zhao Hu. Reward. Zhao Hu Mighty Barbarian Bear Bloodline Experience card to be used with Bear Bloodgrass and the Martial Art Barbarian Bear Strength. Bloodline Awakening? This is a tremendous gain. Just as Lin Fan was about to examine his rewards, a loud and arrogant voice echoed from afar. Lin Fan, what skill is hiding in the shadows? Wang Hao is coming. Let's see how you meet your end. Chapter 2. Confronting Wang Hao. The system returns on the vacant ground behind the miscellaneous servant quarters. Footsteps echoed, stirring up clouds of dust. Wang Hao, clad in the azure attire of an outer sect disciple, sported a rusted iron sword at his waist, accompanied by 4 eager little NPC brothers, all puffed up with pride as they followed their elder brother, desperately seeking recognition. Upon spotting Lin Fan leaning against the abandoned spirit-gathering array, Wang Hao cast a sidelong glance at the shimmering stone formation, instantly switching to taunting mode. Well, Lin Fan, is robbing Zhongchang's wild area not enough for you? You even dare to touch my exclusive dungeon? Are you courting death? Zhao Hu instinctively shrank behind Lin Fan, nervously whispering, Boss, Wang Hao's iron sword has been enhanced with spiritual power. We, mere third-layer chi refiners, can't possibly withstand it. Lin Fan, patting his shoulder, took a bold step forward, locking eyes with Wang Hao's menacing glare. Exclusive? When did the Qingyun sect become your backyard? Did you pay for a SVIP membership for the sect? As these words left his lips, Wang Hao's entourage froze in their tracks. Everyone in the outer sect knew that Wang Hao was a bully, and Lin Fan's audacity to confront him head-on placed him in a league of his own. Wang Hao's face turned a shade of green, his finger jabbing furiously at Lin Fan. You, the 5-element root novice, were just ground into the dirt by Zhongchang yesterday. And today you dare to deliver yourself to me? Do you want to experience a fracture package? As he brandished his sword, Lin Fan raised a hand to interrupt. Hold on, Brother Wang. Let us have a chat first. You constantly employ Zhongchang as your enforcer, robbing the disciples of their spirit herbs and monopolizing the spirit-gathering array as if it were your personal property. If this gets reported to the inner sect GM, which side do you think the GM will take? Wang Hao's pupils shook with alarm. He typically relied on his 5th-layer chi refining status to swagger through the outer sect, never daring to expose such underhanded tactics openly. However, upon reflection, he dismissed Lin Fan as merely a 3rd-layer nobody, who would believe his fanciful claims if he reported them. Stop spewing nonsense, Wang Hao hissed, drawing his sword with a flourish. The iron blade hummed ominously, emanating a faint azure skill effect. Today, you'll learn that opposing me is akin to courting death. Ding. Epic quest triggered. Defeat Wang Hao. Overcome Wang Hao and publicly humiliate him. Quest rewards. 4th-layer chi refining experience pack. Low-tier defensive skin azure scaled armor technique. Spirit gathering array repair guide. Quest failure. Permanent destruction of the spirit gathering array. Host demotion. As the system prompt echoed, Lin Fan's eyes brightened like light bulbs. This was an opportunity for immense profit. Cultivation, skins, blueprints, the trifecta. Thinking you can take me down in a heartbeat? Let us see if you possess the speed. Instead of retreating, Lin Fan charged forward with determination. Wang Hao, seeing this, let out a cold laugh, swinging his sword toward Lin Fan's chest, convinced that this fragile target could not evade his lethal strike. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Hao's smile froze in disbelief. Lin Fan, with agile footwork, dodged the attack and retaliated with a powerful punch to Wang Hao's wrist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Wang Hao grimaced in pain, his iron sword clattering to the ground. He gazed at Lin Fan, his face a mask of shock. Your movement speed must be a cheat, right? Lin Fan, clapping his hands, entered a mode of unrestrained derision. Is this all you've got? At the 5th level of chi refinement, this is your standard? Relying on stolen resources to inflate your rank, you are indeed a fraud. These words struck a nerve with Wang Hao, whose mediocre talent had only allowed him to reach the 5th level of chi refinement through the theft of spirit herbs and the exploitation of gathering formations. Now, exposed in public, he was enraged, veins bulging, and he seized his sword, launching a frenzied and chaotic attack, devoid of any strategy. Lin Fan, as agile as an eel, evaded the skills while launching counterattacks. Having just ascended to the third level of Qi refinement and empowered by the system's divine physique, Wang Hao's meager attacks could not penetrate his defenses. After several exchanges, Wang Hao was left gasping for breath, his body adorned with numerous bruises. "Stop. Just stop." Wang Hao panted, leaning on his knees. "Lin Fan, what do you want?" Lin Fan approached, looking down at him with an imposing demeanor. "Simple. Issue an apology to Zhao Hu, and bring forth the spirit herbs you've hoarded to share with the brothers of the outer sect." "Why should I?" Wang Hao began to retort defiantly, but as he saw Lin Fan raise his hand as if to strike, fear jolted through him. "I apologize. I will comply." He turned away, awkwardly mustering the words for Zhao Hu. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Then, from his storage bag, he retrieved a cloth pouch containing dozens of cleansing herbs. "Here, take these and distribute them." Unbeknownst to him, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, and upon witnessing Wang Hao's public capitulation, they erupted in astonishment. "No way. Lin Fan actually defeated Wang Hao? We'll never have to worry about our spirit herbs being stolen again." Beep. Task completed. Defeated Wang Hao. Rewards credited. Host successfully leveled up to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Azure Scale Armor Technique has been stored in the skin repository, and the guide for repairing the gathering formation has been unlocked. A surge of energy coursed through Lin Fan's body, and he felt the spiritual power in his dantian swell dramatically. He picked up the repair guide from the ground and smiled at Zhao Hu. "Let us upgrade this broken formation, so the outer sect brothers can also benefit." Tears of excitement nearly brimmed in Zhao Hu's eyes as he nodded fervently. "Yes, boss. I'll gather people to help right away." At that moment, an NPC dressed in white brocade emerged from behind a rockery, adorned with a jade ring featuring a flame effect. He was Murong Yin, the scion of the Murong family. He had come to inspect the progress of the spirit herb tasks in the outer sect and had fortuitously witnessed Lin Fan's thrashing of Wang Hao, a 5-element root novice. Actually capable of turning the tables on a 5th-level Qi refinement? Murong Yin squinted, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Interesting. Dare to encroach on the Murong family's territory, and you'll soon learn what societal repercussions entail." With that, he vanished behind the rockery, while Lin Fan was busy leading a group of outer sect brothers in renovating the gathering formation, laughter echoing around him. His extraordinary journey was only just beginning. The following morning, the area around the gathering formation was packed, resembling the chaos of a spring festival. With the repair guide in hand, Lin Fan directed several nimble brothers to insert spirit stones into the formation's core. The guide not only included repair instructions, but also optimization plans, capable of maximizing the concentration of spiritual energy and supporting 5-person team cultivation. "Lin Gu, can this really support a full team?" A previously bullied underling, rubbing his hands together, was filled with anticipation. Lin Fan patted the stone formation, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I tested it thoroughly overnight. The efficiency of cultivation inside has doubled." The underling immediately dove in, and before long, he was shouting in excitement, "It's true. The concentration of spiritual energy is absolutely full. Lin Gu, you're the best." The surrounding brothers erupted in enthusiasm, all lining up eagerly to participate. Zhao Hu stood by as the administrator, jotting down names in a small notebook. No cutting in line, 1 hour per person, and no cheating allowed. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, footsteps approached. Murong Yin arrived with 2 NPCs from noble families, accompanied by a prominent figure from the inner sect, who was carrying a beautifully crafted treasure chest. Upon seeing the throng around the spirit gathering formation, Murong Yin furrowed his brow. "Hasn't this spirit gathering formation been shut down? Who authorized you to reopen it?" Zhao Hu was about to step forward to explain, but Lin Fan stopped him. Approaching Murong Yin, Lin Fan clasped his hands together. "Murong de Luo, I repaired this spirit gathering formation. The outer sect brothers have too few resources for cultivation. Reopening it was merely to allow everyone to gain experience." Murong Yin scrutinized Lin Fan with a look of disdain. "You are the one who single-handedly defeated Wang Hao, the 5-element root novice? You think you can be the big brother just by fixing a broken formation? Do you know that this spirit gathering formation server belongs to my Murong family?" At these words, silence enveloped the area. The Murong family was one of the 12 major guilds, a VIP among VIPs in the Qingyun sect, and no one dared to provoke them lightly. Yet Lin Fan chuckled. "Murong de Luo, you jest. The server of Qingyun sect is a public resource. When did it become your family's private property? Does the Morong family intend to monopolize it? Morong Yan's expression darkened. You're asking for death. My Morong family has invested countless resources into the sect. What is wrong with utilizing a server? You, a 5-element root novice. Are you even qualified to discuss resource allocation with me? A prominent figure from behind him stepped forward. Threatening coldly, Lin Fan, Morong de Luo commands you to shut it down. Do it quickly and spare yourself the trouble. Beep. Triggered ultimate boss mission. Confront Morong Yan. Use magic to defeat magic, leaving Morong Yan speechless. Mission rewards. Chi Refinement Level 5 Experience Pack. Low-grade artifact Windbreaker Blade. Morong Family's Mind Map. Mission failure. Forced shutdown of the Spirit Gathering Formation. Host will be banned for 1 month. Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. The rewards were simply extraordinary. The mind map was a crucial item for farming foundational elixirs. He leaned in closer, his voice low yet piercing. Morong de Luo claims that your guild contributes greatly. But what about us outer sect brothers who toiled daily gathering spirit herbs and managing herb gardens? Are our contributions insignificant? Why should you wealthy players monopolize resources while we common players are left to scavenge? His words ignited the emotions of the outer sect brothers. Many joining in the uproar. Exactly. We are workers too. Why should wealthy players be exalted above us? Morong Yan, taken aback by Lin Fan's audacity to incite the masses, trembled with anger. You are maliciously stirring the pot. I am merely speaking the truth. Lin Fan spread his hands and suggested that if Master Morong deemed his statements inaccurate, perhaps they should seek the GM to arbitrate, to ascertain whether the GM also believed that resources should be reserved solely for paying players. Morong Yan's expression shifted. He initially intended to assert his dominance. But if the matter escalated to the GM, even if the GM favored their guild, it would be unseemly to declare that free players were unworthy, as this would tarnish the guild's reputation. Well played, Lin Fan. You are indeed ruthless. Morong Yan gritted his teeth. I won't hold you accountable for this spirit-gathering array for now. But remember this. Do not presume that defeating a mere lackey grants you the right to act arrogantly in the Qingyan sect. You will come to regret it. With that, he made a hasty exit, followed closely by the NPCs. Ding. Task completed. Confront Morong Yan. Reward has been credited. The host has successfully leveled up to the 5th stage of Qi refinement, and the low-grade artifact, Windbreaker Blade, has been deposited into the warehouse. The Morong family mind map has been unlocked. A warm current coursed through Lin Fan's body, and he could distinctly feel his spiritual power amplifying, even gaining a faint ability to manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy. He touched his waist, where the Windbreaker Blade glimmered ominously in the system's warehouse. While the mind map clearly marked 3 mines under the Morong family's control, one of which concealed the core material for the Foundation Establishment Pill, Azure Pattern Stone. Zhao Hu approached, a look of admiration on his face. Boss, you're simply divine. Even Morong Yan was left speechless by you. Lin Fan smiled. This is merely the beginning. Next, we shall borrow some items from the Morong family's mines. Without Foundation Establishment Pills, how can we advance to the next tier? Upon hearing Foundation Establishment Pill, the eyes of the surrounding brothers brightened instantly. It was the crucial item for ascending to the Foundation Establishment stage, something the outer sect brothers had never even seen. Lin Fan, observing their eager expressions, clenched his fist. Stay by my side, and in the future, we shall utilize the spirit-gathering array at will. Foundation Establishment Pills. Artifacts. Whatever we desire, we shall obtain ourselves. Yes, we will follow Brother Lin. The brothers shouted in unison, their voices resonating loudly enough to rustle the leaves. The sunlight bathed the spirit-gathering array, spiritual energy swirling and reflecting Lin Fan's confident smile. He understood that this was merely the first step in his extraordinary journey within the Qingyun sect. Ahead lay more resources to seize, more bosses to confront, and the legend of his cultivation was only beginning to inscribe its new chapter. Chapter 3. The treasure hunt in the mine and the first encounter with danger, while the cheers from the spirit-gathering array still lingered in the air. Lin Fan had already pulled Zhao Hu to a secluded corner to hold a discreet meeting, swiftly unfurling the tattered, yellowed map of the Morong family's mine. The map, marked in vermilion, indicated 3 mines, with a skull drawn next to the westernmost one, annotated with a warning of a formidable opponent at the 6th level of Qi refinement. a veritable trump card against thieves deployed by the Morong family. Boss, do you think we can take on this ruthless character at the 6th level of Qi refinement? Zhao Hu prodded at the skull, his voice trembling as if vibrating, though the excitement in his eyes was palpable. After a night of intense training within the spirit gathering array, he had reached the threshold of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. And with the spirit stones Lin Fan had given him in his pocket, he felt emboldened. Lin Fan tapped the map rhythmically with his fingers, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. What's the 6th level of Qi refinement to us? He may have wealth to bolster his strength, but we possess the dual buffs of the system's combat experience. When the time comes, who dares to challenge us? He instructed Zhao Hu to take a couple of brothers to scout the area and discern the opponent's strategies, urging them to tread lightly. Understood. Zhao Hu sprang into action, taking along the top 2 disciples from the previous night's competition, clutching a black cloth as they stealthily approached the mine. Lin Fan turned to the gathered brothers, fervently encouraging them. Everyone, rush to the spirit gathering array to grind for experience. When we ambush the mine later, let us gather all the Qingwen stones and leave no spirit or for the Morong family. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers as they dashed toward the spirit gathering array. Lin Fan retrieved the windbreaker blade bestowed by the system. The blade shimmered with a soft azure light, feeling weightless in his hand, yet exuding an aesthetic of raw power. Upon channeling his spiritual energy, the blade hummed as it released a 3-inch-long blade aura, cleaving a nearby stone cleanly in half. This was a tremendous gain, a low-grade artifact, truly remarkable. With a contented grin, Lin Fan sheathed the blade and pulled out the repair manual for the spirit gathering array. To his delight, the guide included a bonus manual for a simple concealment formation, an essential tool for thievery. Half an hour later, Zhao Hu returned, looking disheveled and covered in dust. Boss, the guard at the mine is named Zhou Bao, a connected member of the Morong family. He spends his days lounging in the mine with a drink, even withholding wages from the miners. He is the only one guarding the place, while 3 workers at the 4th level of Qi refinement are busy mining, drinking, and slacking off. This was an incredible stroke of luck. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he waved his hand dramatically, calling for everyone to assemble. Today, we shall deliver a delightful surprise to this Zhou brother. Under the cover of night, the group made their way to the Qingwen mine. From a distance, they spotted Zhou Bao, a portly man leaning against the stone wall, sipping from a wine gourd and humming a dissonant tune. A wooden sign at the mine entrance read "Private Territory of the Morong Family. Unauthorized entrance will be dealt with severely," creaking ominously in the wind. Lin Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Hu, who promptly led the younger disciples to flank the side of the instance, using spirit stones to quietly set up the concealment formation. Once activated, the formation rendered them invisible, allowing them to approach undetected. Brother Zhou, enjoying a drink? Lin Fan sauntered over nonchalantly. Zhou Bao glanced sideways, his expression shifting upon recognizing the outer disciple's attire. Who are you little transparent figures? Can't you see this is a VIP mining area? Scram. There's no need to be so aggressive, brother, Lin Fan replied, twirling a spirit stone in his hand, keen to inquire whether the Qingwen stones were for sale and that the price was negotiable. Zhou Bao instantly erupted in fury, hurling the wine gourd. The azure-striped stone is meant for the young Master's foundational elixir. How dare you think you are worthy? With a contemptuous glare, he reached out to grab Lin Fan by the collar, believing that subduing an outer sect disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refinement would be child's play. However, as his fingers grazed the fabric, Lin Fan swiftly evaded, drawing his windbreaker blade in a flash, aiming the gleaming edge towards Zhou Bao's wrist. Ding! A hidden quest was triggered. Slay Zhou Bao, seize mining rights. Defeating Zhou Bao would grant access to the mine, with rewards including core materials for foundational elixirs, the congealed Qi flower seeds, an upgrade liquid for the windbreaker blade skin, and a 100 loyalty rating from miners, recruitable laborers. Failure would result in a cave-in, rendering the azure-striped stones entirely useless. As the system prompt echoed, Zhou Bao stumbled back in fright, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, Who are you to dare challenge someone from the Morong family? Lin Fan, he replied casually, toying with the blade, a mischievous grin adorning his face. He was the one who had reduced Wang Hao to tears yesterday and had now driven Murong Yin away, the so-called 5-element root trash dog. Recognition dawned on Zhou Bao, his face paling to a ghostly white. Just that morning, Murong Yin had been frantically seeking trouble with Lin Fan, and now the very target had arrived at his doorstep. Gritting his teeth, he brandished a bronze shield. Since you've chosen death, do not blame me for being ruthless. The bronze shield glimmered with a golden sheen. A low-tier defensive item. Zhou Bao charged forward, fists infused with spiritual power, aiming to crush Lin Fan with sheer rank. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, deftly employing the elusive phantom steps gifted by the system, moving as swiftly as if he were sprinting. Zhou Bao's punches wildly missed, allowing Lin Fan to circle behind him, striking the windbreaker blade directly against the bronze shield. Sparks flew as the shield shattered with a resounding crack. Zhou Bao's arm went numb, nearly dropping the shield. His mind racing in disbelief. How could this blade penetrate my defenses? This shield is as fragile as parchment. Lin Fan taunted him mercilessly, delivering another strike aimed at Zhou Bao's knee. In a flurry, Zhou Bao attempted to dodge, losing his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan pressed the blade against his neck. Don't move. Move again, and I shall send you to the afterlife. Shaking uncontrollably, Zhou Bao dropped the shield with a clatter. Spare me, brother. I'm just a laborer. Take the azure-striped stones in the mine. They are all yours. The onlooking subordinates promptly surrounded the mine, blocking any escape. Zhao Hu raised a wooden stick, shouting, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now you're afraid?" Disregarding Zhou Bao, Lin Fan called out towards the mine. "Listen up, brothers inside. The Murong family is withholding wages and exploiting labor. Join me, and your pay will double, with full coverage for any injuries." Soon, 3 emaciated miners hesitantly emerged, one of them timidly asking, "Is it really possible to increase our wages?" "Absolutely," Lin Fan declared, tossing 3 spirit stones. "This is your down payment. Follow me, and reap full benefits." The miners caught the spirit stones, trembling with excitement, and simultaneously knelt. From now on, wherever Brother Lin points, we shall go? Ding. Quest completed. Rewards have been credited. Congealed chi flower seeds stored. Windbreaker blade upgrade materials secured. Miner loyalty buff activated. Laborers now online. Lin Fan seized Zhou Bao. "Lead the way. Let us mine the azure-striped stones. Dare to play tricks, and I will swiftly send you offline." Zhou Bao nodded and led the group into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness. Only after lighting a torch did they behold the walls glimmering with a bluish hue, revealing the presence of azure-patterned stones. "Is this the famed azure-patterned stone?" Zhao Hu reached out to touch it, feeling its icy surface, imbued with spiritual energy. Zhou Bao quickly explained, "There's a large one deeper inside that can be used to refine 3 foundation establishment pills." As they ventured further, the spiritual energy thickened like mist. At the cave's end, a half-man-high azure-patterned stone sparkled with a blue glow, surrounded by scattered smaller stones. "Take off." The materials for the foundation establishment pills were complete. Lin Fan drew his windbreaker blade to cut the azure-patterned stone, which proved exceptionally hard. Only this divine weapon could handle it with ease. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, rocks tumbling down. Zhou Bao's expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. The fight has disturbed the mine's restrictions. The cave is about to collapse." Lin Fan looked up to see the ceiling cracking open, a red light flashing as the restrictions activated. "Grab the stones and retreat." Lin Fan hoisted the largest azure-patterned stone, urging Zhao Hu to lead the miners out. "I'll cover you. This blade can confront the restrictions head-on." The group, clutching the stones, sprinted forward as Lin Fan tightened his grip on the windbreaker blade, focusing on the widening fissure. The crack expanded, and a jet of flames erupted. Just in time, Lin Fan channeled his spiritual energy to the maximum, the blade radiating a brilliant blue light as he slashed towards the flames. Boom! The blade's aura collided with the fireball, causing another tremor in the cave. The flames were split apart, providing Lin Fan a chance to dash outside. Just as he emerged, a thunderous roar echoed behind him, sealing the cave completely. "Boss, are you all right?" Zhao Hu rushed over, concern etched on his face. Lin Fan handed him the azure-patterned stone. "I'm fine. But the cave is gone. We can no longer pilfer from it." Yet, we've gathered quite a bounty. The miners raised the azure-patterned stones, excitedly shouting that they could go to the pill hall to refine foundation establishment pills. Suddenly, Lin Fan had a brilliant idea. The pill hall. Wasn't Su Qingyue the renowned alchemist? Although he had previously taken her ice soul lotus, he now needed her help and had to find a way to break the ice. Let us return to the sect. First, we must hide the stones. Then seek out the alchemist. Just as they set off, several figures appeared in the sky. Murong Yin, accompanied by 2 inner disciples, descended with a dark expression. Lin Fan, how dare you destroy my mine and steal my stones? You must pay for this today. With that, he unleashed a fireball spell. Lin Fan countered with a slash of his blade, a cold smirk on his lips. Is that all? You think you can force me to withdraw? Ding. Main quest triggered. Defeat Murong Yin. Team up to take him down. Rewards. 6th layer of Qi Refinement Cultivation. Alchemy Manual. Su Qingyue's favor increased by 20. Quest failure. Azure Pattern Stone stolen. Cultivation downgraded to 3rd layer of Qi Refinement. Lin Fan was elated. The rewards were incredibly tempting. He turned and shouted, "Everyone get ready. Let Murong Yin know that outer disciples are not to be trifled with." The younger disciples armed themselves, while Xiaohu activated his Mighty Bear Bloodline Experience card, transforming into a muscular giant. Murong Yin trembled with rage. A bunch of bronze-level disciples dare challenge the king? He flicked his folding fan, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. The battle was about to erupt as Lin Fan gripped his windbreaker blade, his gaze ablaze with determination. This time, he would carry the team and let the entire Qingyun sect know that he, Lin Fan, was the true star of the cultivation world. Chapter 4. Overpowering Murong. The emergence of Qingyue, a fireball surged forth, enveloped in a wave of heat, instantly transforming dry grass into a fuse, with sparks dancing about like mischievous firecrackers. Lin Fan unleashed the Ghost Shadow Stealth, maximizing his attack speed, while the afterimage effect intensified as he maneuvered erratically. In his hand, the Windbreaker blade launched a flurry of azure critical strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive effects served as his cloak of invisibility, allowing Lin Fan to dart through the smoke and confront Murong Yin face to face, taunting him mercilessly. Young Master Murong, is your fireball technique merely for fireworks at team bonding events? Is this your output? Murong Yin's blood pressure skyrocketed. His blazing technique was a mid-tier divine skill exclusive to those with fire affinity, a force to be reckoned with in the outer sect. He had never encountered a player like Lin Fan, who treated spells as if they were mere firecrackers. Focus your fire. Attack with all your might. Murong Yin commanded his 2 inner sect disciples behind him. One wielded a sword while the other engaged in close combat. Both were seasoned veterans at the 5th level of Qi refinement, often stirring up trouble alongside Murong Yin. They readied themselves for a brawl. Want to fight as a team? We have our own 5-man squad. Lin Fan called out without turning. Xiaohu, initiate the attack. Xiaohu, already brimming with excitement, activated his bloodline and transformed into his giant form, his small stature expanding horizontally, his arms more robust than Lin Fan's thighs. Grabbing a boulder half his height, he hurled it like a missile at the swordsman, shouting, "Receive my strike." Falling stone from the heavens. Crash. The swordsman hastily raised his weapon to block, his sword bending into a U shape, and he was forced back 3 steps. Meanwhile, the fist fighter attempted to flank and launch a surprise attack, only to be met with a sudden barrage of or thrown by 3 miners, targeting his knees. Left side, finish him off. Protect our damage dealers. The Ur rained down like a Gatling gun, and the fist fighter was promptly knocked out by the azure stone, collapsing to one knee in a scene reminiscent of a public embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohu flashed forward, delivering a resounding slap. This is for bullying the working class. Consider it workers' compensation. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the arena. Blood trickled from the fist fighter's mouth, and before he could react, Xiaohu tossed him aside like refuse, leaving him in a pitiful state. As the battle raged on, Murong Yin, witnessing his underlings being decimated, drew his trump card. He ignited a yellow talisman, transforming it into a fiery serpent, the effects reaching their zenith. This is the Crimson Flame talisman passed down in my Murong family. Today, I gift you the experience of a cremation package. Wherever the fire serpent passed, it scorched the ground black, the air heated enough to fry an egg. Lin Fan's pupils dilated as he suddenly recalled the Windbreaker blade skin just issued by the system. Quickly, enhance the blade. Beep. Windbreaker blade evolution activated. Low-grade artifact to mid-grade artifact, lasting half an hour, unlocking the Qing Shuang Piyin skin. Immunity to low-tier fire damage. The blade glowed with azure light, frost effects enveloping its edge. Lin Fan gripped the hilt and executed a striking slash, Qing Shuang Piyan. Take this. With a swift motion, the fire serpent, as if encountering a natural enemy, was cleaved in two, dissipating into sparks. Remarkably, the frost on the blade remained intact, and using the momentum, Lin Fan directed it towards Mu Rongyan's chest. Mu Rongyan, in a state of panic, retreated frantically, yet he was still a beat too slow. The hem of his attire was sliced open, revealing a crimson stain at his waist. Leaning against a tree and observing Lin Fan's relentless approach, he finally faltered, exclaiming, "Wait. I am the heir of the Mu Rong family. If you lay a hand on me, prepare for your title to be revoked. Even your father must adhere to the principles of martial ethics." Lin Fan pressed the back of his blade against Mu Rongyan's neck, declaring, "Wages have been withheld, resources monopolized. Today, I must provide my brothers with an explanation." The gathering onlookers, miners brandishing their picks, fervently rallied, "Brother Lin, you are forever our idol. Teach him a lesson." Mu Rongyan was publicly punished, his face flushed with shame, yet he dared not utter a word. Lin Fan, swift and decisive, seized his storage bag, proclaiming, "This shall serve as compensation. The wages for my brothers must be settled." Upon opening it, he was met with a windfall, spiritual stones aplenty, alongside a half-full bottle of foundational pills in their unfinished state. What a lucrative turn of events. "Ah, so you have been quietly amassing wealth, have you?" Lin Fan shook the bottle, declaring it as your sponsorship fee. Ding. Task progress. 90. Defeat Mu Rongyan. Request a confession video to complete the task. Lin Fan tapped the back of his blade against Mu Rongyan's face. "Now, in front of the live audience, confess your wrongdoings." Mu Rongyan, gritting his teeth, remained silent until Lin Fan brandished his knife, rekindling the terror he had just experienced with the fire serpent. Finally, he relented. "I was wrong. I should not have withheld wages, nor engaged in monopolistic practices." His voice was too faint for the audience to catch. Lin Fan incited the crowd, who began to flood the chat with messages. Mu Rongyan, utterly mortified, shouted at the top of his lungs, "I was wrong. I should not have bullied the outer disciples, nor should I have sought dominance." Ding. Main task completed. Rewards received. Experience card for Qi Refining Level 6, Alchemy Manual, Beginner's Alchemy. Affection level with Su Qinghua, 20, total 1010. Lin Fan instantly felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, the sensation of breakthrough akin to several levels gained at once. Just as he was reveling in this feeling, a chime from his jade pendant caught his attention. Looking up, he beheld Su Qinghua, the goddess of alchemy, approaching with a basket of herbs, her beauty eclipsing all else. She surveyed the scene, her eyes wide with astonishment. Last time she had seen Lin Fan, he appeared like a bandit, and now he had transformed into a guardian of the laborers? "Ah, Su Fairy, your arrival is fortuitous." Lin Fan quickly adapted his demeanor. "I possess the materials needed. Could you assist in refining a few foundational pills? The compensation is negotiable." Mu Rongyan, frantic, interjected, "Fairy Qinghua, do not believe him. He is nothing but a thief." An elder miner immediately stepped forward to testify. "Fairy, Brother Lin is here to rescue us. The Mu Rong family exploits us daily." Su Qinghua nodded, her gaze towards Lin Fan softening considerably. "Refining pills requires condensing qi flowers as materials. Do you have any?" "Indeed." Lin Fan produced the seeds, albeit yet to be sown. "I have some ready-made." Su Qinghua presented the condensing qi flowers, stating, "Consider this a personal favor. Return to the alchemy hall in 3 days to collect your goods." Ding. Affection level with Su Qinghua, 10, current 20. Side quest triggered. Collect medicine from alchemy hall, arrive on time. Assist the goddess in repairing the alchemy furnace. Rewards, foundation pills X3. Alchemy buff, success rate 30. Lin Fan was elated. This was an exceptional gain. Not only has she secured a strong alliance with the esteemed Dan Dao, but she has also garnered favor. Should Su Xianzi ever require assistance, she will be at their beck and call. Su Qinghua turned away, extinguishing the flames on the ground as she departed. Mu Rongyan, seething with rage, stomped his feet in frustration, yet, with the goddess siding with Lin Fan, he dared not provoke further conflict. "What are you still standing there for?" Lin Fan delivered a swift kick that sent Mu Rongyan tumbling away, urging him to scram. "Should you dare to cause any more trouble, I shall revoke your title." Mu Rongyan fled in disarray, accompanied by his lackeys, while the outer disciples and miners erupted in ecstatic cheers. Brother Lin is forever a deity. Lin Fan raised the breaking wind blade high, proclaiming loudly, from this day forth, the outer gate's resources shall be claimed by ourselves. The gathering spirit array is now open 24 hours a day. Any who dare to seize resources shall be met with collective retaliation. Let us act decisively. The joyous uproar shook the very branches of the trees. That evening, Lin Fan, along with his comrades, embarked on a construction endeavor, transforming the upgraded gathering spirit array into a VIP training chamber for the outer gate. Those who had once bullied him now came forth to apologize and offer reparations in order to enter the array for cultivation. This situation was indeed under his control. Zhao Hu, stationed at the entrance of the array, grinned from ear to ear. Boss, we are now the leaders of the outer gate. Leaders? Lin Fan playfully tapped him. We are the heads of the labor union. What about those miners? They are cultivating chi flowers. Zhao Hu pointed to the vegetable garden, expressing his intent to grow produce for Lin Fan's alchemical needs, ensuring he would no longer need to rely on others. As Lin Fan approached, he observed the miners diligently tending to their crops using spirit stones as fertilizer, and he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from this realm of cultivation. Ding! Hidden achievement triggered. Cohesion. Gain the heartfelt support of 10 followers. Reward. Territory token. Allows for the construction of a private base. All followers level 1. The fragments of spirit stones glimmered, and Zhao Hu, along with the miners, instantly leveled up. Zhao Hu leaped in excitement. Boss, with this token, we can establish a guild base. Lin Fan clenched the token tightly, gazing at the peak of Qingyun's sect, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. Once I obtain the Foundation Establishment pill and break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, the Qingyun sect must revise its rules. 3 days later, Lin Fan arrived punctually at the alchemy hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met with the sound of an explosion, followed by Su Qingyue's exclamation of surprise. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by utter chaos, with the alchemical furnace's lid having been blown off. Su Xinzi, has there been an accident? Lin Fan hurried forward. Su Qingyue sighed. The furnace is too old. It exploded at a critical moment, ruining all the Foundation Establishment pills. Suddenly recalling his task, Lin Fan smiled confidently. Fear not. I possess a unique skill. He brandished the breaking wind blade and retrieved the repair guide provided by the system, activating repair mode immediately. Channeling his spirit energy, he tapped and adjusted the energy lines according to the guide. Ding! Triggered. Furnace repair determination. Gathering spirit array repair experience. Breaking wind blade assistance. Success rate 80. Repairing. As he executed the repairs, the cracks in the furnace began to glow, and the spirit energy gradually stabilized. Su Qingyue watched in astonishment. How could Lin Fan, with just a blade, fix a furnace that had stumped an array of alchemists? Half an hour later, the furnace was revived in full vigor, adorned with new aesthetic effects. Success. Lin Fan wiped his brow, ready to resume alchemical endeavors. Su Qingyue tested the furnace and exclaimed in delight. It's truly repaired. Are you, perhaps, a concealed master of repairs? A trivial matter indeed. On the surface, Lin Fan appeared composed, yet his heart was brimming with joy. Su Qingyue resumed her alchemical pursuits, this time executing them with effortless finesse. Half an hour later, 3 gleaming Foundation Establishment pills emerged triumphantly. Ding! Side quest completed. Rewards issued. Foundation Establishment pills X3, alchemical buff activated. As Su Qingyue handed over the jade vial, the moment their fingertips brushed, the atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. Su Qingyue's ears flushed crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hand. It's nothing. I'll take my leave now, she stammered. Lin Fan, watching her retreating figure, called out with a smile. Fairy Su, should you encounter any issues with your equipment in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Su Qingyue responded with a soft quickening her pace as she departed. Lin Fan clutched the Foundation Establishment pills, his eyes alight with anticipation. With these 3 divine pills, the Foundation Establishment phase was just around the corner. Chapter 5, Foundation Establishment Breakthrough. Counterattack and ambush. Clutching a jade vial containing the Foundation Establishment pill, Lin Fan bounced along the ground, as if propelled by springs. Upon exiting the pill chamber, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Hu and his minor comrades blocking the entrance, brandishing a freshly produced condensed chi flower. What a sight! The petals glowed a brilliant white, infused with an abundance of spiritual energy. Boss, I've completed the dungeon breakthrough. Zhao Hu eagerly leaned in, hinting wildly as he pulled out a crumpled sketch. There's a hidden map in the back mountain, and I've stacked 3 layers of invisibility buffs. It's an absolute safe zone. Lin Fan immediately applauded his junior's initiative. This maneuver was indeed impressive. Following the main group towards the back mountain, Lin Fan was greeted with enthusiastic shouts of "Brother Lin is awesome" from outer sect disciples. Even the previously arrogant steward of the miscellaneous workers humbly offered spiritual rice as protection money, such as the prestige that power bestows. The cave had already been transformed into a lavish VIP chamber, the spirit gathering array fully activated, with piles of spirit stones resembling small mountains. The miners even fashioned a stone bed as a throne for the breakthrough. Lin Fan produced the territorial token and pressed it against the cave wall. System: activate base mode. Ding. Hengxing Pavilion temporary base activated. Defense 50. Spiritual energy concentration doubled. Duration 24 hours. As the token radiated golden light, a green protective shield sprang forth from the cave wall, and spiritual energy surged in as if drawn in by a vacuum. Lin Fan settled cross-legged onto the stone bed, swiftly consuming the foundation establishment pill. The pill shimmered with an amber glow, dissolving instantly upon entry, and a warm current surged directly into his dantian. Brothers, watch closely. I'm about to perform. Lin Fan closed his eyes and activated the Azure Scale Armor technique, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that violently battered against the bottleneck of the Qi refining stage, akin to a boiling kettle. His meridians throbbed as if bombarded by a barrage of projectiles. Zhao Hu stood guard at the cave entrance, holding a wooden stick, not daring to breathe, while the miners took turns acting as the camera crew, their eyes wide with excitement. This was their alliance's debut, and it had to be flawless. Just as Lin Fan was on the verge of a breakthrough, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the cave. Boom. The protective shield quaked violently, debris cascading down like snow. Zhao Hu focused his gaze and immediately lashed out. Murong Yin, you scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Emerging outside the array was Murong Yin, accompanied by a young man clad in intersect attire. This individual radiated the aura of a wealthy player, with a gleaming sword at his waist, exuding the essence of a seasoned expert. My cousin is Li Xian, a 7th-layer Qi refiner from the inner sect. Today, I shall ensure your annihilation. Murong Yin mocked furiously. Li Xian, quickly dismantle this array and let them experience the consequences of their arrogance. Li Xian smirked coldly, drawing his sword and unleashing a flurry of strikes. Outer sect novices dare to boast? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of an inner sect player. The sword light struck the protective shield, causing a frantic flicker of azure light, threatening to shatter it. Lin Fan inside the cave was abruptly interrupted in his spellcasting, his spiritual power in chaos, nearly resulting in a catastrophic failure. Ding. Triggered emergency mission. Foundation establishment counterattack. In the midst of a breakthrough, he decisively struck down Li Xian and Mu Rongyan. Mission rewards. Divine technique of Foundation establishment Xingxing Ju. Permanent shield. Li Xian's luxurious gift package. Mission failure. Failed breakthrough. Meridians damaged. Dare to obstruct my path to advancement? Have you consulted the pills in my possession? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and swallowed the remaining 2 Foundation establishment pills. The potency surged explosively, as if his dantian were on the verge of bursting. Seizing this moment of eruption, he charged fiercely against the bottleneck. Crack open. With a resounding snap, the bottleneck shattered, and his spiritual energy surged violently, propelling him from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi refinement and directly into the early stages of Foundation establishment. More astonishingly, the turbulence of spiritual energy unleashed by the breakthrough surged along the cave walls, colliding directly with Li Xian's sword light. Boom. Li Xian was knocked back 3 steps. Utterly stunned. How is this possible? He actually advanced? Mu Rongyan was equally bewildered. He had meticulously calculated the moment Lin Fan would be at his weakest to launch a surprise attack, yet he found himself thwarted instead. Lin Fan slowly rose, the azure-scaled patterns on his body fully activated, automatically renewing the azure-scaled armor technique. He pushed open the cave door, gazing at the shocked expressions on their faces, and immediately entered taunt mode. Is this your stealth technique? Murong, I suggest you enroll in a remedial class. Daring to be arrogant after breaking through to Foundation establishment, Li Xian regained his composure, drawing his sword and unleashing a flurry of skills. The internal sect's divine techniques are not something you can casually provoke. The sword light, imbued with the essence of the Ling Si sword qi, far surpassed Mu Rongyan's fireball technique. Yet Lin Fan remained unfazed, channeling his Foundation establishment's spiritual energy into the blade of the Windbreaker. Perfect timing to test the strength of my new status. Azure Frost Breaking Flame. The clash of blade and sword erupted furiously, and Li Xian felt an overwhelming force surging through him, nearly dislocating his wrist. He internally lamented, "How is it that this newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivator is even fiercer than my 7th level of qi refinement?" Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan closed the distance, striking Li Xian's knee with the back of his blade. "Kneel before me." Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Li Xian let out a pained cry, dropping to one knee. Mu Rongyan, terrified, turned to flee, only to have his ankle ensnared by the blade energy Lin Fan unleashed, sending him sprawling into the dirt. "Where do you think you're running? Weren't you quite the show-off a moment ago?" Lin Fan approached, stepping on Mu Rongyan's back as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. "How do you explain this ambush against a major figure of the inner sect?" Mu Rongyan, in agony, sobbed, "I was wrong. Big brother, spare my life." Li Xian, panicking, tossed his storage bag. "Take all of this. Just let us go." Upon opening the storage bag, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Not only did it contain a comprehensive guide to the inner sect, but also half a volume of Ling Si sword technique. What a lucrative windfall. Ding. Foundation establishment counterattack mission completed. Rewards received. Xingxing Ju unlocked. Permanent shield activated. Inner sect guide archived. Upon unlocking Xingxing Ju, Lin Fan felt a qualitative transformation in his Dantian's spiritual energy, and Azure-scaled armor technique upgraded alongside it, thickening the Azure patterns and maximizing his defenses. "Get out of here. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will seal your titles." Lin Fan kicked both of them away. Mu Rongyan and Li Xian hastily fled, even forgetting to retrieve their swords. Zhao Hu and the miners swiftly surrounded them, exuberantly extolling their leader. "Boss, this maneuver is nothing short of legendary. You've just ascended and already delivered a resounding defeat to the inner sect elite. From now on, our Hengxing Pavilion will also have a Foundation establishment powerhouse in the guild." Lin Fan waved his hand, already contemplating his next move. The Inner Sect Strategy Guide mentioned an upcoming promotion tournament next month. Winning 3 matches would grant entry into the Inner Sect. Not only would this unlock greater resources, but he could also settle scores with the Morong family. Lost in thought, a message notification suddenly popped up from the Jade Pendant. It was from Su Qingwei. "I heard you've reached Foundation establishment. The Alchemy Hall has received a new batch of spiritual herbs. Would you like to concoct some potions together?" Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. He must seize this opportunity to enhance his rapport. He promptly replied, "On my way. Su Fairy. At your service." Just as he was preparing to depart, footsteps echoed outside the cave. Looking up, he saw Zhang He, an elder from the outer sect. This elder, who usually remained elusive, had unexpectedly made an appearance today. Zhang He fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, his expression laden with significance. "The sect leader is already aware of your advancement to Foundation establishment. Perform well in the upcoming Inner Sect promotion tournament. Do not bring disgrace to the outer sect." With that, he tossed a wooden box to Lin Fan, revealing a get-out-of-jail-free card inside. Lin Fan opened the box to find a shimmering escape talisman, undoubtedly an SSR-grade item. He quickly realized that the Inner Sect promotion tournament would be more challenging than he had anticipated. "Thank you, Elder Xia. I will surely carry the team." Lin Fan bowed in gratitude. Zhang He nodded and turned to leave, casting a surprised glance at the protective barrier of Hengxing Pavilion. Lin Fan instructed Zhao Hu, "I'm heading to the Alchemy Hall to grind some resources. You and the others must secure the base and upgrade the Gathering Spirit Array in preparation for the Inner Sect promotion tournament. Rest assured, boss. We'll fortify the base like an impregnable fortress." Zhao Hu promised with a thump on his chest. Lin Fan, talisman in hand, rushed toward the Alchemy Hall, sunlight bathing him as the spiritual energy of Foundation establishment flowed joyfully through his meridians. He understood that this was merely the novice village of the cultivation world, with more dungeons awaiting his exploration. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Hall, he spotted Su Qingyue standing before the herb garden, holding a purple spiritual herb. Her eyes lit up upon seeing him. You're just in time. This purple rhythmic herb can be used to create the purple rhythmic pill, which ensures stability during foundation establishment. Care to give it a try? Lin Fan smiled. I'll heed your advice, Su Fairy. I've just learned a new skill and could use a divine herb to bolster my progress. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to enter the alchemy hall. Then let us hurry. We must concoct while it's fresh. Lin Fan followed her inside, watching her skillfully operate the alchemical furnace. He suddenly felt that despite the perils of the cultivation world, having a companion to tackle dungeons with was indeed quite appealing. The furnace blazed brightly, and spiritual energy filled the air. While he assisted by passing her the spiritual herbs, he pondered strategies for the intersect promotion tournament. He sensed that this tournament would be a formidable challenge, and his journey through the cultivation realm was only just entering its high-energy phase. Chapter 6: Ascension of Alchemy. Triumph in the arena. The flames in the alchemy chamber danced high as the Ziyun grass bubbled in the furnace, transforming into a delicate lavender liquid that swirled with the spiritual essence emitted by the, resembling a chaotic tapestry of purple silk caught in a gust of wind. Su Qingyue's palms were slick with perspiration from her incantations, and her bangs clung to her forehead from the heat. Noticing Lin Fan standing idly by, she became agitated. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and pass me the Qingxin grass. If you dawdle any longer, the elixir will burn. Lin Fan, jolted back to reality, fumbled to retrieve the Qingxin grass, his thoughts preoccupied with the upcoming intersect promotion competition. That rascal Li Xian would certainly harbor resentment and might be scheming with other prominent disciples to undermine him. Only when he felt the coolness of the Qingxin grass did he recall that this furnace was an artifact for foundational cultivation. He quickly steadied his mind and handed it over. Coming right up. No need to panic, Miss Su. This elixir must be of the highest quality. Su Qingyue shot him a glance of exasperation, but deftly tossed the Qingxin grass into the furnace. To her astonishment, the moment it entered, a resounding boom echoed as the furnace lid nearly flew off due to the surge of spiritual energy. Her expression shifted instantly. Oh no, the energies are colliding. With remarkable reflexes, Lin Fan seized his and struck at the base of the furnace. His experience in refining elixirs was not for naught. The blade carved azure patterns along the furnace walls, deftly guiding the chaotic energies away. Stay calm. Watch as I employ the spirit vein diversion technique to salvage the situation. In truth, this was an emergency skill just unlocked by the system, yet he spoke of it as though it were an ancestral secret. Su Qingyue watched in astonishment as the azure light on the furnace walls gradually stabilized. This fellow always seemed to conjure unexpected solutions. After a brief moment, the furnace lid clicked open, and 3 perfectly round Ziyun pills floated out, surrounded by a halo of spiritual energy, unmistakably of superior quality. Ding! Task completed. Refinement of Ziyun pills. Side quest. Acquire high-quality Ziyun pills X3. Alchemical affinity 10. Unlock quick identification of herbs passive. Su Qingyue favorability 15. Current 35. Success. Lin Fan exclaimed, catching the pills. The moment they touched his hands, a cool sensation surged through him, with spiritual energy coursing through his fingers and into his meridians, solidifying his foundational cultivation considerably. Observing his foolish grin, Su Qingyue could not help but chuckle. Don't just revel in your joy. Eat one while it's hot. It will strengthen your foundation for the promotion competition, giving you a better chance of success. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swallowed one, a warm current flowing down his throat. As his dantian felt as though it were immersed in warm water, alleviating the turbulence left from his previous breakthrough. He produced another pill and offered it to Su Qingyue. Miss Su, this one is for you, as a token of gratitude. Su Qingyue paused for a moment, her fingers slightly warm as she accepted the pill. You're quite generous. I'll come cheer for you on the day of the competition. Just don't embarrass me. With that, she turned and dashed toward the herb garden, her ears flushed like ripe persimmons. As Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, he was still reveling in the moment when Zhao Hu burst in, flustered. Boss. Bad news. Murong Yin, that rascal, has joined forces with Wang Hao, the heir of the Wang family, intending to employ a wheel battle strategy against you in the promotion tournament. Wang Hao? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling the name. It seemed somewhat familiar. After flipping through the inner sect strategies, he remembered that the Wang family is one of the 12 prominent families. And Wang Hao is a formidable figure, having reached the 9th level of qi refining in the inner sect. It is said that he possesses a mid-grade defensive magical artifact, the Xiantai Shield, which clearly poses a significant threat. He even boasted that he would make you enter standing and exit lying. Zhao Hue's face flushed with rage, declaring that his brothers were prepared to confront them directly if they dared to resort to underhanded tactics. Hold on, Lin Fan said, placing a hand on his shoulder, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. A wheel battle suits me perfectly. I'm eager to test the might of the horizontal dominance technique. By the way, do you have the escape talisman Elder Zhang he provided? Of course. Zhao Hu promptly retrieved it, exclaiming, Boss, can this talisman really save our lives? It is indeed of great use. At a critical moment, it can serve as a surprise gift package, Lin Fan replied as he tucked the talisman into his robe. Now, let us first take a stroll around the arena and allow the brothers to warm up. We can't afford to falter at a crucial moment. 3 days later, the inner sect arena of Qingyun's sect was bustling with excitement. The arena was a grand white jade platform, surrounded by intricately carved spirit-gathering arrays. Upon the platform stood 3 judges, Elder Li Song from the inner sect, Elder Lu Ru Yin from the Pill Hall, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black, rumored to be a high-ranking official from the Law Enforcement Hall. Murong Yin and Wang Hao were amidst the crowd of inner sect disciples, pointing and whispering towards Lin Fan. Wang Hao patted Murong Yin on the shoulder with an air of arrogance, saying, Don't worry, I'll be the first to go. I guarantee that this outer sect brat will know his place. Lin Fan paid them no mind. Just as he stepped into the outer sect contestant area, Su Qingwei squeezed through the crowd, handing him a small jade vial. Inside is a concentration pill. If you find yourself unable to win, take one quickly. It can temporarily boost your spiritual power. Don't force yourself. Oh, Miss Su, are you concerned for me? Lin Fan teased, raising an eyebrow. Su Qingwei shot him a fierce glare, retorting, Who's worried about you? I'm merely concerned about my own reputation. After all, this Yun pill was concocted by me. With that, she turned to leave, but not before secretly mouthing a silent cheer for him. A warmth spread through Lin Fan's heart, just as he tucked the jade vial away. Judge Li Song struck the gavel, proclaiming, Listen closely to the rules of the inner sect promotion tournament. Outer sect contestants must achieve 3 consecutive victories, with each opponent being a challenger from the inner sect. The first to concede or step out of bounds shall be deemed the loser. In the first match, inner sect Wang Hao challenges outer sect Lin Fan. Let the battle commence. Wang Hao swaggered onto the platform, brandishing the Xiantai shield. With a resounding thud, he slammed the shield onto the ground, causing the white jade platform to tremble. Lin Fan, if you have any sense, surrender quickly to avoid having your legs broken. You won't even have a place to weep. The inner sect disciples below cheered raucously, shouting encouragement for Wang. Go, brother Wang. Flatten that outer sect brat. Show him that the inner sect is not a place for just anyone. Lin Fan strolled leisurely onto the platform, casually cleaning out his ears. What a racket. So you are Wang Hao? I've heard your Xiantai shield is quite impressive. Perfect, for my wind blade has yet to taste blood. Today, I shall practice on your shield. Clang. Triggering the first battle of glory main quest. Shatter Wang Hao's Xian iron shield and defeat him. Quest rewards. Peak Foundation Establishment Stage. Advanced volume of rampant technique. 20 favorability points with the Law Enforcement Hall. Quest failure. Xian iron shield fragments cause injury, temporarily having spiritual power. Seeking death. Wang Hao's face turned a deep shade of green, and he charged forward with the Xian iron shield, enveloped in a layer of faint golden spiritual energy. This was the effect of a mid-grade magical artifact, one that ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners could hardly breach. Lin Fan stood his ground, gripping the windbreaker blade tightly and channeling spiritual energy into it, causing the blade to gleam with a layer of frosty azure. Frost breaks armor. Take this. Clang. The blade collided with the shield. A dazzling explosion of golden and azure light erupted, momentarily blinding the spectators below. As the brilliance faded, everyone was left in disbelief. The Xian iron shield had developed a crack. Wang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. His shield could withstand attacks from even a 9th-layer qi refinement practitioner. How could it be damaged by a mere outer sect disciple who had just established his foundation? Is that all you've got? Lin Fan flicked the shards off his blade, mocking Wang Hao, who had been so boastful moments before. Regaining his composure, Wang Hao, both astonished and furious, charged again, swinging his shield and unleashing a spiritual energy slash. I refuse to believe you can breach my defense again. Lin Fan activated rampant technique, swiftly maneuvering behind Wang Hao, and struck down on his knee with the back of his blade. Can you defend against what's behind you? Crack! Wang Hao's knee buckled, and with a thud, he knelt on one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan raised the windbreaker blade and struck at the crack in the shield once more. Shatter for me. Boom. The Xian iron shield exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions. Without his shield, Wang Hao turned to flee in terror, only to be ensnared by the blade's aura, which flung him out of the arena. The first match concluded with Lin Fan's victory. The referee, Li Song, sounded astonished. He had initially believed Wang Hao would win, never anticipating such an outcome. A moment of stunned silence reigned over the crowd before the outer sect disciples and miners erupted in excitement. Lin Gu is incredible. That shattered shield was too satisfying. Su Qingyue stood among the crowd, unable to suppress a smile. This guy always had a way of dazzling everyone. Morong Yan's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as Wang Hao approached, covered in dirt and humiliation. Yin Gu, this Lin Fan is too formidable. His blade can actually breach mid-grade magical artifacts. What's there to panic about? Morong Yan hissed under his breath. There are still 2 matches remaining. In the next match, let Li Xian take the stage. His spirit binding rope can restrain Lin Fan's spiritual power. We'll see how arrogant he remains then. Li Xian gripped the dark glowing rope tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. The grudge from having his leg broken by Lin Fan last time demanded retribution. Lin Fan stood atop the arena, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him. The quest rewards had been credited, propelling him to the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. He glanced towards the inner sect disciple area, provocatively beckoning to Morong Yan. Who's next? Don't dawdle. I'm eager to enter the inner sect for lunch. Beep. Trigger. Decisive victory over strong enemies side quest. Defeat Li Xian reward. Spirit locking rope, recoverable. Intersect disciple identity token, early unlock. Zhang He Elder Favorability 15. Li Xian gritted his teeth as he ascended the stage, the spirit locking rope in his hand emanating a sinister black mist. Lin Fan, last time, you shattered my leg. Today, I shall make you experience the torment of having your spiritual powers restrained. Lin Fan flexed his wrist, the breaking wind blade gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Oh, I eagerly anticipate seeing whether your rope is superior or my blade is more formidable. The arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the stage. On one side stood an experienced inner sect practitioner wielding the spirit-locking rope, while on the other stood an outer sect dark horse who had just established his foundation and shattered a mid-grade magical artifact. This clash was destined to be explosive. Chapter 7. The Counterattack of the Broken Rope. A victory. Once more Li Xian violently flicked his wrist, sending the sinister, black-tinged spirit-binding rope flying forth, akin to a venomous serpent, aiming directly for Lin Fan's ankle. This was a low-grade spiritual artifact bestowed by the Morong family, specifically designed to counteract the flow of spiritual energy. Previously, outside the mine, Li Xian had not had the opportunity to utilize it, but now, fueled by a fervent desire for vengeance, every strike was directed towards Lin Fan's vital points. As soon as the black mist grazed Lin Fan's pant leg, he felt a heavy sensation in his dantian. The foundational spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated had suddenly become as stagnant as a blocked water pipe. No amount of effort could mobilize it. The azure frost on the windbreaker blade dimmed significantly, and his strength to wield the blade diminished considerably. Ha! Now you understand the power of this artifact, do you? Li Xian cackled with a sinister grin, flicking his wrist once more as the spirit-binding rope split into 2, aiming to ensnare Lin Fan's wrists. This rope was specifically designed to deal with those in the foundation establishment stage. Today, he was determined to render Lin Fan utterly powerless. From the sidelines, Morong Yen seized the opportunity, stealthily producing a black pill and popping it into his mouth. This was an explosive chi pill, with the intention of catching Lin Fan off guard during the 3rd round, taking him out in a single blow while his spiritual energy remained in disarray. Wang Hao chimed in enthusiastically, "Brother Xian, show your strength. Tie him up like a dumpling and throw him out. Su Qingyue was in a state of panic, clutching the medicine basket tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She had long been aware of the ruthless nature of the spirit-binding rope. If Lin Fan's spiritual energy truly became immobilized, this match would be precarious indeed. Zhao Hu, more direct in his approach, rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. Had he not been held back by the miners, he would have rushed onto the stage to assist. What kind of skill is this underhanded tactic? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and attempted to retreat, hoping to evade with the ghostly shadow steps. But the spirit-binding rope seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. The black mist infiltrated his pants and began to seep into his meridians, causing his arms to tingle and rendering the windbreaker blade nearly impossible to grip. Ding! Detection of host's spiritual energy being restricted, triggering emergency skill. Spiritual pulse surge. Consumes half a concentration pill, allowing for a brief breakthrough of the energy confinement. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Notification: the concentration pill provided by Su Qingyue can be used directly. Would you like to activate it? It must be activated. Quickly, Lin Fan urged within, simultaneously retrieving a small jade vial and pouring a milky white concentration pill into his mouth. As he swallowed the pill, a refreshing sensation cascaded down his throat into his dantian, akin to a stick clearing a blocked pipe. Virum. The foundational spiritual energy erupted violently, shattering the black mist of the spirit-binding rope. Seizing this fleeting 10 seconds, Lin Fan positioned the windbreaker blade horizontally and struck at the approaching end of the rope with a powerful slash. The horizontal slash technique. This strike relied not on spiritual energy, but rather on the raw strength gained after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, combined with the sharpness of the windbreaker blade. A mid-grade artifact. With a resounding crack, the foremost black mist of the spirit-binding rope was cleaved apart, severing half an inch from its tip. Li Xian's expression froze in disbelief. This is impossible. How could this rope be severed? In a flurry of panic, he attempted to flick his wrist to retangle the remaining length, but without the support of the black mist, the spirit-binding rope was no different from ordinary twine, utterly incapable of restraining Lin Fan. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Fan swiftly leaped back 2 paces and retrieved a yellow talisman. This was an escape talisman bestowed upon him by Elder He, originally intended for a dire moment, but it was now perfectly suited for the occasion. He dipped his finger into the blood flowing from his bitten lip and swiftly inscribed a rudimentary, dispelling rune upon the talisman paper. Affixing it to the blade. Unleash your power. Ding. The escape talisman has temporarily transformed into a dispelling talisman, specifically designed to counteract in-attribute spiritual artifacts. Usable for 30 seconds. The wind-splitting blade gleamed with golden radiance, its blade adorned with a shimmering frost intertwined with golden patterns, exuding an imposing aura. Grasping the blade, Lin Fan charged forward, this time refusing to evade the binding ropes, and directly struck at the source of the dark energy emanating from the spirit-restraining rope. Li Xian, with your meager pay-to-win trinkets, today I shall dismantle you. Stay back. Li Xian, flustered, attempted to retract the rope and retreat hastily, but Lin Fan's movements far outpaced him. With a sweeping arc of golden blade energy, the dark essence on the spirit-restraining rope was incinerated, leaving the remaining strands to be severed by the blade's wind, falling to the stage while emitting wisps of white smoke. Bereft of his spiritual artifact's assistance, Li Xian instantly lost his confidence. He turned to flee off the stage, but Lin Fan had already circled behind him, striking him forcefully with the back of the blade against his lower back. Last time I broke your leg. This time, you shall experience the sensation of flight. Bang! Li Xian was sent hurtling like a crumpled sack towards the edge of the arena, teetering on the brink of falling out when he abruptly produced a poisoned needle from his sleeve, aiming it at Lin Fan's back. This was his hidden stratagem, a desperate ploy to secure a scapegoat in his final moments. Watch out! Su Qingyue shrieked from below the stage. Lin Fan's ears perked up, and utilizing the agility of the horizontal movement technique, he deftly evaded, the poisoned needle embedding itself with a thud into the white jade platform, releasing a plume of green smoke. His gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Li Xian, resorting to underhanded tactics even when on the verge of losing. Do you believe the law enforcement hall is comprised of fools? No sooner had he uttered these words than a law enforcement elder cloaked in black raised a hand, unleashing a beam of white light that immobilized Li Xian in place. A cold voice emanated from beneath the robe. Poisonous devices are prohibited in the arena. Li Xian has violated the rules and is declared the loser. Impossible. I haven't lost. He cheated. Li Xian shouted vehemently while struggling, but the white light constricted tighter, ultimately being escorted away by 2 law enforcement disciples. As he passed by Murong, he shot him a fierce glare, blaming him for inciting his underhanded tactics that led to such a disastrous downfall. Ding. Task completed. Vanquish formidable foes. Rewards received. Fragments of the spirit restraining rope, reparable. Intersect disciple identity token, unlocked. Elder Zhang He's favorability increased by 15, now 30. Notice, the fragments of the spirit restraining rope can be fused with the wind-splitting blade, unlocking the binding spirit blade effect. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Let us save it for later. I'll decide after this match. Lin Fan mentally replied, glancing down at the intersect token that had suddenly manifested in his hand. Crafted from azure jade, the token bore the inscription Intersect of Qing Yuan and emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy. Upon acquiring it, the gazes of the surrounding intersect disciples toward him shifted dramatically. The referee, Li Song, cleared his throat, his gaze now tinged with apprehension. In the second match, Lin Fan emerges victorious. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? The audience fell silent, the inner disciples exchanging glances, each hesitant to step forward. Neither Wang Hao's Xian Tai shield nor Li Xian's locking spirit rope had managed to best Lin Fan, who would dare to take on such a formidable opponent. Murmuring with frustration, Murong Yin crushed the vial of explosive energy pills in his hand, gritting his teeth as he ascended the stage. I shall take on Lin Fan in the third match. As he stepped onto the platform, an unusual red aura enveloped him. The explosive energy pills were taking effect, catapulting his cultivation from the 8th to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement, blood vessels prominent in his eyes. This was a desperate gambit. Once the effects wore off, he would need at least half a month to recuperate, but revenge consumed his thoughts, leaving him indifferent to the consequences. Lin Fan, you destroyed my mind, seized my foundation-building pills, and humiliated me before everyone. Murong Yan's voice trembled as he clutched a crimson jade talisman tightly. This was the Murong family's life-saving charm, capable of unleashing a peak qi refinement technique, the red flame devastation. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Ding. Main quest triggered. End the wheel battle. Defeat the explosive energy-fueled Murong Yan without using the escape talisman. Save it as a trump card. Quest rewards. Mid-foundation building cultivation. Binding spirit blade fusion blueprint. Coordinates of the Murong family's core mining vein. Quest failure. Loss of intersect status. Destruction of locking spirit rope fragments. Lin Fan tucked away his intersect token and gripped the breaking wind blade anew. The frightening red energy from the explosive pills was imposing. Yet he sensed that Murong Yan's spiritual power was tenuous, akin to an inflated balloon, ready to burst at the slightest poke. Murong, your use of drugs to cheat is rather unwise, don't you think? Lin Fan teased deliberately, slowly retreating to draw Murong Yan towards the center of the arena, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. With all his resources laid bare, was this truly all he had? Enough of your prattle. With bloodshot eyes, Murong Yin charged forward, shattering the jade talisman in his hand. A massive fire erupted with a deafening explosion, tenfold more ferocious than the fire serpents encountered outside the mine. Red flame devastation. Perish. The flames, enveloped in waves of heat, surged towards Lin Fan, scorching the surrounding spiritual gathering array and prompting the audience to scramble for safety. Su Qingyue, distraught, reached for a heart-calming pill to toss to Lin Fan, but was halted by the elder of the pill hall, Lu Rian. Do not fret. This lad surely has a plan. Lu Rian focused on the half-concealed spirit-consolidating pill at Lin Fan's waist. Knowing that remnants of the breaking evil effect still lingered within the breaking wind blade, the elder of the law enforcement hall leaned forward, evidently intrigued by the prospect of a contest where the weaker contender might triumph. As the inferno bore down upon him, Lin Fan suddenly smiled. He retrieved the remaining half of the spirit-consolidating pill and consumed it, simultaneously channeling all his foundational spiritual energy into the breaking wind blade. Instead of taking the brunt of the attack head-on, he swept the blade along the ground. Azure Scale Armor Technique. Earth Vein Spirit Summoning. With a swift motion, The blade glided across the white jade platform, drawing the spiritual energy from the gathering array upwards, forming a faint azure barrier of spiritual energy before him. The fierce blaze collided, producing a hissing sound as white smoke billowed forth, effectively obstructing much of the fire's fury. Murong Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? The spiritual energy of the spirit gathering array cannot possibly heed your command. There is much you remain unaware of. Lin Fan, using the protective barrier of spiritual energy, maneuvered behind Murong Yan and struck the back of his neck forcefully with the spine of his blade. Having consumed an explosive energy pill, Murong Yan's defenses were at their most vulnerable. This blow rendered him momentarily dazed, causing a significant portion of his crimson aura to dissipate. But that was not the end. Lin Fan pressed on, seizing Murong Yan by the collar and, akin to how he had thrown Wang Hao and Li Xian, hurled him with great force beyond the edge of the arena. Get out! With a resounding thud, Murong Yan crashed heavily onto the ground below. The effects of the explosive energy pill turned against him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. The inner disciples surrounding the arena were left in stunned silence. After 3 consecutive matches where he had been overwhelmingly dominant, this Lin Fan from the outer sect was undoubtedly a cunning character, masquerading as a pig while devouring the tiger. Ding! Challenge concluded. Task completed. Rewards received. Host promoted to mid-stage foundation establishment. Binding Spirit Blade Fusion Blueprint unlocked. Coordinates of the Murong family's core mind securely stored. A warm current surged through Lin Fan's body, making him feel as though new life had been infused into his dantian, alleviating the discomfort previously imposed by the spirit binding rope. The Windbreaker blade felt significantly lighter in his grasp, with a faint black aura of binding spirit still lingering upon its blade, a remnant of the shattered spirit binding rope, awaiting future integration. Judge Li Song stood in a daze for a considerable time before announcing loudly, 3 consecutive victories. Lin Fan officially becomes an inner disciple. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Outer disciples and minors rushed onto the stage, lifting Lin Fan high and tossing him joyously. Brother Lin is incredible. An intersect powerhouse. Su Qingyue stood at the edge of the crowd, smiling as she wiped her eyes. She had genuinely feared for Lin Fan's safety moments prior. Elder Zhang He appeared at the edge of the arena, tossing Lin Fan a black storage bag. Inside, you will find the uniform for inner disciples, along with a list of intersect resources. Report to the intersect hall tomorrow. The storage bag also contained a note stating, there are issues with the Murong family's core mine. Be cautious. It was evident that there was concern for his safety should he recklessly venture into the mines. Lin Fan accepted the storage bag and bowed respectfully to Elder Zhang He. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. The elder from the law enforcement hall approached, his tone considerably softer than before. The law enforcement hall is in need of a disciplinary steward. If you are interested, you may come by tomorrow to discuss. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. The position of disciplinary steward was highly coveted among inner disciples, and yet, he had extended an invitation to Lin Fan. Lu Rian smiled at Su Qingyue and remarked, your friend, it seems, will soon be striding with confidence within the Qingyun sect. Su Qingyue blushed, but remained silent, her gaze fixated on Lin Fan, now surrounded by admirers. She understood that from this day forward, this audacious individual was no longer the small-time bandit who had once sought to seize her ice lotus in the outer sect, but rather a formidable force capable of establishing his position within the inner sect of Qingyun. That evening, the outer sect's headquarters, the Rampant Pavilion, hosted a celebratory feast. Zhao Hu and the miners had procured a spiritual chicken and prepared a pot of spiritual rice, toasting endlessly to Lin Fan in their jubilant revelry. My dear friend, you are destined to become a prominent figure in the inner circle. Do not forget about us. Old Zhou, the miner, raised his earthen bowl, his eyes filled with reluctance. Lin Fan took the bowl, drank heartily, and patted his chest with assurance. Fear not. The inner sect is replete with resources, and I shall bring you all along to earn spirit stones and establish the dominance pavilion within the inner circle. The crowd erupted in cheers, their cups clinking melodiously. Observing the lively scene before him, Lin Fan suddenly felt that the world of cultivation was not as stark and frigid as it seemed. There were brothers to share a drink with, friends who cared for him, and a multitude of new challenges awaiting him in the inner sect. He pulled out the fusion blueprint of the spirit-binding blade and, emboldened by the wine, laughed aloud. The core mine of the Morone clan. The position of steward in the law enforcement hall, the abundant resources of the inner sect. It is time for me, Lin Fan, to carve my path within the Qingyan sect. The moonlight illuminated the protective shield of the base, reflecting the joyous laughter that filled the air. The tale of Lin Fan in the inner sect was merely at its inception. Chapter 8. Reporting to the inner sect and the first enforcement of discipline as dawn broke. Lin Fan donned the azure robe of an inner sect disciple. The fabric felt remarkably softer than the coarse garments of the outer sect. With a subtle pattern of azure clouds embroidered at the collar, gliding smoothly as if oiled. He affixed the inner sect token to his waist and slung the windbreaker blade across his back. Just as he stepped out of the Hengxing pavilion, he spotted Zhao Hu squatting at the entrance with several miners, cradling a cloth bag in his arms. "Boss, this is the spiritual herb we collected overnight. Take it to exchange for spirit stones in the inner sect. Don't let anyone look down on you." Zhao Hu's eyes were red-rimmed as he forcefully thrust the bag into Lin Fan's hands. "If anyone dares to bully you, just give a shout. We brothers will risk our lives to back you up." A warmth surged in Lin Fan's heart, and he pushed the bag back. "Fool. No one in the inner sect would dare take advantage of me. Keep the herbs. I've already spoken with Elder Zhang He about it. From now on, the outer sect will receive an additional 30% from the spiritual veins, so you won't have to sneak around anymore." Upon hearing this, the miner's eyes glistened with tears. Previously, the spiritual veins had been monopolized by the inner sect, forcing them to hide while gathering even a single herb. Now, with Lin Fan's entrance into the inner sect, they were suddenly granted such a boon, a favor heavier than mountains. "Boss, you are like a reborn father to us," Old Zhou exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion and wiping his tears. Lin Fan chuckled and patted his shoulder. "All right, I must report to the inner sect hall. I'll come to see you later." The journey from the outer to the inner sect was long, with dense spiritual energy swirling like mist along the roadside. Pavilions and towers were constructed from white jade, and even the stone lanterns were embedded with low-grade spirit stones. As he passed the gathering spirit array, Lin Fan noticed several inner sect disciples sprawled within, sound asleep, as spiritual energy flowed into them like tap water. If this were in the outer sect, they would have been besieged in an instant. My goodness, this is the stark contrast between a premium zone and a slum, Lin Fan mused. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the inner sect hall, he was intercepted by a figure clad in a purple robe. This individual, adorned with a steward's token, regarded Lin Fan with a dismissive gaze, akin to that of a peasant. "Halt! How dare an outer sect disciple venture into the inner sect hall?" "Scram!" Lin Fan pointed to the token at his waist. "If your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should invest in a pair of spirit crystal glasses. I am a newly promoted inner sect disciple here to report." "Newly promoted?" The purple-robed disciple scrutinized him, suddenly letting out a derisive laugh. "I bet you snuck in through the back door. A country bumpkin from the outer sect. And you dare to wear the inner sect's attire?" With that, he reached out to strip Lin Fan of his robe. "Quickly take it off before you soil it." Lin Fan's expression darkened, and he swiftly seized the disciple's wrist. "You wish to make a move? Perhaps you should consider your own weight." With a slight exertion, a sharp crack echoed as the purple-robed disciple winced in agony. "How dare you lay a hand on me? I am Wang Lei, a direct disciple of Elder Wang." Wang Lei gasped, his face paling, yet he persisted. "My brother Wang Hao was injured by you, and I will not let you remain in the inner sect today." A crowd of inner sect disciples gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. "Is this the outer sect kid who won 3 consecutive promotion matches? His audacity is astounding. Daring to provoke the Wang family. The Wang family wields immense influence in the sect. He is in for a rough time now." Lin Fan entirely disregarded the idle chatter, forcefully pinning Wang Lei against the wall. "Your brother lacks skill and, having lost the competition, remains unrepentant. Should you seek vengeance, I am readily available. Cease your futile prattle." He gestured towards the plaque of the inner hall. "I am here for my official duties today, without time for your petty disputes. If you obstruct me further, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Wang Lei, intimidated by Lin Fan's imposing demeanor, could only watch helplessly as he entered the inner hall. Upon stepping inside, he spotted Elder Zhang He seated at a table, sifting through scrolls. "You've arrived rather early," Zhang He remarked without lifting his head, pushing a scroll towards Lin Fan. This is the resource allocation chart for inner disciples. As a newly promoted member, you are entitled to 10 low-grade spirit stones and 2 first-tier spirit herbs each month. Should you ascend to the position of enforcer in the law enforcement hall, you would receive an additional 5 spirit stones and a second-tier cultivation method. Lin Fan opened the document and was astonished. The disparity in treatment among inner disciples is staggering. He reflected on the privileges of aristocratic youths like Wang Lei, who received 30 spirit stones monthly and monopolized the spirit gathering array, while those promoted from the outer sect were left with only minimal resources. Isn't this allocation grossly unfair? Lin Fan frowned. Zhang He sighed. The influence of aristocratic families within the sect runs deep, and they have long monopolized resources. Your appointment as an enforcer is a chance to rectify this, but proceed with caution. They may seek to undermine you. Ding. Main quest activated. Uphold the law, rectify the resource chaos within the inner sect, and correct the misconduct of aristocratic disciples for the first time. Reward. Second-tier cultivation method Gale Step, exclusive token of the law enforcement hall, enables the mobilization of enforcement disciples, and basic authority over inner spirit vein allocation. Failure. Dismissal from the position of enforcer. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This task seemed tailor-made for him. He grasped the black token of the law enforcement hall. Inscribed with the word law, its cold surface exuding an aura of intimidation. Elder Xia, rest assured, this matter is in my hands. With the token secured, Lin Fan made his way outside, recalling that he had seen several aristocratic disciples lounging in the spirit gathering array, an ideal opportunity to take action against them. Upon arriving at the spirit gathering array, he found Wang Lei and 2 other disciples from the Wang family blocking the entrance, brandishing whips. Lin Fan, do you dare to strike me? Today, you shall learn the might of the Wang family. Lin Fan responded with a cold smile, brandishing the law enforcement token. I am now the enforcer of the law enforcement hall, tasked with maintaining discipline within the inner sect. You occupy the spirit gathering array and attempt to engage in violence, thus violating sect regulations. Accompany me to the law enforcement hall. Wang Lei's expression shifted dramatically, yet he attempted to maintain bravado. Don't think you can intimidate us with that token. This spirit gathering array is meant for the aristocratic disciples. Outsiders have no authority here. With that, he swung his whip towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan deftly sidestepped and seized the whip, pulling it forcefully, causing Wang Lei to tumble ignominiously. The 2 Wang family disciples attempted to intervene, but were swiftly dispatched to the ground by Lin Fan's kicks. Do you dare to resist? Do you still have any regard for sect rules? Surrounding inner disciples stood in shock. This new enforcer was astonishingly audacious, daring to confront members of the Wang family merely upon assuming his position. Some discreetly retrieved communication talismans to report the incident to the elders of the Wang family. Lin Fan dragged Wang Lei towards the law enforcement hall. Not long after, an irate old man with a white beard stormed towards them, clutching a jade rui. Release my grandson. You, a mere outer sect brat, dare to touch my Wang family? The man was Wang Kuan, the 3rd elder of the Wang family. Boasting a peak cultivation of the 9th layer of qi refinement, a figure of considerable standing within the sect. Upon seeing his grandfather, Wang Lei immediately burst into tears. 3rd grandpa. He bullied me. He even threatened me with a token. Wang Kuan glared at Lin Fan, his eyes blazing with fury. You brat. Let my grandson go at once, and bow 3 times to apologize, and we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, you will regret it. Lin Fan released his grip and produced the law enforcement hall token. Elder Wang, your grandson monopolized the spirit gathering array and assaulted someone, violating the sect's regulations. I am merely acting in accordance with the rules. If you wish to protect him, then accompany me to the law enforcement hall and let the elders adjudicate. Wang Kuan was taken aback by Lin Fan's audacity, his beard bristling with indignation. Very well. I shall see how the law enforcement elder will protect you. Upon arriving at the law enforcement hall, the elder in a black robe was already seated. Just as Wang Kuan was about to voice his grievances, he was interrupted. I am already aware of the situation. The spirit gathering array is a communal resource of the sect, and no one may monopolize it. Wang Lei has violated the rules. He shall face 3 days of solitary reflection and forfeit a month's resources. Elder Wang, if you continue to shield him, do not expect me to be courteous. Wang Kuan's face turned crimson, but he dared not retort. The authority of the law enforcement elder was formidable, commanding respect even from the sect leader. He shot Lin Fan a fierce glare before leading Wang Lei away in disgrace. Ding. Task of enforcing the rules completed. Rewards have been credited. Gale Step unlocked. Law Enforcement Hall token upgraded, capable of summoning 10 enforcement disciples, and the right to allocate intersect spiritual veins, beginner level, activated. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. Having established his authority right from the start, who would dare to underestimate him now? The law enforcement elder nodded in approval. Well done. The intersect has many families like the Wang family. Dealings with them will be frequent. Remember, as long as you act according to the rules, I will certainly support you. Thank you, Elder Xie. As Lin Fan exited the law enforcement hall, he spotted Su Qingyue waiting at the entrance with a medicinal basket. I heard you just dealt with the Wang family. Are you unhurt? She handed him a small jade vial containing a protective elixir. Take this if you get into a scuffle. Lin Fan accepted the vial, warmth spreading through him. Don't worry. Those Wang family rascals couldn't possibly harm me. By the way, I want to fuse the breaking wind blade and the spirit binding rope fragments into a spirit binding blade. You understand alchemy. Can you help me determine what materials I need? Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled. The spirit binding blade? That is a divine artifact capable of suppressing spiritual power. To fuse them, you'll need spirit fusion grass and cold iron sand. I just happen to have some at my alchemy hall. Let me take you to retrieve it. As they made their way to the alchemy hall, Su Qingyue lowered her voice. The Wang family will certainly not let this matter rest. Be cautious moving forward. If you encounter any trouble, come to the alchemy hall to find me. My master, Elder Lu Ruyan, has a good relationship with the law enforcement elder and can speak on your behalf. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you, Fairy Su. Once I have forged the binding spirit blade, I shall take you to explore the core mines of the Morong family. I have heard that there are numerous rare spirit herbs there, which can aid you in concocting superior elixirs. Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, All right, but you must promise me to exercise caution. Elder Zhang he has warned that the mines are rather suspicious. Upon reaching the alchemist's hall, Su Qingyue swiftly located the fusion spirit grass and cold iron sand. Lin Fan produced the breaking wind blade and fragments of the spirit binding rope, placing the materials into the alchemical furnace according to the fusion diagram. Su Qingyue assisted by regulating the fire and occasionally handing him auxiliary elixirs. Ding! Side quest triggered. Fusion of the binding spirit blade. Successfully fused the weapon. Reward. Binding spirit blade. Medium-grade spirit artifact. Spirit power confinement passive skill. 30 chance to confine the enemy's spirit power for 3 seconds upon attack. Affection from Su Qingyue 20. Current. 55. As the furnace radiated a brilliant glow, the breaking wind blade and fragments of the spirit binding rope gradually merged into one. The blade transformed into a deep bluish-black hue, with faint black mist swirling around the edge, exuding an aura of ferocity. It's done, Lin Fan exclaimed, lifting the binding spirit blade, instantly feeling a surge of power. With a casual swing, the blade unleashed a gust of wind imbued with suppressive spirit energy, immobilizing the nearby spirit herbs. Su Qingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. This blade surpasses ordinary medium-grade spirit artifacts by leaps and bounds. Even if you encounter someone of higher cultivation, you will still possess the strength to contend. Lin Fan secured the blade and smiled at Su Qingyue. I owe you a great deal for your assistance. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Just as they exited the alchemist's hall, Zhao Hu rushed over in a flurry. Boss. Terrible news. The outer gate's spirit vein has been severed by the inner gate, and our brothers are left with no spirit energy to cultivate. Lin Fan's expression darkened. It must be the Wang family's doing. He tightened his grip on the binding spirit blade. Let us go. We must return to the outer gate and see who dares to sever our spirit vein. Su Qingyue followed suit. I will accompany you. If you get injured, I can heal you. The trio hastened towards the outer gate, and Lin Fan's mind was already set. This time, not only would he restore the spirit vein, but he would also ensure that those families monopolizing resources understood that he, Lin Fan, was fiercely protective of his own. Whoever dared to harm his people would face dire consequences. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan's silhouette grew ever more resolute. Though the depths of the inner gate were treacherous, he was unafraid, be it the secrets of the Morong family's minds or the conspiracies of the noble clans. He was determined to see what could possibly impede his unrestrained advance. Chapter 9. The Spirit Vein Protects Its Own. Once again striking at the Wang family, the entrance to the outer gate's spirit vein was completely sealed off. The once bubbling spring, which used to exude spirit energy, now resembled a blocked faucet, releasing only a few errant droplets of energy. The miners brought by Zhao, who squatted nearby, sighing heavily, their hands clutching wilted spirit herbs. The faces of the outer disciples were darker than the bottom of a pot. How could they cultivate without spirit energy? Even their livelihoods of exchanging spirit herbs for meal tickets were on the brink of collapse. My dear brother, how I have longed for your arrival. Old Zhou, with keen eyes, spotted Lin Fan and dashed over as if he had found a lifeline. He pointed frantically at the two disciples in black by the spirit vein entrance, exclaiming, "It's these two rascals. Over half an hour ago, they flaunted the Wang family's token and declared that the spirit vein was to be reclaimed by the inner sect, and just like that, they blocked the spring." The two black-clad disciples leaned against the stone tablet, arms crossed, exuding an air of condescension, the one sporting a goatee. Upon seeing Lin Fan in the inner sect's brocade robe, not only showed no fear but bellowed with laughter. An outer sect bumpkin thinks to summon reinforcements? Hear this. This spirit vein now belongs to the Wang family. If you wish to use the spirit energy, you must first bow thrice to our elder. Lin Fan immediately erupted with fury. Having just dealt with Wang Lei, was the Wang family attempting to stir up trouble at the outer sect yet again? Did they truly consider his words mere whispers in the wind? Gripping the spirit-binding blade at his back, a chilling aura radiated from his fingertips. Wang family members, who granted you the audacity to sever the outer sect's spirit vein? The goateed man straightened his posture and stepped forward, shaking the duty token at his waist. Open your eyes and see. I am Wang Fu, an outer sect steward of the Wang family, carrying out the orders of the third elder. Who do you think you are to meddle in the Wang family's affairs? With that, he raised his hand, intending to shove Lin Fan aside. Know your place and scram. Bang! Lin Fan did not flinch. Instead, he seized Wang Fu's wrist, exerting just enough pressure to contort Wang Fu's face in agony, cold sweat trickling down his goatee. To sever the spirit vein, bully the outer disciples, and even dare to lay hands on him? Lin Fan's gaze was as frigid as an icicle. Today, he would make it clear that the outer sect's spirit vein was not something they could sever at will. The other black-clad disciple, witnessing his companion being subdued, swiftly drew a dagger and lunged at Lin Fan's back. Release, Steward Wang. Su Qingyue reacted swiftly, producing a clear heart pill and smashing it to the ground. The pill exploded, releasing a cloud of white mist that not only intercepted the dagger, but also allowed the surrounding disciples to inhale some spirit energy. Playing tricks, are we? Lin Fan did not even glance back. Instead, he drew the spirit-binding blade from his side. As the blade emerged, an icy chill penetrated to the very bones of those nearby. The black-clad disciple, just as he raised his weapon, felt his hand go numb. The dagger clattered to the ground as the spirit-binding blade's power activated. What kind of blade is this? The black-clad disciple's face turned pale as he retreated 2 steps, too frightened to retrieve his fallen dagger. Wang Fu was also flustered, glancing at the blade in trepidation, shouting, "I am a steward of the Wang family. Dare to harm me, and the third elder will not spare you." The third elder of the Wang family? Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, inching the blade closer. If he dares to come, I shall deal with him as well. With that, he struck the back of Wang Fu's knee with the flat of the blade, producing a sharp crack. Wang Fu collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Open the spring. With a resounding roar, Lin Fan startled the 2 disciples clad in black, causing their legs to weaken and them to hastily scurry away, moving the black stones that had obstructed the spring. A resonant hum echoed as the spiritual vein began to emit a verdant glow once more, and the wilting spiritual herbs promptly straightened, eliciting jubilant cheers from the outer disciples. Ding! Side quest activated. Restore the outer spiritual vein and intimidate the Wang family. Reward: spiritual vein nurturing liquid, which can elevate the grade of the outer spiritual vein. 30 loyalty points for outer disciples, and a core distribution map of the Wang family's spiritual veins, with noted weaknesses: failure, permanent damage to the outer spiritual vein, loss of outer disciples. Just as Lin Fan sheathed his blade, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from afar. Raising his gaze, he spotted Wang Kuan, flanked by a dozen Wang family disciples, advancing menacingly, clutching a jade scepter and bellowing, "Lin Fan, how dare you harm members of my Wang family?" Today, I shall ensure your downfall. The Wang family disciples swiftly encircled Lin Fan and his companions, their weapons glinting with spiritual energy. Zhao Hu, accompanied by the miners, brandished their picks defiantly. You wish to harm Brother Lin? You must first get through us. Just a bunch of outer wastrels? Wang Kuan sneered, raising the jade scepter to unleash a powerful attack. In the nick of time, a dark figure dashed into the fray. The elder of the law enforcement hall had arrived. The elder slammed his enforcement staff onto the ground with a thud, instantly suppressing the spiritual energy of the Wang family disciples. Wang Kuan, do you have no regard for the sect's regulations by assembling a crowd in broad daylight? The elder's reprimand sent a tremor through Wang Kuan, causing him to nearly drop the jade scepter. Elder, he was the one who attacked our Wang family first. Wang Kuan attempted to defend himself. However, the elder offered no opportunity for rebuttal. The spiritual vein is a shared resource of the sect. The Wang family's unilateral occupation is already a violation. Lin Fan, as an enforcer of the law enforcement hall, acted in accordance with the rules, wherein lies his fault. Casting a cold glare at the Wang family disciples, the elder delivered a final warning. Should you dare to cause further disturbances, the law enforcement hall shall not show leniency. Wang Kuan's expression fluctuated between green and pale. He dared not utter a word and shot Lin Fan a venomous glare before retreating with his followers. Thank you for your assistance, Elder. Lin Fan hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. The elder handed him a green jade vial. This is a spiritual vein stabilization pill, which will ensure the outer spiritual vein stability. Remember, protecting the outer sect is akin to safeguarding the foundation of the sect. With that, he vanished into the crowd. Su Qingwei approached, helping Lin Fan wipe the dust from his blade. You were incredibly impressive today. Even the third elder of the Wang family was frightened away by you. Lin Fan chuckled, producing the spiritual vein nurturing liquid. This item can upgrade the spiritual vein. Can you figure out how to use it? Su Qingwei took the vial, inhaling its fragrance, her eyes sparkling. Goodness, this is a treasure. If we pour it into the spring, alongside the stabilization pill, the outer spiritual vein could at least be elevated by 1 grade, making the spiritual energy comparable to that of a regular inner sect vein. Without hesitation, the two set to work, pouring the nurturing liquid and stabilization pill into the spring. The spiritual vein erupted with a burst of azure light, and the spiritual energy thickened to a jelly-like consistency. The surrounding disciples quickly settled into meditative postures to cultivate. Old Zhou, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Brother Lin, from this day forth, our outer sect will no longer have to bow to the inner sect. Lin Fan gazed at the bustling scene and suddenly slapped his thigh. Brothers, listen well. From today onwards, the outer gate spiritual veins are open for all to use. Anyone willing to gather spiritual herbs and protect the spiritual veins can cultivate here for free. We shall establish the Hengxing Pavilion outer gate branch. From now on, we shall stand united, and no one shall dare to bully us. Good. The disciples shouted in unison, lining up to register. Zhao Hu was elected as the branch leader, clutching the spirit stones given by Lin Fan, grinning from ear to ear. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I will manage the outer gate with utmost clarity. By the time they finished dealing with the outer gate matters, the night had fully descended. Su Qingwei was heading back to the alchemy hall, and Lin Fan accompanied her to the entrance. Before parting, Su Qingwei suddenly produced a map. This is a mining map of the Murong family given by my master, marked with several dangerous areas. You must exercise caution when exploring. Lin Fan accepted the map, feeling warmth in his heart. Thank you, Fairy Su. When I return, I will bring you some rare spiritual herbs. Su Qingwei blushed, nodded, and hurried away. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Fan spread out the Wang family's spiritual vein map alongside the Murong family's mining map, discovering that the edges of both maps aligned perfectly. It seemed that the spiritual veins of the Wang and Murong families connected to the same underground mine. Could this be what Elder Zhang he meant by the mine has issues? Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan suddenly recalled the hidden passage he had noticed when raiding the Murong family's mine. Clenching the binding spirit blade, he steeled his resolve, regardless of the secrets. I shall uncover everything with a single visit. Early the next morning, Lin Fan requested leave from the law enforcement hall and the inner gate hall, setting out with the mining coordinates in hand. As he exited the gates of Qingyun's sect, he sensed someone trailing behind him, pretending to veer off into the woods. He suddenly turned around. Who is there? Show yourself. A young boy in black emerged from behind a tree, clutching a compass. It was the son of the miner he had rescued earlier. Brother Lin, I want to go with you. Little Shirtu gripped the compass tightly, his gaze resolute. My father said you are a good person. I can read the feng shui of the mining veins and help you find precious ores. Lin Fan looked at little Shirtu, recalling his own childhood, and couldn't help but smile, ruffling the boy's hair. All right, stay close and don't wander off. Thus, with a young boy and a bundle of tools, holding the compass, they strode towards the core mining veins of the Murong family. Little did they know, this journey would not only unveil the secrets of the Wang and Murong families, but also entangle Lin Fan in far greater troubles. Chapter 10. Secrets of the Ore Vein. Unveiling the conspiracy. The core or vein of the Murong family lies deep within the Black Wind Mountain, and even from a distance, a nauseating stench permeates the air. A greenish miasma envelopes the valley so tightly that not a ray of sunlight can penetrate. Little Stone, holding a compass, observed the needles spinning erratically. The bronze plate was so hot it could fry an egg. Lingu, there's an illusion array outside the ore vein. Take one wrong step and you'll fall into the miasma, leaving nothing but bones behind. Lin Fan retrieved the map given by Su Qinghua, his finger tracing the red line marking the miasma zone. Elder Lu Ruyan had even scribbled a note in small characters beside it. The miasma fears fire. Alchemical flames can drive it away. He took out a fire-attributed spiritual crystal and infused it with spiritual energy. The crystal hummed and ignited, its flame resembling a small sun, causing the surrounding miasma to retreat with a hissing sound, revealing a narrow path barely wide enough for a single person. Let us go. Stay close to me. Lin Fan shielded Little Stone behind him and stepped cautiously over the rubble. The deeper they ventured, the denser the spiritual energy became, yet something felt amiss. The spiritual energy of a normal or vein is refreshing, but here, it exuded a sinister aura that chilled to the bone upon contact with clothing. Suddenly, Little Stone came to a halt, the compass needle sharply pointing towards the left wall. Lingu, there's a hidden passage here. The spiritual energy is leaking out from this spot. Lin Fan leaned closer, parting the vines that clung to the wall, revealing a half-human-sized opening, dark and bottomless, from which faint voices could be heard. Stay behind me and be cautious. He pulled Little Stone behind him, gripping the binding spirit blade tightly as he ventured into the cave. The passage was so narrow that they had to sidle through, black water seeping down the stone walls and sizzling upon hitting the ground. After what felt like an eternity, the passage suddenly widened, and before them lay a cavernous space capable of accommodating dozens of people. In the center of the hall, a small mountain of ore gleamed with a purplish light, top-grade material for refining foundational elixirs, the purple crystal ore. Even more astonishingly, the hall was divided into two factions. One side consisted of disciples clad in the Murong family's fineries, while the other was comprised of members of the Wang family. Leading them was Wang Kuan, alongside Murong Kue, in charge of the ore veins. Murong Kue, rubbing his hands greedily, declared, Elder Wang, we must keep this batch of purple crystal, or well hidden. If the sect discovers our embezzlement, we'll both be in serious trouble. Once we've amassed enough, we can trade with the demonic path for transforming god elixirs, and then the entire Qingyun sect will bow to us. Wang Kuan sneered, kicking a nearby miner. Shut your mouth. Dare to let slip a single word, and you'll be fed to the miasma. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan noticed the miner's hands were bound, and his mouth stuffed with cloth, tears welling in his eyes. This was the very old miner who had escaped from the Murong family's mine. Lin Fan's heart sank. These two old rogues were audacious enough to embezzle the ore vein, collude with the demonic path, and abuse the miners. Little Stone clutched his sleeve, his voice trembling. Lingu, are they really going to deal with the demonic path? Fear not, for I am here. As Lin Fan was about to rush out, he heard Murong Kue shout, Who is there? Oh no. The entrance was illuminated by the light of the fire spirit crystal, and they had been exposed. Wang Kuan turned and spotted Lin Fan, his eyes turning red with rage. You little rascal. You've ruined my Wang family's plans. I shall see to it that you meet your end today. Beep. Main quest triggered. Uncover the conspiracy of the mine. Defeat Wang Kuan and Murong Kue. Rescue the captured miners. And find evidence of the two families' collusion with the demonic path. Quest rewards. 50 purple crystals, fragment of spirit transformation pill formula, Breakthrough card for late foundation establishment. Quest failure. The mine collapses and all evidence is lost. Want to kill me? You'd better think twice about your own strength. Lin Fan pushed a small stone behind the stone pillar and instructed, "Stay here and don't move." He then drew the binding spirit blade, its blade glowing with an intense azure light. You've plundered the mine and colluded with the demonic path. Today, you shall learn the consequences. Murong Kue raised his hand and flung a yellow talisman, and with a loud bang, black flames erupted, far fiercer than Murong Yan's crimson fire talisman. You brat. This is the bone corrosive fire talisman. Just a touch and you'll turn to ash. The black flames, enveloped in miasma, surged forward, warping the very air around them. Unfazed, Lin Fan infused spiritual energy into the binding spirit blade. Frostbreak flame. The blade instantly became coated in a layer of white frost, slicing through the black flames. His previous experience slicing through the crimson flame remained fresh in his mind. No matter how fierce the black fire, it feared extreme cold. With a sharp sound, the black fire was cleaved apart, the white frost winding around Murong Kue's wrist, causing him to howl in pain as the talisman fell to the ground with a thud. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Kuan raised his jade rui. A beam of golden light aimed straight at Lin Fan's heart. Experience my Wang family shattering spirit technique. This move could shatter the spiritual energy shield and would destroy the Dantian if struck. Lin Fan executed the swift wind step, his figure darting away like lightning. Encountered with a swift slash, spirit binding. To his surprise, the passive ability of the binding spirit blade activated, freezing Wang Kuan's hand midair as he held the jade rui, the golden light abruptly halting. What is happening? My spiritual energy. Wang Kuan's face was filled with terror, and before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Fan had circled behind him. He struck the back of Wang Kuan's neck with the blade's spine. Did you not foresee this day when you plundered the mine? With a resounding thud, Wang Kuan collapsed, his eyes wide open in disbelief, likely never imagining he would be subdued by someone in the mid-foundation establishment stage. The disciples of the Murong family, wielding mining picks, charged forward, but Lin Fan swiftly took them down one by one. Without a leader, they were nothing more than a disorganized mob. Seeing his comrades all fallen, Murong Kue turned to flee down a dark passage, only to be struck in the knee by a compass thrown by the small stone. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Lin Fan quickly closed the distance, placing the binding spirit blade against his neck. Confess, where is the location of your dealings with the demonic path? How many miners have you captured? Murong Kue trembled in fear, his speech faltering. At the dilapidated temple behind Blackwind Mountain. Transactions occur on the 15th of every month. There are 10 miners, locked deep within the mine. Lin Fan remained vigilant, searching through Murong Kue's clothing until he produced a black token, engraved with a skull, the unmistakable mark of the Blood Soul Hall of the demonic path. Is this the evidence of your collusion with the demonic path? Murong Kue nodded fervently, as if he were pounding garlic, not daring to exhale. Ding. Task progress 80. Rescue the captured miners to complete the mission. Lin Fan bound Wang Kuan and Murong Kue tightly, resembling Zongzi, and then untied the old miner's ropes. Uncle, where are the other miners imprisoned? The old miner, wiping away his tears, pointed towards the right passage. They are inside the stone prison. Afflicted with spirit lock powder, we can't use our spiritual powers. Lin Fan, accompanied by Little Stone, ventured deeper, discovering 10 miners locked within the stone prison, each emaciated and terrified, shrinking back at the sight of newcomers. Do not be afraid. I am from the Qingyun Sect's Law Enforcement Hall, here to rescue you. Lin Fan produced a spirit crystal, channeling his energy, and with a resounding crack, the iron chains binding the prison door snapped open. The miners, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. A young miner grasped Lin Fan's hand tightly. Thank you, Immortal. If we had been delayed even a few more days, we would have been fed to the miasma. Little Stone offered a water pouch. Quick, drink some water, we will escape together. Just as they spoke, a thunderous roar echoed from outside, causing the mine to tremble and debris to rain down. This is bad. The mine is collapsing. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he hoisted the injured old miner onto his back and lifted a small miner in his arms. Follow me, run fast. The group dashed down the passage, when Murong Kue suddenly exclaimed, We'll all perish if the mine collapses. I know a shortcut that leads directly out of the mountain. Lin Fan shot him a fierce glare. If you attempt any tricks, I will deal with you first. Murong Kue refrained from further argument and led everyone into a narrower left passage. Light appeared at the end, and as they burst out, a deafening crash reverberated behind them. The mine collapsing entirely in a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Phew, we finally made it out alive. Little Stone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Fan gathered the miners together and rummaged through Wang Kuan and Murong Kue's storage bags. Wow, besides the purple crystal ore, there's also half a scroll on refining spirit transformation pills. Exactly what we need for the mission reward. Ding. Conspiracy of the mineral vein revealed. Task completed. Rewards received. 50x purple crystal ore, refining spirit transformation pill scroll stored. Foundation establishment late stage breakthrough card activated. A surge of heat coursed through Lin Fan, and he felt his Dantian's energy skyrocketing, shattering the bottleneck of mid-foundation establishment with a crack, propelling him directly into late foundation establishment. The spirit binding blade vibrated, its azure glow intensifying, and the probability of triggering energy confinement rose to an astonishing 50. Brother Lin, you've broken through? Little Stone's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, turning to the miners. I will escort you back to Qingyun sect. The law enforcement hall will certainly support you, and neither the Wang family nor the Murong family will escape. Just as they were about to depart, the sound of thundering hooves echoed from afar. As a dozen black horses galloped towards them, the riders wore blood-red robes adorned with skulls. Dreadfully, they were demonic cultivators from the Blood Soul Hall. The leader sneered coldly, swinging a chain with a whoosh. Hand over Murong Kue and Wang Kuan, and leave the purple crystal ore, and we shall spare your lives. Lin Fan shielded the miners behind him, gripping the binding spirit blade tightly, his gaze as frigid as an icy cavern. You wish to see something? Perhaps you ought to inquire who I am first. Today, I shall let you wretched scions of the demonic path witness the formidable might of the enforcement hall of the Qingyun sect. The black steed whinnied, chains slicing through the air, as a titanic clash between cultivators and practitioners of the dark arts was poised to erupt at the foot of Haifeng Mountain. Unbeknownst to all, the compass in the hands of the small stone began to whirl frantically, pointing toward the collapsed section of the mine. Below, a dim crimson glow flickered ominously. Deep within the vein, an even greater secret likely lay hidden. Chapter 11. Blood Battle Against the Demonic Path. Disturbance in the ore vein. The iron chain of the Blood Soul Palace cultivator swooshed through the air, carrying a foul wind. Lin Fan reacted with remarkable speed, yanking a small stone behind him and brandishing the binding spirit blade in defense. With a clang, the iron chain was deflected by the blade, black blood dripping onto the ground and corroding it instantly. Goodness, this thing is poisoned. The leading demonic cultivator reined in his horse, his scarred face appearing menacing, with a token at his waist inscribed with the title of branch leader of the Blood Soul Palace. Lin Fan's heart sank. This individual exuded a presence even stronger than his freshly attained foundational cultivation. This kid possesses some skill, but daring to obstruct the Blood Soul Palace today marks your doom. As his words faded, the cultivator behind him swiftly drew a curved blade, its surface glimmering with a ghostly green light, unmistakably laced with poison. The miners turned pale with fright, and an elderly miner shouted anxiously, Lin Xianzhong, we must retreat to the cave. Please be cautious. They hurried towards the cave. However, the small stone clutched the compass stubbornly, refusing to leave. Lin Gu, this compass can locate their weaknesses. I can definitely help. Lin Fan ruffled his hair and placed the protective pulse pill given by Su Qingyue into his hand. Listen, hide well for now. Just report their locations to me later. As he turned, his gaze transformed into a chilling glare, the binding spirit blade glinting ominously under the sun. You wish to capture someone? You must first pass through me. Ding. Emergency mission triggered. Eliminate the Blood Soul Palace squad. Slay the branch leader and all demonic cultivators, ensuring the miner's safety. Mission reward. Upgrade the binding spirit blade to a superior spiritual weapon. Recipe for an antidote to evil poison. And the passive skill-breaking evil. 40 damage to demonic entities. Mission failure. Miners captured. Secrets of the ore vein revealed. Unaware of the peril before him, the branch leader scoffed coldly, flicking his wrist to split the iron chain into 3 segments that coiled around Lin Fan's limbs like venomous serpents. This technique, the soul lock chain, specifically targets a cultivator's spiritual power, far more ruthless than Li Xian's spirit-binding rope. Lin Fan dared not confront it head-on. He unleashed the swift wind step, maneuvering nimbly amidst the horse's hooves, and casually tossed out the dispelling talisman provided by the law enforcement hall. The yellow talisman exploded with golden light, causing the iron chain to emit hissing sounds as it encountered the radiant energy, producing dark smoke. The branch leader grimaced. So it is the dispelling talisman of the Qingyan sect. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan leaped upward, aiming the binding spirit blade at the horse's leg. With a crisp snap, the black horse cried out in agony and collapsed, forcing the branch leader to dismount. Just as he regained his footing, Lin Fan pressed the blade ominously against him. Colluding with demonic forces, how dare you rampage on the territory of the Qingyan sect? And what if I do? The branch leader produced a black gourd, uncorking it and pouring its contents onto the ground. Instantly, the black water transformed into a dozen venomous scorpions. Experience the terror of my corrupted bone scorpion. The scorpions scuttled rapidly, their pincers dripping with venom as they lunged for Lin Fan's ankles. From within the cave, the small stone shouted anxiously, "Lin Go, there's a flaw in his left waist. The compass is glowing red." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing the scorpions to swarm around him while channeling his spiritual power into the binding spirit blade. Qing Shuang breaks evil. The blade shimmered with a brilliant frost and golden light, providing both poison resistance and a means to counteract evil. Harnessing the momentum of his turn, Lin Fan swung the blade toward the branch leader's left waist. With a sharp sound, the branch leader let out a scream and staggered back, crimson seeping from his waist, black blood flowing down, a result of the purging force's searing touch. Seeking death, the branch leader was utterly frantic, pulling out a black pill and swallowing it whole. His aura surged violently to the initial stage of the golden core. It turned out to be the demonic blood explosion pill, capable of temporarily elevating cultivation at the cost of 10 years of one's lifespan. A swirling black mist enveloped him, and his chains thickened to the size of barrels as he struck fiercely towards Lin Fan. Blood soul shatter. Lin Fan was thrust back a couple of steps by the force of the attack, feeling a heavy pressure in his chest. The might of the golden core was indeed no jest. Yet, he remained composed. Retrieving fragments of the Xian iron shield he had scavenged from Wang Kuan to shield himself, while simultaneously gulping down half of a spirit-condensing pill. To defeat me? You're far too early for that. As the pill took effect, his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Seizing upon the branch leader's unhealed wound, Lin Fan circled behind him and plunged the binding spirit blade deep into the injury. Spirit energy confinement. As the passive skill activated, the branch leader's spiritual energy was instantly locked, the black mist dissipating, and the effects of the blood explosion pill severed. No. The branch leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining demonic cultivators turned to flee in terror. Lin Fan could not allow them to escape. Activating the Gale Step, he pursued them, dispatching them swiftly with a few strikes. Ding! Mission accomplished. Eradicate the Blood Soul Hall squad. Rewards have been credited. Binding Spirit Blade upgraded to a superior spiritual weapon. Antidote formula unlocked, and the Purging passive activated. The Binding Spirit Blade resonated with a hum, golden patterns emerging along the blade's surface, shining brighter when cleaving through malevolent entities. Lin Fan picked up the branch leader's black gourd, opening it to find not only scorpion eggs, but also a note. 15 Broken Temples Trading. Contains the core of the mine, Evil Spirit Stone, to assist the young master in breaking through to Golden Core. Evil Spirit Stone? Just as Lin Fan pondered this, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently, a thunderous roar emanating from the direction of Black Wind Mountain. The earth cracked open, and foul black mist gushed forth, the stench nauseating. Little stones scurried out, the compass needle spinning wildly, the copper plate nearly fracturing. Lin Go, there's something beneath the mine. It seems it's about to emerge. From a distance, miners rushed out of the cave, pointing towards the valley and shouting, "Look, the miasma has turned completely red." Lin Fan looked up to see the noxious vapors of Black Wind Mountain transforming into a blood-red hue, swirling with black mist and ascending into the sky, forming a massive vortex. More alarmingly, at the side of the cave-in, the ground began to swell ominously, as though a colossal creature was about to break through. This is bad. Lin Fan suddenly recalled the map given by Su Qingyue, with Elder Lu Rian's small handwriting in the corner. The mind connects to the ancient evil cavern. The evil spirit stone seals the malevolent entity. Do not disturb it. He hurriedly fished out a communication talisman to alert the sect, but the talisman ignited with a hiss, rendered unusable by the encroaching black mist. Lin Gu, what should we do? Little Stone clutched at his sleeve, his voice trembling. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the binding spirit blade, gritting his teeth. First, we must lead everyone back to Qingyun's sect. We cannot contend with this malevolence now. We need the sect to send reinforcements. Just as he turned, he spotted several figures flying towards him in the distance. Leading the group was Elder Zhang He, followed closely by disciples of the law enforcement hall. Lin Fan, at last I found you, he exclaimed. The Wang and Murong families have allied with other clans, clamoring to punish you for illegally entering the mine. Fortunately, Elder of Law Enforcement discovered their collusion with the demonic sect, and I have come to support you. Upon noticing the demonic corpses strewn on the ground and the sinister black mist seeping from the crevice, Elder Zhang's expression turned grave. This is dire. The seal of the evil cave is on the verge of breaking. We must swiftly inform the sect leader and summon golden core cultivators to reinforce it. As he spoke, he produced a golden communication talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it, causing the talisman to swiftly dart toward the direction of Qingyun's sect. Before long, more disciples of the sect arrived, with Elder Lu Ruyin and Su Qingyu among them. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Su Qingyu hurriedly approached. Are you all right? I heard you encountered demonic cultivators, and it nearly drove me to despair. She handed him a small jade vial. This contains an antidote. Use it promptly if you come into contact with any venom. Lin Fan accepted the vial, feeling warmth in his heart. Do not worry, I am fine. There are malevolent entities beneath the mine that must be dealt with immediately. Elder Lu Ruyin nodded, retrieving several suppression pills from her medicinal basket. These pills can temporarily suppress the malevolent energy. Let us first set up a formation in the valley while we await the sect leader's arrival. Following Elder Lu Ruyin toward the valley, they noticed the malevolent energy intensifying, even tainting the aura of the spiritual veins. Elder Zhang consulted his compass. Furrowing his brow as he spoke, the evil spirit stone has been taken. The loosening of the seal is undoubtedly the work of Wang Kuan and Murong Kuei. Lin Fan recalled a note from the branch leader, his teeth grinding in frustration. They intend to trade the evil spirit stone with the Blood Soul Hall to aid their young master in breaking through to the golden core. Su Qingyu's complexion turned pale. If the malevolent entities truly emerge, the cultivators near Black Wind Mountain will face calamity. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the valley as the ground split open, revealing a massive, scaled claw that erupted from the fissure, accompanied by a shriek that pierced the heavens. Indeed, the malevolent entity was about to be unleashed. Elder Lu Ruyin urgently shouted, quickly set up the Gathering Sun formation. Use the suppression pills as the focal point. The group frantically began to arrange the formation, with Lin Fan gripping the binding spirit blade at the forefront, while a small stone creature cowered behind him, its compass spinning wildly. Lin Gu, the malevolent entity's weakness is above its head. There's light there. The claw slammed down with a thunderous crash, causing the onlookers to stumble. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan leaped into the air, the binding spirit blade enveloped in golden light, striking toward the luminous point above the malevolent entity's head. Demon-breaking slash. The blade of light flashed, and the malevolent entity let out a piercing wail, its black mist dissipating significantly. It worked. Elder Zhang shouted. Everyone, join forces. We must suppress it until the sect leader arrives. The group channeled their spiritual energy, the golden light of the suppression pills intertwining with their sword and blade energies, targeting the malevolent entity. Although formidable, the absence of the evil spirit stone gradually weakened it, forcing it back into the crevice. However, before they could catch their breath, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, and a dozen black horses charged toward them. Leading the charge were golden core cultivators from the Blood Soul Hall, brandishing a black stone, the evil spirit stone itself. Ha! You think you can stop the malevolent entity? The monk laughed maniacally as he cast the evil spirit stone into the chasm, proclaiming that today the malevolent entity would emerge to trample the Qingyun sect. Upon contact with the fissure, a surge of dark energy erupted, and a colossal claw extended forth, larger and more ferocious than before. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he gripped the binding spirit blade tightly. It seemed this arduous battle was far from over, and it had become even more formidable than before. Chapter 12. The Emergence of the Malevolent Serpent. Infiltrating the ritual with a thunderous crash, as the malevolent spirit stone plunged into the crevice. Black Wind Mountain trembled as if subjected to a violent shake. The fissure crackled ominously, swiftly expanding into a gaping maw 2 yards wide, with dark red lava surging upwards, enveloped in ominous black mist. In swift succession, a scaled giant claw emerged, revealing a significant portion of a serpent's body. The scales shimmered with a metallic luster, each one as large as a basin, stained with the remnants of black blood, evidence of a creature that had lived for millennia. Elder Lu Rian's face turned ashen as she shouted, "It is the bone-eroding malevolent serpent." Frantically, she emptied the entire supply of evil-subduing pills from her embrace, hastily inserting them into the focal point of the gathering sun formation. Quickly, channel spiritual energy into it. Use the pill's flame to safeguard the focal point. We must not allow the serpent's noxious miasma to breach our formation. The disciples of the law enforcement hall swiftly formed hand seals, golden light cascading along the formation patterns, barely managing to repel the encroaching black mist. However, the malevolent serpent carelessly flicked its tail, striking the formation wall with a resounding crack. The golden light shimmered precariously, and several disciples of lower cultivation levels spewed blood in response. The force of the blow was more potent than a full-strength punch from a cultivator at the early Golden Core stage. The Golden Core cultivator from the Blood Soul Hall laughed with wild abandon. "Huh, you cannot withstand this." With that, he shattered a piece of black jade talisman. Shortly thereafter, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the mine, and a horde of shadowy figures surged forth from the abandoned tunnels, bone-eroding puppets, enshrouded in black mist. Some wielded rusted pickaxes, while others had scraps of flesh dangling from their claws, emitting eerie hissing sounds as they lunged at the miners and disciples outside the formation. Elder Zhonghe, brandishing his sword, cleaved through the attacking puppets while calling out, "Beware of these puppets. They are impervious to ordinary spiritual energy. Lin Fan, swiftly employ your spirit binding blade." Lin Fan had long since gripped his weapon, its golden anti-evil inscriptions gleaming fiercely. He dashed forward, aiming for the foremost puppet's head. Azure Frost breaks evil. With a flash of blade light, the puppet's skull shattered, black mist hissing forth as it disintegrated into a heap of bones. Little Stone, holding a compass, shouted from the rear, "It's effective. Brother Lin, the third puppet on the left has a weak point in its waist. The compass is glowing red." He crouched beside the miners, directing operations while distributing vitality-guarding pills to the injured disciples, having received the medicinal vials from Su Qingyue to tend to the gravely wounded. Yet the troubles were far from over. At the side of the cave-in, the rock face suddenly glowed a dark red, revealing the previously discovered spirit-devouring, or wall. The wall emitted a resonant hum, and the disciples within the formation suddenly felt their dantians grow heavy, as half of the spiritual energy they had just channeled was siphoned away, dimming the golden light of the gathering sun formation. Elder Lu Rian stamped her feet in distress. "It's the spirit-devouring, or wall. It is siphoning our spiritual energy. If this continues, the formation will collapse in mere moments." At this critical juncture, a whistling sound pierced the air, and a dozen streaks of light came hurtling towards them. It was the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, accompanied by the Golden Core cultivators from the inner sect, arriving just in time. The sect leader landed at the forefront of the formation, producing a jade seal inscribed with runes and pressing it into the ground. Evil sealing seal. "First, we must suppress the malevolent energy. Elder Lu, lead the disciples to protect the miners and retreat. Elder Zhang, you shall assist me in confronting the malevolent serpent. Lin Fan, follow me." As Lin Fan hastily made his way forward, the sect leader thrust a brocade box into his hands. Inside, 3 forbidden-breaking pills lay nestled, capable of temporarily warding off the ancient restrictive solar fire pillars. Deep within the mine's depths lay the Blood Soul Hall's malevolent spirit altar, where miners were seized as sacrifices in a bid to elevate the young master to a semi-evil cultivator. He needed to obliterate the altar and reclaim the spirit stones. Only by re-embedding the spirit stones into the seal could the evil serpent be subdued. "All right, I shall go," Lin Fan declared, accepting the brocade box and preparing to dash towards the fissure. However, Su Qingwei suddenly grasped his arm and handed him a small jade vial. This contains concentrated pulse protection pills. One can withstand the malevolent miasma for half an hour. And this. She then presented a folded piece of paper adorned with simple detoxification runes, explaining that the poisonous mist mosquitoes of the spirit-binding poison array feared this, instructing him to affix it to his clothing. Gripping the jade vial, Lin Fan felt a warmth blossom in his heart. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly. Following the sect leader, he skirted around to the fisher's side, where he discovered a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single individual, the very shortcut Moron Kue had previously escaped through. As he squeezed through, the rock walls began to siphon his spiritual energy. In haste, Lin Fan crushed a forbidden-breaking pill, enveloping himself in a faint golden glow that dispelled the draining sensation. Inside the tunnel, darkness enveloped him, and only the eerie sounds of puppets echoed ahead. Lin Fan produced a fire spirit crystal. As its glow illuminated the walls, he beheld countless solar runes etched into the stone, some already tinged red, threatening to erupt at any moment. Following Su Qingyue's instructions, he affixed the detoxification rune nearby, watching as its crimson light dimmed. After traversing for what felt like an incense stick's burning time, a dim red glow emerged ahead, accompanied by the sinister laughter of Blood Soul Hall's cultivators. Lin Fan stealthily approached, clearing away the rubble at the cave's entrance, and was taken aback. Below lay a vast underground chamber, at its center a towering altar of malevolent spirits, over which 5 miners were chained, their faces ghostly pale, their spiritual energy completely drained by the evil formation. Surrounding the altar stood a dozen or so cultivators from the Blood Soul Hall, with a young man in black robes seated at the formation's core, the very young master mentioned in the note. With his eyes shut, he clutched a black skull. While blood flowed from the altar's runes into his body, his aura growing increasingly potent, on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. Nearby, a demonic cultivator shouted, "The time has come. Sacrifice." Raising a curved blade, he prepared to strike the miner's throat. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Fan leaped from the entrance, brandishing the spirit-binding blade, unleashing a beam of golden light that clashed against the curved blade. Halt! Who dares to thwart the Blood Soul Hall's endeavors? A throng of cultivators surrounded him, one among them producing a malevolent pill and hurling it to the ground. Enveloping the chamber in a shroud of black mist, a spirit-binding poison array, Lin Fan quickly held his breath, the detoxification rune on his clothing illuminated, dispersing the black mist upon contact. Suddenly, the Blood Soul Hall's young master opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury. A breaking evil rune? You are from the Qingyan sect? Just in time. Use your spiritual energy to aid my breakthrough. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a dark claw aimed directly at Lin Fan's heart, the soul-devouring claw of a semi-evil cultivator capable of shattering one's dantian. Lin Fan swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a swift slash towards the opponent's wrist. Attempt to break through? First, you must contend with my blade. The anti-evil patterns on the binding spirit blade made contact with the black claws, producing a hissing sound as black smoke billowed forth. The young master shrieked in agony as the flesh on his wrist began to rot away. Seeking death, the young master retrieved an evil spirit stone, pressing it onto the formation's core. The altar resonated with a hum, and the bound miners emitted heart-wrenching cries as their essence was violently siphoned into the young master's body. In the blink of an eye, his aura surged to the early stages of the golden core, dark scales sprouted across his form, and his eyes turned a blood-red hue, transforming him into a half-evil cultivator. Now you are finished. The young master swiped at Lin Fan with claws that bore 3 times the force of before. Lin Fan staggered backward, a sharp pain radiating from his dantian. He hastily retrieved a pulse-guarding pill, swallowing it to stabilize his spiritual energy. He fixed his gaze upon the young master's crown, noticing a faint glimmer of golden light, an indication of the consciousness that the evil energy had yet to entirely consume. Presenting a weakness, Little Stone was indeed correct. The weakness of the malevolent entity lies at the crown. Remembering the prior warning, Lin Fan propelled himself with a burst of wind, circling to the young master's rear, pouring all his spiritual energy into the binding spirit blade. Evil breaking slash. A blade of golden light arced toward the young master's crown. No, the young master cried out in despair, attempting to shield himself. But the golden light pierced through his claws, cleaving into the top of his skull. Black mist erupted from his 7 orifices as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Fan swiftly extracted the evil spirit stone from the formation's core and severed the chains binding the miners. One miner, weak and trembling, grasped Lin Fan's arm. Immortal. Beneath the altar, there lies a hidden compartment containing the Blood Soul Hall's confidential correspondence. Lin Fan pried open the hidden compartment and indeed found a black envelope. The letter inside was inscribed in blood. After the 15 temple transactions, summon the evil flood dragon to obliterate the Qingyun sect and seize its spiritual veins. Alarm surged through Lin Fan's heart. Just as he prepared to lead the miners to safety, the subterranean chamber suddenly trembled violently. The spirit-devouring mine walls began to constrict, and the sunfire runes overhead ignited brilliantly, sending flames surging from the ground, nearly singeing his garments. Run! Lin Fan hoisted the most severely injured miner onto his back, urging the others toward the cave's mouth. Upon emerging from the narrow passage, he beheld the sect leader and Elder Zhang he locked in a fierce struggle against the evil flood dragon, which had fully emerged, its massive body coiling along the mountainside, exhaling toxic vapors. The sealing golden light was on the verge of collapse. Lin Fan, the sect leader, shouted amidst the fray, "Did you retrieve the evil spirit stone?" As he spoke, he hurled a golden formation plate towards Lin Fan. Place the evil spirit stone in the center, quickly. Lin Fan promptly positioned the evil spirit stone within the formation plate and channeled his spiritual energy into it. The plate resonated, unleashing a beam of golden light that shot toward the ceiling breach above the evil flood dragon's head. The creature emitted a piercing scream, its black mist recoiling as its colossal form began to retreat into the fissure. Hurry, reinforce the seal. The sect leader and the golden core cultivators formed seals, golden light flooding into the breach as it crackled and began to shrink. Elder Lu Rian and her disciples also returned, tossing evil-subduing pills into the gap, effectively suppressing the dark energy. As the fissure finally sealed shut, everyone collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Little Stone rushed over and hugged Lin Fan's leg tightly, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, I am so relieved to see you safe." Su Qinghua quickly approached, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the soot from his face, her eyes filled with concern. "You mustn't take such reckless risks again." Lin Fan smiled and nodded, handing a secret letter to the sect leader. The Blood Soul Palace intends to summon the evil flood dragon to attack the Qingyun sect during the transaction at the dilapidated temple on the 15th. The sect leader took the letter, his expression turning grave. "It seems we must prepare in advance. We cannot allow them to succeed." Elder Zhang he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Thanks to you, the Law Enforcement Hall has decided to promote you to the position of Chief Disciplinary Officer. From now on, you will oversee the discipline within the inner sect." The surrounding disciples erupted in cheers, aware that occupying this position would grant Lin Fan significant authority within the Qingyun sect. However, Lin Fan's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the mine, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. Moments ago, he believed he had glimpsed a dark, lingering soul peering at him from the fissure in space, its gaze filled with a hatred more terrifying than that of the evil flood dragon. It appeared that the secrets of this mine were far more profound. Clutching the spirit-binding blade tightly, Lin Fan's resolve solidified. No matter the dangers that lay ahead, he was determined to protect the Qingyun sect and safeguard those around him as he continued to navigate this world of cultivation. The transaction at the dilapidated temple on the 15th, the lingering souls in the spatial rift, the new schemes of the Blood Soul Palace. A new challenge had arrived, and Lin Fan's journey in the realm of cultivation was just beginning to unfold in all its splendor. Chapter 13. The Ruined Temple Hunt and the Clever Disruption of the Soul-Devouring Array. 10 days had elapsed since the incident with the malevolent serpent in the mine, and as the full moon ascended the treetops, an ominous aura enveloped the dilapidated temple nestled in the back mountains of Black Wind Mountain. The temple door stood ajar, exuding an ethereal black mist, while the surrounding area was so silent that even the insects dared not make a sound. Lin Fan, accompanied by 10 disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall, crouched amidst the foliage outside the temple. A binding spirit blade slung across his back, and a forbidden-breaking pill clasped firmly in his hand. The sect leader had specifically instructed that the Blood Soul Hall would undoubtedly be harboring serious injuries from their dealings here. "Brother Lin, There is movement inside the temple. A junior disciple, tasked with scouting, whispered urgently, pointing towards a window of the decrepit structure. Under the moonlight, several shadowy figures could be seen moving about, hefting dark boxes that appeared to be perfectly sized for storing malevolent spirit stones. Even more alarming were the several black cords buried at the base of the temple walls, entwined with what resembled strands of hair. This was unmistakably the Blood Soul Hall's sinister soul-devouring line. Beside Lin Fan, a small stone figure squatted with a compass spinning wildly in his hands, sweat beading on the copper surface. Brother Lin, there is a grand array buried beneath the temple. The soul-devouring line connects to the Wailing Soul Pool below. Anyone who steps into it will have their soul extracted. He gestured towards the northwest corner of the temple. The array's core is located there. It is buried with a soul-devouring pearl. If we destroy it, the array will be rendered useless. Lin Fan nodded, turning to his disciples with a commanding shout. Zhang Qing, take 3 individuals and circle to the northwest corner. Await my signal to strike the core. The rest will follow me through the main entrance to rescue the cultivators captured by the Blood Soul Hall. We must not allow them to escape with their cargo. The disciples responded in unison, hands resting on their sword hilts, their expressions brimming with vigilance. Just as the arrangements were concluded, the temple door creaked open. Out stepped an elder clad in a blood-red robe, his face tattooed with a skull and leaning on a staff carved from bone. Good heavens! It was none other than the Blood Shadow Elder of the Blood Soul Hall. He appeared far more formidable than the previous branch leader, and upon sensing his aura, Lin Fan realized he was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Following him were 6 cultivators bearing 2 large boxes, scanning their surroundings like radar. Stop hiding. You little wretches of the Qingyun sect, come forth to meet your doom. It seemed the Blood Soul Hall had discovered their presence ahead of time. Lin Fan decided against further concealment, emerging from the woods with the binding spirit blade in hand. The wicked deeds of the Blood Soul Hall will be reckoned with today. The disciples behind him immediately formed a defensive formation, the runes on their law enforcement staffs glowing brightly, conjuring a faint golden protective barrier. The Blood Shadow Elder sneered, thrusting his bone staff into the ground. You know not the peril you face. Allow me to show you the might of the soul-devouring array. No sooner had he spoken than the soul-devouring line at the base of the temple tightened with a swish, and a dark mist surged from the earth, coalescing into a swirling vortex that rushed towards the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Several of the weaker ones turned ashen, struggling to maintain their grip on their staffs. Engage! Lin Fan bellowed. Seizing the moment, Zhang Qing led 3 others to the northwest corner, swinging their swords down towards the ground. However, the instant their blades met the soul-devouring line, they were ensnared by a malevolent force, rendering them unable to penetrate the earth. The Blood Shadow Elder laughed even more arrogantly. Spare your efforts. The soul-devouring pearl lies buried 3 feet deep within the Wailing Soul Earth. Ordinary blades cannot hope to sever it. Trigger the main quest, break the formation and slay the demon, destroy the soul-devouring array, eliminate Elder Blood Shadow, and seize the trading wooden box. Quest rewards: Foundation Building Pinnacle Breakthrough Card, exclusive skill soul severing of the binding blade, capable of severing evil soul attacks, and a confidential letter connecting the Blood Soul Hall with the external evil entities. Quest failure: disciples of the law enforcement hall are soul absorbed, and the trading items fall into demonic hands. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and took out a vitality pill, swallowing it to surge his spiritual power. He dashed towards the dilapidated temple with the wind step, the anti-evil pattern on the binding blade gleaming brilliantly. Frostbane Exorcism. The blade sliced through the soul-devouring line, causing black mist to sizzle and white smoke to rise, successfully severing a section. Elder Blood Shadow's expression changed. A high-grade spiritual weapon? And it possesses an anti-evil attribute? Seizing the moment, Lin Fan leaped onto the temple roof and peered down at the pool of vengeful souls glowing green below. A black orb floated in the center, endlessly channeling evil energy into the array as if it were worthless. Taking a deep breath, he poured all his spiritual power into the binding blade. And suddenly golden arcs of electricity erupted from the blade. System. Activate soul severing. Ding. Exclusive skill soul severing of the binding blade has been unlocked, capable of severing the connection between the vengeful soul earth and the soul-devouring orb. Lin Fan raised the blade and struck downwards. The golden blade light piercing through the roof, and plunging straight into the pool of vengeful souls. With a crack, the soul-devouring orb shattered into fragments, and the black mist dispersed with a thunderous crash, causing the vortex beneath to vanish. The disciples of the law enforcement hall finally breathed a sigh of relief as Zhang Qing led his men into the temple, pinning the cultivator carrying the box to the ground, rendering him immobile. Seeking death, Elder Bloodshadow's eyes turned crimson with rage as he violently slammed his bone staff down, unleashing countless vengeful souls that transformed into black claws lunging towards Lin Fan, soul-devouring claw. This attack was far more vicious than that of the Blood Soul Hall's young master. As the claws slashed through the air, it felt as though the very atmosphere was being torn apart, accompanied by a foul stench. Lin Fan remained unfazed, swinging the blade in a soul-severing strike, an opportune moment to test his new skill. The golden blade light collided with the vengeful claws, shattering them into pieces with a resounding bang, causing the vengeful souls to emit a wretched scream, dissipating into the air. Elder Bloodshadow stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Impossible. How can you sever vengeful souls? With your meager demonic arts, you are no match for the righteous path. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Fan charged forward, the back of the blade crashing fiercely against Elder Bloodshadow's chest. The mid-stage golden core cultivator was forced back 3 steps, spewing out a mouthful of black blood as the anti-evil power of the binding blade penetrated his skeletal staff, corroding his meridians. Realizing he could not win, Elder Bloodshadow turned to flee, only to have Lin Fan's law enforcement rope ensnare his ankle. Planning to escape? Not so easily. The runes on the rope glowed, and golden currents surged through it into his body, causing the elder to convulse in pain. Lin Fan stepped forward, pressing the blade against his throat. Speak. What is in the box? How is the Blood Soul Hall colluding with the external evil entities? Elder Bloodshadow stubbornly remained silent, suddenly pulling a black pill from his pocket, preparing to swallow it. Oh no, it's a self-destruct pill from the demonic path, intending to perish together with Lin Fan. Lin Fan, quick-witted and agile, delivered a swift kick to his opponent's wrist, sending the pill clattering to the ground, where it was promptly crushed underfoot by a lackey of the law enforcement hall. Still defiant, Lin Fan exerted more pressure, drawing the blade across his adversary's neck, leaving a thin line of crimson. Speak, or I shall render you a mere husk, a cripple for all eternity. The Elder of Blood Shadow turned pale, unable to withstand the threat any longer. I will confess. The box contains evil spirit crystals, exchanged from the foreign demons, capable of accelerating the breakthroughs for the practitioners of the Blood Soul Hall. We have even made arrangements with the demons. Once the evil flood breaks free from its seal, we will together annihilate the Qingyun sect, opening the rift to the immortal realm and allowing the demons to invade the cultivation world. At this revelation, everyone stood in shock. It turned out that the Blood Soul Hall not only colluded with the demonic path, but also sought to summon foreign evil spirits. Lin Fan's heart sank. He quickly ordered the box to be opened. Inside lay dozens of black crystals, emanating an eerie green light, the evil spirit crystals. Notification. Task: break the formation and slay the demons completed. Reward received. Host has broken through to the peak of Foundation establishment. Binding spirit blade unlocked. Soul devour skill acquired. And the secret message stored in the storage pouch. A surge of warmth flooded his being, as Lin Fan felt his dantian brimming with spiritual energy. The bottleneck at the late stage of Foundation establishment shattered with a crack, allowing him to smoothly advance to its peak. The binding spirit blade emitted a resonant hum, its golden patterns glowing even brighter, and the potency of Soul Devour had significantly increased. While searching the Elder of Blood Shadow, Lin Fan discovered a secret letter filled with arcane symbols. After 15 transactions, the evil spirit crystals would be used to nurture the evil flood, and once it fully awakened, it would be directed to the Qingyun sect's spiritual vein to explode the rift to the immortal realm, welcoming the demon army. The letter bore the signature of the Blood Soul Hall Master, accompanied by a peculiar symbol, the mark of the foreign demons. This urgent matter needed to be reported to the sect master immediately. Lin Fan secured the letter and instructed the capture of the Elder of Blood Shadow and other practitioners. Zhang Qing, take 2 people to escort the prisoners and the evil spirit crystals back to the sect. The rest of you follow me to investigate the source of these crystals and uncover the secrets the Blood Shadow Hall still harbors. Just as they were about to depart, Su Qingwei rode in on her spirit deer, breathless and carrying a basket of medicinal herbs. Lin Fan, I heard you were here clashing with the Blood Soul Hall, so I brought clear heart pills to guard against residual evil energy. Upon spotting the evil spirit crystals on the ground, her expression changed dramatically. These are evil spirit crystals. I've seen them in the ancient texts of the Alchemy Hall. They can corrupt a practitioner's mind, and prolonged use will turn one into a mindless monster. Lin Fan nodded and handed her the secret letter. The Blood Soul Hall intends to summon foreign demons. We must thwart their plans. Return to the sect and deliver this letter to the sect master, so he can prepare in advance. I will investigate the origins of the evil spirit crystals and return shortly. Su Qingwei looked worried. Be careful, even at the peak of Foundation establishment. Facing the demons is perilous. If anything happens, send a message immediately. Lin Fan smiled reassuringly, watching her depart before leading the law enforcement hall's lackeys deeper into the Black Wind Mountain. Under the moonlight, their figures gradually vanished among the trees. In the distance, the sky began to take on a dark crimson hue. It seemed that the foreign demons were indeed on their way, and greater troubles loomed ahead. Days later, the Qingyun sect convened an emergency sect meeting. The sovereign, holding a confidential letter, spoke gravely to the elders. The Blood Soul Hall has conspired with the malevolent forces from beyond the realm, seeking to open a rift to the immortal realm. This matter concerns the entirety of the cultivation world. We must unite with other righteous sects to eradicate the demonic and the wicked. Lin Fan stood resolutely at the forefront of the inner disciples, gripping the spirit-binding blade with unwavering determination. He understood well that the battles ahead would undoubtedly be more arduous, yet he would not waver. Regardless of the schemes devised by the Blood Soul Hall or the formidable advance of the otherworldly demons, he vowed to wield his blade to protect those around him, to persevere in this realm of cultivation, and to cleanse it of all malevolence. Chapter 14. Fractures in the Alliance. Malevolent secrets of the altar. The atmosphere within the Grand Hall of the Qingyun sect was oppressively tense. Representatives from the 7 major sects were seated around a long table, upon which lay the rubbings of a confidential missive from the Blood Soul Palace. The ominous black symbols of the extraterritorial fiends glimmered malevolently in the candlelight. The sect leader slammed his palm upon the table, declaring, "You all see this, right? The Blood Soul Palace intends to use a sinister creature to breach the rift in the celestial realm. This is not merely our Qingyun sect's affair." The leader of the Great Sword sect, incensed by the revelation, slammed his fist down, causing the teacups to rattle. "What are we afraid of? Let us summon the golden core cultivators from our 7 sects and obliterate the Blood Soul Palace's lair." Behind him, his disciples rested their hands on their sword hilts, their faces radiating a fierce readiness for battle. However, an elder from the Qingshu sect shook his head, cautioning, "Hold on, my friend. If the Blood Soul Palace dares to act so brazenly, they must have some malevolent force backing them. The last time, the vile creature from the mine nearly broke through its seal. We must first ascertain the true nature of the rift in the celestial realm." Standing at the forefront of the disciples, Lin Fan caught a glimpse of an envoy from Spirit Beast Mountain in the corner, furtively gesturing to convey a message. Clad in a gray robe adorned with a beast claw insignia, the envoy constantly glanced towards the hall's exit, having contributed little to the ongoing discourse. Suddenly, the sect leader called out to him, "Lin, what is your perspective?" Stepping forward, Lin Fan replied, in response to the sect leader, "During my investigation of the malevolent spirit crystals, I discovered that the Blood Soul Palace has more than one trading post. Deep within Black Wind Mountain lies an abandoned altar, suffused with a far greater malevolence than the rift in the mine. It may very well be their breeding ground for the vile creature." As he spoke, he produced a map sketched on a small stone, marked with a triangular symbol in vermilion. Moreover, the method the Spirit Beast Mountain envoy employed to relay messages bore a striking resemblance to the clandestine symbols of the Blood Soul Palace. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed envoy's face drained of color. "Do not speak such nonsense. We of Spirit Beast Mountain are fully devoted to the righteous path. How could we possibly collude with the demonic sect? Whether this is true or not can be ascertained through an investigation," Elder Zhang from the law enforcement hall asserted as he prepared to take action. In a sudden frenzy, the envoy overturned the table, scattering a handful of black powder, and with a swift motion, transformed into a plume of black smoke, darting towards the hall's exit. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. Lin Fan had anticipated this, casting the law enforcement rope to ensnare the envoy's ankle. As the golden runes tightened, the black smoke was compelled to reveal its true form, not an envoy, but a cultivator from the Blood Soul Palace. A beast bone token hung from his neck, inscribed with the same verdant patterns as the malevolent spirit crystals. Soul-devouring parasite, Su Qinghua suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the small black insect that crawled from the envoy's sleeve. This is a parasitic insect of the extraterritorial fiends, capable of controlling a cultivator's consciousness. Before anyone could inquire further, the bound cultivator suddenly bled from all 7 orifices, as if insects were writhing beneath his skin. The rift has already opened. You are all doomed. Before he could utter another word, he disintegrated into a pool of black blood, leaving only the glowing beast bone token behind. The sect leader picked up the token, his brow furrowed. It seems Spirit Beast Mountain is indeed in peril. Relay the order to immediately establish an alliance among the 7 sects, and divide into 3 groups to investigate the rift in the celestial realm. Lin Fan, you shall lead the elite from the law enforcement hall to the altar at Black Wind Mountain. It is imperative that we uncover the origin of the malevolent spirit crystals. Deep within Black Wind Mountain, the fog was thick and foreboding, rendering the moonlight incapable of penetrating its depths. Lin Fan instructed his subordinates to chew on the tranquil heart pill, while he gripped the binding spirit blade tightly. As he entered the area, the blade resonated with a low hum. Brother Lin, the compass has gone mad. Little Stone exclaimed, holding up a copper plate. The needle spun wildly, indicating that the malevolent energy ahead was as thick as porridge, 3 miles out. Suddenly, a disciple from the law enforcement hall halted, pointing ahead. What is that? Through the dense fog, a dilapidated altar emerged, flanked by 12 twisted dragon-shaped stone pillars, each adorned with glowing green patterns akin to beast bone tokens. At the center of the altar, a stone platform was covered with malevolent spirit crystals, within which blood-like strands appeared to writhe, sending chills down one's spine. Be cautious. The resentment around the altar is overwhelming, Lin Fan cautioned, gesturing for everyone to spread out as he circled to the side. As he approached the stone platform, an unsettling realization struck him. The arrangement of the malevolent spirit crystals mirrored the ceiling array of a mineral veins fissure perfectly. Suddenly, the stone platform trembled violently, and the 12 dragon pillars exhaled black mist, coalescing into 3 armored demonic corpses. These beings had green flames flickering in their eye sockets, wielding rusted long knives, exuding the aura of golden core cultivators. It's the 6 extremes, true demonic art, Su Qinghua exclaimed, retrieving a pill furnace from her storage bag. These demonic corpses were controlled by dark energy, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. She scattered the powder of the tranquil heart pill into the air, conjuring a faint golden protective shield. Lin Fan, their weakness lies in the malevolent symbols on their foreheads. Lin Fan leapt onto the altar, the binding spirit blade slicing through the air. Soul Devourer break. The blade struck the forehead of the foremost demonic corpse, shattering the green symbol with a sharp crack, causing the body to disintegrate into black ash. The remaining 2 corpses howled and lunged at him, their long knives slicing through the air towards Lin Fan's neck. Just as planned, instead of evading, Lin Fan charged forward, using the hilt of his blade to strike the joint of the left corpse while deftly dodging the other blade, simultaneously slicing through its forehead. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the altar, splitting the ground open, revealing a scaly cultivator emerging from the depths. The creature had one side of its face corrupted, black mist seeping from beneath its scales. You little brat from the Qingyun sect, dare to disrupt the Blood Soul Palace's affairs. With a wave of his hand, the malevolent spirit crystals on the stone platform detonated, unleashing a torrent of vengeful spirits. Experience the might of the 10,000 souls heart-devouring formation. Just as the vengeful spirits were about to overwhelm him, Lin Fan recalled the skirmish at the dilapidated temple and swiftly activated the newly learned Soul Devourer break. The binding spirit blade emitted a brilliant golden light, forming a semicircular barrier that caused the vengeful spirits to scream in agony as they dissipated upon contact. This technique truly proved effective against evil entities. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qinghua hurled the pill furnace into the air, flames erupting from its opening. Lin Fan, the bone whistle at his waist, is controlling the demonic corpses. As the flames engulfed the last demonic corpse, it faltered momentarily. Lin Fan seized the chance to cast the law enforcement rope, its golden light ensnaring the cultivator's wrist, causing the bone whistle to clatter to the ground. Without its control, the demonic corpses froze, allowing the disciples from the law enforcement hall to swiftly slash them into pieces. The monk, consumed by desperation, retrieved a larger evil spirit crystal from his bosom, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "If it comes to it, we shall perish together." What a naive thought. Lin Fan leaped forward, striking the opponent's wrist fiercely with the back of his blade. The evil spirit crystal flew from his grasp, caught by little Shirtu using a compass. Suddenly, the needle atop the copper plate stood upright, emitting a blinding red light. The ground surrounding the altar began to sink, revealing a spatial rift beneath, within which distorted currents of chaotic space could be faintly perceived. "Run!" Lin Fan urgently pulled little Shirtu back. A claw, bristling with barbs, suddenly extended from the rift. It shattered a boulder before retracting, yet the oppressive force it exuded was more terrifying than that of the evil flood dragon. Once they had escaped the altar's confines and glanced back, they saw the entire stone platform engulfed in a swirling black mist, the sound of the expanding rift echoing ominously through the valley. On their way back, Su Qingwei abruptly halted, pointing at the binding spirit blade at Lin Fan's waist. "Look, the patterns on the blade have changed." As everyone gathered closer to inspect, they noticed a series of small runes emerging beside the original broken evil patterns, resembling the green light symbols on the evil spirit crystal, albeit shimmering with a golden glow. "This is..." Lin Fan traced the blade's surface, suddenly feeling warmth radiating from his dantian, as the chaotic spiritual energy of his peak foundation establishment began to surge. He had not experienced such a sensation during his last breakthrough. Could it be related to the rift they had just encountered? Upon returning to Qingyun's sect, the results of the alliance meeting were announced. The Golden Core cultivators from the 7 sects would guard the vicinity of the rift and reconvene in 3 days to discuss the assault on the Blood Soul Palace. However, Lin Fan noticed that no one had come from Spirit Beast Mountain. Moreover, news from the Qingshu sect indicated that their disciples sent to investigate the rift had gone missing. In the dead of night at the alchemy hall, Su Qingyue placed the evil spirit crystal on the detection device, and beneath the crystalline lens lay a myriad of runes. "These symbols are identical to those in my family's ancestral texts. They are reverse runes used in ancient seals. Someone is deliberately causing destruction, aiming to dismantle the walls of the immortal realm." Suddenly, she pressed her palm against her sun acupoint, recalling, at the altar, "I seem to witness an unusual scene." Individuals clad in Qingyun's sect attire were mending the rift. Lin Fan's heart sank. "Are you suggesting that Qingyun's sect was already aware of the rift's existence?" "It's hard to say," she replied. "However, the ancient texts state that repairing the rift requires holy spirit crystals, and the evil spirit crystal is its corrupted counterpart." Su Qingwei retrieved a copy of the ancient texts, which depicted a crystal as clear as water, said to be hidden within the stable zone of the immortal realm's rift, capable of purifying evil energies. As they spoke, little Shirtu burst in, brandishing a shard he had picked up from the altar. "Lin Gu, this piece resonates with your blade." As the shard neared the binding spirit blade, the blade emanated golden light, projecting an image onto the wall, numerous cultivators forming a grand formation before the rift, with the leading figure wielding a sword that bore an uncanny resemblance to the binding spirit blade. After the image vanished, the shard disintegrated into motes of light, merging into the blade. Lin Fan suddenly realized that the chaotic surge of his spiritual energy was not a bad omen. It was a sign of impending breakthrough into the Golden Core stage, and the key to it likely lay within that perilous rift of the immortal realm. At the Alliance conference 3 days later, just as the sect leader announced plans to send individuals into the rift in search of Holy Spirit crystals, emissaries finally arrived from Spirit Beast Mountain. However, this time an elder arrived, not to offer assistance, but to proclaim the withdrawal of Spirit Beast Mountain from the Alliance. The Blood Soul Hall promised to grant us the rift's spiritual vein, and the elder, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, advised us to seek our own fortune. Lin Fan gazed at the elder's departing figure and suddenly noticed a flicker of green light emerge from his sleeve, reminiscent of the sinister symbol embedded in the brow of the altar's demonic corpse. It appeared that the infiltration of the Blood Soul Hall was far more severe than anticipated. What was even more unsettling was the deepening crimson hue in the sky, as the rift in the celestial realm expanded at an alarming rate. The sect master patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. "Prepare yourself. In 3 days, you shall lead the team into the rift. Remember, finding the Holy Spirit crystal is vital for preserving the realm of cultivation. The responsibility rests upon your shoulders." Lin Fan tightened his grip on the binding spirit blade, feeling a warm sensation emanate from the blade. He understood that this mission was far more perilous than the previous encounters with the malevolent serpents of the mines or the soul-devouring array in the ruined temple. Yet, glancing at his junior disciples behind him and then toward the ethereal Qiyun sect shrouded in mist, his resolve solidified. Regardless of the monstrous entities lurking within the rift, he mustered the courage to forge ahead. Some burdens must be shouldered by someone, and he, Lin Fan, was destined to be the one wielding the blade against the demons. Chapter 15. The Rift Expedition. The initial formation of the Golden Core on the eve of their foray into the rift, the Dan Hall glowed luminously throughout the night, reminiscent of an eternal night lamp for cultivators. Su Qingyue, akin to an enthusiastic child opening a surprise box, eagerly stuffed Lin Fan's arms with an assortment of elixirs, ranging from the anti-evil pill to the spirit concentration powder, even wholesale quantities of the detoxifying clear poison pill, ensuring each person received 3. The chaotic spatial turbulence within the rift resembled a mischievous husky wreaking havoc. The solid vein pill required one to consume a dose every half hour. No recklessness allowed. She then produced a palm-sized crystal mirror, its runes gleaming with golden brilliance. This breaking illusion's mirror served as a talisman to reveal malevolent entities, having previously unmasked the evil symbols on the demonic corpse at the altar with a mere glance. While speaking, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Lin Fan's wrist, initiating an awkward moment akin to the early stages of human domestication. Su Qingyue's ears flushed a vibrant red as she swiftly turned to tidy up the medicine basket. "And remember, in case of danger, shatter the communication talisman. An elder Zhang and I will promptly appear to assist." Lin Fan, clutching the warm crystal mirror, felt a surge of exhilaration within. "Wait for me. Upon my return, we shall team up to refine the Holy Spirit crystal and ascend to the pinnacle of our lives." The following morning, the entrance to the rift transformed into a grand gathering of cultivation enthusiasts, with disciples from the 7 sects packed tightly. The sect leader personally distributed protective talismans, discreetly offering additional assistance. This talisman can withstand 3 instances of turbulence. Extremely reliable. The Holy Spirit crystal resides within the stability zone. Once acquired, do not linger. Immediately retreat. Moreover, there's a traitor among us. The last disappearance of a disciple from the Qingshu sect was orchestrated by him. Lin Fan nodded, scanning the team. Aside from his own law enforcement hall brothers, there was also a senior from the Qingyun sect, Brother Yun. This individual, at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, wielded a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the flowing cloud sword. Yet since entering, his gaze had been fixated on the rift, his expression suspiciously vigilant. "Charge." Lin Fan led the way into the rift, instantly entering a dizzying 3D realm. The light swiftly transformed into an eerie filter, the wind howling like tormented spirits, while spiritual energy began to pulsate wildly. A small stone, brandishing a wildly spinning compass, suddenly became overly excited, nearly breaking into a shout. "Brother Lin, there's a hidden safety passage to the left. The turbulence will automatically circumvent it." Just as they evaded the deadly devouring spirit turbulence, a sharp crack echoed ahead. Brother Yun abruptly halted, lowering his voice. "Something's amiss. The Blood Soul Palace's rascals are up to no good." Lin Fan and the others immediately crouched low, peering ahead to see 5 figures in blood-red robes maneuvering frantically around the Holy Spirit crystal. The ethereal crystal radiated celestial energy, yet the surrounding rocks were inscribed with sinister symbols, dark mist swirling chaotically as if encountering a glitch. A corrupted version of the Holy Spirit crystal? Su Qingyue brandished the breaking illusion's mirror, which promptly displayed a warning. Someone is contaminating the crystal with evil energy. If this continues, it will be completely corrupted. The leader of the Blood Soul Palace, clad in a black robe, brandished a bone staff, barking orders. "Hurry, dig it up. It's for the Master's evil dragon." As his underlings grabbed their shovels, ready to act, Lin Fan unleashed his power. manifesting the binding spirit blade in a brilliant explosion of light. Want to take this for free? Have you consulted my blade? Once again, it was you, the rogue from Qingyun sect. The black-robed figure's defenses crumbled as he retaliated with 3 dark claws, vowing to bury Lin Fan here for disrupting his plans last time. His underlings, wielding poisoned curved blades, closed in, launching a dual assault of physical and magical attacks. As Lin Fan skillfully maneuvered, he fervently issued commands. Zhang Qing, defend the crystal. Xiao Shitu, use the compass to locate the formation eye. Just as he prepared to charge, an unexpected chill crept up his neck. Brother Yun brandished his swirling black cloud sword, aiming directly at Lin Fan's back. Be careful. Su Qingwei urgently airdropped a fire explosion pill, the flames erupting to intercept the lethal strike. Lin Fan turned to face Brother Yun, directly exposing him. Indeed, you are the traitor. Brother Yun let out a cold laugh as he tore off his mask, revealing scars from the ruins of a temple. That's right. I am the lurking powerhouse of the Blood Soul Temple. This time, I will send you all offline and plunge the Holy Spirit Crystal into darkness. He tossed out the evil spirit crystal, and the scene transformed into a realm of dark magic. With evil symbols flashing wildly and the concentration of black mist around the Holy Spirit Crystal reaching its peak. Ding! Triggered SSS level Life and Death mission. Purify the Holy Spirit Crystal. Destroy the formation eye within the time limit. Slay the traitor and the Black Robe boss. Rewards: Golden Dan gift package. Epic evolution of the Binding Spirit Blade. Purification manual for the Holy Spirit Crystal. Failure. Annihilation of the Cultivation world. This battle must be won. Lin Fan frantically charged the Binding Spirit Blade, the runes suddenly glowing as they formed a golden partnership with the breaking illusion mirror. Su Qingwei stabilized the crystal's spiritual energy. He dashed towards the formation eye. Xiao Shitu had already pinpointed the location with his compass. The evil spirit pill was buried beneath the rocks below the crystal. The black robe figure attempted to block their path, but was met with Zhang Qing's relentless onslaught. Want to touch Brother Lin? You must first get through us. Su Qingwei set up the pill furnace, unleashing a torrent of alchemical flames. Lin Fan. The evil symbol's progress bar is nearly full. Lin Fan reached the formation eye, but was immediately sent flying by a counterattack. In that critical moment, he recalled the soul-devouring break skill and activated its effects. Open. The golden blade light, infused with the breaking evil buff, cleaved through the rock, exposing the evil spirit pill. The traitor, in a frenzy, lunged with his sword. Lin Fan sidestepped, countering with a slash that severed the wrist, followed by a kick that sent him soaring. The black robe figure attempted to escape with the crystal, but Xiao Shitu accurately struck his knee with the compass. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan delivered the final blow. The golden light entered the black robe figure, who disintegrated into ashes. After dispatching the enemies, Lin Fan affixed a purification talisman, but the evil energy was too potent. At a critical moment, the Binding Spirit Blade unexpectedly activated its automatic purification mode, voraciously absorbing the black mist. Remarkable. The blade has become sentient. Su Qingwei gasped in disbelief. Lin Fan felt his dantian surge as if it housed a nuclear reactor, his spiritual power skyrocketing. Boom. He directly broke through to the Golden Dance stage. The Binding Spirit Blade also achieved its ultimate evolution, radiating dazzling, multicolored light, while the Holy Spirit Crystal reverted to its factory settings, now imbued with a warmth buff. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been credited. Congratulations, host, on attaining the Golden Dance stage, the epic skin for the Binding Spirit Blade, and the Purification Manual. Just as the group was about to celebrate with champagne, the fissure suddenly trembled, and the enraged roar of the evil flood dragon echoed. Su Qingwei checked the message talisman, her expression changing drastically. The Blood Soul Temple has fed the evil spirit crystal to the flood dragon. It has directly broken through its seal. Lin Fan clenched his equipment, his gaze fierce. Let us go. Back to defense. This time, we must confront the flood dragon with clarity. The group braved the intensifying turbulence as they rushed out, carrying the Holy Spirit Crystal and the formidable Lin Fan. This battle was assured. As they emerged from the fissure, they beheld a pillar of black smoke rising from the direction of the Qingyun sect, the evil flood dragon rampaging amidst the clouds. The sovereign, accompanied by the disciples of the 7 sects, resolutely resisted, Yet the malevolent serpent's recent upgrade was astonishing, capable of demolishing a mountain with a single swipe of its tail. Lin Fan flashed to the sovereign's side, raising the Holy Spirit crystal high. The crystal is in hand. It is our key to purifying the malevolent serpent. The sovereign rejoiced. Well done. The serpent's weakness lies in the evil talisman atop its head. Employ your equipment's combination technique to vanquish it instantly. Lin Fan soared into the air, propelled by spiritual energy, as the binding spirit blade radiated with a kaleidoscope of light. The malevolent serpent lunged forth, exhaling a miasma of corruption. But Lin Fan had ascended to the status of a golden core master, wielding a divine artifact of purification. Malevolent serpent, this is our chance to turn the tide, Lin Fan shouted, brandishing his blade towards the evil talisman. Thus commenced an epic battle of monumental proportions. Chapter 16. The Holy Spirit dispels evil. The evil serpent returns to tranquility. The roar of the malevolent serpent reverberated through the clouds, its massive form emerging from the black smoke, scales shimmering with a sinister dark red glow, significantly larger than before. With a violent flick of its tail, it unleashed a torrent of black mist upon the disciples of the sect below, creating a gaping chasm 10 zhang wide in the ground, as shattered stones mingled with the noxious miasma, flying in all directions. Retreat, the sect leader commanded, cleaving through the oncoming debris with his sword, only to find the black mist corroding the blade, leaving behind tiny pockmarks. The malevolent energy had intensified threefold. Ordinary artifacts could hardly withstand such force. Lin Fan, utilizing the unique spiritual wings of the golden core stage, deftly evaded the serpent's claws in midair, the vibrant hues of the binding spirit blade dazzling under the sun. Su Qingwei used the breaking illusion mirror to reflect the evil talisman above its head. Without hesitation, Su Qingwei raised the crystal mirror, directing a beam of golden light at the serpent's brow. The talisman there was 10 times more intricate than that of the sacrificial demon corpse, the runes writhing as if alive, continuously absorbing the surrounding miasma. The talisman was strengthening. If this continued, it would be completely demonized. The evil serpent seemed to sense the impending threat and abruptly unleashed a cloud of corrosive black mist, enveloping half the mountain in darkness. Many cultivators were caught off guard. Those who came into contact with the miasma found their arms rotting away, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Little Stone, brandishing a compass amidst the crowd, shouted, Lingu, there's a patch of non-glowing scales on its left flank. That's its weakness. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened with determination as he dove down, channeling his golden core energy into the binding spirit blade, soul-devouring slash. The blade struck the serpent's left side, yet the scales suddenly glowed with a crimson light, rebounding the blade and sending Lin Fan staggering, his wrist tingling from the impact. The serpent, having consumed the evil spirit crystal, had even evolved a counterattack capability in its scales. Be cautious. Zhang Qing rushed forward with disciples from the law enforcement hall, their enforcement staves forming a golden barrier to block the serpent's claws. Lin Gu will restrain it. You seize the opportunity to attack the talisman. However, upon contact with the serpent's claws, the barrier began to sizzle and corrode under the black mist, threatening to shatter. Su Qingwei, in a state of panic, suddenly recalled a passage from the ancient texts of the alchemy hall. She quickly retrieved her alchemical furnace and hurled it into the air. Lin Fan, infuse the purifying power of the Holy Spirit crystal into your blade. The talisman fears the aura of the Holy Spirit. She tossed 3 exorcism pills into the furnace, and the alchemical flames surged into a golden blaze, forcing back some of the surrounding miasma. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he swiftly retrieved the Holy Spirit crystal from his storage bag. Upon contact with the vibrant light of the binding spirit blade, the crystal melted into a liquid form, coursing along the blade. The blade emitted a resonant hum akin to a dragon's roar, alongside the previous soul-devouring runes. A new Holy Spirit pattern emerged, intertwining the 2 powers to form a dazzling platinum blade of light. Ding! Binding Spirit Blade has unlocked its ultimate skill, Holy Spirit Dispelling Slash, merging the purifying power of the Holy Spirit crystal with the dispelling attribute, inflicting 10-fold damage on malevolent entities and capable of directly annihilating the core of the evil talisman. Evil Serpent, this move shall send you to your demise. Lin Fan soared into the air, grasping the hilt of the blade with both hands, the platinum light coalescing into a 10-jong-long beam, aiming directly at the serpent's brow to strike the malevolent talisman. The malevolent serpent sensed a perilous threat and frantically thrashed its body, exuding a noxious miasma that formed a thick black wall before it. Simultaneously, it summoned 3 sinister doppelgangers to besiege Lin Fan from 3 directions. "Block the doppelgangers," commanded the sect leader, as the golden core cultivators from the 7 sects swiftly conjured their magical artifacts. Shadows of swords, glimmers of blades, and flames of elixirs intertwined to ensnare the doppelgangers in midair. Su Qingwe's elixir flames transformed into golden chains, ensnaring the serpent's neck and temporarily rendering it immobile. Now was the moment. Seizing this critical opportunity, Lin Fan unleashed the sacred spirit's purifying slash, striking fiercely at the evil talisman. A platinum radiance instantaneously engulfed the talisman, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the serpent as its massive body quaked violently. The dark red light upon its form rapidly faded, and the black mist was drawn away like a receding tide by the blade's brilliance. However, just as the talisman was on the verge of complete purification, the serpent erupted with a final surge of malevolence, its tail crashing down upon Lin Fan's back with cataclysmic force. With a cough, Lin Fan spat blood onto the blade, the brilliance of the sacred spirit crystal dimming slightly. Yet, he gritted his teeth and held tightly to the hilt, refusing to let the light dissipate. "You think you can drag me down? Not a chance." Observing this, Su Qingwe unhesitatingly cast all her protective elixirs to Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, hold on. The purification is almost complete." As the elixirs entered his system, a warm flow surged through him, rejuvenating his spiritual energy and causing the blade's radiance to shine once more, piercing through the core of the evil talisman. A crisp cracking sound resonated as the talisman shattered, causing the serpent's form to slacken and plummet to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. To their astonishment, the serpent had not perished. Instead, it shed its demonic exterior to reveal silvery scales, its eyes regaining clarity. It turned out that it was an ancient spirit serpent, its mind ensnared by the Blood Soul Palace using the evil spirit crystal. The spirit serpent bowed its head to Lin Fan, emitting a gentle growl, seemingly expressing gratitude. Subsequently, it turned and burrowed back into the fissure of the previous seal, using its own body to seal the gap once more, leaving behind a luminous serpent pearl that floated gently before Lin Fan. Ding. Task completed. Purification of the evil serpent. Hidden quest reward. Spirit Serpent Pearl can be refined into a supreme artifact of the Golden Core stage. Map of ancient spirit veins, marking hidden spirit veins in the 5 domains. Alliance prestige of the 7 sects. 100. Unlocking access to Alliance resources. Lin Fan caught the serpent pearl, feeling a surge of pure spiritual energy flowing into his dantian, instantly healing the meridians that had been damaged. As he landed, Su Qingwe rushed over, her eyes red as she examined his injuries. "You scared me. If you had been even a moment later, worry not. I am quite resilient." Lin Fan replied with a smile, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes and handing her the pearl. "This pearl can refine supreme artifacts. You can use it for alchemy." Su Qingwe's face flushed, and she gently pushed his hand back. "You have just broken through to the Golden Core. You need a suitable artifact. The alchemy furnace is sufficient for me." At that moment, Zhang Qing suddenly shouted from the spot where the serpent had fallen, "Lin Ge, come quick. There's a black box here." A crowd gathered around, only to discover a black wooden box, inscribed with the symbols of the Blood Soul Palace, buried in the spot where the malevolent serpent had lain. Upon opening it, they found a confidential letter and a black token. The handwriting on the letter was twisted and grotesque. The malevolent serpent was merely bait. The true plan lay at the chaotic altar where the 5 domains converge. Once 3 evil spirit stones were gathered, a passage to the outer realm's malevolence could be opened, threatening to devastate the cultivation world. The Blood Soul Palace Master. The token bore the same symbols as those on Elder Bloodshadow's staff, and the reverse side depicted a map of the 5 domains, with a note next to the Eastern Spiritual Domain indicating there was an undercover agent within the Qingyun sect. After reading the letter, the sect master's expression grew grave. "It seems the Blood Soul Palace's ambitions are even greater than we had anticipated. The 5 domains must unite swiftly, or the consequences will be dire." He turned to Lin Fan, his gaze filled with trust. Lin Fan, you have just accomplished a significant feat. The Seven Sects Alliance unanimously nominates you as the vanguard of the Five Domains Coalition, tasked with investigating the chaotic altar. Do you accept? Lin Fan tightened his grip on the binding spirit blade, contemplating the confidential letter and token in his hands, then glancing at Su Qingyue, Little Stone, and the disciples of the Enforcement Hall, his resolve unwavering. I accept. No matter what tricks the Blood Soul Palace Master employs, regardless of the power of the Outer Realm's malevolence, I shall keep them at bay from the cultivation world. As the sun set, the cheers of the Seven Sects disciples echoed throughout the valley. Lin Fan understood that although this battle was won, even greater challenges lay ahead. The chaotic altar at the convergence of the five domains, the undercover agent within the Qingyun sect, the enigmatic Blood Soul Palace Master, and the impending threat of Outer Realm malevolence. Yet, he was no longer the useless disciple who had just traversed here. He was now a golden core cultivator, wielding the epic binding spirit blade, with comrades fighting alongside him and the support of the Seven Sects Alliance behind him. The next destination, the convergence of the five domains. Lin Fan raised the binding spirit blade high, the platinum light piercing through the evening glow, illuminating the path to a new journey. His cultivation legend was poised to continue unfolding across broader horizons, inscribing a chapter of unrestrained dominance. Chapter 17. The Undercover Revealed. The initial exploration of the altar, the flickering candlelight of the Qingyun sect's Sutra Pavilion, burned throughout the night. Lin Fan pressed the black token obtained from the evil flood dragon onto the ancient tome, and with a sharp snap, the pages unexpectedly revealed hidden patterns that aligned perfectly with the Blood Soul Hall symbol on the token. Su Qingyue leaned in closer, her fingertip gliding over the yellowed pages. This recounts the Blood Soul turmoil from 300 years ago, and the elder from Qingyun who led the suppression back then is none other than the ancestor of the current elder Li Song. No sooner had she spoken than footsteps echoed from outside the door, belonging to Elder Li Song of the inner hall. He entered, carrying spiritual tea, yet his smile was colder than the ice of midwinter. Lin Steward, are you searching for secrets in the ancient texts at such a late hour? As soon as the words left his lips, 3 black needles flew from his sleeve, aiming directly at Lin Fan's heart. Poisoned soul-eating needles laced with malevolent spirit. Indeed, it was you. Lin Fan had long been prepared. The spiritual flood pearl in his palm radiated a white light, coalescing into a translucent spirit flood shield that reduced the black needles to ash upon contact. He swiftly drew the binding spirit blade, its sacred patterns shimmering. 300 years ago, your ancestors aided the Blood Soul Hall against the righteous path, and now you act as an undercover agent. The Li family truly remains true to its original intention. Li Song's countenance changed dramatically as he tore off his outer robe to reveal the black robe of the Blood Soul Hall. Since you have discovered me, do not expect to leave here alive. He produced an evil spirit stone and pressed it into his palm, dark energy instantly enveloping him, his strength surging to the mid-golden core stage. Prepare to meet your end. Ding. Task triggered. Clean house. Side quest. Eliminate Li Song and seize the evil spirit stone in his possession. Rewards: Spiritual Flood Pearl Artifact Transformation Blueprint, Blood Soul Hall Internal Contact Code, Golden Core Mid-Stage Stabilization Pill Formula. Failure: Undercover information leaked. Chaos Altar Plan prematurely exposed. With such meager cultivation, you dare challenge me? Lin Fan summoned his Golden Core's spiritual power, combining the binding spirit blade and the spirit flood shield into a formidable offensive and defensive array. Unleashing a platinum blade of light that cleaved through the dark energy, Li Song retaliated by casting evil spirit threads to ensnare the blade, only to witness the sacred patterns severing them instantly. Impossible. How could the evil spirit threads be broken? Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue tossed an explosive flame pill into the furnace, sending a golden pillar of fire surging from beneath Li Song, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Little Stone brandished the upgraded compass and suddenly shouted, Lin Go. He has a hidden compartment at his waist, concealing a second evil spirit stone. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he executed the wind step technique, circling behind Li Song and striking the knife's back forcefully against his side. The hidden compartment shattered, and the second evil spirit stone tumbled out. Li Song attempted to snatch it back, but Lin Fan swiftly stepped on his wrist. Still trying to struggle, He pressed the binding spirit blade against Li Song's neck, demanding, "Where is the master of the Blood Soul Hall? What other schemes does the Chaos Altar harbor?" Yet, Li Song suddenly grinned wickedly, black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "The master of the Blood Soul Hall will soon make you acquainted with despair." Before he could finish, he detonated the malevolent energy within him, erupting in a thunderous explosion of black mist, leaving behind 2 evil spirit stones and a fragment inscribed with the word chaos. Ding! Task completed. Rewards have been credited. The Spiritual Flood Pearl Artifact Transformation Blueprint has been unlocked, allowing for the forging of the Spiritual Flood Blade of Evil, enhancing the Binding Spirit Blade to a superior spiritual weapon. Lin Fan picked up the fragment, discovering it bore a rudimentary route to the Chaos Altar, marked with the convergence of 3 evil spirit stones to open the demonic passage. Upon receiving the news, the sovereign hurried over, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation as he gazed at the sinister spirit stone. "We have gathered 2 pieces. The third is undoubtedly in the hands of the Blood Soul Palace Master. We must reach the chaotic altar before him." 3 days later, Lin Fan and his team set forth. Su Qingyue, bearing the alchemy furnace, took charge of logistics, while Little Stone wielded the upgraded compass as a living map. Zhang Qing led 20 elite members of the Enforcement Hall to provide protection, having also summoned a flying vessel from the Alliance, which was 3 times swifter than flight, powered by spiritual energy. As the vessel penetrated the misty forest at the boundary of the 5 domains, the compass suddenly blared an alarm, its needle pointing fiercely downwards into the black fog. "Lingu, there's an ambush below. It's filled with the demonic cultivators of the Blood Soul Palace." No sooner had the warning been issued than hundreds of black arrows rained toward the vessel, their tips cloaked in a corrosive malevolence. "Activate the protective talisman," Lin Fan exclaimed, casting forth a high-grade talisman provided by the Alliance. A golden aura enveloped the vessel, causing the arrows to emit smoke upon contact. Peering down, Lin Fan beheld a swarming mass of demonic cultivators, at the center of which stood a figure clad in a black robe adorned with blood patterns, emanating a formidable aura that reached the late Golden Core stage. The Blood Soul Palace's blood slaughter envoy. "How dare the pups of the Qingyun sect trespass into the misty forest?" The blood slaughter envoy roared, raising his bone staff as the ground fissured open, unleashing countless sinister claws from the depths. "Today, I shall bury you here." The sinister claws latched onto the vessel's base, the golden shield sizzling as it began to corrode, threatening to shatter. Without hesitation, Su Qingyue activated the furnace to concoct pills, hurling forth a dozen or so dispel evil pills which exploded into a cascade of golden light, dispersing the sinister claws upon contact. "Lin Fan, the vessel cannot hold much longer. We must act swiftly." Nodding resolutely, Lin Fan tightened his grip on the binding spirit blade and leapt down, the spirit flood dragon pearl above him transforming into a stream of light. "Spirit flood dragon, manifest," he intoned, channeling spiritual energy according to the blueprints. The binding spirit blade fused instantaneously with the spirit flood dragon pearl, its blade enveloped in a silver-white phantom of a dragon, intertwining sacred spirit patterns with dragon scales. The aura of this top-tier spiritual weapon forced the demonic cultivators to retreat in fear. Unlock. Top-tier spiritual weapon, Spirit Flood Dragon's Blade. Exclusive skill, Dragon's Wrath Sacred Slash, summons the Dragon Phantom, inflicting 15 times damage on evil entities and imposing a binding effect on sinister energies. Embrace your demise. Lin Fan bellowed, swinging his blade. The silver-white dragon phantom roared forth, crashing into the blood slaughter envoy, sending demonic cultivators flying as the malevolence dissipated. The blood slaughter envoy raised his staff in defense, but the phantom shattered the bone staff with a single bite. In terror, he attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by the blade energy Lin Fan cast forth. Want to escape? Too late. Dragon's Wrath Sacred Slash. Lin Fan struck again, the dragon phantom transforming into a platinum light blade that cleaved toward the blood slaughter envoy. He barely had time to scream before being reduced to ash, leaving behind a black jade pendant inscribed with the altar's key. After dispatching the ambushing demonic cultivators, the team reboarded the vessel. Little Stone examined the pendant against the bone fragments, suddenly exclaiming with excitement, "Lin Go, this pendant can unlock the outer restrictions of the altar." Moreover, he pointed to a new red dot on the compass, indicating traces of sinister activity surrounding the altar, as if guarding something. Su Qingyue scrutinized the sinister spirit crystals salvaged from the demonic cultivators, her expression grave. These spirit crystals possess 3 times the purity of the previous ones. They must have been refined using the blood of extra-dimensional demons. The Blood Soul Palace Master has been preparing at the altar for quite some time. The vessel cut through the mist, and at last, the silhouette of the Chaos Altar emerged ahead. This altar dwarfed the evil spirit altar of Black Wind Mountain by tenfold. Featuring 12 coiling dragon pillars etched with sinister runes, crowned with swirling black storm clouds. At the altar's center stood a skeletal scepter, its apex adorned with a dark purple crystal, the 3rd evil spirit stone. What sent chills down the spine was the presence of dozens of half-demon cultivators surrounding the altar, their bodies a grotesque blend of human and demon, wielding bloodied weapons, their vacant gazes fixed upon the vessel, clearly under the malevolent control of the 5 domains practitioners. It seemed the Blood Soul Master had commenced the sinister practice of refining cultivators into demons. Lin Fan gripped the spirit serpent blade of evil, dispelling tightly. His gaze as cold as ice, bracing himself for battle. No matter what, he could not allow this altar to open the portal for the demons today. Su Qingyue retrieved her alchemy furnace, while Little Stone calibrated the compass, and Zhang Qing led the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall into formation. The vessel descended slowly as the half-demon cultivators charged with a feral roar, marking the commencement of the first battle at the Chaos Altar. Yet, unbeknownst to all, within the tempestuous clouds above the altar, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Lin Fan, a cruel smile curling at the corners of the Blood Soul Masteress' lips, who had been waiting here for quite some time. Chapter 18, Awakening the Mind. The appearance of the Hall Master, a fierce roar erupted as the half-demon cultivators brandished blood-stained weapons, charging towards them with claws scraping against the deck of the flying ship, producing a piercing metallic sound. Their eyes glowed a sinister red, yet as they approached Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace, their movements faltered slightly. The fragrant aroma of the clear heart pill wafting from the furnace momentarily brought a flicker of clarity to their vacant gazes. There is hope for them. Su Qingyue's spirits lifted as she abruptly lifted the lid of the furnace, scattering the pre-prepared awakening pills into the air. The golden powder descended like a gentle rain upon the half-demon cultivators, and upon contacting their skin, it sizzled and emitted wisps of pale mist. One half-demon wielding a long sword suddenly halted, trembling as he murmured, I am from the Qingshu sect. Quick, concentrate the powder onto their foreheads. Lin Fan commanded, blocking another half-demon's assault with his blade. The sacred spirit pattern of the spirit dragon's evil-breaking blade shimmered with white light, temporarily suppressing the malevolent energy within his opponent. Zhang Qing led the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to form a protective barrier, encircling the half-demon cultivators to prevent them from turning on one another. Hold on, you can awaken. Little Stone, brandishing a compass, dashed around the half-demons and suddenly shouted, Lingu, they have black insect parasites on their napes. That's the source of the malevolent control. Following the compass's direction, Lin Fan indeed saw that each half-demon had a sesame-sized black bug embedded in their nape, burrowing malevolent energy into their meridians. Spirit Dragon's evil-breaking blade, shatter the parasites. Lin Fan urged his spiritual power, and the blade unleashed several small white-gold light blades, precisely extracting the bugs from the half-demons' necks. Once detached, the parasites transformed into black smoke, incinerated by Su Qingyue's alchemical flames. As the last bug was eliminated, all the half-demon cultivators regained their senses and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply toward Lin Fan's team. Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives. Notification. Triggered secret mission. Redemption of half-demons. Awaken all half-demon cultivators. Mission reward. Reputation among the 5 domains cultivators. 50. Su Qingyue's alchemy advancement. Unlock group awakening technique. Spirit Dragon's evil-breaking blade's spiritual energy reserve. 30. Mission failure. Half-demons completely demonized, becoming evil puppets. Rise. Now is not the time for gratitude. Lin Fan helped the leader of the Qingshu sect to his feet. The Hall Master of Blood Soul is using you to refine demons. We must dismantle this altar together to prevent him from opening the portal to the evil realm. The cultivator gritted his teeth and nodded, retrieving the sect's token from his storage bag. Although our cultivation has been diminished, we can still assist in restraining the enemy. There is a crack in the dragon pillar on the west side of the altar, a result of our earlier resistance. Perhaps we can break the seal from there. No sooner had he spoken than the black storm clouds swirling above the altar suddenly roiled. A crimson lightning bolt struck the skeletal staff, igniting the third evil spirit stone with a dark purple glow. A low, sinister laughter echoed from within the storm clouds, shaking the entire altar. A group of ants dares to disrupt my grand design? A shadow descended slowly from the storm clouds, clad in a black robe embroidered with skulls. Wearing a bronze ghost mask, with fingertips tinged a ghastly green. It was none other than the Hall Master of Blood Soul. As he touched the ground, the surrounding air turned frigid, and the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage bore down like a mountain upon the crowd, causing many newly awakened half-demon cultivators to collapse to the ground, unable to muster their spiritual energy. The nascent soul stage. Zhang Qing's expression changed dramatically as he tightly gripped his enforcement staff, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Fan. Brother Lin, the disparity in cultivation is too great. What is there to fear? Even those in the nascent soul stage are not invincible, Lin Fan declared, clutching the spirit serpent blade. The spectral image of a serpent coiling around the blade sensed the impending threat and instinctively entwined itself around his arm. Blood Soul Hall Master, you conspire with the demons from beyond, using cultivators for your dark purposes. Today, you shall pay the price for your malevolence. The Blood Soul Hall Master scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a dark claw aimed directly at Lin Fan's heart. A mere golden core brat dares to boast before me? Last time, you thwarted my plans with the evil serpent. This time, I shall grind you to dust. The claw, infused with devouring energy, corroded the ground beneath it, leaving deep trenches in its wake. Spirit Serpent's wrath. Lin Fan dared not confront it head-on and immediately activated the unique skill of the Spirit Serpent Blade. A silver-white dragon spirit roared forth to meet the dark claw, and upon collision, a thunderous explosion shook the surrounding dragon pillars. The Blood Soul Hall Master narrowed his eyes. A top-grade spiritual weapon? And it possesses Holy Spirit power? Quite intriguing. Suddenly, he seized a half-demon cultivator, pouring dark energy into him. Since you wish to save them, I shall use them as offerings to open the passage. The cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream as his body rapidly transformed into a massive demon general, wielding an enormous axe and charging into the crowd. Su Qingyue quickly threw out a pill fire, but it was cleaved apart by the demon general's axe. The rate of demonization is too swift. The awakening pill is ineffective. Little Stone's compass spun wildly, the needle pointing directly at the white bone staff in the Blood Soul Hall Master's grasp. Brother Lin, the staff is the key to controlling the demon general. Destroy it. Lin Fan nodded, employing the wind step to dash towards the Blood Soul Hall Master, the spirit serpent blade slicing through the air, aiming for the staff. However, the Hall Master had anticipated this, casting dark spirit threads to ensnare Lin Fan's ankles, while simultaneously pressing his other hand on the altar's surface. Evil Spirit Grand Array, activate. 12 dragon pillars erupted with black mist, forming a colossal evil symbol above the altar. Countless vengeful souls burst forth from the ruins, surging towards the crowd. Qingyue, use the pill furnace to block the vengeful souls. Zhang Qing, guard the western fissure with the half-demon cultivator. As Lin Fan struggled, he shouted, the holy spirit patterns on the spirit serpent blade glowing once more, severing the dark spirit threads binding his ankles. Is this all you can do, Blood Soul Hall Master? Hiding behind your grand array and resorting to underhanded tricks? Infuriated, the Hall Master removed his bronze ghost mask, revealing a face covered in black scales. With a crimson demon core for an eye, I am a descendant of the demons from beyond. Once the passage opens, the entire cultivation world will become fodder for the demons. He raised the white bone staff and infused it with dark energy directed into the third evil spirit stone. Now, let you taste the might of the demons. The evil spirit stone at the staff's tip emitted a low hum, releasing a dark purple beam that shot skyward. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the black thundercloud, revealing a chaotic spatial turbulence within, from which several spiked demon claws emerged, poised to break through. Ding! Ultimate main quest triggered. Protect the passage, destroy the white bone staff, prevent the activation of the evil spirit stone, repel the Blood Soul Hall Master. Task rewards. Yuan Ing stage breakthrough card. Spiritual Flood Dragon's Demon-Slaying Blade Artifact Transformation Opportunity. Command authority of the 5 domains allied forces. Task failure. The evil channel fully opens. The cultivation realm falls into ruin. We must not allow his scheme to succeed. Lin Fan took a deep breath, channeling all his golden core spiritual energy into the Spiritual Flood Dragon's Demon-Slaying Blade. The illusory dragon image along the blade suddenly solidified, emitting a deafening dragon's roar. He raised the blade high, its platinum radiance illuminating the entire altar. All who wish to protect the cultivation realm, stand with me. The awakened half-demon cultivators raised their weapons in unison. Zhang Qing led the law enforcement hall disciples to form a charge formation, while Su Qingyue's alchemy furnace erupted with golden flames, incinerating the vengeful spirits in the air. Lin Fan leaped into the fray, the Spiritual Flood Dragon's demon-slaying blade, accompanied by the dragon's image, slashed down towards the skeletal scepter held by the Blood Soul Hall Master. This battle, pivotal to the survival of the cultivation realm, had finally reached its most critical juncture. Observing this, the Blood Soul Hall Master frantically infused dark energy into his scepter, the evil spirit stone at its apex glowing ominously once more. Blackened claws began to emerge from the fissures, with one claw even grasping the edge of the altar, attempting to claw its way out. Lin Fan's blade light collided with the scepter's dark power, causing the entire altar to tremble violently, fissures forming across the ground. Victory or defeat hung precariously in the balance. Chapter 19. Awakening of the Divine Artifact, breaking through the nascent soul with a fierce roar. The right eye of the Blood Soul Palace Master erupted with a crimson glow. From the dark fissure, a demonic claw emerged, its veins bulging as it forcefully pulled out a portion of the evil entity's body. The towering soul-devouring demon, standing 3 meters tall, was covered in dark purple scales that shimmered with an eerie light. Its breath unleashed a corrosive miasma that carried a pungent scent of sulfur, instantly stirring a tempest of blood and carnage upon landing. The pressure of the nascent soul stage bore down on Lin Fan like a tangible force. It is an otherworldly soul-devouring demon. Su Qingyue's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and she hurriedly summoned her alchemical furnace, golden flames coalescing before her to form a protective shield. However, the moment the corrosive miasma touched the barrier, the flames extinguished as if they were a candle snuffed by the wind. Lin Fan, be cautious. This demon can devour spiritual energy. Ordinary attacks are futile. Just as Lin Fan positioned the spirit serpent's evil-slaying blade across his chest, the demon's claws, accompanied by a foul wind, lunged toward him. The blade trembled violently as the phantom of the serpent manifested, barely withstanding the lethal strike, but the evil energy slithered along the blade like a venomous serpent, infiltrating his meridians. His golden core within the Dantian quaked madly. A metallic taste filled his throat, and hot blood sprayed onto the blade, producing wisps of green smoke. The malevolence of this force was truly overwhelming. Seeing this, the Blood Soul Palace Master erupted in maniacal laughter, his skeletal staff crashing heavily against the ground. Today marks the end of the cultivation realm. As the last vestige of evil energy infused into the evil spirit stone, the sigils above the altar rapidly converged, transforming into an immense black pillar that surged toward the spatial rift. The rescued cultivators from the Qingshu sect suddenly raised their arms in fervent cries. We must not allow the passage to open. No sooner had the words left their lips than they charged towards the luminous column with swords raised, followed by dozens of half-demon cultivators, intertwining their spiritual energy to form a shield, erecting a flesh-and-blood fortress beneath the light. Stand back. Lin Fan's eyes widened in desperation, yet the demon lord ensnared him, rendering escape impossible. In a moment of dire urgency, Su Qingyue flung forth a brocade box, from which the Holy Spirit pill transformed into a golden light soaring through the air. Quickly, take it. It will temporarily elevate your power to that of the nascent soul. The pill dissolved upon entry, its pure power flooding through him like a mighty river. As the golden core spun madly, the spirit serpent's evil-slaying blade roared with resonance, and a silvery phantom of the spirit serpent burst forth from the blade. Indeed, it was the ancient spirit serpent that had been purified earlier. Ding! The spirit serpent's evil-slaying blade has triggered divine artifact advancement, merging with the Holy Spirit pill and the spirit serpent's phantom. It evolves into the superior divine artifact spirit serpent holy blade. Exclusive skill return of 1,000 serpents. Summons a multitude of ancient spirit serpent phantoms, inflicting 20 times damage on evil entities, capable of purifying all malevolence. So it was here. Lin Fan felt the warmth radiating from the hilt of the blade, as if it shared a profound connection with the spirit serpent's phantom. With a vigorous swing, the silvery phantoms cascaded like a river of stars, instantly transforming into countless spirit serpents that ensnared the demon lord. Return of 1,000 serpents. The soul-devouring demon emitted a thunderous wail as its scales were ruthlessly torn away by the spirit serpents, the evil energy dissipating like sand through an hourglass. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan soared into the air, the spirit serpent holy blade enveloped in sacred flames, cleaving toward the demon's head with the force of creation itself. Be obliterated. The demon lord did not have time to utter a scream before it transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the wind. Having vanquished the demon, Lin Fan turned to see the half-demon cultivators on the brink of exhaustion, their defensive shields riddled with cracks. The Blood Soul Palace master cackled as he cast a strand of malevolent silk to ensnare a cultivator. A futile struggle. Release him. Lin Fan stepped forward, the spirit serpent holy blade gleaming with golden light, severing the malevolent silk with a decisive stroke. Unexpectedly, the master of the Blood Soul Palace had long devised a scheme. The withered claw swiftly seized his wrist, an overwhelming surge of malevolent power rushing in. Descend into the path of darkness with me. In a moment of peril, Little Stone raised the compass and lunged forward, the sharp needle piercing fiercely into the right eye of the demonic core. Brother Lin. This is his vital point. The master of the Blood Soul Palace let out a wretched scream as the demonic core split, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue hurled explosive flame-breaking evil pill, golden flames enveloped in holy power detonating with a roar. Zhang Qing led the disciples of the law enforcement hall to form a soul-locking formation, ensnaring the master within its confines. Lin Fan took a deep breath, channeling the remaining holy power and the remnants of the spiritual serpent's soul into the spirit serpent holy blade. The blade radiated an intense brilliance, illuminating the entire battlefield. Master of the Blood Soul Palace, your sins must come to an end. He leaped into the air, the blade aimed directly at the right eye of the demonic core. No, the master of the Blood Soul Palace struggled frantically within the formation, but to no avail. The instant the spirit serpent holy blade pierced the demonic core, malevolent energy erupted only to be instantaneously purified. With a cry of unwillingness, the master's form dissipated, the skeletal staff shattering piece by piece, and the cursed spirit stone transforming into a myriad of luminous specks. A humming sound resonated from the spatial rift as it slowly closed in the light of the Holy Spirit. Ding! Ultimate mission guard the passage completed. Rewards granted. Breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Spirit Serpent Holy Blade upgraded to perfection. Unlocking command authority over the 5 domains allied forces. A torrent of power surged into his dantian, the golden core shattering with a thunderous sound. A faint golden nascent soul gradually coalescing. The remnants of the spiritual serpent merged into the nascent soul, forming a unique spirit serpent nascent soul. It has succeeded. Truly succeeded. Su Qingyue rushed over, her eyes glistening with tears, as Little Stone, Zhang Qing, and others gathered around him. Half-demonic cultivators and disciples of the law enforcement hall knelt in reverence. Greetings, Commander Lin. At that moment, distant thunderous waves of spiritual power approached. The 5 domains allied forces, composed of the 7 great immortal sects, 12 esteemed families, and demon race cultivators, arrived in grand procession. Upon seeing this, everyone bowed. We greet Commander Lin. Lin Fan raised the spirit serpent holy blade high, his voice resonating across the heavens. The path of evil has been sealed, but the crisis in the cultivation world has not yet ended. I shall lead you all to eradicate the remnants and protect our homeland. May we follow Commander Lin. The earth-shattering cheers echoed throughout the valley. Under the setting sun, Lin Fan stood atop the altar, the spirit serpent holy blade shining brilliantly, the pressure of his nascent soul enveloped in holy power, commanding respect from all. Su Qingyue presented a new map. In the western ghost domain, remnants of the Blood Soul Palace have been discovered, along with clues to ancient relics. Lin Fan accepted the map, his gaze fierce. We shall commence from the western ghost domain. Any evil that dares to encroach upon the cultivation world shall pay a heavy price. He turned to face the allied forces, raising the divine artifact, set forth. Destination, western ghost domain. The troop embarked under the sunset, their silhouettes elongated. Lin Fan understood well that this was merely the prologue to safeguarding the cultivation world. Yet at this moment, he was no longer that bullied outer sect disciple, but a nascent soul cultivator wielding a divine artifact, leading thousands. Bearing the hope of the entire cultivation world. His legend was poised to unfold from this very point, reaching towards a broader expanse of destiny. Chapter 20. Pursuit in the Ghost Domain. The remnants revealed the chilling winds of the western ghost domain wrapped around them, causing the coalition's cultivators to shiver as they crossed the boundary. The sky loomed low and gray, while the forgetting river churned with murky, dark green waves. The souls adrift upon its surface wailed in sorrowful lamentations, even dimming the golden brilliance of the spirit dragon holy blade. Commander Lin. The malevolent energy in this ghost domain can erode one's spiritual essence. We must have the disciples consume the shadow avoidance pills first. Su Qingyue declared as she opened the alchemical furnace, golden pills cascading like shattered stars into the hands of the coalition's disciples. Just as she handed a pill to Lin Fan, a small stone suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the river. Look, what is that? In the center of the forgetting river, shrouded in ghostly mist, dozens of dark figures encircled a floating altar of bones. The black-clad practitioners of the Blood Soul Palace wielded bone staffs, casting the souls dredged from the riverbed onto the altar. With each sacrifice, a crimson rune illuminated the altar, and the malevolent energy from the river surged violently towards the rune. They were indeed concocting the soul-devouring evil pill. Stop them. If the evil pill is completed, the souls within 100 miles will become puppets, Lin Fan urged, and before his words faded, the spirit dragon holy blade began to hum in resonance within his palm. He leapt onto the river's surface, his toes touching the drifting remnants of souls, and with a sweeping motion, unleashed a blinding blade of white gold towards the altar. 10,000 dragons returned to the sea. A silver-white spirit dragon emerged from the waters, devouring 2 black-cloaked practitioners whole. Yet, the crimson runes of the evil pill suddenly surged, ensnaring the spirit dragon's ethereal form, corroding it, and creating several voids. This malevolent energy can actually counteract the power of the Holy Spirit? Lin Fan furrowed his brow as the spirit dragon's nascent soul within him stirred, pure spiritual energy coursing along the blade to stabilize the ethereal form. Commander Lin, be cautious. It is the soul refining envoy of the Blood Soul Palace. The voice of the Black Wuchang echoed from the ghostly mist as a shadow stepped forth upon the waves. Clad in a dark, ghostly robe, he wielded iron chains that flickered with eerie blue flames. With a swift movement, he ensnared 2 fleeing black-cloaked practitioners. These scum conspired with the traitors of my western ghost domain, using the souls of the forgetting river to create evil pills, seeking to resurrect the remnants of the Blood Soul Palace's master. Only then did Lin Fan notice that among the black-cloaked practitioners were several clad in the garb of the ghostly cultivators of the western ghost domain. Their forgetting tokens had been tainted black by evil energy, traitors from Forgetting Valley. Notification. Side quest. Eliminate the remnants of the ghost domain. Slay the soul refining envoy. Destroy the bone altar and unearth the traitors from Forgetting Valley. Quest rewards. Spirit Dragon Holy Blade Attribute Unlock. 50 Affinity with Black Wuchang. Allows summoning of ghostly soldiers from the western ghost domain. Antidote recipe for the soul-devouring evil pill. Quest failure. Evil pill completion. The western ghost domain succumbs to the realm of malevolent puppetry. Traitors? I shall see just how formidable you truly are. With a tightening of the chains, the eerie blue flames surged along the iron links towards the traitors. However, one of the traitors suddenly produced a black pill and swallowed it, his body swelling threefold. Black blood seeping from the fissures in his skin. The master of the Blood Soul Palace will be revived. You shall all perish. He lunged at Black Wuchang with claws outstretched, the malevolent poison on his nails causing the ghostly flames to sputter. Witnessing this, Lin Fan swung the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade with intent. This time, he deliberately allowed the Spirit Dragon's spiritual essence to come into contact with the ghostly malevolence, and the blade emitted a faint blue radiance. Notification. Unlocking the attribute. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon possesses the ability to absorb malevolent energy, transforming it into divine power, inflicting a 30 increase in damage to the malevolent entities of the ghost realm. Receive death. The azure glow of the blade cleaved into the traitor's shoulder, instantly purging the vile poison, with wisps of white smoke emanating from the wound. The traitor, howling in anguish, staggered back, only to be ensnared by the fiery essence conjured by Su Qingwei. Attempt to flee? First, sample my evil-consuming pill. The golden flames clung to the black robe, refusing to extinguish, impervious even to the miasma of the river of oblivion. Seeing the grim turn of events, the soul-refining envoy abruptly forced the remaining remnants of souls into the cursed pill. Let us perish together. The crimson evil pill swelled to an imposing size, descending upon the allied forces with an overwhelming force. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as the spirit flood dragon's nascent soul surged forth from his dantian, merging with the ethereal projection of the sacred spirit blade. Spirit flood dragon's malevolence cleave. The silvery white colossal dragon, enveloped in a soft azure glow, opened its maw and consumed the evil pill. A tremendous explosion reverberated within the dragon's form, yet it emerged unscathed, converting the malevolent energy into radiant golden light, which it expelled towards the black-robed cultivator on the river's surface. Is this transforming malevolent energy into nourishment? He Wuchang gazed in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the iron chains in his hands. As the last soul-refining envoy was crushed by the ethereal dragon's projection, the skeletal altar collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the miasma of the river of oblivion finally dissipated somewhat. Lin Fan landed beside He Wuchang, just as he was about to inquire about the traitor, when the bound traitor suddenly grinned maliciously. Do you believe this is the entirety of it? The remnant soul of the Blood Soul Palace Master is hidden within the ancient ruins. Once we gather 3 soul crystals, we shall be able to. Before he could finish, blood erupted from his 7 orifices, black ichor spilling from his lips, as he was silenced by a venomous sac concealed in his teeth. He Wuchang pried open his mouth, extracting a black token inscribed within Bone Cave. This is an ancient relic of the Western Ghost Realm. Legend has it that it holds the legacy of the ancient Ghost Emperor, as well as the soul crystals capable of resurrecting the departed. Little Shirtu dashed over, holding a compass, the needle wildly pointing towards the northwest. Lin Gu. The entrance to the ruins is over there at Bone Mountain. Moreover, the compass senses the presence of malevolent remnants within, akin to the malevolent energy of the chaotic altar. Lin Fan accepted the map of Bone Cave from He Wuchang. Tracing his finger over the marked location of the soul crystal's chamber, it appears that the remnants of the Blood Soul Palace are fixated on the soul crystals. He Wuchang, can you summon the ghost soldiers of the Western Ghost Realm to cooperate with us? Of course. He Wuchang flicked his iron chains, the ghostly blue flames dancing at their ends. The traitors of the River of Oblivion have violated the rules of the Western Ghost Realm, and I was just seeking to settle the score with them. Furthermore, the legacy of the Ghost Emperor within the ancient ruins may assist us in thoroughly purging the remnants of malevolence. Suddenly, Su Qingwei tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, pointing to the sacred spirit blade at his waist. Look at the blade. As the group gathered closer, they were astonished to see faint relic runes materializing along the blade, perfectly aligning with the markings on the map. Is it guiding us? Lin Fan gently caressed the blade, and the runes flared to life, casting an ethereal projection in the air, revealing the internal route of Bone Cave, adjacent to the soul crystal's chamber. Marked with the inscription Evil Sealing Array, it seems we have indeed found the right place. Lin Fan folded the map, the golden light of the spirit blade of the divine serpent once again illuminating the surroundings, dispelling the ghostly mist. The allied forces split into 3 groups. Zhang Qing led the disciples of the law enforcement hall to guard the banks of the Wanchuan River, preventing any remnants from fleeing. He Wuchang commanded the ghostly soldiers to purge the traitors from the outskirts of the ghostly Bone Mountain, while I, Qingwei, and Little Shirtu brought our elite forces into the ruins in search of soul crystals. Understood. The group responded in unison, their voices piercing through the wails of the ghost realm, echoing throughout the valley. Just as they stepped onto the stone steps of the ghostly Bone Mountain, the malevolent energy in the air suddenly thickened. Little Shitu's compass needle trembled violently, and a black pattern emerged on the copper plate, resembling the chaotic altar's evil sigil but with an unsettling distortion. Lin Gu, this evil sigil, seems to be designed to reinforce the remnants of the malevolent spirits. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spirit blade of the divine serpent, the azure light of the blade intensifying. Regardless of what lies within, we must press on. Remember, we may take the soul crystals, but we must not allow the remnants to revive the Blood Soul Hall Master. At the end of the stone steps, the entrance to the ghostly bone cave loomed like the maw of a colossal beast, its dark opening glimmering with a ghostly green light. Faint sounds of chains dragging against the ground could be heard within. Su Qingyue pressed a blazing evil-clearing pill into Lin Fan's hand. In case of danger, crush it, and I will bring the disciples to support you immediately. Lin Fan nodded, stepping boldly into the cave's mouth. The golden light of the spirit blade illuminated the passage, and the ancient runes carved on the walls suddenly glowed, casting a guiding trail on the ground. However, after only a few steps, the light trail abruptly ceased, and a low, guttural growl resonated from the darkness ahead. Finally, someone has come to deliver the soul crystals. A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness, cloaked in black robes reminiscent of the Blood Soul Hall Master, though embroidered with a skull at the collar, and two flickering ghostly green flames danced in its eye sockets. It raised a hand, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy directly at Lin Fan. Welcome to my grave, which shall also be your resting place. The spirit blade of the divine serpent was swiftly drawn, the platinum blade clashing with the dark energy, erupting in a blinding flash within the passage. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the shadow's face, his pupils suddenly constricting. Half of the face revealed beneath the black robe bore an uncanny resemblance to the Blood Soul Hall Master. You are the remnant spirit of the Blood Soul Hall Master? The shadow let out a sinister cackle, turning to flee deeper into the passage. Wanna know? Come find me in the soul crystal chamber. I will be waiting for you. Lin Fan did not rush to pursue, but instead knelt to examine the residual malevolent energy on the ground. The blue light of the spirit blade illuminated the lingering black stains, revealing a line of small characters. The master of the outer malevolent spirits hides within the soul crystals. It seemed that the situation was more complex than we had anticipated. Lin Fan raised his gaze to Su Qingyue and little Shirtu, his expression grave. Behind this remnant spirit, there likely lurked a greater conspiracy involving the outer malevolent spirits. Let us go into the chamber. The three continued deeper along the light trail. The soul crystal chamber at the passages and nearly within reach. Yet, none noticed that on the wall behind them, a black evil sigil was slowly illuminating, resonating ominously with the chaotic altar's sigil. A new crisis lay silently in wait within the chamber. Chapter 21. The Soul Crystal Trial. The presence of the Demon Emperor in the Soul Crystal Chamber of the Ghostly Bone Cave. A bone-chilling cold permeated the air. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping with a ghostly green liquid that splattered upon the ground, igniting fragments of soul fire. 3 soul crystals, each the size of a human head, floated at the center of the chamber, their crystalline bodies swirling with countless remnants of souls. Among them, one distinctly reflected the sinister grin of the Blood Soul Palace Master, indicating that his residual spirit was indeed ensconced within. Beware! The soul crystals emit a bewitching demonic aura. Su Qingyue suddenly clutched her forehead as the awakening pill from the alchemical furnace soared forth, transforming into a radiant golden light that shielded everyone as consciousness. She pointed at the runes surrounding the soul crystals. These are the ancient soul locking array. The remnants of souls are imprisoned within the crystal core, yet they can absorb resentment through the soul crystals to grow stronger. Just as Lin Fan was about to strike the soul crystals with his blade, the ground fissured into a spiderweb of cracks, and countless skeletal arms erupted from the earth, grasping at the ankles of the onlookers, attempting to drag them below. With a fierce swing of the black impermanence's iron chain, ghostly blue flames scorched the bones, only to be extinguished instantly by the black mist seeping from the fissures. It was the buried bone jade mine. These bones had been refined by malevolent forces, rendering ordinary spells ineffective. Ding. Triggered. Soul Crystal Trial. Challenge Task. Unravel the threefold illusion of the soul crystals, purify the blood soul remnants, and obtain the legacy of the Ghost Emperor. Task Rewards. Spirit Flood Holy Blade. Soul Devouring Purification. Ancient Soul Locking Array Blueprint. Core Control of the Western Ghost Domain. Task Failure. soul crystals shatter, releasing the demon emperor's residual spirit. Before the words faded, the 3 soul crystals erupted in blinding red light, and the chamber walls materialized with countless fragments of memory, scenes depicting the Blood Soul Palace Master engaging in treachery with extra-mundane evils. In the imagery, the Master, adorned with a bronze ghostly mask, knelt before a chaotic altar, offering the 3 soul crystals to a shadow lurking in the rift. I offer the souls of countless beings in the cultivation realm in exchange for the descent of the Demon Emperor. The shadow extended its claw, injecting a wisp of demonic energy into the Master. Once the 3 souls return, it shall be the time when the Yin-Yang Celestial Demon Emperor reclaims dominion over the 3 realms. The Yin-Yang Celestial Demon Emperor. Black Impermanence's expression changed drastically, nearly losing his grip on the iron chain. It was a royal among the extra-mundane evils. Legends spoke of its ability to devour the primordial spirits of cultivators and reincarnate within their bodies. He pointed at the residual spirit within the soul crystal, declaring, "This is not the Blood Soul Palace Master. It is the parasitic remnant of the Celestial Demon Emperor." Suddenly, Lin Fan felt the spirit flood holy blade tremble violently, its blue radiance surging as it instinctively began to absorb the dissipating energy from the soul crystals. Ding! Detected pure soul energy. Would you like to unlock soul-devouring purification? Unlock. With a mere thought, intricate golden runes materialized on the blade, and the originally silver-white phantom of the spirit dragon was suffused with a divine golden light. Where it passed, skeletal arms disintegrated into ash. The first layer of the illusion shattered beneath the holy light, and the second trial loomed ahead. The soul crystals projected countless phantasms of cultivators, all tormented souls victimized by the Blood Soul Palace Master, who wailed as they lunged at Lin Fan. "Why won't you save us?" Su Qingyue immediately cast forth the alchemical furnace, enveloping them in a protective barrier of golden flame. These are the vengeful phantoms born of resentment. Only true emotional intent can dispel them. Lin Fan gazed upon the familiar faces within the illusions, disciples sacrificed from the Qingyun sect and miners who perished in Black Wind Mountain. He abruptly sheathed his blade and deeply bowed towards the phantoms. "I, Lin Fan, vow with my heart of the Tao to eradicate the malevolent forces and bring solace to all souls." As the words fell, the spirit blade of the Ling Jiao soared forth, and where its golden light swept, illusions unveiled serene smiles, transforming into luminous specks that fused into the blade. Suddenly, a notification echoed. Ding! Soul-devouring purification attribute awakened, capable of absorbing grievances and converting them into divine power, inflicting 25 times damage on malevolent entities. At that moment, the central soul crystal erupted violently, unleashing the remnant soul of the Blood Soul Lord, enshrouded in dark mist. As it ascended, its form swelling to 3 zhang in height, with dark purple demonic blood flowing from the fissures in its skin. "Foolish cultivators, you have shattered my seal," it bellowed, its right hand grasping a soul crystal while its left arm morphed into a spiked demonic claw, reminiscent of the shadowy figure from fragmented memories. The parasitic entity of the Yin-Yang Demon Emperor finally revealed its true visage. Taste the power of the Demon Emperor. The remnant soul roared as it swung its claw, distorting the very fabric of space. Lin Fan positioned the spirit blade of the Ling Jiao across his chest, the blade's golden radiance resonating with the energy of the soul crystal, conjuring a colossal illusion of the Ling Jiao before him. All Jiao returned to the sea. The silvery torrent collided with the demonic claw, causing stalactites from the chamber's ceiling to plummet, leaving the ground unevenly scarred. Seizing the opportunity, He Wuchang cast iron chains to ensnare the remnant soul's legs, while Su Qingyue tossed 3 divine spirit pills into the alchemical furnace, golden flames forming a cage to confine it. "Lin Fan, the demon core in its left chest is its weakness," shouted Su Qingyue. Little Stone, clutching a compass, darted behind the remnant soul and suddenly cried out, "Brother Lin, the mural on the wall is glowing. It is the inheritance of the Ghost Emperor." Lin Fan caught a glimpse of the ancient runes illuminating the mural, which bore patterns identical to the spirit blade of the Ling Jiao. In that instant, enlightenment struck him, prompting him to kick the remaining 2 soul crystals towards the mural. Use the soul crystals as keys to unlock the door of inheritance. The runes blazed to life, projecting a beam of golden light into the blade, revealing the phantom of the Ghost Emperor on the back of the spirit blade, wielding a bone sword directed at the remnant soul's demon core. This is the Ghost Emperor's soul-suppressing sword inheritance. He Wuchang gasped, for it was said to have the power to suppress evil across the three realms. Lin Fan grasped the evolved artifact, feeling a surge of immense power coursing through him. As his nascent soul emitted a dragon's roar within his dantian, the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor must meet its end. He leapt into the air, the spirit blade of the Ling Jiao merging with the soul-suppressing sword's phantom, transforming into a colossal platinum blade, imbued with the might to purify all, and struck fiercely at the remnant soul's left chest, targeting the demon core. No, the remnant soul emitted a heart-wrenching scream, and at the moment the demon core shattered. Countless grievances were absorbed by the spirit blade of the Ling Jiao, its smoky form dissipating inch by inch in the golden light. In the final moments, a flicker of clarity passed through its eyes, as though the true consciousness of the Blood Soul Lord was struggling, before it was utterly obliterated in the brilliance of the blade. Ding! Soul Crystal Trial completed. Acquired the Ghost Emperor's inheritance, soul-suppressing sword technique, soul-locking formation blueprint, and control over the Western Ghost Domain. As the chamber began to collapse with the vanishing of the remnant soul, the mural projected a complete star map, marking the celestial positions of the extraterritorial malevolence. He Wuchang retracted the iron chains and bowed to Lin Fan, stating, "Commander Lin has purified the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor, rescuing the Western Ghost Domain from peril. From this day forth, the Western Ghost Domain shall heed your command." Su Qinghua picked up fragments of the soul crystal from the ground, discovering they contained pure spiritual energy. These shards can be refined into soul-suppressing pills, capable of resisting demonic encroachments. Amidst the ruins, a small stone discovered a jade tablet engraved with the words reincarnation, which seamlessly fit with the previous bone fragment. Brother Lin, this seems capable of revealing a complete map of the outer realms. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao. As the golden light emanating from the blade gradually subsided, he understood that although he had thwarted the parasitic plot of the celestial demon emperor, the true army of evil still lurked beyond the starry expanse, watching with keen interest. However, he was no longer alone. The coalition of the five realms was beginning to take shape, with the Western Ghost Domain now under his command. And he possessed both legacies and artifacts to combat the dark forces. Let us proceed. Lin Fan led the group through the debris of crumbled stones, making their way outward to regroup at the Qingyun sect and subsequently search for the weaknesses of the evil entities according to the star map. As they emerged from the ghostly bone cave, the morning sun pierced through the shadows of the Western Ghost Domain, casting its light upon the faces of the coalition cultivators. Lin Fan glanced back, witnessing a golden beam of light rising from the site of the collapsed chamber, resonating with the direction of the chaotic altar. It was a testament to the Ghost Emperor's legacy, safeguarding this land. Clutching the reincarnation jade tablet tightly, his eyes brimmed with determination. Whether it be the outer realm demons or the celestial demon emperor, should they dare to invade our cultivation realm, we shall ensure they return whence they came. In the distance, a peculiar purple cloud quietly materialized in the sky, resembling the very claw of the celestial demon emperor. A new crisis was brewing. Chapter 22. The starry path breaking the evil. The demonic mosquitoes devouring the heavens suddenly. The morning sun outside the ghostly bone cavern was engulfed by an eerie purple cloud, transforming the originally golden dawn into a dark violet hue. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon, its blade emanating a faint blue glow that enveloped the surrounding united forces of cultivators in a protective barrier. Everyone, be vigilant. This purple cloud poses a threat. Before his words faded, the purple cloud began to churn violently, and countless pin-sized black dots cascaded from the clouds, landing and morphing into palm-sized demonic mosquitoes. They were pitch black, with crimson compound eyes, and their drooling mandibles dripped of venom capable of corroding a cultivator's spiritual shield. They were none other than the star-eating demonic mosquitoes, under the command of the celestial demon emperor of Yin and Yang. This is dire. It is the vanguard of the extraterrestrial evil. The black Wuchang swept his iron chains, and the ghostly blue flames incinerated the approaching mosquitoes into ashes. Yet, More mosquitoes surged forth from the purple cloud, forming a swirling black tempest midair. These mosquitoes feasted upon the spiritual energy of the stars, capable of devouring a cultivator's nascent soul. Ding! Starry Path Defense main quest activated. Resist the tide of star-eating mosquitoes. Decipher the purple cloud star formation. Protect the integrity of the star map. Rewards: Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. Attribute Awakening of the Starry Path, Breaking Evil. Tactical Unlock for the 5 Domains United Armies Star Formation Defense. Coordinates of the Ancient Teleportation Array. Failure. Mosquitoes breach the defense line. The star veins of the cultivation world become tainted. Su Qingyue threw a fragment of the soul crystal into the alchemy furnace, and golden flames erupted into a rain of fire. The potency of the soul-subduing pill can restrain the mosquitoes. Everyone, channel your spiritual energy into the pills. The United Cultivators produced their pills, channeling spiritual energy into them, forming a golden shield. As the mosquitoes collided with the shield, they emitted a sizzling sound, their severed limbs corroding the ground upon impact. Lin Fan noticed the movement of the mosquito swarm followed an unusually orderly pattern. He gazed up at the purple cloud, discovering faint starry lines flickering within the cloud. These mosquitoes are forming a star formation. Little Stone, use the compass to locate the formation's eye. Little Stone swiftly hurled the compass into the air. The bronze plate spun rapidly, yet the needle jumped erratically across all 12 directions. Brother Lin, the starry path has been distorted by malevolent forces. We cannot pinpoint a fixed formation eye. Allow me. The spirit of the flood dragon within Lin Fan's dantian emitted a dragon's roar, and the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon shot into the sky, its golden light merging with the remnants of the setting sun, creating a brilliant projection of the star map in midair. The previously chaotic mosquitoes suddenly became agitated, their flight paths forcibly corrected by the blade's radiance. Ding! Soul-devouring purification resonates with the star map, temporarily unlocking the ability of Starry Path Insight. I've located it. It lies at the center of the purple cloud, in the position of the purple micro-constellation. Lin Fan pointed his blade towards the depths of the cloud, where the density of mosquitoes was tenfold compared to other areas, subtly forming a devouring vortex. That was the nest of the mosquitoes. If it were destroyed, the star formation would collapse. Suddenly, Black Wuchang whistled sharply, and the ghostly soldiers from the West Ghost Domain emerged from the River of Forgetfulness, their bone flags unfurling to form a massive netherworld barrier. Commander Lin, rest assured, we will hold the line. He swung his iron chains, ensnaring several stray mosquitoes. You all hurry, leave these nuisances to us. Lin Fan nodded, and alongside Su Qingyue and Little Stone, they soared into the sky upon the golden light of the sacred spirit blade. As one approaches the purple clouds, the surrounding air becomes increasingly frigid, and the celestial energies of the stars seem to be absorbed gradually by the purple haze, even dimming the brilliance of the spirit serpent's sacred blade. This purple cloud is indeed consuming the power of the stars to grow stronger. Su Qingyue cast the alchemical furnace to shield those around her. If this continues, the entire star veins of the Western Ghost Domain will be tainted. At the heart of the purple clouds, the true form of the mosquito queen's nest finally revealed itself. It was a black crystal the size of a human head, its surface adorned with starry patterns, and countless mosquitoes were emerging relentlessly from within. Even more bizarrely, 3 fragmented star map pieces floated around the crystal, remnants stolen by the remnants of the Blood Soul Hall from the ghostly bone cave. Indeed, it was the remnants of the Blood Soul Hall that were orchestrating this chaos. Lin Fan struck the crystal with the spirit serpent's sacred blade, only to be thwarted by a suddenly materializing starry barrier. Sparks erupted from the clash of blade and barrier. This shield was composed of the sinister energies of the stars, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Little Stone suddenly pointed beneath the nest, exclaiming, Brother Lin, look! The nest is absorbing the energy from the star map fragments. One could see the runes on the fragments being forcibly stripped away, merging into the star array of the purple clouds. As the light of the fragments waned, cracks began to appear in the defensive shield of the coalition forces. The power of the star array was, astonishingly, escalating. A sudden realization struck Su Qingyue as she retrieved an ancient, yellowed tome from her storage bag. This is the Ghost Emperor Star Sutra found in the Ghostly Bone Cave. It contains the method to activate the starry pathways using the soul-subduing sword technique. She swiftly flipped through its pages, noting that 3 individuals must unite to channel the powers of the sun, moon, and stars into the focal point of the array. I shall summon the starlight, Lin Fan proclaimed, thrusting the spirit serpent's sacred blade into the void. The blade transformed into a resplendent star bridge, connecting with the Big Dipper in the night sky. Countless celestial energies surged along the blade, and his spirit serpent nascent soul unfurled its wings within his dantian, starry runes shimmering across its scales. Su Qingyue lifted the alchemical furnace. As the lid opened, a golden moonlit phantom began to rise. I will summon the moonlight. She traced her fingertip along the edge of the furnace, and the golden light of the soul-subduing pill fused with the moonlight, forming a gentle yet resilient flow of energy. Little Stone, the power of the sun is in your hands. Little Stone examined the compass in his hands and suddenly dripped his blood onto the copper plate. Leave it to me. The compass emitted a dazzling red light, projecting the image of a blazing sun in midair. Though its radiance was not as potent as that of the sun and moon, it emanated an undeniable purity of yang energy. This was the innate divine ability of his ancestral compass, finally proving its worth. The 3 streams of energy converged above the nest, forming a colossal Tai Chi star map. Lin Fan recited the incantation of the soul-subduing sword technique, and the blade of the spirit serpent sacred blade revealed the phantom of the ghost emperor, perfectly aligning with the starry pathways of the star map, heaven and earth. The profound origin of all energies. The star pathways dispel evil, eradicating malevolence and delusion. Ding. Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade Star Pathway Dispelling Attribute officially awakened. Can summon the power of the stars to break evil formations, dealing 30 times damage to star pathway type malevolent entities. The brilliant golden star pathway blade cleaved downwards, shattering the evil barrier of the mosquito queen's nest like glass. The nest emitted a piercing shriek as the starry patterns on its surface began to flake away, and the star map fragments that had been devoured suddenly broke free. Soaring towards the star map projection in Lin Fan's hand, the star map is about to be restored. Little Stone exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the purple clouds, and a figure clad in black robes plummeted from the vortex, clutching the last shard of a star map. You think obtaining the complete star map will be easy? The individual lifted their hood, revealing a bronze ghost mask reminiscent of the Blood Soul Palace master, but with eerie green ghost flames flickering in the eye sockets. A remnant of the Blood Soul Palace. Lin Fan pointed his blade at the black-robed figure. Do you believe such meager abilities can thwart us? The black-robed figure let out a cold laugh, pressing the star map fragment to their forehead. Suddenly, their body merged with the purple clouds. I am the Star Trajectory Sorcerer, commanded by the Dark Demon Emperor, and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The star trajectory patterns within the purple clouds abruptly reversed, and the swarm of demon mosquitoes ceased their assault on the allied forces, instead opting for self-detonation. The black mist merged into the star formation. Taste the backlash of the celestial force. The entire sky darkened, the once resplendent stars now emanating a sinister red glow, as the spiritual power of the allied cultivators began to drain uncontrollably. The star veins have truly been tainted. Not good. He is sacrificing the demon mosquitoes to corrupt the star trajectory. Su Qingyue quickly cast all her soul-settling pills, creating a golden shield to temporarily stabilize the loss of spiritual power. Lin Fan, we must purify the nest before the star trajectory fully reverses. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, as the spiritual flood dragon's nascent soul leaped from his dantian, merging with the sacred spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon. Then let us employ this technique. The soul-settling sword art, the return of 10,000 stars. The blade transformed into a radiant pillar that pierced the heavens, absorbing the powers of the sun, moon, and stars. The tainted red glow from the stars was forcibly drawn along the beam towards the nest. No, the star trajectory sorcerer let out a desperate scream, the corrupted celestial power rebounding against them, their body disintegrating inch by inch within the golden light. After absorbing both the positive and negative celestial forces, the nest expanded violently before erupting with a thunderous roar, showering countless pure celestial spiritual energies like a meteor shower, mending the tainted star veins. As the purple clouds dissipated with the destruction of the nest, the night sky regained its brilliance. The 3 shards of the star map flew into Lin Fan's hands, merging with the previous star map projection to form a complete star domain map, which not only marked the locations of the extraterrestrial evil entities, but also displayed numerous twinkling points, coordinates of ancient teleportation arrays. Ding. Star Trajectory Defense Task completed. Rewards granted. Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spiritual Flood Dragon. Star Trajectory Breaking Evil. Attributes stabilized. Unlocking Star Formation Defense Tactics. Obtaining all ancient teleportation array coordinates. The allied cultivators erupted in jubilant cheers as He Wuchang approached with ghostly soldiers, gazing at the slowly rotating star map projection in the night sky. Commander Lin, with these teleportation arrays, we can deploy our defenses in advance. However, Su Qingyue pointed to a dark spot at the edge of the star map. The energy reaction there is peculiar, as if it were a deliberately concealed star domain. Lin Fan leaned in for a closer inspection, discovering that the shape of the dark spot perfectly matched the patterns on the reincarnation jade plate. Pressing the jade plate against the star map, the dark spot suddenly illuminated, revealing a densely packed distribution map of the evil demon fortresses. This is the complete star map. Lin Fan clenched the jade plate tightly, as the fortress coordinates on the star map began to resonate with the soul-settling sword art in his mind. The lair of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Demon Emperor lay right here, within the Chaos Star Domain's Hall of All Demons. Suddenly, Little Stone pointed to the sky, where the stars were rearranging themselves, forming a pattern identical to that of the Spirit Serpent Divine Blade. Lin Ge, look, the star trails are blessing us. Lin Fan raised his gaze as the Spirit Serpent Divine Blade emitted a joyful hum, its blade's starry patterns illuminating completely, as if merging with the entire starry expanse. In the distance, the purified star veins radiated a brilliant light, connecting with the beams from the chaotic altar and the abyssal bone cave, creating a defensive system that spanned the realm of cultivation. Lin Fan understood that this was merely the beginning of their battle against the extrinsic malevolence. However, with a complete star map, powerful artifacts, and a united coalition, they would ultimately safeguard this land. Return to Qingyun Sect. Lin Fan stored the star map in his spatial bag, the golden light of the Spirit Serpent Divine Blade illuminating their path home. They would ensure that all cultivators knew the stars of the cultivation realm would never extinguish. As the figures of the coalition vanished into the night, the reincarnation jade tablet in Lin Fan's bag suddenly grew hot, and new inscriptions emerged on its surface. 3 souls restored. The Stargate opens. Meanwhile, in a distant chaotic star domain, within a floating black palace, the shadow of the Yin-Yang Demon Emperor observed all of this through a water mirror, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. At last, I have found the key. Chapter 23. Soul Searching on the Ice Field. Soul devouring at the crossroads as the coalition conference of the 5 domains convened in the square of the Qingyun Sect. A complete star map of the celestial domain hovered above, with golden points of light contrasting sharply against the black markers of demonic nests. Lin Fan stood upon a high platform, holding the reincarnation jade tablet, which resonated with the star map, projecting a 3-dimensional image of the 10,000 Demons Hall. Esteemed guests, the lair of the Heavenly Demon Emperor lies within the chaotic star domain. Should we allow him to gather the 3 souls and activate the Stargate, the cultivation realm will be utterly defenseless. Suddenly, voices of dissent emerged from the crowd. The leader of the Ice Spirit sect from the North Cold domain rose, leaning on her ice staff. You expect us to contribute manpower with merely a jade tablet and a star map? How can we be sure this is not a scheme devised by the Qingyun sect? At her utterance, several elders from other sects echoed her sentiments, plunging the square into chaos. In that moment, Su Qingyue stepped forward, tossing a soul-calming pill from her alchemical furnace into the air. This is a soul-calming pill refined from fragments of soul crystals, capable of resisting demonic corruption. You may verify its efficacy yourselves. The golden light of the pill fell into the hands of the skeptics. The leader of the Ice Spirit sect crushed the pill, feeling the pure anti-demonic power within, and her expression softened. This was indeed a pill that could only be forged from purified soul crystals. There is another matter, Lin Fan declared, raising the reincarnation jade tablet. The inscription on its reverse, 3 souls reunited, Stargate unlocked, glowed with a crimson light, indicating that the tablet had detected the location of the second soul, the ice soul hidden within the relics of the North Cold Domain. If we can purify this soul, the opening of the Stargate can be postponed by at least 3 months. Suddenly, He Wuchang stepped forward. The Western Ghost Domain is willing to dispatch ghostly soldiers to accompany us. The extreme cold of the ice field is unbearable for ordinary cultivators. But my Frost Ghost soldiers are perfectly suited for this task. The leader of the Giant Sword Sect also drew forth his black iron sword. The disciples of the Giant Sword Sect are willing to serve as vanguards, cleaving a path through the ice field. Gradually, the clamor of dissent subsided, and the coalition of the 5 domains reached a consensus. 3 days later, Lin Fan set forth with Su Qinghue, Little Stone, He Wuchang, and 200 elite soldiers. The flying vessel entered the North Cold Domain, where temperatures plummeted below freezing and a thick layer of ice formed on the vessel's hull. The cultivators relied on the cold resistance pills refined by Su Qinghue to sustain their spiritual energy. Little Stone held up a compass, its copper needle shaking violently in the frigid wind. Brother Lin, the relics of the ice field lie deep within the Ice Soul Glacier, where the icy spiritual energy can freeze a cultivator's soul. The flying vessel descended at the glacier's edge, and the sight before them elicited gasps of cold breath. Towering ice peaks pierced the clouds like swords, and beneath the ice layer, countless ice coffins could be discerned, each containing the frozen remains of ancient cultivators, emanating a faint aura of malevolence. He Wuchang waved his iron chains, and the Frost Ghost soldiers emerged from the ice, transforming into ethereal blue apparitions to scout ahead. These ice coffins are tainted by the ice soul. Any contact will result in becoming an ice corpse. As they stepped into the depths of the glacier, the ground suddenly trembled, and massive fissures split the ice layer, from which innumerable ice corpses crawled forth, brandishing icy claws towards the coalition. Su Qinghue immediately cast forth her alchemical furnace, golden flames encircling the ice corpses, but were swiftly suppressed by the frigid air within the ice. The ice soul is manipulating the icy spiritual energy. Ordinary flames are ineffective, triggering the task of purifying the ice soul, breaking the seal of the icy wilderness, cleansing the ice soul, and safeguarding the ancient remnant soul within the ice coffin. Rewards for the task include the sacred blade of the spirit dragon, the ice soul exorcism, attribute awakening, and an increase of 60 in the ice spirit sect's favorability, unlocking ice-based defensive formations, along with the inheritance of ancient ice spirit techniques. Should the task fail, the ice soul will merge with the ice corpse, evolving into the ice demon lord. Lin Fan gripped the sacred blade of the spirit dragon tightly, the blade's starry patterns glowing, channeling the cosmic force of the stars. Starry exorcism? Ice melting. Golden starlight descended upon the fiery circle, transforming the flames into a brilliant crimson hue, capable of resisting the encroaching chill. As the ice corpse was touched by the flames, a hissing sound of melting resonated, and the malevolent energy beneath the ice diminished. Before them lay the entrance to the ruins. Suddenly, Little Stone pointed towards a distant ice cave, its entrance adorned with ancient ice patterns that echoed the markings of the reincarnation jade tablet. As the group approached, a bone-chilling wind erupted from the cave, and a figure cloaked in icy armor emerged from the gust, a soul-devouring guardian under the command of the demon emperor, brandishing a crystalline spear. The oppressive aura of his late nascent soul stage caused the surrounding ice to tremble. Lin Fan, save your efforts, the soul-devouring guardian declared as he thrust his spear, sending ice spikes surging from the ground towards Lin Fan's heart. The ice soul has already fused with the icy wilderness. You cannot purify it. He swept his spear, and the frigid winds carried ice blades, instantly freezing several Frost Ghost soldiers. The Black Wuchang swung his iron chains to ensnare the spear. You shall not harm Commander Lin. Yet, suddenly, malevolent energy erupted from the icy armor, freezing the chains into ice sculptures that shattered with the slightest touch. The soul-devouring guardian sneered. A mere lackey from the Western Ghost Domain dares to be audacious before me? Lin Fan leaped into the air, the sacred blade of the spirit dragon cleaving towards the guardian's left shoulder. Where is the ice soul? Speak. The blade clashed with the crystalline spear, golden blue sparks flying, and the ice layer cracked like a spider's web. The guardian grinned, his body shattering into countless ice particles, merging with the surrounding ice. Looking for the ice soul? You must first pass my trial. The icy wilderness was suddenly plunged into darkness, and numerous ice mirrors emerged from the ice layer, each reflecting Lin Fan's figure, yet radiating malevolent energy. These were the Guardians' mirror avatars. The avatars simultaneously swung their blades, the ice blue light cascading like a torrential downpour, overwhelming the allied cultivators, forcing even the Black Wuchang to retreat repeatedly. Su Qingwei used the soul-settling pill to create an illusionary barrier. Lin Fan shouted, urging his nascent soul. The nascent soul unfurled its wings, golden spiritual energy, forming a shield to block some of the blade lights. Su Qingwei immediately scattered the powder of the soul-settling pill into the air. The golden mist collided with the ice mirrors, causing the avatars to experience a momentary hesitation. Though the avatars were composed of malevolent energy, they still feared the power of soul settling. Seizing the moment, Little Stone raised the compass, and the copper disc suddenly emitted a red beam, pointing towards the depths of the ice cave. Brother Lin, the ice soul is within the innermost ice coffin. The Guardian's true body is concealed beneath the coffin. He tossed the compass to Lin Fan, activating it with the power of the starry patterns, capable of breaking the Guardian's illusions. Lin Fan caught the compass and infused it with the starry energy of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon. The copper plate erupted with a dazzling red light, sweeping across the icy mirror, shattering the phantoms like glass. The essence of the soul-devouring guardian was forced out from beneath the ice coffin, a fragment of an ice crystal spear embedded in its chest, evidently wounded by the red glow. Impossible. How could you locate my true form? Because evil can never triumph over righteousness. Lin Fan leapt forward to the ice coffin, the spirit serpent's sacred blade pressing against the seal upon it. Ice soul, I know you still retain a sliver of clarity. Do not let the demon emperor manipulate you. Suddenly, the ice coffin trembled, its lid slowly opening to reveal the ice-carved remains of an ancient cultivator, with a pale blue soul crystal hovering at its forehead. Indeed, it was the ice soul. The soul crystal emitted a blue light, and the ice crystal spear flew from the hands of the soul-devouring guardian, aiming directly for the soul crystal. You wish to purify the ice soul? I shall destroy it first. With lightning reflexes, Lin Fan swung the spirit serpent's sacred blade, cleaving the spear in two while simultaneously scattering the powdered soul-subduing Dan towards the soul crystal. Su Qingwei quickly used the ice spirit technique to stabilize the soul crystal. Su Qingwei promptly retrieved the ancient text of the ice spirit technique she had found in the relics of the icy plains, her fingertips gliding across the pages, wrapping the soul crystal in a gentle blue ice spirit power. Ice soul, follow my lead and break free from the demon emperor's restraints. The soul crystal's blue light flickered, resonating with Su Qingwei's ice spirit power as the malevolent force within the ice began to dissipate slowly. Seeing the situation turn against it, the soul-devouring guardian suddenly infused all its dark energy into the ice. Even if I must destroy the icy plains, I will stop you. The ice plains began to collapse violently, massive ice peaks plummeting from above, placing the coalition cultivators in peril. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he thrust the spirit serpent's sacred blade into the ice coffin, merging the power of the star trajectory with the ice spirit power. Spirit serpent, dispel evil. Return the ice soul to its rightful place. The blade erupted with a golden blue radiance, enveloping the soul crystal and the ancient remnant spirit within the ice coffin, simultaneously forming a vast protective shield for the coalition. The soul-devouring guardian was engulfed by the brilliance, emitting a desperate wail, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of ice mist. The collapse of the icy plains gradually ceased, the soul crystal being purified in the light, transforming into a pale blue ice crystal that merged with the reincarnation jade tablet. The second soul imprint on the tablet finally shone with golden light. Ding! Ice soul purification. Mission accomplished. Reward received. Spirit serpent's sacred blade. Ice soul dispelling attribute awakening. Ice spirit sect favorability 60. Ice spirit technique inheritance unlocked. The sect master of the ice spirit sect suddenly arrived with disciples, bowing deeply to Lin Fan upon witnessing the purified icy plains. Previously, I failed to recognize your greatness. The Ice Spirit Sect is willing to lend its full support to the coalition in the fight against the Demon Emperor. He presented a pale blue token, the Ice Soul token of the Ice Spirit Sect, capable of summoning all ice-affiliated cultivators from the Northern Cold Domain and controlling the defenses of the icy plains. Lin Fan accepted the token, and the reincarnation jade tablet suddenly grew warm, the third soul imprint on its reverse beginning to flicker, pointing towards the direction of the chaotic star domain on the star map. The final soul lies within the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Simultaneously, all ancient teleportation array coordinates on the star map illuminated, one of which aligned with the edge of the chaotic star domain. Marked with the inscription Gateway Entrance, it is time for us to depart. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spirit serpent's sacred blade, as the three attributes of star trajectory, ice soul, and soul purification illuminated simultaneously, determined to purify the final soul and prevent the gateway from opening. This moment shall define it all. The coalition of monks responded in unison, their voices piercing through the icy winds of the expanse. The sky vessel ascended once more, heading towards the chaotic star domain. Su Qingwei approached Lin Fan, presenting him with a newly concocted starry ice soul pill. This elixir can simultaneously resist the malevolent forces of the astral realm and the extreme cold. You will surely find it invaluable when you reach the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Lin Fan accepted the pill, his gaze lingering on Su Qingyue's cheeks tinged with a hint of frost, warmth blossoming in his heart. Rest assured, once we vanquish the celestial demon emperor, I shall accompany you to the alchemy hall to forge the finest elixirs, and we shall no longer engage in battle. Su Qingyue's ears flushed crimson as she turned to gaze out at the starry sky, where the ominous glow of the black lair in the chaotic star domain emanated, heralding the imminent commencement of an ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the cultivation realm. Chapter 24: The Chaotic Star Domain. The demon ship blocks the way as the flying vessel breached the barrier between the realm of cultivation and the chaotic star domain. The ship shuddered violently, and the once resplendent starry sky outside transformed abruptly into a dark violet. The previously clear star map projection began to distort. Little Stone, clutching the compass, was drenched in sweat as the needle on the bronze plate spun uncontrollably, its scale darkened by the demonic energy. Lingu, the spatial turbulence here is terrifying. The compass's positioning deviation is increasing. If we proceed, we might collide with the meteorite belt. Su Qingyue immediately suspended the alchemical furnace in the center of the vessel, from which a golden blue flame known as the celestial ice soul fire erupted. This flame, a fusion of celestial spiritual power and ice magic, could withstand the corrosive effects of demonic energy while stabilizing spatial fluctuations. The flames spread along the ship's hull, forming a translucent shield outside the vessel. The chaotic black currents that had been battering the ship fizzled away upon contact with the flames. For now, we can stabilize it, but the demonic energy of the chaotic star domain will continually deplete the flames. We must quickly locate the ancient teleportation array. We cannot force our way through with the flying vessel. Lin Fan approached the ship's bow, and the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon unsheathed itself. The blade's three attributes illuminated simultaneously. The starry trajectory patterns drew upon the surrounding sparse celestial energy. The ice soul patterns froze the encroaching demonic energy, and the soul-devouring purification patterns continuously absorbed the malevolent energy present in the air, infusing his spiritual power into the blade. A golden blue beam of light shot forth into the starry sky, carving a fleeting path of illumination against the dark violet canopy. This was a novel application of the star trajectory to exorcise evil attribute, capable of marking a safe route through the chaotic star domain. Follow the path of the blade, Lin Fan commanded loudly, and the flying vessel advanced slowly along the illuminated route. The meteorite belt along the way revealed hidden gaps beneath the light of the blade, allowing the vessel to navigate skillfully through them. However, it wasn't long before a deep, rumbling sound echoed from afar. Three pitch-black demon ships emerged from the swirling demonic energy, their hulls adorned with barbed protrusions, and their cannon mouths coalescing with dark violet demonic light. These were the soul-devouring demon ships, the vanguard of the demon emperor. Black Wuchang hurled out iron chains, and the frost ghost soldiers swiftly formed a formation, their bone flags unfurling. Ethereal blue ghost flames gathered before them to form a shield. The main cannons of these demon ships could shatter the defenses of Yuan Ing stage cultivators. The cannon mouse must be destroyed first. Ding! Triggered the main quest. Star Domain Exorcism. Destroy the three soul-devouring demon ships. protect the flying vessel, and reach the coordinates of the ancient teleportation array. Quest rewards: Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Spirit Blade, Attribute Awakening of Chaotic Exorcism, exclusive for combating chaotic demonic energy, tactical unlock for the 5 Domains Coalition Starship Operation, and the core passage map of the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Quest failure: destruction of the flying vessel and the Coalition trapped by the demon ships. Suddenly, the demonic light at the cannon mouths of the demon ships surged violently, and 3 dark violet beams shot toward the flying vessel. Lin Fan swung his blade, executing myriad dragons returning to the sea. The silver-white ethereal dragon projection collided with the beams, momentarily holding them at bay. However, the ethereal dragon was gradually eroded by the demonic energy, revealing a breach. This demonic energy is 10 times stronger than the malevolent force of the ice plains. Qinghua enhanced the ethereal dragon with the celestial ice soul fire. Su Qinghua promptly infused the flame from the alchemical furnace into the ethereal dragon projection. The golden blue fire enveloped the dragon, rapidly repairing the previously corroded areas and even forcing the beams back, which crashed violently into the leading demon ship's hull, creating a massive breach. The infernal soldiers aboard the ship screamed as they plummeted from the opening, only to transform mid-air into malevolent mist, subsequently absorbed by other demonic vessels. These soldiers were indeed coalesced from pure evil energy. A direct confrontation would be futile. The demonic ship could absorb this dark essence and revive. Lin Fan swiftly discerned the crux of the matter, directing the spirit serpent holy blade towards the bridge of the central demonic ship, aiming for its core. Destroying the core would render the ship uncontrollable. Heyo Chang immediately understood, rallying the Frost Ghost soldiers to leap towards the vessel. We shall draw their fire. Lin, take this opportunity to strike at the core. The ghostly warriors hurled bone chains to ensnare the ship's cannons, while ethereal blue ghost flames coursed along the chains, attempting to freeze the barrels. Yet, the ship suddenly expelled a thick black slime. Upon contact with the ghost flames, it ignited violently, consuming several ghost soldiers in an instant, reducing them to wisps of smoke. Be cautious. It's soul-corroding slime. Su Qinghua unleashed dozens of soul-calming pills, which detonated around the demonic ship, their golden radiance temporarily suppressing the slime's flames. Lin Fan, I will immobilize the ship with ice spirit technique, and you seize the moment to board. With a flick of her fingertip, a multitude of ice spikes manifested from the void, ensnaring the central vessel, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan leaped onto the ship, propelled by the blade's luminescent edge. The ice patterns along the blade illuminated, freezing the dark essence upon the ship's hull. He alighted atop the bridge, cleaving open the hatch, only to be confronted by a demon general wielding a bone sword. Dare to invade the soul-devouring ship? You seek death. This general was surprisingly a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his malevolent essence more potent than that of the soul-devouring guardian. The blade's wind carrying the power to devour souls. Unfazed, Lin Fan activated the soul-purifying patterns on the spirit serpent holy blade, instinctively absorbing the dark energy within the blade's wind, simultaneously countering with a strike. Ice spirit severing evil, its pale blue light aimed directly at the demon general's heart. This maneuver targeted the vulnerability of dark essence, capable of instantly freezing the corrupt energy within the general. The general howled in retreat, his heart encased in ice. Yet suddenly he grinned maliciously, channeling all his dark energy into his bone sword. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. The sword surged in size, transforming into a colossal claw aimed at Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, channeling the full force of the spirit serpent's nascent soul into his blade, merging 3 attributes to form a tricolored composite blade of gold, blue, and white. Spirit serpent severing evil. 3 powers unite. The blade flashed, and the claw was severed as the demon general's body was cleaved in twain, the core within tumbling free. Lin Fan seized the core, discovering a shard of a star map concealed within, part of the map to the core passage of the Hall of 10,000 Demons. He crushed the core, causing the demonic ship to lose its energy support, beginning to disintegrate slowly. Upon witnessing the destruction of their leadership, the remaining 2 demonic vessels pivoted their cannons, only to be intercepted by the sudden appearance of disciples from the Ice Spirit sect. The sect's master arrived with ice-affiliated cultivators from the northern cold domain. They wielded massive ice shields to block the main cannons of the demonic ships, while unleashing countless ice arrows that pierced the hulls. Lin Fan. We're here to support you. With the backing of the Ice Spirit sect, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Lin Fan returned to his flying vessel, directing the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade towards the remaining demonic ships. Let us strike together, swiftly and decisively. The coalition of monks unleashed their mystical artifacts, intertwining the powers of the celestial trajectory, the ice spirit, and the ghostly fire to ensnare the demonic fleet. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue ignited the demonic energy of the vessels with the celestial ice fire, while He Wuchang led the ghostly soldiers to dismantle the bridge. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the remaining 2 demonic ships were utterly obliterated. Ding. Task completed. Break the demonic domain. Rewards granted. Sacred Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. A Tribute Awakening. Chaotic Exorcism. Tactical Unlock. Starship Combat. Core Passage Map of the 10,000 Demons Palace acquired. The blade of the Sacred Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon bore a newly inscribed dark golden pattern representing the Chaotic Exorcism attribute. With a gentle tremor, the blade automatically absorbed and purified the surrounding demonic energy. Lin Fan unfolded the fragment of the map obtained from the demonic core and pieced it together with the previous star chart. The core passage of the 10,000 Demons Palace finally revealed itself. At the end of the passage lay the Star Gate, where the final soul, the chaotic soul, was sealed by the Demon Emperor at the heart of the formation. The ancient teleportation array stood before them. Suddenly, Little Stone shouted, pointing the compass towards a nearby abandoned planet, where ancient runes faintly adorned its surface. The flying vessel descended slowly onto the planet, and upon disembarking, they discovered the teleportation array was surprisingly intact, albeit shrouded in a thick layer of demonic energy. Lin Fan wielded the sacred blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon to cut through the demonic energy, causing the runes of the teleportation array to illuminate instantly. Resonating with the reincarnation jade plate, the third soul imprint on the back of the jade plate flickered violently, allowing them to sense the faint waves of the chaotic soul on the other side of the Stargate. The Stargate was already in the process of being constructed. Prepare yourselves, Lin Fan commanded, gripping the sacred blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon, turning to the coalition. Teleporting there will bring us to the periphery of the 10,000 Demons Palace, where the Demon Emperor has surely laid numerous traps. Our singular objective is clear, to prevent the Stargate from opening and to purify the chaotic soul. Su Qingyue distributed the final batch of celestial ice fire pills among the group. These pills could resist the chaotic demonic energy and, when crushed in a critical moment, would unleash a brief purifying force. He Wuchang divided the Frost Ghost soldiers into 2 teams. One would follow Lin to breach the core passage, while the other would hold back the demonic soldiers on the periphery to ensure their retreat remained uncut. As everyone positioned themselves on the teleportation array, Lin Fan infused his spiritual energy into the jade plate, causing the array's radiance to surge dramatically. In the blinding golden light, their figures gradually faded away. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a pitch-black hall, the soul-devouring hall at the outskirts of the 10,000 Demons Palace. Countless remnants of cultivators were bound to the pillars, and the demonic eyes on the ceiling fixed their malevolent gaze upon them. From afar, the chilling and arrogant voice of the Demon Emperor echoed, Lin Fan, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for a long time, for you to bring the previous 2 souls as my final gift. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon, the 4 attributes of the blade illuminating the dark hall. Demon Emperor, do not waste your breath. Today, I shall purify you here and seal the Stargate. Suddenly, the hall's doors slammed shut, and countless demonic soldiers surged forth from the shadows. The ultimate battle at the 10,000 Demons Palace had officially commenced. Chapter 25. The Soul-Eating Array and the Battle at the Stargate within the Soul-Eating Palace. The demonic soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, clad in obsidian-scaled armor, wielding bone blades that flickered with eerie green soul flames. Each strike carried an essence capable of eroding the very seas of consciousness. The frontline disciples of the law enforcement hall, having barely parried 2 blows, found their gazes growing vacant, their enforcement staves nearly slipping from their grasp. These demonic warriors were tenfold more perilous than the guardians of the chaotic star domain. Quickly take the soul-calming pill. Su Qingyue's voice pierced through the cacophony of battle as she suspended the pill furnace above the coalition forces. Golden blue starry ice fire transformed into countless luminous particles, cascading down upon the disciples. Those touched by the particles instantly regained clarity, the corrosive essence dissipating like snow under the sun. Maintain the formation. The ice spirit sect shall erect icy walls, while the ghostly soldiers flank from behind. The sect master of the ice spirit sect promptly complied. Forming seals with both hands. Ice spirit formation. 10,000 feet wall. A towering ice wall rose from the ground, temporarily barring the demonic soldiers from advancing. Ice runes crystallized upon the wall, continuously launching icy arrows that pierced through the soldiers' scales. Seizing the opportunity, He Wuchang led the frost ghosts, transforming into ethereal blue apparitions. Maneuvering behind the demonic army, ensnaring their ankles with iron chains as ghostly blue flames engulfed them, rendering them immobile. Now is the moment. Lin Fan gripped the spirit flood dragon holy blade, its starry patterns, icy essence, soul-purifying energy, and chaotic disruption all igniting simultaneously. Law Enforcement Hall, follow me. Directly target the soul-eating priest. He leaped over the ice wall with the speed of the wind, the spirit flood dragon's shadow roaring behind him, wherever the blade flashed. The armor of the demonic soldiers shattered like parchment, their chaotic essence absorbed and purified by the blade. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed within the hall as three soul-eating priests, draped in blood-red robes, emerged from behind the stone pillars. Grasping skull-shaped staffs, they chanted incantations towards the tormented souls bound to the pillars. The previously dormant souls erupted into a frenzy, transforming into black soul mist that surged toward the coalition forces. These priests are manipulating the souls. If we do not eliminate them, the soul mist will be relentless. Little Stone raised the compass high, shouting as the needle frantically pointed toward the priest's location. Their robes have vulnerabilities. The backs are not shrouded in demonic essence. Lin Fan immediately adjusted his trajectory. The spirit flood dragon holy blade carving an arc as he deftly avoided the entanglement of soul mist, charging towards the left priest. However, as he approached, the priest abruptly thrust the staff into the ground, causing fissures to erupt, from which countless skeletal hands emerged, grasping at Lin Fan's ankles. You wish to slay me? First, savor the taste of the 10,000 souls devouring. The pit echoed with anguished wails of souls, disrupting Lin Fan's spiritual flow. Lin Fan, I shall assist you. Su Qingyue leapt into action, dozens of explosive soul-calming pills soaring from the furnace, detonating above the chasm. The golden flames not only repelled the skeletal hands, but also purified the malevolent essence within the pit. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan broke free of his bindings, the blade flashing as he struck toward the priest's lower back. Soul-eating disruption. The four-colored blade light pierced through the priest's robes, eliciting a scream from the priest as his form dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, and the souls he had controlled returned to tranquility. The remaining two priests, witnessing their companion's demise, absorbed all remaining souls into their bodies, swelling into towering soul demons 3 zhang high, their hands coalescing into dark soul orbs. Let us perish together. The soul sphere was hurled towards the coalition's formation, and wherever it passed, the ice walls were swiftly eroded into black water. Several ghostly soldiers, unable to evade in time, were immediately devoured by the soul sphere. Black Wuchang's expression changed dramatically as he cast forth all his iron chains to ensnare the limbs of the soul demon. Commander Lin quickly used the chaos-dispelling technique. This soul demon fears the purifying power. He infused all his ghostly energy into the chains. A ghostly blue radiance clashing against the black mist of the soul demon, stalemated. I cannot hold on much longer. Lin Fan took a deep breath, channeling the full strength of the spirit flood dragon's nascent soul into the blade. The four-colored patterns on the blade fused into a resplendent white light. Spirit flood dragon dispelling evil? For forces unite. The blade's light streaked across like a meteor, directly striking at the heart of the soul demon. The soul demon emitted a deafening wail, its body disintegrating inch by inch in the white light. The devoured remnants of souls regaining their freedom, transforming into specks of golden light that dissipated within the grand hall. Congratulations! You have defeated the soul-devouring priest and the soul demon, unlocking clues to the dark gate of the soul-devouring hall. Reward: the purifying range of the Spirit Flood Sacred Blade increases by 50, maximizing the morale of the coalition. Suddenly, Little Stone pointed at the stone pillar on the right. The compass needle firmly pressed against the pillar's wall. Brother Lin, the dark gate is here. There are energy fluctuations from the star gate behind the pillar. Lin Fan swung his blade to cleave the pillar, revealing a pitch-black stone door engraved with the same 3 souls returned runes as the reincarnation jade tablet. Split into 2 teams, Lin Fan decisively commanded. Zhang Qing, take half of the disciples to guard the soul-devouring hall to prevent the demon soldiers from reinforcing. Qingwei, Little Stone, and Black Wuchang will lead the elite into the dark gate, heading for the star gate's focal point. Everyone quickly formed groups. Lin Fan infused spiritual energy into the reincarnation jade tablet, and the stone door slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading downwards. The walls on either side of the staircase were adorned with ancient murals depicting the guardians of the Stargate. It turned out that the Chaos Soul was, in fact, the remnant soul of the ancient guardian known as the Chaos Elder. No wonder the reincarnation jade tablet could sense it. Su Qingwei caressed the murals, realizing that the Chaos Elder had sacrificed himself to close the Stargate, but had been tainted by the heavenly demon emperor's corruption. Lin Fan gripped the jade tablet tightly, his gaze resolute. This time, we shall help him complete his unfinished mission. At the end of the staircase stood a grand Stargate sanctuary, where 3 ethereal figures hovered in the center. The Ice Soul under the control of the heavenly demon emperor, the remnants of the soul devouring, and at the very center, the Chaos Soul. The 3 souls were ensnared by black chains, connected to the embryonic form of the Stargate above, from which chaotic demonic energy continuously surged. The sanctuary's dome covered in eerie demonic patterns. The heavenly demon emperor stood beneath the Stargate, draped in a dark purple demonic robe, surrounded by chaotic demonic energy at the late stage of the nascent soul. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the others, he let out a maniacal laugh. Just in time. The 3 souls are about to merge, and the Stargate will soon open. At that moment, my demonic army will trample the realm of cultivation. He raised his hand, and 2 streams of chaotic demonic energy transformed into claws, lunging towards Lin Fan and Su Qingwei. Be careful. Black Wuchang immediately shielded Little Stone, the iron chains binding the demonic claws, yet they were corroded with a hissing sound, the demonic energy far stronger than before. Su Qingwei quickly threw out the starry ice soul fire, forming a protective barrier around the group, temporarily halting the encroaching demonic energy. Lin Fan, the reincarnation jade tablet, is heating up. It can absorb the power of the 3 souls. Lin Fan raised the reincarnation jade tablet, which instantly erupted with a golden light, resonating with the 3 souls within the Stargate. The Ice Soul and the Devouring Soul began to struggle violently, the black chains that bound them starting to show cracks. As they retained a flicker of clarity, the heavenly demon emperor's expression changed dramatically as he infused more demonic energy into the chains, exclaiming, "Do not even think of resisting. You are all sacrifices for me to open the Stargate." Sacrifices? You are mistaken. Lin Fan leaped towards the Stargate, the 4-colored patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon merging with the golden light of the Jade Tablet. They were the heroes safeguarding the Stargate. Today, I shall grant them their freedom. He swung his blade, severing the black chains with the radiant 4-colored light, causing the Ice Soul and the Devouring Soul to immediately soar towards the Jade Tablet, merging within. The Chaotic Soul also broke free from its bindings. But instead of flying towards the Jade Tablet, it charged at the heavenly demon emperor, declaring, "Evil spirit, I have protected the Stargate for millennia, and I shall not allow you to succeed." It transformed into a beam of golden light, colliding with the emperor's demonic robe, causing the demonic patterns upon it to dim momentarily. The heavenly demon emperor, enraged, shouted, "You insolent remnant soul!" He struck towards the chaotic soul, instantly suppressing the golden light with his demonic energy. "I shall assist you." Lin Fan infused the power of the 2 souls from the Jade Tablet into the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. The blade transformed into a pillar of light piercing through the heavens and earth, declaring, "Spirit Flood Dragon breaks the evil." The 3 souls unite. The pillar penetrated the chaotic demonic energy, linking the chaotic soul with the jade tablet, causing the three souls to merge within, transforming into a pure light of protection that enveloped the entire sanctuary. The heavenly demon emperor was struck by the protective light, emitting a piercing cry of agony as his robe tore apart. The chaotic demonic energy within him continuously purified. Impossible. How could I possibly be defeated by you mere ants? He attempted to detonate the remaining demonic energy, but was firmly ensnared by the protective light, unable to move. It is over, heavenly demon emperor. Lin Fan raised the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon, intertwining the four-colored light with the protective light, sealing the stargate. The chaotic demonic energy within the stargate began to flow backward, and the embryonic form of the stargate slowly closed, causing the demonic patterns of the sanctuary to dissipate. The heavenly demon emperor's body gradually became transparent within the protective light, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke, absorbed and purified by the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon. Notification: completion of the ultimate mission, Guardian of the Stargate. Reward: Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon upgraded to the pinnacle of divine artifacts. Lin Fan breaks through to the God transformation stage, earning the title of Guardian of the Cultivation Realm and the Chaotic Star Domain Defense Map. Pure spiritual energy surged into Lin Fan's body like a flowing river, his nascent soul transforming within his dantian into the unique divine soul of the God transformation stage. The sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon evolved as well, ancient protective runes appearing along the blade, capable of automatically dispelling demonic energy within a 100-mile radius. Outside the sanctuary, the cheers of the allied forces echoed, as Zhang Qing and his disciples rushed in, witnessing the closed Stargate and Lin Fan at the God transformation stage, all kneeling in reverence. "We honor you, Lin Guardian." He Yu Chong and Little Stone ran over, their faces brimming with excitement. "Brother Lin, we have won." Su Qingyue also approached quickly, tears glistening in her eyes. "You did it, Lin Fan." Lin Fan grasped her hand, raising the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon, the four-colored radiance illuminating the sanctuary. "This victory is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us, to the entire cultivation realm." Days later, the cultivation world convened the Guardian Conference, where Lin Fan was nominated by various sects as the Guardian Sovereign, entrusted with the defense map of the Chaos Star Domain and responsible for training the allied forces to prevent the resurgence of malevolent entities. The flying vessel traversed the starry expanse, with Lin Fan standing at the bow, the spirit blade of the celestial dragon hovering beside him. Su Qingyue, Little Stone, and He Wuchang stood behind him, gazing at the resplendent cosmos. "Our next endeavor is to reconstruct the Stargate defenses, ensuring everlasting tranquility for the cultivation realm." Lin Fan's voice resonated throughout the vessel. "Yet, should any malevolence dare to encroach, I, Lin Fan, shall ensure their return is but a distant memory." The spirit blade of the celestial dragon emitted a clear, resonant hum, seemingly echoing his vow. Beneath the setting sun, the shadow of the vessel elongated across the starry sky, signifying Lin Fan's unrestrained prowess, not the brashness of youth, but the solemn responsibility of a guardian. The legend of the cultivation world continues, and this young man, who has risen from an outer disciple to the guardian sovereign, shall forever shine as the most radiant light beneath this celestial tapestry. Chapter 26. The Enigma of the Demon Seed. Internal and external turmoil in the third month of his guardianship. Lin Fan led his team in the eradication of the remnants of demon nests within the chaotic star domain. The sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao hovered before him, its artifact-level pressure causing the surrounding demonic energy to recoil. The protective runes inscribed upon the blade automatically scanned the starry expanse. Upon detecting a demon nest, they would emit a golden blue light blade to completely purify it. "Lin Zuanzhong, we have detected anomalous energy fluctuations 100 miles ahead." The compass of Little Stone suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, revealing numerous tiny black dots on the copper plate, resembling the malevolent energy parasitizing the meteors, and it was rapidly spreading. Su Qinghua promptly produced a detection device. Under the crystalline lens, the markings on the meteor's surface bore an unsettling resemblance to the void demon runes, albeit with an added sense of eerie writhing. It was the void demon seed. Ancient texts had chronicled this malevolent entity capable of parasitizing cultivators, Once it burrowed into the body, it would seize control of the mind, transforming the victim into a puppet. As soon as she finished speaking, agonized screams echoed from afar. Lin Fan leaped to the scene, only to witness an ice spirit sect disciple frantically assaulting his comrades. A small black dot on his neck burrowing into his bloodstream. Indeed, the demon seed. Quick, restrain him. Lin Fan hurled the glowing tether of the sacred spirit blade, ensnaring the disciple, while Su Qingyue swiftly offered a purification pill, forcefully administering it to him. Once ingested, the black dot on the disciple's neck momentarily ceased its writhing. Yet his gaze remained vacant. The demon seed is gnawing at my primordial spirit. Quickly, in my life. He Wuchang crouched down, his fingertips igniting with ethereal blue ghostly flames, gently pressing against the disciple's forehead. I will use my spectral power to temporarily suppress the demon seed. But to eradicate it entirely, we must locate its source. Ding. Task triggered. Demon seed extermination main quest. Investigate the parasitized cultivators in the cultivation realm. Destroy the source of the void demon seed and prevent its spread to the 5 domains. Task reward. Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade, Void Breaking Skill, Demon Seed Detection Array Blueprint, and Stabilizing Pill Formula for the Transformation Stage. Task failure. Loss of control over the demon seed, leading to the 5 domains becoming a den of puppets. Upon returning to the Qingyun sect, an urgent report arrived. A conflict had erupted between the Great Sword sect and the Ice Spirit sect at the Spirit Vein Mine. Lin Fan, accompanied by Su Qingyue and He Wuchang, rushed to the scene, where disciples from both factions were already embroiled in fierce combat. The spirit veins surrounding the mine in disarray, and the ground cracked with deep fissures. Cease this at once. Lin Fan's divine pressure enveloped the area in an instant, compelling the disciples to halt, though their faces remained contorted with anger. The leader of the Great Sword sect pointed accusingly at the master of the Ice Spirit sect. They are seizing our spirit veins. We discovered the mine first. The master of the Ice Spirit sect retorted defiantly. The mine is on the border of the northern cold domain. By what right do you claim it? Suddenly, Su Qingyue noticed the peculiar expressions of the elders leading the quarrel. Faint shadows of blackness lingered around their necks. Demon seeds. Be cautious. They are under the control of the demon seeds. As she shouted, the 2 elders erupted with fury, brandishing their magical artifacts, charging at Lin Fan. Mind your own business. Die. Lin Fan deftly sidestepped their assault, the sacred spirit blade slicing through the air, severing their weapons, and with a strike of the blade's back, he rendered both elders unconscious. He Wuchang immediately employed his ghostly powers to investigate, and, indeed, discovered the demonic seeds nestled within their foreheads. These seeds could conceal themselves within the consciousness of cultivators, remaining undetectable unless they erupted spontaneously. It appeared that the demonic seeds had infiltrated the 5 realms. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The pressing matter at hand was to arrange a demonic seed detection array across the various sects, while simultaneously uncovering the source of this malevolent dissemination. He presented the array blueprint to the leaders of the 2 factions, urging them to cease their hostilities and unite to cleanse the minds of these demonic seeds. For further internal strife would only provide the evil forces with an opportunity to exploit. The sect leaders nodded in shame and promptly organized their disciples to set up the array. Lin Fan, accompanied by Little Stone and the disciples of the law enforcement hall, set out to inspect the various sections. However, upon reaching the western ghost domain, they found the miasma of the Wangchuan River had taken on an unusual intensity. Within the muddy riverbed lay countless demonic seeds, surging along the currents towards the 5 realms. It is the meteorites from the Chaos Star domain, Little Stone exclaimed, pointing at the floating black meteorite fragments on the water's surface, where the demonic seeds clung, drifting into the cultivation world and spreading through the water source. He Wuchang immediately summoned the Frost Ghost soldiers to lay down the netherworld sealing array along the Wangchuan River, aiming to halt the further spread of the demonic seeds. Yet, a portion had already flowed into other realms, necessitating swift communication with all sections. At that moment, Lin Fan's communication talisman suddenly illuminated, revealing an urgent report from Zhang Qing. Respected Lin, the Qingyun sect has uncovered spies attempting to steal ancient void array diagrams from the scripture pavilion, and they have released demonic seeds. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily led everyone back to the Qingyun sect. Within the scripture pavilion, several figures cloaked in black were stuffing array diagrams into storage bags, while numerous disciples, already under the control of the demonic seeds, attacked the guards frantically. "Stop this at once," Lin Fan shouted, unleashing a blade of light from his sword. However, the black-clad individuals suddenly tore open their garments, revealing chests adorned with demonic runes. "We are servants of the Void Demon Lord. The seeds will soon control the entire cultivation world, and you shall all perish." Without warning, they detonated the demonic seeds within their bodies, and a cloud of black mist instantly enveloped the scripture pavilion. Su Qingyue swiftly cast out her alchemical furnace, conjuring a golden flame shield to protect everyone, exclaiming that the explosion of these seeds would create void fissures, and the mist must not spread. Lin Fan then activated the Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade, the protective runes on the blade glowing as it began to absorb the demonic seeds within the black mist. "The Void Demon Lord? Another new evil?" The black-clad figures cackled maliciously within the fog. "The Demon Lord shall descend through the void fissures, and when that time comes." Before they could finish their sinister proclamation, they were pierced through the chest by the light of the Spirit Flood Dragon's sacred blade, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The mist gradually began to purify, yet on the floor of the scripture pavilion remained a small void fissure, continually seeping forth black, demonic energy. Ding! Upon detecting the presence of the Void Demon Lord, a secondary quest was triggered to mend the rifts in the void. Identify all spies disseminating demonic seeds, and prepare for the impending arrival of the Void Demon Lord. The rewards for this mission include the Spirit Blade of the Celestial Flood Dragon, the ability to seal the void, the ancient method to unravel the void formations, and the authority to establish the Void Task Force of the Five Domains Alliance. Failure, however, would result in the rift widening and the premature arrival of the Demon Lord. Lin Fan crouched and touched the rift with the Spirit Blade of the Celestial Flood Dragon. The runes on the blade glowed instantly, temporarily sealing the fissure. This closure was merely a stopgap. For a complete restoration, the sealing stone from the ancient void formations was necessary. He turned to Su Qingyue, inquiring if there were any records in ancient texts regarding the location of the sealing stone. Su Qingyue quickly perused the void's secret record she had retrieved from the ghostly bone cave. Indeed, the sealing stone is hidden within the void ruins, located at the edge of the chaotic star domain, where ancient cultivators once sealed the Void Demon Lord. Suddenly, a compass in little stone pointed towards the chaotic star domain, the red dot on the bronze plate coinciding with the coordinates of the void ruins. Moreover, the compass sensed a substantial energy of demonic seeds emanating from that location, presumably the Demon Lord's lair. It appeared imperative to visit the void ruins. Lin Fan gripped the Spirit Blade of the Celestial Flood Dragon and instructed, "Qingyue, you remain in the cultivation realm to guide the various sects in arranging detection and sealing formations. He Wuchang, mobilize the ghost soldiers from the Western Ghost Domain and the Five Domains to safeguard the water sources, preventing the spread of demonic seeds. I shall take Little Stone and the elite of the Enforcement Hall to the Void Ruins in search of the sealing stone." Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Su Qingyue handed Lin Fan a Void Heart Protection Pill. This elixir can resist the miasma of the void. Should you encounter danger, crush it, and I will immediately send support via the communication talisman. He Wuchang also presented Lin Fan with the formation plate of the nether sealing array. If you face a tide of demonic seeds, this plate can temporarily trap them. Lin Fan accepted the elixir and formation plate, boarding the flying vessel with Little Stone and the disciples of the Enforcement Hall, setting course for the void ruins within the chaotic star domain. As the vessel traversed the stellar currents, the void ruins gradually came into view, a colossal ancient city suspended amidst the cosmos, its walls riddled with void rifts from which black, demonic miasma incessantly seeped, while the demonic seeds on the walls grew wildly like dark vines. "That is the place." Little Stone pointed towards the tower at the center of the ancient city. "The sealing stone must be at the pinnacle of that tower." The flying vessel gently descended outside the ancient city, and the moment Lin Fan stepped out of the cabin, he felt a pressure stronger than that of the heavenly demon emperor. The Void Demon Lord resided within this ancient city. "Lin Fan, you have finally arrived." A deep voice resonated from the depths of the ancient city. A figure materialized from the black miasma, suspended in midair, clad in a robe of void magic. With a black crystal embedded in its forehead, it was indeed the Void Demon Lord. I have awaited this day for 10,000 years. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spirit blade of the celestial flood dragon, the runes of void breaking evil on the blade illuminating automatically. Void Demon Lord. You harbor delusions of controlling the cultivation realm through demonic seeds. Today, I shall use this blade to permanently seal you. The Demon Lord erupted in maniacal laughter, as the dark magical energy transformed into countless demonic seeds, surging towards Lin Fan and his companions like a tidal wave. Let me see just how much prowess you, the guardian of the cultivation realm, truly possess. The luminous blade of the spirit serpent's holy blade erupted instantaneously, colliding with the oncoming wave of demonic seeds. The ultimate showdown within the Void Relic had officially commenced. Chapter 27. The Guardian Beast Crisis. Rune Secrets. For 3 days, the flying vessel traversed the chaotic star domain. And at last, the astral compass locked onto the first ancient guardian station, the Qiming Station. From afar, the relic suspended amidst the nebula shimmered in a resplendent azure gold hue, its outer layer enveloped by a turbulent distortion of space-time. The ancient runes at the edge of the relic flickered intermittently, as if signaling a desperate plea for help. Beware! The space-time turbulence surrounding the Guardian Station can devour spiritual energy. Xiao Shirtu suddenly pressed down on the wildly spinning compass, which revealed fine cracks on its copper surface. Moments ago, it had nearly been shredded by the chaotic currents. They needed to locate the space-time anchor point of the Guardian Station to approach safely. Lin Fan summoned the sacred blade of the spirit dragon. The protective runes along the blade resonated with the relic in the nebula. A faint golden light beam shot from the blade, pointing directly at a protruding piece of azure stone on the eastern side of the relic, the very space-time anchor point. Master of the Ice Spirit Sect, use the Ice Spirit formation to stabilize the anchor point. The sect leader of the Ice Spirit immediately began to weave seals, causing countless ice shards to extend along the beam of light, forming a stable ice dome around the anchor point, effectively blocking the distorted currents outside. The flying vessel gradually docked at the entrance of the Guardian Station. As the group disembarked, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The architecture within the relic retained an ancient style, with stone pillars inscribed with complete Guardian runes. Yet the ground was covered by a layer of black viscous substance that occasionally bubbled, emanating chaotic demonic energy reminiscent of the myriad demon stargate. This demonic energy was purer than that found in the Soul Erosion Valley, as if it had seeped directly from the myriad demon stargate. Su Qinghua crouched down, using a pill spoon to scoop up a bit of the viscous substance. Just as she leaned in to observe, the substance suddenly transformed into black tendrils, wrapping around her wrist. Be careful, it's spirit-devouring demon gel. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, wielding the sacred blade of the spirit dragon to unleash a beam of golden light, instantly purifying the tendrils, which dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Ding! Triggered the Qiming Station Guardian side quest. Purify the spirit-devouring demon gel. Awaken the contaminated ancient guardian beast, and obtain the second fragment of the Guardian rune. Quest rewards. Sacred Blade of the Spirit Dragon. Space-time Dispelling Attributes Awakening. Can stabilize space-time turbulence. Unlock Qiming Station Teleportation Function. Ancient Stargate Sealing Technique Fragment. Quest Failure. Guardian Beast completely demonized. Qiming Station consumed by space-time turbulence. The group proceeded along the path paved with azure stone deeper into the relic, where the demonic energy grew increasingly potent. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed ahead, causing the ground to tremble violently. A colossal beast, entirely snow-white with twin wings sprouting from its back, burst forth from behind the stone pillars. It was the ancient guardian beast, the Qiming beast. However, at this moment, its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and it was enshrouded in black, demonic energy. Its once gentle horn now blackened as if tainted by the demon gel. It is the Qiming beast, Su Qinghua exclaimed. Ancient texts in the Dan Hall recorded that it was a guardian beast nurtured by ancient cultivators, capable of wielding the power of the stars. Su Qinghua quickly took out a demon-exploring pill, but was sent flying by a mere flap of the Qiming beast's wings. Its mind was under the control of the demonic energy, rendering the pill ineffective. They needed to sever the demon gel's corruption first. The Qiming beast threw back its head and roared, its horn emitting a beam of black starlight. hurtling straight towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained calm as the protective resonance attribute of the spirit dragon's sacred blade illuminated. The blade resonated with the ancient runes inscribed on the stone pillar, conjuring a shimmering azure golden barrier to shield them from the starlight. The beast's power stemmed from the stars, rendering ordinary attacks futile. Little Stone utilized the compass to locate the core of the magic glue. Little Stone knelt on the ground, pressing the compass against the earth, its copper pointer suddenly directing towards the abdomen of the enlightenment beast. There lay a fist-sized clump of black magic glue, continuously channeling magical energy into its being. Lingu. The core is within its belly. However, its hide is too tough. We must first expose a weakness. Black Wuchang immediately led the Frost Ghost soldiers to restrain the enlightenment beast, binding its limbs with iron chains. We shall contain it. Lin, take this opportunity to strike at the core. The ghostly soldiers unleashed ethereal blue flames upon the beast's fur, yet the shield formed by magical energy repelled the flames, causing the soldiers to stagger back. Qingyue, assist me with the starry ice fire. Lin Fan leapt into the air, imbuing the spirit dragon's sacred blade with divine power, its blade radiating a brilliant azure golden glow. I require flames to entangle its shield, allowing me to breach its defenses with the protective rune. Su Qingyue promptly hurled the alchemical furnace into the sky, from which golden blue flames erupted, coiling around the enlightenment beast like chains, the flames clashing with the magical energy, producing a hissing sound of searing heat. The beast, agitated by the flames, violently broke free from the ghost soldier's chains, sweeping its wings to send Lin Fan crashing into the stone pillar. Seizing the momentum, Lin Fan propelled himself off the pillar, his body twisting gracefully in midair. The protective resonance attribute of the spirit dragon's sacred blade synchronized perfectly with the runes on the pillar, unleashing a brilliant azure golden blade of light that struck the core of the magic glue within the beast's abdomen. A pained howl erupted from the enlightenment beast as the core shattered, dark magical energy surging wildly from its body. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan pressed the spirit dragon's sacred blade against the beast's single horn, the radiance of the protective rune flowing into it. Purification. The azure golden light cascaded like a stream, gradually diminishing the crimson in the beast's eyes, while the surrounding magical energy was slowly purified. Ding! Awakened the ancient guardian beast, unlocking the core area of the Enlightenment Station. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade, time-space breaking evil attribute awakened. Once the Enlightenment beast regained its senses, it nuzzled Lin Fan's arm affectionately before turning to venture deeper into the ruins, beckoning everyone to follow. Passing through a stone door inscribed with starry trajectory runes, they entered a circular grand hall. At the center of the hall, a stone platform suspended the second fragment of the protective rune, encircled by 3 golden chains of light, an ancient trap set by cultivators. This chain of light was known as the Spirit Lock Chain. Contact with it would drain one's soul energy. Su Qingyue pointed at the runes on the chains, noting their resemblance to the Stargate sealing technique recorded in the ancient texts of the Alchemy Hall, requiring corresponding rune incantations for its unraveling. Suddenly, Little Stone noticed a line of small characters etched along the edge of the platform and quickly called everyone over. Lingu. There are words here. It seems to be an incantation. Lin Fan leaned closer, observing the ancient script inscribed. Enlightenment as the guide, star trajectory as the key. 3 souls in resonance. 10,000 demons return to silence. This was indeed the incantation to unlock the trap. He tightly grasped the first fragment of the rune in his hand, aligning it with the shards upon the stone pedestal while reciting the incantation. Enlightenment as the guide, the celestial track as the key. Suddenly, the 2 fragments erupted in a brilliant azure golden radiance, resonating with the luminous chain, which gradually dissipated. The second fragment instinctively soared into Lin Fan's hand. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed from outside the hall, as a dozen shadowy figures emerged from the chaotic currents of time and space. These were the Time Demons, under the command of the Demon Emperor. Cloaked in black robes that allowed them to traverse time, they wielded twisted blades of temporal energy, their powers already at the initial stage of transformation. Lin Fan, we thank you for freeing us from the trap. We shall take these 2 rune fragments. It turned out that these demons had long been lurking within the temporal turbulence, waiting to reap the benefits. He Wuchang immediately led the ghostly soldiers to guard the stone pedestal. You wish to seize the runes? You must first pass through us. The ghostly soldiers formed a spectral formation, creating a barrier of ethereal blue flames, yet the temporal blades of the demons pierced through the barrier effortlessly, injuring several ghostly soldiers in an instant. These demons could manipulate fleeting time, making them impervious to ordinary attacks. The compass of the small stone spun wildly, revealing the temporal trajectories of the demons on its copper surface. Lin Gu. There are gaps in their temporal travel. They pause for a brief moment after each traversal. Lin Fan nodded, activating the temporal disruption attribute of the Ling Jiao Holy Spirit Blade, the blade now capable of capturing the demon's temporal paths. Qingyue enveloped the hall in starry ice flames. Ice Spirit Sect Master, freeze the gaps in time with the Ice Spirit Formation. Su Qingyue immediately summoned the alchemical furnace. Flames spreading across the hall's floor, while the Ice Spirit Sect Master formed seals to freeze the air, significantly slowing the demon's speed of traversal. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan exploited the pause of one demon after its traversal, using the technique of shrinking the earth to inches to close the distance in an instant. The Ling Jiao Holy Spirit Blade cleaving forth a beam of azure golden light, temporal disruption. The blade's light severed the demon's black robe of time, exposing it to the flames, which elicited a wretched scream as it was instantly purified. The remaining demons, sensing the peril, attempted to flee into the chaotic currents of time, but found their retreat obstructed by the starry power emitted by the Enlightenment Beast. Lin Fan seized the chance to sweep his blade, the light cascading like a net across the hall, striking all remaining demons, who dissipated into black smoke. Ding! Task of guarding the Enlightenment completed. Rewards have been credited. Ling Jiao Holy Spirit Blade's temporal disruption attribute stabilized, teleportation function of the Enlightenment Station unlocked, and the remnants of the Stargate seal technique stored in the storage pouch. Approaching the stone pedestal, Lin Fan discovered a bronze box concealed beneath it. Upon opening, he found an ancient diary, its pages yellowed with age, the cover inscribed with Guardian of Enlightenment, Chen Yuan. The diary detailed that the core seal of the 10,000 Demon Stargate required the resonance of 3 soul runes, the 3 protective runes, and the Ling Jiao artifact, the Ling Jiao Holy Spirit Blade, to be completely closed. The true form of the Demon Emperor was sealed deep within the Stargate, and should it open, he would absorb chaotic demonic energy, breaking through to the tribulation stage. It became clear that the Ling Jiao Holy Spirit Blade was the key to sealing the Stargate. Su Qingyue leaned in to examine the diary, her eyes wide with astonishment. The last entry noted that the 3rd rune was located at Eternal Night Station, directly in front of the 10,000 Demon Stargate. Lin Fan tightly grasped 2 fragments of runes, and suddenly, the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao resonated powerfully with the fragments. Projecting the image of the 10,000 Demon Stargate, the chaotic demonic aura surrounding the gate was tenfold more intense than before, and cracks had appeared in the sealing patterns at the center of the gate, clearly on the verge of opening. We must immediately head to the Eternal Night Station. Lin Fan stowed away his diary and turned to the others. The teleportation function of the Qiming Station had been unlocked, allowing direct transport to the vicinity of the Eternal Night Station. If we delay even a moment longer, the 10,000 Demon Stargate will truly remain closed. The Qiming Beast approached the teleportation array, unleashing a burst of stellar energy that activated the runes of the array. The group stood upon the teleportation platform, enveloped in a cerulean glow, and in an instant, they vanished from Qiming Station. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a starry domain shrouded in eternal night. The Eternal Night Station hovered nearby within the dark nebula, the outer layer of demonic energy nearly solidified, and faintly, they could hear the deep roars of demons emanating from the direction of the Stargate. Lin Fan gripped the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao, its cerulean glow particularly radiant in the eternal night. The final rune lay just ahead. This time, we must succeed. Su Qingyue distributed the newly concocted temporal anti-demon pills to everyone. These pills could resist the corrosive powers of eternal night and the turbulence of time and space. So everyone should exercise caution. He Wuchang also tightened his grip on the iron chains, his gaze resolute, no matter the number of evils ahead. We will fight alongside Commander Lin. The group advanced toward the Eternal Night Station, the chilling winds of eternal night swirling with biting demonic energy. Yet they could not disperse their resolve to battle side by side. The brilliance of the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path to the final rune and heralding the imminent ultimate confrontation with the 10,000 demon stargate. Chapter 28. The Eternal Night's Demon Breaking. Rune resonance. The darkness enveloping the eternal night was more profound than that of the chaotic star domain. There was no starlight, no moonlight. Even the cerulean glow of the spirit serpent's sacred blade was compressed to a mere 3 feet. Beyond that, only a dense void remained, as demonic energy surged like a tide, invading every pore of the body. The recently ingested temporal anti-demon pill was dissipating rapidly. This place could even devour light. Little Stone held the star trajectory compass aloft. The copper plate's crimson glow had dimmed to a faint flicker. The compass detected a light-eating demon horde ahead, which fed on light. Moments ago, our airship's searchlight had been extinguished by them. As soon as the words left his mouth, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness, and countless fist-sized black insects lunged forward. These were the light-eating demons. Upon landing, they instantly began gnawing at the protective light shield of the spirit serpent's sacred blade. The shield visibly thinned, prompting Su Qingyue to hastily produce her alchemical furnace. I shall concoct the gathering star pill. This elixir can condense starlight particles, serving both as a light source and a means to incinerate demons. She tossed soul crystal fragments and stardust into the furnace, and the alchemical flames surged into a golden-red blaze. One by one, pills shimmering with starlight soared from the furnace's mouth. Su Qingyue cast the pills into the air. Scatter. The pills exploded, releasing countless light particles that floated around, forming a temporary source of illumination. The light-eating demons surged forward to consume the particles, only to be seared and reduced to wisps of black smoke by the starlight. Quickly, the light particles last half an hour. Lin Fan swung his blade, cleaving through several escaping light-eating demons. The spirit serpent's sacred blade's temporal break demon attribute ignited, and the slashes of light briefly tore through the darkness, revealing the main structure of the Eternal Night Station ahead. A stone tower entwined with black vines, its pinnacle piercing the nebula, faintly illuminating the 3rd protective rune. As they approached the stone tower, the vines suddenly animated, transforming into black tendrils that ensnared their ankles. It was the demon corroding vines. Becoming ensnared would result in the draining of spiritual energy. He Wuchang hurled iron chains, and ghostly blue flames raced along them towards the vines. However, after the vines were scorched, they quickly regenerated, tightening their grip even further, for they could heal through demonic energy. Ding! Triggered main quest. Breaking the eternal night. Destroy the roots of the demon corroding vines. Slay the demon lord of eternal night, and acquire the 3rd protective rune. Quest rewards. Spirit serpent's sacred blade. 10,000 star seal. Ultimate attribute awakening. Adapted to Stargate sealing technique. Control of Eternal Night Station's star core cannon. Complete Stargate sealing technique blueprint. Quest failure. Demon corroding vines ensnare the Eternal Night Station. The 10,000 demon star gate opens prematurely. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the base of the tower, where a pitch-black entrance loomed, with demonic energy surging forth from within. It was evidently the roots of the demon corroding vines. He leapt towards the entrance, infusing the spirit serpent's sacred blade with divine energy. Temporal break demon? Flash. The blade's light rent the darkness, severing the vines surrounding the entrance. Just as he was about to enter, a shadow burst forth from the opening. Wielding a colossal axe imbued with the chilling essence capable of freezing time, aimed directly at Lin Fan's face. The demon lord of eternal night. The figure landed, revealing itself, a black-scaled figure with pure, ink-colored eyes, the colossal axe shimmering with frost, its cultivation level reaching the mid-stage of divine transformation. To dare intrude upon the Eternal Night Station was tantamount to courting death. He swung his axe in a sweeping motion, and the frigid air instantly froze the surrounding particles of light. Darkness descended once more, and the light-eating demons seized the opportunity to counterattack, lunging at the allied disciples. Qingyue, maintain the light particles. He Wuchang, lead the ghost soldiers to block the light-eating demons. Lin Fan intercepted the massive axe, his arm numbed by the biting cold. The axe's aura could freeze time and space, rendering ordinary evasion futile. The demon lord let out a sinister laugh as he swung the axe's handle toward Lin Fan's heart, declaring, "Now you know. Today, you shall perish in eternal night." Suddenly, Little Stone shouted, "Brother Lin." There's a gap in the scales on his left flank. It's from the rune shard that wounded him earlier. The compass can pinpoint his weakness. He hurled the compass towards Lin Fan, its copper surface glowing with a red light that directly illuminated the demon lord's left side, revealing a crack in the scales through which the demonic energy could be seen swirling. Lin Fan caught the compass, and the protective resonance of the spirit dragon's sacred blade ignited, interacting with the runes on the stone tower. The demonic vines on the tower's surface abruptly halted, seemingly suppressed by the runes. "Now's the time." Lin Fan stepped forward, utilizing the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch to evade the giant axe, his blade maneuvering towards the demon lord's left flank. 10,000 stars breaking evil. The cerulean golden blade light pierced through the crack, causing the demon lord to emit a horrific scream as his left side erupted in a cloud of black demonic energy. No. The demon lord, in a frenzy, infused his entirety of demonic energy into the axe, which swelled to 3 zhong, freezing the eternal night. The chilling aura enveloped the entire stone tower, and the allied disciples found themselves immobilized in place. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace was encased in ice, extinguishing the light particles completely. In the encroaching darkness, the rustling of the light-eating demons grew ever closer, poised to pounce. Lin Fan suddenly recalled the ancient text that spoke of the runes standing in eternal night, capable of harnessing the power of the star core. He retrieved 2 shards of protective runes, infusing them with spiritual energy. The shards erupted in cerulean golden brilliance. Adhering to the runes on the stone tower, morning star as the guide, eternal night as the key, 3 souls in resonance, awakened the star core. The tower trembled, and a dazzling beam of starlight erupted from its pinnacle, piercing through the darkness and directly into the starry nebula. The starlight enveloped the immobilized allies, instantly melting the ice. And Su Qingyue seized the opportunity to activate the alchemical furnace. The light particles of the gathering star pill reignited, now shining tenfold brighter than before. This new light carried the power of the star core, incinerating the light-eating demons to ashes upon their approach. Seeing this, the demon lord descended into madness, channeling all his demonic energy into the giant axe, proclaiming, "We shall perish together." He swung the axe towards the stone tower, intent on destroying the runes. However, Lin Fan acted first. The spirit dragon's sacred blade resonated with the 2 shards, and a 3rd protective rune flew from the tower's apex, merging into the formation. The 3 runes coalesced into a circular formation in the air, casting cerulean golden light over the entire stone tower, manifesting the complete Stargate sealing technique. "This is the focal point of the sealing technique." Su Qingyue exclaimed in delight. Lin Fan used the spirit dragon's sacred blade as the heart of the formation to activate the sealing. Without hesitation, Lin Fan plunged the blade into the center of the formation, channeling divine spiritual energy wildly. The attribute of 10,000 stars sealing awakened instantly, and the blade emitted countless rays of starlight, forming a colossal array that ensnared the demon lord within. "No, I refuse to accept this." The demon lord struggled within the array, yet the starlight continuously purified him, ultimately reducing him to a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the void. As the magical tendrils of the vine lost their ethereal support, they withered rapidly, and the roots at the base of the stone tower severed themselves. The darkness surrounding the eternal night station gradually faded, revealing the resplendent starry sky. It turned out that the eternal night station was, in essence, a stellar core tower capable of absorbing starlight. Notification: the barrier of eternal night has been breached. Task completed. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Serpent Divine Blade. 10,000 star sealing, attribute awakening, acquisition of stellar cannon control, and unlocking the complete Stargate sealing technique blueprint. Lin Fan stowed away the 3 resonant runes, which seamlessly integrated into the Spirit Serpent Divine Blade. The blade's surface revealed a complete sealing array, capable of invoking the surrounding starlight with a mere flourish. The stellar cannon of the Eternal Night Station was activated in tandem, its barrel aimed toward the direction of the 10,000 Demon Stargate. poised to unleash its starlight artillery at any moment. Suddenly, the starlight compass held by Little Stone began to spin wildly, pointing toward the 10,000 demon stargate. Lingu. The cracks in the gate seal are widening. The true body of the demon emperor is beginning to awaken. He is absorbing the magical energy of the nebula. Everyone looked up to see the distant black nebula roiling, a colossal shadow of demonic essence flickering within the stargate. Indeed, it was the true form of the demon emperor. It is time to approach the stargate. Lin Fan grasped the spirit serpent divine blade tightly, its starlight intertwining with the radiance of the stellar cannon. Qinghua, you remain at the Eternal Night Station to control the stellar cannon, using it to restrain the demon emperor. Hai Wuchang, lead the allied forces to encircle from the flanks, clearing the demonic soldiers around the stargate. Little Stone and I shall head to the heart of the stargate to seal it completely. Be careful. Su Qingyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pressed the last 10,000 star heart protection pill into Lin Fan's hand. This elixir will help you withstand the demon emperor's magical energy. Should you find yourself in peril, send word at once. I shall assist you with the stellar cannon. Hai Wuchang tightened his grip on the iron chains. Rest assured, Commander Lin, we shall defend the flanks and prevent any demonic soldiers from approaching you. Lin Fan nodded and, alongside Little Stone, stepped onto the activated teleportation array of the Stellar Core Tower, their destination, the heart of the 10,000 Demons Stargate. As the teleportation light enveloped them, he glanced back at the Eternal Night Station, where Su Qingyue stood beside the stellar cannon, waving at him. Hai Wuchang had already led the allied forces into motion, and the cannon's barrel began to coalesce starlight. When the light of the teleportation faded, Lin Fan and Little Stone found themselves at the foot of the imposing stargate. This colossal portal was entirely black, its surface etched with demonic runes. And from the central crack in its seal, chaotic magical energy surged forth. The shadow of the demon emperor roared from within the stargate. Lin Fan, do you truly believe that 3 runes can seal me? Today, I shall show you the power of a calamity-level demon. The shadow extended a massive claw, lunging toward Lin Fan. Without hesitation, Little Stone raised the compass, its copper surface emanating a crimson light, locking onto the heart of the stargate. Lin Gu. The focal point is in the center of the demonic runes at the base of the stargate. Quickly, use the sealing technique. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spirit serpent divine blade, its 10,000 star sealing array illuminating brilliantly, countering the demonic runes of the stargate. Demon Emperor, your end is nigh. Stargate sealing technique. 10,000 stars returned to silence. A cerulean light erupted from the blade, coursing through the focal point into the stargate. As the cracks in the seal began to slowly close, the shadow of the demon emperor emitted a thunderous roar, violently assailing the stargate in a desperate attempt to thwart the sealing. No, I shall trample the realm of cultivation. I will make everyone my slave. In the distance, the star core cannon at Eternal Night Station emitted a dazzling beam of starlight, striking the back of the demonic shadow. Hai Wuchang led the allied disciples to eliminate the demonic soldiers surrounding the stargate, safeguarding Lin Fan. Little Stone infused the power of the compass into the sealing technique, making the starlight even more resplendent. Lin Fan felt the divine power in his dantian rapidly depleting, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Today, I shall seal you. For the realm of cultivation, for all my companions. Suddenly, the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon let out a dragon's roar, and the spirit flood dragon's nascent soul leapt from his dantian, merging with the blade. In an instant, the starlight surged tenfold, and the cracks of the seal closed at a visible speed. The demonic shadow of the heavenly demon emperor was continually purified by the starlight, ultimately releasing a cry of unwillingness before vanishing completely. The demonic patterns of the 10,000 star gate gradually faded, the central sealing crack fully closed, and the star gate ceased to emanate demonic energy, slowly sinking into the nebula. Ding. Task completed. Seal of 10,000 stars. Ultimate mission. Reward. Lin Fan breaks through to the void refinement stage. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon upgrades to a sacred artifact, and the title of guardian of 10,000 stars in the realm of cultivation, along with permanent defense rights over the chaotic star domain. Pure spiritual energy surged into Lin Fan's body, instantly shattering the bottleneck of the God transformation stage. allowing him to ascend to the void refinement stage. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon also evolved into a sacred artifact, its starlight capable of permanently dispelling chaotic demonic energy. The allied disciples in the distance erupted in thunderous cheers as Su Qingyue and He Wuchang rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. Lin Fan. We did it. The star gate is sealed. Little Stone dashed into Lin Fan's embrace, weeping joyfully. Brother Lin. We won. No more battles. Lin Fan gently stroked his head. Gazing at the brilliant starry sky, his eyes filled with tenderness. Indeed, we have won. From now on, this place will be forever tranquil. Years later, Lin Fan established the 10,000 Stars Guardian Pavilion at Eternal Night Station, leading the allied forces of the 5 domains to protect the chaotic star domain. Su Qingyue became the chief alchemist of the Pill Hall, crafting elixirs capable of resisting various demonic energies. Little Stone inherited the star compass, becoming the cartographer of the chaotic star domain, creating a complete defensive map of the stars. He Wuchang also became the guardian of the underworld in the Western Ghost domain, jointly safeguarding the realm of cultivation alongside Lin Fan. Occasionally, Lin Fan would take his companions back to Qinyun sect, sitting in front of the outer disciples' dormitory of yesteryears, watching the young cultivators practice and play. The starlight of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon gently enveloped them, as if safeguarding this hard-won peace. The unrestrained ambition of the past ultimately transformed into the responsibility of safeguarding the 10,000 stars. Under this resplendent starry sky, Lin Fan's legend continued, and he knew that as long as his companions remained, and the starlight of the sacred spirit blade persisted, the realm of cultivation would never succumb to darkness. Chapter 29. The anomaly of the star core and the rebirth of the devouring demon in the 3rd year following the sealing of the 10,000 stars gate. The chaotic star domain experienced an unprecedented tranquility. The star core tower continuously absorbed starlight, forming a faint golden energy barrier around the Eternal Night Station. Passing merchant ships could traverse the nebulae safely merely by utilizing the rune tokens issued by the Guardian Pavilion of 10,000 stars. Every day, Lin Fan sat atop the Guardian Pavilion, the spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon levitating beside him, its blade shimmering with starlight that ebbed and flowed with the tides of the star domain. Occasionally, it would brush against the ancient star map in his hands, a comprehensive depiction of the chaotic star domain, painstakingly crafted by Little Stone over 2 years, marking dozens of unexplored ancient ruins. Lingu. The energy readings from the star core tower are abnormal. Little Stone burst into the pavilion, clutching the upgraded star core compass. The crystal at the center of the copper disc glowed with a blinding red light, having just detected violent fluctuations in the star core beneath the Eternal Night Station. As if something were siphoning energy from the star core, Lin Fan immediately rose, the starlight of the spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon retracting instantly, transforming into a flowing light that entwined around his wrist. Upon their arrival at the star core tower, they found Su Qingyue examining the base of the tower. A medicinal furnace hovering in midair, the star core fire flickering ominously. The purity of the star core was declining, and the demonic energy seeping from the ground was far more sinister than the chaotic demonic energy of the 10,000 Demons Gate, capable of devouring starlight. No sooner had she spoken than the ground suddenly trembled violently, a deep chasm opening at the base of the star core tower, from which a pitch-black mist erupted. Within the mist, a massive cocoon-like silhouette could be discerned, precisely as depicted in the ancient star map, the star-devouring demon cocoon. The cocoon was adorned with dark purple demonic runes, and with each contraction, it siphoned massive amounts of starlight from the star core tower, causing the surrounding nebula to be drawn towards the mist, slowly converging upon the demon cocoon. Alert! Main quest triggered. Star Core Guardian. Prevent the star-devouring demon cocoon from breaking free, purify the star-devouring demonic energy, and restore the star core source. Rewards. Exclusive skill demon purification for the spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon, star core crystals, which can enhance the defenses of the star core tower, and the ancient star-devouring sealing technique inheritance. Failure. Should the star-devouring demon break free, it would consume the starlight of the entire chaotic star domain, plunging the cultivation realm into eternal night. It is the ancient star-devouring demon. He Wuchang led the Frost Ghost soldiers to arrive just in time. their chains entwined in a shield as the ethereal blue ghost fire clashed with the star-devouring mist, only to be instantaneously swallowed by it. This mist could devour spiritual power. Ordinary attacks proved ineffective. As the ghost soldiers approached the chasm, the ghost fire upon them dimmed, their very forms beginning to turn transparent. Su Qingwei swiftly produced a medicinal vial, distributing the pre-prepared star core pills to everyone. These pills could temporarily safeguard their spiritual power using the might of the star core. Quickly consume them. She suspended the medicinal furnace above the chasm, the star core fire swelling to a golden red hue, attempting to force the star-devouring mist back underground. Yet, the mist slithered into the furnace, beginning to devour the energy of the star core fire. The furnace itself gradually cloaked in a layer of black frost. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon, shaking his wrist lightly as the blade transformed into a luminous sword over 10 feet long. Starlight cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the chasm. Sacred artifact? 10,000 stars slash. The radiant blade cleaved into the star-devouring mist, causing the vapor to churn violently. Yet it was not entirely dispersed. Instead, it coalesced into a colossal misty claw that lunged at Lin Fan's face. This mist could manifest a tangible assault. Lin Bro, the weakness of the magic cocoon lies in the star-devouring eye at its apex. The compass can pinpoint its location. Xiao Shirtu hurled the star core compass into the air. The copper disc emitted a golden beam, piercing through the dense fog, illuminating the dark purple eye-like patterns atop the magic cocoon. However, the star-devouring eye could unleash star-devouring rays that could sever the flow of spiritual energy. Lin Fan nodded as the purifying attribute of the spirit dragon's sacred blade began to awaken, with the starlight of the blade infused with a faint golden star core power. Qingwei used the star core fire to restrain the star-devouring mist. Haiwacheng, guard the star core tower with the ghostly soldiers, ensuring the mist does not affect the tower's foundation. I shall destroy the magic cocoon. He activated the unique star domain step of the refinement void stage, his figure weaving effortlessly through the fog, leaving traces of starlight in his wake, evading the pursuit of the misty claws. As he approached the magic cocoon, the star-devouring eye suddenly glowed red, and a pitch-black ray shot towards Lin Fan. He sidestepped, the ray grazing his shoulder, leaving a deep gouge on the rocks of the star core tower. The starlight along the walls devoured instantly. Such formidable destructive power. Lin Fan's heart raced as he concentrated the starlight of the spirit dragon's sacred blade into a shield, blocking the subsequent rays that came his way. He needed to obliterate the star-devouring eye swiftly. Seeing this, Su Qingwei infused all the star core fire from the elixir furnace into the star core tower. Lin Fan, I shall aid you with the energy of the star core tower. The star cannon at the tower's apex reactivated, this time unleashing not a singular beam, but countless tiny arrows of starlight, cascading like a torrential downpour into the star-devouring mist, momentarily tearing a gap in the vapor. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan leaped to the top of the magic cocoon, the starlight of the spirit dragon's sacred blade resonating with the star core arrows. The blade's length swelling to 3 zhong, a sacred artifact? Demon purifying slash. The radiant blade, imbued with the faint golden star core power, cleaved down upon the star-devouring eye. The magic cocoon emitted a piercing shriek as the star-devouring eye spewed forth a torrent of star-devouring mist, attempting to obstruct the blade's light. Yet this time, the starlight bore the pure power of the star core, and the mist was gradually purified, transforming into wisps of white smoke. No, the star-devouring eye was struck by the blade's light, its dark purple patterns shattering instantly, and the contraction of the magic cocoon noticeably slowed. However, at that moment, the magic cocoon trembled violently, and from the fissures in its body emerged countless black tendrils, ensnaring Lin Fan's ankles. It was the embryonic form of the star-devouring demon. Lin Bro, beware of the tendrils. The barbs above can absorb star core power. Xiao Shirtu shouted, activating the star core compass, which emitted a red light, marking the weak points on the tendrils. Lin Fan swung his blade to sever the encroaching tendrils, only to discover that the severed limbs could reconstitute, multiplying further and trapping him atop the magic cocoon. Seeing this, Haiwacheng led the ghostly soldiers to leap into the deep gouge, iron chains binding the magic cocoon's tendrils. The ghostly blue flames infused with the power of the star core elixir, finally freezing the tendrils temporarily. Lin, command. Quickly use the star core crystal. The one just excavated from the star core source can completely seal the star-devouring demon. He threw a fist-sized, faint golden crystal towards Lin Fan. The core fragment of the star core source radiating pure starlight. Lin Fan caught the star core crystal, and the starlight of the spirit serpent sacred blade resonated with the crystal, revealing ancient runes of the star-devouring sealing technique on the blade. Qingyue. Channel the energy of the star core tower to me. Su Qingyue immediately formed a seal, and the starlight from the star core tower converged along a deep trench, enveloping Lin Fan in a massive cocoon of light. He pressed the crystal into the gap at the apex of the magical cocoon, pouring in a torrent of spiritual energy. Ancient star-devouring sealing technique returned the star core to its source. Pale golden runes spread from the top of the cocoon, encasing the entire structure, while the star-devouring mist was forcibly repressed back inside, its tendrils gradually withering. The cocoon emitted a final piercing shriek, halting its contraction entirely, and slowly sank into the depths of the star core source, firmly sealed underground by the runes. The energy readings of the star core tower gradually returned to normal, and the surrounding nebula regained its splendor. Ding! Star core guardian task completed. Rewards have been credited. Spirit serpent sacred blade, demonic purification skill unlocked. Star core crystal X10. Ancient star-devouring sealing technique inheritance acquired. Lin Fan descended to the ground, the starlight of the spirit serpent sacred blade gently dimming. Su Qingyue quickly handed him a star core pill. Hurry and take this. You expended too much star core energy just now. She observed the gradually closing fissure in the trench, realizing that this star-devouring cocoon must have reawakened due to the imbalance of energy in the star core source after the sealing by the 10,000 stars gate, necessitating enhanced monitoring of the star core in the future. Little Stone, clutching the star core compass, suddenly pointed towards the depths of the chaotic star domain. Lin Gu. There's an energy response in the desolate star domain on the star map. It seems to be another star core source, and the demonic energy readings there are identical to those of the star-devouring cocoon. He unfurled the star map, marking the location of the desolate star domain with a vague site symbol originating from the same ancient runes as the Eternal Night Station. Lin Fan took the star map, and the starlight of the spirit serpent sacred blade illuminated the symbol, revealing an inscription in ancient script. Nest of the Star Devourers, source of 10,000 demons. It became clear that the desolate star domain was the birthplace of the Star Devourers, harboring even more star-devouring cocoons. It seems we must journey to the desolate star domain. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spirit serpent sacred blade, the blade's starlight igniting once more. Qingyue. Prepare sufficient star core pills and demonic pills. Hey Wu Chang, dispatch half of the ghost soldiers to accompany us. Little Stone. Continue refining the star map of the desolate star domain, marking all possible cocoon locations. The group responded in unison, the chimes of the Guardian Pavilion echoing throughout the star domain, signaling the assembly of the Allied forces. Standing atop the star core tower, Lin Fan gazed at the slowly emerging outline of the desolate star domain in the distance. His eyes filled with determination. The guardianship of the chaotic star domain is not yet over. As long as we are together, there is no crisis we cannot resolve. 3 days later, the Allied fleet departed from the Eternal Night Station, with the starlight of the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade leading the way. The energy barrier of the Star Core Tower gradually unfolded, protecting the merchant shipping routes behind them. Su Qingyue stood beside Lin Fan, holding the newly concocted demonic pills. The environment in the desolate star domain is even more perilous than the Eternal Night Station. But with the Star Core crystals and the Spirit Serpent Sacred Artifact, we will undoubtedly succeed. Lin Fan nodded, casting a glance at the playful Little Stone and He Wu Chang in the cabin, a smile gracing his lips. The sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao quivers gently, its blade resonating with the starlight of the desolate starfield in the distance. Although fraught with peril, this place conceals the key to unraveling the ancient secrets of the star-eating demon. And his journey as the guardian of 10,000 stars has only just embarked on a new path. The fleet of flying vessels traverses the resplendent nebula, gradually making its way towards the barren starfield. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, the starlight of the sacred spirit blade shines like a beacon, illuminating the unknown future ahead, as well as the harmonious future between the realm of cultivation and the chaotic star domain. Chapter 30, Desolate Nest. Origin of the star-eating demon. As the coalition's flying vessels entered the desolate star domain, even the starlight of the spirit serpent's holy blade dimmed. Here, there was no brilliance of nebulae, only shattered remnants of stars floating in darkness, with the starlight wind carrying fine particles of star-eating mist. The protective shield of the vessel shimmered with black patterns upon contact, seemingly on the brink of being eroded through. Lingu, the space here is unstable, and the positioning deviation of the star core compass is growing increasingly significant. Little stone pressed against the cabin window, the red light on the bronze disc flickering erratically, occasionally interrupted by fragments of star debris. Moreover, the compass detected at least 20 living star-eating demon cocoons within a 10-mile radius ahead. Su Qinghue promptly set up the Dan furnace at the center of the vessel, and the aroma of the star-eating demon pill wafted through the air. This was a new concoction she had meticulously prepared for the desolate star domain, blending star core crystals with soul crystal fragments, capable of both condensing the scattered starlight and actively devouring the star-eating mist. The golden radiance of the pill spread along the protective shield, gradually alleviating the black patterns, and the vessel finally stabilized its course. The starlight in the desolate star domain was too sparse. They would need to rely on the pills to sustain their spiritual energy. Everyone should consume one every half hour. Do not force yourselves. Lin Fan stood at the bow, the purification patterns of the spirit serpent's holy blade flickering gently as the blade automatically absorbed the surrounding star-eating mist, transforming it into a faint golden spiritual energy. First, clear the outer cocoons and locate the star-eating mother nest. Hey Wuchang, take half of the ghost soldiers on a small vessel to encircle from behind, sealing off the retreat of the cocoons with star core-enhanced ghost fire. Qinghue, you will operate the star core cannon on the main vessel to support our ground assault. Little Stone, accompany me ashore and use the compass to pinpoint the mother nest. Half an hour later, the vessel descended onto a colossal star debris platform. As they stepped onto the star remnants, the rocks beneath emitted a cracking sound. The surface was covered with a layer of black hard shell, formed from the solidified star-eating mist. Crushing it would unleash tiny mist worms that would burrow into the spiritual energy shield through the soles of their boots. These mist worms can infiltrate the gaps in the shield. Little Stone hurriedly retrieved the star core compass, its red light sweeping across the ground, incinerating the mist worms almost instantly. The compass's star core power could restrain them. He placed the compass on the ground, and the red light expanded into a protective circle of 3 zhong, temporarily warding off the onslaught of the mist worms. Not far off, in a depression of the star debris, 3 star-eating demon cocoons were slowly contracting, their dark purple demonic patterns swirling across their surfaces, pulsating with each heartbeat, draining the residual energy from the surrounding star remnants. Lin Fan gripped the spirit serpent's holy blade tightly, the starlight of the blade surging. A holy artifact? Star-eating purification slash. The luminous blade cleaved towards the nearest cocoon, instantly splitting it open. The star-eating mist that surged forth evaporated into white smoke upon contact with the starlight, and a partially formed star-eating demon soldier fell to the ground with a piercing screech. This demon soldier was entirely pitch black, its body covered in tiny barbs, with a maw capable of spewing concentrated star-eating mist. Just as it lunged at Lin Fan, it was ensnared by the approaching He Wuchang with iron chains. Lin Commander, leave these small demon soldiers to us. The ghostly blue ghost fire of the frosty ghost soldiers had been tinted a faint gold by the power of the star core. Upon contact with the demon soldier, the ghost fire penetrated through the barbs into its body, causing the demon soldier to freeze instantly, transforming into a heap of black ash. Clang. Trigger. Desolate Extermination Side Quest. Eliminate Outer Star-Eating Cocoon. 2020. Slay the Star-Eating Demon General. Locate the Star-Eating Mother Nest. Quest Rewards. Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. Star Core Demon Devouring Fusion Technique. Distribution Map of Star Core Sources in the Desolate Star Domain. Fragment of the Ancient Demon Record. Quest Failure. The Star-Eating Mother Nest absorbs the energy of the cocoons and awakens, rendering the desolate star domain a complete wasteland. Guided by the star core compass, the group diligently cleared the cocoons. As the final cocoon was cleaved open, the star skeleton platform trembled violently, and fragments of star skeletons began to coalesce towards the center, forming an inky vortex. Within this vortex, a figure clad in dark purple scales slowly emerged, wielding a long spear forged from condensed star-eating mist, the star-eating demon general. "Intruders, how dare you destroy my kin's cocoons?" The voice of the demon general resonated with a metallic screech. With a sweep of the spear, 3 beams of star-eating energy shot forth, instantly reducing the struck star skeletons to dust. "Today, you shall be buried in this desolate star domain." Without hesitation, He Wuchang led the ghostly soldiers to form the star core nether formation. A wall of pale golden ghostly flames materialized in front of them, absorbing the impact of the beams that detonated against it. The ghost soldiers staggered back, nearly breaking formation. The power of this demon general was thrice that of the demon commander from the Eternal Night Stand. Ordinary sealing techniques were futile. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Qinghue immediately cast dozens of gathering star demon pills from the flying vessel. The pills exploded in midair, creating a golden net that temporarily ensnared the demon general. Lin Fan, the scale armor on his chest bears a dark pattern, a connection point to the mother nest's energy. Destroy it, and he will be unable to absorb the mother nest's power. Her pill furnace hovered aloft, its mouth aimed at the demon general. As the star core fire began to coalesce into a massive fireball, Lin Fan nodded, activating the star domain steps beneath his feet, weaving through the fragments of star skeletons to evade the demon general's spear. Sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon merged with the star core. He pressed a star core crystal against the blade, merging starlight with the crystal's power, causing the blade to radiate a dazzling golden blue light. Sacred artifact? Star core demon slash. The luminous blade, imbued with the heft of the star core and the sharpness of demon devouring, sliced directly at the dark pattern on the demon general's chest. No, the demon general attempted to wield the spear in defense, but was ensnared by the golden net, and the blade struck precisely at the dark pattern, shattering the scales. Black energy surged forth from the breach. The demon general let out a piercing scream as his form began to wither, ultimately transforming into a wisp of star-eating mist. Absorbed and purified by the sacred spirit blade. Ding! Slaying the star-eating demon general has unlocked the location of the star-eating mother nest. The star core compass has marked the coordinates of the mother nest, core of the desolate star domain, star-eating abyss. The group set sail towards the star-eating abyss. As they approached the core, the surrounding star-eating mist thickened, with even the light of the star core cannon illuminating only a limited area. Upon passing through the final layer of star skeleton barriers, the sight before them left everyone gasping in shock. The star-eating abyss was a massive black vortex. At its center floated a star-eating mother nest with a diameter of 100 feet. Countless slender tendrils extended from the nest, connecting to dozens of unhatched cocoons nearby. The demonic patterns on the surface of the nest were identical to the symbols on the ancient star map. This nest was birthing new star-eating demons. The star core compass of the little stone emitted an incessant alarm, with the crimson light on the copper plate nearly bursting forth. At the base of the mother nest lay an energy core, its very heart. Only by annihilating this core could its activities be completely halted. However, the devouring star mist surrounding the nest had manifested into corporeal entities, transforming into countless devouring star sentinels, wielding mist blades, their eyes a pitch-black void. With cultivation levels astonishingly at the late stage of divine transformation, wishing to destroy the mother nest? You must first pass through us. The sentinels formed a formidable formation, their mist blades intertwining into a net, charging straight for the flying vessel. Qinghue utilized the star core cannon to carve a path. Hai Wuchang, lead the ghost soldiers to entangle the sentinels. Lin Fan drove the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade into the deck of the flying vessel, activating the demon-purifying runes along the blade, which conjured a golden blue shield to fend off the assault of the mist blades. Little stone, lock onto the energy core with the compass. I shall breach the nest. Su Qinghue immediately urged the star core cannon, unleashing a massive golden blue beam towards the sentinel formation. The explosion of starlight instantly purifying dozens of sentinels. Seizing the opportunity, Hai Wuchang led the ghost soldiers to leap from the flying vessel, iron chains ensnaring the remaining sentinels. The star core enhanced ghost fire spreading along the chains, trapping the sentinels in place. Lin Fan seized the moment and leapt towards the mother nest. The star core power of the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade fully unleashed, the blade transforming into a streak of flowing light, piercing through the hindrance of the devouring star mist to land upon the surface of the nest. Just as he was about to strike at the energy core, the mother nest suddenly trembled violently, the magical patterns on its surface glowing a fierce red, countless tendrils coiling in from all directions, attempting to ensnare him within. Brother Lin, beware the devouring star poison on the tendrils. Contact will drain your cultivation. The voice of the little stone rang out from the flying vessel, as the compass emitted a red beam, marking the fracture points on the tendrils. Lin Fan swung his blade to sever the encroaching tendrils, but discovered that the breakage only caused more devouring star mist to surge forth, accelerating the regeneration of the tendrils. At that moment, the energy core at the base of the mother nest suddenly ignited, a pitch-black beam shooting towards Lin Fan. This was the devouring star source ray of the mother nest, capable of directly consuming a cultivator's primordial spirit. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, activating the demon-purifying skill of the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade to its utmost, enveloping himself within a massive cocoon of light. The ray collided with the cocoon, causing it to flicker violently, yet it remained unbroken. It turned out that the devouring star mist absorbed by the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade had transformed into a force to counter the source ray. Now was the moment. Lin Fan took a deep breath, channeling all the power of the star core crystals into the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade. The blade swelling to a length of 10 zhang, invoking the ancient devouring star sealing technique. Star core returns to nest. The luminous blade, inscribed with sealing runes, cleaved towards the energy core. The mother nest emitted a thunderous wail as the energy core was struck by the blade light, the crimson glow dimming instantly, the connected magical cocoons ceasing their pulsations and beginning to wither. The moment the energy core shattered completely, the mother nest suddenly radiated a soft golden light, revealing the remnant soul of an ancient cultivator, the very guardian of the devouring stars who once protected the desolate star domain. The remnant soul nodded slightly at Lin Fan and spoke slowly. The star-eating demon is originally a weapon crafted from ancient, extraterritorial evils, with its nest serving as the control center. Now that you have destroyed the core, the crisis of the desolate star domain has finally been averted. The remnant soul extended a yellowed scroll titled Record of Demon Consumption towards Lin Fan, before dissipating into a cascade of golden light. Notification: Task of Purging the Desolate completed. Rewards have been granted. Spirit Serpent Holy Blade, Star Core Demon Consumption Fusion Technique unlocked. Distribution map of Star Core sources in the desolate star domain. And a fragment of the ancient record of demon consumption acquired. Lin Fan received the scroll and discovered it contained the complete origins of the star-eating demon. It was revealed that in ancient times, extraterritorial evils sought to invade the realm of cultivation, utilizing chaotic demonic energy to transform star beings within the star domain, thus creating the star-eating demon, which aimed to devour all star core energy, plunging the realm into eternal night. The ancient guardians of the cultivators sacrificed themselves to seal the star-eating demon within the desolate star domain, leaving behind the star-eating sealing technique and the record of demon consumption. So that was it. Su Qingyue approached Lin Fan, gazing at the gradually withering nest. This record of demon consumption also contains the ultimate method to purify the star-eating mist. We can use it to completely cleanse the residual demonic energy from the desolate star domain. Hei Wuchang and Little Stone hurried over, examining the star core source distribution map in their hands. Little Stone exclaimed excitedly, Lin Go, there are 3 hidden star core sources in the desolate star domain. We can establish new guardian stations here and utilize the power of the star cores to purify the entire domain. Lin Fan nodded. The light of the spirit serpent holy blade slowly radiating across the desolate star domain, illuminating the surrounding star remains. He turned to the final page of the record of demon consumption, where an ancient inscription read, Beyond the demon consumption, there exists the world-eating demon, concealed within the extraterritorial broken realm. Should it descend, the star domain shall be doomed. The broken realm? Lin Fan tightened his grip on the record of demon consumption, a hint of gravity passing through his gaze. It seemed our path of guardianship must extend beyond the realms. 3 days later, The first demon consumption guardian station in the desolate star domain was officially established, and the energy from the star core sources began to purify the surrounding star-eating mist. Lin Fan stood atop the guardian station, the spirit serpent holy blade floating beside him, its starlight resonating with the distant star core sources. Su Qingyue approached, cradling a freshly concocted star core purification pill. The demonic energy in the desolate star domain will require at least 10 years for complete purification, but with the guardian station in place, there will be no further issues. Lin Fan accepted the pill, gazing toward the darkness beyond the realm. The world-eating demon from the broken realm poses an even greater threat. However, we now possess the record of demon consumption, the spirit serpent sacred artifact, and each other. No matter what challenges the future may bring, we shall face them together. Little Stone dashed over, clutching the star core compass, as a blurred coordinate of the broken realm materialized on the copper plate. Lin Gu. Based on the record of demon consumption, I have calculated the approximate direction of the broken realm. However, the space there is even more unstable. We must first prepare the domain vessel before we can proceed. He Wuchang approached as well, his frost-wreathed ghost soldiers having been reinforced by the power of the star cores, their ghostly flames glowing with a faint golden hue. Whenever we set out, we shall follow Commander Lin. Lin Fan looked at his companions, a smile gracing his lips. The sacred spirit blade of Ling Xiao quivers gently, its blade radiating starlight that pierces the void, seemingly guiding the path for the journey ahead. In this once desolate starfield, new tales of guardianship are about to unfold, and Lin Fan's journey of the 10,000 stars guardianship shall ultimately extend to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Chapter 31. The Death Star Labyrinth. The devouring demon will emerge. The desolate starfield's Death Star belt resembles an expansive, black graveyard of shattered bones. With the remnants of broken planets drifting through the void, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of devouring stardust. Even the celestial radiance emanating from the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao is significantly diminished, barely sustaining a feeble halo within a 3-foot radius. The Coalition's fleet of flying vessels cautiously navigates through this treacherous expanse, their star core shields visibly eroding under the relentless assault of the particles, producing a piercing hissing sound. Commander Lin, an anomaly has emerged ahead in the Death Star. Little Stone pressed against the porthole of the flying vessel. As the needle of the star core compass spun violently, the edges of the copper disk even scorched black. It's the Death Star Labyrinth. These Death Stars are manipulated by demonic energy, automatically adjusting their positions to block our route. A reconnaissance vessel has already been ensnared within. Su Qingyue swiftly suspended the alchemical furnace at the center of the formation, from which a golden red star core fire burst forth, instantly illuminating the surrounding clusters of Death Stars. The devouring star disruption pill I concocted can temporarily disperse the stardust, aiding the vessels in accelerating. However, the labyrinth's core lies at the very heart of the main Death Star. If we do not destroy it, our escape will be exceedingly difficult. She then distributed the pills to the captains of the various vessels, once integrated into their shields. The star core barrier expanded, causing the stardust to dissolve into wisps of white smoke. Lin Fan stood at the prow of the flagship, the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao trembling slightly. The demon purification patterns along the blade resonated with the surrounding demonic energy, allowing him to discern the flow of energy within the labyrinth. The main Death Star lies 3 miles to the northeast. He Wuchang, lead 3 vessels from the left to draw the fire of the Death Stars. Qingyue, use the star core fire to forge us a path. Little Stone and I will pilot the flagship straight for the core of the main Death Star. No sooner had the orders been issued than the left side Death Star erupted violently, sending countless fragments, entwined with stardust, hurtling towards them. The vessels led by He Wuchang immediately retaliated, the beams from their star core cannons pulverizing the debris into dust. Commander Lin, rest assured, we shall hold the line. You must charge ahead. The ghostly soldiers formed a shadowy formation on the deck of the vessel, their ethereal blue flames intermingling with the star core cannon fire, momentarily withstanding the labyrinth's initial onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue urged the alchemical furnace, condensing the star core fire into a colossal pillar that cleaved a path through the Death Star clusters. As Lin Fan's flagship sped along the fiery column, they approached the main Death Star, where a massive gash opened in the planet's surface, and a gigantic hand, clad in black armor, suddenly emerged. Reaching for the vessel's bridge, it was the devouring demon general, having awakened early from its demonic cocoon. This demon general towered over the eternal night demon commander, standing over 10 zhang tall, wielding a colossal axe forged from Death Star metal, its blade entwined with black, devouring demonic energy. Its cultivation level already at the mid-stage of void refinement. Another group of self-caught cultivators. Just in time to awaken my master, the mother nest. With that, he swung his axe toward the flying vessel, the axe's wind carrying stardust, instantly cleaving a crack in the star core shield. Clang! Triggering the subquest breaking the array and slaying the demon. Destroy the star-eating array's main dead star. Slay the star-eating demon general. And acquire the core fragments of the main dead star. Mission rewards include the Spirit Blade of the Divine Flood Dragon, the Star Core Demon-Slaying Fusion Skill, the schematic for breaking the Star-Eating Array, and approximate coordinates for the Desolate Starfield and the Star-Eating Mother Nest. Failure results in the fleet being trapped in the array. With the Star-Eating Demon General summoning more demon cocoons. All personnel evacuate the flagship. I shall confront this. Lin Fan leapt from the bridge. The Spirit Blade of the Divine Flood Dragon transforming into a luminous blade in his grasp. Divine Artifact, 10,000 stars demon-slaying slash. Starry light enveloped the purifying power, cleaving directly at the demon general's shoulder. However, the demon general did not evade. Dark purple demonic runes emerged on his black armor, absorbing much of the blade's force. Futile. My armor can devour starlight. Little Stone maneuvered the flagship behind the demon general, targeting his vulnerable spot. Commander Lin, there are no demonic runes on his back. That is his weakness. The cannon's golden light coalesced, and a beam shot towards the demon general, only to be blocked by his massive axe, causing the beam to ricochet perilously close to an adjacent vessel. This demon general could manipulate star-eating demonic energy to reflect attacks. Su Qinghua swiftly threw several star-eating disruption pills, which detonated around the demon general, momentarily suppressing his demonic energy with golden mist. Lin Fan, I will bind his armor with the pill fire. You take this opportunity to strike at the weakness. The star core fire spread along the mist to the demon general's black armor, though it could not incinerate the armor. It slowed the absorption of the runes. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan executed the void refinement phase star domain step, leaving several afterimages in the void as he circled around to the demon general's back. He infused the Spirit Blade of the Divine Flood Dragon with the power of the Star Core Crystal, the blade glowing with a soft golden hue. Divine Artifact, Star Core Breaking Evil. The luminous blade pierced through the demon general's back, shattering the black armor, eliciting a deafening scream as the star-eating demonic energy surged uncontrollably from within. No, the mother nest shall avenge me. The demon general suddenly detonated the remaining demonic energy, his axe transforming into a shadow that lunged towards the core of the main dead star, intent on destroying it and throwing the array into complete chaos. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, casting out a starlight chain from the Spirit Blade to ensnare the axe's handle while simultaneously hurling the Star Core Crystal towards the main dead star's core. Star Core Sealing Technique. A faint golden sealing formation unfurled on the surface of the main dead star, firmly containing the explosive force of the demonic energy. The axe was pulled back by the starlight chain, and Lin Fan seized the axe handle, delivering a powerful strike that severed the demon general's head. The demon general's corpse dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, absorbed by the purifying power of the Spirit Blade of the Divine Flood Dragon, leaving only a fragment of black armor radiating demonic energy. Ding! Breaking the array and slaying the demon mission completed. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Blade of the Divine Flood Dragon, Star Core Demon Slaying Skill unlocked, capable of absorbing Star Core energy to enhance purifying power. Schematic for breaking the star-eating array stored in the Star Core compass, and coordinates for the star-eating mother nest marked. The core fragment of the main dead star flew automatically into Lin Fan's hand, emanating pure Star Core energy that resonated with the Spirit Blade of the Divine Flood Dragon, causing the blade's starlight to surge dramatically and dispelling all surrounding star-eating dust. The scouting vessel trapped in the array seized the opportunity to escape, and the captain approached Lin Fan, presenting an ancient stone tablet found within the dead star. Commander Lin, this tablet bears murals that seem to document the origins of the star-eating demons. A crowd gathered to observe, as the stone slab mural vividly depicted in ancient times. A group of cultivators clad in azure robes sealed the star-eating demon within the desolate starfield, with the deepest part of the seal being the nest of the star-eating demon. The final panel of the mural illustrated the ethereal figure of the heavenly demon emperor absorbing the energy of the star-eating demon. It turned out that the star-eating demon was, in fact, the energy sustenance cultivated by the heavenly demon emperor. Once the nest awakens, it would provide a continuous supply of demonic energy to the extraterritorial fiends. No wonder the Stargate of 10,000 demons began to revive the star-eating demon cocoon after the seal was established. Su Qingyue furrowed her brow, realizing that the nest could not sense the heavenly demon emperor's aura and was attempting to re-establish contact with the extraterritorial fiends by devouring star core energy. He Wuchang gripped the iron chain tightly, his expression grave. We must locate the nest as swiftly as possible and destroy it before it fully awakens. Little Stone summoned the coordinates of the nest from the star core compass, discovering that it was concealed in the deepest part of the desolate starfield. The abyss of the star-eating demon. It was a realm where even starlight could not penetrate, and the compass signal had become exceedingly faint. Commander Lin, the magnetic field within the abyss will disrupt our spiritual power, making it difficult for our star core shield to endure. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the fragment of the main Dead Star's core, as the skill of the spirit blade of the Azure Dragon, Star Core Demon Devouring, automatically activated, infusing the shard's energy into the blade, making the starlight increasingly resilient. Qingyue used the main Dead Star fragment to refine the heart-protecting Dan to enhance everyone's resistance to magnetism. He Wuchang, instruct the ghost soldiers to infuse their weapons with Star Core fire to combat the cocoons in the abyss. Little Stone, optimize the route based on the deciphering diagram to avoid the areas of strongest magnetic field. The group swiftly set to work, as Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace ignited once more, melting the main Dead Star fragment within, merging it with other medicinal materials, and soon producing golden glowing heart-protecting dawn. The ghost soldiers under He Wuchang's command wrapped the Star Core fire around their iron chains and bone blades, intertwining hues of deep blue and golden red. Creating an imposing aura, Little Stone marked a winding route on the Star Core compass, successfully avoiding most of the strong magnetic field areas. 3 days later, the Allied fleet arrived at the edge of the abyss of the star-eating demon. The darkness here was deeper than that of the Eternal Night Station, with the starlight of the spirit blade of the Azure Dragon illuminating only a limited area, while the eerie sounds of the writhing cocoons echoed from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Lin Fan stood at the bow of the flagship, distributing the heart-protecting dawn to his companions. Once we enter, remain vigilant. The energy fluctuations of the nest are growing stronger, and our time is limited. Su Qingyue accepted the pill, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Lin Fan's hand, her ears slightly reddening. You must be extra careful. The nest's power far exceeds that of the star-eating demon. If danger arises, retreat first, and we shall devise a long-term strategy. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, positioning the spirit blade of the Azure Dragon before him. Rest assured, with your assistance, I shall emerge unscathed. The flying vessel slowly sailed into the abyss of the star-eating demon, where countless scarlet eyes abruptly ignited in the darkness. These were the awakened star-eating demon cocoons. They floated in the void, each one twice the size of the cocoons at the Eternal Night Station, their bodies adorned with dark purple demonic patterns, slowly converging around the fleet. All prepare for battle. Lin Fan's command resonated throughout the fleet as the starlight of the spirit blade of the Azure Dragon surged. Invoking the sacred artifact, 10,000 stars demon devouring array. Countless stars erupted from the blade, forming a circular formation around the vessel. As the demonic cocoon drew near, it was purified by the starlight, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Heavily shrouded in darkness, the Black Wraith led the ghostly soldiers out of the ship, their iron chains entwined with starlit flames, sweeping across and shattering the cocoon into fragments. Su Qingyue commanded the alchemical furnace to unleash torrents of starlit fire, incinerating the distant clusters of cocoons. Meanwhile, Little Stone manipulated the starlight compass, continuously adjusting the course, steadily advancing towards the maternal nest. At that moment, a deep, resonant pulse emanated from the abyss. as a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the darkness. Indeed, it was the Star Eater's nest. Resembling a massive black sphere, its surface was covered in writhing cocoons, while the central maw incessantly devoured the surrounding starlight energy, emitting an ominous gurgling sound. At long last, I have found you. Lin Fan gripped the spirit serpent holy blade tightly, his gaze resolute. Today, I shall utterly annihilate you, ensuring that the malevolent forces from beyond shall never have a chance to infiltrate the realm of cultivation. The nest, sensing the impending threat, erupted with bursting cocoons. Countless Star Eater demons surging forth from their confines, launching themselves towards the allied forces. Thus began the ultimate battle concerning the safety of the chaotic star domain, officially unfolding within the darkness of the Star Eater abyss. Chapter 32, The Nest of Devourers. In search beyond realms, in the instant the demonic cocoon on the surface of the devouring nest burst open, thousands of devouring demon soldiers descended like a dark cloud, obscuring the sun. Clad in armor as black as ink, these soldiers exhaled a penetrating miasma capable of piercing through the star core shields. Within a mere moment, the deck of the allied vessels was riddled with countless corrosive holes. More troubling was the fact that the remnants of the vessels, torn apart by the demon soldiers, were forcibly absorbed by the central maw of the nest, transforming into dark purple energy to fortify the creature. This signified that the monster could continuously augment its power by consuming material. The situation was dire. The nest was absorbing energy to evolve. If we delayed any further, we would be powerless to resist. He Yu Chong swiftly led the ghostly soldiers to form the Yin Ming Grand Formation, weaving a protective net of ethereal blue flames and star core fire, barely staving off the onslaught of the demon soldiers. Yet, the brilliance of the Grand Formation was gradually devoured by the devouring miasma. In desperation, He Yu Chong shouted, "Commander Lin, we must swiftly discover the nest's weakness. This formation cannot hold for long." Su Qingyue immediately elevated the alchemical furnace into the sky, casting a fragment of the main dead star core into it. In an instant, the crimson star core flames transformed into a pale purple hue. I am concocting the star core demonic breaking pill. This pill can temporarily halt the nest's energy absorption, but it requires time. Lin Fan, you must grant me a quarter of an hour. With a flick of her fingertip along the edge of the furnace, dozens of semi-finished pills soared out, distributed among the allied cultivators. Take these first. They will enhance your resistance to the demons. Lin Fan gripped the spirit dragon's sacred blade tightly, the star core devouring patterns on the blade glowing as it began to absorb the surrounding sparse star core energy. Little stone, use the compass to locate the nest's energy core. According to ancient tablets, the nest bears a seal, and its weakness must lie in the place of the seal. He leaped onto a damaged vessel, wielding the spirit dragon's sacred blade to slice through the oncoming demon soldiers like starlight. Everyone tightened their defenses, striving to protect Qingyue's furnace. Little Stone concentrated at the compass, observing the copper disc flashing with intense red light, ultimately locking onto a concave area at the peak of the nest. The density of the miasma in this area was 3 times that of others, with faint golden sealing patterns barely visible. Lin Gu, I found it. The sealing concavity at the top of the nest. There remains energy from the ancient seal. It is the most vulnerable part of the nest. However, a devouring vortex surrounds the concavity. Any proximity will result in being swept away by its tremendous pull. Before he could finish, the nest emitted a deep roar, and the maw unleashed a black beam targeting Su Qingyue's furnace. In a moment of crisis, Lin Fan reacted swiftly, wielding the spirit dragon's sacred blade to send forth a starlight chain, pulling the furnace aside. The black beam grazed past the furnace, striking the remnants of the dead star behind, devouring them instantly. Qingyue, accelerate the refining speed. The nest has locked onto you. I am nearly finished. Just give me 5 more minutes. Su Qingyue's forehead was beaded with sweat, the star core demonic breaking pill within the furnace glowing faintly golden. Just one final step away from completion. However, the demon soldiers suddenly altered their strategy, splitting their forces to charge directly at the furnace. The ethereal formation was instantly rent asunder, creating an opening through which several demonic soldiers surged forth, their claws aimed directly at Su Qingyue's shoulder. You shall not succeed. Lin Fan invoked the stellar domain step, teleporting beside the alchemical furnace in an instant. He swung the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon, transforming the demonic soldiers into swirling black smoke. Infusing his own spiritual energy into the furnace, he aided Su Qingyue in hastening the alchemical process. I shall assist you. The pale golden spiritual energy merged with the core flame, and the furnace erupted in a brilliant light as the stellar core demon-breaking pill was finally concocted. Ding! Triggered the ultimate mission, Mother Nest Termination. Utilize the stellar core demon-breaking pill to sever the energy supply of the Mother Nest, destroy the sealing recess, and purify the core of the Mother Nest. Mission rewards: Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon, Perfected Artifact, unlocking interstellar purification capability. Aiding Lin Fan in advancing to the unified phase, acquiring the ruined stellar domain stellar core guardian array blueprint, marking coordinates of the extraterritorial evil demon's energy domain. Mission failure: the Mother Nest will evolve into the star-devouring demon god, consuming the entire chaotic stellar domain. Catch the pill. Su Qingyue hurled the stellar core demon-breaking pill towards Lin Fan, shattering it and scattering its contents towards the Mother Nest, which would temporarily halt its energy absorption for 3 minutes. Our only chance. Lin Fan seized the pill and leapt towards the Mother Nest, only to be ensnared by the star-devouring vortex mid-flight, his body uncontrollably drawn into its depths. The vortex's pull far exceeded the spatial turbulence he had encountered earlier. Lin Gu, use the stellar core crystal, shouted Little Stone, tossing forth a piece of the crystal, capable of counteracting the vortex's force. Lin Fan swiftly integrated the crystal into the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon, and the blade erupted in resplendent starlight, significantly diminishing the vortex's pull. A sacred artifact? Stellar core demon slaying slash. He crushed the stellar core demon-breaking pill, the pale golden powder cascading towards the Mother Nest, indeed halting its energy absorption temporarily, while the activities at the star-devouring maw visibly slowed. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fan broke free from the vortex and leapt above the ceiling recess. Suddenly, the demonic cocoon within the recess exploded, revealing a colossal, star-devouring guardian demon. This creature was twice the size of the earlier demon general, wielding dual axes crackling with black lightning. You dare to offend the Mother Nest? You seek your own demise. It swung its axes, unleashing black lightning aimed at Lin Fan's heart. Your opponent is me. The black Wuchang charged from the side, ensnaring the axes with iron chains, while ghostly blue flames seared the guardian demon along the chains. Lin, command. Quickly take action. I will hold it back. The ghostly soldiers surged forward, entangling the guardian demon's limbs with their bodies, resolutely clinging on even as struck by black lightning. A surge of warmth coursed through Lin Fan, as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon. The blade resonated with the pale golden patterns of the ceiling recess, activating the ancient seal's energy, intertwining with starlight to form a massive light blade. Sacred artifact? 10,000 stars, demon-breaking slash. The light blade cleaved through the guardian demon's body, piercing directly into the ceiling recess. No. The Mother Nest emitted a piercing wail as the ceiling recess shattered, the pale golden sealing energy rapidly spreading throughout the Mother Nest. The advancing demonic soldiers halted abruptly, dissipating into black smoke. The star-devouring maw of the Mother Nest contracted continuously, attempting to reabsorb energy. Yet the effects of the stellar core demon-breaking pill endured, leaving it helpless as its energy continued to drain away. Lin Fan seized the opportunity once more. Wielding the sacred blade of the spirit dragon, sacred artifact, star core returned to silence. The pale golden energy of the star core merged with starlight, forming a luminous pillar that pierced through the Mother Nest, traversing the sealed recess directly into the star-devouring abyss. The body of the Mother Nest began to fracture inch by inch, countless demon cocoons exploding, yet they could no longer generate demonic soldiers. The sealing energy was purifying every part of it. Ultimately, the Mother Nest emitted a final wail and transformed entirely into pale golden energy, merging into the sacred blade of the spirit dragon. The star core's demon-devouring patterns on the blade resonated with the sealing energy, evolving into the cross-domain purification patterns. From this moment forth, this sacred artifact could not only purify the chaotic energies of the star domain, but also contend with the energy threats posed by extraterritorial evil beings. Ding! Mother Nest termination task completed. Rewards distributed. The sacred blade of the spirit dragon has reached a perfect state of a sacred artifact. Lin Fan successfully advanced to the integration phase, unlocking the Star Core Guardian Array blueprint and marking the coordinates of the Demon Energy Star Domain. Pure energy surged into Lin Fan's body, instantly breaking through the bottleneck of the void refining phase and smoothly ascending to the integration phase. Upon landing, Su Qingwei, Little Stone, and He Wuchang immediately gathered around, unable to conceal their excitement. Brother Lin, we have succeeded. The mother nest has been destroyed. Little Stone raised the compass high. The coordinates of the Demon Energy Star Domain marked on the copper plate, glowing red. That was precisely where the lair of the extraterritorial evil beings was located. Lin Fan took the compass, the starlight from the sacred blade of the spirit dragon illuminating the coordinates, revealing a three-dimensional image of the Demon Energy Star Domain. The sky there was a dark purple, with countless black planets suspended within, each one covered in demonic patterns. On the largest central planet, a grand demonic palace was faintly visible. This was the core of the extraterritorial evil being's dominion. It seems our guardianship mission is about to extend beyond our realm. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred blade of the spirit dragon. The cross-domain purification patterns on the blade glowing brightly. The chaotic star domain was temporarily safe, and next, we shall advance into the Demon Energy Star Domain to completely eradicate the threat posed by the extraterritorial evil beings. Su Qingyue smiled as she presented a newly crafted cross-domain heart protection pill. I have prepared this for you long ago. This pill can resist the erosion of extraterritorial demon energy, allowing you to cultivate normally even within the Demon Energy Star Domain. He Wuchang tightened his grip on the iron chains, his tone resolute. The ghost soldiers of the Western Ghost Domain are always ready for deployment. Whether in the chaotic star domain or beyond, as long as Commander Lin is present, we shall fear nothing. Lin Fan nodded, gazing into the distance where the once dim stars were gradually regaining their brilliance. The Coalition-S fleet began to orderly clear the battlefield, damaged vessels slowly ascending under the repair of star core energy, and the star-devouring dust of the Dead Star Belt gradually dissipated under the purification of the starlight from the sacred blade of the spirit dragon. 3 days later, the desolate star domain successfully established the Star Core Guardian Array, its pale golden radiance enveloping the entire star domain, becoming the first line of defense against the extraterritorial evil beings. Lin Fan stood at the center of the Guardian Array, the sacred blade of the spirit dragon floating beside him. The cultivators of the 5 domains coalition lined up in unison, their gazes firmly fixed upon him. Everyone was prepared to follow Lin Fan in embarking on the journey of cross-domain guardianship. Depart. Target, Demon Energy Star Domain. Lin Fan's command echoed throughout the entire fleet. The vessels slowly ascending, the starlight from the sacred blade of the spirit dragon guiding the way, penetrating the boundaries of the chaotic star domain, and setting forth into the unknown beyond. Su Qingyue stood beside Lin Fan, gazing at the starry sky outside the window. Though unaware of the dangers lurking in the demon energy starfield, she felt no fear as long as she stood by his side. Lin Fan grasped her hand, his gaze gentle. Rest assured, no matter what we encounter, we shall face it together. Once we vanquish the outer demons, we will seek a tranquil planet to admire the resplendent stars. Little Stone and He Wuchang frolicked on the deck, while the allied cultivators exchanged insights on their cultivation practices. The silhouette of the flying vessel gradually faded into the vastness of the starry expanse. Lin Fan's legendary guardian of 10,000 stars was no longer confined to the realms of cultivation and the chaotic star domain. It was embarking on a journey through the boundless universe, inscribing a new chapter of brilliance. In the distant demon energy starfield, deep within the demon palace, a figure draped in a dark purple robe closely observed the fleet of flying vessels through a water mirror, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fan, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Are you prepared to embrace the true power of malevolence? As the water mirror revealed the approaching vessels, an ultimate confrontation across the starfields was poised to commence. Chapter 33. The Arcane Storm. As the airship pierced through the boundary between the chaotic star domain and the arcane star domain, the entire vessel trembled violently. The starry expanse outside transformed from resplendent brilliance to a dark violet hue, while the air was thick with a searing arcane energy. dimming even the radiant glow of the spirit serpent sacred blade to a mere flicker. This phenomenon was the distinctive arcane tide, a force tenfold more perilous than the spatial turbulence of the chaotic star domain. Lingu, the compass has malfunctioned, Xiao Shurtu exclaimed, his brow drenched in cold sweat as he clutched the star core compass. The needle spun wildly, its markings darkened by the arcane energy. The devouring god stardust of the arcane star domain was interfering with the spiritual energy detection, and the star core shield of the airship was being corroded. No sooner had he spoken than cracks began to appear in the outer energy shield, allowing tiny strands of purple-black stardust to seep through the fissures and land on the deck, hissing as they melted the metal. Su Qingwei swiftly suspended the alchemical furnace in the center of the cabin, from which a golden-purple flame erupted, the interstellar anti-magic fire. This newly forged flame, created from star core crystals and the unique anti-magic herb of the arcane star domain, was capable of repelling the devouring god stardust while purifying arcane energy. The flame spread along the hull, forming a secondary layer of protection around the shield. Upon contact, the stardust transformed into wisps of white smoke. I have just refined the anti-magic pill which can temporarily resist the devouring god stardust. Everyone, take it quickly. However, the arcane tide is not yet over. We must find a safe harbor soon. Lin Fan approached the bow of the ship, and the spirit serpent's sacred blade suddenly hummed, the purification patterns along its blade illuminating as a faint golden light streak shot toward the starry sky. This was a new ability unlocked upon the completion of the sacred artifact, capable of marking safe routes in unfamiliar star domains. The light penetrated the dark violet canopy, directing toward a relatively calm nebula in the distance. Follow the blade's light. There's a star core energy response ahead. It should be a temporary stronghold left by ancient cultivators. As the airship advanced along the path of light, it suddenly entered the nebula, only to be met with a colossal purple-black storm, a characteristic of the arcane star domain. Within the tempest swirled massive arcane energy crystals, each capable of shattering the star core shield, and more terrifying still, the air resonated with the howls of malevolent spirits, with countless demonic shadows flitting within. It is the vanguard storm of the arcane lord. He Wuchang unleashed his iron chains, and the frost wraith soldiers instantly formed ranks, unfurling their bone banners. The interplay of ghostly blue flames and the anti-magic fire coalesced into a shield. Ancient texts recounted how the arcane lord would use such storms to purge intruders. With his vanguard forces, the arcane generals, hidden within the eye of the storm. Ding! Triggered main quest, Interstellar Windbreaker. Penetrate the arcane storm, slay the arcane general, and seize the ancient stronghold. Quest rewards, Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade's arcane purification exclusive skill, unlocking the airship's interstellar concealment function, and acquiring the outer defense schematics of the arcane palace to aid Lin Fan in his ascent to the great ascension stage. Quest failure. The airship will be torn apart by the storm, exposing the coalition to the arcane lord's gaze. The storm suddenly intensified, and a disc-sized arcane crystal hurtled toward the ship's bridge. Lin Fan swung his blade, executing the sacred artifact technique, 10,000 stars slash. The pale golden blade light cleaved through the crystal, only to be ambushed by the shadows of the arcane general's vanguard warriors. The enchanted soldiers, entirely composed of magical crystal energy, wield blades capable of unleashing magical energy rays, which, upon contact, can breach the anti-magic fire shield. Qingwei, ensnare the enchanted soldiers with anti-magic fire. Lin Fan leaped from the flying vessel, infusing his spirit serpent sacred blade with interstellar energy, its blade shimmering with a radiant golden-purple luminescence. I will divert the storm's attention. You take the opportunity to locate the eye of the storm. Only by obliterating the eye can we quell the tempest. He traversed the storm with a celestial stride, deliberately attracting the enchanted soldiers with his blade's glimmer, while a multitude of shadowy figures swiftly pursued him. Little Stone crouched before the compass as the copper disc finally regained its responsiveness, the needle pointing directly towards the dark purple vortex at the storm's center. Lingu, the eye of the storm lies 3 miles ahead, but there is a magical general guarding it. His magical shield can repel all assaults. He tossed the compass to Su Qingwei. Qingwei, heat the compass with anti-magic fire. It will temporarily penetrate the magical barrier and reveal the general's vulnerabilities. Su Qingyue immediately placed the compass into the alchemical furnace, the anti-magic fire spreading along the copper disc's engravings. The needles suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, indicating a small crack in the magical armor on the general's left shoulder, a remnant of ancient cultivator's past injuries. Lin Fan. The weakness lies in the old wound on the left shoulder. Enhance the blade's light with the star core crystal. She threw a star core crystal towards Lin Fan, while simultaneously activating the alchemical furnace, the anti-magic fire transforming into fiery chains that ensnared the enchanted soldiers. Clearing a path for him, Lin Fan caught the crystal, merging it into the spirit serpent's sacred blade, which erupted in a blinding golden-purple brilliance. A sacred artifact? Interstellar purification. He soared through the storm's currents, his blade light piercing through the magical shadows like a shooting star, heading straight for the eye of the storm. The magical general sensed danger and swung his blade to unleash a magical energy ray, but Lin Fan deflected it with the back of his blade. This time, the blade's light carried interstellar purifying power, capable of absorbing the magical energy ray. Impossible. How can you absorb magical energy? The general roared, sweeping his blade across. The magical patterns on his armor glowed, and the storm abruptly shifted, raining countless magical crystals upon Lin Fan. Yet, he neither dodged nor flinched. The magical purification patterns on the spirit serpent's sacred blade awakened, drawing in the surrounding magical energy, intensifying the blade's radiance. Your magical energy becomes my strength. The blade struck the general's old wound on his left shoulder, causing the magical armor to shatter instantaneously, magical energy gushing forth from the wound. The general let out a piercing scream, attempting to detonate his internal magical energy in a final act of desperation. Yet Lin Fan trapped him with sacred artifact? Magical energy sealing. You think self-destruction is that easy? A pale golden sealing array entwined the general, gradually purifying his magical energy until it transformed into a pristine magical core. Ding! Slaying the magical general. The eye of the storm has lost its energy support, and the magical tempest is dissipating. The skill of magical purification has officially been unlocked. The storm gradually calmed, revealing the true form of the ancient stronghold, an edifice of stone suspended within the nebula, adorned with ancient anti-magic runes that, despite their weathered state, still resisted magical erosion. The coalition's airship gently docked at the fortress pier. Lin Fan, clutching the magic energy core, entered the fortress and discovered a time-worn scroll on a stone pedestal at the center of the hall. This scroll depicted the defensive layout of the magic palace, marking the locations of the outer magic energy focal points. Accompanied by an ancient inscription, the magic energy lord derives power from the heart core, commanding myriad demons and shattering the star gates. The heart core lies deep within the magic palace and must be shattered using a transcendent artifact. The heart core? Su Qingyue leaned closer to examine the map, surmising it to be the source of the magic energy lord's strength. If they could destroy the heart core, he would lose control over the magic energy. However, the outer layers of the palace were protected by 9 defensive formations, each guarded by a demon general. A direct assault would be futile. Suddenly, He Wuchang pointed towards the nebula outside the fortress, where shadowy figures of demons were faintly discernible. Commander Lin, we have been compromised. The patrol squad of the Magic Energy Lord is approaching, numbering at least in the thousands. He tightened his grip on the iron chain, and the ghost soldiers immediately went on high alert. Should we retreat into the fortress and use ancient runes to shield ourselves? Lin Fan, however, shook his head. The radiance of the spirit dragon's sacred blade swirled in his palm, and the spirit energy of the integration phase began to stir within him. He sensed the energy of the magic core resonating with his cultivation. By absorbing this energy, he could break through to the great transcendence phase. No need to hide. He raised the magic energy core above his head, and the purification patterns of the spirit dragon's sacred blade ignited. Today, let the magic energy lord witness the power of the interstellar guardian. The core's energy surged along the blade, flowing into Lin Fan's body. The spirit embryo within his dantian suddenly unfurled its wings, shattering the bottleneck of the integration phase in an instant. The pressure of the great transcendence phase spread like a tidal wave, causing even the nebula to tremble. The spirit dragon's sacred blade evolved in tandem, its golden-purple brilliance purifying the surrounding magic energy. As the patrolling demons approached the fortress, they were instantly incinerated into wisps of white smoke. Ding! Lin Fan has broken through to the great transcendence phase. The spirit dragon sacred blade is now in a perfected state, with a stabilized condition and a tenfold increase in purification range. Great transcendence. Little Stone leaped with excitement. The magic energy readings on the compass plummeted. Brother Lin, now we can confront the magic palace head-on and possess the strength to fight back. Su Qingwei, smiling, presented him with a newly concocted Heartguard pill for the great transcendence phase. I prepared this for you long ago. It will stabilize your great transcendence cultivation and protect against the corruption of the magic energy heart core. She pointed at the defensive map. According to this, we can circumvent 6 layers of the defensive formations and directly enter the middle layer of the magic palace through the magic energy rift, which is closer to the heart core. Lin Fan accepted the pill, gripping the spirit dragon's sacred blade tightly as the spirit energy of the great transcendence phase surged within him. Then let us set forth. Let the magic energy lord know that any evil that dares to encroach upon the realm of cultivation, no matter where it hides in the star domains, cannot escape purification. The coalition's airship ascended once more, this time without concealing their movements, directly heading towards the magic palace. The golden-purple radiance of the spirit dragon's sacred blade forged a path ahead, causing the shadowy demons of the magic energy realm to retreat in fear. In the distance, the outline of the magic palace gradually came into view, a black palace constructed from crystallized magic energy. At the apex of the palace, the magic energy heart core emitted a dark purple glow, continuously transmitting energy to the surroundings. In the depths of the palace, a tall shadow could be seen gazing at them through a water mirror. Lin Fan, the voice of the demon energy lord, echoed through the depths of the demon palace, laced with a chilling amusement. How amusing! Do you truly believe that reaching the great ascension stage will enable you to triumph over me? I have gathered 3 Stargate heart nuclei and soon shall unlock the passage to the 3,000 star domains. At that moment, all realms shall become my pastures. With a wave of his hand, the defensive formations of the palace illuminated, and countless demon generals emerged, wielding demonic artifacts, exuding an intimidating aura. The airship hovered outside the demon palace, where Lin Fan stood at the bow. The sacred spirit blade of the celestial dragon pointed directly at the palace. Demon energy lord, cease your futile words. Today, I shall not only shatter your heart nuclei, but also seal all your Stargate pathways. Behind him, Su Qingwei's alchemical furnace, the iron chains of He Wuchang, and the compass of Little Stone simultaneously glowed, as the spiritual energies of the allied cultivators wove together into a net, resonating with the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade. Thus, the ultimate battle transcending the star domains commenced beneath the celestial canopy of the demon energy domain. Chapter 34, Storm Breaks the Evil. Lord reveals his presence as the fleet of flying vessels pierced through the boundary between the chaotic star domain and the demon energy star domain. The surrounding cosmos was instantly enveloped in a dark purple haze of demonic energy. The originally resplendent stars were tainted a deep crimson, while the distant roiling storm of demon energy resembled a colossal ink-black vortex, ensnaring malevolent stardust capable of rending the vessel's hull. The star core shield on the outer layer of the ship, upon contact with the storm's edge, was immediately etched with fine cracks, emitting a piercing metallic wail. Commander Lin, the corrupting force of the demon energy storm will erode our spiritual foundation. Ordinary anti-demon pills are utterly ineffective. Little Stone stumbled in, clutching the star core compass, its copper needle spinning wildly. The surface of the compass was marred by black stains from the demon energy, rendering its positioning completely useless. We are being dragged toward a corrupted star. Su Qingwei had long been prepared. A pill furnace hovered at the center of the formation, a soft golden shield enveloping the mouth of the furnace as it emitted star core flames. I am refining the anti-demon storm pill. We need to use the corrupted stardust from the demon energy star domain as a catalyst. Little Stone, help me gather the stardust. She tossed a specially crafted jade vial to Little Stone, its surface inscribed with star core runes, capable of temporarily isolating the eroding power of evil. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel, the spirit blade of the celestial dragon transforming into a stream of light in his palm. The cross-domain purification patterns along the blade glowed, weaving a net of pale golden light before him. securely capturing the encroaching corrupted stardust. Qinghua, here as the stardust. He Wuchang, lead the ghost soldiers to reinforce the vessel's shield. Do not allow the storm to carry away any ship. He Wuchang immediately commanded the Frost Ghost soldiers to leap onto the deck. The ghost soldiers bound the star core flames with iron chains, arranging them according to the patterns of the star core protection array. A shimmering shield of intertwined azure and gold radiance unfolded, barely resisting the storm's pull. Commander Lin, rest assured, as long as we draw breath, we shall ensure the vessel's safety. Su Qinghua accepted the stardust and swiftly cast it into the pill furnace. Within, the star core flames collided with the corrupted stardust, erupting into an extraordinary silver-purple flame. It's done. The anti-demon storm pill will allow us to maintain our spiritual stability for half an hour amidst the storm. She distributed the pills to everyone. Upon ingestion, a refreshing surge of spiritual energy enveloped their dantian, dissipating the previously overwhelming sense of demonic erosion. Just as they regained their footing below, thunderous roar resonated from within the storm. 3 massive corrupted star beasts, each comparable to a small mountain, burst through the clouds. Their bodies were cloaked in dark purple scales, and the demon energy rays they spewed forth could pierce through the star core shield. These were the primal guardian beasts of the demon energy star domain. It's the demon horn star beasts. Their scales are impervious to blades. Their weakness lies in the demon crystal atop their heads. Little Stone fixated on a newly emerged red dot on the compass. Brother Lin, there's a storm eye to the left front. The demon energy there is weakest. We can break through in that direction. Lin Fan gripped the spirit blade of the celestial dragon tightly and soared toward the star beasts. Holy artifact, cross-domain purification slash. The pale golden blade light pierced through the storm, directly cleaving toward the demon crystal of the star beast on the left. The star beast roared, attempting to withstand the attack with its scales, but the blade light instantly carved a breach. The demon crystal erupted with dark purple light before being purified into a wisp of white smoke. The other 2 star beasts, witnessing this, were enraged, unleashing their demon energy rays simultaneously at the flying vessel. He Wuchang flung iron chains to ensnare the limbs of the star beasts, the azure ghost fire creeping along the chains toward the demon crystals. Commander Lin, I've bound them. Seize the chance to strike. The spectral warriors hurled their bone spears, targeting the fissures in the star beast's armored hide. Although they could not inflict severe wounds, they successfully delayed the creature's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qinghua activated her alchemical furnace, unleashing silver-purple flames that transformed into fiery projectiles, aimed directly at the right-side star beast's magic crystal. Lin Fan, I shall divert its attention. The flames collided with the magic crystal, causing the star beast to roar in agony, its magical energy beam veering off course and narrowly missing the edge of the flying vessel, erupting in a cloud of magical mist in the distance. Lin Fan seized the moment to employ the unique spatial shift of the fusion stage, instantly appearing above the right-side star beast. Channeling energy into the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon, he declared, Holy artifact, star core devourer. The blade's radiance pierced through the magic crystal, and the massive form of the star beast collapsed thunderously, dissipating into magical energy amidst the storm. The last remaining star beast, witnessing its companion's demise, attempted to flee, but was immobilized by the crimson light emitted from a compass wielded by a small stone. Lin Fan swung his blade, decisively eliminating the threat posed by the star beasts. Ding! Successfully breached the magical energy storm, vanquished the corrupted star beast, and unlocked the safe route through the eye of the storm. Reward: the purification range of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon increased by 50, the coalition cultivator's resistance threshold permanently enhanced by 30. And 3 corrupted star beast magic crystals, usable for crafting superior anti-magic equipment. The fleet of flying vessels gradually navigated through the eye of the storm, revealing a pitch-black planet ahead, the domain of the magic energy lord, the Palace of Magic. The surface of the planet was marred by grotesque magical patterns, while the central palace loomed like a colossal black fang piercing the cosmos. Suspended above it was a malevolent magical core, pulsating with ominous radiance, from which countless dark purple energy lines extended throughout the planet, evidently siphoning its magical energy. That was the lair of the magic energy lord. Lin Fan pointed towards the palace, as the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon suddenly trembled violently, its interstellar purification patterns clashing fiercely with the magical core. The energy within the core was at least 10 times more potent than that of the demon emperor. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling laughter echoed from the palace's apex. A dark purple figure soared into the air, riding the waves of magical energy. It was the robed figure previously seen in the water mirror, surrounded by the oppressive magic energy of the late fusion stage. He wielded a staff embedded with a black magic crystal, revealing himself as the magic energy lord. Lin Fan, I never imagined you could survive the magical storm. However, this palace of magic shall be your tomb. With a flourish of his staff, innumerable magical arrows shot forth from the void, hurtling towards the fleet of flying vessels. Lin Fan countered with a faint golden light shield, deflecting the onslaught of arrows. The demon emperor has already been sealed by us. Do you truly believe you can withstand our might alone? The demon emperor? Merely a pawn under my command. The magic energy lord scoffed, directing his staff at the planet's surface. This world was once the sanctuary of anti-magic created by ancient cultivators, but I have transformed it into a source of magical energy. Today, I shall unveil to you the true power of the extraterrestrial malevolence. He activated the magical core, and the magical patterns on the planet's surface ignited. As countless magical puppets emerged from the depths, these puppets were forged from the remains of ancient cultivators, wielding rusted anti-magic weapons, yet under the control of magical energy. They surged towards the coalition. Ding! Trigger! The main quest: purify the demon energy puppets. Objectives: purify the demon energy puppets. Dismantle the outer defenses of the demon energy core, and repel the vanguard forces of the demon energy lord. Rewards: unlock the entrance to the ancient anti-demon sanctum, the spirit dragon's sacred blade, anti-demon inheritance, and the demon energy analysis diagram, which can breach the demon palace's defenses. Failure: the demon energy puppets breach the defenses, and the airships are consumed by the demon energy of the palace. These are the remains of ancient anti-demon cultivators. They must not be reduced to mere puppets. Fury burned in Su Qingyue's eyes as countless purification pills erupted from the alchemical furnace, exploding into a cascade of silvery purple light that rained down upon the puppets. Some puppets exhibited a flicker of clarity in their once dull eyes, clearly retaining a glimmer of awareness. They could still be saved. Stimulate the anti-demon will within their remains using star core energy. Lin Fan immediately grasped the concept. The spirit dragon's sacred blade's interstellar purification patterns intertwined with star core energy, enveloping the entire group of puppets in a soft golden light. Ancient anti-demon ancestors, awaken. The realm of cultivation you protected needs you to fight side by side once more. Amidst the radiance, an increasing number of puppets ceased their assaults, their demonic luminescence replaced by the soft golden glow. Some even raised their anti-demon weapons and turned towards the demon energy lord. Damn it! How dare you damage my puppets? The demon energy lord roared in fury, channeling the demon energy core, and a dark purple beam shot towards Lin Fan, declaring die. The beam bore the power to rend the very fabric of the star realm, staining the cosmos in dark purple as it passed. He Wuchang led the awakened ancient puppets to form an anti-demon formation. Using their weapons to shield against the beam, Commander Lin, quickly destroy the core's outer defenses. We will hold him back. Although the puppets were weak in spirit power, they barely managed to withstand the beam's onslaught with their ancient anti-demon weapons. Some even sacrificed their bodies to shield Lin Fan from the demon energy attacks, buying him precious time. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan executed a star realm teleportation, heading straight for the magical defensive array surrounding the demon energy core. The spirit dragon's sacred blade was infused with all his energy at the fusion stage. Holy artifact? Interstellar demon breaker. The soft golden blade light pierced through the magical patterns, creating a massive fissure in the defensive array, causing the core's demon energy to weaken significantly. Seeing this, the demon energy lord attempted to turn and intervene, only to be ensnared by the silvery purple flames emitted from Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace. Your opponent is me. She cast a corrupted star beast's demon crystal into the furnace, causing the flames to surge dramatically, temporarily suppressing the demon energy lord's attacks. Lin Fan, the fissure in the defensive array is expanding, quickly purify the core. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan felt the resonance between the spirit dragon sacred blade and the ancient anti-demon puppet's weapons. Unique anti-demon inheritance patterns. Symbols exclusive to ancient cultivators battling evil emerged along the blade's surface. Holy artifact, anti-demon inheritance / the blade light, interwoven with soft golden and silvery purple brilliance, utterly tore apart the magical defensive array, drawing perilously close to the demon energy core. No, the demon energy lord broke free from the flames, attempting to lunge at the core, but was firmly ensnared by He Wuchang and the puppets. The moment the blade light struck the core, the demon energy core emitted a piercing shriek, its surface patterns beginning to peel away, revealing countless soft golden lights surging from within. It turned out that deep within the core lay the anti-demon fire seed of the ancient anti-demon sanctum. Ding! The mission at the Demon Palace has been accomplished. Rewards have been granted. The entrance to the ancient anti-demon sanctuary is unlocked, along with the spirit serpent sacred blade, imbued with the legacy of anti-demon attributes, and the acquisition of the magical energy analysis blueprint. The Lord of Magical Energy, seeing the core damaged, recognized the inevitable decline of his forces and glared fiercely at Lin Fan, proclaiming, "Consider yourself fortunate today. However, the malevolent army of the magical energy starfield shall soon arrive. Just wait." He transformed into a dark purple streak of light and fled deeper into the magical energy starfield. Lin Fan did not hastily pursue. Instead, he approached the depths of the core where the anti-demon ember radiated a warm glow. Beside the ember stood an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with the words, "Anti-Demon Sanctuary," concealed within the depths of the Demon Palace. Collect 3 anti-demon tokens to summon the ancient anti-demon formation. It seemed we must delve deeper into the Demon Palace. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the spirit serpent's sacred blade, feeling the resonance between the blade's anti-demon legacy patterns and the anti-demon ember. Qinghua utilized the magical energy analysis blueprint to study the defenses of the Demon Palace. He Wuchang integrate the ancient puppets to form the anti-demon vanguard, Little Stone. Employ the compass to locate the anti-demon tokens. In unison, they responded affirmatively as their airship fleet gently descended upon the surface of the Demon Palace. Su Qingyue unfurled the magical energy analysis blueprint, which distinctly outlined the defensive nodes of the Demon Palace. It comprised 3 layers, each guarded by magical sentinels. The entrance to the sanctuary on the lowest level required the overcoming of 3 layers of defense to unlock. Little Stone's compass also revealed the red dots indicating the locations of the 3 tokens, positioned in 3 directions of the Demon Palace. Lin Fan lifted his gaze towards the towering structure of the Demon Palace, the pale golden light of the spirit serpent's sacred blade illuminating the path ahead, regardless of the dangers that lay within the Demon Palace. And no matter where the Lord of Magical Energy might escape, we must locate the anti-demon sanctuary to thoroughly dismantle the threat posed by the extraterritorial malevolence. The coalition of cultivators stood shoulder to shoulder with the ancient puppets, the radiance of their anti-demon weapons intertwined with that of the spirit serpent sacred blade, forming a dazzling beacon of protection beneath the dark purple starry sky of the magical energy starfield. They advanced towards the Demon Palace, marking the commencement of an adventure to penetrate the heart of evil and awaken the ancient anti-demon forces. Chapter 35, The Demonic Palace Challenge. Resonance of the tokens. The entrance to the first level of the demonic palace loomed like the maw of a colossal beast, with a shadowy passage suffused with a dense, viscous demonic energy. The arcane runes etched upon the walls flickered every 3 steps, casting the corridor into a dance of light and darkness. As soon as one stepped into the passage, the ground trembled violently, and numerous dark violet chains of demonic energy burst forth from the stone walls, ensnaring the ankles of the allied cultivators. These chains were adorned with barbs, tainted with corrosive spirit, eroding liquid, and those ensnared felt their inner power stir restlessly. Even cultivators at the integration stage struggled to break free. It is a demonic chain formation. Ancient tomes on demon resistance have documented this formation, which relies on runes for energy. By destroying the demonic energy nodes on either side of the passage, one can dismantle it. Su Qinghua swiftly produced a pill furnace, scattering the powder of the previously concocted demonic energy purification pill onto the chains. Upon contact with the corrosive liquid, The pale golden powder hissed and emitted white smoke, significantly diminishing the chain's corrosive potency. Lin Fan. The nodes are concealed in the dark recesses atop the passage. They require demonic energy to activate and reveal themselves. Lin Fan gripped the spirit dragon's sacred blade tightly. The anti-demonic inheritance patterns on the blade glowed, and a pale golden radiance swept across the upper passage. Indeed, 3 dark recesses emerged in the light, each housing a black, demonic crystal. These were the energy nodes. He leaped into the air, employing the star domain teleportation to evade the oncoming chains, and with the spirit dragon's sacred blade, unleashed 3 radiant slashes that precisely shattered the demonic crystals. Sacred artifact? Anti-demon breaking evil. The instant the crystals shattered, the chains of demonic energy within the passage lost their luster, disintegrating into black powder. Just as the group exhaled in relief, a heavy thudding echoed from the passage's end, and a towering 5-zhong demonic energy guardian emerged from the darkness, clad in formidable demonic armor. It wielded a gigantic hammer entwined with dark violet lightning. The demonic energy seeping from the armor reached mid-integration stage levels, clearly marking it as the guardian of the first level of the demonic palace. Ding. Triggered the subquest exorcise the demonic energy guardian of the first level, slay the demonic energy guardian, and obtain the first anti-demonic token, Earth token. Purify the residual demonic energy in the passage. Quest rewards: Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade, Awakening of Earth Anti-Demon Subattribute, Demonic Chain Formation Breakdown Blueprint, Ancient Anti-Demon Puppet Control Secret Technique. Quest failure: the demonic energy guardian activates the self-destruction formation of the passage, sealing the entrance to the demonic palace. Attack. The demonic energy guardian roared and swung its hammer down. The moment it struck the ground, fissures tore through the passage floor, dark violet lightning snaking along the cracks. Surging towards the ancient puppet horde, He Wuchang immediately led the puppets to form an anti-demon formation, using ancient anti-demon weaponry to block the lightning. Lin, direct the attack. Its armor has a flaw. The underarm lacks demonic energy coverage, a weakness. Lin Fan nodded, infusing star core energy into the spirit dragon's sacred blade, which blazed with an intertwining glow of gold and purple. Sacred artifact. Interstellar demon-eating slash. He utilized the star domain steps to maneuver behind the guardian, and the blade's radiance cleaved directly at its underarm. Sensing the impending danger, the guardian swung its hammer to block, but Lin Fan seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to the knee, bending it under the force of integration stage power and exposing further vulnerabilities in its armor. Su Qingwei seized the opportunity, hurling the newly concocted magic explosive pill into the crevice of the commander's armor. Lin Fan, detonate the pill. Lin Fan deftly flicked his blade, igniting the fuse with a spark. With a thunderous roar, the pill exploded within the armor, eliciting a piercing scream from the magic energy guardian commander as fragments of armor scattered, revealing the magical core within. Now is the moment. Lin Fan leaped into the air, the anti-magic inheritance patterns of the spirit dragon's sacred blade resonating with the core, enveloping it in a soft golden light. Purification. The core shattered piece by piece within the radiance, and the commander's massive form collapsed with a resounding crash, dissipating into magical energy. The ground at the center of the passage slowly cracked open, revealing the first anti-magic token, the Earth token, which was entirely a rich, earthy hue, inscribed with ancient earth runes. Ding. The task of dispelling evil in the first layer of the Demon Palace is complete. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Earth Anti-Magic Attribute Awakening. Unlocking the diagram for breaking the magical energy chain formation and acquiring the secret art for controlling anti-magic puppets. The group ventured into the second layer of the Demon Palace, which astonishingly unfolded into a mirage. Before them appeared scenes from an ancient anti-magic battlefield. Countless blue-robed cultivators wielding anti-magic weaponry battled fiercely against extrinsic evils, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming magical energy, falling into pools of blood, while the anti-magic holy altar was sealed by the demons. Even more bizarrely, the cultivators within the mirage could interact with reality. One of the mirage cultivators thrust a sword towards Little Stone, the blade piercing through his spiritual shield and drawing blood. It was a memory mirage. Utilizing the residual soul energy of ancient cultivators, ordinary attacks could not harm the mirage, but the mirage could indeed inflict injury upon us. Little Stone clutched his wound, the stellar core compass spinning wildly, yet failing to pinpoint the source of the mirage. Lingu. The compass senses that the core of the mirage is in the memory pool, but it is obscured by magical energy, making it impossible to locate. Su Qingwei suddenly noticed that the cultivators in the mirage were protecting a stone platform. She immediately retrieved her alchemy furnace and cast fragments of the anti-magic holy altar-s spark into it. This spark, extracted earlier from the magical core, now glowed with a warm golden light within the furnace. Upon seeing the golden radiance, the movements of the mirage cultivators abruptly halted, clarity dawning in their eyes. It is the anti-magic spark. These residual souls still retained their anti-magic will. Su Qingwei exclaimed in delight, amplifying the spark's glow. Lin Fan, guide the residual souls with the anti-magic inheritance patterns of the spirit dragon sacred blade. They can help us locate the memory pool. Lin Fan complied, intertwining the light of the blade with the spark. The mirage cultivators gathered around, pointing the way deeper into the second layer. The memory pool is in the Hall of the Magic Mirror. Hurry, do not let the magical energy taint the residual souls. The group followed the mirage cultivators to the Hall of the Magic Mirror, where a colossal black magic mirror loomed at the center, continuously spewing forth magical energy, the very source of the mirage. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures sprang forth from beside the mirror. They were the mirage demon generals dispatched by the Lord of Magical Energy, capable of manipulating the mirage and dragging cultivators into nightmares, each having reached the late stage of the combined body realm. I never expected you to find your way here. The leading demon general let out a chilling laugh, and the magic mirror suddenly rippled, ensnaring Su Qingwei within an illusion. Before her eyes, scenes of the Dan Hall being ravaged by demonic energy and her fellow disciples meeting a tragic demise unfolded, causing her to momentarily lose her composure, nearly dropping the alchemy furnace in her grasp. Qingwei, do not be deceived by the illusion. Lin Fan immediately pierced through the illusion with the radiant light of the sacred spirit blade, pulling Su Qingwei back to reality. Haiwa Chang, restrain the demon general with the puppets. Little Stone, use the compass to locate the mirror's weakness. Haiwa Chang promptly led the puppets to engage, as the anti-demon weapon clashed against the demon general's claw of dark energy, creating a web of ethereal blue ghost fire intertwined with dark purple demonic energy. Little Stone leaned over the compass, the copper plate glowing red, pointing directly at a crack along the edge of the mirror. Brother Lin, the magic mirror bears traces of ancient anti-demon runes. The crack is the weakest point of the demonic energy. Attack with the power of the anti-demon inheritance. Lin Fan nodded, awakening the earthly anti-demon attribute of the sacred spirit blade, its blade entwined with earthy yellow anti-demonic energy, an exclusive power capable of countering the illusion's demonic energy. Sacred artifact? Earthly anti-demon slash. Lin Fan swung the blade towards the mirror's crack, and the intertwining hues of earthy yellow and pale gold penetrated the mirror, producing a piercing, shattering sound as the illusion dissipated instantaneously. The 3 demon generals, deprived of the illusion's support, became transparent. No. The demon generals attempted to retreat into the mirror, but were ensnared by the remnants of the illusionist's soul. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan delivered the final blow, purifying them completely. At the moment the mirror shattered, a second anti-demon token flew forth from within. The Sky Token, a delicate blue hue adorned with ancient celestial runes. The lingering souls in the memory pool transformed into golden light, merging with the sacred spirit blade. Ding. Illusionary residual soul enhancement. The sacred spirit blade's anti-demon inheritance attribute increased by 30. Ding. The task of dispelling evil on the second level of the Demon Palace is complete. Reward. Unlocking the sacred spirit blade sky anti-demon subattribute. Recipe for the illusion dispelling elixir. And a hidden passage in the mirror hall, leading directly to the 3rd level of the Demon Palace. The group entered the hidden passage to the 3rd level of the Demon Palace, a place even more perilous than the previous 2 tiers. The entire floor was enveloped by a core array of demonic energy, the ground etched with colossal demonic runes. At the center floated a miniature version of the demonic energy core, with countless dark purple energy lines extending outward, connecting to 12 black stone pillars, each flanked by a demonic energy, priest continuously channeling energy into the core. The third token, the human token, must be inside the core. Little stone's compass glowed red, directing towards the core. Yet, the 12 stone pillars formed a core locking array. Without destroying the pillars, one could not approach the core at all. As the words left his lips, the doors of the third level of the demon palace suddenly closed, and the voice of the demonic energy lord echoed from the core. Lin Fan, you have indeed made it this far. However, my army of extraterritorial evil will arrive in half an hour. You shall be trapped here, awaiting your fate to be devoured by the horde. The 12 demonic energy priests simultaneously turned, revealing their formidable cultivation at the late stage of the composite body realm. With a wave of their staffs, 12 beams of demonic energy shot forth from the pillars, converging into a colossal sphere of demonic energy, hurtling towards the allied forces. Anti-demon formation. Haya Chang led the ancient puppets to form a formation with the cultivators, as the radiance of the anti-demonic weapons intertwined with the spirit flood's sacred blade, creating a shield that barely repelled the magical energy spheres. However, they were forced to retreat repeatedly, with many cultivators spitting blood. Qinghua used the magic purification pill to weaken the demonic energy of the stone pillars. Lin Fan shouted as he leaped into the air. The earth and sky anti-demonic attributes of the spirit flood's sacred blade awakened simultaneously, with earthy yellow and pale blue light entwining around the blade. Holy artifact, heaven and earth anti-demonic slash. The blade light cleaved towards the nearest stone pillar, causing the demonic runes upon it to dim instantly, though it did not shatter completely. The interlinked effects of the locking core formation made it difficult to destroy a single stone pillar. Su Qingyue immediately scattered the magic purification pills onto the 12 stone pillars, the powder adhering to the demonic runes, sizzling as it corroded the demonic energy. Lin Fan, we must destroy all 12 stone pillars simultaneously. Let us divide into 12 teams. I will lead one with Little Shirtu, and you and Haichang will each lead 3 teams, leaving the rest to the ancient puppets. She swiftly allocated the teams, each member clutching a fragment of the anti-demonic fire seed, capable of temporarily resisting the encroaching demonic energy. Action! With Lin Fan's command, the 12 teams surged towards the stone pillars. The demonic energy priest, seeing this, activated the core to unleash more demonic energy arrows. Yet they were all blocked by the allied forces wielding anti-demonic weapons, leading 3 teams of cultivators. Lin Fan unleashed 3 consecutive heaven and earth anti-demonic slashes with the Spirit Flood's sacred blade, completely shattering the demonic runes on 3 stone pillars. Haichang also led the puppets to destroy 2 stone pillars. Su Qingyue ignited the demonic energy of the pillars with the pill's flame, while Little Shirtu used a compass to locate the weaknesses, assisting the teams in breaking the pillars. Within a quarter of an hour, all 12 stone pillars collapsed. At the moment the locking core formation shattered, the demonic energy within the core surged violently, and the third anti-demonic token, the human token, flew out from the core. A vibrant crimson inscribed with ancient human runes. The roar of the demonic energy lord echoed from the core. Damn it. Just wait. When my army arrives, I will surely rend you to pieces. The core transformed into a shadow, breaking through the top of the demon palace and fleeing into the depths of the star domain. Ding. Mission accomplished. Exorcising the evil of the 3 layers of the demon palace. Reward. Spirit Flood's sacred blade. Human domain anti-demonic sub-attribute awakened, unlocking the magic core purification technique. The entrance to the anti-demonic sacred altar of the 3rd layer of the demon palace is now open. Lin Fan caught the 3 anti-demonic tokens, the earth token, the sky token, and the human token, as they floated automatically in his hand, their 3-colored radiance intertwining to form the 3 talents array of heaven, earth, and man, resonating powerfully with the anti-demonic inheritance patterns of the Spirit Flood's sacred blade. The ground of the 3rd layer of the demon palace slowly cracked open, and a completely azure golden altar rose from beneath, the ancient anti-demonic sacred altar. Atop the altar floated a massive anti-demonic array eye, awaiting the activation of the tokens and the artifact. We have finally found the sacred altar, Su Qingyue exclaimed, grasping Lin Fan's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. With the sacred altar, we can withstand the invasion of the outer demonic army. Haichang and Little Shirtu also gathered around. their faces brimming with hope as they gazed at the altar. Lin Fan embedded the 3 tokens into the array eye, and the Spirit Flood's sacred blade hovered above the altar. He took a deep breath, channeling all his combined cultivation power and the anti-demonic inheritance into it. Ancient anti-demonic sacred altar, activate. The intertwining of tricolor radiance and the soft golden glow of the sacred altar erupted into a dazzling brilliance. As a cerulean pillar of light surged towards the cosmos, penetrating the atmosphere of the Demon Palace star and forming a colossal anti-demonic barrier in the starry expanse. This barrier possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously purify demonic energy. Any malevolent entity that dared approach would be subdued by its formidable power. At that moment, countless dark specks suddenly materialized in the distant sky, heralding the arrival of the extra-mundane demonic army summoned by the Lord of Demonic Energy. An overwhelming swarm of demonic vessels descended like locusts, their arcane cannons coalescing with ominous violet luminescence, clearly preparing to unleash an assault upon the Demon Palace star. The demonic army is here, Little Stone exclaimed, pointing towards the heavens, his voice laced with trepidation. Yet, the anti-demonic barrier was still in the process of activation, requiring half an hour to attain full stability. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade and turned to face the others. We shall hold our ground for half an hour. Once the barrier is fortified, it will withstand the onslaught of the army. Qingyue utilized the anti-demonic energy of the altar to forge enhancement elixirs. Hai Wuchang construct a defensive line outside the barrier with the puppets and cultivators. I will confront the initial wave of the army. In unison, the group responded affirmatively and swiftly sprang into action. Lin Fan leaped beyond the atmosphere of the Demon Palace star as the 3 attributes of heaven, earth, and man awakened simultaneously within the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade, encasing him in a cerulean shield of anti-demonic light. In the distance, the cannons of the demonic vessels ignited, unleashing a barrage of arcane projectiles towards the Demon Palace star. Thus commenced the ultimate defensive battle, pivotal for the survival of the Demon Palace star and determining whether the extra-mundane demons could breach its sanctity. The radiance of the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade traced a resplendent arc across the cosmos as Lin Fan navigated through the deluge of cannon fire. The soft golden blade light repeatedly intercepting the demonic projectiles. He understood that if they could endure this half hour, the anti-demonic altar would be fully activated, providing a greater assurance of peace between the chaotic star domain and the cultivation world. Moreover, his path as the guardian of 10,000 stars would inscribe its most heroic chapter in this monumental conflict. Chapter 36, Guardian of the Barrier. The Dark Lords foreshadowing the arcane energy cannons in the starry expanse rained down like a tempest, their dark violet beams striking with the force to rend the very fabric of the cosmos, colliding against Lin Fan's azure gold anti-magic shield. The surface of the shield shimmered with fine ripples, as several of the ethereal cannon projectiles penetrated its outer layer, leaving a charred mark upon Lin Fan's shoulder. The magic energy seeping into his meridians, causing him to furrow his brow in agony. Lin, use the anti-magic amplification pill. Su Qingyue's voice echoed from the Demon Palace star. Clutching freshly refined elixirs, she was accompanied by several cultivators, distributing the potions to everyone on the front line. These pills could temporarily suppress the encroachment of dark energy and enhance the potency of anti-magic abilities. A pale golden pill soared along the energy lines of the star core, and Lin Fan deftly caught it. Upon entering his mouth, a refreshing surge of spiritual energy coursed down his throat, visibly healing the burn on his shoulder at an astonishing rate, while the 3 attributes of the Spirit Flood Dragon's holy blade shone ever more brilliantly. Thank you, Qingyue. Lin Fan gripped the Spirit Flood Dragon's holy blade tightly, channeling the power of the elixir along with his own energy from the fusion stage into the blade, which transformed into a formidable azure gold light blade nearly 10 feet long. Holy artifact, Triad Anti-Magic Slash. The light blade swept across the battlefield, severing dozens of incoming dark energy projectiles, and its residual force struck 3 of the advancing dark warships. The magical runes on the vessels dimmed instantly, and with a thunderous explosion, they erupted into a cloud of dark mist, which the Spirit Flood Dragon's holy blade purged effortlessly. We have held them back. The cultivators on the Demon Palace star erupted in cheers, as He Wuchang seized the opportunity to lead the ancient puppets in forming a star chain array. The puppets hurled their anti-magic weapons skyward, linking them end to end to create a massive azure gold energy chain that intercepted the stray dark energy projectiles. One puppet abruptly raised an anti-magic sword, blocking a collision with a warship. The ancient runes upon the sword flared to life, forcefully repelling the vessel, anti-magic. Not merely that. A muffled voice emanated from the puppet, revealing that the remnants of an ancient cultivator's spirit had fully awakened. Ding! The remnants of the ancient puppet's spirit have awakened, unlocking collective anti-magic secret technique. Reward: Coalition Defense Line's anti-magic strength increased by 50, automatic repair capability for ancient anti-magic weapons. Spirit Flood Dragon's Holy Blade Triad Resonance Passive Skill, Team Anti-Magic Attribute Synchronization Amplification. Little stone lay on the observation platform of the Demon Palace star. The star core compass spinning wildly, revealing a distribution map of the warship's vulnerabilities. Lin. The magic cores of the warships are all located at their sterns. Moreover, they are forming a magic energy convergence array to concentrate their firepower on breaching the barrier. In 3 minutes, the barrier will stabilize. He transmitted the distribution map through the energy lines of the star core to Lin Fan. To your left rear, there are 10 magic supply ships. Destroy them, and the firepower of the warships will diminish. Lin Fan followed the map with his gaze and indeed spotted the 10 massive supply ships continuously funneling dark energy to the frontline vessels. With a deft leap, he activated star domain teleportation, darting towards the supply ships. The anti-magic attribute of the Spirit Flood Dragon's Holy Blade flared to life, enveloped in a soft red glow, as this attribute could precisely dismantle the dark energy conduits. Holy Artifact, Human Domain Pulse Cutting Slash. The blade of light cleaved through the supply ship's transmission conduit, causing it to rupture instantaneously, releasing a fountain of demonic energy, which was subsequently purified by the Spirit Serpent's sacred blade. The supply ship, deprived of its energy support, gradually came to a halt amidst the vastness of the starry sky. Damn it! The voice of the demon energy lord suddenly echoed through the cosmos as he commanded a pitch-black energy flagship adorned with 3 colossal magic crystals, unmistakably his flagship. Advance. At all costs, breach the barrier. The cannons of the flagship ignited with a blinding dark purple glow, unleashing a colossal demonic cannonball, 3 times larger than before. Aimed precisely at the weakened point of the anti-demonic barrier, where Lin Fan had previously sustained burns, the shield not yet fully repaired. This is bad. The barrier is about to shatter. He Wuchang roared, leading all his puppets into the fray. The puppets formed a meat shield with their bodies while the anti-demonic weapons interlocked to create a barrier, yet they were pierced through instantaneously by the demonic cannonball, turning several puppets to ash on the spot. He Wuchang was also thrown back by the shockwave, black blood oozing from his mouth, yet he still struggled to rise, declaring, "It's not over. We can still hold." Lin Fan's pupils constricted as the Spirit Serpent's sacred blade trembled violently, its tri-elemental patterns resonating with the 3 anti-demonic tokens from the altar. The tokens on the altar illuminated simultaneously, and a cerulean golden beam of light shot forth, linking with the Spirit Serpent's sacred blade. This was the ultimate form of the 3 talents' resonance. Lin Fan's heart stirred as he channeled all his power into the blade. A sacred artifact? The 3 talents' sacred shield. The cerulean golden light converged at the breach in the barrier, forming a colossal shield. The demonic cannonball collided with the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his arm pulsing with veins as the spiritual energy within him was rapidly consumed. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, Su Qinghue, leading the Alchemy Hall disciples, arrived, tossing him star core replenishing pills. "Lin Fan, we will assist you." The disciples formed a gathering spirit array, continuously supplying Lin Fan with spiritual energy. The brilliance of the shield surged instantaneously, reflecting the demonic cannonball back, striking the flagship with immense force. "No!" The demon energy lord shrieked, grasping the helm of the ship as the flagship's magic crystals cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. "Do not be smug. The demon lord from beyond will arrive shortly. When that happens, the entire star domain will be engulfed by demonic energy." He summoned the last remnants of his demonic energy, and the flagship transformed into a shadow, retreating into the depths of the demon energy star domain. The remaining demonic ships, witnessing the flagship's withdrawal, also turned to flee, only to be repelled by the newly stabilized antidemonic barrier. Many demonic vessels collided with the barrier, dissipating into demonic mist. Ding successfully withstood the first wave of the invasion from the outer demonic army, securing the antidemonic barrier. Mission reward. Lin Fan advances to the late stage of the composite body realm. Spirit Serpent's sacred blade achieves perfect resonance of the three talents, unlocking the demon energy star domain defense map and the ancient antidemonic sacred altar's residual soul projection function. Mission failure. The demonic barrier is breached, and the demon palace star falls. The antidemonic barrier was fully stabilized, enveloped by a cerulean golden radiance that shrouded the entire demon palace star. The demonic mist in the starry sky was gradually purified, revealing a resplendent, celestial expanse. Lin Fan descended upon the demon palace star, his spiritual power nearly depleted. Su Qinghua hurriedly presented him with a top-tier replenishing pill, urging, "Quickly consume this. You have expended too much energy." Haya Chang and Little Stone also approached, their faces illuminated with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. At that moment, the anti-demon altar suddenly radiated light, and three faint golden phantoms emerged from the altar, the remnant souls of ancient anti-demon practitioners. The foremost practitioner, draped in a blue robe, wielded an anti-demon weapon reminiscent of the Spirit Serpent's blade. "Thank you, guardians of the future. The demon energy lord is but a minor concern. The true threat lies with the demon sovereign from beyond the realm." With a wave of his hand, the vastness of the demon energy star domain materialized in the starry sky, revealing a colossal black planet, entwined with energy capable of devouring starlight. This was the demon sovereign's lair. The demon abyss star. The demon sovereign had reached the tribulation stage and was absorbing the energy of the entire demon energy star domain. Once he breaks through, he will invade all star domains. The demon sovereign. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the Spirit Serpent's blade, resonating with the remnant soul projection. "How shall we respond?" The projection smiled faintly and handed Lin Fan a turquoise blue anti-demon sacred seal. "This is the token of the ancient anti-demon alliance. With it, you can summon the scattered anti-demon forces from other star domains. Deep within the altar lies a transstellar teleportation array that can reach the outskirts of the demon abyss star. However, you must first enhance your strength. The power of the demon sovereign far exceeds your imagination." The projection paused, looking towards Su Qinghua, Haya Chang, and Little Stone. "You four have inherited the anti-demon legacies of Earth, Heaven, humanity, and stars. Only by uniting your efforts can you hope to confront the demon sovereign." As the projection gradually faded, the transstellar teleportation array within the altar began to glow softly, revealing the outline of the demon abyss star in a turquoise blue light. Su Qinghua gazed at the teleportation array, her eyes filled with determination. "No matter how powerful the demon sovereign is, we must go. The peace of the cultivation world and the chaos star domain can no longer be threatened." Haya Chang tightened his grip on the iron chains, the ghostly blue flames flickering at the chain's end. "The ghost soldiers of the Western Ghost domain are always ready for battle. The ancient puppets will accompany us, continuing their guardianship." Little Stone raised the star core compass, its copper surface flashing with the coordinates of the demon abyss star in red. "Brother Lin, I have charted the safe route to the outskirts of the demon abyss star and discovered ancient anti-demon ruins there. Perhaps we can find a way to restrain the demon sovereign." Lin Fan took the anti-demon sacred seal. It resonated with the Spirit Serpent's blade, revealing new patterns of transstellar anti-demon on the blade. He looked at everyone, his eyes filled with resolve. "Though the demon sovereign is formidable, we possess the anti-demon legacies and each other. We shall rest for 3 days and then embark on our journey to the demon abyss star." 3 days later, the coalition on Demon Palace Star began to prepare. Su Qinghua concocted a large quantity of anti-demon elixirs and equipment. Haya Chang trained the ancient puppets in coordinated combat with the ghost soldiers. Little Stone refined the route and map of the demon abyss star, while Lin Fan practiced at the anti-demon altar, solidifying his cultivation at the later stage of fusion. The Spirit Serpent's blade absorbed the altar's anti-demon energy, growing ever more resplendent. On the day of departure, the transstellar teleportation array glowed brightly. Lin Fan, Su Qinghua, Hyachang. Little Stone, along with 300 elite practitioners and ancient puppets, stood within the teleportation array. Lin Fan raised the spirit serpent S-blade, its turquoise blue light illuminating everyone. This journey may be perilous, but our goal is singular: to thwart the demon sovereign and safeguard the peace of all star domains. Let us depart. The radiance of the teleportation array surged dramatically, and the figures of the crowd gradually faded away. In the distant demon abyss star, the demon lord opened his crimson eyes. Gazing at Lin Fan's silhouette in the water mirror, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. At last, an intriguing plaything has arrived. He raised his hand and waved it. The demonic energy of the demon abyss star surged once more, heralding the imminent commencement of an ultimate confrontation that transcends star realms. Chapter 37. The Barrier Guardian Star. The fall of the demon commander. The dark purple beam of the demon energy cannon descended upon the demon palace star like a torrential rain, causing the azure golden anti-demon shield surrounding Lin Fan to ripple violently. Gripping the spirit flood dragon sacred blade, he infused the three attributes of heaven, earth, and humanity into the blade. Sacred artifact? The three talents anti-demon formation. The earthy yellow force of the land coalesced into a shield. The light blue force of the sky wove into a net, and the crimson force of humanity transformed into a blade. Together, they intertwined to form a colossal defensive array that barely withstood the first volley of cannon fire. However, with each impact the shield endured. A trickle of blood escaped from Lin Fan's lips. The force of the demon energy at the Great Ascension stage was formidable. Even with the support of the sacred altar, it left him feeling strained. Lin Gu. 3 demon energy flagships on the left flank of the demon ship are the core of the main cannon. I have marked their weak points with the compass. The voice of Little Stone resonated through the communication talisman, as the star core compass in his hand emitted a blinding red light, projecting the flagship's energy nodes into Lin Fan's mind. At that moment, He Wuchang led the ancient puppets out of the barrier, chains wrapping around one of the demon ship's hulls. Ethereal blue ghost flames mixed with anti-demon fire seeds, burning through the ship's body with astonishing force. Lin, we will hold off the flagship. You take the opportunity to destroy the main cannon. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace at the pinnacle of the sacred altar radiated a golden-purple brilliance as she hurled the final batch of anti-demon battle soul pills toward the coalition forces. These pills can temporarily ignite the anti-demon will, boosting combat power by 30%. Hold strong. The barrier will stabilize in just a quarter of an hour. The cultivators consumed the pills, their bodies glowing with a faint golden aura. Their spiritual power, once suppressed by the demon energy, surged forth, with several golden core cultivators even temporarily breaking through to the nascent soul stage, brandishing their anti-demon weapons as they charged towards the demon soldiers. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed across the starry sky as a pitch-black flagship of the demon commander broke through the clouds. At the bow stood a figure draped in a blood-red demon robe, the Bloodfang demon commander of the outer demons. Wielding 2 soul-devouring demon axes and surrounded by the pressure of early Great Ascension demon energy, he was several times more formidable than a demon energy lord. You mere human cultivators dare to stand against my demonic army? Today, you shall taste the might of a Great Ascension demon commander. The Bloodfang demon commander leaped down from the flagship, cleaving through the air with his axes, unleashing 2 arcs of black axe light aimed directly at Lin Fan's 3 talents formation. Where the axe light passed, the very fabric of space tore apart, and the anti-demon shield instantly bore 2 cracks, its azure golden radiance dimming significantly. Lin Fan, your anti-demon formation won't hold for long. Surrender obediently, and I may grant you a swift death. Ding. Triggered the urgent mission. Demon Commander Annihilation. Eliminate the Bloodfang Demon Commander, destroy the flagship, and delay the advance of the demon army to buy time for the stabilization of the barrier. Mission rewards: Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade. Awakening of the ultimate form of the 3 talents anti-demon. Temporary breakthrough to early Great Ascension for Lin Fan. Unlocking the functions of the ancient anti-demon sacred altar's battle soul enhancement. Mission failure. Anti-demon shield shatters. Demon soldiers invade the demon palace star. Sacred altar is destroyed. Want to break my formation? First, ask about the blade in my hand. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade resonated with the anti-demon light column of the sacred altar, revealing a dense array of ancient anti-demon runes upon its blade. This was the harbinger of the ultimate form of the three talents anti-demon. He leaped towards the Bloodfang demon commander, the blade radiating with hues of green, blue, and red, a sacred artifact. The three talents unite slash. The clash of blades erupted into a dazzling light in the starry sky, sending shockwaves that hurled nearby demon ships several miles away. The Bloodfang demon commander's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that Lin Fan, a mere integration stage cultivator, could unleash such formidable power. Impossible. You are just an integration cultivator. How can you possess the strength of a major ascension stage? He suddenly unleashed a black chain that ensnared Lin Fan's ankle, the soul-devouring demon energy slithering through the chain into Lin Fan's body, attempting to erode his primordial spirit. Lin Gu, use the power of the battle souls from the sacred altar, Su Qingyue exclaimed, tossing the anti-demon fire seed from the elixir furnace towards the altar. The formation at the altar's peak erupted with a crimson glow, and countless remnants of ancient anti-demon cultivators surged forth, merging with Lin Fan's being. These battle souls could aid in resisting the demon energy's corrosion and temporarily elevate his cultivation level. Lin Fan felt a tremendous force surge into his dantian, shattering the bottleneck of the integration stage, and he temporarily ascended to the early major ascension stage. He swiftly severed the chain with a single stroke, the ultimate form of the spirit dragon's sacred blade awakening completely. The blade transformed into the ethereal forms of three colossal beasts, the earth bear, the sky eagle, and the human domain lion, all letting out a simultaneous roar that ruptured the Bloodfang demon commander's eardrums. This is the power of ancient anti-demon battle souls? Today marks your demise. Lin Fan commanded the three beastly apparitions. The earth bear crushed the demon commander's armor with its massive paw, the sky eagle pecked out his eyes, and the human domain lion bit through his neck. The Bloodfang demon commander let out a harrowing scream as his body turned into a wisp of black smoke, consumed and purified by the spirit dragon's sacred blade. Ding! Demon commander vanquished. Mission complete. Rewards dispersed. Spirit dragon's sacred blade. 3 talents anti-demon. Ultimate form awakened. Lin Fan temporarily at major ascension stage, lasting half an hour. Sacred altar battle soul enhancement function unlocked. After slaying the demon commander, Lin Fan surged towards the flagship. The spirit dragon's sacred blade cleaving a blade of light dozens of feet long, splitting the flagship in half. The demon army, now leaderless, fell into chaos. He Wuchang seized the opportunity to lead the puppets and cultivators in a counterattack, the radiance of anti-demon weapons tracing brilliant arcs across the starry expanse, causing demon ships to explode one after another, with heavy casualties among the demon soldiers. Only 5 minutes left. The barrier will be fully stabilized. Xiao Shida's voice brimmed with excitement. As the barrier progress bar on the star core compass reached 90%, the aquamarine light around the demon palace star growing ever brighter, even beginning to actively purify the encroaching demon energy. Seizing the moment, Su Qingyue refined an anti-demon barrier fortification pill, tossing the elixir into the altar, causing the pillar of light at the altar's apex to surge dramatically, multiplying the barrier's defensive strength several times over. The Demon Lord, witnessing the demise of the Bloodfang demon commander from a distance, seethed in fury but dared not charge recklessly. He understood that once the barrier was fully fortified, he would stand no chance of victory. Gritting his teeth, he waved his staff to signal a retreat. Withdraw. Temporarily retreat. Once I summon the Demon Lord, I shall return to obliterate this wretched star. The remaining demon army retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind only the wreckage of shattered demon ships and swirling demon smoke in the starry sky. Lin Fan stood atop the sacred altar, the temporary power of the Mahayana gradually fading, his body trembling slightly from exhaustion. Su Qingyue hurriedly stepped forward to support him, offering a soul recovery pill. You have worked hard. You successfully defended the Demon Palace star. He Wuchang and Little Stone also gathered around, their faces radiating with the joy of survival, while the ancient puppets knelt in unison on one knee, paying their respects to Lin Fan, a gesture signifying the utmost reverence from the anti-demon war spirits towards their protector. Ding! Successfully repelled the first wave of the extraterritorial demon army, completing the main quest of safeguarding the Demon Palace Star. Rewards: the Anti-Demon Sacred Altar fully activated, capable of covering the entire edge of the Demon Energy Star region. The Spirit Blade of the Spiritual Flood Dragon permanently enhances Mahayana attack power. The organization of the extraterritorial anti-demon core of the 5 domains is unlocked, and the complete map of demon strongholds within the Demon Energy Star region. Lin Fan accepted the map of demon strongholds that Su Qinghua handed him, clearly marked with all the demon nests within the Demon Energy Star region. The deepest location, the Demon Lord's Palace, was circled in red, indicating the residence of the Demon Lord as referred to by the Lord of Demon Energy, the very core of extraterritorial demon rule. Clenching the map with determination in his gaze, he declared, "What we have repelled is merely the vanguard of the demons. The Demon Lord is the true threat. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must swiftly consolidate our anti-demon forces, take the initiative, and destroy the Demon Lord's palace." Everyone nodded in agreement, setting to work on clearing the battlefield of the Demon Palace Star. Su Qinghua led the alchemy disciples in concocting anti-demon elixirs in preparation for the subsequent assault. He Wuchang reorganized the remaining ancient puppets, integrating them into the extraterritorial anti-demon core. Little Stone enhanced the map of demon strongholds using the Star Core Compass, marking the safest routes for attack. As night fell, the sky over the Demon Palace Star regained its pale blue hue for the first time. The azure glow of the anti-demon sacred altar flowing gently through the starry sky, resembling a guardian light illuminating the entire edge of the Demon Energy Star region. Standing atop the altar with the spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon hovering beside him, its blade occasionally shimmering with anti-demon phantoms, Lin Fan gazed into the depths of the pitch-black Demon Energy Star region, aware that a greater storm was about to descend. Yet this time, he was no longer alone. Behind him stood comrades ready to fight alongside him, the activated ancient altar, and the support of the entire cultivation realm. "The Demon Lord, is it?" Lin Fan whispered, the spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon emitting a crisp hum, as if responding to his fighting spirit. "I roam the cultivation realm unimpeded, protecting my homeland and safeguarding tranquility. Should you dare to come again, I shall ensure you have no return." In the starry sky, a dark purple figure lurked behind a meteor belt, observing the direction of the altar through a magic mirror, none other than the Lord of Demon Energy. Bowing before the mirror, he reported, "My lord, Lin Fan has activated the anti-demon sacred altar, his strength exceeding expectations. I request the mobilization of the Demon Energy Death Core for another assault on the Demon Palace Star." A deep and authoritative voice emanated from the mirror. "There is no need to rush the attack. Let him revel in his triumph for a few days. Once I have absorbed the Chaos Demon Core, I shall personally confront this anti-demon guardian. By that time, not only will the Demon Palace Star fall, but the entire cultivation realm shall also become mine to command." As the radiance of the magic mirror dissipated, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the Demon Lord, who then vanished into the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, on the sacred altar of the Demon Palace Star, Lin Fan was engrossed in discussions with his companions regarding their offensive strategy, oblivious to the fact that an entity far more formidable than the Heavenly Demon Emperor and Bloodfang Demon Commander had already set its sights upon him. An ultimate confrontation spanning across the star realms was silently brewing. Chapter 38: The Chaos Demon Shadow. The crisis of the sacred altar. The preparations for the Demon Palace Star have been ongoing for 7 days. The azure golden radiance of the anti-demon altar has grown increasingly steadfast, extending its purification range to encompass 3 surrounding desolate planets. Outside Su Qinghua's alchemy hall, dozens of alchemical furnaces operate in unison, with golden-purple flames interspersed with a hint of chaotic hue. This chaotic energy, derived from her vanquishing of the Bloodfang Demon Commander, has been melded with the anti-demon seed to concoct the Chaos Anti-Demon Pill, capable of directly countering the chaotic demonic aura emanating from a major realm demon lord. The final batch of pills has been completed. Su Qinghua wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and poured the pills from the furnace into a jade vial. The vial instantly shimmered with a soft golden light. This Chaos Anti-Demon Pill enables cultivators below the major realm to temporarily withstand the oppressive aura of a demon lord. Coupled with the soul reinforcement from the altar, we possess at least a 30% chance of breaching the demon lord's palace. Little Stone rushed over, clutching the upgraded Chaos Star Compass. The central crystal of the bronze disc had transformed from crimson to a delicate golden hue, capable of detecting the hidden channels of demonic energy concealed within the nebula. Brother Lin, I have discovered 3 concealed routes to the Demon Lord's palace, one of which can circumvent 70% of the malevolent strongholds. However, the compass sensed a surging chaotic energy in the direction of the Demon Lord's palace, indicating that the Demon Lord's absorption of the chaotic demon core was progressing far more rapidly than anticipated. Lin Fan took the compass, tracing its surface with his fingertip, acutely aware of the oppressive chaotic energy. This force was 100-fold stronger than that of the Bloodfang demon commander, causing the spirit serpent Holy Blade to tremble slightly. The three-dimensional anti-demon illusion on the blade momentarily dimmed. The Demon Lord is about to emerge. Hey Wuchang, how goes the training of the Puppet Legion? Hey Wuchang approached from the training ground, his ghostly robe dusted with stardust, followed by a regiment of ancient puppets arranged in disciplined formation. The anti-demon weapons in the puppets' hands had been tempered with the altar's energy, glowing with azure golden brilliance. Reporting to Commander Lin, the Puppet Legion has mastered the 3 talents anti-demon formation and can coordinate with the cultivators in battle, even when facing major realm demon soldiers. They can hold their ground for at least an incense's duration. At that moment, the anti-demon altar suddenly emitted a resonant hum, and the azure golden pillar of light atop the altar began to fade, its edges tinged with a dark purple hue, chaotic demonic energy. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically as he leaped toward the altar. Not good. The energy source of the altar has been tainted. As the group arrived at the base of the altar, they discovered that the anti-demon spirit vein nurturing the altar had been enveloped in dark purple chaotic energy. Its pure energy rapidly devoured, causing the altar's radiance to dim. It is the Chaos Demon Envoy. Only the Demon Lord's trusted aides can manipulate such chaotic energy. Su Qingwei produced the Chaos Anti-Demon Pill and scattered it over the spirit vein. The powdered pill met the chaotic energy, producing only a wisp of white smoke, failing to achieve complete purification. This demonic energy was far too potent, rendering ordinary purification efforts futile. Trigger the Sacred Altar Guardian urgent mission. Eradicate the chaotic magical energy of the anti-demonic vein, slay the lurking chaos mage, and restore the energy source of the altar. Mission rewards: Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade, Chaos Purification, Ultimate Attribute Awakening, Anti-Demonic Vein, Chaos Resistance, Permanent Enhancement, Demon Lord Palace, clues to unravel the chaotic magic formation. Mission failure: the altar's energy is exhausted. The chaotic magic formation of the Demon Lord Palace is activated prematurely, and the entire magic energy star domain falls under the dominion of the Demon Lord. The mage must still be nearby. Lin Fan gripped the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade tightly, its 3 talented anti-demonic patterns resonating with the altar, a soft golden light sweeping around the altar, ultimately locking onto the ancient steel forest on the eastern side, where a shadow of dark purple was subtly writhing. After hiding for so long, could he no longer contain himself? Lin Fan leaped in front of the steel forest, unleashing a streak of azure golden light from the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade, shattering the steel, revealing the figure draped in a dark purple mage's robe. It was indeed the chaos mage sent by the Demon Lord. He wielded a staff embedded with shards of chaotic magic core, surrounded by mid-stage chaotic magical energy, even more potent than Bloodfang Demon Commander. Lin Fan, you are indeed somewhat capable. However, the spirit vein of the altar has already been tainted by me. In a mere incense stick's time, the altar will become utterly ineffective. And at that moment, you shall all perish. With a wave of the Chaos Mage's staff, countless strands of chaotic magic surged from the ground, ensnaring Lin Fan's ankles. Lin Fan executed Star Domain Teleportation to evade. As the ultimate form of the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade awakened, the phantoms of the Bear of Earth, Eagle of Sky, and Lion of Humanity roared simultaneously, charging towards the mage. Sacred artifact? 3 talented Chaos Slash. The blade light, imbued with azure, blue, and red hues, sliced directly at the mage's heart. Yet the mage remained unperturbed. The shard of chaotic magic core atop his staff glowed, conjuring a dark purple chaotic shield to deflect the blade. Futile. My chaotic shield can absorb all anti-demonic power. He swung his staff back, launching a chaotic magic cannon towards Su Qinghua. Let me first eliminate your little lover. Let us see how you can focus on the battle. No way. He Wuchang led the puppet legion forward, intertwining antidemonic weapons to form a shield that blocked the chaotic magic cannon, though they were pushed back repeatedly. Fine cracks appearing on the puppet's armor. Lin, his chaotic magical energy can penetrate antidemonic defenses. We must strike at the magic core shard on his staff. Suddenly, Little Stone discovered a flaw in the mage's staff, shooting a red beam from the compass. Aimed precisely at the junction between the magic core and the staff. Lin Go. That's the weakness of the magic core. The chaotic magical energy flows the slowest at the junction. Attack with the Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade's Chaos Purification Power. Lin Fan nodded. As the Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade resonated with the remaining antidemonic embers within the altar, the blade emanating a faint golden chaotic purification pattern, a precursor to the ultimate attribute of chaos purification. He leaped above the Chaos Mage, the three talented phantoms entwining the mage's limbs, rendering him immobile. Sacred artifact? Chaos Purification Slash. The faint golden blade light struck directly at the connection of the magic core shard. No. The mage let out a piercing scream as the chaotic magic core fragment fell from the staff, and the chaotic shield dissipated in an instant. Lin Fan seized the opportunity to strike, his blade penetrating the heart of the demon master. As the demon's body succumbed to the searing force of anti-magic, it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind only a staff and fragments of the chaos magic core. Ding! The Guardian of the Sanctuary mission is complete. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Blade of the Azure Flood Dragon, Chaos Purification, Ultimate Attribute Awakening, Anti-Magic Pulse Chaos Resistance increased by 50. And access to the Chaos Magic Array deciphering clues requires activation with Chaos Magic Core fragments. Lin Fan picked up the fragments of the Chaos Magic Core, and upon their contact with the Spirit Blade of the Azure Flood Dragon, intricate patterns of the Chaos Magic Array manifested along the blade. This was indeed the deciphering chart for the core defense of the Demon Master's Palace, the Chaos Magic Array. The chart indicated that the Chaos Magic Array had 3 focal points, corresponding to the energies of chaos, darkness, and void. Only by utilizing the appropriate anti-magic power could one dismantle it. The Spirit Blade's Chaos Purification attribute perfectly countered chaos and dark energies, while the void energy could only be neutralized with the ancient anti-magic battle spirit's void resistance. How enlightening! Su Qinghua exclaimed as she gazed at the chart, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I can use the fragments of the Chaos Magic Core to concoct the Void Anti-Magic Pill, combined with the Battle Spirit enhancement from the Sanctuary. I can withstand the void energy. She immediately placed the fragments into the alchemical furnace, commencing the creation of a new elixir. Meanwhile, He Wuchang led the puppet army in restoring the anti-magic pulse, sprinkling the powdered Chaos Anti-Magic Pill into the pulse. The chaos energy within was swiftly purified, and the Sanctuary's azure golden radiance reignited, even more resplendent than before. Commander Lin, with the enhancement of the pulse's chaos resistance, the Sanctuary's purification range can now extend to the periphery of the Demon Master's Palace. Suddenly, the Chaos Star Compass in Xiao Shida's possession began to spin wildly, directing itself towards the Demon Master's Palace. Brother Lin, the chaos energy in the Demon Master's Palace has surged. The Demon Master has emerged. His aura was tenfold stronger than before, causing the entire Magic Star domain to tremble. The position of the Demon Master's palace on the compass was engulfed in dark purple chaos magic array patterns, evidently indicating that the Demon Master had activated the core defenses in preparation for battle. Lin Fan gripped the Spirit Blade of the Azure Flood Dragon tightly, as its chaos purification and triad anti-magic patterns illuminated simultaneously. It appears we must launch our assault ahead of schedule. Qinghua, expedite the concoction of the Void Anti-Magic Pill. He Wuchang, consolidate all anti-magic forces into 3 squads, each corresponding to a focal point of the Chaos Magic Array. Xiao Shitu, devise a concealed route for our advance, avoiding all strongholds of evil. Understood. The group responded in unison, fervently preparing for the impending confrontation. Su Qinghua's furnace resumed operation, a hint of void color swirling within the golden purple flames. He Wuchang divided the puppet army and cultivators into 3 teams, each equipped with both chaos and void anti-magic pills. Xiao Shirtu marked the most discreet routes on the compass, ensuring direct access to the outer perimeter of the Chaos Magic Array. 3 days later, the coalition was ready for departure, the sanctuary's azure golden glow enveloping their vessels, forming a colossal anti-magic shield. Lin Fan stood at the helm of the flagship, the spirit blade of the azure flood dragon hovering by his side, its light resonating with the sanctuary, illuminating the path to the Demon Master's palace. Friends, this journey is fraught with peril. The Demon Master's power far exceeds any adversary we have encountered thus far. But behind us lies the realm of cultivation, the chaotic star domain, and all those we are sworn to protect. He raised the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon, its pale golden light carving an arc across the starry sky. Today, we shall obliterate the Demon Lord's palace and eradicate the threat of the extraterritorial evil once and for all. Let us depart. The coalition's fleet glided along the concealed route, guided by the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade ahead. In the distance, the direction of the Demon Lord's palace was enveloped by a dark purple chaotic demonic formation, the oppressive aura of the Demon Lord permeating the star domain as if it were a tangible force, causing even the stars to tremble slightly. At the pinnacle of the Demon Lord's palace, a figure cloaked in a black demonic robe gazed down upon the approaching coalition, surrounded by chaotic demonic energy. Clutching a pitch-black chaotic demon core, indeed, it was the Demon Lord. A sinister smile curled upon his lips. Lin Fan, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for a long time. Are you prepared to face your doom? In the starry expanse, the coalition's vessels stood in stark contrast against the chaotic demonic formation of the Demon Lord's palace, heralding the commencement of an ultimate confrontation that would determine the fate of both the realm of cultivation and the chaotic star domain. The radiance of the sacred spirit blade intertwined with the dark purple glow of the chaotic demonic formation, inscribing an epic narrative of guardianship and annihilation in the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 39. The destruction of the core of the mind, the sacred altar of the demon resistance on the Demon Palace star continues to emit a mesmerizing azure glow. Lin Fan stands atop the altar, his fingers tracing the map of the demon stronghold, where the red dot marking the chaotic demon core mind flickers incessantly. This location serves as the pivotal source of energy for the Demon Lord and is the initial target for the team's planned assault. The mine is guarded by the Demon Lord's trusted lieutenant, the chaotic demon general, whose cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the major ascendance. Accompanying him are the Demon Core Guardian Army. Their chaotic armor is impervious to ordinary attacks. Littlestone points to the three-dimensional projection of the mine on the compass. The edges of the copper plate show fine cracks due to the intense magical energy interference emanating from the mine. Furthermore, deep within the mine lies a demon core restriction. Should it be triggered, the entire mine would detonate. We have merely half an hour to dismantle the core. At this moment, Su Qingwe's alchemical furnace hovers beside the altar, simmering a dark golden elixir. This concoction, the core destruction pill, is crafted from the anti-demon fire seed, corrupted star beast crystals, and the powdered essence of 3 anti-demon tokens. This pill can temporarily destabilize the defenses of the chaotic demon armor and neutralize the explosive energy of the demon core. But it requires the mine's core magical energy as a catalyst to fully activate its effects. She places the finished core destruction pill into a jade vial and hands it to Lin Fan. Take 3 teams of elite fighters to the mine. I will remain with He Wuchang at the altar to guard against any sneak attacks from the Demon Lord. Lin Fan accepts the vial, and the spirit blade of the celestial serpent suddenly vibrates, manifesting the 3 incarnations of anti-demon spirits, the Earth Bear, the Sky Eagle, and the Lion of the human realm. Evidently sensing the chaotic magical energy of the mine, I will bring the law enforcement disciples, the anti-demon guards from the ancient puppetry, and Littlestone's stellar positioning team. Qingwe, should there be any disturbances in the altar's barrier, convey the message immediately, and we shall return at once. Half an hour later, the Coalition's airships arrive at the outskirts of the chaotic demon core mine. The mine is concealed within the shell of a forsaken dead star, its exterior adorned with dark purple demonic patterns. Countless members of the Demon Core Guardian Army patrol the area, their chaotic armor glinting coldly in the starlit sky, and their Demon Core war swords capable of cleaving through the spiritual shields of ordinary cultivators. Activate the concealment array. Lin Fan commands. The outer layer of the airship is cloaked in the anti-demon concealment talismans crafted by Su Qingwei, gradually submerging into the shell of the dead star. As they approach the mine's entrance, a burst of chaotic magical energy suddenly shoots forth, narrowly missing the airship. It is the Demon General's core detection. He can sense the fluctuations of the concealment array. Did you really dare to come here to seek your demise? The voice of the chaotic demon general reverberates from deep within the mine. He wields a war hammer embedded with a massive demon core, surrounded by swirling black chaotic energy. Trailed by 100 members of the Demon Core Guardian Army, the Demon Lord is about to completely absorb the chaotic demon core. Even if you destroy the mine, it will be too late. Trigger: Core destruction of the mine main quest. Annihilate the Chaos Demon Core, vanquish the Chaos Demon General, and prevent the mine from self-destructing. Quest rewards: Lin Fan officially breaks through to the Great Ascension stage, acquires the spirit of the Celestial Serpent Blade, awakens the sub-attribute of Chaos Resistance, unlocks the Outer Domain Demon Gate, decrypts the map, and gains summoning rights for the Anti-Demon Holy Altar and the Warsoul Legion. Quest failure: the mine self-destructs. The Demon Lord prematurely absorbs the Demon Core to ascend, and the Demon Palace star falls into peril. Without further ado, Lin Fan leaped from the airship. The threefold anti-demon phantoms of the spirit of the Celestial Serpent Blade unfurling simultaneously. The Earth Bear landed, transforming into a soil-colored shield, blocking the initial assault from the Demon Core's guardians. The Sky Eagle soared into the heavens, unleashing pale blue arrows of light to disrupt the formation of the guardians. The Lion of Humanity lunged at the Chaos Demon General, its crimson claws aimed directly at the Warhammer. First, I shall deal with you. The Chaos Demon General swung his hammer towards the Lion of Humanity. At the moment of collision between the hammer and the claws, a burst of black, chaotic energy erupted, scattering the phantom of the Lion of Humanity. Is this all you are capable of? You dare call yourselves anti-demon guardians? With a fierce swing of his hammer, countless chaotic energy orbs were launched towards the allied forces. Many anti-demon sentinels were struck by the energy orbs, their protective armors corroded, leaving gaping holes. Little Stone, locate the core of the mine, Lin Fan shouted, delivering a decisive strike with the spirit of the Celestial Serpent Blade to temporarily repel the Chaos Demon General. Little Stone immediately crouched before the compass, the copper plate's red glow penetrating the mine's magical patterns. Directing towards the core of the Demon Core chamber at the center of the Dead Star shell, where a Chaos Demon Core, the size of a human head, floated, entwined with self-detonation magical fuses. The core resides at the heart of the Dead Star shell. However, it is protected by the Demon Core formation and requires the efficacy of the core-breaking pill to approach. Little Stone exclaimed, simultaneously projecting the core's coordinates into Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan nodded, retrieved the core-breaking pill, and infused it with spiritual energy. The pill erupted into a dark golden radiance, soaring towards the Demon Core chamber. Core-breaking pill, activate. The dark golden light descended upon the Demon Core formation, causing the formation's patterns to dim. The guardians clad in chaotic demonic armor shrieked in agony as their armor began to peel away, revealing the energy-infused bodies within. Impossible. How can this pill breach my chaotic armor? The Chaos Demon General, in a fit of rage, swung his hammer at Lin Fan, seeking to thwart his approach to the core. Seizing the opportunity, the ancient anti-demon sentinels charged forth, ensnaring the Demon Core guardians with their anti-demon weapons, while the law enforcement disciples formed an anti-demon formation, suppressing the guardians' demonic energy with their spiritual might. Lin Fan capitalized on the moment, employing the unique ability of the Great Ascension stage, Starfield Compression, to instantaneously reach the Demon Core chamber. At that moment, the Chaos Demon Core radiated intense energy fluctuations, and the magical fuses began to flicker ominously, indicating an imminent self-detonation. Spirit of the Celestial Serpent Blade, Triad Anti-Demon, Chaos Break. Lin Fan channeled all his spiritual energy into the blade, the threefold anti-demon phantoms re-emerging, resonating with the remnants of anti-demon souls within the mine. Countless pale golden battle souls surged forth from the stone walls of the mine, merging into the phantoms. The Earth Bear grew even more formidable, the Sky Eagle's arrows ablaze with the fire of the battle souls, and the Lion of Humanity's claws shimmered with anti-demon golden light. Witnessing this, The Chaos Demon General went into a frenzy, charging towards the demon core chamber. Do not destroy the core. The demon lord will have my head. As the warhammer descended upon Lin Fan's back, he did not turn around. The spirit serpent holy blade cleaved towards the chaos demon core, a sacred artifact. Chaos anti-demon slash. In the instant the blade's radiance collided with the core, the vein trembled violently. The light of the demonic energy fused, surging dramatically. At that moment, the effects of the breaking core pill were fully activated, enveloping the core in a dark golden glow, neutralizing the explosive energy in an instant. The Chaos Demon core shattered piece by piece under the onslaught of the anti-demon blade, transforming into strands of pure energy that integrated into Lin Fan's being. This was the crucial energy needed for his breakthrough to the Great Ascension stage. However, the warhammer of the Chaos Demon General was already behind Lin Fan, only to be intercepted by the suddenly materializing anti-demon spirit legion. Countless light spears formed from battle spirits shot towards the Chaos Demon General, shattering his chaotic armor, while his body was engulfed in the flames of the spirit warriors, ultimately dissolving into black smoke. Ding! Core breaking of the vein. Mission accomplished. Rewards received. Lin Fan officially breaks through to the Great Ascension stage. The Spirit Serpent Holy Blade's Chaos Anti-Demon Subattribute awakens, unlocking the blueprint for the Outer Domain Demon Gates dismantling, and granting the summoning authority for the Anti-Demon Holy Altar Spirit Legion. The pure chaotic demonic energy melded with the anti-demonic spirit energy within Lin Fan, shattering the bottleneck of the integration stage. The spiritual power of the Great Ascension stage surged through him like a mighty river, causing the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade to evolve, with an additional black chaotic anti-demon pattern appearing alongside the 3 talents anti-demon illusion on the blade, capable of directly absorbing chaotic demonic energy and converting it into anti-demon power. As Lin Fan landed, the magical runes of the vein dimmed completely, and the shell of the dead star began to slowly disintegrate. Little Stone and the anti-demon guardians hastily followed suit, as the fleet of flying vessels swiftly retreated. Just as they flew out of the dead star's shell, Lin Fan's communication talisman suddenly vibrated. It was an urgent message from Su Qingyue. Lin Fan, the demon lord has emerged. He sensed the destruction of the vein and is heading towards Demon Palace Star with his legion of demonic energy warriors at an alarming speed. Expected to arrive in half an hour, Lin Fan tightened his grip on the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade, gazing in the direction of the approaching Demon Lord, where the dark purple torrent of demonic energy was already visible in the starry sky. Everyone, return to the Holy Altar at full speed. Qingyue, activate the Spirit Legion summoning array. Hei Wuchang, prepare all allied cultivators for battle. The fleet of flying vessels sped towards Demon Palace Star, the brilliance of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade tracing a resplendent arc across the cosmos. Standing at the bow, Lin Fan felt the spiritual power of the Great Ascension stage coursing through him. Alongside the newly awakened chaotic anti-demon attribute of the blade, his gaze resolute. Demon Lord, since you have arrived, let us settle this on Demon Palace Star. Half an hour later, outside the anti-demon barrier of Demon Palace Star, the figure of the Demon Lord slowly materialized. Adorned in a black robe embroidered with demonic runes, he held a burning outer domain demon crystal in his hand. His surrounding demonic energy reaching the late stage of Great Ascension, at least 10 times stronger than the Chaos Demon General, Lin Fan. You have destroyed my vein and slain my subordinates. Today, I shall ensure that you and this planet are reduced to ashes. With a wave of his hand, countless demonic energy warriors surged forth from the void, their bodies composed of chaotic demonic energy, wielding deathly blades capable of penetrating the anti-demon barrier. At the anti-demon holy altar, Su Qingyue had activated the Spirit Legion summoning array, and countless anti-demon spirits poured forth from the altar, standing shoulder to shoulder with the allied cultivators. Lin Fan leapt forward to the barrier, where the quintuple anti-magic attributes of the Spirit Serpent's sacred blade, Earth, Sky, Human Realm, Chaos, and Interstellar, simultaneously awakened. A mesmerizing web of azure, cerulean, crimson, obsidian, and golden luminescence intertwined. Demon Lord, if you seek to annihilate the Demon Palace Star, you must first contend with me. Today, I shall not only defend this place, but also obliterate you and your extraterrestrial demonic sect. The Demon Lord sneered. Raising the extraterrestrial magic crystal. The portal to the outer realm shall soon be opened, and my legion of evil spirits will come forth in an unending tide. Do you truly believe that one man can withstand an entire army of outer realm demons? With a surge of power, he activated the magic crystal, causing the starry sky to split open with a gaping black rift, the nascent form of the outer realm portal. Countless dark, purple demonic energies surged forth from this chasm, augmenting the demon lord's strength exponentially. Thus commenced an ultimate confrontation that would determine the fate of the cultivation world, the chaotic star realm, and the entire domain. Before the anti-magic barrier of the demon palace star, the five-colored radiance of the spirit serpent's sacred blade collided with the demon lord's dark purple energies, erupting into a blinding brilliance across the cosmos. The roars of the anti-magic battle spirit intertwined with the howls of demonic entities, forming the most resounding war anthem of this star realm. Lin Fan understood that this battle transcended his own fate. It encompassed all his companions, every anti-demonic cultivator, and the countless lives he vowed to protect. Gripping the spirit serpent's sacred blade tightly, he channeled all his ascendant spiritual power and the might of the anti-magic battle spirit into the blade. Spirit serpent's sacred blade, the ultimate anti-demon weapon. As the myriad stars fall into silence, a radiant beam of five-colored light surged forth, piercing through the heavens toward the demon lord and the extraterrestrial portal. This legendary saga of guardianship across the cultivation world was destined to culminate in a most glorious finale. Chapter 40. The Seal of the Demon Gate. The convergence of 10,000 stars in the moment when the five-colored light columns collided with the dark purple demonic energy of the demon lord. A cataclysmic energy storm erupted across the starry sky. The alien magic crystal in the demon lord's hand suddenly exploded, causing the black demon gate to expand threefold in an instant. Countless howls of evil spirits echoed from beyond the gate, and several towering alien demon rhinoceroses, comparable in size to small mountains, broke through the gate, shattering the void as they charged towards the allied forces. Lin Fan, do you truly believe that such feeble power can withstand me? The demon lord's dark energy surged violently as he began to consume the nearby magical warriors. With each warrior devoured, his aura grew stronger. I shall sacrifice the entire army of magical warriors, allowing the demon gate to open completely. At that moment, the entire realm shall become a hunting ground for evil spirits. The consumed warriors transformed into black mist, melding into the demon lord's being. His form gradually expanded, revealing scales adorned with demonic runes beneath his black robe. His hands morphed into sharp demonic claws, and his cultivation unexpectedly surged to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. With a mere swipe of his claws, he tore apart the illusion of the Sky Eagle, and the dark purple demonic energy surged towards Lin Fan's heart. Embrace death. Notification. Triggered the ultimate mission. Seal of the Demon Gate. Prevent the demon lord's sacrifice. Purify the core of the alien demon gate, and utterly defeat the demon lord. Mission reward. Spirit Serpent's Sacred Blade. 10,000 stars anti-demon, ultimate attribute awakening, solidifying Lin Fan's cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. Upgrading the anti-demon sacred altar to the 10,000 stars guardian array, covering the realm's boundaries, unlocking the comprehensive map for purging evil spirits in the realm. Mission failure. The demon gate fully opens, plunging the realm into a calamity of evil spirits. Brother Lin, beware of the demon lord's devouring power. He can now absorb demonic energy and convert it into combat strength. The compass in Little Stone's hand spun wildly, its copper plate glowing red and pointing directly at the magical crystal hub at the center of the demon gate. This hub was the core maintaining the gate's opening and the source of the demon lord's power. Destroying it would strip the demon gate of its energy support. Seeing this, the Black Wuchang immediately led the anti-demon battle spirit legion towards the magical warriors. Commander Lin, we will hold back the warriors. Do not let the demon lord continue his sacrifices. The battle spirits formed the three talents anti-demon formation, creating a massive shield of azure and golden light to staunch the warriors' charge. Ethereal blue ghost flames intertwined with the battle spirit flames, scorching the encroaching demonic energy, holding strong. The elixir crafted by Fairy Qingyue will be ready soon. At that moment, Su Qingyue was kneeling at the anti-demon sacred altar, where a boiling silver-purple liquid bubbled in the alchemical furnace. This was the demon crystal purification elixir, concocted from fragments of chaotic demonic cores, antidemonic fire seeds, and scales of the alien demon rhinoceros. She let her fingertip trace the furnace's edge, allowing her blood to drip into the potion, with my essence as a guide. Let the elixir be formed. 3 translucent elixirs flew out from the furnace, radiating a golden-purple glow capable of purifying demonic energy. Lin Fan. This elixir can temporarily seal the demon lord's devouring power and weaken the demon gate's hub. Lin Fan leaped to catch the elixirs. The chaotic antidemonic patterns of the spirit serpent's sacred blade igniting automatically, infusing the elixir's power into the blade. Holy artifact? Chaotic anti-demon? Break the devouring. The black blade of light sliced toward the demon lord's heart. Just as the demon lord was about to consume a warrior, his actions suddenly froze, and his dark energy fluctuated violently, clearly indicating that his devouring power had been temporarily sealed. Impossible. How could you possess an elixir that counters me? Taking advantage of the demon lord's momentary distraction, Lin Fan executed the star domain contraction, maneuvering to the rear of the demon gate. The magical crystal nexus emitted an intense black luminescence, with countless lines of demonic energy linking the demon lord to the gate. He swung his blade towards these energy lines, and as the 5-colored radiance severed them, the demon lord let out a piercing wail. My power! You dare sever my source of demonic energy? The extraterrestrial demon rhinoceros behind the gate, sensing the assault on the nexus, charged at Lin Fan in a frenzy. Su Qingwei immediately activated the anti-demon holy altar, a cerulean golden beam shooting forth from its apex, ensnaring the demon rhinoceros. Lin Fan quickly used the purification pill. The nexus has been eroded by demonic energy for far too long. Only the pill can awaken its pure attributes. The demon rhinoceros, trapped within the beam, thrashed violently, causing the altar's illumination to dim. Its power far exceeded that of ordinary evil beings. Leave this to me. Black Wuchang commanded the Soul Legion to charge at the demon rhinoceros, their bodies entwining around its limbs. Even when pierced by its sharp horns, they clung on resolutely. Lin, we can't hold out much longer. You must act swiftly. The light of the souls continued to fade, yet they bought Lin Fan precious moments to breathe. Clutching the magic crystal purification pill, he infused it with the quintessence of his ascendant-level spiritual power and the quintuple antidemonic attributes of the Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade. Magic Crystal Purification Pill. Activate. The pill transformed into a golden-purple stream of light, burrowing into the magic crystal nexus. The nexus trembled violently, the black luminescence gradually receding to reveal faint golden ancient antidemonic runes. It became evident that this nexus was originally an ancient cultivator's antidemonic core, sealed to contain the demon gate, now forcibly tainted by the demon lord. No. How can the antidemonic core awaken? The demon lord was thoroughly panicked, lunging towards the demon gate to repollute the nexus, only to be intercepted by Lin Fan. Demon lord, your schemes end here. The quintuple attributes of the Spirit Flood Dragon's Sacred Blade erupted simultaneously. The bear of the earth restrained the demon lord's legs. The eagle of the sky pecked out his eyes. The lion of the human realm gnawed at his demonic claws, while the attributes of chaos and interstellar formed a luminous chain, binding his demonic energy flow. Divine artifact? 10,000 stars, anti-demon slash. Lin Fan channeled the light of the anti-demon holy altar into his blade, intertwining the 5-colored radiance with the cerulean golden light of the altar to forge a beam of luminescence that pierced the heavens, striking the demon lord and the nexus. The demon lord let out one final lament within the beam, his body being purified inch by the antidemonic force, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The magic crystal nexus, fully awakened within the beam, allowed the faint golden runes to spread across the entire demon gate, gradually sealing the black fissures. Ding! The sealing of the demon gate. Ultimate mission completed. Rewards received. Spirit Flood Dragon's Sacred Blade. 10,000 stars anti-demon ultimate attribute awakened. Lin Fan's cultivation stabilizes at the ascendant level, and the anti-demon holy altar upgrades to the 10,000 stars guardian array, unlocking the map for purging evil beings within the domain. As the demon gate sealed completely, the demonic energy storm in the starry sky gradually subsided. The remaining demon rhinoceroses and evil beings, devoid of energy support, were methodically purified by the allied cultivators and the Soul Legion. The upgraded 10,000 stars guardian array of the anti-demon holy altar unfurled slowly, its cerulean golden light enveloping the entire domain's boundary, forming a permanent anti-demonic barrier. Any evil being that approached would be automatically purified by this barrier. Lin Fan descended upon the apex of the altar, the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade hovering beside him, its 10,000 stars anti-demonic patterns shimmering with a gentle radiance. No longer sharp, it now bore the weight of protection. Su Qingwei approached swiftly, presenting a great ascension stabilizing pill. Hurry and consume it. You have expended too much spiritual energy. Do not jeopardize your foundation. She gazed at the bloodstains on Lin Fan's body, her eyes slightly reddening, relieved that he was unharmed. He Wuchang and little Shirtu also gathered around, their faces illuminated with the joy of survival. Little Shirtu raised the star core compass, upon which the map of the domain's remaining evil entities had fully unfolded, marking over a dozen residual demon strongholds. Lin Gu. Although the demon gate has been sealed, some malevolent beings still lurk in the corners of the domain's planets. We must eradicate them. Lin Fan took the map and looked towards the resplendent stars in the sky. The dark purple hue of the demon energy star domain had faded, restoring the normal brilliance of the starry sky, as the light of the 10,000 stars guardian array intertwined with the stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. He tightened his grip on the spirit dragon's sacred blade, his voice resonating throughout the demon palace star. All forces, heed my command. Rest for 3 days, after which we shall divide into 10 paths to cleanse all remaining evil entities within the domain. I shall ensure that this star domain is restored to tranquility. The coalition of cultivators echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the cosmos. The anti-demon battle spirits gradually dissipated, transforming into specks of golden light that merged into the 10,000 stars guardian array. Their mission accomplished, they left behind an everlasting spirit of resistance in this star domain. 3 days later, the coalition's flying vessels split into 10 paths, heading towards the various remaining strongholds. Lin Fan led the central army aboard the flagship, steering towards the demon energy ruins, the last significant stronghold of malevolent beings. Su Qingyue sat beside him, organizing the newly refined anti-demon purging pill. Little Shirtu leaned over the compass, continuously optimizing the route, while He Wuchang trained the newly joined anti-demon cultivators on the deck, imparting tactical knowledge. As the flying vessel passed through the 10,000 stars guardian array, a cerulean golden light enveloped the ship, as if bidding them farewell. Lin Fan stood at the bow, the patterns of the 10,000 stars anti-demon inscribed on the spirit dragon's sacred blade resonating with the guardian array, casting a comprehensive map of the domain's starry sky. Countless planets had regained vitality, with only a few data points still emanating a faint red glow of demonic energy. Almost there, Qingyue, Lin Fan murmured. Once we have purged all the evil entities, we shall visit every planet in the realm of cultivation to behold the beauty of our cherished homeland. Su Qinghua looked up, her eyes filled with tenderness. Very well, I shall concoct the finest elixirs, ensuring that all cultivators can train in peace, free from the ravages of war. Suddenly, little Shirtu exclaimed, Lin Gu, ahead lies the demon energy ruins. The compass indicates only a few minor demons inside. We can clear them swiftly. Lin Fan nodded. The spirit dragon's sacred blade gently unsheathed, its anti-demon radiance illuminating the path ahead. Let us proceed and complete the final battle. Let this star domain truly welcome the return of peace. The flying vessel accelerated towards the demon energy ruins, the light of the spirit dragon's sacred blade tracing a brilliant arc across the starry sky, akin to a beacon of hope piercing through the darkness. This saga of guardianship, which began in the realm of cultivation, was destined to inscribe a glorious chapter across the domain's celestial tapestry, and the journey of Lin Fan and his companions, the guardians of the stars, would continue, for the preservation of peace is never merely the conclusion of a battle, but the commencement of countless ordinary days. At the distant boundaries of the realm, the radiance of the star guardian array continues to shine, as if silently narrating the tale of a group of individuals who, with fervent blood and unwavering faith, have thwarted the encroaching darkness from beyond, safeguarding the resplendence of the entire celestial expanse. Chapter 41. Purging the Ruins. Eternal peace of the stars as the flying vessel came to a halt at the entrance of the magical energy ruins. The surrounding air still bore the remnants of dissipating arcane power. The dark purple patterns etched upon the rocky walls, though now faint, pulsed gently, reminiscent of dying embers. Lin Fan was the first to leap from the vessel, the radiant anti-magic light of the sacred spirit blades sweeping across the walls, instantly reducing the patterns to ash. Upon touching the rock face, he distinctly sensed a subtle disturbance emanating from within. Something was amiss. The fluctuations of magical energy in these ruins were far more intricate than anticipated, as if concealing something. Little Stone, clutching the star core compass, followed closely behind. The copper disk's crimson glow had shifted from a scattered array to a concentrated beam, pointing directly towards the depths of the ruins. Lingu. The compass has detected a living source of magical energy. It is not an ordinary evil spirit. It resembles an egg. No sooner had the words left his lips than the rocky wall trembled violently. Countless tiny black egg sacs tumbled from the crevices, splitting open upon hitting the ground, releasing pale, purple magical energy larvae. These creatures, shaped like silkworms but possessing serrated mandibles, immediately lunged at the nearest disciple of the enforcement hall, attempting to burrow into their spiritual barrier. Be cautious. These larvae can devour spiritual energy. Hei Wuchang swiftly unleashed iron chains, the ethereal blue flames incinerating the approaching larvae into wisps of smoke. However, more egg sacs continued to surge forth from the rock wall, with several even clinging to the underside of the flying vessel, gnawing at the star core shield. This was a trap laid by the demon lord. He had concealed the eggs deep within the ruins, waiting for us to lower our guard before launching a counterattack. Beep. Triggered side quest. Purging the ruins. Eliminate the magical energy larvae, destroy the source of the eggs, and purify the residual magical energy within the ruins. Quest rewards. Sacred Spirit Blade. Star Purification. Passive skill. Automatically dispels surrounding magical energy. Su Qingyue unlocks the anti-magic larvae elixir permanent recipe. And Little Stone's compass upgrades to the star locator. Covers all coordinates. Quest failure. Larvae spread to other planets, causing a regional infestation. Su Qingyue promptly set up a cauldron at the entrance of the ruins, retrieving fragments of the chaotic magic core and an anti-magic flame seed from her storage pouch. I will concoct the anti-magic larvae elixir. These larvae fear purifying flames, and the elixir can form a fire circle around us, temporarily preventing their approach. Her fingertips traced the rim of the cauldron, and the flames surged into a brilliant gold and purple blaze, incinerating the fallen egg sacs into ashes. Though it would require a quarter of an hour to complete, they needed to guard the entrance in the meantime. Lin Fan slashed the entrance with his blade, creating a luminous golden barrier that sizzled upon contact with the larvae. Hei Wuchang, you lead the War Soul Legion to defend the entrance. Do not let the larvae breach our defenses. Little Stone, accompany me into the ruins to locate the source of the eggs. Using the compass to pinpoint the core mother egg. Only by destroying the mother egg can we halt the larvae's hatching. The two ventured deeper along the passage of the ruins, the egg sacs growing increasingly dense, the rhythmic thumping sound resonating from within. Suddenly, the compass in Little Stone's hand grew intensely hot, the copper disk's crimson light directing towards a concealed cavern ahead. Lingu, the mother egg is inside. It is protected by magical energy cocoons. Ordinary attacks will not suffice. Within the cavern, a massive black maternal egg, resembling a grinding stone, hovered in midair, enveloped by 3 layers of dark purple magical cocoons. With each pulsation, dozens of insect eggs detached from the cocoon, sliding down the rocky walls toward the entrance. Guarding the maternal egg was a formidable magical insect matriarch, a creature akin to a spider, with 8 spiny legs and a mandible that incessantly expelled new insect eggs. Its cultivation had evidently reached the initial stage of the Great Ascendance, clearly left by the demon lord to protect the maternal egg. Do human cultivators dare to destroy my eggs? The matriarch hissed, lunging forward as all 8 legs shot forth black tendrils, imbued with corrosive properties, ensnaring Lin Fan's limbs. Lin Fan swiftly severed the tendrils, the radiant antidemonic light of the spirit dragon holy blade sweeping through, purifying the tendrils in an instant. A holy artifact? Starlight Slash. The golden blade of light cleaved toward the matriarch, which deflected it with its leg, resulting in a shower of blinding sparks. Seizing the moment, Little Stone maneuvered to the side of the maternal egg, the compass emitting a crimson glow that illuminated the weak points on the magical cocoon. Lingu. The purple patterns on the cocoon are energy nodes. Destroy 3 nodes, and the cocoon will shatter. Upon witnessing this, the matriarch immediately expelled a multitude of insect eggs, which hatched mid-air into larvae, rushing towards Little Stone. Do not touch the maternal egg. Lin Fan leaped to shield Little Stone. The passive skill of the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade's Starlight Purification activating automatically. A soft golden light radiated from him, reducing the larvae to ash upon entering its sphere. Focus on locating the nodes. I will handle the matriarch. He executed the technique of star domain shrinking, positioning himself behind the matriarch, and struck at its abdomen. The only part devoid of protective spines, its vulnerability. The matriarch let out an anguished scream, pivoting around as black ichor oozed from its wound, yet it remained undeterred, charging toward the maternal egg in a desperate attempt to detonate it. Even if I perish, I shall unleash the larvae. Lin Fan, quick-witted and agile, plunged the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade into the matriarch's head, the antidemonic force instantly obliterating its primordial spirit. Too late. The matriarch's massive form collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of magical energy. At that moment, Little Stone had marked the 3 energy nodes with the compass. Lingu. The nodes are positioned above, to the left, and to the right of the cocoon. Simultaneous strikes are necessary. Lin Fan nodded, channeling his spiritual energy into the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade, transforming the blade into 3 golden light slashes that simultaneously targeted the nodes. Holy artifact, Starlight Break Cocoon. As the light blade struck the nodes, the magical cocoon emitted a piercing shatter, with 3 layers of the cocoon peeling away to reveal the maternal egg within. Now, Lin Fan leaped high, concentrating the blade's light into a single point, piercing the core of the maternal egg. Purification. The antidemonic force surged into the black maternal egg, causing it to tremble violently. The magical patterns on its surface gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a pale golden, pure crystal, which fell into Lin Fan's hands. This was indeed the antidemonic crystal formed after the purification of the maternal egg, capable of enhancing the energy of the Starlight Guardian Array. Ding! The task of cleansing the remnant cavern has been completed. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Dragon Holy Blade, Starlight Purification passive skill activated. Su Qingyue unlocks the antidemonic insect elixir recipe, and Little Stone's compass upgrades to the Starlight Locator. At the entrance of the cavern, Su Qingyue had completed the refinement of the antidemonic insect elixir, scattering the pills around, while a golden-purple fire circle purified the remaining larvae completely. Hai Chang led the Legion of Souls to secure the entrance, ensuring that not a single larva escaped. Lin Fan and Little Stone emerged from the remnants of the cave, their faces adorned with relieved smiles. The last vestige of resistance had finally been eradicated. As the flying vessel returned, the crimson dots of demonic energy in the starry sky had vanished entirely, and the azure gold radiance of the 10,000 Stars Guardian Array shone ever more brilliantly, encasing the entire domain in a protective embrace. Upon passing by the planets, cultivators waved in greeting to the Coalition's flying vessel, with some even igniting star flames in celebration of the complete eradication of the evil forces. When they returned to Demon Palace Star, the cultivators waiting by the altar erupted into thunderous cheers. Representatives from the 5 domains stepped forward, presenting Lin Fan with the token of the 10,000 Stars Guardian. This emblem, crafted collectively by all cultivators within the domain, bore the runes of various planets, symbolizing the recognition and gratitude of the entire realm. Commander Lin, they proclaimed, from this day forth, Demon Palace Star shall serve as the center of resistance against demons. We, the cultivators of the 5 domains, pledge to heed your command and together safeguard this starry expanse. The leader of the Ice Spirit sect held the token with reverence in his eyes. Hai Chang also approached, presenting the ghostly guardian token from the Western Ghost Domain. All ghost soldiers of the Western Ghost Domain will be incorporated into the Legion of Resistance, eternally guarding the 10,000 Stars Guardian Array. Lin Fan accepted the token, embedding the antidemonic crystal pearl into the apex of the altar. In an instant, the brilliance of the 10,000 Stars Guardian Array surged dramatically, its coverage expanding significantly, even resonating faintly with the star veins of the cultivation realm. He raised the spirit dragon holy blade, his voice echoing across Demon Palace Star. I, Lin Fan, today swear by the name of the 10,000 Stars Guardian that I shall protect the peace of this domain throughout my life, allowing no evil to encroach even a step further. Should any dare to invade, I shall lead the coalition to annihilate them without mercy. Cheers once again reverberated through the cosmos. Su Qingwei approached Lin Fan, presenting him with a newly refined 10,000 Stars Tranquility Pill. This elixir will stabilize the energy of the 10,000 Stars Guardian Array. If we refine one each year, the array will remain eternally secure. She gazed up at Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling like stars. We have done it, Lin Fan. The myriad stars have returned to peace. Little Stone bounced over, holding the upgraded 10,000 Stars locator. Brother Lin, the locator can now reveal all the planets in the domain. We can find our way anywhere we wish. For instance, I would love to revisit the outer disciples' dormitory of the Qingyun sect. Hai Hachang chuckled, patting Little Stone on the shoulder. Once we finish our duties at the center, I will accompany you back for a visit. I recall you nearly tripping right at the dorm entrance back then. Do you remember? Little Stone blushed, scratching his head. Brother Hay, please don't tease me. That was in my younger days. As night fell, the Starflame Festival ignited on Demon Palace Star, with countless azure gold flames rising from various points on the planet, beautifully intertwining with the radiance of the 10,000 Stars Guardian Array, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Lin Fan stood atop the altar, observing his companions and the cheering cultivators below, his heart filled with tranquility. From being an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect to now being the 10,000 Stars Guardian, every step he took was inseparable from the companionship and trust of those around him. At that moment, the sacred spirit blade of the Lingjiao trembled gently, projecting a panoramic view of the guardian array of 10,000 stars. On the edge of the array, a faint glimmer of white light flickered, resembling the emergence of a new star. Lin Fan understood that this was not the stirring of malevolent forces, but rather the birth of new life within the domain, a symbol of peace. He tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade, as the intricate anti-demon patterns on the blade resonated with the guardian array, emanating a gentle glow. Su Qingwei approached him, softly clasping his hand. In the days to come, we can explore every planet together. Lin Fan nodded, gazing at the resplendent starry sky. Yes. Let us go together. We shall witness the myriad stars and safeguard this realm. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the brilliance of the guardian array of 10,000 stars continued to shimmer, while the hum of the sacred spirit blade echoed like a whisper from the cosmos, narrating a tale of guardianship that transcended the realms of cultivation and domain. The conclusion of this legend was not an end, but rather the inception of countless tranquil days. With Lin Fan and his companions present, this celestial expanse would forever shine brightly, eternally at peace. Chapter 42. Tracing the Star Veins and Guarding the Legacy. Half a year after the stabilization of the Celestial Guardian Array, tranquility has truly returned to the realm. The planets have commenced the reconstruction of their homes, while merchant vessels from the cultivation world traverse the newly established celestial trade route. Young cultivators have even formed travel groups, journeying among the planets to document the diverse customs and cultures. Each day, Lin Fan sits within the Celestial Pavilion on Demon Palace Star, reviewing the reports that have accumulated on his desk. With a gentle touch, his fingers glide over the spirit serpent's sacred blade, its ethereal purification patterns dispersing the residual dark energy from the papers, as softly as a breeze through the starry sky. Lingu. The energy readings of the Celestial Guardian Array have dropped again. Little Stone bursts into the pavilion, clutching the upgraded celestial locator. On the device's screen, the azure gold bar representing the array's energy has fallen below the warning line. The locator has detected a fracture in the realm's ancient star veins, severing the array's energy source. At that moment, Su Qingwei enters, holding a freshly brewed cup of Stardew tea. Upon hearing the alarming news, she halts, the steam rising from her cup momentarily suspended. The star veins are the foundational energy source for all planets and the core power of the Celestial Guardian Array. Should the fracture widen, not only will the array fail, but the spiritual veins of the planets will also wither. Setting down her tea, she retrieves a weathered ancient tome from her storage pouch. This is the record of star veins, discovered in the secret chamber of the anti-demon sanctuary. It details that there are 3 primary veins of the ancient star veins, and the one currently fractured is the heavenly pivot vein, nestled deep within the core of star pivot star. Lin Fan puts aside the reports, and the spirit serpent's sacred blade suddenly vibrates gently, projecting the ethereal image of the heavenly pivot vein, its fracture shrouded in a dim gray hue, seemingly sealed by some ancient power rather than a natural break. It appears that this is not a simple repair. A journey to star pivot star is necessary. Qinghue, prepare the elixirs for repairing the star veins. Little stone. Use the locator to chart the complete route of the heavenly pivot vein. Hai Wucheng, coordinate with cultivators across the realm to safeguard the celestial trade route, preventing any unnecessary panic from fluctuations in the array. 3 days later, Lin Fan, Su Qinghue, and Little Stone set forth aboard the star pivot vessel. As the ship glides along the celestial trade route, planets along the way ignite their star flames and salute. Young cultivators from the travel groups, upon seeing the brilliance of the spirit serpent's sacred blade, excitedly wave and call out, "It's Lin Zun," standing at the bow of the vessel. Lin Fan smiles and waves back, the gentle radiance of the spirit serpent's sacred blade enveloping the travel group's ships in a faint protective barrier against dark forces. This has become his most frequent endeavor, not wielding his blade to vanquish demons, but rather using the power of protection to safeguard every ordinary traveler. Upon reaching Star Pivot Star, the party discovers that the surface of this planet is draped in a delicate blue star vein crystal, beneath which flows a visible current of energy, the surface network of the heavenly pivot vein. However, as they descend toward the core, the color of the crystal darkens, and upon arriving at the fracture point in the star pivot cavern, the crystals have turned completely gray, the air thick with the scent of ancient seals. It is the seal of the ancient star veins. Su Qinghue caressed the runes on the cave wall, perfectly in accord with the records in the chronicles of the celestial veins. In ancient times, practitioners had established this seal to prevent the corruption of the celestial veins by malevolent forces. Now, as the seal weakened, it had instead led to a rupture in the celestial veins. To mend this fracture, it was necessary to first unravel the seal and then use the celestial vein elixir to guide the energy back into flow. She immediately set up the alchemy furnace, integrating shards of celestial vein crystals, antidemonic orbs, obtained after purifying the primordial eggs, and the radiance of the 10,000 stars guardian array into the cauldron to concoct the celestial vein restoration elixir. Meanwhile, a small stone utilized a locator to scan the seal, discovering that the crucial nodes of the runes were concealed within the celestial nexus at the cave's apex. Lingu, to unravel the seal, we need to infuse it with celestial vein energy. Your spirit serpent's sacred blade can summon the power of the 10,000 stars guardian array, perfectly capable of activating the nodes. Lin Fan leaped to the base of the celestial nexus, and the antidemonic patterns on the spirit serpent's sacred blade ignited, resonating with the runes on the cave wall. A sacred artifact? The 10,000 stars channel. A soft golden light streamed into the seal through the celestial nexus, causing the runes to gradually illuminate. However, just as the seal was on the verge of being undone, a low rumble reverberated from the depths of the cave. A guardian beast, composed entirely of celestial vein crystals, leapt forth from the rupture. Its form resembled that of a deer, with antlers like crystal and eyes shimmering with a pale blue light, exuding no malice but rather a sense of urgency. Prompt. Triggered the celestial vein restoration side quest. Communicate with the guardian beast, unravel the ancient seal, and guide the celestial vein energy back into flow. Quest rewards. Spirit Serpent's Sacred Blade's celestial vein sustaining a tribute awakening, capable of nourishing the veins within the domain. Su Qinghue unlocks the recipe for the celestial vein nourishing elixir, and the celestial nexus becomes the core of the 10,000 stars energy. Quest failure. Expansion of the celestial vein rupture, depletion of the veins within the domain. It is not an enemy. Lin Fan immediately sheathed his blade, the radiance of the spirit serpent's sacred blade softening to a gentle blue, resonating with the crystalline body of the guardian beast. It was concerned that the celestial veins would be tainted once the seal was broken. The guardian beast seemed to comprehend his words. Its anxious demeanor gradually calmed, and it gently touched Lin Fan's hand with its antlers, conveying a vague vision. In ancient times, when malevolent forces invaded the celestial veins, the guardian beast, and the practitioners together established the seal. Now, with the seal loosening, it feared both the rupture of the celestial veins and the return of the malevolent forces. At that moment, Su Qingwei had successfully concocted the celestial vein restoration elixir and offered it to the guardian beast. This elixir can purify the celestial veins and reinforce the seal. There will be no danger upon its unsealing. The guardian beast sniffed the elixir, its worries dissipating, and it approached the seal, using its antlers to infuse celestial vein energy, assisting Lin Fan in unraveling the notes. In that fleeting moment when the seal was completely undone, pale blue celestial vein energy surged forth from the rupture. However, due to the prolonged nature of the rupture, it could not automatically flow back. Lin Fan merged the celestial vein restoration elixir with the spirit serpent sacred blade, awakening the blade's celestial vein sustaining attribute. The pale blue light spread along the celestial veins, gently filling the rupture. A sacred artifact? The celestial veins return. Under the guidance of the radiant energy, the flow resembled a gentle stream, as the gray celestial vein crystals gradually regained their pale blue hue, and the runes on the cave wall glowed with a warm light. Upon witnessing the scene, the guardian beast emitted a delightful chirp, leaping gracefully into the astral veins, transforming into a soft blue light that merged seamlessly with the cosmic currents. It devoted its power to the astral veins, becoming an eternal protector. At the instant the astral veins were fully restored, the entire astral hub illuminated with a gentle azure glow, and the lines representing the celestial veins on the stellar locator regained their completeness, resonating harmoniously with the other two main currents. Ding! Astral veins restoration. Task complete. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade. Astral Veins Sustenance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for Astral Nourishing Elixir, and the Astral Hub upgrades to the Nexus of Celestial Energy. As the flying vessel returned, the energy bar of the Guardian Array was fully restored, its brilliance intensified by the augmentation from the Astral Hub. Haya Chang had long awaited at the Celestial Pavilion, holding a new report. Commander Lin, the spiritual veins of various domains have begun to revive. The Astral Expedition team has discovered the spring of astral veins at the Astral Hub, which nourishes the spiritual energy of cultivators. Many have already gone there to cultivate. Lin Fan received the report, gently placing the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade on the table, its protective patterns echoing the luminous brilliance of the Guardian Array outside the window. Su Qingyue presented the newly refined Astral Nourishing Elixir before them. From now on, we shall refine it monthly, nourishing the astral veins while benefiting the cultivators. Truly a win-win situation. Little Stone excitedly exclaimed from in front of the locator, Brother Lin. The locator has detected the endpoints of the other two main astral veins. They seem to connect to other domains. Perhaps we can explore them in the future. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, gazing out at the starry sky. The light of the Guardian Array enveloped each celestial body like a gentle veil, with the soft blue glow of the astral hub standing out prominently, akin to a pulsating heart, delivering energy throughout the domain. He understood that guardianship was never a one-time endeavor. The astral veins required continuous nourishment, the formation's ongoing maintenance, and they might encounter new realms and companions in the future. Yet, as long as those dear to him remained, and the brilliance of the Spirit Serpent's sacred blade persisted, this expanse of stars would never lose its tranquility. The days ahead were long. Lin Fan picked up an astral nourishing elixir and handed it to his companions, saying, "We can cultivate together at the spring of astral veins in the astral hub, witness the landscapes recorded by the Astral Expedition team, and explore each celestial body to behold the beauty of our cherished home." Su Qingyue's eyes shone with warmth. Little Stone nodded vigorously, and Haichang revealed a rare smile. Outside the celestial pavilion, the flames of celebration once again ignited, the fire representing the cultivator's jubilation for the restoration of the astral veins, faint yet warm, akin to countless ordinary yet precious days flowing quietly beneath this protected starry sky. The glow of the Spirit Serpent's sacred blade flickered gently, as if in response to this peace. It had once severed evil and shattered demonic gates. Yet now it was employed primarily to uphold the astral veins and nourish the spiritual currents, much like its master, evolving from a reckless youth into a venerable guardian of the stars. The ultimate destination of this growth was never the pinnacle of power, but to allow each celestial body to shine in tranquility, radiating its unique luminescence. Chapter 43: The Celestial Voyage and the Connection of Spiritual Veins 3 months after the restoration of the star veins. The 10,000 Stars Navigation embarked on its inaugural interdomain exploration. Composed of young cultivators, the Morning Star expedition set forth equipped with the upgraded 10,000 Stars locator. Following the energy trails extending from the celestial pivot vein towards the uncharted expanse of the celestial sea. Prior to their departure, Lin Fan had bestowed upon them the protective light shield of the celestial serpent's holy blade, while Su Qingwei concocted the interdomain adaptation pill, ensuring their resilience against the energy fluctuations of the unknown realm. However, as the expedition reached the periphery of the celestial sea, the communication talisman from the 10,000 Stars Pavilion quivered violently. The transmitted image revealed the expedition's vessel ensconced within a veil of ethereal violet mist, the vessel's spiritual energy shield becoming increasingly indistinct. Despite the young cultivators' fervent attempts to maneuver the ship, they remained ensnared by the mist. Lin, there is peculiar energy within the mist. The locator can only detect the fluctuations of star spirits but cannot establish communication. The vessel's spiritual veins are on the verge of being eroded by the mist. Without delay, Lin Fan summoned the team. The protective patterns of the celestial serpent's holy blade began to shimmer, projecting a blurred image of the celestial sea. The starlit sky there was even more resplendent than in their homeland, with the star veins exhibiting a delicate lavender hue that intertwined with the pale blue star veins of their native realm, forming a dual-colored star bridge. The mist that ensnared the expedition lay at the heart of this bridge. It was the primal mist of the celestial sea. As noted in the Chronicle of Star Veins, the energy fusion at the interdomain star bridge was inherently unstable, prone to giving rise to such protective mists. The star spirits within were not foes, but guardians of the spiritual vein connection. Su Qingwei swiftly set up the alchemical furnace, redistilling the star vein crystal of the celestial pivot star, the luminous particles of the 10,000 Stars Guardian Array, and the remnants of the interdomain adaptation pill. I shall concoct the mist communication pill. This elixir will synchronize our spiritual energy with the star's spirit's fluctuations, allowing us to move freely within the mist. Little Stone, use the locator to pinpoint the precise coordinates of the expedition and analyze the energy frequency of the star spirits. Little Stone leaned over the locator, fingers deftly gliding across the screen, gradually clarifying the map of the celestial sea. Next to the red dot representing the expedition, countless delicate lavender light points swirled around the vessel. Indeed, the congregation of star spirits. Lin, the energy frequency of the star spirits is in perfect harmony with the star veins of the celestial sea. They are attempting to guide the vessel away from the perilous area of the star bridge. The misunderstanding is merely due to our inability to communicate. At that moment, He Wuchang had coordinated the interdomain support team, composed of ethereal cultivators from the Western Ghost Domain and ice cultivators from the Ice Spirit Sect. They boarded the specially modified vessel, the Celestial Voyager, carrying the star pivot crystals capable of stabilizing the fluctuations of the star veins. Lin, the support team, is in position. The star pivot crystals can temporarily reinforce the star bridge, preventing us from being ensnared by the mist upon entry. Lin Fan nodded, positioning the celestial serpent's holy blade across his palm, its protective patterns resonating with the star pivot crystals, their pale blue and lavender luminescence intertwining. Let us embark. Our purpose is not to engage in battle, but to communicate, to convey to the star spirits of the celestial sea that we come to establish a connection of spiritual veins, not to invade. As the starship Starry Voyager glided across the two-tone star bridge, the surrounding cosmos appeared to be enveloped in a gradient hue. The ethereal blue energy currents of the native stars intertwined with the delicate lavender streams of the starry realm, creating a stunning spectacle. Nebulous mists parted slowly under the radiant glow of the star hub crystal, revealing a secure passage ahead. Upon entering the starry domain, the crew was awestruck by the extraordinary sight. The celestial bodies were not solid entities, but rather star cores formed from the condensation of star spirit energy. Translucent star spirits floated gracefully on their surfaces, resembling shimmering fireflies, radiating a soft lavender glow as they curiously orbited the vessel. "Look, it's the star spirits," exclaimed Little Stone, pointing excitedly out the window. The pale lavender dots on the locator corresponded perfectly with the star spirits. They meant no harm and were merely observing us. At that moment, however, a distant cry for help echoed through the void. Although the star traveler's ship had managed to escape the mists, it inadvertently ventured into the energy field of the starry ruins. The vessel became ensnared by ancient runes, rendered immobile. Upon arrival, they beheld a magnificent ancient stone platform suspended in the starry expanse, its surface etched with runes akin to those found on the native domain's anti-demon altar. The star traveler's ship was ensnared by a chain of pale lavender light emanating from the runes, while the star spirits circled anxiously around the platform, hesitant to approach. It was evident that this ruin was a forbidden zone within the starry domain. Alert! Side quest triggered. Starry connection. Unravel the binding runes of the starry ruins and establish a spiritual connection with the star spirits to record interdomain energy interactions. Quest rewards. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Interdomain energy attribute awakening. Capable of synchronizing energies from different domains. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for star spirit symbiosis pill. Permanent passage rights for the bidirectional star bridge between the native and starry domains. Quest failure. The star traveler's ship is consumed by the runes, and the interdomain connection attempt fails. These are ancient interdomain runes. Su Qingyue mused, tracing the intricate patterns along the edge of the platform, which perfectly matched the cross-domain guardian runes found in the Chronicles of Star Energy. The ancient practitioners not only safeguarded the native realm, but also forged spiritual connections with other domains to collectively fend off interdomain malevolence. These runes were designed to stabilize interdomain star currents. However, a prolonged absence of energy infusion had led to a misinterpretation of outsiders as threats. Lin Fan stepped into the center of the stone platform, where the protective patterns of the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade illuminated. A soft blue radiance merging with the runes. A sacred artifact? Interdomain spirit summoning. He gradually infused the native star energy into the runes, causing the pale lavender light to intertwine with the azure glow, and the once taut light chain began to loosen. Seeing this, the star spirits gathered closer, contributing their own lavender energy to the runes. They understood that this was a restoration of a shared relic belonging to both domains. At last, the star traveler's ship broke free from its constraints. The young practitioners leaped joyfully from the vessel, expressing their gratitude to Lin Fan and the star spirits. Thank you, esteemed Lin. Thank you, dear star spirit friends. We thought we might be trapped here forever. One practitioner with a ponytail raised a recording jade slip, stating, "We spotted the guiding path of the star spirits within the mists. We hesitated to follow at first, but now we realized they were protecting us." At that moment, the stone platform suddenly trembled violently, and a holographic image materialized at the center of the ruins. The scene depicted ancient cultivators standing side by side with celestial spirits, valiantly resisting the ominous black demons emerging from the rift of another realm at the two-colored star bridge. They wove a net of stellar energy to seal the demons within the fissure, and the image ultimately froze on the 8 ancient characters, signifying the connection of spiritual veins and the collective guardianship of myriad domains. Indeed, Lin Fan murmured to himself, as the cross-realm spiritual vein attribute of the spirit serpent's sacred blade awakened unexpectedly. The blade glimmered with soft blue and lavender hues, allowing him to distinctly sense the flow trajectories of the two domains' spiritual veins. The ancient cultivators had long understood that the defense of a single domain was insufficient. Only by connecting the spiritual veins of all realms could they genuinely repel the inter-realm demons. At this moment, Su Qingyue had successfully refined the celestial spirit symbiosis pill and handed it to the celestial spirit beside her. This elixir will enable the celestial spirits to resonate with the spiritual veins of our native domain. Henceforth, the fluctuations of the spiritual veins from both realms will synchronize, and the star mist will no longer misinterpret outsiders. The celestial spirit accepted the pill, transforming into a soft lavender stream of light that melded into the stone platform. The runes erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and the glow of the two-colored star bridge became increasingly stable, even forming a permanent bidirectional star gate in the starry sky. Ding! Task Stellar Connection completed. Rewards have been credited. The Spirit Serpent's Sacred Blade's cross-realm spiritual vein attribute awakened, and Su Qingyue unlocked the formula for the Celestial Spirit Symbiosis Pill. gaining permanent access to the bidirectional star bridge. On their return journey, the celestial spirits escorted the starry voyage ship to the two-colored star bridge, swirling around the vessel as if bidding farewell. The positioning device on the small stone had now been updated with a complete map of the starry voyage domain, marking the locations of celestial spirit habitats and ancient relics. Lingu, we can frequently visit the starry voyage domain from now on. The celestial spirits even conveyed some information, stating that there is a starry spirit spring there, which can enhance the synchronization of the spiritual vein energies from both realms. Heiyu Chang gazed at the bidirectional stargate, filled with emotion. I never expected that we not only safeguarded our native domain, but also established a connection with other realms. In the future, the guardianship of countless stars will no longer be solely our responsibility. Su Qinghua added with a smile. I have already begun researching an improved version of the celestial spirit symbiosis pill. In the future, cultivators and celestial spirits across realms will benefit, and perhaps they may even cultivate together. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Fan gazed at the gradually receding starry voyage domain. The light of the spirit serpent's sacred blades cross-realm spiritual vein resonating with the bidirectional star gate in the distance. He recalled the character's collective guardianship of myriad domains from the earlier image, suddenly comprehending that the true essence of guardianship of countless stars was not merely to protect a fixed expanse of the starry sky, but to connect the spiritual veins and guardians of every celestial expanse, allowing the power of protection to flow along the spiritual veins, transcending the boundaries of realms. Upon returning to the Demon Palace Star, Lin Fan publicly shared the findings from the exploration of the starry voyage domain. Cultivators from various realms responded enthusiastically, proposing the establishment of a cross-realm exchange group to learn the symbiotic techniques of the starry voyage domain, while also sharing their own experiences in demon resistance. The young cultivators of the Star Journey group became cross-realm stars, their exploration diaries transcribed and disseminated across planets, inspiring many to venture beyond their native realms and discover the vastness of the starry sky. 3 months later, the inaugural Interdomain Spirit Nexus Conference will take place at Star Hub. Local practitioners, stellar spirits from the starry vastness, and even interdomain visitors arriving from various branches of the 10,000-star route gather beside the Spirit Spring. The Spirit Coalescence Elixir crafted by Su Qinghua allows the stellar spirits to momentarily solidify, while the positioning device created by Little Stone serves as a translator for interdomain communication. Hei Wuchang busily coordinates the exchanges among the various domains, as Lin Fan stands at the center of the Spirit Spring, guiding the star energy from both domains with the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon, allowing the soft blue and purple hues to intertwine in the waters. Henceforth, this place shall be known as the Interdomain Spirit Nexus. Lin Fan's voice resonates throughout Star Hub, with the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade illuminating each face in the crowd. What we safeguard is not merely an isolated star or a solitary domain, but rather the interconnected spirit veins of all realms and the harmonious coexistence of all life. The stellar spirits emit joyful hums, transforming into fireflies that dance around the people. The practitioners raise their spirit crystal, letting the star energy circulate within. In the distance, the bidirectional star gates shimmer with a gentle glow, as if bearing witness to this cross-domain connection. The sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon hovers lightly in Lin Fan's palm, its blade imbued with the protection of countless stars, the star veins glowing in succession, ultimately merging into a warm white light. This radiance no longer serves as a blade to sever darkness, but rather as a bond that unites light. Lin Fan understands that the road of safeguarding the 10,000 stars is long, and perhaps new domains and challenges lie ahead. Yet, as long as the spirit veins remain connected and companions are by his side, this starry sky will forever illuminate the path forward. As night falls, the star flames of Star Hub entwine with the luminescence of the stellar spirits from the starry vastness, forming a brilliant light band across the dual-colored star bridge. Young practitioners from the Star Voyager Corps gather around the stellar spirits, listening to tales of ancient interdomain guardianship. Su Qinghua and Hei Wuchang discuss plans for the next interdomain exploration, while Lin Fan gazes towards the unknown starry sky at the end of the light band, filled with anticipation. There, perhaps, lie more spirit veins awaiting connection, more guardianship missions longing for inheritance. with the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon. He shall step forward, fulfilling the promise of the 10,000 stars, returning to tranquility, transcending every domain and illuminating every star. Chapter 44, The Ethereal Covenant. A new chapter of symbiosis during the 6 months of the stable operation of the bidirectional star bridge. Interdomain communication has become the norm. The ethereal beings of the starry domain often manifest as flickering soul forms, traversing the star bridge to the luminous forest of the star nexus. Through a resonance of minds, they reveal to the cultivators the operational chart of the star core in the starry domain. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue has refined the spirit symbiosis pill into the more sustainable star dew pill, allowing the ethereal beings to linger longer in their native domain. The celestial locator of Little Stone has been upgraded to the ethereal translator, capable of real-time translation of the phenomenal messages conveyed by the ethereal beings through their auxiliary minds. Even the ghostly cultivators of the Western Ghost domain have learned to greet using the luminous gestures favored by the ethereal beings. A disturbance occurred during a cross-domain spiritual vein monitoring. A disciple of the Ice Spirit sect, stationed at the Star Bridge, urgently transmitted energy turbulence in the Star Bridge. The pale purple spiritual vein is flowing backward, and the ethereal beings are becoming agitated. Upon Lin Fan's arrival, he witnessed the bidirectional Star Bridge's light band trembling violently. As the light blue local spiritual vein collided with the pale purple starry domain vein at the center of the bridge, several ethereal being soul forms turned transparent due to the energy impact, emitting sharp mental waves. The translator of Little Stone displayed, "The covenant has been breached. The star core is on the verge of extinguishing." Ding. Mission triggered. The ethereal covenant main quest. Calm the reverse flow of the spiritual vein. Awaken the slumbering ancient ethereal beings and harmonize the old and new guardian rules. Mission reward. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Attribute awakening of the covenant neutralization. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for the eternal star core pill, and the star nexus upgrades to the central hub of the 10,000 domain spiritual veins. Mission failure. Collapse of the bidirectional star bridge. Depletion of both domain spiritual veins. It is the great covenant of the ethereal beings that is in effect. Su Qingyue swiftly leafed through the newly added chapters on ethereal beings in the Spiritual Vein Chronicles, her fingertips gliding over the records of the ancient ethereal beings imposing compulsory covenants on planets. The rapid flow of cross-domain spiritual veins has triggered the ancient rules of the slumbering ethereal beings in the starry domain, leading them to perceive the incoming energy as a pollution of the star core, compelling them to sever connections actively. Suddenly, the translator of Little Stone captured a high-frequency mental wave, and a fragmented image emerged on the screen. Thousands of years ago, the benevolent ethereal beings of the starry domain collaborated with the local cultivators to establish a cross-domain protective formation, but faced catastrophe when the malevolent ethereal beings tampered with the covenant, resulting in a star core explosion. Ultimately, the benevolent ethereal beings sacrificed their own celestial bodies to barely seal the rift in the spiritual veins. Lin. It is the ancient ethereal being Volos, slumbering within the amethyst star core of the starry domain. Its soul form has been awakened by the reverse flow of the spiritual veins, and it is using its powers to forcibly reverse the flow. The Black Wuchang has urgently mobilized a cross-domain support team. The ghostly cultivators have laid down stabilization arrays on both sides of the star bridge using star nexus crystals, but they can only slow the energy collision. Commander Lin. Volos's powers can manipulate the star core of the starry domain. Our formation cannot hold for long. The ethereal cubs are already beginning to fade. In the distance, within the luminous forest, several ethereal cubs, their bodies entirely luminescent, huddled in a corner. Their feathers dulled due to the turbulence of the spiritual veins, a sign of the diminishing energy of the star core. Su Qingyue immediately set up a pill furnace, mixing the amethyst star crystals from the starry domain, the local spiritual vein crystals, and the luminous feather powder of the ethereal cubs. I shall refine the star core harmonization pill. The formation requires the simultaneous infusion of energy from two realms, yet currently, the star veins are in retrogression, making synchronized extraction impossible. The elixir within the alchemical furnace churns violently, with pale blue and lavender auras repelling each other, threatening to explode at any moment. Lin Fan grasped the spirit serpent sacred blade, its cross-domain spirit vein patterns suddenly igniting, resonating with the luminous strands of the star bridge. He leaped to the center of the star bridge, plunging the blade into the point of energy collision. A sacred artifact? The star veins are being diverted. A soft golden light radiated from the blade, forcibly splitting the retrogressive star veins into two tributaries. Although it did not completely quell the chaos, it bought time for Su Qingwei. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the starry domain, as a purple crystal celestial body, 100 feet in diameter, slowly traversed the star bridge. A humanoid soul form manifested upon its surface, the ancient star spirit Vorlos. Outsiders, you have disrupted the equilibrium of the star core. Vorlos's voice resonated directly within the minds of the crowd, his soul form entwined with a pale purple chain of laws. The calamity of a millennium ago was on the verge of repeating. Only by severing connections could the starry domain be preserved. No sooner had he spoken than the purple crystal celestial body emitted a powerful gravitational force, tugging at the luminous strands of the star bridge, causing the photonic forests of the star hub to wither significantly. You are mistaken. The disaster a millennium ago was not due to the connection, but rather the fracture of laws. Lin Fan raised the spirit serpent sacred blade, projecting the truth from the memories of the star spirits. The malevolent star spirit did not alter the cross-domain connection itself, but rather prohibited the sharing of powers between the star spirits and outsiders, leaving the benevolent star spirits isolated and helpless. Now, we can share the star vein energy and together safeguard the star core. Seizing the opportunity, Little Stone aimed the translator at Vorlos, transmitting the psychic waves of the star's spirit offspring. The younglings depicted scenes of frolic across domains with faint light patterns. Elder Vorlos, we have repaired the star vein spring alongside the human cultivators. There is no pollution. The translator simultaneously deciphered Vorlos's auxiliary thoughts. His celestial body had been damaged during the wars a millennium ago, surviving only through hibernation within the star core, with a deep-seated fear of cross-domain connections ingrained in his very essence. At that moment, Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace emitted a shimmering blend of gold and purple light. The star core harmonizing elixir had finally been refined. Elder Vorlos, this elixir can merge the energies of both realm star cores and heal the wounds of your celestial body. She cast the elixir towards the purple crystal celestial body, transforming it into a luminous mist that integrated within. Vorlos's soul form quivered abruptly as he lowered his gaze to his hands. The cracked purple crystal skin began to glisten. Ding! The spirit serpent's sacred blade detects fluctuations in the star spirit laws, unlocking a new attribute, law harmonization. It can reconcile the protective rules of different civilizations, forming a symbiotic contract. Lin Fan seized the moment, infusing the law harmonization attribute of the spirit serpent's sacred blade into the star bridge. In the name of the guardian of 10,000 stars, we establish a symbiotic pact. The starry domain shares the star core energy. The native realm provides nourishment from the star veins, and the laws shall remain non-interfering, jointly resisting the crisis. Soft golden contract runes surged from the blade, half merging into Vorlos's purple crystal celestial body, while the other half spread throughout the star veins of the two realms. Vorlos's chain of laws gradually dissipated, and his soul form transformed into a streak of light, entering the star vein spring of the star hub. After a brief moment, the celestial stream erupted with an intertwining energy of pale blue and soft purple, flowing along the star bridge towards the vast expanse of the cosmos. The turbulent celestial flow instantly calmed, and the withered photosynthetic forest began to sprout tender buds anew, while the young star spirits regained their luminous pearlescence. I found myself ensnared by ancient memories. Vorlos's voice softened, suggesting that the guardianship of a millennium past must be severed, while the guardianship of the present demands connection. His amethyst crystalline body ascended gracefully, resonating with the stellar core of the star pivot. As the energies of the two celestial bodies coalesced at the center of the star bridge, forming a binary core, the cosmic locator indicated that the integration of the celestial streams from the two realms had reached a remarkable 90%, enhancing the energy conversion efficiency of the star spirits threefold, even capable of sowing seeds of life on barren planets of the native realm. Su Qingyue gazed at the newly emerged amethyst light particles in the celestial stream, exclaiming that these particles could be refined into the blessing elixir of the star spirits, granting cultivators temporary resonance with the collective consciousness. At that moment, He Wuchang brought forth even more exhilarating news. Commander Lin, the star spirits from the 3 surrounding realms are signaling through the star bridge, expressing their desire to join the symbiotic covenant. The translator device of Little Stone was illuminated with a flurry of star spirit pheromones, automatically synthesizing a comprehensive map depicting the distribution of star spirits across numerous realms. 3 months later, the inaugural Grand Conference of Star Spirits convened beneath the radiance of the binary core. Star spirits from diverse realms manifested in various ethereal forms. Some appeared as transparent wings, others as flowing streams of light, while some retained beast-like shapes. Su Qingyue showcased the newly refined eternal core elixir, capable of prolonging the lifespan of star spirits by a millennium. He Wuchang and Wolos collaboratively established a cross-realm crisis early warning mechanism, utilizing the instantaneous movement abilities of the star spirits to relay signals. While Little Stone led the young star spirits in crafting a grand cosmic map, clearly marking each realm's celestial nodes. Standing beneath the binary core, Lin Fan held the sacred blade of the spirit serpent suspended in his palm. As the energies of 10,000 stars resisted malevolence, the celestial streams provided protection, and the cross-realm spiritual flows harmonized in a warm white light. He gazed towards the ever-increasing luminosity of the star bridge, understanding that the guardianship of countless stars had transcended the boundaries of a singular realm. True guardianship is not merely about preserving unchanging rules, but rather seeking the possibilities of symbiosis through connection, allowing the brilliance of each celestial body to blossom peacefully within the cosmos. Suddenly, a young star spirit alighted upon Lin Fan's shoulder, transmitting an image through waves of thought, countless star bridges interwoven like a net across the night sky. As cultivators and star spirits from disparate realms joined hands to restore the damaged stellar cores, Lin Fan smiled, gently stroking the young spirit's feathers. As the light of the sacred blade of the spirit serpent resonated with the binary core, casting 4 grand characters upon the cosmic map, unity of all realms. This saga of guardianship, which began in the native realm, has now unfurled a new chapter across the universe. Lin Fan knew that the future would bring encounters with star spirits adhering to different codes and uncharted shadows yet to be explored. However, as long as the blade in his hand remained steadfast and his companions continued to stand by him, this luminous network of cross-realm connections would never fray. Those realms awaiting at the opposite end of the star bridge would ultimately converge into this resplendent unity of all realms, guided by the light of the cosmic web. Chapter 45. The Call of the Falling Star. The dark erosion breaks the seal in the following month after the conclusion of the Grand Domain Star Spirit Exchange Conference. Within the monitoring chamber of the Wan Domain Spirit Veins at the Star Pivot Star, the Wanching positioning instrument of Little Stone suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. On the screen, a red dot representing the falling star domain continued to flicker, while the energy value of the star core plummeted, falling below the threshold necessary for sustaining the survival of the star spirits. Brother Lin, the star core of the falling star domain is on the brink of extinguishment. The positioning instrument detected peculiar dark energy fluctuations, perfectly aligning with the previously recorded characteristics of the dark erosion demon, the falling star domain. A newly joined peripheral territory of the symbiotic pact is characterized by fragmented star core shards and the falling star spirits. These spirits, composed entirely of stardust-congealed rock, navigate through the shards to absorb the residual warmth of the star core for sustenance. During the prior exchange conference, the falling star spirits had illustrated the landscape of their domain with stardust. At that time, the star core, though feeble, still exhibited a faint grayish flow of energy. Now, however, the signal has dimmed to the point of near extinction. The dark erosion demon? Lin Fan took the positioning instrument, his fingertips grazing the dark energy spectrum on the screen. The holy spirit blade of the spirit dragon shuddered suddenly, its anti-magic patterns glimmering faintly, a manifestation of the artifact's instinctive response to malevolent energies. The spectral form of Vorlos emerged from the star vein spring, a crystalline purple hand gliding over the positioning instrument, his eyes reflecting a grave concern. A millennium ago, the dark erosion demon feasted upon star cores, capable of transmuting the light energy of the star spirits into dark energy. The remnants of the dark erosion demon we sealed back then may have awakened within the shards of the star core in the falling star domain. Su Qingwei promptly retrieved the stardust stone from her storage pouch, a local specialty gifted by the falling star spirits. Containing a trace of star core energy, I must refine the falling star revival pill, but I require the star core shards from the falling star domain as a catalyst, along with light erosion grass to purify the dark erosion demon. This grass only grows amidst the stardust storms of the falling star domain. I must journey there myself. He Wuchang swiftly drafted a support list from multiple domains. The Western Ghost domain would dispatch underworld miners adept at excavating star core shards. The Ice Spirit sect prepared ice essence shields capable of withstanding stardust storms, while the Starry Sky domain's spirits volunteered to accompany, eager to lend their light energy as temporary support to the falling star spirits. Vorloz's crystalline form hovered beside the flying vessel, transforming into a faint purple shield to protect the ship. The stardust storm of the falling star domain will shred ordinary shields. My stellar energy can temporarily stabilize the storm's core. As the falling star vessel traversed the bidirectional star bridge, the distant falling star domain was already shrouded in a gray haze of stardust. Upon entering the domain, the ship was engulfed by a fierce storm. The outer layer of the ice essence shield instantly accumulating a thick layer of stardust, reducing visibility to mere feet. Suddenly, several massive star core shards surged forth from the tempest, atop which were several hunched falling star spirits. Their rocky bodies had lost the luster of stardust, some even displaying cracks, weakly tapping against the shards, conveying a signal for help. It's the falling star spirits. Little Stone promptly activated the star spirit translator, and fragmented stardust characters flickered across the screen. Star core. Corrupted. Trapped. Safe. Before the words could fully resonate, a deep, ominous roar echoed from the heart of the storm. A black tendril of dark energy surged forth from the crevices of the shattered star core, lunging towards the flying vessel. It was none other than the remnant soul of the corrupted demon. Ding. Triggered. Meteorite Rescue Core Main Quest. Purify the corrupted demon's remnant soul. Obtain the star core fragments. Awaken the star spirit tribe of the meteorite domain, and restore the meteorite core. Quest rewards. Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade. Purification of Corruption. Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the star core nourishing pill recipe. Meteorite domain integrates into the resonance network of all domains, unlocking the ancient demon sealing array blueprint. Quest failure. The meteorite core extinguishes completely, spreading the corrupted demon's remnant soul to other realms. Protect the meteorite spirits. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel. The radiance of the spirit serpent sacred blade surged forth, slashing through the dark energy tendril with a blade of pale golden light. The severed tendril disintegrated into black smoke upon hitting the ground, only to reconstitute itself from the stardust, indicating that the remnant soul was profoundly bound to the fragments of the star core within the meteorite domain. Suddenly, Vorloz's amethyst barrier expanded, momentarily pushing aside the surrounding stardust storm. The remnant soul of the corrupted demon lay hidden in the deepest recesses of the star core. The meteorite spirits knew the entrance. A connection had to be established with them first. Su Qingyue retrieved the pre-prepared stardust resonance pill and tossed it toward the weakened meteorite spirits. The pill melded into their rocky forms, and a faint gray light began to illuminate their eyes. One of the largest meteorite spirits stepped forward, tracing a path of stardust on the ground with its forelimbs. This was the hidden passage leading to the star core, concealed within the largest fragment. The group followed the meteorite spirits into the dark passage, which was suffused with an acrid aura of dark energy. The stardust on the rocky walls occasionally flaked away, revealing the blackened remnants of corruption beneath. At the end of the passage, a gray star core, 10 zhang in diameter, emerged before them, its surface ensnared by a multitude of dark energy chains. Within the depths of the chains, the black specter of the corrupted demon's remnant soul could be seen writhing, gradually draining the pale gray energy from the star core. This is it. Little Stone's locator aligned with the star core, and the dark energy readings on the screen peaked. The remnant soul of the corrupted demon had bound the star core with chains. The chains must be severed before the fragments could be extracted for alchemy. Black Wuchang immediately commanded the underworld digging soldiers to excavate the rock wall with iron shovels imbued with star pivot crystal energy, attempting to approach the star core from the side, but the dark energy chains rebounded, revealing their corrosive power capable of eroding the star pivot crystals. Su Qingwei combined stardust stones with light erosion grass in the cauldron, the elixir flames transforming into a pale golden hue. However, due to the lack of star core fragments, the concoction could not solidify into a pill. Lin Fan, I need you to distract the corrupted demon so that the meteorite spirits can remove the fragments from the surface of the star core. The meteorite spirits had formed a circle, their rocky bodies colliding with a deep resonance as they gathered strength, preparing to coordinate with Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan gripped the spirit serpent sacred blade tightly, and the interwoven patterns of cross-domain energy resonated with Vorlos's amethyst barrier, intertwining pale gold and lavender light into a protective shield, a sacred artifact, the 10,000 Stars anti-demon formation. The luminous shield repelled the assault of the dark energy chains as he leapt toward the core of the star, slicing through the thickest part of the chains with his blade. Elder Voros, steady the shield for me. Voros's crystalline body radiated a surge of energy, enveloping the star's core entirely. The remnant spirit of the dark erosion demon, enraged, emitted a piercing shriek, and countless tendrils of dark energy surged forth from the chains. Lunging at Lin Fan, seizing the opportunity, the meteor spirits sprang into action, using their rocky limbs to scrape the pale gray fragments from the surface of the star's core. These were the crucial ingredients for concocting the meteor revival elixir. Qingwei, the fragments are coming. Little Stone caught the fragments hurled by the meteor spirits and swiftly passed them to the elixir furnace. Su Qingwei tossed the fragments into the cauldron, causing the flame to surge instantaneously as the pale golden elixir crystallized at the furnace's mouth. Success. Lin Fan, purify the star's core with the elixir. Lin Fan received the elixir, infusing it with his spiritual energy, and it transformed into a mist of pale gold, merging into the star's core along the blade's edge. The golden mist clashed with the dark energy chains, emitting a sizzling sound as the chains began to fracture inch by inch. Witnessing this, the remnant spirit of the dark erosion demon attempted to break through the luminous shield in a bid for escape, only to be thwarted by Voros's crystalline barrier. You did not escape a millennium ago, and you shall not now. Voros summoned the power of the star spirits, and ancient seal patterns emerged upon the shield, firmly ensnaring the remnant spirit. Ding! The spirit serpent's sacred blade has sensed the energy of the dark erosion demon, unlocking a new attribute, erosion purification. This can specifically purify the remnant spirit of the dark erosion demon and restore the eroded star core, while simultaneously activating the resonance of the 10,000 domains. A passive effect that enhances purification and restoration efficiency through the synergy of multiple star core energies. A sacred artifact? The erosion purification slash. Lin Fan fully activated the new attribute of the spirit serpent's sacred blade, infusing a glimmer of crystalline light into the pale golden blade. Cleaving through the depths of the star's core where the remnant spirit of the dark erosion demon resided, the blade penetrated the star's core, and the spirit let out a final, anguished wail before dissipating into black smoke, thoroughly purified. The dark energy chains that coiled around the star's core vanished, allowing the core to once again radiate a pale gray brilliance, even more luminous than during the exchange meeting. The meteor spirits emitted joyful resonances, encircling the star's core to absorb the rejuvenated energies as the cracks in their rocky forms gradually healed, regaining their stardust sheen. The largest meteor spirit touched Lin Fan's hand with its limb, conveying a fragment of stardust memory. A millennium ago, the dark erosion demon army invaded the meteor domain, and the ancient meteor spirits sacrificed themselves to seal the remnant spirit within the star's core. Now it had finally been completely purified. Ding! Mission completed. Meteor core rescue. Rewards have been credited. Spirit serpent's sacred blade. Erosion purification attribute awakened. Su Qingwei unlocks the recipe for star core nourishing elixir. The meteor domain is integrated into the resonance of the 10,000 domains, gaining the diagram for the dark erosion demon sealing array. While repairing the meteor core, Little Stone's locator suddenly lit up, revealing multiple light trails on the screen, energies from other domains converging toward the meteor domain through the resonance of the 10,000 domains, causing the star's core to shine even more brilliantly. The spirits of the 10,000 domains. They are providing remote assistance, Little Stone exclaimed. As information about the spirits from various domains appeared on the translator, we shall jointly protect the resonance of the 10,000 domains and resist the remnants of the dark erosion. Lin Fan stood beside the heart of the stars, the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon hovering in his palm. The 5 attributes: 10,000 stars anti-demon, star veins protection, cross-domain spirit veins, regulation neutralization, and dark corrosion purification, lit up in succession, ultimately merging into a radiant white light that enveloped the entire meteorite domain. This brilliance intertwined with the star core energy emanating from multiple domains, forming the resonance array of the 10,000 domain spirit core above the meteorite domain. With the words Alliance for the protection of the 10,000 domain spirit cores appearing within the array's patterns. This represented a collective agreement among all domains to be interconnected by a resonance network, safeguarding each star core together. 3 months later, the meteorite domain hosted the Star Core Revival Celebration. Star spirits and cultivators from various domains gathered here. Su Qinghue crafted the Star Core Nourishing Pill from fragments of the Star Core, extending the lifespan of the meteorite spirits by 500 years. Hai Wuchang and Vorlos established a dark corrosion monitoring station in the meteorite domain based on the diagram of the dark corrosion demon sealing array. Little Stone integrated the star core data of the meteorite domain into the resonance network of the 10,000 domain spirit cores, achieving real-time allocation of star core energy across multiple domains. Standing atop the star core, Lin Fan gazed at the myriad of flying star spirits, the flickering star spirits of the Star Han domain, the photosynthetic star spirits of the native domain, and the rock star spirits of the meteorite domain. They conveyed joy in their own unique ways, with light trails and stardust intertwining across the starry sky, creating a true tableau of 10,000 domains shining together. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon emitted a gentle hum, projecting a new exploration map of the 10,000 domains, marked with dozens of undiscovered and unconnected unknown realms, each flickering with faint star spirit signals. Next, it was time to explore those undiscovered realms, Lin Fan murmured, and Su Qinghue, Little Stone, Hai Wuchang, and Vorlos nodded in agreement. The meteorite spirits gathered around, using stardust to draw guiding paths on the flying vessel, as if to say, "We walk with you." The vessel ascended slowly, heading towards the unknown domains. In the starry sky, the luminous strands of the resonance network of the 10,000 domain spirit cores followed like bonds, while the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon illuminated the path to new realms. Lin Fan understood that in the future, they might encounter remnants of the dark corrosion demon and new regulations that would require harmonization. However, as long as the star spirits and cultivators of the multiple domains joined hands, as long as the belief in 10,000 domains shining together endured, there would be no star core that could not be safeguarded, nor any realm that could not be connected. This saga of protection that began in the cultivation world has now unfurled a broader chapter in the cosmos. The true essence of 10,000 stars protection has transcended regions and races. It embodies the heartbeat of every star core, the resonance of every star spirit, and the steadfastness of every cultivator, collectively weaving the dream of 10,000 domains shining together. This dream will forever shine in the vast universe, illuminated by the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon. Chapter 46. The Lightfall Guardian and the Rift Pursuit. 3 months after the upgrade of the resonance network of the 10,000 domains, the starship Xinghan embarked on an exploration along the stellar vein trajectory of the unknown realm. Suddenly, the starlight locator, known as Little Stone, captured a faint light signal, revealing a childlike image of a star spirit on the screen. These were the Lightfall star spirits of the Lightfall domain, their forms composed of flowing light veins, resembling children around 5 or 6 years of age, with tiny light cores hovering above their heads, flickering perilously as if they might extinguish at any moment. These are the star spirits of the new domain. Little Stone promptly magnified the image, and the translator concurrently deciphered the intermittent mental waves. The light veins are fractured. Many companions have turned into stones. Save us. The image abruptly froze, shifting to a real-time view of the lightfall domain. The entirety of the light veins appeared shattered, resembling broken glass, with black rifts spreading outward from the center. The light-eroding energy surging from these rifts immobilized the passing lightfall star spirits, transforming them into translucent light-eroded puppets. While a mere few star spirits cowered behind fragments of light veins, their cores so dim they were nearly imperceptible. Lin Fan's fingertips brushed against the screen, causing the patterns of the dark erosion purification on the sacred spirit blade of the spirit serpent to illuminate. The blade projected a diagram of the rift's energy, which bore a striking resemblance, approximately 70%, to the residual energies of the dark erosion demon from the meteorite domain. Yet it exhibited characteristics of space-time distortion. It was the derivative energy of the dark erosion demon. This rift not only devoured the light veins, but also warped the surrounding space-time. If this continued unabated, the lightfall domain would be entirely consumed, potentially affecting neighboring realms. The purple crystal soul of Vorlos materialized from the star vein spring container, his gaze fixed upon the diagram as he traced several key nodes with his fingertip. The light erosion rift. A millennium ago, the dark erosion demon had utilized such rifts to tear apart the light vein star domains, growing its nest by consuming light cores. The ancient star spirits had barely managed to seal it with the light vein symbiosis technique, but now the seal had weakened and the rift was once again expanding. Su Qingyue swiftly retrieved a fragment of the light vein that accompanied the distress signal from the lightfall star spirits from her storage bag. This was a token specifically attached by the pleading spirits, still retaining a faint trace of light vein energy. I need to refine the light vein solidifying pill, requiring the primal light core from the lightfall domain as the catalyst, along with time-space sand to stabilize the space-time. This sand was hidden within the time-space distortion zone at the rift's edge, and extraction demanded utmost caution, for any misstep could result in being ensnared by the chaotic currents of time and space. Haiba had already dispatched a support signal through the resonance network of the 10,000 domains. The meteorite domain's meteor spirits had voluntarily offered to block the rift's breach with their rocky forms, while the luminous star spirits of the Xinghan domain prepared to temporarily suppress the light-eroding energy with light energy. The local domain's ice spirit sect dispatched adept time-space stabilizers, ice-time practitioners, equipped with time anchors to assist in the extraction of the time-space sand. As the Xinghan starship arrived in the lightfall domain, the entire cosmos was enveloped in a stifling crimson hue. The central light-eroding rift had widened to 100 feet, with black energy surging forth like a tide, drawing surrounding fragments of light veins into the rift, producing a piercing, crackling sound. Hiding behind the remnants, the luminous star spirits gathered around the flying vessel upon spotting it. The leading star spirit, its light core barely aglow, called out with a tender voice, "Are you practitioners from the 10,000 Domains Alliance? Please, save our luminous mother vein." Ding. Main quest. Guardian of the luminous veins activated. Extract temporal sand to refine the luminous core elixir. Purify the light erosion puppets. Mend the fissures of light erosion and awaken the mother core of the luminous domain. Quest rewards. Sacred blade of the spirit dragon. Attribute awakening for luminous symbiosis. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for the luminous core nourishing pill, and the luminous domain is incorporated into the resonant network of the 10,000 domains. Obtaining preliminary coordinates for the dark erosion nest. Quest failure. The fissures of light erosion devour the luminous domain, with temporal distortions spreading to the borders of the 3 domains. Do not fear, we shall assist you, Lin Fan stated as he crouched down, wrapping the light core of the young star spirit with the luminous band of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon, restoring its brightness somewhat. He Wuchang commanded the fallen star spirits to form a rocky defense line, using their bodies to shield against the encroaching energy of light erosion. Commander Lin, we can hold for no more than half an hour. We must extract the temporal sand swiftly. Little Shirtu, along with the ice-time practitioners, approached the edge of the fissure. As the temporal anchor pierced the distortive band, the surrounding starry sky suddenly manifested double images, an omen of temporal chaos. Gripping the star locator tightly, he observed the distribution points of the temporal sand on the screen. Brother Lin, the temporal sand is located 30 yards to the left of the fissure, where the temporal distortion is weakest, but there are 3 light erosion puppets patrolling. Lin Fan leapt towards the distortive band. The purification patterns of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon illuminating, as a pale golden blade sliced forth, temporarily freezing the approaching light erosion puppets. A sacred artifact? Purification of dark erosion. The blade penetrated the puppet's body, awakening the latent energy of the luminous vein within, causing the puppet's rigid movements to falter. Suddenly, the young star spirit leaped from the vessel, emitting a pale white beam from its light core that struck the core of the puppet's light erosion. Their weakness is in the chest. That is where the energy of light erosion accumulates. Understanding the cue, Lin Fan redirected his blade towards the puppet's chest, accurately shattering the core of light erosion. The purified puppet reverted to its form as a luminous star spirit, albeit with a still feeble light core. The young star spirit immediately approached, transferring energy to its companion with its light core. Thank you. My name is Xiaoyang. I will guide you to the temporal sand. Under Xiaoyang's guidance, they successfully extracted the temporal sand. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace was already prepared aboard the vessel, into which she cast the temporal sand, fragments of the luminous vein, and the primordial light core, a shard willingly contributed by Xiaoyang. The alchemical flames transformed into a pale white, resonating with the energy of the luminous vein. The luminous core elixir is nearly complete. Lin Fan, I need you to channel the energy of the mother core of the luminous vein with the spirit blade to fully mend the fissure. The mother core of the luminous vein lay hidden in the depths of the luminous domain, now encircled by the fissures of light erosion, with only the final layer of the protective barrier remaining. Lin Fan, accompanied by Xiaoyang, raced towards the sanctuary. As the cross-domain patterns of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon resonated with the mother core, a pale golden light extending along the remnants of the luminous vein, connecting to the core. Xiaoyang, help me convey the will of the luminous star spirits. The mother core requires your strength to awaken. Xiaoyang promptly summoned all surviving meteor spirits, who formed a circle to channel the energy of the light core into the light veil. Meanwhile, the multi-domain support team initiated their actions. The meteor spirits used their rocky forms to block the fissures. The firefly spirits unleashed light energy to suppress the corrosive light. And the ice-time cultivators anchored the surrounding space-time with temporal anchors. All forces converged towards the light pulse mother core. Ding! The sacred blade of the spirit serpent sensed the resonance of the multi-domain light pulse and unlocked a new attribute, light pulse symbiosis. This allowed the activation of the multi-domain light pulse energy, forming a symbiotic protective net while awakening the primordial powers of the star spirits and simultaneously activating the positioning function of the corrosive mother nest. A sacred artifact? The light pulse symbiotic slash. Lin Fan infused the energy of the light pulse solidification pill into the spirit blade, and a pale white light blade cleaved through the light pulse mother core. The core erupted in a dazzling brilliance, with the light veil spreading along the fissures, purifying the black corrosive light energy one by one. The frozen meteor spirits gradually revived, and the light core reignited. The temporal distortions at the fissure's edge gradually subsided, unveiling the source of the corrosive energy, the corrosive passage deep within the fissure. At the end of the passage, the silhouette of a black celestial body could be discerned, indicating the direction of the corrosive mother nest. It is the corrosive mother nest. Vorloz's voice echoed as the violet crystalline soul floated beside the passage. The passage has not fully opened. We can seal it using the multi-domain light pulse energy. Lin Fan nodded and inserted the spirit serpent's sacred blade into the center of the passage, where the multi-domain light pulse energy converged along the blade, forming a pale white sealing array. 10,000 domains light pulse, seal the evil path. At the moment the sealing array illuminated, the passage was completely sealed, and the fissure of corrosive light gradually healed. The flow of the light pulse in the meteor domain resumed, transforming the dark red starry sky back to its original pale white hue. Xiaoyang and the meteor spirits surrounded the light pulse mother core in jubilation, as the glow of the core wove into a net, successfully connecting with the resonance net of the 10,000 domains spirit core. Ding! The task of protecting the light pulse has been completed. Rewards have been credited. The spirit serpent's sacred blade's light pulse symbiosis attribute has awakened, and Su Qingyue has unlocked the formula for the light core nourishing pill. While the meteor domain has been incorporated into the resonance net of the 10,000 domains spirit core, obtaining the preliminary coordinates of the corrosive mother nest. 3 months later, the meteor domain held the Light Pulse rebirth celebration. Spirits and cultivators from various domains gathered at the Light Pulse sanctuary. The light core nourishing pill refined by Su Qinghua fortified the light cores of the meteor spirits. Xiao Shirtu mapped the corrosive tracking diagram based on the preliminary coordinates of the corrosive mother nest, marking 3 potential routes leading to it. He Wuchang and Vorlos jointly formulated a corrosive early warning mechanism, utilizing the resonance net of the 10,000 domain spirit core to monitor fluctuations of corrosive energy in real time. Lin Fan stood atop the Light Pulse Mother Core, the Spirit Serpent's sacred blade hovering in his palm. The 6 attributes: 10,000 stars anti-demon, star pulse support, transdomain spirit pulse, regulation neutralization, corrosive purification, and light pulse symbiosis, lit up in succession, ultimately merging into a radiant white light that enveloped the 10,000 domains. This white light intertwined with the light band of the resonance net, forming a guardian array of the 10,000 domains in the starry sky, within which the coordinates of the corrosive mother nest emerged, situated 13 domain realms away from the meteor domain. Next, we shall pursue the corrosive mother nest. Lin Fan's voice resonated throughout the myriad realms, yet this was not merely a battle of a singular domain. It was a collective mission uniting all star spirits and cultivators. As long as we stand together, there exists no darkness insurmountable. Xiao Liang and the luminous fallen star spirits soared to Lin Fan's side, forming the wings of light pulse from luminous cores, propelling their vessel towards the direction of the abyssal nest. Behind them, the star spirits and cultivators from multiple domains followed suit, their trails of light and stardust weaving a lengthy procession across the cosmos, akin to a river of stars leading to hope. The brilliance of the sacred spirit blade illuminated the path ahead, its blade casting the words unity of all realms in radiant light. Lin Fan understood that the pursuit of the abyssal nest would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Yet as long as his companions remained by his side, and the pulse of light from all realms continued to resonate, the belief in unity of all realms would forever burn bright. This tale of guardianship that commenced within the cultivation world would ultimately inscribe the most magnificent chapter of battle deep within the cosmos. Chapter 47. The Veil of Illusions. Approaching the mother nest, the starship Starry Horizon, leading a coalition fleet from multiple domains, had been navigating for half a month along the preliminary coordinates of the corrupt mother nest. Suddenly, the starry expanse ahead was enshrouded by a dense, inky mist, distinct from ordinary stardust. Upon contact with the vessel's stellar core shield, the mist writhed as if it were a living entity, corroding the light barrier. The intricate patterns of the shield dimmed visibly, and the positioning device of the small stone faltered, displaying only a snowflake-like interference pattern. Lingu. The mist devours the stellar pulse signals. The positioning device can no longer locate the mother nest, and even the resonance network of the myriad stellar cores is weakened. Su Qinghua exclaimed, retrieving a shard of the luminous core. The once radiant fragment now emitted only a faint glow. As she brought the shard closer to the alchemical furnace, the flames at the mouth of the furnace instinctively receded. This mist contains corrupt pulse factors, capable of diminishing all energy related to the stellar pulse. The previously concocted luminal core nourishing pill is ineffective against it. I must refine a mist dispelling pill anew, requiring the mist essence from the depths of the mist as a catalyst. This essence is the crystallized core of the mist's energy, only found in the densest area known as the mist core zone. The amethyst soul of Vorlos throbbed violently within the container of stellar pulse essence as he gazed into the mist, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. This is the outpost mist of the corrupt mother nest. A millennium ago, the corrupt sorcerers ensnared the ancient coalition with it. The mist conjures heart demon illusions, compelling practitioners to witness their deepest fears. Once ensnared, they are consumed by the corrupt pulse factors, turning into puppets. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted from the left side of the fleet of meteoric spirits. Through the crevices of the mist, the meteoric spirits could be seen brandishing their rocky limbs, attacking the void of the starry sky. They had succumbed to illusions, mistaking the stardust for corrupt sorcerers. He Wuchang, without hesitation, led the spectral practitioners to form the Spectral Awakening Array. The ghostly blue flames spread through the coalition fleet, and the meteoric spirits, touched by the flames, instantly regained their senses, though still trembling with fear. Inside, there are many corrupt sorcerers gnawing at the stellar core. Ding! Triggered the main quest dispelling the mist. Refine the mist dispelling pill to dissipate the corrupt mist. Purify the heart demon illusions. Subdue the mist veil spirits. Slay the corrupt mist lord, and obtain precise coordinates of the mother nest. Quest rewards. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Mist Purification Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for Awakening Pill. Mist Veil Spirits joins the Myriad Domains Alliance and defensive map of the corrupt Mother Nest's core. Quest failure. The coalition falls into illusions and slaughters one another. The mist spreads to the rear domains. Everyone consumed the basic Awakening Pill. Su Qingyue swiftly distributed the previously prepared pills, which could only sustain for an hour. I will refine the mist dispelling pill now, but I need someone to venture into the mist core zone to retrieve the mist essence. As her voice faded, a faint rustling sound emerged from the mist, revealing several translucent figures darting through the fog. They were the native mist veil spirits, their forms as ethereal as gossamer, exuding a pale gray luminescence. Warily observing the coalition fleet, armed with short blades woven from mist strands. Do not attack. We come to purify the mist. Lin Fan leaped from the flying vessel, the luminous patterns of the spirit serpent's sacred blade illuminating in a gentle white aura that enveloped the approaching mist-concealed star spirits. The dark corrosion demon is our common adversary. You two are ensnared within the fog, are you not? The mist-concealed star spirits appeared momentarily stunned. The leader among them, slightly broader than its companions and adorned with a small mist orb on its short blade of fog, conveyed a sense of vigilance through mental waves. A human cultivator? There have been demons before, cloaked in luminous patterns, who deceived us into opening the fog core, ultimately devouring many of our kin. Its misty form quivered slightly, clearly bearing the scars of past treachery by the dark corrosion demon. Little Stone promptly summoned the images of the star spirits from the multi-domain alliance, showcasing the restoration of the star core by the meteor spirits and the rebirth of the luminous patterns by the light meteor spirits. Behold, we are indeed aiding the star spirits. This is the resonance network of the 10,000 domain spirit cores, uniting the star pulses of all domains to collectively combat the dark corrosion demon. The mist-concealed star spirits gazed intently at the images, their mist orb-like eyes gradually igniting with brilliance. The joy exhibited by the star spirits in the imagery was genuine, a true radiance of reclaiming their homeland. I am Miss Xiao. The leader of the mist-concealed star spirits finally lowered its guard, revealing that the fog core area lies upon the dark corrosion floating island in the heart of the fog, guarded by the fog lord who can manipulate the corrosion pulses and enhance illusions. I can lead you there, but you must assure that after purifying the fog, you will not harm the other mist-concealed star spirits. Lin Fan nodded. Establishing a symbiotic pact with Miss Xiao, we shall not only purify the fog, but also ensure the inclusion of the mist-concealed star spirits into the 10,000 domain alliance, so they shall no longer fear the dark corrosion demon. Mist Xia guided the coalition fleet through the fog, her misty threads parting the corrosion pulses, allowing the star core shield of the flying vessel to cease its dimming, while Little Stone's locator regained partial functionality, revealing the faint outline of the dark corrosion floating island on the screen. Upon reaching the floating island, the assembly was struck by the sight before them. The surface of the island was cloaked in thick black moss, formed from condensed corrosion pulses, while at its center, the fog core presented itself as a black crystal the size of a basketball, continuously emitting fog. At the island's edge, a dark corrosion fog lord, draped in a black robe adorned with mist patterns, sat in meditative repose, surrounded by twisted fog bands, exhibiting cultivation at the late stage of the Great Ascension. Wielding a staff crafted from fog bone, with the head embedded with the core of an eroded mist-concealed star spirit. Here to deliver nourishment again, the Lord opened his eyes, revealing pupils of pure black, proclaiming, "This fog shall become your tomb." He swung his staff, and countless fog bands transformed into tendrils, lunging towards the coalition fleet, enveloping the vessels in illusions upon contact. Lin Fan's vision was filled with scenes of the 10,000 domain alliance being obliterated by the dark corrosion mother nest. Su Qingyue's elixir furnace shattered, Little Stone's locator exploded, and the chains of black wuchang corroded into dust. It is an illusion. Do not believe it. Lin Fan immediately activated the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade, the 10,000 stars anti-demon pattern glowing as the pale golden blade cleaved through the illusions before him. Sacred artifact? 10,000 stars shatter the illusion. The light blade swept through the fleet, awakening the cultivators and star spirits ensnared by the illusions. Mist Sha, filled with fury, charged at the Lord. How dare you wield the core of our companions as a weapon? Black Wuchang led the underworld cultivators and meteor spirits to form a defensive formation, blocking the tendrils of fog. Commander Lin, the exquisite Su Xianzi requires time to concoct her elixir, while we shall hold the Lord at bay. The fallen star spirits obstruct the entrance to the floating island with their rocky forms, and the ghostly flames of the netherworld cultivators sear the mist, albeit only temporarily stalling its advance. Once the mist is severed, it swiftly reconstitutes itself from the haze. At this moment, Su Qingwei's already set up the alchemical furnace at the periphery of the floating island, assisted by the mist veils and gathering mist blossoms and fragments of light pulse, which she adds to the furnace along with the sands of time. The elixir flame transforms into a pale gray hue. Resonating with the energy of the mist-hidden star spirits, the mist-breaking elixir is nearly complete. Lin Fan, I require you to use the spirit blade to draw the energy from the mist core into the furnace, in order to thoroughly neutralize the corrosive pulse factor. Lin Fan leaps towards the mist core, prompting the Lord to swing his staff, ensnaring Lin Fan's ankle with the mightiest tendrils of mist. As the corrosive pulse factor begins to creep up his leg, seeking to erode his spiritual power, you wish to touch the mist core? You must first pass my trial. Lin Fan grits his teeth, the dark purification patterns of the spirit dragon's sacred blade illuminating, forcing back the black corrosive pulse factor. Seizing the opportunity, he presses the blade against the mist core, a sacred artifact. Channel the mist core's energy. The pale gray energy from the mist core flows along the blade into the alchemical furnace, causing it to erupt in a dazzling brilliance as the mist-breaking elixir transforms into countless light particles, cascading like fine rain into the mist. Mist-breaking elixir, disperse. Wherever the light particles traverse, the black mist rapidly dissipates, revealing a clear starry sky, while the corrosive pulse factor is neutralized, transforming into harmless stardust. Witnessing the dispersal of the mist, the Lord descends into madness, merging himself with the core of the mist-hidden star spirit at the tip of his staff. His form swelling to 3 zhang. I shall ensure you accompany me in death. He swings his staff, and the final tendril of mist coalesces into a dark, corrosive mist dragon, hurtling towards Lin Fan. Suddenly, the mist veil interposes herself before Lin Fan, unleashing a burst of mist threads. Mist-hidden star spirits, protect our home. All the mist-hidden star spirits converge around her, forming a pale gray mist spirit shield that withstands the dragon's assault. Now is the moment. Lin Fan seizes the opportunity, activating the 6 attributes of the spirit dragon's sacred blade, ultimately merging them into a beam of purifying light that encompasses all realms. With the newly added mist purification patterns shining particularly brightly, a sacred artifact? Mist purification slash. The light blade pierces through the mist dragon, cleaving directly at the Lord's core. The Lord emits a harrowing shriek as his form disintegrates into black smoke, the mist-hidden star spirit core at the staff's tip purified, reverting to a pale gray mist pearl that soars back into the mist veil's grasp. Ding! Illusion of mist broken. Mission accomplished. Rewards credited. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Mist Purification Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for Awakening Elixir. Mist-hidden star spirits join the All-Realm Alliance, acquiring the Dark Corrosive Mother Nest Magic Core Defense Blueprint. As the mist fully dissipates, the silhouette of the Dark Corrosive Mother Nest becomes distinctly visible in the distant starry sky. It is a pitch-black celestial body, its surface adorned with dark purple magical patterns, with the central dark corrosive magic core emanating a suffocating energy, surrounded by 12 smaller magic cores, precisely as indicated in the Magic Core Defense Blueprint's 12 Demon Guardian formation. The positioning device of Little Stone accurately locks onto the coordinates of the Mother Nest, Lin Ge. The Mother Nest lies just 5 realms ahead. The defense formation has an energy gap every instant stick, which is the optimal moment to strike. The Misty Veil handed the purified Mist Pearl to Lin Fan, saying, "This is the Mist Core Pearl. It can temporarily shield you from the energy detection of the magic core, aiding your approach to the mother nest. The mist hidden star spirits will remain in the mist domain to rebuild their homeland while monitoring the movements of the mother nest. Should any anomalies arise, they will immediately notify you through the resonance network. Lin Fan received the mist core pearl, and the sacred blade of the spirit serpent gently brushed against the pearl. A soft gray mist energy merged with the 7 elemental attributes of the blade, forming a protective barrier known as the 10,000 Domains Shield. "Thank you," he expressed. "Once we obliterate the mother nest, we shall return to assist the mist hidden star spirits in reconstructing their celestial veins." The allied fleet embarked once more. As the mist hidden star spirits waved goodbye, their soft gray mist weaving the words 10,000 Domains radiance in the air, bidding farewell to the fleet as it sailed towards the dark erosion mother nest. Su Qingwei was diligently concocting a substantial quantity of awakening pills and mist-breaking pills in preparation for the impending battle. Hai Wucheng and Vorlos were studying the magic core defense maps, strategizing on how to breach the 12 demon guard array. Little Stone was upgrading the positioning device, attempting to decipher the energy frequency of the mother nest. Little Liang and the light falling star spirits gathered around Lin Fan, weaving a protective net of light cores that enveloped the entire fleet. Standing at the bow of the starry horizon, Lin Fan gazed at the approaching dark erosion mother nest, the brilliance of the sacred blade of the spirit serpent intertwining before him like a web. He understood that this battle, spanning the 10,000 domains, was on the cusp of its final confrontation. Though the magical core defenses of the dark erosion mother nest were formidable, he had the support of the star spirits and cultivators of the 10,000 domains behind him, along with the trust and connection embodied in the resonance network of the 10,000 domains and the unwavering belief in 10,000 domains radiance. "We are almost there," Lin Fan murmured, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the sacred blade of the spirit serpent. Each attribute represented a connection that transcended domains, a symbiosis with the star spirits. "In this battle, we must not only annihilate the mother nest, but also liberate the starry skies of the 10,000 domains from the shadow of the dark erosion demon forever." In the distance, the dark erosion mother nest seemed to sense the impending threat. Its surface magic patterns began to flicker, and 12 small magic cores ignited simultaneously, weaving a defensive network of dark purple energy across the starry expanse. An ultimate confrontation, pivotal to the survival of the 10,000 domains, had begun to unfold in the cosmos, and Lin Fan, along with his companions, boldly advanced towards the source of darkness, carrying the hopes of the 10,000 domains. Chapter 48. The 12 Formation Breaks. Facing the demon core, the coalition fleet anchored 50 miles from the periphery of the dark erosion mother nest. While Xiaoshitu's myriad star locator continuously analyzed the energy fluctuations of the 12 demon guardian array, 12 diminutive demon cores orbited the mother nest in unison, each corresponding to a unique dark erosion demon guardian, whose bodies were entirely formed from dark erosion energy. Each guardian wielded distinct magical artifacts. Some grasped chains, the erosion pulse guardian. Others held bone staffs, the phantom guardian, and some shouldered colossal axes, the formation breaking guardian. They were interconnected by dark purple energy lines, forming an impenetrable defensive network. The energy frequencies of each demon core varied. The chains of the erosion pulse guardian absorbed stellar pulse energy. The bone staff of the phantom guardian conjured collective illusions, and the massive axe of the formation-breaking guardian could cleave through defensive arrays. Xiaoshitu pointed at the guardian annotations on the screen, his brow furrowed. The most troublesome aspect was the linked effect. Recent simulated attacks indicated that destroying any single guardian would cause a simultaneous surge of energy in the others by 30%. To dismantle the array completely, all 12 demon cores had to be destroyed simultaneously. Vorlos's purple crystal soul floated beside the demon core defense diagram, tracing ancient runes with a fingertip. A millennium ago, the ancient coalition had suffered heavy losses due to their ignorance of the linked mechanism. These 12 guardians corresponded to the 12 earthly branches, with the energy of the demon cores stemming from the mother nest's dark erosion origin. However, each core possessed an independent origin node. By suppressing the corresponding stellar pulse energy at the node, one could temporarily sever their connection to the mother nest. Su Qingwei had concocted 12 targeted elixirs based on the characteristics of the guardians. the anti-erosion pill for those combating the erosion pulse guardians, the illusion dispelling pill for dealing with the phantom guardians, and the formation fortification pill for the teams confronting the formation breaking guardians. She distributed the elixirs to the leaders of each team. While the furnace continued to brew the myriad domain resonance pill, this elixir would synchronize the spiritual power of all participants with the resonance network of the myriad domains, ensuring a simultaneous assault on the demon cores. With just a stick of incense remaining for the elixir's completion, everyone was instructed to take their positions as planned. Heiyu quickly delineated the combat zones. The ghostly practitioners of the Western Ghost Domain would handle the Z, Cho, and Yin Guardians, while the Frost Spirit Sect dealt with the Mao, Chun, and Sea Guardians. The Falling Star Spirits and the Misty Spirits, led by Wu Sha, would jointly address the Wu, Wei, and Shen Guardians. The Light Falling Spirits and the Starry Domain Spirits would primarily assault the Yu, Su, and High Guardians. Lin Fan, Vorlos, and Xiaoshitu formed the core-breaking team, poised to strike the origin nodes of the 12 demon cores once the Guardian's energy was suppressed. After a stick of incense, the myriad domain resonance pill was complete. All participants consumed the elixir, their bodies radiating light patterns resonant with the network. The rock-like forms of the falling star spirits glimmered earthy yellow. The luminous cores of the light falling spirits shone pure white, and the misty threads of the misty spirits shimmered gray. The spiritual shields of the practitioners were also suffused with their respective stellar pulse colors, weaving a vibrant tapestry across the starry sky. A gap in the energy of the demon guardian array appeared. Move. Xiaoshitu fixated on the locator, observing the energy readings of the 12 demon cores plummet simultaneously. Each team surged towards their target with the swiftness of arrows. The spectral monks of the underworld unleashed chains engulfed in ghostly flames, ensnaring the corrosive pulse magic sentinels, while the potency of the anti-corrosion elixirs shielded them from energy absorption. Practitioners from the Ice Spirit Sect formed Ice Soul Shields to withstand the colossal axes of the array-breaking magic sentinels, with the array fortification pills enhancing the shield's durability manifold. The star spirits enveloped the magic sentinels in their own radiance, as the brilliance of the illusion-dispelling pill dissipated the phantoms conjured by the illusionary magic sentinels. Lin Fan, alongside Vorlos and Little Stone, traversed the battlefield aboard the Starry Sky vessel. The 7 attributes of the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade ignited simultaneously, projecting the locations of 12 magic core source nodes. Atop each core rested a dark purple point, the crucial link to the energy and the Mother Nest. Mist Veil utilized the Mist Core Pearl to obscure the Mother Nest's energy detection. Lin Fan commanded. The Mist Veil promptly hurled the pearl into the air, a pale gray mist enveloping the surroundings, momentarily concealing the vessel's presence. Just as the teams were poised to subdue the magic sentinels, the Mother Nest trembled violently, and the 12 magic cores erupted in a blinding dark purple radiance. The sentinels began to sacrifice themselves, attempting to enhance their defenses through self-detonation. The chains of the corrosive pulse magic sentinel expanded violently, ensnaring 3 spectral monks, dragging them towards the magic core. The bone staff of the illusionary magic sentinel discharged dark energy, striking 2 star spirits, causing their light cores to dim instantly. We cannot allow them to self-destruct. Vorlos's amethyst crystal body unleashed its full energy, wrapping 2 magic cores in a pale purple energy band, momentarily halting the surge of power. Lin Fan quickly channeled the spirit blade to direct the energy of the myriad domains and synchronize the attack on the nodes. Little Stone immediately activated the resonance guidance function of the locator, 12 beams of light illuminating the screen, marking the precise angles for attacking the nodes. Gripping the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade tightly, Lin Fan infused it with the potency of the Myriad Domain Resonance Pill, the energy of the Resonance Net, and the luminous energy of all star spirits. Suddenly, the blade manifested an 8th attribute pattern, a pale golden Myriad Domain Resonance pattern intertwining with the other 7, forming a luminous blade that pierced through heaven and earth. Holy Artifact? Myriad Domain Resonance Slash. The blade split into 12, each shooting towards the source nodes of the 12 magic cores. Upon witnessing this, the teams swiftly coordinated their attacks with the luminous blade. The ghostly flames of the spectral monks surged along the blade towards the nodes. Ice spikes from the Ice Spirit Sect embedded into the crevices of the nodes. and the star spirits concentrated their light energy into arrows that pierced the nodes alongside the luminous blade. With a resounding boom, the 12 magic cores detonated simultaneously. Dark purple energy waves radiating outward, yet held at bay by the myriad domain resonance light band. The bodies of the magic sentinels dissolved into black smoke amidst the explosion, and the 12 magic sentinel array crumbled entirely. Ding! Successfully breached the 12 magic sentinel array. Reward: Spirit Dragon Holy Blade Myriad Domain Resonance Attribute awakened. Myriad Domain Spirit Core Resonance Net Energy increased by 50. Unlocking the Dark Corrosion Mother Nest Magic Core Weakness Map. The source fissure at the base of the magic core is a critical weakness, and the cultivation level of all participants temporarily increased by 1 tier. In the instant the magic sentinel array shattered, the dark corrosion magic core of the mother nest was fully exposed. The colossal black magic core, measuring 100 feet in diameter, displayed chaotic magical runes on its surface, now devoid of the sentinel support, revealing a faint golden source fissure at the bottom, a remnant of the ancient star spirits from a millennium ago. Yet the mother nest did not show any signs of weakness. A pillar of black light erupted from the apex of the magic core, charging directly towards the allied fleet. Insignificant beings, you dare to destroy my magic sentinel. Today, I shall turn you all into nourishment for the source. Wherever the pillar traversed, the cosmos was torn asunder, creating black rifts in the starry sky. Several cultivators, caught unawares, were struck by the pillar, instantly transformed into dark energy, merging into the mother nest. Su Qingwei promptly activated the elixir furnace, pouring all remaining 1U resonance pills into it, forging the 1U protection pill. Quick, consume the pills. This pillar devours the energy of living beings. Only the protection of 1U resonance can withstand it. Lin Fan leapt to the forefront of the fleet, the patterns of 1U resonance on the Spirit Flood Dragon's sacred blade igniting, linking the blade with the resonance net, and forming a protective shield that enveloped the entire alliance. A sacred artifact? 1U Guardian Array. The pillar collided with the shield, igniting a cascade of luminous patterns. Lin Fan's arm was jolted, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Vorlos. According to the diagram of the magic core's weaknesses, the source rift can only be utterly destroyed using the power of the 1U star core. We require the energy support of the star spirits from all domains. Vorlos immediately transmitted a rallying call through the resonance net. All star spirits of the domains, infuse your star core energy into the resonance net. Provide strength to Lin Fan. The Firefly star spirit from the Starry Sea domain released a gentle purple glow. The Lightfall star spirit from the Lightfall domain donated light core energy. The Meteor star spirit from the Meteor domain merged star core fragments into the net, and the Misty star spirit's mist core orb erupted in a soft gray radiance. Countless streams of energy converged along the resonance net towards Lin Fan, causing the brilliance of the Spirit Flood Dragon's sacred blade to surge, the blade nearly transforming into a miniature sun. Now is the moment. Lin Fan stepped onto the starlight path, leaping towards the dark erosion magic core. The 8 attributes of the Spirit Flood Dragon's sacred blade awakened in unison, the energy of 1U resonance coalescing at the blade's tip. A sacred artifact? 1U Oblivion Slash. The radiant blade, imbued with the energy of all domain star veins and the beliefs of all star spirits and cultivators, cleaved down towards the source rift at the base of the magic core. The magic core emitted a deafening roar, dark purple energy surging in a frenzy. Yet it was forcibly suppressed by the radiant blade. The moment the blade pierced the rift, the magic core began to shatter inch by inch. Dark erosive essence flooding from the rift, only to be purified into harmless stardust by the 1U energy. The body of the mother nest began to collapse after the magic core's destruction, revealing the dark erosive mother soul hidden within the core, a mass of black mist attempting to flee into the depths of the universe. Thinking of escaping? Lin Fan pivoted, ensnaring the mother soul with the 1U resonance light of the Spirit Flood Dragon's sacred blade, concentrating all energy for purification. Attacks from all teams simultaneously struck the mother soul, which let out a wretched scream, ultimately dissipating under the searing embrace of 1U energy. Notification: successfully destroyed the dark erosion mother nest. Completed the ultimate task of 1U anti-demon. Reward: Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade upgraded to 1U Sacred Artifact. permanently possesses 1U resonance and purification abilities. Lin Fan's cultivation breaks through to the late stage of the Great Ascension. The 1U Spirit Core Resonance net upgrades to the 1U Guardian Array, covering all known domains. And all participating star spirits and cultivators receive the title of 1U Guardian. At the moment of the complete collapse of the maternal nest, the star veins of all domains in the universe illuminated simultaneously, the soft blue of the native domain, the pale purple of the starry domain, the light gray of the meteor domain, the snowy white of the light meteor domain, and the muted gray of the misty domain. Countless beams of light intertwined in the starry sky, creating a genuine spectacle of all realms radiant together. The surviving cultivators and star spirits embraced each other in celebration, tears and smiles mingling beneath the starlight. Lin Fan descended upon the starry vessel, the sacred spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon hovering beside him, its patterns of the sacred artifact shimmering with a gentle glow. Su Qingyue offered him a protective pill, her eyes glistening with tears. "We have succeeded." Little Stone clutched the positioning device, and the screen displayed that all domain star core energy values had returned to normal, even more vigorous than before the battle. "Brother Lin, the Guardian Array can now automatically purify dark erosion energy. We need not worry about demonic invasions any longer." The purple crystal soul of Voros settled upon Lin Fan's shoulder, its voice filled with satisfaction. "The mission left unfulfilled a millennium ago has finally been realized through your hands. All realms radiant together is not merely a slogan. It is a miracle you have achieved through faith and connection." Months later, the inaugural Guardian of All Realms celebration took place at the Star Pivot. All participating star spirits and cultivators gathered in unity, with Lin Fan standing at the center of the Guardian Array, wielding the sacred spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon, proclaiming to all domains, "From this day forth, the Guardian Array shall operate eternally, sharing star vein energy across all realms and jointly combating external threats. We may hail from different domains and possess varying forms, yet we are all guardians of all realms radiant together, family within this universe." The celebratory star flames erupted in the sky, forming the phrase "all realms radiant together." The star spirits danced around the cultivators, the luminous trails of the firefly spirits, the luminous cores of the light meteor spirits, the rocky forms of the meteor spirits, and the misty threads of the misty spirits, all intertwined with the spiritual power of the cultivators, crafting an eternal tapestry of guardianship. Lin Fan gazed upon this scene, gripping the sacred spirit blade of the spiritual flood dragon, an artifact that had once slain demons, shattered demonic gates, and connected the myriad realms, now radiating warmth. He understood that the tale of the Star Guardians would not conclude here. New domains would be discovered. New challenges would arise. Yet, as long as the star veins of all realms continued to resonate, as long as the Guardians' faith persisted, this universe would forever bask in the brilliance of all realms radiant together. Thus, this saga, which began with unchecked tyranny in the realm of cultivation, culminated in the legendary Guardians of all realms, inscribing the most resplendent chapter in the vast cosmos. Chapter 49. The Pursuit of Light Gaps and the Awakening of Heritage in the third month following the conclusion of the Guardians of the 10,000 Domains celebration. Within the monitoring chamber of the celestial veins on Star Pivot, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The Star Vein Detector, an upgraded version of the All-Stars Locator, emitted a continuous hum. On the screen, a faint golden wave of star veins surged from the depths of the cosmos, distinct from any connected realms and devoid of the sinister energy characteristic of the dark erosion demons. Instead, it bore the pure essence of primordial star veins. However, as it approached the protective array of the 10,000 domains, it abruptly fractured into countless tiny fissures. These fissures rapidly consumed the surrounding star vein energy, causing subtle indentations in the protective light bands. This is star vein fissures. The purple crystal soul of Vorlos hovered beside the screen, his fingertips tracing the wave chart, his eyes flickering with astonishment and gravity. The ancient tome of star vein secrets had chronicled the existence of unawakened realms within the universe, where star veins, having not connected with the outside world, spontaneously formed protective fissures. If not guided promptly, these fissures could backfire on the stabilized star veins, potentially leading to an imbalance in the protective array of the 10,000 domains. Lin Fan leaned closer to the detector, and the star vein guardian patterns of the spirit blade of the celestial dragon, previously awakened during the restoration of the fallen star realm's star veins, but not fully activated. Suddenly illuminated. The blade projected the coordinates of the fissure's source, an unknown realm shrouded in a pale golden mist, temporarily designated by the detector as the realm of light gaps. The star vein fluctuations in the realm of light gaps were remarkably pure, seemingly devoid of danger. However, the veracity of the fissures necessitated immediate investigation. He turned to Su Qingyue, inquiring if there was a need to concoct a potion capable of stabilizing the fissures. Su Qingyue had already retrieved the primordial star vein crystals collected from various realms. Precious materials contributed voluntarily by the star spirits following the establishment of the 10,000 Domains Alliance. I intend to forge the star vein replenishing pill, which can mend the energy deficit of the fissures and guide the primordial star veins to resonate with the protective array. However, it requires the light gap buds from the realm of light gaps as a catalyst. These buds only flourish at the edges of star vein fissures, attuned to the frequency of the primordial star veins. Black Wuchang swiftly assembled the star vein protection team. The underworld digging soldiers from the western ghost realm were tasked with excavating the light gap buds, while the ice spirit sect's ice time practitioners prepared to use time anchors to stabilize the fissure's expansion. Misty Sha led the misty concealment star spirits, equipped with mist core pearls to shield against potential energy impacts, while Xiao Liang, accompanied by the light fallen star spirits, monitored the star vein fluctuations in real time using his own light core. This team exemplified the collaborative model of the 10,000 domains, with each member's responsibilities harmoniously aligned with the characteristics of their respective realms. 3 days later, the starry expedition vessel set sail towards the realm of light gaps, leading the protection team. Upon entering the misty domain, the star vein energy surrounding the vessel suddenly surged to life, with pale golden particles adhering to its hull. The star vein guardian patterns of the spirit blade of the celestial dragon fully activated, the blade radiating a warm golden light that resonated with the mist. The mist parted to reveal a pathway, and on either side of the star vein fissures, translucent light gap star spirits could be glimpsed flitting about. Their forms resembled shimmering light trails, enveloped in the energy of primordial star veins, curiously observing the vessel. They are the light gap star spirits. Little Stone promptly activated the star spirit translator, and a tender wave of consciousness appeared on the screen. Are you here to help us? Star Mother has been weeping, and the rift is growing larger. As the words echoed, a deep rumble emanated from the depths of the passage, and a colossal star rift suddenly opened, swirling with potent energy. Several luminous fragments shot forth from the vortex, only to be consumed in an instant. Ding! Triggered the Light Fragment Guardian main quest. Collect light fragments to concoct the Star Pulse replenishing pill. Guide the native star pulse of the light fragment domain to resonate with the guardian array of all realms. Awaken the Star Pulse Guardian of the light fragment domain, and repair the Star Pulse Rift. Quest rewards: Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade, Star Pulse Legacy, Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for the native Star Pulse pill. Light Fragment Domain joins the Alliance of All Realms and acquires the Cosmic Star Pulse Distribution Map, marking more unawakened domains. Quest failure: the Star Pulse Rift consumes the native Star Pulse of the Light Fragment Domain, backfiring on the Guardian Array of All Realms, leading to the decline of connected domain star pulses. Fear not, we shall assist you in mending Star Mother. Lin Fan leaped from the flying vessel, the protective patterns of the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade emanating a soft golden glow, momentarily stabilizing the energy vortex. Xiaoliang, use the light core to guide the light fragment spirits closer. They can sense the location of the light fragments. Xiaoliang immediately emitted gentle waves of the light core, and the light fragment spirits seemed to find their guidance, gathering around and weaving their luminous trails into a path towards the depths of the vortex. The underworld excavators followed the light fragment spirits into the whirlpool, their rocky bodies becoming increasingly resilient under the nurturing energy of the native star pulse. And soon they had gathered sufficient light fragments. Su Qingyue swiftly set up a pill furnace aboard the vessel, combining the light fragments, native star pulse crystals, and the remnants of the resonance pill into the cauldron. The elixir's flames transformed into a pale golden hue, gradually merging with the color of the light mist. The Star Pulse replenishing pill was nearly complete. Lin Fan, you must use the spirit blade to guide the native star pulse of the light fragment domain to maximize the pill's efficacy. The core of the star pulse of the light fragment domain was hidden deep within the light fragment sanctuary, currently surrounded by countless star pulse rifts. The primal star pulse energy on the surface of the core flowed like water, yet was continuously devoured by the rifts. Lin Fan, accompanied by the leader of the light fragment spirits, Guangxi, whose form was 1.5 times broader than the other spirits, with small star pulse crystals embedded in its light band, charged towards the sanctuary. The light band of the spirit dragon's sacred blade resonated with the star pulse core, and the pale golden energy flowed along the light band, only to be forcefully interrupted as it approached the rift. It is the inheritance barrier. Vorloz's voice echoed from the vessel as he perused the ancient star pulse tomes. The core of the star pulse within the light fragment domain bore the ancient star pulse guardian inheritance seal. Only recognized guardians could approach it, lest the rift automatically strengthen. Guangxi suddenly wrapped its light band around Lin Fan's wrist, conveying a resolute thought wave. You possess the light of guardianship. Star Mother says that only those who can connect with all realms can inherit the legacy. Lin Fan pressed the spirit dragon's sacred blade against the inheritance barrier. The patterns of star pulse legacy on the blade awakened, and pale golden runes surged forth, perfectly aligning with the ancient symbols upon the barrier. The barrier gradually opened, and the primordial energy of the star vein core erupted instantaneously, no longer consumed by the rift, but instead flowing along the luminous strands towards the spirit serpent's sacred blade. The blade projected an ancient memory. A millennium ago, the guardians of the star vein traversed the cosmos, guiding the dormant star veins of unawakened realms. However, due to the invasion of the dark corrosion demon, they were compelled to seal their legacy within the light rift domain, awaiting a successor capable of uniting all realms. Ding! Spirit Serpent's sacred blade star vein legacy attribute fully awakened, capable of inheriting the powers of the ancient star vein guardians, guiding all dormant star veins in the universe, whilst unlocking the passive skill of star vein resonance, enhancing the stability of multi-realm star vein connections. The star vein restoration pill has been completed. Su Qingyue's voice resonated as dozens of pale golden elixirs were cast from the flying vessel. Lin Fan received the pills and integrated them into the star vein core, where the primordial energy intertwined with the elixir's potency, spreading along the rift, the myriad star veins, resonating to mend the gaps. The luminous strands of the myriad realm's guardian array emerged from a distance, intertwining with the primordial star vein of the light rift domain. The rifts began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, as the pale golden mist gradually dissipated, revealing the true visage of the light rift domain. It was a planet entirely composed of primordial star vein crystals, its surface adorned with flowing light strands, breathtakingly beautiful. The light rift spirits rejoiced, dancing around the star vein core, as a luminous stream presented Lin Fan with a fist-sized light rift core crystal. This is a gift from the star vein mother, capable of amplifying the resonance of the myriad realms guardian array, and can also locate other dormant realms. Little Stone's star vein detector immediately absorbed the energy of the core crystal, and a cosmic star vein distribution map materialized on the screen, marking over a dozen dormant realms akin to the light rift domain, each glimmering with a faint primordial star vein radiance. Ding! Light rift guardian task completed. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade Star Vein Legacy Attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for the primordial star vein pill, and the light rift domain is incorporated into the Myriad Realms Alliance, obtaining the cosmic star vein distribution map. Upon returning to the star pivot star, Lin Fan and his companions collectively established the Myriad Realms Star Vein Exploration Institute. Su Qingyue took the helm of the Pill Refinement Institute, responsible for concocting star vein elixirs suitable for various realms. Little Stone served as the head of the Detection Institute, leading the team in studying the cosmic star vein distribution map and planning exploration routes. He Wuchang assumed the role of head of the Protection Institute, training the star vein protection team to address potential crises during explorations, and Vorloz took charge of the Legacy Institute, interpreting the ancient star vein scriptures and passing down the knowledge of the star vein guardians. Lin Fan, as the overall leader of the Exploration Institute, coordinated all exploration endeavors. On the day of the establishment ceremony, star spirits and cultivators from various realms presented gifts. The firefly spirits of the starry vastness realm offered the starry light essence, enhancing the sensitivity of the star vein detectors. The meteor spirits of the meteor realm provided star core fragments, which could serve as the energy core for exploration vessels. And the misty spirits wove a myriad realms star map tapestry from mist threads, adorning the central hall of the Exploration Institute, symbolizing the connection of all realms. Lin Fan stood before the tapestry, the sacred blade of the spirit dragon hovering in the palm of his hand. The 9 attributes of the blade: myriad stars, anti-magic, star vein support, interdomain spirit veins, regulation neutralization, dark corruption purification, light vein symbiosis, mist purification, myriad domains resonance, star vein inheritance, shown simultaneously. Their soft golden light intertwining with the star vein patterns on the tapestry, forming a luminous band of myriad domain star veins that stretched deep into the cosmos. Our guardianship has never been about ceasing exploration. Lin Fan's voice resonated throughout the Exploration Institute. The universe harbors countless dormant star veins and myriad realms yearning for connection. This is our new mission, to let the radiance of myriad domains in harmony illuminate every corner of the cosmos. Su Qingwei presented a newly crafted primordial star vein pill, its surface aglow with a soft golden light, containing the primordial energy of the light gap domain. This pill would enable explorers to adapt to the star vein environments of unknown realms. Shall we set our first destination to the dark crystal domain? The detectors indicate that the primordial star veins there are most active. Little Stone promptly retrieved the data on the dark crystal domain, and a planet cloaked in dark purple crystals appeared on the screen. The star vein fissures in the dark crystal domain are smaller than those in the light gap domain. Guiding them should be quite manageable. I have already mapped out the exploration route. The vessel can set sail tomorrow. Heyo Chong patted Lin Fan's shoulder as the star vein protection team stood in orderly formation behind him. The ghostly flames of the underworld practitioners harmonizing with the icy spirits of the ice spirit sect. The protection team is ready, committed to fulfilling the exploration mission. Lin Fan accepted the primordial star vein pill and gazed out at the myriad domain guardian array. The soft golden band of light flowed through the starry sky, connecting the established realms while pointing toward the unknown depths of the universe. The sacred blade of the spirit dragon emitted a gentle hum, seemingly responding to this new mission. He understood that this tale of guardianship, which began in the realm of cultivation, would not conclude with the demise of the dark corruption demon. Rather, it would usher in broader chapters through the exploration of cosmic star veins. On the following morning, the Starry Han 2 exploration vessel ascended slowly, heading toward the dark crystal domain. Behind the vessel, the light band of the myriad domain guardian array trailed closely like a golden ribbon. The star spirits from various domains traced luminous paths through the starry expanse, bidding farewell to the exploration team. Lin Fan stood at the bow, the radiance of the sacred blade illuminating the path ahead, casting a cosmic star vein distribution map. The flickering dormant realms resembled stars in the universe, waiting to be ignited. And he, alongside his companions, were the guardians destined to light them. Set forth, to seek more star veins, to connect more realms. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the starry sky, resonating with the star veins of myriad domains, evolving into the most melodious guardian song in the universe. This tale of myriad star guardianship would continue to be inscribed amidst the vast starry rivers of the cosmos, until every star could bloom brilliantly, safely blossoming in the glow of myriad domains in harmony. Chapter 50. The Dark Crystal Turmoil. Primitive pursuits. When the spacecraft Starry Sky 2 arrived at the realm of dark crystals, the entire domain was shrouded in a soft violet luminescence of crystalline radiance. Unlike the gentle mist of the luminous gaps, the dark crystal star veins existed in solid crystalline form. Stout purple crystal columns extended from the core of the star to various parts of the celestial domain, their surfaces adorned with flowing metallic patterns of light. However, as the vessel neared the largest main crystal column, it was struck by a powerful crystal shockwave, causing cracks to instantly appear on the star core shield of the ship. The crystalline patterns on the surface of the main crystal column flickered erratically, and countless tiny crystal shards detached from the column, raining down upon the spacecraft like a torrential downpour. A surge of crystal turbulence. The star vein detector on Xiaoshitu blared frantically, displaying a precipitous fluctuation in energy readings from the main crystal column. The stability of the dark crystal domain S veins was maintained by resonant frequencies, which were now completely thrown into disarray. The main crystal column was on the verge of collapse. If it shattered, the entire crystalline structure of the domain would explode in unison. Simultaneously, the detector captured a fleeting glimpse of a pale blue figure darting through the gaps of the column, a native crystal spirit of the dark crystal domain. These entities, resembling transparent crystals, were desperately attempting to hold the fractured seams of the crystal together with their slender limbs, only to be repelled by the shockwave. Some crystal spirits were even injured by the shards, their crystalline bodies displaying fractures. Su Qinghue promptly retrieved a sample of the dark crystal domain's star veins from her storage bag, extracted from the stardust accompanying the cosmic star vein distribution map prior to departure. The sample was pulsing irregularly in her grasp. She swiftly set up a refining furnace and combined the sample with the primordial star vein crystals from the luminous gaps and the powder of the resonance pill. I shall refine the vein stabilization pill. The crystal core deep within the main crystal column is needed as a catalyst. This core was essential for calibrating the disordered frequencies, but it was protected by an ancient crystal core guardian array. She needed to decipher the formation first. Voros, the purple crystal soul, leaned closer to the window of the spacecraft, gazing intently at the faintly visible runes on the surface of the main crystal column. It is the ancient crystal vein lock. Eons ago, the guardians of the star veins established this formation to prevent external forces from damaging the crystal veins. The key to this formation lies within the crystal spirit's crystal essence. Only if the crystal spirits voluntarily offer their essence can the array be unlocked. As soon as Voros finished speaking, a slightly larger crystal spirit, its crystalline body shimmering with a faint blue glow and more translucent than its companions, suddenly burst through the crystal shockwave and landed on the deck of the spacecraft. It gestured with its slender limbs, conveying an urgent mental wave through Xiaoshitu's translator. I am Crystal Tide. The crystal core of the main crystal column is rapidly being contaminated by anomalous frequency energy. Our essence is insufficient to unravel the guardian array. I implore you to save the dark crystal domain. Its crystalline body trembled slightly, lifting a corner to reveal a tiny blue light inside. This was a grain-sized point of crystalline essence, flickering weakly in synchronization with the pulse of the crystal veins. Trigger: Dark Crystal Domain Main Quest. Acquire the crystal core to refine the crystal vein stabilizing pill. Calibrate the resonance frequency of the crystal vein. Repair the main crystal pillar. And unlock the ancient crystal core guardian array's secret script. Quest rewards: Spirit Serpent Holy Blade, Crystal Vein Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qinghue unlocks the recipe for the Crystal Origin Pill. The Dark Crystal Domain is incorporated into the 10,000 Domains Alliance. And preliminary clues to the original star core, the source energy body of the cosmic star vein, are obtained. Quest failure: The main crystal pillar shatters, triggering an explosion in the dark crystal domain and the shockwave affects surrounding unawakened realms. We will assist you. Lin Fan crouched down, and the star vein inheritance patterns of the spirit serpent holy blade illuminated, a faint golden light gently enveloping the crystalline body of Jingxi, healing its wounds. Take us to the eye of the crystal core guardian array, and I will find a way to unravel the formation. A glimmer shone in Jingxi's eyes as it turned and flew towards the main crystal pillar, with the flying vessel closely following. He Wuchang led the star vein protection team to set up a crystal defense array around them. The Yinming cultivators used their rocky bodies to shield against the splintering crystal fragments, while the ice spirit sect cultivators condensed ice spirits to mitigate the impact of the shockwave. The crystal core array at the base of the main crystal pillar was concealed within a vast crystal cavern. The cavern's inner walls were adorned with ancient runes, at the center of which floated a fist-sized pale purple crystal core, surrounded by 6 faint blue crystal chains, the very core of the crystal core guardian array. Jingxi led the other crystal spirits to gather around the array eye, collectively revealing their inner source light points. Combined, our sources can only unlock one chain. The rest requires your star vein energy. Lin Fan inserted the spirit serpent holy blade into the center of the array eye, and the star vein inheritance patterns resonated with the runes, the faint golden light spreading along the runes, attempting to unlock the crystal chains. However, just as the second chain was undone, the main crystal pillar suddenly trembled violently, the crystal fissures at the top widening, and a torrent of crystal fragments erupted. Interspersed with black anomalous energy, the culprit behind the crystal veins pollution. Anomalous energy is corroding the crystal core, Su Qinghua shouted. As the liquid in the alchemical furnace reached a boiling point, just a step away from incorporating the crystal core. Lin Fan, I will temporarily suppress the anomalous energy with the alchemical fire. Hurry and retrieve the crystal core. She activated the alchemical furnace, and the faint golden alchemical fire transformed into luminous ropes, binding the fissures at the top of the main crystal pillar, momentarily halting the infiltration of the anomalous energy. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan unleashed the full force of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade's Star Vein Inheritance energy, the faint golden light simultaneously unlocking the remaining 4 crystal chains. He leaped into the air, grasping the floating crystal core. It felt icy to the touch, its surface's resonance frequency chaotic, yet still emanating pure crystal vein energy. Just then, a massive crystal block suddenly fell from the cavern's ceiling, plummeting directly towards the array eye. Watch out! Jingxi suddenly lunged forward, using its crystalline body to shield against the falling block. The faint blue body instantly covered in cracks, the light point of its crystal origin dimming slightly. Lin Fan immediately swung his blade to shatter the crystal block, channeling the energy of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade into Jingxi. Don't push yourself. We will protect together. The other crystal spirits also gathered around, merging their source light points into the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. The blade suddenly radiating a shimmering interplay of faint blue and faint gold. The awakening of the crystal vein resonance attribute was underway. The Spirit Dragon's sacred blade sensed the fusion of the crystal essence and stellar energy. Unlocking the attribute of crystal resonance, it can synchronize and calibrate the resonance frequencies of all crystal star veins, thereby enhancing the connection with the crystal spirits. Sacred artifact? Crystal resonance. Lin Fan wielded the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade, and a pale blue light spread throughout the dark crystal realm, enveloping all the chaotic crystal veins. As their resonance frequencies began to gradually calibrate, seizing the opportunity, Su Qinghua cast the crystal core into the alchemical furnace, causing the flame to surge. And the stabilizing crystal pill was instantly refined, the pale purple elixir shimmering with crystalline clarity. The elixir is complete. Lin Fan, guide the crystal vein energy to flow back using the elixir. Lin Fan accepted the pill, merging it into the main crystal pillar. The pale purple radiance cascaded along the crystal column, healing the fractured crystal seams as the black energy was purified by the elixir's power, transforming into harmless stardust. The runes on the surface of the main crystal pillar reignited, resonating with the light bands of the guardian array of all realms. As the crystal veins of the dark crystal realm regained stability, the pale purple crystalline aura swirling in the starry sky, breathtakingly beautiful. The crystalline body of Jingxi, nourished by the energy of the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade, gradually lost its cracks, and the luminous points of the crystal essence brightened once more. It led the crystal spirits to encircle Lin Fan, weaving a pale blue crystal vein light chain with their crystalline limbs, connecting it to the star vein detector of the flying vessel. This is the crystal memory of the dark crystal realm, containing clues to the primal star core. All star veins in every realm originate from the energy of the primal star core. Little Stone immediately analyzed the crystal memory, and a blurred cosmic image appeared on the screen. A massive star core, entirely golden, floated in the depths of the universe, with countless star veins extending like a web from the core to various realms, with the crystal veins of the dark crystal realm being one of its branches. In the final moments of the image, an ancient coordinate sequence was inscribed beside the primal star core, though incomplete. It provided a crucial direction for the exploration of the cosmic star veins' origins. Ding! Dark crystal stabilization task completed. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade Crystal Resonance Attribute awakened. Su Qinghua unlocks Crystal Essence Pill Formula. Dark Crystal Realm incorporated into the Alliance of All Realms. Acquiring preliminary clues to the Primal Star Core. A week later, during the Crystal Vein Rebirth Festival in the Dark Crystal Realm, the crystal spirits constructed a crystal resonance tower from their crystalline bodies, with the crystalline apex capable of real-time resonance with the guardian array of all realms, ensuring the eternal stability of the crystal veins. The crystal essence pills refined by Su Qingyue restored the injured crystal spirits to their former state, even strengthening their essence. Haichang and Jingxi collaboratively established a crystal vein monitoring mechanism, using the star vein detector to monitor the resonance frequency in real time. Littlestone updated the cosmic star vein distribution map based on the clues of the primal star core, marking the suspected area of the primal star core at the center of the map. Lin Fan stood atop the crystal resonance tower, the spirit dragon's sacred blade hovering in his palm. 10 attributes: 10,000 stars anti-magic, star vein protection, interrealm spirit veins, law neutralization, dark corruption purification, light vein symbiosis, mist purification, resonance of all realms, star vein heritage, crystal resonance, illuminated simultaneously, intermingling pale gold and pale blue light, forming a perfect resonance with the crystal veins of the dark crystal realm and the light bands of the guardian array of all realms. He gazed into the depths of the cosmos, the coordinates of the primordial star core flickering in his mind. This was the very essence of the cosmic star veins, the core that required safeguarding for the harmony of countless realms. The next step was to seek out the clues to the primordial star core. Lin Fan's voice resonated across the myriad domains through the resonance network, declaring that no matter where it lay hidden in the universe, they would find it, preserving the source of the star veins for all realms. Jingxi led the crystal spirits, tracing a pale blue trajectory across the starry sky to guide the direction of the starry Voyager 2. Su Qingyue meticulously stored the newly refined crystal origin elixirs in her storage bag, preparing for their exploration. The star vein detector of Littlestone had locked onto the clues pointing towards the desolate asteroid belt. The star vein protection team, led by He Wuchang, stood in orderly formation, their gazes steadfastly fixed on the path ahead. The spacecraft slowly departed from the dark crystal domain, the resonance tower behind them shimmering with a soft blue glow, merging with the protective light of the myriad realms. Lin Fan stood at the bow, the light of the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade illuminating the way to the desolate asteroid belt, casting a blurred image of the primordial star core. This was the source of the cosmic star veins, the ultimate direction of all Guardian missions. This journey of star vein exploration, spanning across countless realms, began with a humble practitioner from the cultivation world and has now evolved into a quest leading the alliance of myriad domains in search of the universe's origin. Lin Fan and his companions have never faltered in their steps. The belief in the brilliance of the myriad realms shall extend, alongside the radiance of the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade, throughout the vast cosmos until they discover the primordial star core and safeguard the resplendent glow of every star. Though the road ahead may harbor unknown challenges, as long as companions stand together, resonating with the star veins, Lin Fan knew that no matter what difficulties they encountered, they could overcome them hand in hand, for they were the guardians of the myriad realms, the inheritors of the cosmic star veins, and the chroniclers of the legendary protection of countless stars. Chapter 51. In Search of Desolation, breaking the silence as the starship's starry Voyager entered the desolate star belt. The surrounding cosmos instantaneously lost its former brilliance. Here, there were no complete celestial bodies, only a swirling expanse of dark yellow stardust. This stardust coalesced into flowing currents, akin to tides, traversing the star belt, devouring even the faintest glimmers of starlight in its wake. Upon entering the realm of flowing stardust, the starship's outer star core shield emitted a jarring sound of friction as the surface patterns were rapidly obscured by the stardust. The signals from the star vein detector became intermittent, leaving only a hazy sand-yellow image on the screen. This stardust could absorb star vein energy. Xiao Shirtu pounded the detector vigorously, attempting to clear the interference on the screen. Lingu, the detector has detected energy fluctuations from primitive star cores in the dune trench below, but the density of stardust surrounding the trench is 3 times greater than elsewhere, making it impossible for the starship to approach. No sooner had he spoken than the starship was ensnared by a powerful whirlpool of stardust, causing it to spin uncontrollably. The lower deck was already eroded by the stardust, with several monks on watch feeling their inner spiritual energy being forcibly drained. Su Qingyue swiftly set up a pill furnace in the center of the starship, retrieving fragments of dark crystal from her storage pouch alongside primal star vein crystals from the realm of light gaps, mixing them into a pale golden medicinal liquid. I am refining the sand resistance and stability pill. This elixir can create a barrier against the stardust and stabilize our spiritual energy from being absorbed. However, it requires sand vein crystals from the depths of the Dune Trench as a catalyst. These crystals can neutralize the devouring force of the stardust. Only they can help us forge a passage. At that moment, the starship's viewport suddenly reflected several small yellow figures. These were the native sand spirits of the desolate star belt. Their forms resembled children coalesced from flowing sand, enveloped in a transparent sand membrane, wielding tiny shovels woven from stardust, anxiously circling the starship. One of the sand spirits, adorned with faint golden patterns on its membrane, leapt up, scratching the viewport with its little shovel, conveying a faint telepathic wave through Xiao Shidu's translator. Do not approach the trench. Inside are the ancient core guardians that will turn all living beings into sand. Ding. Task triggered. Search for the sand vein main quest. Acquire sand vein crystals to refine the sand resistance and stability pill. Defeat the ancient core guardians. Extract fragments of the primitive star core from the Dune Trench and establish a star vein anchor point in the desolate star belt. Rewards: Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Sand Vein Symbiosis Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for Sand Protection Pill. Sand Spirit Clan joins the 10,000 Domain Alliance. Precise Coordinates Fragment of the Primitive Star Core 1. Failure. The starship is consumed by stardust, awakening the ancient core guardians, triggering a chain explosion in the star belt. What are the ancient core guardians? Lin Fan leaned closer to the porthole, the ethereal patterns of the spirit blade of the celestial serpent glowing with a gentle radiance. A soft, golden light penetrated the sand membrane, making contact with the body of the sand spirit. The sand spirit did not resist. Rather, it actively infused the energy of the sand veins into the light, conveying a vague memory. At the bottom of the shifting sand trench, a colossal guardian, forged from black rock and stardust, slumbered beside fragments of the primordial star core. Any creature daring to approach would be cleaved into stardust by the enormous sand axe it wielded. The purple crystal soul of Vorlos floated beside the light, gazing intently at the ancient guardian of the core within the memory, a guardian puppet left behind by the ancient protectors of the star veins. Its core was linked to the fragments of the primordial star core. As long as the fragments remained undisturbed, the guardian would sleep eternally. However, the chaotic stardust had now stirred it from its slumber, and further delay would result in its complete awakening. Heiyu immediately led the Star Vein Protection Team to deploy a spectral sand defense array around the outer layer of the flying vessel. The spectral practitioners merged their spiritual power with the stardust, forming a black barrier against the sand. The Ice Spirit Sect members froze the surrounding shifting sands, temporarily stabilizing the vortex. Lin, we can only hold for half an hour at most. We must locate the sand vein crystal swiftly. The leader of the sand spirits, who bore golden patterns on its sand membrane and called itself Shahu, volunteered eagerly. I know where the sand vein crystal is. It lies in the sand vein cave at the trench's edge, where the stardust's devouring force is weakest. I shall guide you there. With that, it leaped from the vessel, its entire form aglow with a pale golden luminescence, parting the shifting sands to create a path. Lin Fan, Su Qingyue, and Little Stone followed closely behind, the light of the spirit blade of the celestial serpent leading the way and shielding them from the encroaching sands. The sand vein cave was concealed behind a massive rock remnant, its inner walls adorned with pale golden sand vein crystals that hung like stalactites from the ceiling, radiating a soft glow capable of neutralizing stardust. Su Qingyue immediately began to gather the crystals, depositing them into her portable mini-alchemy furnace. The anti-sand stabilization elixir will be ready shortly. You guard the cave entrance. Do not allow the sands to enter. Lin Fan slashed the entrance with his blade, creating a luminous shield, while Shahu led the other sand spirits to reinforce their defenses with the sand membrane, converting the encroaching stardust into harmless grains. As the elixir was completed, a thunderous roar erupted from the shifting sand trench. The ancient guardian of the core had awakened. A massive shadow, towering over 10 zhong, slowly rose from the trench, its body a tapestry of stardust and rock, its sand axe glowing with a dark yellow light. With a single swing, vast swathes of shifting sand transformed into lethal blades, hurtling towards the sand vein cave. Quick, take the elixir. Su Qingwei distributed the anti-sand stabilization elixirs to everyone. As they ingested the potions, a pale golden shield unfurled instantly. The lethal sand blade struck the shield and dissipated into ordinary stardust. Lin Fan gripped the spirit blade of the celestial serpent tightly. As the patterns of the star vein inheritance and the crystal vein resonance illuminated simultaneously, sacred artifact, sand vein barrier shatter. The pale golden and soft purple light blades cleaved through the shifting sands ahead, carving a pathway toward the bottom of the trench. The ancient guardian, noticing their approach, swung its colossal axe once more. The sands beneath surged violently, transforming into countless sand spikes that lunged toward Lin Fan's heart. In a sudden act of bravery, Shahu leaped forward, its sand membranes swelling dramatically, blocking the barrage of sand spikes. Its weakness lies in the sand core at its chest. There lies the key to connecting the fragments of the primordial star core. The sand spirits, in a flurry of activity, emulated one another, ensnaring the limbs of the ancient core guardian with sand membranes, endeavoring to restrict its movements. Yet they were repelled by the guardian's stardust energy, causing cracks to appear in the membranes. Qingwei, restrain it with the Dan fire. Lin Fan leapt into the air, unleashing a simultaneous eruption of the 10 attributes of the spirit serpent sacred blade, the blade suddenly emanating a pale yellow glow. The sand vein symbiosis attribute was awakening. This was a unique power that could synchronize with the sand vein energy, and the pale yellow luminescence spread along the flowing sands, momentarily controlling the guardian's gravelly form. Sacred artifact? Sand vein symbiosis slash. The radiant blade cleaved through the guardian's chest, shattering the black rock and revealing the pale golden fragments of the primordial star core within. The ancient core guardian emitted a reluctant roar as its body began to disintegrate. Yet in its final moments, it attempted to detonate its own energy to annihilate the fragments. Su Qingwei swiftly activated the Dan furnace, hurling the newly concocted flowing sand protective pill towards the fragments, enveloping them securely in a pale golden light shield. While He Wuchang led the protective team to ensnare the guardian's remnants with the nether chains, preventing the energy from diffusing. Ultimately, the ancient core guardian was reduced to stardust, leaving behind only the fragment of the primordial star core radiating pure energy. Ding! Mission accomplished. Searching for the core in the sea of sands. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade, Sand Vein Symbiosis Attribute Awakened. Su Qingwei has unlocked the recipe for Flowing Sand Protective Pill. The Sand Spirit Tribe has joined the 10,000 Domains Alliance and acquired precise coordinates for the primordial star core fragment. Shahu cradled the fragment of the primordial star core in his hands and offered it to Lin Fan. This fragment can guide us towards the primordial star core's location. Once we gather 3 fragments, we can ascertain its precise position. Little Stone immediately directed the energy of the fragment into the star vein detector, and the previously blurred area of the primordial star core on the screen instantly revealed some clear coordinates pointing towards the depths of the universe, the eternal star vortex. Days later, the sand vein anchor point in the desolate star belt was established. The sand spirits, utilizing sand vein crystals and star core fragments, constructed a pale golden anchor tower, capable of resonating with the 10,000 Domains Guardian Array, thereby incorporating the desolate star belt into the star vein protective network. The flowing sand protective pill concocted by Su Qingwei ensured that the sand spirits no longer needed to worry about being eroded by stardust. Meanwhile, He Wuchang trained the Sand Spirit Tribe in the Sand Vein Guardian team, imparting tactical knowledge to fend off external threats. Lin Fan stood atop the anchor tower, the spirit serpent's sacred blade levitating in his palm, its 11 attributes intertwining into a luminous web. Merging with the sand veins of the desolate star belt and the light beams of the 10,000 Domains Guardian Array, he gazed towards the direction of the eternal star vortex, feeling the primordial star core fragment in his hand grow slightly warm. They were one step closer to discovering the source of the cosmic star veins. The starry Voyager 2 embarked once more, as the sand spirits waved farewell behind them. Pale yellow grains of sand weaving the words unity of the 10,000 domains in the air. Su Qingwei organized the newly acquired coordinates. Little Stone updated the cosmic star vein distribution map, While He Wuchang inspected the equipment of the protective team, Lin Fan stood at the bow of the ship, the brilliance of the spirit serpent's sacred blade illuminating the path ahead, fully aware that regardless of the challenges concealed within the eternal star vortex, as long as his companions stood united, resonating with the star veins of the 10,000 domains, there would be no insurmountable obstacles. Chapter 52. The quicksand breaks the seal. The star core shatters as the starship entered the desolate star belt. The surrounding cosmos was instantly shrouded in a dark yellow haze of stardust quicksand. Unlike the solid crystals of the dark crystal domain, the quicksand here flowed like a liquid star river, each grain of stardust bearing a subtle, devouring nature. The star core shield enveloping the vessel plummeted in energy levels at a visibly alarming rate upon contact with the quicksand, and the ship itself began to be slowly dragged by the sands as if on the verge of plunging into an endless abyss of stardust. This stardust quicksand could consume star vein energy. Xiao Shida's star vein detector flickered incessantly. The once clear signals of the original star core suddenly became muddled. The detector could only ascertain a strong star vein response beneath the quicksand, but the precise location was obscured, rendering it utterly indecipherable. In an attempt to amplify the signal, the detector emitted a shrill alarm, displaying a red warning. Extraterrestrial erosion energy detected, indicating a conflict with the original star core energy, potentially contaminating the source of the star vein. Su Qinghua promptly retrieved a fragment of the crystal origin brought from the dark crystal domain. The moment the fragment made contact with the quicksand, intricate black patterns emerged on its surface, revealing traces of the extraterrestrial erosion energy. She swiftly set up a pill furnace, combining the crystal origin fragment, the light gap essence from the light gap domain, and remnants of the 10,000 domain resonance pill into the furnace. The pill fire transformed into a soft golden hue. I shall refine the quicksand erosion-resistant pill. It shall not only resist the devouring force of the quicksand, but also purify the extraterrestrial erosion energy, though it requires the quicksand origin from beneath the sands as a catalyst. This origin can only be sensed by the quicksand star spirits. Barely had she finished speaking when the quicksand to the left of the vessel surged, and several earthy yellow figures sprang forth from the sands. The quicksand star spirits of the desolate star belt. Their forms resembled flowing aggregates of stardust, enveloped in a light earthy star vein energy, wielding short staffs condensed from quicksand, watching the starship with vigilant eyes. The stardust at the tip of their staffs flickered continuously, evidently assessing whether the newcomers posed a threat. Do not act hastily. We are here to seek the original star core and purify the extraterrestrial erosion energy. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel, his spirit dragon's sacred blade resonating with crystalline patterns, a gentle blue aura encircling the approaching quicksand star spirits. He deliberately refrained from any aggressive actions, instead conveying goodwill through star vein energy. Yet, the quicksand star spirits abruptly swung their staffs, unleashing a shockwave of stardust toward him. Lin Fan swiftly defended with his spirit blade, only to discover that the shockwave contained faint traces of the original star core energy. Ding! Triggered the quicksand break seal main quest. Obtain the quicksand origin to refine the erosion-resistant pill. Locate the ancient star vein seal. Purify the extraterrestrial erosion energy. And acquire fragments of the original star core. Quest rewards. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade Quicksand Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qinghua unlocks the quicksand origin pill recipe. The quicksand star spirits join the 10,000 domain alliance. Complete coordinates of the original star core. Quest failure. Extraterrestrial erosion energy contaminates the original star core fragments. Quicksand devours the star veins surrounding the desolate star belt. Are you also guarding the original star core? Lin Fan retreated, sheathing his blade as the star vein heritage patterns on the spirit dragon's sacred blade illuminated, projecting the original star core image transmitted by the crystal spirit of the dark crystal domain. The extraterrestrial erosion energy is contaminating the source of the star vein. We must work together to unravel the ancient seal and retrieve the fragments. The leading sand spirit, more condensed in form than its companions, with a small golden light at the tip of its staff, suddenly ceased its assault. It pointed its staff towards the depths of the shifting sands, transmitting a vague mental wave. The translator embedded in the small stone synchronized and deciphered, sealing, corrupted by devouring energy. Our essence. not sufficiently purified. This sand spirit, named Shaiyuan, guided Lin Fan and his companions to the sealing canyon beneath the sands. Here, the density of the sands was 3 times that of other regions, and faint golden sealing runes were discernible at the canyon's base, their surfaces entwined with black alien devouring energy. With each undulation, stardust was corroded into blackness. Within the seal lay fragments of the primordial star core. However, the devouring energy was too potent. If we approached, we would be tainted. The light at the tip of Shaiyuan's staff flickered anxiously. Haichang promptly led the Stardust defense team to establish a protective barrier. The Yumming practitioners formed a shield by stacking their rocky bodies to block the surrounding sands. The Ice Spirit Sect practitioners conjured layers of icy essence to isolate the barrier from the sealing canyon, preventing the spread of alien devouring energy. The Misty Spirits, with partial support from the Mist Veil Spirits, created a pale gray mist using mist core pearls to obscure the sand's veracity. Commander Lin, the defense can hold for an hour. You must swiftly break the seal. At that moment, Su Qingyue had already set up an alchemical furnace within the defense line. Shaiyuan willingly offered a sand essence, a yellowish stardust pearl, which, upon merging into the furnace, caused the alchemical fire to surge dramatically. The anti-corrosion elixir was nearly complete. Lin Fan, you must use the spirit blade to channel the star core energy within the seal to neutralize the devouring energy. Dozens of pale earth-colored elixirs emerged from the top of the alchemical furnace, emanating an aura capable of withstanding both the sands and the devouring energy. After the defense team and the spirits consumed them, the previously taut energy shield stabilized instantly. Vorloz's purple crystal soul floated beside the sealing runes, its fingertips tracing the ancient script inscribed upon them. This is the Star Core Guardian Seal. A millennium ago, the Guardians of the Star Vein sealed the primordial star core fragments within the barren star belt to protect them, obscuring their traces with shifting sands. To unlock the seal, a tridomain resonance is required. The native star veins of the light gap domain, the crystal essence of the dark crystal domain, and the sand essence of the sand domain, along with the star vein inheritance power of the spirit dragon sacred blade. Lin Fan immediately retrieved the light gap domain's light core, the crystal fragments from the dark crystal domain, and Shaiyuan's sand essence, placing them at the center of the seal, with the spirit dragon sacred blade standing beside. The 10 attributes ignited simultaneously: pale gold, star vein inheritance; pale blue, crystal resonance; and pale earth, sand essence, intertwined, creating a powerful resonance with the sealing runes. Just as the runes were on the verge of unlocking, the alien devouring energy erupted suddenly, and a black tentacle shot forth from the seal, lunging directly at Lin Fan's heart. Be careful! Shaiyuan swung its staff, conjuring a shield of sand to intercept the tentacle, but it was instantly corroded by the devouring energy, and black markings appeared on its stardust body. Quickly, purify with the spirit blade. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan merged the energy of the spirit dragon sacred blade with the 3 domains essences, awakening the 11th attribute, sand resonance. The pale earth-colored markings synchronized with Shaiyuan's stardust energy, forming a purifying beam of sand, sacred artifact, sand resonance / The radiant beam penetrated the black tentacles, cleaving through the sealed core of the alien devouring energy. The core emitted a piercing shriek, gradually dissipating within the light as the sealing runes blazed to life. From the depths of the canyon, a fist-sized shard of pale golden hue slowly emerged. Indeed, it was a fragment of the primordial star core. The surface of the shard pulsated with pure stellar energy, resonating intensely with the sacred blade of the spirit dragon, projecting the complete coordinates of the primordial star core, situated deep within the cosmos, surrounded by countless stellar veins. Ding! The sand flow seal has been breached. Task completed. Rewards have been credited. Sacred blade of the spirit dragon, sand flow resonance, attribute awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for sand flow origin pill, and the sand flow star spirit joins the 10,000 domains alliance, acquiring the complete coordinates of the primordial star core. The alien devouring energy in the sandy expanse gradually diminished under the nurturing power of the shard, as it guided the sand flow star spirits to encircle the fragment, weaving a protective shield from sand. This shard can lead you to the shrine of the star core, but outside the shrine lies the stellar vein barrier. which requires the stellar energy from all domains to be opened. The star vein detector in Littlestone promptly received the coordinates, clearly marking the route to the shrine of the star core on the screen, passing through 3 unawakened domains, each harboring branches of the primordial star core's stellar veins. Upon returning to the star pivot, Lin Fan consecrated the primordial star core fragment in the Star Core Hall of the 10,000 Domains Stellar Vein Exploration Institute. The pale golden glow emitted by the fragment intertwined with the light of the 10,000 Domains Guardian Array, causing a slight resonance among the stellar veins of all domains, as if responding to a call from the roots. Using the Sand Flow Origin Pill and the energy of the fragment, Su Qingyue refined the Star Core Resonance Pill, enabling practitioners and star spirits to perceive the energy of the primordial star core more distinctly. He Wuchang began to consolidate the power of the 10,000 Domains Alliance. Forming the expeditionary force for the Shrine of the Star Core, Vorlos interpreted the ancient memories contained within the fragment. Learning that the stellar vein barrier was a self-protective mechanism of the primordial star core, passable only by true guardians of the stellar veins. 3 months later, the expeditionary force for the Shrine of the Star Core assembled at the star pivot. The star spirits and practitioners from various domains lined up in formation. The Firefly star spirits from the starry vast domain formed the Light Energy Vanguard. The Lightfall star spirits from the Lightfall domain were responsible for stellar vein monitoring. The Falling star spirits from the Falling star domain constructed the Star Core Shield, while the Crystal spirits from the Dark Crystal domain and the Sand spirits from the Desolate Star Belt provided route guidance. Human practitioners formed the main combat unit, with Lin Fan serving as the commander of the expeditionary force. Set sail. Destination: Shrine of the Star Core. Lin Fan stood at the bow of the flagship Starry No. 3. As the 11 attributes of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon illuminated simultaneously. The pale golden energy of the star core spread along the light of the 10,000 Domains Guardian Array, guiding the expeditionary force. The fleet of flying vessels gradually departed from the star pivot, the brilliant light of the Guardian Array shimmering behind them as countless star spirits traced luminous trails across the starry sky, bidding farewell to the expedition. The leaders of the sandy expanse, Crystal Tide, and Light Stream stood beside Lin Fan, their origin tokens resonating with the primordial star core fragment, transmitting real-time images of the Shrine of the Star Core. It was a golden sanctuary suspended in the depths of the universe, surrounded by innumerable stellar veins. Resembling a heart safeguarded by the stellar veins, Lin Fan understood that this journey in pursuit of the origins of the cosmic star veins was on the brink of its ultimate chapter. The belief in the unity of all realms would, under the radiant glow of the primordial star core, blossom into its most resplendent brilliance. Although the path ahead may still be fraught with star vein barriers and the challenges of unknown corrosive energies, as long as the alliance of all realms stands united. Resonating with the star veins, Lin Fan and his companions would not falter, for they are the guardians of the star veins, the connectors of the essence of the universe, and the final chroniclers of the legendary guardians of 10,000 stars. The luminous blade of the sacred spirit of the celestial serpent illuminated the path to the sacred hall of the Star Core, as well as the ultimate future of the unity of all realms. Chapter 53. The Triad of Realms. The temple approaches as the flagship Starry Sky No. 3 led the expeditionary fleet into the first unawakened realm, the Aurora Domain. The entire starry sky was suddenly enveloped in a kaleidoscope of auroras. Unlike the solid or gaseous star veins found in other realms, the star veins here existed in the form of flowing auroral energy, with countless streams of light traversing the cosmos. However, due to prolonged disconnection from the outside world, the energy frequencies were in a state of extreme turmoil. Upon nearing the main auroral vein, the star core engine of the vessel abruptly malfunctioned, and the energy gauge on the dashboard fluctuated wildly. The star vein detector, operated by the small stone, was overwhelmed by the interference from the auroral energy, leaving only a chaotic display of colorful noise on the screen. Lingu, the auroral energy is distorting the star vein frequency of the vessel. If this continues, the engine will be completely destroyed. Su Qingyue swiftly retrieved a fragment of the original star core, which glimmered with a faint golden aura amidst the auroras, resonating subtly with the chaotic energy flows. She quickly set up a pill furnace and combined the powdered fragment, the light gap essence and remnants of the quicksand origin pill into the furnace, igniting the pill fire into a vibrant, multicolored flame. I shall refine the aurora stabilizing pill. This will calibrate the vessel's energy frequency with the auroras and protect us from the corrosive effects of the turbulent energy. But we need the aurora origin crystal from the aurora domain as a medicinal catalyst. This crystal resides in the light core vortex of the main auroral vein, and only the aurora star spirits can approach it. No sooner had she spoken than the auroras in the starry sky coalesced into a translucent humanoid form, the aurora star spirits. Surrounding themselves with flowing ribbons of colorful light, they wielded light swords forged from condensed aurora, eyeing the expeditionary fleet with caution. The leading spirit, with a tiny multicolored crystal embedded in its glowing aura, swung its light sword, unleashing a slashing wave of aurora towards the vessel, which dissipated instantly upon contact with the halo of the original star core fragment. "You carry the essence of the star core?" Its voice resonated through a telepathic wave, interpreted synchronously by the small stone's translator. The main auroral vein is on the brink of collapse. The energy turbulence will engulf the entire realm. Yet we cannot find a stable solution. This star spirit, named Aurora, was the leader of the spirits within the domain. Ding. Triggered side quest. Aurora stabilization. Obtain the Aurora origin crystal to refine the stabilizing pill. Calibrate the frequency of the main auroral vein. Purify the residual alien corrosive energy within the vein and subdue the Aurora star spirits. Quest rewards. Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade. Aurora Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for the Aurora origin pill. The Aurora domain joins the 10,000 Realms Alliance. And 1 Aurora origin energy for breaking through the star vein barrier. Quest failure. Collapse of the main auroral vein. Energy turbulence strikes the expeditionary fleet, delaying the journey to the temple. We can assist you in stabilizing the main vein. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel, the resonance patterns of the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade illuminating as a pale earth-colored light shielded against the erratic auroral energy. But you must lead us to the light core vortex to retrieve the origin crystal. A glimmer of hope flickered in Aurora's eyes as it turned and soared toward the largest colorful vortex in the starry sky. This vortex was the energy core of the main auroral vein, where a faintly colorful origin crystal could be discerned at its center. Surrounded by tendrils of black alien corrosive energy, clearly remnants of the corrosive energy that had previously tainted the desolate star belt. The ominous figure of the Black Wuchang immediately led the protective team to establish the Aurora Defense Array. The shadowy practitioners constructed an energy conduit using their rock-like bodies, temporarily storing the chaotic auroras within the array. The Ice Spirit Sect's cultivators condensed ice soul prisms to refract the aurora's energy, preventing a direct impact on the flying vessel. Meanwhile, the fog concealment star spirits utilized their mist core pearls to produce a faint gray mist, shielding the star spirits from the corrosive energy. Commander Lin, the array can sustain for half an hour. We must quickly retrieve the source crystal. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace was primed at the center of the array, while the Aurora led 3 star spirits to infiltrate the light core vortex. However, as they approached the source crystal, they were ensnared by the corrosive energy. Black tendrils climbed along the star spirit's light trails, causing the Aurora's radiance to dim slightly. The corrosive energy is siphoning our essence. Observing this, Lin Fan leapt into the vortex, activating the 11 attributes of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade concurrently. A faint golden light enveloped the corrosive tendrils. A holy artifact? Universal purification. As the light purified the corrosive energy, the blade unexpectedly resonated with the Aurora's energy, unveiling a 12th attribute, Aurora Resonance, through a spectrum of colors. The light transformed into a vibrant cascade, intertwining with the Aurora star spirit's luminescence, collectively guiding the energy. The radiant flow enveloped the source crystal, and the Aurora star spirits united to extract it from the vortex. Su Qingyue promptly cast the source crystal into the alchemical furnace. The alchemical flames surged to a kaleidoscope of colors. The Aurora stabilization pill was swiftly refined, the elixir swirling like the Aurora itself. Once consumed by the expeditionary forces, the flying vessel's engine reignited, and the dashboard returned to normalcy. Lin Fan wielded the spirit blade, allowing the prismatic light to extend along the Aurora's main vein. gradually recalibrating the chaotic energy frequencies, while the residual corrosive energy was entirely purified. At last, the starry expanse of the Aurora domain regained its tranquility. Ding! Aurora stabilization task completed. Rewards received. Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. Aurora Resonance Attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocks the Aurora Source Pill formula. The Aurora domain is now integrated into the Universal Alliance, acquiring Aurora Source Energy. Upon departing from the Aurora domain, the expeditionary forces ventured into the second dormant domain, the Deep Sea domain. Here, the star veins manifested as liquid star core essence, rendering the entire domain a boundless cosmic abyss. With countless pale blue essence whirlpools swirling within, devouring everything in proximity. As the vessel entered the domain, it was irresistibly drawn into a massive whirlpool, causing the ship to tilt violently, nearly throwing the cultivators on deck into the essence. The probe of Xiaoshitu revealed that this whirlpool was the main vortex of the Deep Sea domain, concealing the core of the Deep Sea star vein. Yet it was also rife with essence-corrosive beasts spawned by the corrosive energy. Lingu. The essence will dissolve the star core shield. The corrosive beasts can remain invisible within the essence. We are utterly defenseless. Su Qingyue swiftly concocted the Deep Sea anti-whirlpool pill, merging the Aurora source energy with fragments of the primordial star core within the furnace, the flames transforming into a soft blue hue. This potion will allow us to navigate freely within the essence and dispel the corrosive beasts. But we require the essence source pearl from the Deep Sea Crystal Palace at the center of the main vortex, guarded by the Deep Sea Star Spirits. No sooner had she spoken than several gigantic tendrils suddenly surged from the essence, lunging toward the flying vessel. The essence corrosive beasts have appeared. They were entirely composed of black essence, spewing corrosive energy capable of directly eroding metal. Deep Sea Star Spirits, reveal yourselves. Lin Fan wielded the spirit blade of the Azure Dragon, the prismatic resonance of the aurora spreading through the primordial liquid in an attempt to awaken the star spirits within the domain. Moments later, a translucent fish-like silhouette emerged from the liquid, revealing the Deep Sea Star Spirits, encircled by a faint blue luminescent membrane, each brandishing a spear forged from the star core liquid. The foremost spirit, twice the size of its companions and adorned with a light blue gem embedded in its forehead, thrust its spear through the body of a devouring beast, proclaiming, "We are the guardians of the deep sea." The devouring beasts are multiplying around the main vortex, and the Crystal Palace is on the verge of collapse. Named Deep Sea, it served as the protector of the star spirits within the realm. Heiyu immediately adjusted the defensive formation, while the Netherworld cultivators secured the flying vessel with iron chains to prevent it from being consumed by the vortex. The Ice Spirit Sect cultivators formed ice platforms to provide a battleground for the star spirits. Cheyenne led the Sands of Time star spirits to create a sand barrier, enveloping the vessel to resist the corrosive nature of the primordial liquid. Meanwhile, Lin Fan descended into the main vortex alongside the Deep Sea Star Spirits, the resonance patterns of the spirit blade merging with the energy of the primordial liquid. The 13th attribute, Deep Sea Resonance, awakened, and the blade transformed into a flowing azure light, enabling it to traverse freely within the liquid. Sacred artifact? Deep Sea Vortex Breaker. The flowing light cleaved through the liquid, reaching the apex of the Deep Sea Crystal Palace, where the source pearl emitted a faint blue glow as the devouring beasts relentlessly battered the palace gates. Together, Lin Fan and the Deep Sea Star Spirits vanquished the beasts, retrieving the source pearl and handing it to Su Qingyue. Upon the successful refinement of the Deep Sea Anti-Vortex Pill, the Expeditionary Army and the Star Spirits consumed the elixir, forming an anti-vortex brigade within the primordial liquid, directing the vortex's energy with their spirit blades and spears to stabilize it at a safe frequency. The star core liquid of the deep sea ceased its violent turbulence, and the devouring beasts were thoroughly purified, officially integrating the deep sea domain into the 10,000 Domains Alliance, with the primordial energy of the deep sea successfully acquired. Ding! Deep Sea Stabilization Task completed. Rewards received. Spirit Blade of the Azure Dragon. Deep Sea Resonance Attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocks recipe for Deep Sea Source Pill. Acquiring Deep Sea Source Energy. After a fortnight, the Expeditionary Army arrived at the third unawakened domain, the Thunder Domain. Here, the star veins surged with ferocious thunder energy. Countless purple lightning bolts cleaving through the starry sky. The primary thunder vein within the domain, long and balanced, erupted with star core thunderstorms. As the vessel entered the domain, the outer protective layer was fractured by the lightning, and the small stone's detector screen was disrupted by the storm, barely locating the center of the primary vein. Lingo. The thunder energy will breach the star core engine. The thunderstorms surrounding the holy pillar are the most intense, and there are the mutated devouring thunderbirds guarding it. Su Qingwei refined the thunder guidance pill, merging deep sea source energy with fragments of the primal star core in the alchemical furnace. The flame transforming into a purple hue. This pill can guide thunder energy and offers immunity against the attacks of the thunderbirds. But it requires the thunder source crystal from the apex of the holy pillar, guarded by the thunderstar spirits. Just as the words left her lips, a piercing shriek echoed through the cosmos, and dozens of pitch-black thunderbirds swooped down, their bodies intertwined with black lightning, their wings unleashing blades of corrosive energy. They were the thunderstar spirits. Suddenly, the thunder in the starry sky coalesced into a semi-transparent humanoid form, enveloped in purple lightning, wielding a battle axe forged from condensed thunder. The foremost star spirit, radiating the most intense lightning, with a purple crystal atop the axe, swung it to disperse a swarm of corroding birds, exclaiming, "We are the Thunder Guardians." The thunder of the sacred pillar is spiraling out of control, and the corroding birds continue to siphon off its energy. If this persists, the main vein will explode. This leader was known as Thunder, the chief of the star spirits within the domain. Lin Fan fought alongside the Thunderstar spirit. As the deep-sea resonance markings of the spirit of the Ling Jiao blade intertwined with the thunderous energy, the 14th attribute, Thunder Resonance, awakened, transforming the blade into a radiant purple lightning, capable of absorbing and channeling thunder energy. Holy artifact? Thunder Purification Strike. The lightning surged towards the corroding birds, instantly purifying the black thunder, causing the birds to plummet. Black Wuchang led the protective team to establish a thunder energy guiding array, directing the rampant thunder into the formation, converting it into safe energy. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue seized the opportunity to ascend the thunder sacred pillar, retrieving the thunder essence crystal from its apex, which she refined into thunder energy pills. The energy of the thunder main vein was skillfully guided, calming the storm, and the corroding birds were thoroughly eradicated, integrating the thunder domain into the alliance of 10,000 domains, thereby gathering the thunder essence energy. Ding! Thunder energy vein mission accomplished. Rewards have been credited. Ling Jiaoblade. Thunder resonance attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocked the thunder essence pill recipe, acquiring thunder essence energy. With the essence of 3 domains collected, the expeditionary force finally arrived at the star core sanctuary deep within the cosmos. Before them floated a sanctuary, constructed entirely of pale golden star core crystals. Amidst a dazzling sea of star veins, surrounded by a semi-transparent star vein barrier, inscribed with ancient runes. Countless star veins extended from various corners of the universe. Yet they were obstructed by the barrier, unable to connect with the primal star core within the sanctuary. Voros, with his purple crystalline soul, approached the barrier. Tracing the runes with his fingertips, his eyes filled with awe. This is the lock of universal essence. It requires the essence energy of all connected domains, along with the 14 resonance attributes of the Ling Jiao blade, to fully unlock. Lacking even one will prevent the resonance from triggering. Lin Fan retrieved the essence energies of the Aurora, Deep Sea, and Thunder domains, along with the previous domain essence tokens, light gap petals, crystal fragments, quicksand pearls, etc., placing them before the barrier. The Ling Jiao blade levitated at the center as all 14 attributes, universal anti-magic, star vein protection, interdomain spirit vein, regulation neutralization, dark corrosion purification, light vein symbiosis, mist purification, universal resonance, star vein inheritance, crystal vein resonance, quicksand resonance, aurora resonance, deep sea resonance, thunder resonance, illuminated simultaneously. The interwoven bands of color formed a radiant universal essence light column, transcending the heavens. United in essence, we shall awaken the sanctuary. The light column struck the star vein barrier, causing the runes to illuminate instantaneously, and the barrier began to gradually become transparent. The scene within the sanctuary became increasingly clear. revealing a basketball-sized pale golden star core suspended at its center, the primal star core, encircled by pristine cosmic essence energy. Countless star veins extended like roots from the core into the universe, yet upon the surface of the core, a trace of black markings was discovered, an origin of alien corrosion energy. Ding. Having successfully arrived at the star core sanctuary, the ultimate prerequisite task of the primordial guardian was triggered to purify the corrosive energy on the surface of the original star core, stabilize the connections of the myriad star veins, and awaken the consciousness of the original star core. Task reward: the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. Awakening of the ultimate attribute of origin resonance, permanent connection between the myriad star veins and the original star core, unlocking the coordinates of the alien corrosive energy mother source. The cosmic root of the corrosion. Task failure: the original star core becomes tainted by corrosive energy, resulting in a collective decline of the cosmic star veins. The leaders of the three star spirits, Aurora, Deep Sea, and Thunder, alongside Cheyenne, Crystal Tide, and Lightstream, stepped forward to infuse their respective domain energies into the luminous column. We are willing to guide you with the essence of the star spirits, aiding in the purification of the core. The primordial purification elixir, concocted by Su Qingyue, transformed into countless particles of light, merging into the column. He Wuchang led the protective team to form the primordial guardian array, shielding against potential bursts of corrosive energy. Meanwhile, the detector of Little Stone monitored the energy fluctuations of the original star core in real time, ensuring the stability of the connection. Lin Fan gripped the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade tightly. As the colorful light bands merged into the blade, the faint golden patterns of the 15th origin resonance attribute gradually awakened. The blade resonated powerfully with the original star core, intertwining with the soft golden glow emanating from the core surface. Holy artifact, primordial purification slash. The gentle golden blade descended upon the corrosive patterns of the original star core, causing the black markings to emit a piercing wail, dissipating inch by inch within the luminous blade, as the core once again radiated pure light. Ding. The prerequisite task of the Primordial Guardian is complete. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. Awakening of the ultimate attribute of origin resonance. Permanent connection between the myriad star veins and the original star core. Acquisition of coordinates for the alien corrosive energy mother source. The radiance of the original star core spread across the entire star vein sea, igniting the star veins of all domains in the universe simultaneously. The guardian array of the myriad domains formed a permanent resonance with the original star core, revealing a colossal luminescent pattern of myriad domains shining together in the starry sky, a testament to the thorough connection of the cosmic star veins. At the moment of the original star core's purification, the blade of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade projected an image, beyond the cosmos, in a pitch-black alien space. A black corrosive energy mother source continuously spewed forth alien corrosive energy, the very root of all corrosion. Lin Fan gazed at the image, determination flashing in his eyes. The mother source of alien corrosive energy still posed a threat to us from beyond the universe. This was the ultimate enemy. Su Qingyue, He Wuchang, Vorlos, and all the star spirit leaders nodded in agreement, as the cultivators of the myriad domains and the star spirits unitedly proclaimed, "We shall follow Lord Lin and resist the alien mother source together." The star vein barrier of the star core sanctuary fully opened, enveloping the expeditionary fleet in the radiance of the original star core, infusing the ships with pure primordial energy. Standing at the bow of the flagship, Starhan No. 3, Lin Fan witnessed the simultaneous illumination of the 15 attributes of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. The faint golden primordial light spread along the myriad star veins, guiding the way for the impending cosmic battle. This legendary tale of guardianship, originating from the realm of cultivation, had evolved from battling demons within the domain to interdomain connections, and now pointed towards the ultimate threat beyond the universe. The belief of 10,000 realms shining together shall, alongside the radiance of the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Serpent, transcend the boundaries of the universe, inscribing a magnificent chapter of cosmic guardianship in the epic confrontation with the alien source of annihilation. Chapter 54, The Battle of Alien Stars. A convergence of 10,000 domains as the flagship, Starry Sky 3, led the expeditionary force through the rift at the edge of the universe. The surrounding space was instantaneously enveloped by a dense, black fog of corrosive energy. Unlike any previous domain, each wisp of this fog possessed the insatiable quality of devouring the very essence of existence. Upon contact with the fog, the protective shield of the primordial star core on the vessel dimmed at an alarming rate, and the innate energy within the cultivators on the deck began to dissipate spontaneously into the mist. The screen of Littlestone's star pulse detector displayed a red, symbolizing the alien core of corrosive energy, which was rapidly expanding, surrounded by a multitude of markers indicating corrosive energy sentinels. Lingu, the fog will continuously consume our essence. The detector indicates that the core source lies at the heart of the fog, on the island of corrosive energy core, encircled by 3 layers of sentinels, each boasting the formidable strength of late-stage ascendants. Su Qingwei promptly suspended the fragments of the primordial star core in the center of the alchemical furnace. The gentle golden light emitted by the fragments temporarily stabilized the loss of essence among the cultivators. She swiftly infused various primordial tokens from the domains: Aurora essence crystals, deep sea essence pearls, thunder essence crystals, and others, transforming the alchemical fire into a harmonious blaze of myriad colors. I shall concoct the anti-corrosion pill. This will allow us to form a protective shield within our bodies, resisting the devouring nature of the fog, while simultaneously enhancing our purification capability against corrosive energy. However, it requires the corrosive energy essence crystal from the depths of the fog as a catalyst. This crystal is a condensed core of energy secreted by the mother source, obtainable only near the core island. No sooner had she spoken than the fog surged violently, and hundreds of sentinels, forged entirely from black corrosive energy, erupted from the mist. Towering like iron fortresses, they wielded colossal axes of corrosive energy, leaving black rifts in their wake as they cleaved through space. At the forefront, an imposing leader of the sentinels radiated the aura of a peak ascendant, enveloped in corrosive black flames. Intruders, how dare you trespass into alien territory? Today, your essence shall serve as nourishment for the great mother source. Ding! Triggered the ultimate mission of the alien battle. Break through the 3 layers of corrosive sentinels. Acquire the corrosive energy essence crystal to forge the anti-corrosion pill, purify the alien corrosive energy source, and seal the rift at the edge of the universe. Mission rewards: Sacred Spirit Blade of the Ling Jiao, Ultimate Attribute Awakening of Alien Resonance, Permanent Stabilization of the Star Pulse of 10,000 Domains and the Primordial Star Core. Unlocking of the Universe Boundary Essence Guardian Array, Lin Fan's promotion to the title of Universe Guardian. Mission failure: the Mother Source absorbs the essence of the expeditionary force, breaching into the universe's interior, leading to the complete contamination of the star pulse of 10,000 domains by corrosive energy. Teams, proceed according to plan. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel, the 15 attributes of the Sacred Spirit Blade of Ling Jiao igniting simultaneously, a gentle golden resonance enveloping him, shielding against the initial barrage of the corrosive sentinels. He commanded the protective team, led by He Wuchang, to guard the left flank, utilizing the ghostly flames to suppress the black corrosive flames, while the Aurora Star Spirit interfered with the Sentinel's perception using light energy. And the Deep Sea Star Spirit manipulated the fog to form barriers, thwarting the encirclement of the corrosive sentinels. Haichang promptly led the specters of the underworld to form the primordial defense array. The ethereal blue ghost flames melded with the energy of the original star core, temporarily counteracting the corrosive nature of the black erosion flame. The Aurora Star Spirits unleashed a spectrum of luminous energy, weaving a net of light within the misty sea, which instantaneously hindered the movements of the corrosion guardians. Meanwhile, the Deep Sea Star Spirits injected the star core essence into the mist, creating a pale blue liquid wall that obstructed the assault from the right. The Thunder Star Spirits and the Meteor Star Spirits formed an offensive unit, with the Thunder Battle Axe cleaving through the body of the Corrosion Guardian, while the Meteor Star Spirit's rocky fist struck at its core. However, they soon discovered that upon being shattered, the Corrosion Guardians would reconstitute themselves, drawing their essence from the misty sea. Complete annihilation was impossible unless the energy of the mist was purified. The essence of the Corrosion Guardians resided within the mist, at the apex of the flying vessel. Voros' amethyst soul form floated, deciphering the ancient lore regarding the extraterrestrial entities, necessitating the severance of their connection to the mist with the energy of the original star core. Lin Fan, with the resonant attribute of the spirit serpent's sacred blade, could achieve this by concentrating their assault on the corrosion core located at the Guardian's chest. Understanding the task at hand, Lin Fan leaped before the corrosion commander. As the resonant light of the spirit serpent's sacred blade coalesced into a singular point, a sacred artifact, the core-shattering slash of the primordial essence. The pale golden blade of light pierced through the black erosion flame, striking directly at the black core of the commander's chest. The commander shrieked in agony, staggering back as fissures appeared in the core, causing the energy supply from the mist to be abruptly severed, leading to the disintegration of its form. Upon witnessing their commander's injury, the other corrosion guardians charged recklessly, only to be blinded by the light energy of the Aurora Star Spirits, while the liquid wall of the Deep-Sea Star Spirits blocked their path, ultimately leading to their purification by the combined efforts of the Thunder Star Spirits and Meteor Star Spirits. At this juncture, Su Qingwei had approached the edge of the core island alongside the vanguard, where the corrosion essence crystal deep within the mist radiated a sinister black glow. Just as she prepared to collect it, a corrosion priest barred her way. This priest was adorned with dark golden patterns, wielding a staff capable of emitting corrosive black rays of essence, and was surprisingly at the initial stage of tribulation. How dare you touch the essence crystal of the Mother Source? You seek death. The black rays surged towards Su Qingwei, but were abruptly intercepted by Guangxi, the leader of the light meteor spirits, who shielded her with his body, causing his light core to dim and dark patterns to mar his form. Guangxi. Lin Fan leaped protectively in front of Su Qingwei as the extraterrestrial energy of the spirit serpent's sacred blade began to awaken, with its blade emanating faint black light patterns, sharing the same origin as the corrosion energy, yet remaining untainted. A sacred artifact? Extraterrestrial purification. The clash of the blade light and the black rays resulted in the immediate neutralization of the black energy, causing the priest's staff to fracture. Seizing the moment, Su Qingwei collected the corrosion essence crystal and swiftly returned to the vessel. The essence anti-corrosion pill within the alchemical furnace was instantly refined into a pale golden pill, radiating the light of essence. After the practitioners and star spirits ingested it, their internal essence shields were swiftly stabilized, eradicating the devouring force of the mist. Ding! The spirit serpent's sacred blade sensed the confrontation between the extraterrestrial corrosion energy and the essence energy, unlocking the ultimate attribute of extraterrestrial resonance, the ability to absorb and transform extraterrestrial corrosion energy into pure essence, while also granting immunity to all forms of extraterrestrial energy corrosion. Having breached the first line of defense, the expeditionary force continued its advance towards the core island. The second line of defense is the devouring behemoth, a formidable foe. These creatures, resembling small mountains, are composed of liquid corrosive energy and possess the ability to morph at will. Their mouths unleash a tsunami of corrosive energy that can inundate a vast area. Suddenly, a small stone's detector identifies the behemoth's vulnerability, Lin Gu. The creature's core lies within its corrosive crystal eye at the head. Only with the power of thunder can the crystal eye be shattered, halting its transformation. Thunderstar Spirit Leader Thunder immediately leads his kin, conjuring the 10,000 thunder-shattering arrow, a purple lightning bolt aimed directly at the behemoth's crystal eye. The behemoth howls in retreat, and at the moment the crystal eye shatters, its liquid form loses control. Purified into harmless stardust by Lin Fan, using the celestial resonance of the spirit serpent blade. The third line of defense, the corrosive teleportation array, proves to be the most troublesome. The array continuously transmits new corrosive sentinels. Unless the array's core is destroyed, they will never cease. Sha Yuan, the leader of the Quicksand Star Spirits, volunteers to seal the array's core using the essence of quicksand. I will lead the Quicksand Star Spirits to infiltrate beneath the array and create a source lock with the quicksand. You all take the opportunity to destroy the array's core. Sha Yuan and the Quicksand Star Spirits transform into a yellowish quicksand, slipping into the fissures of corrosive energy to weave a lock, temporarily restraining the array's energy. Lin Fan and the various star spirit leaders simultaneously launch their attacks: Source Resonance Blade Light, Prismatic Aurora Arrows, pale blue essence spears, and purple thunder axes. Four forces strike the array's core simultaneously, resulting in an explosion that obliterates the third line of defense. At last, they reach the corrosive core island, where the true nature of the alien corrosive mother source is unveiled. It manifests as a black sphere with a diameter of 100 feet. Its surface adorned with dark golden patterns of corrosive energy, and countless black tendrils extend from the sphere into the misty sea, continuously absorbing its corrosive energy. Sensing the arrival of the expedition, the tendrils suddenly swell, lunging towards the flagship. Insignificant beings, dare to destroy my defenses. Today, I shall use your essence to forge a cosmic passage. As the tendrils ensnare the flagship, the vessel's protective source shield begins to crumble, and the essence energy of the cultivators on deck fluctuates violently. Lin Fan leaps before the mother source, and all 16 attributes of the spirit serpent blade, including alien resonance, ignite simultaneously, intertwining a light band of pale gold and black around the tendrils. Holy artifact? 10,000 realms, source slash. The light band severs the tendrils, only to discover that those severed tendrils reconstitute. The core of the mother source is within the sphere itself. Only by cleaving the sphere and purifying the core can it be utterly annihilated. We require the resonance of star veins from all realms. Borlos shouts. Utilize the power of the 10,000 realm star veins to form a source resonance net to suppress the mother source's regeneration. Lin Fan immediately calls out through the source resonance net. All star spirits and cultivators from every realm. Infuse the star vein energy into the resonance net. By this time, the star veins across the cosmos illuminate simultaneously, and pale golden energy converges through the resonance net towards Lin Fan, causing the spirit serpent blade's brilliance to surge, transforming into a 10,000 realms light blade that pierces through alien space. The leaders of the star spirits and the cultivators launched their assault simultaneously, entwining the primordial energy to ensnare the tendrils of the mother source, preventing its regeneration. Su Qingwei infused the last primordial anti-corrosion pill into the light blade, enhancing its purifying capability. He Wuchang led the protective team to form a primordial cage, trapping the corporeal form of the mother source. Now was the moment. Lin Fan leaped into the air, the light blade coalescing all the star vein energy from the domains and the essence of the primordial star core, striking directly at the core of the mother source. Sacred artifact? Cosmic primordial purification strike. The light blade pierced through the obsidian sphere, striking the core of the mother source, a black corrosive energy pearl. The pearl emitted a piercing wail, shattering piece by piece within the light blade, causing the body of the mother source to begin disintegrating, while the corrosive energy of the misty sea was purified into harmless stardust. Ding! The ultimate mission of the interstellar battle has been completed. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade, Cosmic Resonance, Ultimate Attribute Awakening, Permanent Stabilization of the Myriad Star Veins and Primordial Star Core, Unlocking the Cosmic Boundary Primordial Guardian Array. Lin Fan ascends to the title of Cosmic Guardian. At the moment the mother source was thoroughly purified, the rifts in the cosmic boundary began to close, forming a faint golden primordial guardian array at the breach, completely isolating the alien space from the universe. The radiance of the primordial star core emanated from the depths of the cosmos, establishing a permanent resonance with the myriad star veins, solidifying all star veins across the universe, and even birthing new star veins extending from the primordial star core, nurturing new domains. When the expeditionary force returned to the star core sanctuary, all the star spirits and cultivators across the universe erupted in cheers. The Myriad Domains Alliance held a coronation ceremony for Lin Fan as the Cosmic Guardian, with each domain's star spirits presenting their most precious tokens of primordial energy. Su Qingwei refined the Myriad Domains Primordial Pill, enhancing the primordial energy of all cultivators, while Littlestone's Star Vein Detector upgraded to a Cosmic Star Vein Map, marking all discovered domains and star veins. Standing atop the Star Core Sanctuary, Lin Fan held the Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade suspended in his palm, the radiance of 16 attributes interweaving to form the pattern of myriad domains glimmering together. He gazed into the depths of the cosmos, witnessing the emergence of new star veins and the formation of new domains, while the Guardian mission shared with his companions continued, not an end, but a new beginning. What we protect has never been confined to a single domain, but encompasses the primordial essence of the universe's star veins, safeguarding the tranquility of all life. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the myriad domains resonance network, echoing throughout the universe. In the future, there may yet be new challenges. But as long as the myriad domains remain united and the star veins resonate, we shall never falter. Su Qingyue, He Wuchang, Voros, and the leaders of the star spirits stood resolutely by Lin Fan's side. The brilliance of the star core sanctuary intertwined with the star veins of all domains, creating an everlasting tableau of myriad domains glimmering together. This is a legendary tale of guardianship that transcends domains, connecting the universe, a grand epic of growth from a humble cultivator to a cosmic guardian, and the most resplendent chapter of the myriad star guardians. In the vastness of the cosmos, the light of the spirit flood dragon's sacred blade shall forever shine, guiding the myriad domains alliance in safeguarding every inch of the star veins and every star. What commenced as rampant defiance within the realm of cultivation ultimately transformed into a guardian of the cosmos, inscribing an immortal legend within the eternal tapestry of time and space. Chapter 55, The Battle of Alien Worlds. The Cosmic Convergence. As the flagship, Starihan 3, led the expeditionary force through the rift at the boundary of the universe. The entire fleet was enveloped by a chilling aura. This was the domain of alien corrosion energy, devoid of the resplendent starry sky, replaced instead by an infinite expanse of dark, oppressive mist. Within this haze floated fragments of shattered cosmic debris, each piece shrouded in a thick layer of black corrosion energy, with even the faint golden glow of primordial star core fragments suppressed to a mere whisper of light. The alien space is suppressing our stellar pulse energy. The star pulse detector screen of Little Stone glowed a deep crimson. The previously stable signals connecting the myriad star pulses now faltered intermittently. The detector indicated that the source of corrosion energy lay at the heart of the domain, within the corrosion energy core zone. Yet the surrounding spatial turbulence threatened to shred any object that dared approach. Hidden within the mist lurked the corrosion devourers, capable of absorbing our spiritual energy and converting it into corrosion energy. Su Qingyue had long since cast the primordial star core fragments, the source energies of the myriad realms, aurora, deep sea, thunder, etc., along with all rare herbs into the alchemical furnace. The outer layer of the furnace was entwined with a faint golden star pulse light band. Barely resisting the encroaching corrosion, I am crafting the cosmic anti-corrosion pill. This is the sole potion that can sustain our combat efficacy within the alien corrosion domain, and it can briefly shield against the tearing force of spatial turbulence. Yet it requires the alien source crystal as a catalyst. This crystal resides at the core of the corrosion devourers, and only by slaying them can we obtain it. No sooner had the words left her lips than the mist to the left of the flagship erupted violently. As a corrosion devourer, comparable in size to a small mountain, collided with the vessel. Its entire form was coalesced from black corrosion energy, its surface adorned with writhing tendrils, and the corrosion energy rays it expelled instantly pierced through the outer defense array. 3 spectral cultivators had no time to evade. Their spiritual energy was drained in an instant, their bodies reduced to charred remnants. It is the corrosion vanguard of the source. Voros's amethyst soul body trembled violently as he gazed at the devourer, a grave expression crossing his features. Ancient alien texts recorded that such devourers were the energy tendrils of the source. Should one be slain, the source would become aware of our location. Ding. Triggered ultimate mission, the battle of alien worlds. Refine the cosmic anti-corrosion pill to withstand the alien environment. Destroy the core of the corrosion energy source. Purify the residual corrosion energy in the alien domain, and stabilize the cosmic star pulse connections. Mission reward, Sacred Blade of the Spirit Serpent, Cosmic Source Resonance, Ultimate Attribute Awakening. The Myriad Realms Alliance upgraded to the Cosmic Star Pulse Guardian Organization, permanent resonance between primordial star cores and all cosmic star pulses. Unlocking the exploration map of new cosmic domains. Mission failure. Corrosion energy pollutes the primordial star core, all cosmic star pulses are eroded, and the Myriad Realms civilization faces annihilation. Everyone, form the Myriad Realms Guardian Array. Lin Fan leaped from the flagship, the 15 attributes of the Sacred Blade of the Spirit Serpent igniting simultaneously. as the faint golden source resonance light band spread out, temporarily blocking the corrosion energy rays within the mist. Aurora, utilize your light energy to disperse the fog, granting Qingyue precious time to refine the potion. Deep Sea, guard the breach against the spatial turbulence to prevent surprise attacks from the Devourers. The Aurora Star Spirit Leader, Aurora, immediately led her kin to unleash a radiant aurora, its resplendent colors piercing through the dense darkness, establishing a temporary sanctuary within the abyssal domain. Meanwhile, the Deep Sea Star Spirit Leader, Deep Sea, descended with her tribe into the chaotic spatial currents, utilizing the liquid star pulse energy to mend the rifts in the turbulence. Several entities attempting to ambush through the openings were swiftly impaled by Deep Sea's spear, disintegrating into tendrils of black mist. Black Wuchang commanded the underworld practitioners and the Ice Spirit Sect disciples to construct a dual-layered defensive formation at the periphery of the safe zone. The outer layer utilized rock bodies to withstand the onslaught of the consuming entities, while the inner layer formed shields of ice essence to isolate against the encroaching corrosive energy. At this moment, Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace was at its zenith, bubbling fervently, as three-star spirits willingly offered alien source crystals extracted from the core of the consuming entities, infusing them into the cauldron. Suddenly, the alchemical flames erupted in a dazzling pale golden brilliance, intertwining with the radiance of the primordial star core fragments. The cosmic anticorrosive pill was finally refined. The pill, glistening with a luminescent sheen, shimmered with the flow of cosmic star pulses. Once consumed by the expeditionary forces, the suppressed star pulse energy surged back to life, completely isolating the encroachment of corrosive mist. Lin Fan, the pill is complete. The energy core of the mother source lies at the heart of the abyssal domain, protected by a primordial barrier that can only be breached by the ultimate attributes of the spirit blade. Lin Fan accepted a pill, merging it with the spirit serpent holy blade. The blade trembled as 15 attributes began to coalesce: pale gold, rainbow hues, soft blue, violet, and others, ultimately transforming into a pure cosmic white light, awakening the 16th attribute, cosmic source resonance. The blade projected a complete image of the corrosive energy source. At the center lay a black core, ensnared by countless black tendrils, and the surface of the core was encased in a primordial barrier formed from shattered cosmic star pulses, with each pattern contrasting that of the primordial star core. It is time to bring this to an end. Lin Fan rallied the leaders of the star spirits and their elite practitioners to form an ultimate strike team, advancing toward the core of the corrosive energy. The consuming entities along the path frantically obstructed their advance, but were instantaneously transformed into harmless stardust under the illumination of the cosmic white light. The turbulent space was smoothed by the radiance, and the corrosive mist receded like a tide, revealing the colossal mother tree of corrosive energy at the center of the abyssal domain. The trunk represented the core, its branches resembling countless tendrils, with a black mother source crystal suspended at its apex, the very root of all corrosive energy. Do these diminutive cosmic beings dare to intrude upon my abyssal domain? The voice of the mother source of corrosive energy resonated in the minds of all present as the tendrils on the trunk swelled, lunging toward the strike team. The concentration of corrosive energy within the tendrils was 100-fold greater than that of the previous corrosive entities, causing even the protective barrier of the cosmic anticorrosive pill to begin to fracture. Star spirits of all domains, sacrifice your essence to strengthen the spirit blade. The violet crystal body of Arolos unleashed all its energy, a soft purple light merging into Lin Fan's being. Only by combining the essence of all star spirits could they hope to penetrate the barrier completely. Aurora, Deep Sea, Thunder, Sand Cliff, Crystal Tide, Lightstream. All the star spirit leaders simultaneously raised their source tokens, infusing half of their essence into the spirit serpent holy blade. The cosmic white light of the blade surged, forming a cosmic beam that pierced through the alien abyssal domain. A holy artifact? The cosmic source slash. Lin Fan leaped with grace, his blade slicing through the air like a shooting star, cleaving the protective barrier of the corrosive energy mother source. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, revealing the dark core within. The corrosive energy mother source descended into madness, its trunk trembling violently as countless tendrils ensnared the members of the assault team, attempting to drag them into its core for consumption. The chains of the black Wuchang wrapped around Lin Fan's waist, pulling him back to safety. Su Qingyue hurled the last of her cosmic anti-corrosion pills, which transformed into a mist of light, temporarily ensnaring the mother's source. Suddenly, the detector of little stone emitted an urgent alarm, displaying the weakness of the mother source crystal on its screen. The white lines at the base of the crystal were the fissures of its origin, akin to the cracks of the primordial star core. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan soared once more. The cosmic white light of the Lingjiao sacred spirit blade converging at the blade's tip, aimed directly at the origin fissure of the mother source crystal. Myriad domain star veins. Assist me. The primordial star core of the star core sanctuary erupted with a brilliant light, channeling the energy of the star veins from all domains of the cosmos through the connecting lines, infusing the fissure via the spirit blade. With a thunderous explosion, the mother source crystal detonated, unleashing a wailing cry from the corrosive energy mother source. Its trunk and tendrils disintegrated in the cosmic white light. The black corrosive mist was completely purified, revealing the original visage of the alien corrosive domain. It was a pristine, undeveloped expanse of new cosmic space, adorned with pure, primordial star veins. Ding. Alien battlefield. Ultimate mission completed. Rewards have been credited. Lingjiao Sacred Spirit Blade. Cosmic Origin Resonance. Ultimate Attribute Awakening. The Myriad Domain Alliance upgraded to the Cosmic Star Vein Guardian Organization, the primordial star core in permanent resonance with all cosmic star veins, unlocking the Cosmic New Domain Exploration Map. Following the purification of the corrosive energy mother source, the primordial star veins of the newly born cosmic space resonated with the primordial star core, creating a faint golden light band that extended from the alien corrosive domain to Lin Fan's cosmos, forming a cross-cosmic star vein connection. Although all the star spirits had lost half of their essence, they gradually recovered under the nurturing of the primordial star veins. The spiritual power of the devoured netherworld cultivators also reformed within the embrace of the star vein light band. This was the primordial feedback of the cosmic star veins, a gift to the guardians. 3 months later, the inauguration ceremony of the Cosmic Star Vein Guardian Organization was held at the Star Core Sanctuary. Representatives of the star spirits and cultivators from all domains gathered, and Lin Fan was elected as the Cosmic Guardian Envoy. The Lingjiao Sacred Spirit Blade was venerated as a cosmic sacred artifact, permanently enshrined at the center of the Star Core Sanctuary. Its cosmic origin resonance light band resonating in real time with the star veins of all universes, perpetually safeguarding their stability. Su Qingyue became the Elder of Alchemy within the organization, crafting the cosmic symbiosis pills that allowed the star spirits and cultivators of different universes to communicate freely. Black Wuchang assumed the role of Defense Elder, establishing a cross-cosmic defense team to respond to potential cosmic-level crises. Little Stone took on the mantle of Exploration Elder, embarking on explorations of the newly born cosmic space guided by the Cosmic New Domain Exploration Map with his star vein detector. The purple crystal soul of Vorlos merged with the primordial star core, becoming the inheritor of the star veins, passing down the tales of cosmic guardianship to future generations. Lin Fan stood atop the star core sanctuary, gazing at the celestial veins of light that traversed multiple universes, the brilliance of the spirit serpent's sacred blades swirling beside him. He reminisced about his early days within the Qingyun sect of the Cultivation realm, when he was merely an outer disciple striving to protect his fellow sect members. Yet now, he had transformed into a guardian of the cosmos. This journey of growth was not forged through reckless individualism, but rather through the trust of companions, the bonds of star spirits, and the unity of myriad realms, which together crafted the legend of cosmic radiance. Ahead lay the exploration of the nascent universe's celestial veins. Su Qingyue approached Lin Fan, presenting him with a newly concocted cosmic exploration pill. Little Stone had mentioned that the primordial celestial veins there could give rise to even more wondrous forms of life. Lin Fan accepted the pill, turning his gaze towards the distant figures of Little Stone and Black Wuchang, along with the leaders of various star spirits. The light in their eyes reflected their anticipation for the future and their profound love for the universe. The spirit serpent's sacred blade emitted a gentle hum, projecting an image of the newborn universe, a realm adorned with soft lavender nebulae, luminous star beasts, and flowing liquid celestial veins, a land brimming with hope. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the pill and turned towards the flying vessel. This journey of guardianship, which began in the cultivation realm, had never truly concluded. It merely opened a new chapter. The vastness of the universe knows no bounds, and the mission of guardianship possesses no end. Yet, as long as the brilliance of the spirit serpent's sacred blade endures, as long as the celestial veins of myriad realms continue to resonate, and as long as his companions remain by his side, Lin Fan shall persist in his quest, carrying with him the belief in cosmic radiance, to explore further unknown universes, to safeguard each celestial vein, and to continue writing the eternal legend belonging to the guardians of cosmic celestial veins. The proclamation, "I roamed unbridled in the cultivation realm," has long since transformed, through the passage of time, into a weightier promise. I guard the radiance across the cosmos. Chapter 56, The Cosmic Immortal Passage. The Ascension begins half a year after the establishment of the Cosmic Star Pulse Guardian Organization. The primordial star core of the Star Core Sanctuary suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A gentle golden star pulse energy spread through the Cosmic Star Pulse network, weaving into a translucent portal above the sanctuary. Within this portal flowed an energy distinctly different from the Cosmic Star Pulse, warm yet imbued with an advanced spiritual essence. The Cosmic Star Trajectory Instrument, an upgraded version of the former 10,000 Stars Locator, suddenly went haywire, displaying an ancient script on its screen. Upon interpretation by Vorlos, it revealed a secret message of the celestial realm's summons. The primordial star core resonated with the Cosmic Star Pulse to such an extent that it opened the legendary Cosmic Immortal Star Pulse Passage. This was the gateway to the celestial realm. News of this phenomenon reverberated throughout the cosmos, stirring both excitement and trepidation among the star spirits and cultivators. The celestial realm was said to be a higher dimensional world of cultivation, yet its true form remained shrouded in mystery. Standing before the portal, Lin Fan observed the cosmic resonance patterns of the spirit serpent's sacred blade flickering intensely, casting a hazy image of the realm beyond. The sky appeared pale azure. Mountains floated amidst the clouds, and the star pulse shimmered with a silvery hue, the spiritual pulse of the celestial realm. However, at the edges of the image, he discerned wisps of grayish murkiness, distinct from the alien erosion energies found in the cosmos, yet equally insidious. It was the murk of the celestial realm. Vorlos's amethyst soul floated before the ancient script monument, his fingertips gliding over the secret writings of the immortal connection, a grave expression crossing his features. Ancient records spoke of the evil immortal rebellion that had once erupted in the celestial realm. Prior to their sealing, the ancient evil immortals had transformed their malevolent energies into murk, polluting portions of the celestial realm's spiritual veins. Although the murk emanating from this portal was faint, it possessed the capacity to corrode the bodies of beings unacquainted with the celestial realm's spiritual energies, leading to chaotic spiritual disruptions upon recklessly entering. Su Qinghua promptly returned to the alchemy chamber, casting fragments of the primordial star core, cosmic native star pulse crystals, and celestial guiding dust, the ethereal particles drifting within the portal, into the alchemical furnace. The flames transformed into an intertwining hue of pale azure and soft gold. This was the two-colored flame suitable for harmonizing with the celestial realm's spiritual energies. I shall concoct the celestial spirit refining pill. This will enable our bodies and spiritual powers to adapt to the celestial realm's energies, while providing temporary resistance against the encroaching murk. However, I will require the celestial pulse essence from the core of the portal as a catalyst. This essence only grows at the star pulse nodes at the heart of the portal, and touching it will trigger fluctuations in the portal's energy. Yu Chang proactively proposed to remain in the cosmos. Commander Lin, the cosmos has only just stabilized. We require guardians for the Star Core Sanctuary and the myriad domain's defense lines. I shall remain with the underworld cultivators and the disciples of the Ice Spirit sect. Should any disturbances arise in the celestial realm, we can provide timely assistance through the Cosmic Immortal Passage. If there are anomalies at the passage, we can also seal it at the earliest opportunity to prevent the murk from spreading throughout the cosmos. He presented the Cosmic Guardian token to Lin Fan. The token engraved with symbols of various star pulses, symbolizing the utmost authority over the cosmic defense lines. Little Stone worked tirelessly throughout the night to upgrade the Star Trajectory Instrument, merging the Cosmic Star Pulse Atlas with the Celestial Guiding Runes to create the Celestial Star Trajectory Instrument. Brother Lin, This device can analyze the direction of the celestial spiritual veins and provide early warnings of murk density. It has just detected a spiritual vein spring in the initial realm of the celestial world, the outermost area of the celestial realm, where the spiritual energy is the purest, making it an ideal landing spot upon our entry. 3 days later, all preparations were complete. Su Qinghua had crafted the celestial spirit refining pill, filling 3 jade vials with it. The pills emitted a gentle azure glow, and upon closer inspection, one could feel the soothing essence of the celestial realm. Wolos inscribed the secret script of the universe celestial connection on silk, folding it into a palm-sized piece before handing it to Lin Fan. This script documented the method for connecting the universe celestial star veins. Should one locate the celestial connection pillar in the celestial realm, a mutual flow of spiritual energy and resources could be established, enabling them to jointly resist the corrupting miasma. Lin Fan accepted the script and the guardian token, feeling a powerful resonance between the cosmic source patterns of the spirit dragon's sacred blade and the energy of the light gate. The blade floated automatically, hovering before the light gate. Qinghua, Little Stone, and Senior Wolos, we shall venture into the celestial realm to scout ahead. Once we stabilize our position, we will inform the star spirits and cultivators from various domains to ascend in batches. He Wuchang, the cosmos is entrusted to you. He Wuchang nodded solemnly, leading the remaining cultivators to set up a cosmic protective array beside the light gate to ensure the passage's safety. The 4 of them consumed the celestial spirit refining pills, and the moment they stepped into the light gate, a warm celestial aura enveloped their bodies. Unlike the energy of the cosmic star veins, this aura was subtler, capable of directly permeating the cultivator's meridians. Lin Fan distinctly sensed the spiritual power in his dantian circulating rapidly, even hinting at a breakthrough into the late stage of the Great Ascension. However, as they advanced to the midpoint of the light gate, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly grew murky, with gray miasma seeping from the walls of the gate, rushing toward the 4. Beware of the miasma. Su Qinghua immediately activated the pill furnace, forming a protective barrier of azure flame to fend off the encroaching corruption. Little Stone's celestial star tracker blared an alarm, the screen indicating that the miasma concentration had reached a moderate level of contamination. It was a miasma node within the light gate. The residual power of the ancient evil celestial was still affecting the passage. We must hurry through. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from deep within the light gate. Who dares to invade the universe celestial passage? A slender azure blade of celestial energy cleaved towards them, imbued with the pure essence of celestial vein guardianship, yet tinged with a hint of miasma, indicating the guardian had also been affected. Lin Fan leaped forward to shield the others, and the resonance patterns of the spirit dragon's sacred blade ignited, a pale golden light colliding with the celestial blade, creating a new intertwining pattern of azure and gold at the point of impact. We are the guardians of the cosmic star veins, here to connect the universe celestial star veins and purify the miasma. We are not invaders. As the figure deep within the light gate slowly materialized, it revealed a cultivator clad in silver-white guardian armor, with an ancient visage, wielding a veined sword, and surrounded by 3 azure guardian tokens. I am Qing Xian, the guardian of the southern celestial gate. The celestial veins have been tainted by miasma for a millennium, and the universe celestial passage has long been sealed. If you are indeed guardians, why do you carry the foreign power of the cosmic star veins? Qing Xian's gaze was filled with wariness. The tip of his veined sword still pointed at Lin Fan, yet he discreetly reined in the miasma's influence from his spiritual energy. He could sense the pure energy of the spirit dragon's sacred blade, recognizing it as not being of an evil nature. Triggering the encounter with the celestial being, side quest, persuade the guardian of the pulse, Qing Xian, to purify the tainted nodes of the cosmic celestial passage and acquire the celestial pulse essence, thus unlocking the entrance to the celestial realm. Quest rewards: Sacred Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon, Resonance of the Celestial Pulse, Attribute Awakening. Su Qinghua unlocks the formula for the Celestial Taint Purification Pill and obtains the map of the Celestial Realm. Qing Xian joins the Cosmic Celestial Guardian Alliance. Quest failure: The Cosmic Celestial Passage is sealed by the Guardian, ascending plans are postponed, and the taint continues to erode the passage. Dear Taoist Qing Xian, behold, the ethereal purple crystalline soul of Vorlos manifested. projecting the secret script of the cosmic celestial alliance onto the luminous gate. In ancient times, the cosmos and the celestial realm were interconnected as one. However, this connection was severed due to the chaos wrought by the evil celestials. Now, having purified the alien erosive energies of the cosmos and reopened the passage, we endeavor to cleanse the taint and restore the connection of the cosmic celestial star pulse. He gestured towards the taint node within the luminous gate, stating that although these taints differ from the erosive energies of the cosmos, they are, nonetheless, the origins of the threat to the star pulse. Our cosmic anti-erosion pill can temporarily suppress the taint. If combined with the power of the celestial pulse, we can achieve complete purification. Qing Xian gazed intently at the script, his initial wariness gradually dissipating as he recognized that the runes aligned perfectly with the teachings of the cosmic celestial secret canon passed down by the Guardians. He sheathed his pulse sword and sighed. The celestial realm has been plagued by taint for a millennium. The elders have secluded themselves to study purification methods, yet to no avail. The taint node at the southern heavenly gate grows ever stronger. My vigilance here is to prevent its spread to other celestial domains. I never anticipated the arrival of the guardians of the cosmos. He pointed to the pale azure flower essence at the center of the luminous gate, which represented the celestial pulse essence. Retrieving this essence would trigger an eruption of the taint at the node, necessitating our combined strength to withstand it. Su Qinghue promptly prepared to extract the essence, while Lin Fan and Qing Xian positioned themselves on either side of the node. The sacred blade of the spirit flood dragon and the pulse sword ignited simultaneously. Sacred artifact? Cosmic origin shield. Celestial art? Pulse boundary formation. The pale golden cosmic light intertwined with the pale azure celestial light, forming a dual-layered protective shield. Little Stone utilized the celestial star tracker to pinpoint the location of the pulse essence, skillfully maneuvering the star hook to ensnare the flower essence. In the instant the essence detached from the node, gray taint erupted like a tidal wave, crashing against the protective shield and igniting a cascade of luminous patterns. The sacred blade of the spirit flood dragon trembled, and the resonance patterns of the cosmic origin on its blade revealed a new attribute of pale azure, celestial pulse resonance. The light surged dramatically, forcibly stripping the malevolent energy from the taint and transforming it into pure celestial pulse energy. This is the resonance power of the celestial pulse. Lin Fan was elated to discover that the blade could absorb the energy of the celestial pulse, merging it with the cosmic origin energy to forge an even greater purifying force. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qinghue cast the pulse essence into the alchemical furnace, instantly enhancing the efficacy of the celestial spirit refining pill, which subsequently gave rise to the prototype of the celestial taint purification pill. Success. With the pulse essence, it not only adapts to the celestial spiritual qi, but also purifies the taint. Qing Xian gazed at the purified taint node, his eyes brimming with excitement. This is the power of the cosmic celestial connection. I am willing to guide you into the celestial realm's initial domain to meet the elders and collaboratively devise a plan for purification. Ding. Encounter with the celestial being. Quest completed. The reward has been received. The sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao and the resonance of the spiritual veins of the immortal realm have awakened. Su Qinghue has unlocked the formula for the purification pill of the immortal realm, acquiring the initial diagram of the spiritual veins of the immortal realm. While Qing Xian has joined the Immortal Guardian Alliance, Qing Xian activated the Guardian token, and the entrance to the initial realm of the immortal realm slowly opened, revealing floating celestial mountains amidst the clouds, with silvery streams of spiritual veins flowing between them and ethereal spiritual butterflies, native beings of the immortal realm, dancing in the air. However, the distant pollution mountain remained shrouded in a gray mist, starkly contrasting with this paradise. The star chart instrument of Little Stone automatically sketched the diagram of the spiritual veins, marking a safe landing spot, the spiritual vein Spring Valley, where the purity of spiritual energy is at its highest and the concentration of pollution at its lowest. The spiritual vein Spring Valley houses the spring eye of the immortal realm, an ideal resting place for newcomers to the realm. Qing Xian led the group toward the Spring Valley, explaining the layout of the immortal realm along the way, which is divided into 4 Heavenly Gate domains: South Heavenly Gate, North Heavenly Gate, East Heavenly Gate, and West Heavenly Gate. At present, only the South Heavenly Gate can barely withstand the pollution, while the other 3 domains suffer from severe spiritual vein contamination. With the emergence of polluted, evil cultivators, those corrupted by the pollution, Lin Fan gazed at the distant pollution mountain. The resonance patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao gently flickering, casting an image of the spring valley. On the stone wall beside the spring eye, there were engravings resembling the star vein connection runes of the cosmic star core sanctuary, Qingxian. That spring eye may well be one of the ancient nodes connecting the universe and the immortal realm. If we can activate it, it might enable a preliminary resonance between the cosmic and spiritual veins, enhancing our purification capabilities. Qing Xian's eyes brightened. I have guarded the south heavenly gate for 1,000 years, yet I had not discovered this secret of the spring eye. Elders often mention that the energy of the spring eye's spiritual vein is remarkably stable, and it turns out to be due to the connection to the universe. Su Qingwei had already begun concocting the purification pill of the immortal realm, with faint azure smoke wafting from the alchemical furnace, causing the surrounding traces of pollution to dissipate automatically. Little Stone was setting up a spiritual vein warning array around the spring valley to prevent an ambush by polluted evil cultivators. And Vorlos was studying the runes of the spring eye, attempting to discover a method to activate the connection. Standing beside the spring eye, Lin Fan plunged the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao into the spring water, simultaneously unleashing the resonance of the cosmic origin and the spiritual veins of the immortal realm. Pale golden and azure light bands spread from the spring eye, merging into the spiritual veins of the immortal realm. Remarkably, the distant pollution mountain trembled slightly, and a thread of pure spiritual energy seeped through the gray mist. Effective. The cosmic and spiritual veins began their initial connection. Qing Xian excitedly grasped Lin Fan's hand. With your presence, the pollution of the immortal realm shall be salvaged. Once we meet with the elders, we will mobilize the power of the spiritual veins from the 4 heavenly gates, combining it with the cosmic star energy. And we shall surely purify the remnants of the evil immortals, restoring the glorious era of the cosmic and immortal unity. As night fell, the spiritual vein spring valley illuminated with intertwining light patterns of pale azure and pale gold, a manifestation of the preliminary resonance of the cosmic star veins. The purification elixirs crafted by Su Qingwei have been completed and distributed among the people. Little Stone's astral instrument has pinpointed the route to the core of the southern heavenly gate's celestial realm, the Lingxiao Pavilion. Vorlos has unveiled further secrets of the spring eye runes to fully activate the celestial connection. The celestial connection pillar from the celestial realm must resonate in synchrony with the primordial star core of the universe. And this pillar is concealed within the star vein hall of the Lingxiao Pavilion. On the following morning, Lin Fan, accompanied by Su Qingwei, Little Stone, and Vorlos, took flight towards the Lingxiao Pavilion under the guidance of Qing Xian. The brilliance of the sacred spirit blade illuminated their path, with the resonance of the blade's cosmic essence intertwining with the celestial veins patterns, forming a luminous band that bridged the realms of the universe and the celestial beings. This band of light serves not only as a beacon for ascenders, but also as a symbol of hope for the celestial connection, uniting against malevolent forces. As Lin Fan gazed upon the mist-shrouded Lingxiao Pavilion ahead, he realized that ascending to the celestial realm was not an end, but the commencement of a new guardianship mission. Protecting the celestial veins, connecting the cosmic and celestial star veins, purifying the remnants of evil celestial beings, and achieving a harmonious coexistence of the universe and celestial beings. This was both a legacy of the ancient celestial connection and an extension of the guardianship over the cosmic star veins. The lurking malevolent cultivators and the unexposed remnants of evil celestial souls hidden deep within the celestial realm would pose the challenges they must confront ahead. Yet, as long as his companions remained by his side, as long as the light of the sacred spirit blade shone forth, and the connection of the cosmic and celestial star veins endured, Lin Fan was confident that every step he took from the realm of cultivation to the universe, and then to the celestial realm, was for the purpose of protection and connection. This conviction would eternally guide him to continue writing the legendary saga of fearless guardianship in this new dimension. Chapter 57. A Discourse at Lingxiao. Awakening the pillar and unblocking the veins on the journey to Lingxiao Pavilion, the group must traverse the turbid canyon of the southern heavenly gate's celestial domain. Once the battleground of an ancient conflict involving malevolent celestial beings, the canyon's walls remained shrouded in a thick layer of gray, noxious mist. Occasional howls from the depths echo through the valley, deterring even the ethereal spirit butterfly from approaching. Qing Xian summoned 3 guardian talismans, enveloping their vessel in a soft azure shield. The concentration of the noxious mist here is thrice that of the initial realm. The canyon's depths conceal the noxious mist nest, which perpetually breeds malevolent cultivators. We must navigate around it carefully to avoid provoking them. However, as they reached the midpoint of the canyon, a surge of noxious mist erupted from below, and dozens of cultivators clad in black-patterned dark armor ascended into the air. It was indeed the malevolent cultivators. Their spiritual energy exuded a pungent, decaying odor, and the turbid blades they wielded could sever ordinary protective shields. The leader of these dark cultivators, marked by a sinister black symbol on his brow and possessing the initial cultivation of a golden immortal, sneered, "Qing Xian, you dare bring foreign beings into the celestial domain. Today, you shall be entombed in this canyon, serving as nourishment for the nest." The malevolent cultivators formed a turbid formation, and the black, murky tides surged toward the vessel, causing ripples of darkness to spread across the guardian talisman's shield. Ding! Side quest activated. Repel the noxious cultivators. Destroy the noxious mist nest at the canyon's base. Purify the mid-canyon's noxious mist and safeguard the vessel's safe arrival at Lingxiao Pavilion. Rewards: Spirit Dragon Holy Blade, Noxious Purification Subattribute Awakening. Recipe for the Celestial Noxious Purification Pill perfected by Su Qingwei. Obtain the core of the noxious mist nest, which can weaken energies from other nests. Trust level in the Southern Heavenly Gate's Celestial Domain. 30. Quest failure. Vessel becomes eroded by the noxious mist. Delayed journey to Lingxiao Pavilion. Spread of the noxious mist nest. Protect the vessel first. I will break the formation. Lin Fan leaped from the shield. The resonance patterns of the Spirit Dragon Holy Blade illuminating as a faint azure aura enveloped the blade. He infused it with the primordial energy of the cosmos, and the light transformed into a dual-colored blade of azure and gold. A sacred artifact? Celestial Purification Slash. The blade cleaved through the murky tide, charging straight for the formation's core. The leader's turbid blade, upon collision with the radiant strike, was corroded into ash by the azure golden energy, causing him to stagger. His blood surging. This is energy from the realms of the cosmos? Impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingwei set up a cauldron on the vessel. Combining the semi-finished celestial noxious purification pills she had previously crafted with the pure and turbid grass, a celestial herb that only grows on the edges of the noxious mist, into the furnace. The flames surging violently. I shall concoct a potent purification pill. It will grant you temporary immunity against the noxious erosion and enhance your spiritual power. Little stone. Use the celestial star tracker to locate the nest's position. Do not allow the malevolent cultivators any chance to replenish the mist. On the screen of the celestial star tracker, the position of the noxious mist nest at the canyon's base was distinctly visible, a black sphere half buried in rock, continuously dispersing noxious mist into the surroundings. He directed the star tracker to launch a spirit vein locating arrow, a light azure arrow piercing toward the nest's direction. Lingu. The nest is on the west side of the canyon, guarded by 3 golden immortal-level malevolent cultivators. Seeing this, Qing Xian also summoned his spirit vein sword, preparing to fight alongside Lin Fan. I will draw away the majority of the malevolent cultivators. You go destroy the nest. The duty of the guardian of the veins is to eradicate the malevolent forces from the celestial realm. He summoned his celestial power, and ethereal avatars of spiritual veins manifested around him. Dozens of these figures wielding swords surged towards the malevolent cultivators, momentarily ensnaring the majority of the adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan employed the cloud treading technique, a fundamental celestial art imparted by Qing Xian, and leapt towards the valley's depths. The azure golden radiance of the sacred spirit blade cleaving through the murky energies along his path, advancing directly towards the nest. 3 malevolent golden immortal cultivators swiftly encircled him, their murky blades striking in unison at Lin Fan. Want to destroy the nest? You must first pass through us. Lin Fan parried with his blade, and the purification subattribute of his weapon awakened suddenly, the pale azure glow automatically peeling away the murky energy from the blade, while simultaneously corroding the bodies of the malevolent cultivators. The adversaries recoiled in agony, their cursed markings on their foreheads beginning to fade. What power is this? It can purify the cursed markings. This is the purifying force of the cosmic union. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Fan swung his blade towards the nest. The azure golden light pierced the black sphere, and the nest emitted a piercing explosion, releasing a torrent of black murky energy, which was forcibly transformed into pure celestial power by the light of the blade, merging into the surrounding spiritual veins. The concentration of murky energy plummeted on both sides of the gorge, leaving the remaining malevolent cultivators without the support of the nest, their spiritual power swiftly waning. And they were easily subdued by Qing Xian and the arriving Xiao Shitu. Ding! Mission accomplished. Murky Energy Gorge. Rewards received. Sacred Spirit Blades Murky Energy Purification Subattribute awakened. Su Qingyue's perfected formula for the Murky Energy Purification Pill, acquisition of the core of the Murky Energy Nest, and increased trust in the Nantianmen Celestial Domain. After purifying the gorge, the flying vessel smoothly arrived at the Lingxiao Pavilion, a celestial palace suspended among the clouds, constructed entirely from spiritual vein jade. The Lingxiao star disk atop the palace can monitor the dynamics of spiritual veins and murky energy in the Nantianmen Celestial Domain in real time. Outside the hall, dozens of Lingxiao guards clad in silver-white celestial armor stood in formation, led by two elderly men with hair and beards as white as snow, exuding profound celestial power. They were the spiritual vein Elder Xianzhen and the law Elder Xian Su of the Nantianmen Celestial Domain. Qing Xian, the beings you have brought back from beyond our realm are guardians from the universe? Elder Xianzhen's gaze fell upon Lin Fan, devoid of hostility yet imbued with scrutiny. The celestial realm has not communicated with the outside world for millennia. If your cosmic power spirals out of control, it could prove more perilous than the murky energy. How will you demonstrate that you are not the harbinger of another catastrophe? Lin Fan stepped forward, presenting the secret text of the cosmic union and the core of the murky energy nest. Elders, please take a look. This text records the ancient method of the cosmic union. We have purified the alien corrosive energy of the universe using cosmic star vein energy. This core, which we just destroyed in the murky energy gorge, is the source of the malevolent cultivators. With the cosmic energy of the sacred spirit blade, we can transform it into pure celestial power. Should the elders permit, we are willing to purify the residual murky zone outside the Lingxiao Pavilion on the spot, to prove our sincerity. Elder Xian Su took the secret text, exchanging a glance with Elder Xianzhen. The runes inscribed on the text perfectly matched the ancient scrolls of the cosmic union hidden within the Lingxiao Pavilion, and indeed, the murky energy within the core could be purified by the azure golden energy at Lin Fan's fingertips. Elder Xianzhen nodded. Very well. We shall trust you this once. The residual turbidity zone lies to the east of Lingxiao Pavilion. Although the murky air there is faint, it is stubbornly difficult to eradicate. If you can purify it, we shall consent to open the Star Vein Hall, allowing you to inspect the cosmic immortal connection pillar. Su Qingyue immediately distributed potent purification pills, and Lin Fan, along with Qing Xian and Little Stone, ventured into the residual turbidity zone. Lin Fan plunged the Spirit Flood Dragon's sacred blade into the ground, triggering a resonance with the celestial veins and a simultaneous outburst of purification attributes. A soft azure and pale golden light spread across the ground, causing the gray murk of the residual turbidity zone to dissipate like receding tides. The once withered celestial spirit herbs unexpectedly sprouted anew, revealing tender green leaves. Elders Xianzhen and Xian Su stood atop the pavilion, their eyes filled with astonishment. The efficiency of this purification exceeds that of methods researched in the celestial realm for over a millennium by more than tenfold. How narrow-minded I have been. Elder Xianzhen flew down to the residual turbidity zone and bowed to Lin Fan, acknowledging that the cosmic immortal connection is indeed the sole path to purifying the murk. Follow me to the Star Vein Hall. The cosmic immortal connection pillar resides within, but it has been tainted by murk for a millennium, and the connection runes on the pillar are nearly eroded beyond recognition. We have attempted countless times to activate it, all ending in failure. The Star Vein Hall is situated on the lower level of Lingxiao Pavilion, where a 10-zhang tall silver-white stone pillar stands in the center, the cosmic immortal connection pillar. Its surface is marred by black murky patterns, and the resonance crystal at its apex has lost its luster, with only a faint silver-white energy of the celestial vein swirling at its base. The purple crystal soul of Vorlos circled the pillar, its fingertips tracing the murky patterns. These patterns are the evil immortal curse, which cannot be eradicated by ordinary purification. It requires the energy of the primordial cosmic star core combined with the power of the celestial vein spring to completely dispel the curse and awaken the runes. Lin Fan immediately accessed the cosmic immortal passage, contacting He Wuchang with the cosmic guardian order. He Wuchang, promptly channel the energy of the primordial star core through the passage into the cosmic immortal connection pillar. Qingyue, take Qing Xian to the celestial vein spring valley and fetch the celestial vein source water from the spring to activate the resonance crystal. Half an hour later, the pale golden energy of the primordial star core surged into the pillar through the passage, while the celestial vein source water was also infused into the resonance crystal. Lin Fan grasped the spirit flood dragon sacred blade, pouring the energies of the two celestial realms along with his own celestial power, having consumed the spirit refinement pill. He had preliminarily transformed into the initial stage of true immortal cultivation, into the blade, sacred artifact, cosmic immortal resonance. A dual-colored azure and gold light enveloped the connection pillar, causing the murky patterns to gradually retreat. The silver-white connection runes reignited, and the resonance crystal at the top erupted with dazzling brilliance, generating a powerful resonance with the energy of the cosmic star core. Suddenly, the Lingxiao star plate outside the hall began to rotate, intertwining the silver-white celestial vein of the southern heaven gate with the pale golden star vein of the cosmos, forming a dual vein light band that pierced through the cosmic immortal realm in the starry sky. Ding! Successfully awakened the cosmic immortal connection pillar. Completion of the Yuxian Initial Alliance main quest. Reward, Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. Yuxian Resonance. Ultimate Attribute Awakening. Stability of the Yuxian Passage elevated to 100. Bidirectional passage permitted. Restoration speed of the spiritual veins in the southern celestial gate increased by 50. Unlocking clues regarding the crisis of turbid qi at the northern celestial gate. The turbid qi from the northern celestial region has spread to the core of the spiritual veins. Failure of the task results in the complete destruction of the connection pillar and the shelving of the Yuxian connection plan. Elder Xuanjin, filled with excitement, caressed the runes of the connection pillar. It has succeeded. After a millennium, the Yuxian star veins are finally reconnected. With the energy support from the cosmic star core, purifying the turbid qi from other celestial gates is merely a matter of time. Qing Xian also displayed a joyful countenance. Commander Lin, we received urgent news from the guardian of the spiritual veins at the northern celestial gate 3 days ago, stating that their spiritual vein core well has been contaminated by turbid qi. If we do not provide swift assistance, the northern celestial region may face complete downfall. Lin Fan gazed at the double vein light band in the starry sky, where the resonant patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon flickered gently, casting a blurred image of the northern celestial gate. There, the sky was shrouded in a grayish turbid qi, and the guardians near the spiritual vein core well were valiantly resisting the encroaching malevolent forces. Clenching the blade firmly, he spoke with resolve. Qingyue, immediately concoct sufficient potent purification pills. Little Stone, utilize the star trajectory instrument to chart the shortest route to the northern celestial gate. Qingxian, Elder, I kindly ask you to assemble the celestial soldiers from the southern celestial gate. We will split into 2 groups, one to aid the northern celestial gate and the other to remain at Lingxiage, ensuring the stability of the Yuxian connection. Elder Xuanjin promptly nodded. I shall lead the Lingxiaways to the northern celestial gate. Elder Xuanxiu remained behind to guide the energy of the cosmic star veins and repair the damage to the spiritual veins of the southern celestial gate. Su Qingyue had already begun to tally the alchemical furnaces and herbs, while a route map and turbid qi concentration distribution for the northern celestial gate rapidly generated on Little Stone's star trajectory instrument screen. Varolo stayed at the star vein hall to study the ancient runes on the connection pillar, seeking a more expedient method to purify the turbid qi. The following morning, 2 teams assembled outside Lingxiage. Lin Fan, Su Qingyue, Little Stone, Qing Xian, Elder Xuanjin, and 3,000 Lingxiaways formed the northern celestial gate support team, boarding 10 celestial vessels as they soared toward the northern celestial region. Elder Xuanxiu, meanwhile, led the remaining celestial soldiers to establish a dual-vein protective array beside the Yuxian passage, ensuring the bidirectional flow of energy between the cosmos and the celestial realm. As the celestial vessels traversed the double-vein light band, a delicate golden and azure energy intertwined around the ship, illuminating the path ahead with the shimmering radiance of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon. Lin Fan stood at the bow, gazing toward the northern celestial gate, gradually enveloped by turbid qi, understanding within that awakening the connection pillar was merely the inception of Yuxian collaboration. The purification of the turbid qi from the four celestial gates and the complete eradication of the remnants of malevolent immortals lay ahead, a lengthy journey yet to embark upon. However, at this moment, the double-vein light band in the starry sky resembled an unquenchable bond, connecting the hopes of the universe and celestial realm, as well as the ultimate aspiration of the Yuxian convergence. Northern Celestial Gate, we are on our way. Lin Fan raised the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon, the azure golden brilliance piercing through the clouds, tracing a resplendent arc across the celestial skies. This arc marked the path of the guardian, the vow of the connector, and the legendary saga of my unrestrained journey in the realm of cultivation, continuing its new chapter within the dimensions of the celestial realm. Chapter 58. The intertwining of demonic corruption and the initial battle of celestials and demons when the 10 celestial vessels arrived at the northern heavenly gates celestial domain. The scene before them was far more devastating than anticipated. Once enveloped in ethereal energy, the northern heavenly gate was now shrouded in a murky haze of gray corruption and dark demonic aura. From the fissures in the spiritual veins below, howling specters emerged incessantly, while the guardians of the spiritual core well were dwindled to a mere few. The remaining celestial soldiers, though grievously injured, valiantly wielded their spiritual swords to fend off the assault of the demonic puppets, those celestial cultivators afflicted by both demonic and corrupting energies. It is the bone-corroding demonic aura. The purple crystalline soul of Vorlos trembled violently as he gazed upon the dark patterns within the haze, fear flashing in his eyes. Ancient texts chronicling the celestial struggle against demons revealed that this aura could merge with corrupting energy, thereby amplifying its corrosive potency. Once a puppet was slain, it would explode, disseminating further demonic corruption. The demon realm had covertly activated the celestial demonic passage amidst the chaos of the corruption. No sooner had Vorlos spoken than heavy footsteps echoed from within the haze. A colossal figure clad in black-scaled demonic armor, wielding a spear of corruption, stepped forth. Surrounding him was a whirlpool of dark demonic energy and gray corruption. A demonic core embedded in his forehead, his cultivation level reaching the late golden immortal stage, significantly surpassing the leader of the corruptors from the southern heavenly gate. I am Demon Sha, dispatched by the Lord of the Demon Realm to take control of this decaying celestial domain. Those who are wise will surrender and become demonic puppets, thus preserving their lives. With a sweep of the Demon Sha's spear, countless orbs of corrupt energy hurtled towards the celestial vessels. The protective shield of spiritual veins around the ships was swiftly corroded, and several members of the Lingxiao guards, unable to evade in time, were struck by the energy spheres. Their skin turned black in an instant, and a fierce glint ignited within their eyes as they began to transform into demonic puppets. Ding! Triggering the main quest. Initial battle of celestials and demons. Repel the vanguard of the demon realm, Demon Sha. Purify the corrupt energy from the spiritual core well. Locate and temporarily seal the celestial demonic passage. Protect the remaining guardians of the northern heavenly gate. Quest rewards: Spiritual Dragon Holy Blade, Purification of Demonic Energy Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for the dual purification pill. Obtain sealing runes for the celestial demonic passage. Establishment of the preliminary alliance against demons in the cosmic realm. Quest failure: the spiritual core well is thoroughly tainted by corruption. The celestial demonic passage expands, and the demon army floods into the celestial realm. Qingyue. Quickly refine a pill that can purify both demonic and corrupting energies. Lin Fan leaped from the celestial vessel, the resonance patterns of the spiritual dragon Holy Blade illuminating as pale blue and golden light interposed against the corrupt energy spheres. Qingxian, Elder Xianzhen. You are to protect the guardians while clearing the outer puppets. Little Stone. Use the astral compass to locate the celestial demonic passage and identify the weak point of Demon Sha's core. Su Qingyue immediately set up a pill furnace aboard the celestial vessel. Combining the previously refined purification pill of celestial corruption, the anti-demonic crystal core brought from the cosmos, a remnant crystal purified from the dark corruption mother nest, and freshly collected samples of the corrupt haze. The Dan fire transformed into a tricolored flame of azure, gold, and black, an extraordinary flame capable of countering both celestial and demonic energies. I shall refine the dual purification pill. We require fragments of Demon Shah's core as a catalyst to thoroughly neutralize the merged corrupt energy. Yet the demonic core was enshrouded in malevolent energy. Only by shattering his war spear could one draw near. Suddenly, the communication talisman of the Black Wuchang illuminated, revealing an image of the Cosmic Coalition on the screen. Commander Lin, we have led the underworld digging troops, the Meteor Spirits, and the Crystal Spirits to form the cross-domain anti-demon squad, and have arrived at the southern heavenly gate via the cosmic passage. Elder Xuanqiu has reported that the northern heavenly gate is in dire straits. We are racing to provide support and expect to arrive in half an hour. Lin Fan felt warmth in his heart. The support from the cosmos would never be tardy. This was the strength of unity. At this moment, the celestial astral device of Little Stone had locked onto crucial information. Brother Lin, the celestial demon passage is located beneath the spiritual pulse rift at the core well. The weakness of the demonic core lies in the left chest. His war spear is forged from the bone-eroding demon iron of the demon realm. Only energy resonating with the cosmic essence can sever it. Seeing Lin Fan distracted, the Demon Shah suddenly thrust his spear toward the spiritual pulse core well, intending to obliterate it and render the celestial domain devoid of its vital support. Not on my watch. Lin Fan executed the cloud-treading technique, instantly teleporting to the side of the core well. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon cleaved at the war spear. At the moment of collision between the azure and golden light and the tainted spear, the black demonic energy and gray murk surged violently, wrapping around the blade, manifesting black patterns. Ha! Even your weapon shall become fodder for the murk. Demon Shah cackled as he pressed down forcefully, the tainted energy surging from the spear, causing Lin Fan's arm to tingle and his spiritual power to falter. At that instant, the last guardian of the northern heavenly gate, Bei Xian, lunged forth. Shielding Lin Fan from another attack, respected Lin, utilize the source of the spiritual pulse from our northern heavenly gate. The core well still possesses a final trace of pure spiritual pulse that can assist you in purifying the demonic energy. Bei Xian pressed his palm against Lin Fan's back, and a surge of pure celestial energy flowed into Lin Fan's body. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon trembled. Within the blade's cosmic resonance patterns emerged a faint silver light, a new attribute of demonic purification. The light surged explosively, forcibly stripping away the black murky energy, transforming it into pure spiritual and astral energy. Sacred artifact? Double purification of the murk. The azure and silver light spread along the war spear, causing the tainted spear in Demon Shah's grasp to shatter piece by piece, revealing the demonic core in his left chest. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan thrust the blade directly at the core, and shards of the core splintered, one piece landing precisely in Su Qingyue's elixir furnace. The furnace erupted with a tricolored radiance. The double purification pill was successfully refined. The elixir was ready. Su Qingyue tossed the pill to everyone. After the celestial soldiers and guardians consumed it, the tainted corruption rapidly dissipated, even restoring the consciousness of the tainted puppets by the spiritual pulse core well. Although Demon Shah had lost his spear and part of his core, his aura plummeted, yet he remained undaunted. Attempting to rush toward the spiritual pulse rift to expand the celestial demon passage, I shall pave the way for the demon army, even at the cost of my life. Planning to flee? Elder Xianjin summoned the spiritual pulse binding celestial rope, the pale blue light ensnaring Demon Shah's limbs. Lin Fan, quickly use the sealing runes to seal the passage. We cannot hold on much longer. Little Stone had already projected the sealing runes discovered by the star tracker beside the core well. Lin Fan picked up a fragment of the magic core, infused it with purifying energy, and pressed it at the center of the rune. A harmonious blend of pale blue, pale gold, and pale silver light intertwined, forcibly compressing the celestial and demonic passage within the spiritual vein fissure, leaving only a slender black crevice through which no demonic shadows could escape. Ding! Initial battle of celestial and demonic forces. Mission accomplished. Rewards received. Spirit flooding sacred blade. Purifying energy attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for demonic purification elixir. acquires the sealing runes for the celestial demonic passage and the preliminary establishment of the cosmic alliance against demons. Seeing the passage sealed, the demonic entity let out a furious roar, its body suddenly swelling as it threatened to self-destruct the magic core. It could not be allowed to explode. Vorloz's amethyst soul flew above the demonic entity, its purple light entwining around the magic core, suppressing it with cosmic energy. The magic core still harbored the commands of the demon realm's sovereign. Simultaneously, Lin Fan, Qing Xian, and Bei Xian channeled their energies, forcibly halting the demonic entity's self-detonation. An image was extracted from the core, a figure clad in a purple-scaled demon robe, surrounded by chaotic demonic energy, stood before a colossal interdimensional demon gate, flanked by countless demonic legions. Demonic entity. Once you corrupt the northern heavenly gate's spiritual vein and open the primary celestial demonic passage, I shall lead my forces to first devour the celestial realm, and then annihilate the cosmos. The fusion of turbid and demonic energies is sufficient to obliterate any connected star veins and spiritual veins. The image concluded by revealing the location of the primary celestial demonic passage within the abyss of turbid demons in the central celestial domain, a site now shrouded in the energy of ancient celestial demonic warfare. At this moment, the interdimensional anti-demon team led by Black Wuchang finally arrived. The meteoric spirit used its rocky form to block the fissure in the spiritual vein, while the crystal spirit reinforced the seal with crystalline essence, and the underworld cultivators began purifying the surrounding turbid mist. Bei Xian, gazing at the approaching cosmic coalition, excitedly grasped Lin Fan's hand. I never expected the guardians of the cosmos would come to our aid. Previously, we always regarded the celestial realm as exalted. But now we understand that only by uniting with the cosmic alliance can we survive against such interdimensional threats from the demon realm. Elder Xianzhen proposed. Let us immediately return to the southern heavenly gate's Lingxiao Pavilion, gather the remaining guardians and celestial soldiers of the 4 heavenly gates, and unite the cosmic powers to establish the cosmic alliance against demons. The demon sovereign's forces may arrive at any moment. We must swiftly devise a defense plan and discover a method to seal the primary celestial demonic passage. Lin Fan nodded, driving the spirit-flooding sacred blade into the ground as the purifying energy and cosmic resonance attributes erupted simultaneously. The pale blue, pale gold, and pale silver light spread throughout the northern heavenly gate, completely purifying the residual turbid energy, and the core well of the spiritual vein began to surge forth with pure spiritual energy once more. Qingyue remained to concoct enough demonic purification elixirs. Little Stone. Use the star tracker to map the distribution of turbid energy around the primary celestial demonic passage. The rest of you follow me back to the southern heavenly gate to form the anti-demon alliance. The celestial ships slowly departed from the northern heavenly gate behind them. The core well of the spiritual vein had regained vitality, and the guardians were collaborating with the cosmic coalition to reinforce the seal. Lin Fan stood at the bow of the ship, the radiance of the sacred spirit blade intermingling with the celestial light bands of the cosmic immortals. He gazed into the distance, where the central immortal realm lay shrouded in demonic corruption, fully aware that this battle between the immortals and demons was far more arduous than the previous crises of miasma or the cosmic erosion. The adversary was the demon realm, equipped with a complete army and interdimensional prowess. Yet behind him stood the power of the immortal realm's spiritual veins, the stellar forces of the universe, and countless allies ready to fight alongside him. O demon lord, regardless of the intricacies of your schemes, we shall thwart you. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade, its purifying runes shimmering softly, as if affirming his resolve. United, the cosmic immortals will ensure that your vile corruption dissipates entirely from the realms. The celestial vessel soared toward the south gate of the Lingxiao Pavilion, the light bands of the cosmic immortals in the starry sky growing ever more resplendent, resembling a protective barrier spanning dimensions. Thus commenced a transcendent battle against the demonic tide, one that would determine the fate of the cosmic immortals. My legendary journey through the realm of cultivation, unrestrained and audacious, will pen a new chapter of unity in the fight against the demonic menace, to connect all conceivable powers and safeguard every cherished homeland. That is the eternal conviction of the Guardians. Chapter 59. The Alliance of Lingxiao and the Search for the Mirror of the Ruins as the Celestial Fleet returned from the Southern Heavenly Gate. Ripples suddenly emerged in the cosmic dual energy bands. 3 obsidian-hued demonic vessels burst forth from the shadows of the light bands, their hulls adorned with writhing demonic patterns. The scouts aboard these vessels brandished short blades. Surrounded by a miasma that temporarily cloaked them from detection within the dual energy bands, they were a reconnaissance unit from the demon realm. They were tracking us, aiming to ascertain the defensive arrangements at the southern heavenly gate. The celestial star gauge in Xiao Shida's possession emitted a frantic alert. Although the energy readings of the demonic vessels were inferior to those of the demonic fiends, they surpassed them in numbers and stealth. It was the perfect opportunity to test the Alliance's collaboration. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as the purifying patterns on the spirit dragon's sacred blade illuminated. Hai Wuchang, lead the underworld cultivators to construct a counter-invisibility formation using ghostly flames to ensnare the demonic vessels. Shaiyuan, use the rock bodies of the meteor spirits to block their escape routes. Qingxian, lead the Lingxiao guards in a flanking assault to seize their demonic compass and uncover any intelligence regarding the demon realm's forces. Hai Wuchang promptly commanded the interdomain anti-demon squad into action, weaving a net of azure ghostly flames across the starry expanse. The concealment effect of the demonic vessels was immediately nullified, exposing their hulls beneath the dual energy bands. Shaiyuan directed the meteor spirits to coalesce into a rocky barrier, obstructing the escape path of the demonic vessels. Meanwhile, Qingxian and the Lingxiao guards leaped onto the enemy ships, with the spirit pulse sword cleaving through the defenses of the demonic scouts. One underworld cultivator seized the compass from the center of the ship. On the compass's screen, the location of the demonic abyss was marked with a crimson circle, accompanied by a note stating, 3 days hence, the demon lord will personally lead the vanguard to assault the southern heavenly gate. Beep. Triggered side quest. Alliance coordination. Annihilate the demonic scouts. Decipher the demonic compass intelligence. Reinforce the defense of the cosmic dual energy bands. Quest rewards. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Illusion warning passive effect activated. Production efficiency of Su Qingyue's demonic purification pills increased by 50. Alliance cooperation synergy increased by 20. Quest failure. The demon realm obtains defense intelligence on the southern heavenly gate, and the Alliance is plunged into a passive position during the assault. At that moment, Su Qingyue had set up a multi-furnace alchemy array beside the main ship's alchemical furnace, with 3 furnaces operating simultaneously. The pale azure, golden, and black particles of the demonic purification pills continuously coalesced. I have transformed the pills into a pill formation. Once consumed, they will generate a temporary anti-demonic barrier around each individual, capable of repelling the scout's ambush. As the pills were tossed to the allied forces, the demonic vessels suddenly erupted with black smoke, an explosive cloud from the demonic scouts. Within the smoke, countless shadowy figures materialized, attempting to obscure vision and flee. Do not be deceived by the illusions. The spirit dragon's sacred blade trembled, its purifying patterns radiating a faint silver glow, marking the true forms of the scouts hidden within the smoke. This was the activation of the illusion warning passive effect. Lin Fan swung his blade, unleashing a beam of light that sent 3 scouts attempting to break through tumbling away, while Hai Wuchang's chains ensnared their ankles. Trying to escape? First, leave behind some intelligence. Half an hour later, the demon scouts were completely annihilated, and the information from the demon-patterned compass was deciphered by Vorlos. The Lord of the Demon Realm planned to bombard the celestial passage at the southern gate with the demon cannon 3 days hence, while simultaneously dispatching an advance army to launch a surprise attack on the Lingxiao Pavilion, aiming to destroy the cosmic immortal connection pillar and sever the support between the universe and the immortal realm. Preparations must be made within 3 days. Elder Xuanzhen's expression was grave. Although the spiritual vein defenses of the southern gate had been reinforced, they could not withstand the onslaught of the demon cannon. We require more formidable anti-demon measures. The ancient anti-demon scripture mentions the cosmic immortal anti-demon mirror, which may be the key to averting this crisis. Vorlos unfurled the silk of the inscribed scripture, his fingertip pointing to a particular segment of runes. This scripture records that the cosmic immortal anti-demon mirror was a divine artifact crafted by the ancient Cosmic Immortal Alliance, capable of reflecting demon energy and amplifying the resonance of the cosmic immortal dual veins. It was this very mirror that repelled the first invasion of the demon realm. The mirror is concealed within the ancient anti-demon ruins, located in the anti-demon wasteland of the Eastern Gate's celestial domain. However, the wasteland is now shrouded in demon energy and guarded by the demon General Demon Shadow. This demon excels at creating illusions, transforming demon energy into the most terrifying visions for cultivators, leading to mental collapse. During the meeting at Lingxiao Pavilion, the Alliance swiftly formulated a strategy. Hai Wuchang would lead the specters of the underworld, along with disciples from the Ice Spirit sect and the remaining defenders of the Western Gate, to remain at the Southern Gate, reinforcing the dual vein defense array with meteorite stones and crystal spirits. Simultaneously, they would set up a net to intercept the demon cannon beside the cosmic immortal passage. Su Qingwei would stay at Lingxiao Pavilion, utilizing multiple alchemical furnaces to mass-produce the demon purging elixir, ensuring that each member of the Alliance had a protective elixir. Lin Fan would lead a small team consisting of Little Stone, Qing Xian, Xian, and 10 elite members, including cosmic star spirits and immortal soldiers from the immortal realm, to form a mirror-seeking team, heading to the Eastern Gate's anti-demon wasteland in search of the cosmic immortal anti-demon mirror. Lin Gu. The concentration of demon energy in the anti-demon wasteland is 5 times that of the Northern Gate. The astral tracker has detected the presence of demon shadow near the anti-demon palace in the center of the wasteland. That should be the entrance to the ruins. Little Stone handed Lin Fan the marked astral map, with the location of the anti-demon palace encircled in a faint silver glow, identified by the astral tracker as an area of ancient array fluctuations. The mirror-seeking team boarded the fastest Star Pulse Swift vessel and arrived at the Eastern Gate's anti-demon wasteland a day later. The ground was covered with a thick layer of black demon crystals, which emitted a hissing sound when stepped upon, and the demon mist in the air distorted vision. The anti-demon palace loomed in the fog, appearing as a fleeting illusion, as if it might vanish at any moment. Be cautious. The illusions of demon shadow have begun. The warning runes of the spirit serpent holy blade illuminated, projecting the true scene of the surroundings. The once desolate wasteland was now filled with demon traps. Stepping into them would ensnare one in demon energy. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the mist. It was Hai Wuchang's cry for help. Lin Fan. The Southern Gate has been struck by the demon cannon. We can barely hold on. In the direction of the voice, a harrowing image of the Southern Gate being bombarded emerged from the mist, showing several specters of the underworld collapsing in the chaos. Just as Qing Xian was about to rush over to provide support, Lin Fan stopped him. It's an illusion. Hai Wuchang has just reported that all is well at the South Heavenly Gate, while the shadowy specter seeks to distract us with illusions. Alert! Triggered the main quest. Seek the Mirror of Ruins, break the illusion of the shadow, find the entrance to the anti-demon hall, obtain the celestial anti-demon mirror, and repel the shadowy specter. Rewards: Sacred Blade of the Spirit Dragon, Illusion Dispelling, Awakening of Sub-Attributes, unlocking the ancient anti-demon array map of the anti-demon hall, and acquiring the shadowy demon core, which can enhance the dual purification pill of demonic miasma, along with restoration privileges for the spiritual veins of the Eastern Heavenly Gate. Failure: the shadowy specter delays time. The demonic vanguard launches a premature assault, and the mirror-seeking team becomes trapped in the wasteland. You wish to shatter my illusions? It will not be so simple. From within the mist, the cold laughter of the shadowy specter resonates, and the imagery abruptly shifts. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace explodes in the illusion, scattering the dual purification pill of demonic miasma, which is swiftly consumed by demonic energy. Little Stone's astral device spirals out of control in the illusion, as the screen displays an endless tide of demonic forces surging forth from the abyss of demonic miasma. The meteor spirits of Shaoyuan tremble visibly, evidently affected by the illusion. Remain calm. Stabilize your mind with dual pulse energy. Lin Fan thrusts the sacred blade of the spirit dragon into the ground, causing the resonance patterns of the celestial to illuminate, and a faint blue and gold aura spreads, distorting the false images within the illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Little Stone activates the true detection function of the astral device, revealing a faint golden light tracing towards the left side of the anti-demon hall's demonic miasma pillar. Brother Lin. The entrance lies behind the pillar. The essence of the shadowy specter is concealed within the demonic patterns of the pillar, and its core resides at the pinnacle. Realizing that the illusion has been unveiled, The specter roars and leaps from the pillar, its form shrouded in mist and surrounded by dark phantoms. The illusion blade in its grasp can slice through the intertwining light of reality and illusion with a single strike. It cleaves through the spiritual sword of a Lingxiao guard. Now that the illusion is shattered, you shall perish in the wasteland. Shaiyuan, ensnare its essence with rocks. Qingxian, use your spiritual sword to restrain its blade light. Lin Fan leaps towards the pillar, intertwining the purifying patterns of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon with the illusion alert patterns, the blade emanating a faint silver-blue glow. The illusion dispelling subattribute is awakening. He swings his sword towards the top of the pillar, the light blade piercing through the specter-S form, striking directly at the core. A holy artifact? Illusion-breaking demon slash. At the moment the silver-blue light strikes the core, the shadowy specter emits a chilling scream, its phantoms dissipating to reveal a semi-transparent essence. Impossible. My illusions can ensnare even those at the late stage of the golden immortal realm. How could you? Taking advantage of the moment, Shaiyuan commands the meteor spirits to envelop the essence of the specter in rock, while Qingxian positions his spiritual sword against its throat. Surrender now. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Yet the specter suddenly bursts into maniacal laughter. Even if you obtain the anti-demon mirror, you cannot withstand the chaotic miasmic body of the demon lord. He has merged with the energy of the miasmic mother nest, you. Before the words could escape, its essence unexpectedly swells, preparing for self-detonation. Lin Fan, quick-witted and swift, channels the purifying energy of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon into the core, forcibly suppressing the impending explosion. Senior Voros swiftly extract the information from its core. The amethyst soul of Voros soared beside the demonic core, entwining it with a ribbon of violet light, extracting fragments of intelligence from the demon realm. The chaotic, demonic body of the demon lord requires the primordial source of the abyss of demonic turbidity to be fully activated, and the seal of the celestial demon passage must be simultaneously shattered by destroying the 4 pillars of the abyss. Ding. The ruin-seeking mirror task is complete. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Serpent Holy Blade, Illusion Dispelling, Subattribute Awakening. Obtain the ancient anti-demon array map of the anti-demon hall, Shadow Demon Core, Enhancement Elixir Material, and Restoration Rites for the Spirit Vein at East Sky Gate. After vanquishing the Shadow Demon, the group pushed open the hidden door behind the stone pillar, entering the anti-demon hall. The air inside was suffused with a faint aura of ancient spirit. At the center of the stone platform, a palm-sized anti-demon mirror floated, its surface shimmering with a delicate blend of azure and golden light. The frame was inscribed with anti-demon runes, resonating powerfully with the patterns of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. As Lin Fan approached, the mirror automatically illuminated, projecting images of the ancient celestial demon war. Countless celestial cultivators wielding the anti-demon mirror reflected the corrupt energy of the demon army back, ultimately sealing the celestial demon passage. This mirror requires a drop of blood to recognize its master, and the energy of the celestial dual veins must be infused to activate it. Voros interpreted the runes on the hall's walls. Lin Fan, as the leader of the Celestial Alliance and the bearer of the Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. Only you can claim it as your own. Lin Fan let a drop of blood fall onto the mirror's surface while simultaneously infusing it with the resonance energy of the Celestial. In an instant, the mirror expanded to a width of 10 feet, projecting a real-time image of the South Sky Gate. Black Wuchang was leading the Allied forces to reinforce their defensive formation. The wreckage of the demonic turbidity vessels had been cleared, and the light ribbon of the celestial passage grew ever more radiant. The anti-demon mirror can transmit energy over long distances. Little Stone exclaimed excitedly as the Star Track instrument connected with the mirror's surface, displaying the energy reflection rate at 100 and the dual vein amplification rate at 200. When the Demon Lord launches an assault in 3 days, we can use the mirror at the East Sky Gate to reflect the energy of the demonic turbidity cannon, while also amplifying the defense at the South Sky Gate. At this moment, Su Qingyue's communication talisman lit up, her voice filled with joy. Lin Fan. The demonic turbidity dual purification elixir enhanced with the Shadow Demon Core has been refined. Its efficacy has tripled, and it can grant brief immunity to illusions. I have produced 3,000 pills, enough for the Allied forces. Black Wuchang also conveyed news. The dual-vein defense formation at the South Sky Gate has been reinforced, and the crystal spirits have erected an energy interception tower beside the passage using crystals, while the meteor spirits have laid layers of rocky traps outside the formation. The mirror-seeking team, bearing the anti-demon mirror, sailed back to the South Sky Gate aboard the Star Pulse fast ship. Upon arriving at Lingxiao Pavilion, representatives from the 4 Sky Gates had gathered in the square, Dongling from the East Sky Gate, Shima from the West Sky Gate, Beixian from the North Sky Gate, and Qingxian from the South Sky Gate, alongside the leaders of the Cosmic Alliance, all standing before the Celestial Connection Pillar. Lin Fan raised the anti-demon mirror, its dual-vein light ribbon resonating with the connection pillar, a soft azure golden radiance spreading across the entire square. In 3 days, we will confront the vanguard of the demon realm at the South Sky Gate, while simultaneously deploying a small team to raid the abyss of demonic turbidity to destroy the 4 pillars of the abyss and prevent the demon lord from activating the chaotic demonic body. Elder Xuanjin stepped forward and presented the 4 core essence of the 4 Heavens Gate to Lin Fan. These 4 cores can activate the ancient anti-demon formation, which, in conjunction with the anti-demon mirror and the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon, will create a trinity defense. As long as we hold the Southern Heaven Gate, the Abyssal team will successfully complete their mission. Haichang took the initiative to lead the Abyssal team. Commander Lin, I will take the Underworld Cultivators, the Falling Star Spirits, and the Northern Xian Pulse Guardians into the Abyss. We excel in stealth and excavation, capable of discreetly dismantling the 4 pillars. You should remain at the Southern Heaven Gate, utilizing the anti-demon mirror to oversee the defense. This dual-line strategy will ensure greater stability. Lin Fan nodded and distributed the demon-purging dual clarity pills to everyone. 3 days hence, the decisive battle between the Yuxian universe and the demon realm will commence. Though we may hail from different dimensions and races, at this moment, we share a common homeland to protect and a mutual enemy to repel. The coalition responded in unison, their voices resonating through the Lingxiao Pavilion. While the luminous bands of the Yuxian dual pulse intertwined with the brilliance of the anti-demon mirror, forming a protective light net that spanned the immortal realm. 2 days later, the defensive preparations at the Southern Heaven Gate were fully in place. Outside the dual pulse defense formation lay rock traps and energy interception towers, while the formation itself was fortified with a 3-layer defense composed of the Lingxiao Guards and the Cosmic Coalition. The anti-demon mirror was stationed in the anti-demon palace at the Eastern Heaven Gate, operated by Little Stone and the Western Desert Pulse Guardians, in real-time connection with the Southern Heaven Gate through the Stellar Trajectory device. The Abyssal team had embarked on an invisible star pulse speedboat towards the demon-purging abyss, with Haichang's communication talismans periodically relaying messages of their proximity to the abyssal boundary and the normal concentration of demon miasma. Standing atop the Lingxiao Pavilion, Lin Fan felt the resonance between the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon and the anti-demon mirror, the blade's phantoms dispelling the demonic aura, with properties such as purification and interdimensional resonance illuminating one after another. He gazed into the increasingly ominous sky. The vanguard of the demon realm was imminent, and the essence of the spiritual pulse in the demon-purging abyss was stirring restlessly. A battle that would determine the fate of the Yuxian universe was drawing near. Demon Sovereign, we shall meet at the Southern Heaven Gate in 3 days. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade, the mirrored dual pulse light casting brilliance upon his countenance. This time, we shall not only defend our homeland, but also seal the passage between the immortals and demons, ensuring that the Yuxian universe shall forever be free from the scourge of demonic miasma. Outside the Lingxiao Pavilion, the coalition cultivators and star spirits were diligently making their final preparations. The cold gleam of the spiritual pulse soared intertwined with the radiance of the star core, as the Yuxian dual pulse light gently swirled through the starry sky. This light embodies the Alliance's conviction, the determination to resist the demons, and the legendary tale of my unrestrained dominance in the realm of cultivation, soon to unveil its most resplendent brilliance in this interdimensional battle against the demons. Chapter 60, Dual Fronts Decided. The Demon Lord's decapitation. At the dawn of the fateful day, the skies above the Southern Heavenly Gate were shrouded in oppressive demonic miasma, hanging low like an ominous veil. In the distant starry expanse, a pitch-black demonic mothership gradually materialized, its prow adorned with 3 colossal cannons exuding an aura of annihilation. The figure of the demon lord loomed atop the mothership, surrounded by a writhing mass of chaotic miasma, intertwining black energy and gray fog, dimming even the celestial resonance of the dual pulse light. Insignificant celestial insects, today you shall witness the essence of interdimensional power. Activate the anti-demon mirror linkage. Lin Fan stood at the heart of the defensive array, the holy spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon resonating with the anti-demon mirror of the eastern heavenly gate. The intricate patterns of celestial resonance on the blade intertwined with the shimmering light of the mirror, forming a luminous barrier of pale azure and gold. The star trajectory device, operated by Little Stone, continuously adjusted its parameters, displaying the energy frequency of the colossal cannons. Brother Lin, the cannon is fully charged and will fire in 10 moments. The anti-demon mirror has locked onto the reflection angle, capable of rebounding the energy back to the demonic mothership. At this juncture, Su Qingwei had distributed the final batch of reinforced demonic purification pills to the coalition forces. The pills radiated a dark golden aura, capable of temporarily activating the celestial anti-demon factors within the cultivators. After consuming the pills, our spiritual veins will synchronize with the dual pulse light. Even if struck by the miasma, we can swiftly purify ourselves. If we withstand this wave of bombardment, the Abyssal Squad will be able to destroy the last pillar. Boom! 3 thunderous roars reverberated through the starry sky as the 3 colossal cannons fired simultaneously. 3 black energy beams, shrieking through the air, surged toward the defensive array. Lin Fan gripped the Holy Spirit blade tightly, channeling his entire celestial power and cosmic energy into the blade. Holy artifact? Dual mirrors resonance slash. The pale azure gold barrier surged explosively. The energy beams collided with the barrier, only to be forcefully redirected, rebounding back towards the demonic mothership. The demonic runic shield of the mothership shattered instantaneously, leaving 3 massive gaping holes in its hull, while countless demonic soldiers were reduced to ash in the explosion. Impossible! The demon lord roared in fury, striking forth with a palm that conjured a colossal hand of chaotic miasma, reaching for the southern heavenly gate's defensive array. The Lingxiao guards and the cosmic coalition acted in unison, intertwining the azure glow of their spiritual swords with the light of the star spirits. Blocking the giant hand while Elder Xianjun summoned the core of the 4 heavenly gates' spiritual veins, activating the ancient anti-demon formation. For veins unite, defend against demons. A pale azure light wall rose from the array, firmly resisting the grasp of the giant hand. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Squad was confronting their final challenge. 3 of the 4 demonic pillars had been destroyed, leaving the last chaos pillar under the control of the guardian demon general, Magic Maggot, who commanded swarms of black demonic insects, launching frenzied assaults upon the squad members. The leader of the meteor spirits, Sha Yuan, shielded Bei Xian with his rocky form. Though countless small holes were gnawed into him by the insects, the ghostly flames of the netherworld cultivators could incinerate the demonic insects, yet could not keep pace with the speed of the Magic Maggot summons. Lord Black Wuchang. The core of the Magic Maggot lies at the center of the swarm. We cannot approach it all. Black Wuchang summoned the nether chains, ensnaring several demonic insects. But the chains were swiftly severed by the swarm. Use demonic shadow magic court to lure the insects. The demonic insects will be attracted to their kind's cores. Beiyuan promptly retrieved the previously seized shadow demon core and hurled it towards the swarm of insects. As anticipated, the demonic creatures redirected their course, surging towards the core, revealing the central entity of the demonic maggot. Seizing the opportunity, He Wuchang unleashed a chain enveloped in ghostly flames, piercing the maggot core. Hellfire Purge. The ghostly flames engulfed the entire body of the maggot, causing the core to shatter amidst the inferno, and the chaotic pillars lost their energy support, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Ding! All 4 abyssal pillars have been destroyed. The energy of the demon lord's chaotic corruption body has plummeted by 30. Reward: Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade, Chaotic Purification, New Attribute Awakening. The energy of the dual pulse of the Cosmic Immortal is enhanced by 100. And all members of the Abyssal Squad experience a temporary elevation in cultivation level. Sensing the destruction of the chaotic pillars, the demon lord's chaotic corruption body spiraled into chaos. Black energy surging wildly within, a mere horde of ants, daring to destroy my foundation. I shall ensure your annihilation. He leaped from the corrupted mothership, energy surging around him, and cracks began to appear in the anti-demon barrier of the southern heavenly gate, the dual pulse of the cosmic immortal trembling violently. This signified the impending self-detonation of the demon lord. Qingwei quickly refined the chaotic suppression pill. Lin Fan leapt before the demon lord, the patterns of chaotic purification on the spirit serpent's sacred blade illuminating, a pale silver light entwining the blade. Holy artifact, chaotic purification slash. The light pierced into the demon lord's chaotic corruption body, forcibly stripping away the black energy. The demon lord's movements momentarily halted. This is the power to purify chaos? Impossible. Su Qingyue had long since placed the sample of chaotic corruption, fragments of the primordial star core, and the anti-demon mirror's luminous dust into the alchemical furnace, the flames transforming into tricolored azure, gold, and silver. Chaotic suppression pill complete. Lin Fan catch. The pill transformed into a stream of light, flying into Lin Fan's grasp. He merged the elixir with the spirit serpent's sacred blade, activating all 6 attributes of the blade: cosmic immortal resonance, demonic energy purification, illusion dispelling, chaotic purification, turbid energy purification, cosmic origin resonance, simultaneously, forming a transcendent strike. Demon Lord, your era has come to an end. The blade of light cleaved into the demon lord's chest, the chaotic corruption body disintegrating under the luminous energy, exposing the core. Within this black core resided remnants of the primordial malevolent immortal's turbid energy essence. So, you are in league with the primordial malevolent immortal. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as the blade struck down once more, the core exploding amidst the chaotic purification energy. The demon lord let out a final, anguished scream, his form dissipating into black mist, thoroughly purified by the dual pulse of the cosmic immortal. Ding! Successfully defeated the demon lord of the demon realm. Completed the ultimate mission of the celestial demon battle. Reward: Spirit Serpent's sacred blade upgraded to Cosmic Immortal Sacred Artifact. The Cosmic Immortal Anti-Demon Alliance is officially established. The Celestial Demon Passage is permanently sealed, requires periodic infusion of dual pulse energy for maintenance. The recovery speed of the spiritual veins in the southern heavenly gate's celestial realm is enhanced by 100, and the cosmic star veins resonate permanently with the celestial realm's spiritual veins. With the demise of the demon lord, the remaining forces of the demon realm lost their command, either being annihilated by the allied forces or fleeing back to the demon realm. The demonic clouds of the southern heavenly gate gradually dissipated, as the pale azure sky of the celestial realm rejoined the radiant starry expanse of the universe. The dual pulse of the cosmic immortal shone more brilliantly than ever, intertwining in the starry sky to form a colossal light pattern, a testament to the successful interdimensional guardianship. At this moment, the Abyssal Squad returned to the southern gate. Although He Wuchang was battered and bruised, he proudly held the magic core of the demonic maggot, his face alight with joy. Commander Lin, I am relieved not to have failed my mission. The 4 pillars of the abyss are utterly destroyed, and the celestial demonic passage can no longer be forcibly opened. Shaiyuan, despite the damage to his rocky form, stood tall and declared, the fallen star shall forever guard the celestial path, preventing any remnants of the demon realm from encroaching. 3 days later, a grand celebration for the victory of the Celestial Alliance against the demons was held at Lingxiao Pavilion. The guardians of the 4 heavenly gates bestowed upon Lin Fan the Celestial Protector Token, inscribed with runes representing the spiritual veins of the celestial realm and the cosmic star veins, symbolizing the utmost authority across dimensions. The star spirits from various domains collectively offered the cosmic star core crystal, embedding it within the celestial union pillar, thereby stabilizing the resonance between the 2 veins. Standing before the union pillar, Lin Fan held the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon in his palm. The radiance of the celestial artifact intertwined with the dual veins' light. His voice resonated through the network connecting the 2 realms. Today's victory is not solely my achievement, but the collective result of all guardians of the celestial universe. Henceforth, we shall regularly maintain the seal between the celestial and demonic realms, share our resources of spiritual and star veins, and ensure that the belief in celestial harmony is perpetually conveyed. Su Qingwei approached Lin Fan, presenting him with a newly concocted celestial coexistence pill. This pill allows cosmic cultivators and celestial warriors to freely exchange spiritual energy, facilitating our communication and cultivation in the future. Little Stone was still engrossed in researching a new star trajectory instrument, claiming it could uncover a new domain between the celestial realm and the universe. Little Stone excitedly brandished the upgraded celestial star trajectory instrument, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, the device has detected a chaotic new domain near the celestial demonic passage, where the energy can nourish spiritual veins and strengthen star cores. We should explore it next." Hei Wuchang patted Lin Fan's shoulder, as the ghostly cultivators and star spirits behind him stood in orderly formation. "Whether guarding the passage or exploring new domains, we are always at your service. This cross-dimensional guardianship cannot be fulfilled without us." Lin Fan gazed at his companions and the dazzling light of the dual celestial veins in the night sky, feeling a profound tranquility. From an outer disciple in the cultivation realm to a guardian of the cosmic star veins, and now the leader of the celestial alliance against the demons, each step he took was intertwined with protection and connection. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon gently hummed, projecting a panoramic view of the two realms. The floating celestial mountains of the celestial realm and the resplendent stars of the universe harmoniously reflected one another. As countless beings thrived in this safeguarded world, let us proceed to explore that chaotic new domain. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade and led the way toward the starship. Su Qingyue, Little Stone, Hei Wuchang, and the star spirits from various domains followed closely behind. The starship ascended slowly, navigating towards the unknown new domain. In the starry sky, the dual celestial veins glimmered like a warm bond, illuminating the path ahead. This light embodies the faith of guardianship, the vow of connection, and the legendary tale of my unrestrained journey in the cultivation realm, continuing to weave an everlasting chapter across the vastness of dimensions. Beside the seal of the celestial and demonic passage, a new guardian tower is under construction. The cultivators of the celestial alliance and the star spirits take turns to stand watch, and the radiance of the dual pulse light band shines eternally. This serves as a tribute to the sacrifices of the past and a promise for the tranquility of the future. As long as this belief in guardianship and connection endures, the celestial universe shall never be consumed by darkness. Chapter 61. The dual battle against the demonic tide. On the fateful morning of the decisive battle, the ethereal dual veins of the southern sky gate trembled violently. In the distant starry expanse, a dark, oppressive fleet of demonic vessels surged forth like a swarm of locusts. At the forefront, 3 colossal demonic ships bore ominous black artillery, their muzzles coalescing with spheres of dark energy emanating a murky gray light. These were the demonic core projectiles capable of tearing through the spiritual barrier. Prepare to face the wrath of the demon lord, you insignificant insects of the southern sky gate. The roar of the vanguard commander, the demon wraith, reverberated across the battlefield, clad in double-layered demonic scale armor. With a flourish of the demonic battle flag in hand, the demonic cavalry on the flanks surged towards the defenses like a ravenous tide. Ding! Mission triggered. Southern Sky Gate Defense Operation. Repel the cannonade of the demonic artillery. Annihilate the demonic cavalry. Safeguard the ethereal mirror-s connection to the anti-demonic channel. And buy time for the Abyssal Squad to breach the pillars. Rewards. Celestial Spirit Blade. Demonic Rebound Subattribute Awakening. Dual Vein Defense Array Energy Cap increased by 50. Schematic for disassembling the demonic core projectile. Failure. Dual Vein Defense Array breached. Ethereal Passage exposed. Abyssal Squad loses support. Little Stone. Activate the anti-demonic mirror linkage. Utilize the dual veins to guide the reflective trajectory. Lin Fan leapt to the center of the defense array as the resonance patterns of the celestial spirit blade radiated forth. A pale azure and golden light formed an energy circuit with the anti-demonic mirror of the eastern sky gate. On Little Stone's celestial star chart, the trajectory of the demonic artillery was displayed in real time as he swiftly adjusted the angle of the mirror. Lingu. The mirror is aligned with the giant cannon. In 3 seconds, the first core projectile will strike. Prepare to reflect. Boom. The first core projectile, accompanied by a piercing sound, hurtled towards the defense line, causing the dual vein defense array-s barrier to cave in instantly. Elder Xianzhen and Qing Xian infused their celestial energy simultaneously, barely maintaining the barrier. Hurry, reflect. The barrier won't withstand a second shot. Grasping the celestial spirit blade, Lin Fan channeled the dual vein energy along with his own celestial power into the blade. Suddenly, black patterns of demonic rebound emerged along the blade, and the energy surged towards the antidemonic mirror. A holy artifact? Dual vein rebound. The antidemonic mirror of the eastern sky gate erupted with brilliant azure and gold light as the first core projectile was precisely reflected, hurtling back towards the demonic fleet and striking the deck of one of the vessels, erupting in a conflagration of black demonic flames and gray murk, splitting the ship in two. The coalition erupted in thunderous cheers, while the expression of the demonic commander darkened. Impossible. How can this shattered mirror reflect demonic energy? All artillery, fire at will. The enormous cannons of the three demonic ships discharged simultaneously, three core projectiles forming a triangular formation. At this moment, Su Qingwei had led the alchemist squad to establish a pill formation behind the array, with 3,000 enhanced demonic cleansing pills suspended in the air, their pale azure, gold, and black particles merging into the dual vein defense array. The barrier's energy has been reinforced. Lin Gu, the antidemonic mirror requires more energy to reflect all three projectiles simultaneously. Without hesitation, Lin Fan contacted the Abyssal Squad via a communication talisman. Black Wuchang. The southern sky gate requires dual vein energy support. How is the pillar breach progressing on your end? In the depths of the abyssal battlefield, He Wuchang led his squad, concealed within the rocky crevices beside the Earth Demon pillar. This pillar, one of the four, was fiercely guarded by the Earth Demon General, composed entirely of tainted rock, capable of manipulating the ground's tainted crystal spikes. The star spirits valiantly defended against the crystalline onslaught with their rocky bodies, while the ghostly flames of the netherworld cultivators, though capable of scorching the tainted rock, could not penetrate the core defenses of the Earth Demon General. Commander Lin, we have just dealt with the Water Demon pillar, but the Earth Demon General is proving to be a formidable foe. Elder Beixian indicated that we require celestial vein energy to breach his rocky armor. We are currently awaiting assistance from Elder Shimo. Hold on for a moment longer. We will soon channel the dual vein energy of the Earth Demon pillar to you. Endure. Lin Fan severed the communication, and the dual vein property of the spirit serpent sacred blade suddenly awakened, its pale azure and golden hues splitting into three radiant strands that connected to elders Xian Zhen, Qing Xian, and Dong Ling esteemed elders. Lend us your celestial vein power. We shall employ the three immortals gathering veins technique to enhance the reflective capability of the anti-magic mirror. The three elders immediately infused their celestial energy into the radiant strands, coalescing into a dual vein core energy projectile along the blade, which surged forth towards the anti-magic mirror. The mirror's brilliance intensified as three tainted core projectiles were simultaneously reflected, striking the massive cannons of three demon ships with precision, causing them to erupt in a shower of black fragments. Seeing this, the tainted commander personally led the tainted cavalry into a charge. Useless wretches, charge forward, tear apart their defenses. The demonized star beasts unleashed torrents of tainted flames, while the ground's tainted crystal spikes erupted simultaneously, obliterating the outer layer of rocky traps. Several star spirits were pierced by the crystalline spikes, their rocky forms beginning to succumb to the encroaching taint. Qingwei, administer medicine to the star spirits. Qing Xian, rally the Lingxiao guards to intercept the cavalry. Lin Fan swung his blade, releasing a dual vein light that purified the taint within the star spirits. Sha Yuan commanded the surviving star spirits to merge, forming a colossal rock shield to withstand the cavalry's assault. The shield rose to an impressive height, effectively halting the charge of the cavalry. Su Qingwei's pill array hovered above the star spirits, with the medicinal particles merging into their rocky armor, causing the taint to rapidly recede. Qing Xian's spirit serpent sacred blade, a temporary loan from Qing Xian, struck at the cavalry, the sword's brilliance clashing against the tainted flames, igniting a dazzling display of light. At that moment, news arrived from the abyssal battlefield. Commander Lin, the Earth Demon pillar has been breached. We have redirected its dual vein energy towards the southern gate. Elder Shima is leading the celestial soldiers to dismantle the final fire demon pillar. The dual vein light at the southern gate surged dramatically, instantly replenishing the energy of the defensive array to its maximum capacity, tripling the reflective power of the anti-magic mirror. The tainted flames of the cavalry were reflected back, scorching their own star beasts, causing chaos within their formation. Now is our chance. Lin Fan leaped from the defensive array. As the taint rebounded and the dual vein property of the spirit serpent sacred blade erupted simultaneously, sweeping the battlefield with a tri-colored light of pale azure, gold, and black. Holy artifact, dual vein tainted cleave. As the radiant beam traversed its path, the enchanted scales of the demonic cavalry were instantaneously purified, and the bewitched star beasts regained their consciousness, turning against the demonic fleet. The leader of the demonic forces was struck by the beam, cracks appearing in the core of his chest. In terror, he gazed at Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Is this the ultimate power of the dual origins of the celestial immortals? Impossible. The demon lord shall not spare you." Attempting to flee, he was intercepted by Elder Shima, who had rushed to provide assistance. Trying to escape, leave your core behind first. Elder Shima's celestial sword pierced the leader's demonic core, causing the dark demonic energy to dissipate in an instant, and the leader's body turned to ashes. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining demonic fleet turned tail and fled, marking the conclusion of the Southern Gate's defensive battle and victory for the Allied forces. Ding! Southern Gate defensive battle, mission accomplished. Rewards have been credited. Spirit Serpent Holy Blade. Demonic Rebound Dual Origins, Dual Attribute Awakening. Energy Cap Increase for Dual Origins Defense Array, and Acquisition of Demonic Core Disassembly Blueprint. Meanwhile, the last of the fire demonic pillars on the abyssal battlefield was breached. Elder Shima cleaved through the armor of the fire demon general with his celestial sword, while the ghostly flames of He Wuchang incinerated its core. Elder Bei Xian sealed the energy node of the fire pillar using the essence of the Northern Gate's spirit vein. All four demonic pillars shattered, and a furious roar echoed from the depths of the demonic abyss. A bunch of worthless fools. You couldn't even defend four pillars. I shall personally crush you ants to dust. The abyssal team quickly retreated as the ground of the demonic abyss began to collapse in He Wuchang's transmission. The chaotic demonic essence was coalescing at the center. Commander Lin, the Demon Lord, is commencing the activation of the chaotic demonic essence. However, with the four pillars destroyed, his essence can only exert 70% of its power. We have set up a dual origins sealing array at the abyss entrance, which can temporarily restrain him, but not for long. Lin Fan immediately summoned the core members of the Alliance. The Demon Lord's chaotic demonic essence relies on the essence of the spirit veins. Now that the spirit veins in the abyss have been severed by the four shattered pillars, his power will continuously diminish. We must seize this opportunity to split into two groups. One, led by Elder Xianjun, will remain at the Southern Gate to reinforce our defenses against any potential counterattacks from the remnants of the demonic forces. The other, under my command, will include Qing Yue, Little Stone, Qing Xian, Sha Yuan, and the cross-domain anti-demon team. We will pass through the abyss entrance's dual origins sealing array and rendezvous with He Wuchang's team to utterly defeat the Demon Lord. Su Qingwei promptly assessed the remaining demonic purifying elixirs, distributing the potions among the group. I have concocted the chaotic anti-demon pill, which can temporarily withstand the Demon Lord's chaotic energy. However, it requires fragments of his chaotic core as a catalyst to fully purify his demonic essence. Little Stone utilized the star trajectory instrument to chart a map of the abyss's interior, marking the location of the Demon Lord's chaotic essence. The Demon Lord resides at the demonic purification altar in the center of the abyss, surrounded by the last batch of chaotic demon guards. Their demonic armor can absorb dual origin energy, and we need the reflective light of the anti-demon mirror to shatter it. 2 days hence, the abyssal demon extermination team, poised for a decisive confrontation with the Demon Lord, assembled. Lin Fan, Su Qingyue, Little Stone, Qing Xian, Sha Yuan, He Wuchang, Bei Xian, Shi Mo, along with a cross-domain anti-demon contingent comprised of netherworld cultivators, meteor spirits, crystal spirits, and light meteor spirits, totaling 3,000 souls, boarded a cloaked starship, setting sail towards the demon-soiled abyss. As the vessel traversed the dual pulse sealing array, the chaotic, tainted energies within the abyss surged forth. The twin pulsed demon-breaking patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon illuminated automatically, enveloping the fleet in a soft azure gold radiance. Ahead lay the demon-soiled altar. Everyone braced themselves. This battle would determine the fate of the universe of celestial immortals. the starship gradually approached the demon-soiled altar, where a colossal embodiment of chaotic corruption had taken form. The demon lord, clad in chaotic dark armor, was ensconced in a swirling maelstrom of black and gray energies, wielding the chaotic demon staff capable of manipulating the abyss's corruption at will. Surrounding the altar, the chaotic demon guards, armed with darkly glimmering swords and armor, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. At last, you have arrived? The voice of the demon lord dripped with icy malice. With a flourish of the chaotic demon staff, countless spheres of chaotic energy hurtled towards the starship. Today, you shall all serve as sustenance for my chaotic form. The universe of celestial immortals shall inevitably become a colony of the demon realm. Lin Fan leapt from the starship, the spirit dragon's sacred blade reflecting the malignant energies. Awakening attributes of dual pulse demon breaking, purification of demonic aura, and illusion dispelling simultaneously. The intertwining bands of azure, gold, and black formed an energy circuit with the anti-demon mirror. Demon Lord, your era draws to a close. The unifying power of the universe of celestial immortals transcends your capacity to contest. Beep. Triggered the ultimate pre-mission of abyssal demon extermination. Annihilate the chaotic demon guards. Destroy the demon-soiled altar, obtain fragments of the chaotic demon core, and weaken the demon lord's chaotic form. Mission rewards. Awakening of the ultimate sub-attribute of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon, maximization of the chaotic anti-demon elixir's efficacy. Unlocking the demon lord's chaotic origin weakness, the white dot at the core of the demon core. Mission failure. The demon lord breaches the dual pulse sealing array, and the universe of celestial immortals is devoured by chaotic corruption. Qing Xian and Bei Xian led the Lingxiao guards and the anti-demon team towards the chaotic demon guards. First, eliminate these guards. Create an opportunity for Commander Lin. Sha Yuan commanded the meteor spirits to coalesce into massive starstone fists, striking at the armor of the guards. He Wuchang's netherfire enveloped the demon swords, incinerating the bodies of the guards. Su Qingyue set up an alchemical furnace at the battlefield's edge, prepared to concoct new chaotic anti-demon elixirs at a moment's notice. Little Stone's star trajectory instrument pinpointed the armor's weak points on the chaotic demon guards, transmitting real-time data to the front lines. The weakness in their armor lies at the shoulders. Attack there with the reflective light of the anti-demon mirror. Lin Fan grasped the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon, channeling the dual pulse energy and the reflective light of the anti-demon mirror into the blade. The ultimate sub-attribute of chaotic purification began to awaken, as pale white chaotic purification patterns slowly emerged. Holy artifact? Chaotic demon slaying slash. Bands of pale white, azure, gold, and black swept across the battlefield, instantly penetrating the chaotic demon guard's armor. The guards emitted piercing wails as their bodies transformed into chaotic energy, purified into pure spiritual vein energy by the luminous bands. Upon witnessing the scene, the demon lord was consumed by rage. The chaos demon rod was thrust into the altar, causing the ground around it to fracture, unleashing countless chaotic tendrils that ensnared the members of the anti-demon squad. I shall make you aware of the consequences of defying me. One tendril ensnared He Wuchang, instantly suppressing the ghostly flames, draining the color from his face. Xian's starry body was also pierced by a tendril, its surface darkening ominously. Qingyue quickly used the chaos anti-demon pill. Lin Fan severed the tendril binding He Wuchang with his blade and handed him a chaos anti-demon pill. Everyone, gather around me. Shield yourselves with the dual pulse light. The group swiftly converged around Lin Fan, forming a chaotic defensive barrier with the four-colored light of the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade. The chaotic tendrils could not approach, but were instead purified into spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue tossed a fragment of the chaos demon core, extracted from the earlier demon general, into the pill furnace, causing the pill fire to surge into a vibrant four colors, refining a reinforced version of the chaos anti-demon pill. Everyone, consume this pill. It will grant complete immunity to chaotic demon energy for half an hour. Lin Fan ingested the pill and leaped towards the demon lord's chaotic essence. The chaotic purification patterns of the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Demon Lord, your chaotic essence shall be thoroughly purified today. The demon lord swung the chaos demon rod, colliding with Lin Fan's blade as chaotic energy intertwined with dual pulse energy, shaking the entire abyss of corruption. The ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the Yuxian universe had officially commenced. The four-colored light of the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade clashed repeatedly with the demon lord's chaotic energy, purifying vast quantities of chaos with each encounter. The chaotic demon guards surrounding the altar had been entirely eradicated by the anti-demon squad, while Su Qingwei, He Wuchang, and others reinforced the chaotic barrier with dual pulse energy, simultaneously channeling celestial and starry energy to Lin Fan. Little Stone's astral instrument continuously analyzed the weaknesses of the demon lord's chaotic core, with the white light point on the screen becoming increasingly distinct. That is the sole weakness of the demon lord's chaotic essence. Now is the time. Strike at the core. Little Stone's voice echoed across the battlefield as Lin Fan seized the moment when the demon lord was distracted, leaping atop his head. The chaotic purification patterns of the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade shone brilliantly, condensing the four-colored light into a single point that pierced the white light at the core. Holy artifact? Chaos purification final strike. At the instant the light pierced the white point, the demon lord let out a deafening scream, his chaotic essence beginning to shatter. The black and gray chaotic energy was forcibly purified into pure spiritual energy, merging into the dual pulse light of the Yuxian. The demon lord's chaotic armor gradually dissolved, revealing the dark core within. The white point at the center of the core expanded continuously, ultimately purifying the entire core into a pale white, pure spiritual core. Ding! Abyssal Demon Extinction Ultimate Pre-Task completed. Rewards have been credited. Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade, Chaos Purification, Ultimate Sub-Attribute Awakening, Maximum Effect of Chaos Anti-Demon Pill. Acquisition of the Demon Lord's Chaotic Origin Weakness. The Demon Lord was thoroughly purified, and the chaotic energy of the abyss of demonic corruption gradually dissipated, revealing the original spiritual vein riverbed. Hidden within was the purest source of spiritual veins from the immortal realm. Black Wuchang stepped forward and picked up the pristine spirit core. This core could repair all damage to the dual veins of the universe immortal and enhance their resonance power tenfold. Su Qingwei infused the spirit core into the alchemical furnace, crafting the dual vein source pill, whose radiance illuminated the entire abyss. Lin Fan stood at the center of the demonic corruption altar, as all attributes of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon, including 10,000 stars anti-demon, star vein protection, cross-domain spirit veins, law neutralization, dark corruption purification, light vein symbiosis, mist purification, 10,000 domains resonance, star vein inheritance, crystal vein resonance, quicksand resonance, aurora resonance, deep sea resonance, thunder resonance, cosmic source resonance, immortal realm spirit vein resonance, demonic chi purification, illusion dispelling, demonic corruption rebound, dual veins demonic breaking, and chaos purification, illuminated simultaneously. 21 luminous bands intertwined to form a protective light net for the universe immortal, enveloping the abyss of demonic corruption and merging with the luminous bands of the universe immortal in the starry sky. We have triumphed, shouted Little Stone excitedly, while the members of the anti-demon team embraced joyfully. The brilliance of the star spirits intertwined with the spiritual power of the cultivators, creating a magnificent scene of unity of universe immortals. Lin Fan gazed at the sight before him, understanding in his heart. The victory of this battle against demons that spanned the universe immortal was not solely due to his own strength, but rather the collaboration of the alliance, the trust of companions, and the connection of the universe immortal's dual veins. This was the most formidable power. 3 days later, the anti-demon alliance of the universe immortal held a demonic extermination celebration at the southern heavenly gate. Elder Xianzhen presented the universe immortal guardian order to Lin Fan, inscribed with runes of the universe immortal's dual veins, symbolizing the highest authority of protection over the universe immortal. Su Qingwei was elected as the saint of universe immortal pills, responsible for teaching the methods to concoct the demonic purification pill and the chaos anti-demon pill. Black Wuchang, Qing Xian, Bei Xian, and Shi Mo were appointed as the guardians of the 4 heavenly gates, tasked with safeguarding the 4 realms of the immortal realm. Little Stone became the head of the Universe Immortal Astral Academy, responsible for exploring new spiritual veins and new domains within the Universe Immortal. At the conclusion of the celebration, Lin Fan stood before the Universe Immortal Connection Pillar, inserting the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Dragon into the pillar. The 21 attributes luminous bands spread along the connection pillar, merging with the luminous bands of the universe immortal. The light bands expanded throughout the universe immortal, illuminating all star veins and spiritual veins across every domain, forming a transcendent protective light band of the universe immortal. Though this battle had ended, the mission of guardianship would never conclude. Lin Fan's voice resonated throughout the universe immortal, declaring that the connection of the universe immortal was not an end, but a new beginning. We shall continue to explore the unknown spiritual veins, safeguard every home, and let the light of unity of universe immortals forever illuminate this starry sky. The protective light band of the universe immortal shimmered warmly in the starry expanse, and the hum of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon echoed like a vow of guardianship, reverberating throughout the universe immortal. From the outer disciples of the cultivation world to the guardians of the universe and the immortal realm, every step Lin Fan took was inseparable from the companionship and the power of connection with his partners. In the realm of cultivation, my legendary exploits flourished unabated, ultimately penning the most perfect chapter under the guardianship of the cosmic celestials. True invincibility does not stem from tyrannical might, but rather from the ability to unite all forces and uphold the beliefs and responsibilities for that which is cherished. Chapter 62. The Quest for the Veins of the Secret Realm. Continuation of the legacy half a month after the conclusion of the demon-slaying festival. The spiritual and stellar veins of the universe of Yuxian finally regained their stability. Each day, practitioners and star spirits traversed the Yuxian passage at the southern heaven gate in both directions, while the spiritual springs of the four realms of the immortal world began to flow forth with pristine spiritual water once again. The desolate star belts in the cosmos also began to nurture primordial star cores due to the resonance of the dual veins. However, while the little stone was calibrating the panoramic view of the Yuxian star trajectory, the instrument unexpectedly detected an anomalous spiritual vein signal. The source emanated from the rift secret realm at the boundary between the immortal world and the cosmos. This signal was neither the silvery hue characteristic of the immortal world's spiritual veins nor the pale golden tint of cosmic star veins, but rather an ancient amber color, interspersed with faint fluctuations of archaic runes. This is the primal spiritual vein signal of the ancient Yuxian civilization. The crystalline soul of Vorlos floated beside the star trajectory instrument, his fingertips gliding over the runes on the screen, his eyes brimming with delight. The ancient texts recorded that the Rift secret realm was the origin of the spiritual veins of the Yuxian civilization, harboring untapped primordial spiritual veins alongside the spiritual vein legacies left by ancient practitioners. Yet, the secret realm was enveloped by a temporal and spatial rift, and for a millennium, no one had been able to enter. It was only now, with the dual vein resonance stabilized, that the signal had managed to penetrate. Lin Fan took hold of the star trajectory instrument, and the resonance patterns of the cosmic origin blade of the spirit serpent suddenly illuminated, casting a hazy image of the secret realm. The entrance was shrouded in an amber light membrane, and the ancient runes upon it resonated subtly with the attributes of the spirit serpent blade. Within the secret realm, towering ancient spiritual trees could be vaguely discerned, their canopies cradling a pulsating amber heart of the spiritual vein, the very core of the primordial spiritual vein. However, the temporal and spatial rift of the secret realm was highly unstable, and entering recklessly could result in being engulfed by chaotic temporal currents. Su Qingyue retrieved the pure spiritual core she had brought back from the abyss of demonic corruption. Upon contact with the signal from the star trajectory instrument, the core emanated a faint amber glow. I need to refine the temporal stability pill, which will allow us to maintain temporal stability within the rift and resonate with the primordial spiritual veins. The medicinal catalyst requires fragments of the amber light membrane from the entrance of the secret realm, but the light membrane is safeguarded by ancient protective formations. Only by activating all the runes can we extract the fragments. At this moment, He Wuchang had already coordinated the exploration team for the secret realm. The meteoric sand barrier led by his kin prepared rock temporal anchors to stabilize the rift at the entrance. The crystal spirit, Jingxi, brought the crystalline essence to analyze the structure of the runes on the light membrane. Qing Xian and Bei Xian carried the spiritual vein cores from the four heavenly gates, ready to infuse energy into the protective formations at any moment. Lin Fan, Su Qinghua, Little Stone, and Vorlos formed the core team, tasked with delving deep into the secret realm to explore the heart of the spiritual vein and the ancient legacy. 3 days later, the exploration team arrived at the entrance of the Rift's secret realm. The secret realm floated in the temporal and spatial crevice beside the Yuxian passage, the amber light membrane radiating a gentle glow amidst the starry sky. The ancient runes upon the membrane flowed as if alive, and occasionally, tiny temporal rifts flickered beside the membrane, devouring the surrounding stardust. Little Stone aimed the star trajectory instrument at the light membrane, and the screen displayed the activation sequence of the runes. It was necessary to activate them in the order of dual veins of Yuxian, chaotic purification, demonic corruption defense, using the corresponding attributes of energy for activation. Lin Go, your sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon perfectly embodies these attributes. Lin Fan grasped the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon, infusing it sequentially with the 4 attributes: resonance of the celestial realm's spirit veins, resonance of the cosmic origin, chaos purification, and rebound of the demonic corruption. The amber-hued membrane illuminated with runes one by one, and as the final rune activated, a fissure spontaneously appeared in the membrane, releasing a fragment the size of a fingernail, which was the catalyst for the time and space stabilizing pill. Su Qinghue promptly cast the fragment into the alchemical furnace, where the pill fire transformed into an amber hue, intertwining with the radiance of the spirit core. The time and space stabilizing pill was soon refined, its surface adorned with temporal patterns, capable of perfectly resisting the disturbances of the fissure. Ding! Triggered main quest. Seek the veins of the secret realm. Enter the fissure's secret realm to obtain primal spirit vein energy. Activate the heart of the spirit vein. Unlock the ancient spirit vein inheritance and repair the time-space fissure. Quest rewards. Awakening of the resonance attribute of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon. Su Qinghue unlocks the formula for the primal spirit vein nourishing pill, and the fissure's secret realm is integrated into the guardian system of the cosmic immortals. Obtaining a multidimensional map for exploring spirit veins. Quest failure. Time-space fissure expands, devouring surrounding star veins, and the primal spirit vein is destroyed by chaotic time-space currents. The group consumed the time and space stabilizing pill, traversing through the amber membrane into the secret realm. To their astonishment, the interior revealed a vibrant spirit vein forest. The ground was blanketed with amber moss of the spirit veins, and stepping upon it allowed the pure spirit vein energy to seep into their bodies. Towering ancient spirit vein trees entwined with flowing amber spirit veins stood tall, while countless translucent spirits of the secret realm flitted through the woods. They resembled fireflies, surrounded by the energy of primal spirit veins, and upon seeing the exploration team, they gathered around, transmitting friendly signals through their psychic waves. These were the primal star spirits of the secret realm. The star tracker of Little Stone autonomously deciphered the psychic waves, the heart of the spirit vein, interfered by chaotic time-space corruption, requires dual vein energy purification. No sooner had the words left his lips than a faint tremor resonated from the depths of the forest. The leaves of the ancient spirit vein trees began to turn yellow, and the previously flowing amber spirit veins exhibited fractures, a result of the weak, corrupt energy from the chaotic time-space, encroaching upon the heart of the spirit vein. Lin Fan immediately led the core team toward the ancient spirit vein tree, as the chaos purification patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon illuminated. A pale white light sweeping across the fractured spirit veins, instantly purifying the corrupt energy and restoring the flow of the spirit veins. The heart of the spirit vein at the top of the ancient tree pulsed more vigorously, the amber light radiating and enveloping the entire forest. On the trunk of the ancient tree appeared the runes of ancient inheritance, specifically the spirit vein guardian technique of the cosmic immortals, detailing how to guide the primal spirit veins, stabilizing the resonance of the dual veins, and even connecting with spirit veins from other dimensions. To fully receive the inheritance, it was essential to inject the energy of the heart of the spirit vein into the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon. Vorlos deciphered the runes. Yet the heart of the spirit vein was guarded by the spirits of the secret realm, requiring them to voluntarily offer the essence of the spirit vein to approach the core. The leading mystical spirit, Ling Ling, adorned in the richest amber hue and slightly larger than its companions, gracefully alighted upon Lin Fan's shoulder. With a gentle nudge of its small head, It made contact with the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade, infusing the blade with a pure essence of primordial spiritual vein energy. The resonance attribute of the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade awakened instantaneously, as the amber patterns harmonized perfectly with the radiant glow of the heart of the spiritual vein. Observing this, the other mystical spirits flocked towards the heart of the spiritual vein, pouring their own essence into the core. The heart erupted with a dazzling amber light, projecting a beam of energy that melded into the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade. The blade emanated a complete ancient legacy. It was the primordial spiritual veins that enabled the ancient celestial cultivators to forge a cross-dimensional connection of spiritual veins. However, due to the chaos wrought by the evil celestial beings and the invasion of the demon realm, the mystical realm was sealed, awaiting a guardian capable of uniting the celestial beings and purifying the malignancy. Ding! The task of seeking the vein in the mystical realm is complete. Rewards have been credited. Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade's resonance attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for the primordial spiritual vein nourishing pill. And the Rift mystical realm is integrated into the celestial guardian system, acquiring the multidimensional spiritual vein exploration atlas. Upon receiving the legacy, the energy from the heart of the spiritual vein flowed along the Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade, infusing the temporal rift of the mystical realm. The originally unstable rift gradually became enveloped in an amber light membrane, solidifying into a permanent entrance to the mystical realm, allowing for the free passage through the dual vein energy. Utilizing the energy from the heart of the spiritual vein, Su Qingyue concocted the primordial spiritual vein nourishing pill, a remedy that enhances the affinity between cultivators and star spirits. Upon consumption, the members of the exploration team experienced varying degrees of elevation in their cultivation, with Sha Yuan's rocky form even able to directly absorb primordial spiritual vein energy. Before departing the mystical realm, the mystical spirits presented Lin Fan with an amber spiritual vein pearl, capable of real-time monitoring of the primordial spiritual vein state and guiding signals of multidimensional spiritual veins. The star track instrument of the small stone connected with the spiritual vein pearl, marking not only the known celestial universe, but also 3 new spiritual vein dimensions. Lin Go. The spiritual vein signals from these 3 dimensions are remarkably stable, yet they are too distant, necessitating a stronger dual vein resonance to unlock the passage. Upon returning to the southern heaven gate, Lin Fan publicly disclosed the ancient spiritual vein legacy and the multidimensional atlas. The anti-demon alliance of the celestial universe convened a new meeting, resolving to establish the Multidimensional Spiritual Vein Exploration Institute. The small stone was appointed as the director, responsible for researching the Atlas and Star Track technology. Su Qingyue was appointed as the head of the Spiritual Vein Alchemy Institute, tasked with crafting multidimensional adaptive pills using primordial spiritual vein energy. He Wuchang and Qing Xian formed the Multidimensional Protection Team to safeguard subsequent explorations. 6 months later, the Rift mystical realm became the sacred ground of spiritual veins within the celestial universe, attracting cultivators and star spirits daily to draw primordial spiritual vein energy and learn ancient spiritual vein guardian techniques. Beside the amber light membrane at the entrance to the mystical realm, the Hall of Spiritual Vein Legacy was constructed, where the purple crystal soul of Vorlos resided, imparting ancient scriptures and knowledge of spiritual veins to future generations. Standing atop the Hall of Legacy, Lin Fan held the Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade suspended in his palm. Its 22 attributes, including the newly added resonance, intertwining in radiant bands of light, forming a 3-dimensional protective light net alongside the amber spiritual vein of the mystical realm. The next destination lies within the 3 newly discovered spiritual pulse dimensions. Su Qingyue approached Lin Fan, holding in her hand the newly concocted multidimensional adaptation pill, which radiated a triad of colors, cyan, azure, and emerald, corresponding to the dimensions depicted in the chart. Once the dual pulses resonate and stabilize further, we shall unlock the passage to explore the myriad uncharted spiritual veins and connect with more dimensional allies. Lin Fan accepted the pill and gazed at the celestial chart, where the luminous points of the 3 unknown dimensions twinkled with a faint yet resolute glow, as if awaiting their destined companions. The intricate patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon flickered gently, casting a hazy image of one of the dimensions, There, the spiritual veins shimmered in pale cyan. The ground was adorned with luminescent spirit grass, and faint silhouettes reminiscent of the sacred spirits could be discerned. No matter how distant the journey, we shall embark. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon. The blade's luminescence resonating harmoniously with the dual pulses of the universe fairy and the spiritual veins of the secret realm. To guard is not merely to hold one's ground. It is to convey the belief of unity and radiance to every dimension blessed with spiritual veins. The winds of the southern heavenly gate caressed the hall of heritage, carrying the fragrant essence of primordial spiritual veins. The luminous trail of the universe fairy pathway remained resplendent, facilitating the interaction between cultivators and celestial spirits. The ancient spiritual trees of the Rift's secret realm, under the stabilizing light membrane of time and space, continued to nurture new energies of spiritual veins. From the Qingyun sect of the cultivation realm to the guardianship of cosmic spiritual veins, and onward to the exploration of the celestial realm and multidimensionality, Lin Fan and his companions' fearless journey has never sought the autocratic pursuit of power, but rather wielded connection as their blade and protection as their shield. In the vast expanse of dimensions, they uphold the hope of unity and radiance for every starry sky and every spiritual vein. The resonant hum of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon echoed through the cosmos, as if responding to the call of distant dimensions. This saga of guardianship, which commenced in the realm of cultivation, shall eventually pen a broader and warmer new chapter through the connection of multidimensional spiritual veins. Moreover, the tale of my unrestrained endeavors within the cultivation realm shall forever be etched in the universe fairy cosmos and in every connected dimension, becoming the most enduring footnote of guardianship and connection. Chapter 63, Anomalous Movements of the Origin. Initial manifestation of the domain gate 3 months after the celestial celebration of the annihilation of demons, within the dual-channel monitoring chamber of Lingshao Pavilion at the Southern Heaven Gate. The Origin Star Orbit Instrument, an amalgamation of the celestial realm's star gauge and fragments of the primordial star core, suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The screen displayed an erratic flickering of the previously stable cosmic dual-channel light bands, with the pale azure spiritual vein of the celestial realm repelling the soft golden cosmic star vein at their intersection. Minuscule energy fissures emerged, from which spilled forth an origin energy strikingly reminiscent of the primordial star core's essence, albeit exhibiting faint signs of dissipation. The dual-channel resonance frequency was abnormal. The spiritual vein's origin was draining. Little Stone fixated on the pulsating data on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A brief energy fluctuation from the primordial star core had just been detected, the source pointing towards a dimensional crevice between the cosmos and the celestial realm, seemingly concealing an undiscovered domain. When Lin Fan arrived upon hearing the news, he found that the central dual-channel resonance crystal had begun to emanate a murky white light. This crystal, once a reliable barometer of the stability of the cosmic dual channels, was now marred by intricate cracks, the reflected dual-channel light bands slowly being devoured by a black fissure of origin energy. The chaotic purification patterns of the spirit serpent's sacred blade suddenly ignited, projecting a blurred image of the dimensional crevice, a space of pure white, through which countless streams of pale golden origin energy traversed. Yet a portion was siphoned away by the fissures, flowing into the depths of an unknown region. It was the origin domain. The purple crystal soul of Vorlos floated beside the crystal, its fingertips tracing the ancient script of the origin connection inscription, eyes flashing with astonishment. The inscription recorded that the spiritual veins of the cosmic dual channels originated from the origin domain, the very root of all dimensional spiritual veins. Should the energy from the origin domain continue to dissipate, within half a year, the cosmic dual channels would be utterly depleted, and the primordial star core would lose its vitality. Su Qingyue swiftly retrieved a dual-channel origin pill from her storage pouch, crafted from the pure spiritual core of the demon lord post-extermination. As the pill approached the resonance crystal, the cracks momentarily halted their spread. I shall refine the origin refinement pill. It can temporarily stabilize the dual-channel energy and allow our spiritual veins to resonate with the origin energy, though it requires the origin spiritual crystal from the origin domain as a medicinal catalyst. This crystal lies within the energy spring of the origin domain, detectable only by the origin star spirits. At this juncture, He Wuchang had already led the interdimensional demon-slaying team to Lingxiao Pavilion, bearing a more troubling message. Commander Lin, the dual-channel defense arrays of the 4 heavenly gates are exhibiting signs of origin depletion, and the energy values of the spiritual vein core well at the northern heaven gate have plummeted by 30%. The fallen star spirits report sensing a weakness deep within the star core. He presented a star core sensing stone contributed by the fallen star spirits, its surface patterns dulled, save for a faint glimmer of golden light still flickering at its center. Ding! Triggering the quest of origin. Locate the entrance to the source domain. Acquire the source spirit crystal to refine the source nourishing pill, establish a connection with the source star spirits, and repair the twin pulse source rift. Quest rewards: Sacred Spirit Blade of the Ling Jiao, Source Resonance, Ultimate Attribute Awakening, Unlocking of the Source Nourishing Pill Recipe by Su Qingwei, Integration of the Source Domain into the Guardian System of the Yuxian Universe, and Acquisition of the Multidimensional Spiritual Pulse Atlas, marking other source-related domains. Quest Failure: Continuous depletion of the Twin Pulse Source, gradual exhaustion of the Yuxian Universe's spiritual pulse, and the original star core succumbing to slumber. It is imperative to swiftly locate the entrance to the source domain. Lin Fan grasped the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao. As the resonant patterns of the cosmic source and the spiritual pulse of the immortal realm illuminated on the blade, producing a strong vibration with the resonance crystal. The previously blurred images of the dimensional rift suddenly clarified, revealing a gate radiating a soft golden glow. Surrounded by runes emanating from the same source of energy, the entrance lay within the source node of the dimensional rift. Xiao Shi, utilize the star track instrument to lock onto the node's coordinates. We shall form the source exploration team and set forth immediately. The members of the exploration team were promptly determined. Lin Fan would lead. Su Qingwei would be responsible for alchemy and energy supplies. Xiao Shi would operate the source star track instrument. Verolos would interpret the ancient inscriptions of the source domain, while He Wuchang would remain at Lingxiao Pavilion, coordinating the reinforcement of the twin pulse defense array at the 4 heavenly gates. The guardians Qing Xian and Bei Xian voluntarily requested to accompany, ready to address any unforeseen risks that may arise in the source domain. 3 days later, the exploration team boarded the source fast ship, transformed using fragments of the original star core and materials from the twin pulse source, and navigated into the dimensional rift. Here, there was no brilliance of the starry sky, only boundless, pure white. Streams of source energy flowed like rivulets around the fast ship, and the blade of the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao occasionally resonated with the energy streams, emitting a gentle hum. Ahead lay the entrance to the source domain. Xiao Shi suddenly exclaimed, as the coordinates of the source node on the screen perfectly aligned with the approaching golden-hued gate, the runes of the gate slowly rotating with the fluctuations of the twin pulse energy. Just as the fast ship neared the gate, the energy streams abruptly turned turbulent, and countless faint golden source star spirits emerged from the energy flow. They appeared as transparent orbs of light, surrounded by intricate source runes. Wielding source short staves formed from the energy flow, watching the fast ship with vigilance. The leader of the star spirits, with a grain-sized source spirit crystal embedded within its luminous form, waved its short staff, unleashing a beam of source energy toward the fast ship, which dissipated instantaneously upon contact with the light emitted from the sacred spirit blade of the Ling Jiao. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the protective boundaries of the source domain? Its voice resonated through the waves of thought, and Xiao Shi's source star track instrument automatically deciphered the clear language. We are the guardians of the Yuxian universe, here to investigate the cause of the source energy depletion. Lin Fan leaped from the fast ship, the patterns of chaos purification on the sacred spirit blade glowing, releasing a non-aggressive source energy. The twin pulse spiritual pulses were withering due to the loss of source energy, and signs of weakness were emerging in the original star core. We require your assistance to collectively repair the source rift. He extracted the resonance crystal and presented it to the primordial star spirits. The fissures upon the crystal and the trajectory of the dissipating primordial energy gradually assuaged the wariness in the spirit's eyes. The leading primordial spirit, named Origin, guided the exploration team through the dimensional gate into the realm of origin. The sight that greeted them was breathtaking. Countless pale golden springs of primordial energy floated in the ethereal white expanse, encircled by the primordial star spirits. Streams of energy surged forth from the springs, following fixed paths toward the portals of various dimensions. However, at the center of the realm, a black primordial rift was relentlessly widening, with numerous slender tendrils reaching out, voraciously devouring the primordial energy emanating from the springs. The surrounding primordial spirits huddled weakly, their radiance dim compared to those in other regions. It is the dimensional corruption. Origin's voice resonated with sorrow. 3 months ago, when the demon lord was purified, the residual energy of the chaotic demonic body tore apart the fabric of the realm, creating this rift. This rift not only consumes primordial energy, but also taints the surrounding springs. If this continues, all dimensional veins will lose their primordial support. Su Qingyue immediately set up a cauldron beside the spring, combining the dual-branch primordial elixirs, fragments of the primordial star core, and the primordial energy liquid contributed by the star spirits. The cauldron's flames transformed into a soft golden hue. I shall refine the primordial refinement pill now. I require the primordial spirit crystal from the core spring at the center of the realm, for only it can endow the elixir with the power to mend the rift. Yet, the core spring lies adjacent to the rift, enveloped by the corruptive energy. Approaching it risks contamination. Lin Fan grasped the spirit serpent sacred blade, exchanging glances with Qing Xian and Bei Xian. We shall retrieve the primordial spirit crystal. Primordial spirits, I implore you to temporarily suppress the rift's devouring force with your primordial energy. Origin promptly summoned the spirits nearby, and countless pale golden orbs encircled the rift, releasing pure primordial energy to momentarily repel the rift's tendrils. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue established a primordial protective array beside the spring to prevent the spread of the corruptive energy. As the exploration team drew near the core spring, the rift suddenly unleashed a fierce pull, and black tendrils surged forth like a tide. The corruption energy on the tendrils could directly erode the primordial energy. As Qing Xian's spirit vein sword made contact with a tendril, the blade darkened instantly. He hastily dispelled the corruption with his celestial energy. This energy is more tenacious than the demonic filth. It can directly damage the primordial structure of the spirit veins. Lin Fan wielded the spirit serpent sacred blade, unleashing the powers of chaotic purification and dual-branch demon breaking simultaneously. The dual-colored light of pale white and azure gold cleaved through the tendrils, and the blade resonated intensely with the primordial spirit crystal of the core spring. The 22nd attribute, resonance of origin, began to awaken, revealing its soft golden patterns. A sacred artifact? Primordial corruption slash. The pale golden light surged forth from the spring, forcibly purifying the corruptive energy, unveiling the true visage of the primordial spirit crystal at the apex of the core spring. It was a fist-sized pale golden crystal, its surface inscribed with primordial runes akin to those of the dimensional gate. Ding! Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade, resonance of origin ultimate attribute awakens. It can directly manipulate primordial energy, repair all dimensional primordial damage, and enhance the bond with primordial star spirits. Lin Fan cautiously removed the primordial spirit crystal and handed it to Su Qingyue. The primordial refining pulse pill in the alchemical furnace erupted with a dazzling pale golden light. Once the pill was successfully crafted, Su Qingyue immediately infused it into the core spring, causing the primordial energy that surged forth to become even more refined. This energy flowed through the primordial passageway that Lin Fan had opened with the spirit flood dragon sacred blade, heading towards the central primordial rift. The pale golden primordial energy collided with the corroded energy within the rift, producing a sizzling sound of searing heat, and the expansion of the rift noticeably slowed. Observing this, the primordial star spirits collectively channeled their own primordial energy into the passageway. All the springs in the primordial domain erupted in brilliance, forming a radiant primordial light band that traversed the entire domain, resonating intensely with the dual pulse light band of the universe immortals. Suddenly, a message from the monitoring room reached them. Brother Lin, the energy readings of the dual pulse are beginning to rise. The cracks in the resonance crystal are repairing. The corroded energy in the primordial rift is being purified. Ding! The main quest primordial tracing is complete. Rewards have been granted. Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade, Primordial Resonance, Ultimate Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue has unlocked the recipe for the Primordial Nourishing Pill, and the Primordial Domain has been incorporated into the Universe Immortal's cosmic protection system, acquiring the multidimensional Spirit Vein Atlas. After mending the Primordial Rift, the Primordial Star Spirits established a Primordial Connection Array at the center of the Primordial Domain, permanently linking it to the Universe Immortal's dual pulse, ensuring a stable flow of primordial energy to the Universe Immortal cosmos. The Primordial Entity handed Lin Fan a Primordial Core Pearl. This pearl can monitor the flow of primordial energy across various dimensions in real time. Should another rift or corrosion appear, it will emit a warning. The Spirit Stream Domain and Illusionary Sea Domain marked on the multidimensional Spirit Vein Atlas are realms associated with the Primordial Domain, where there may also be risks of primordial energy loss. As the exploration team began their return journey, the Primordial Star Spirits lined up beside the domain gate to bid farewell. The pale golden primordial energy wove protective symbols around the swift ship, providing it with everlasting primordial defense. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Fan's Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade resonated harmoniously with the light band of the Primordial Domain, projecting an image of the multidimensional Spirit Vein Atlas. On the Atlas, in addition to the explored Universe Immortal Cosmos and Primordial Domain, there were over a dozen undiscovered Spirit Vein realms, each flickering with faint primordial energy signals. Next, we shall venture into the Spirit Stream Domain and the Illusionary Sea Domain to ensure the stability of all spirit veins associated with the primordial realms. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the communication talisman across the Universe Immortal Cosmos. To safeguard the primordial spirit veins, to explore the unknown dimensions. This is our new mission. Su Qingyue had already begun concocting the Primordial Nourishing Pill, preparing to provide energy support for the forthcoming dimensional explorations. Meanwhile, the Little Stone utilized the Primordial Star Tracker to analyze the coordinates of the Spirit Stream Domain, revealing an initial image of the realm on the screen. It depicted a domain woven from spirit vein streams, where pale green energy flowed vibrantly, teeming with life. Black Wuchang delivered news that the dual pulse defense array of the 4 heavenly gates had stabilized, and the meteor spirits and crystal spirits were assisting the primordial star spirits in constructing a primordial supply station at the dual pulse node to ensure a continuous supply of primordial energy. The primordial vessel gracefully departed from the dimensional interstice, with the gate of the primordial realm behind it shimmering with a soft golden radiance, merging seamlessly with the dual celestial light bands. Lin Fan stood at the bow, as the 20 attributes of the Spirit Serpent Divine Blade illuminated simultaneously. The gentle golden light of the primordial aura encircling the blade, illuminating the path leading to the Spirit Stream Domain. He understood that this journey of safeguarding the essence of the spiritual veins and exploring the multidimensional realms was merely at its inception. From the realm of cultivation to the cosmos, from the celestial realm to the primordial domain, and onward to the uncharted dimensions of the future, the unwavering belief in protection and exploration shall never wane. Chapter 64. The Spirit Stream's Flow and the Erosion of the Stream as the swift vessel entered the domain of the Spirit Stream. The entire dimensional space was enveloped in a gentle green hue of liquid spiritual veins, unlike the solid or gaseous spiritual veins found in other realms. Here the veins wove through the landscape in a stream-like form. Luminescent spiritual algae floated in the crystalline waters, and countless translucent spirit stream stars, resembling willow leaf fish and radiating a soft green glow, darted through the currents. Although the scene was initially vibrant with life, an eerie sense of oppression pervaded the atmosphere. Upon approaching the main source of the spirit stream, the vessel was suddenly struck by a powerful reverse current. The stream, once flowing towards other dimensions, was now violently surging backwards. The spiritual algae began to darken, and several spirit stream stars, unable to evade the onslaught, were swept away by the torrent. Their bodies rapidly covered in black streaks as they emitted agonizing shrieks. It was the eroding spirit. These entities had polluted the origin of the spirit stream, causing the veins to flow backwards. At the forefront, the spirit stream star named Stream Bud, adorned with pale green crystals, valiantly resisted the reverse flow, sending out a mental plea for help to the exploration team, its tail fin already bearing signs of black corrosion. On the screen of the Origin Star Tracker, the spiritual vein map of the spirit stream domain appeared in chaotic red lines, all tributaries converging in reverse towards the central pool of the spirit stream. Where the interface of the origin tributary, an energy passage connecting to the origin realm, was enveloped by a mass of eroding spirits. The pale golden origin energy at the interface was nearly consumed entirely. Lin, the eroding spirits in the spirit pool have formed a nest of erosion. Their secretions will clog the origin tributaries. If this continues, the spiritual veins of the spirit stream domain will be completely depleted and will also contaminate tributaries of other dimensions. Su Qingwei immediately retrieved the origin energy liquid brought from the origin realm, combining it with the spiritual algae gifted by the spirit stream stars into the alchemical furnace. The alchemical flames transformed into a delicate green hue. I shall refine the spirit stream flowing pill. It can guide the reverse flow of the veins and purify the pollution from the eroding spirits. But it requires the spirit source crystal from the bottom of the spirit pool as a catalyst. This crystal is the core of the spiritual veins in the spirit stream domain and can only form at the bottom of the pool surrounded by pure spiritual veins, which is currently guarded fiercely by the nest of erosion. Vorlos unfurled the secret script of the spirit stream guidance. Tracing symbols with his fingertips, ancient texts state that the spiritual veins of the spirit stream must be guided with the stream, borrowing stars to lead the veins, to restore the reverse flow to normal. In addition to the flowing pill, we must establish the spirit stream star array along the banks of the spirit source stream, using the origin energy of the spirit stream stars to guide the flow. However, the star array requires 7 stream spirit pearls, hidden within the spirit stream springs of 7 tributaries, each guarded by eroding spirits. The origin star spirit proactively offered assistance. My origin perception can locate the pure spiritual veins and temporarily suppress the pollution from the eroding spirits. I will lead you to retrieve the stream spirit pearls. Commander Lin, you are responsible for protecting Su Xianzi while she concocts the medicine and securing the midstream defense of the spirit source stream. Trigger, Lingxi Guardian Main Quest. Collect the shielding pearls to construct the Lingxi Star Array. Acquire Lingyuan crystals to refine the Lingxi Shunmai Elixir. Purify the Xiesher spirits and the pollution in the Lingyuan pool, and restore the connection of the original tributaries. Quest rewards. Sacred Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. Resonance of Lingxi. Attribute Awakening. Su Qingwei unlocks the shielding nourishing elixir recipe. The Lingxi domain is integrated into a multidimensional protection system, and clues to the anomalies in the illusory sea's spiritual veins are obtained. Quest failure. The original tributaries are completely blocked, the spiritual veins of the Lingxi domain are depleted, and pollution spreads to the illusory sea. Lin Fan's swiftly assigned tasks. Qingxian and Beixian led the accompanying Lingxiao guards alongside the original star spirits to the 7 tributaries to collect shielding pearls. Su Qingwei remained on the fast boat to establish multiple alchemical arrays for mass refining of temporary anti-corrosion elixirs to prevent pollution from the Xiesher spirits. Little Stone manipulated the original star track instrument to monitor the speed of the spiritual veins' reverse flow and the movements of the Xiesher spirit nests in real time. Lin Fan, wielding the sacred blade of the spirit flood dragon, swam through the Lingyuan stream to set up a dual-vein defensive array to prevent the Xiesher spirits from attacking the fast boat. When Qingxian and the original star spirits arrived at the first tributary, Qinglu stream, the Xiesher spirits in the water had already formed a swarm. They were entirely black, resembling multi-legged insects, and the black mucus they secreted could instantly corrode the spiritual algae. Several Xiesher spirits were assaulting the Lingxi star spirits guarding the shielding pearls. Use the original energy to protect the star spirits. Qingxian summoned the Lingmai sword, and the pale blue sword light sliced through the mucus of the Xiesher spirits. The original star spirits released a faint golden original energy to shield the injured Lingxi star spirits, while Beixian seized the opportunity to dive to the stream's bottom and retrieve the first pale green shielding pearl from Qinglu Spring. Simultaneously, the reverse flow in the Lingyuan stream suddenly intensified, with hundreds of Xiesher spirits surging along the spiritual vein. At the forefront, the Xiesher leader, 3 times the size of a typical Xiesher spirit, with a black crystal core atop its head, spat out black mucus that instantly breached the outer layer of the dual-vein defensive array. Human cultivators, dare to disrupt our plans. The spiritual veins of the Lingxi domain shall become our sustenance. The leader's mucus splashed onto the fast boat's deck, which was quickly corroded, creating holes. And Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace for the anti-corrosion elixirs nearly toppled over. Not on my watch. Lin Fan leaped into the Ling stream. The resonance patterns of the sacred blade of the spirit flood dragon glowing, enveloping him in a pale golden light to prevent corrosion from the mucus. He swung his sword at the Xieshi leader, the blade cleaving through the reverse flow, directly targeting the black crystal core atop its head. Holy artifact, original destruction slash. The light struck the core, eliciting a piercing shriek from the leader, causing a dramatic decrease in the secretion of black mucus, and the surrounding Xieshi spirits momentarily stalled. Little stones seized the moment to activate the Lingmai interference function of the original Star Track instrument, infusing pale green light particles into the Ling stream, temporarily slowing the reverse flow. Lin Gu, Elder Qingxian and the others have collected 4 shilling pearls, but 3 more remain in Bihe stream, Ziting stream, and Sanjing stream, where the Xieshi spirits are even more numerous. The energy of the original star spirits is running low. Su Qingyue's first batch of anti-corrosion elixirs was completed at that moment. She tossed the elixirs towards Lin Fan and the cultivators on the midstream defense line. Quick, take these. They will provide half an hour of anti-corrosion effect. The Lingxi Shunmai elixir will take another half hour. Hold on a little longer. Lin Fan consumed the elixir, and the luminous band of the spirit serpent's sacred blade resonated subtly with the pale green spiritual vein of Lingxi. Delicate green patterns emerged on the blade's surface, signaling the awakening of the Lingxi resonance attribute. Sacred artifact, Lingxi resonance. The pale green light spread throughout the Lingyuan stream, causing the once black spiritual veins to gradually shift direction. The previously tainted spiritual algae began to emanate a rejuvenating green glow, and several slightly polluted Lingxi star spirits regained their clarity. This is the power of Lingxi resonance. It can guide the flow of spiritual veins and purify mild pollution. Lin Fan was elated to observe that wherever the light band traversed, the black bodies of the stream-eroding spirits began to fade, their aggression significantly diminished. At this moment, Qingxian and the Origin Star Spirit finally gathered 7 Ling Spirit Pearls and rushed back to the banks of the Lingyuan stream. Commander Lin, the Ling Spirit Pearls are ready. Let us now arrange the Lingxi Star Array. The 7 Ling Spirit Pearls were embedded into the Lingxi stones along the banks of the Lingyuan stream. The pale green light patterns extended along the stream, intertwining with Lin Fan's Lingxi resonance light band, forming the Lingxi Star Array. At the instant the array was activated, the reverse flow of the Lingyuan stream completely ceased, and the spiritual veins resumed their natural course towards the primary tributary. The stream-eroding spirits were ensnared by the light patterns and could no longer approach the Lingyuan pool. Fairy Su, we can refine the flowing vein pill now. Lin Fan leaped back onto the swift vessel, shielding the direction of the Lingyuan pool with the Lingxi resonance light band to prevent a counterattack from the erosion spirits. Su Qingyue immediately ground the last Ling Spirit Pearl into powder, combining it with the Origin Energy liquid and the spiritual algae in the alchemical furnace. Then adding small stones that had extracted Lingyuan crystal fragments from the bottom of the Lingyuan pool via the astral instrument. The pill fire surged into a M-lang of pale green and faint gold hues, ultimately culminating in the creation of the flowing vein pill, which shimmered with the flowing luster of spiritual veins. As soon as it was extracted from the furnace, it resonated powerfully with the veins of Lingxi. Ding! Lingxi protection task completed. Rewards have been issued. Ling Serpent's Sacred Blade Lingxi Resonance Attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for the Ling Spirit Nourishing Pill. Lingxi Domain incorporated into a multidimensional protective system, obtaining clues regarding the tidal anomalies of the illusory sea's spiritual veins. With the flowing vein pill in hand, Lin Fan, along with Qingxian and the Origin Star Spirit, plunged into the depths of the Lingyuan pool. The black viscous substance of the erosion spirits had been suppressed by the light patterns of the Lingxi Star Array, while the erosion leader frantically guarded the interface of the primary tributary below. Sacred artifact, Lingxi Purification Slash. Lin Fan swung his blade towards the erosion nest, intertwining the light bands of Lingxi Resonance and Origin Resonance, instantly purifying the black viscous substance. The black crystal core of the erosion leader was shattered by the light band, its body transforming into harmless spiritual energy that mingled with the stream. Su Qingwei integrated the flowing vein pill into the primary tributary interface, causing the faint golden origin energy at the interface to surge dramatically. The spiritual veins of the Lingyuan pool regained their clarity, and the Lingxi star spirits joyfully darted through the water, while the spiritual algae began to flourish once more. The origin star spirit brought the origin core pearl close to the interface, causing it to radiate a soft golden glow. The screen displayed that the connection of the Lingxi domain's primary tributary had been restored to 100, ensuring stable flow of the spiritual veins. The leader of the Lingxi star spirits, Xia, presented a luminal core pearl to Lin Fan, stating, "This pearl possesses the ability to detect anomalies in the spiritual veins of the Lingxi domain and can interact with the primal core pearl to monitor the spiritual currents in the surrounding dimensions. We have discovered a tributary of the Phantom Sea spiritual vein deep within the Lingyuan pool. The tidal fluctuations there are highly peculiar, seemingly disturbed by a potent marine erosion energy. You must exercise caution during your exploration." The origin star tracker of the small stone immediately received the signal from the luminal core pearl, revealing a preliminary map of the Phantom Sea. It depicted a dimension enveloped in a deep blue ocean of spiritual veins, with the central phantom eye pulsating an unstable red light, while the surrounding tidal energies exhibited erratic surges and drops. Lingu. The energy fluctuations of the Phantom Sea's spiritual veins are 5 times that of a normal domain, and the marine erosion energy may share a source with the pollution from the stream erosion spirit, albeit at a higher intensity. We must prepare medicinal elixirs and defensive formations suitable for the marine environment. Su Qingwei had already begun researching an improved formula for the stream spirit nourishing elixir. I can enhance the existing formula by incorporating Lingxi algal powder and tide resistance agent to concoct the Phantom Sea erosion resistance elixir, which will withstand the impacts of marine erosion energy and the fluctuations of the spiritual tides. However, we will need Phantom Sea crystals as the medicinal catalyst, so we must first locate the coordinates for the entrance to the Phantom Sea. Lin Fan grasped the luminal core pearl, feeling the resonance patterns of the Linglong's sacred blade harmonizing with the pearl as the blade projected clues to the entrance of the Phantom Sea. The entrance lay concealed within the spiritual vein trench between the Lingxi domain and the Phantom Sea, accessible only through the passage at the bottom of the Lingyuan pool. Before the origin fast ship entered the passage, the Lingxi star spirits wove a luminous stream within the water to guide its course, while the origin star spirit remained in the Lingxi domain to assist in reconstructing the protective formation of the spiritual veins. As the fast ship navigated into the spiritual vein trench, the surrounding spiritual veins transitioned from a pale green to a deep blue, and the screen of the origin star tracker began to clarify the anomalous signals of the Phantom Sea's spiritual tides. Standing at the bow, Lin Fan felt a faint resonance between the Linglong's sacred blade and the approaching Phantom Sea's spiritual veins, as the intertwining hues of pale green and deep blue heralded the impending challenges of dimensional exploration. Next stop, the Phantom Sea. Lin Fan's voice resonated with determination. Regardless of the marine erosion energy or the spiritual tidal fluctuations we encounter, we must safeguard the primal source of the Phantom Sea's spiritual veins, ensuring the eternal stability of the multidimensional connections. Su Qingwei's alchemical furnace began to heat up, while the small stone star tracker rapidly analyzed the tidal patterns of the Phantom Sea. Qing Xian and Bei Xian were busy repairing the spiritual vein sword, preparing for the forthcoming battle. At the end of the spiritual vein trench, the deep blue entrance to the Phantom Sea came into view, heralding the dawn of a new guardianship battle concerning the spiritual tides and marine erosion energy. The radiance of the Linglong's sacred blade would continue to illuminate this path of cross-dimensional protection, allowing the belief in multidimensional brilliance to eternally shine within every space where spiritual veins reside. Chapter 65. The Illusory Sea's Equilibrium. The Erosion Master's demise. As the Origin fast ship entered the Illusory Sea region, it was enveloped by the deep azure waters imbued with spiritual currents. Unlike the liquid spiritual veins of the Lingxi domain, the sea here possessed a formidable tidal tension. Each wave crashing against the vessel sent ripples across its spiritual shield. Even more bizarrely, translucent tidal crystals floated within the water, rolling with the waves but detonating suddenly as they neared the ship, releasing corrosive, dark energy that manifested as fine black spots upon the shield's surface. It was a crystallization of erosive energy. The origin star tracker of Little Stone blared alarms, displaying a chaotic, serrated tidal map on its screen. The spiritual tidal fluctuations surged and plummeted erratically, with the highest concentration of the sea's spiritual essence measured at 10 times the lowest tide. The crimson glow of the eye of the illusory sea intensified, manipulating the tides while continuously unleashing erosive energy. Barely had the words escaped when the sea suddenly erupted into towering reverse tides. Waves that should have surged into the distance were drawn back towards the center, causing countless tidal crystals to explode at their crests, enveloping the fast ship in a shroud of dark energy. Faint cries for help echoed from outside. Several ethereal jellyfish-like illusory sea spirits were tossed about by the tide, their pale blue auras flickering as they became ensnared by the black, corrosive energy. One larger spirit, its tentacle adorned with a pale blue crystal bead, struggled towards the fast ship, conveying a mental message. I am the illusory sea, master of erosion. The eye of the illusory sea is tainted. It can control the tides, and has turned our companions into puppets of erosion. This spirit, known as illusory sea, led the spirits of the domain, its tentacle already corroded black by the erosive energy, threatening to sever at any moment. Ding! Triggered the main quest, Illusory CS Pulse. Analyze the spiritual tidal cycle. Obtain illusory sea crystals to concoct anti-erosion elixirs or tidal stability potions. Purify the eye of the illusory sea from erosive pollution. Defeat the erosion master and rescue the illusory sea spirit puppets. Quest rewards. Sacred Spirit Blade of the Ling Jiao. Illusory Sea Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for illusory sea nourishing elixirs. Integration of the illusory sea into a multidimensional protective system. An acquisition of clues regarding the storm domain's spiritual turbulence, the next origin-associated dimensional realm. Quest failure. The eye of the illusory sea is completely polluted, leading to uncontrollable spiritual tidal surges that devastate surrounding dimensions, with erosive energy spreading to the Lingxi domain. Qingyue, concoct the anti-erosion elixir to stabilize the situation. Lin Fan leaped from the fast ship, the Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade shimmering with Lingxi resonance patterns, its pale green light temporarily shielding against the oncoming reverse tide. Little Stone, use the star tracker to pinpoint the stable intervals of the tidal cycle. We must approach the eye of the illusory sea during these intervals. Qingxian, Beixian. Form a defensive circle with the Lingxiao guards to protect Qingyue while she prepares the elixir. Su Qingyue promptly established a dual furnace alchemical formation at the center of the swift vessel. In the left furnace, she introduced Lingxi algae powder, an anti-humidity agent, and primordial energy liquid to concoct the anti-corrosion pill of the illusory sea. In the right furnace, she added fragments of tidal crystals collected from the Lingmai Deep, attempting to create a pill that would stabilize the tides. The anti-corrosion pill of the illusory sea requires illusory sea crystals as a catalyst, while the tidal stabilization pill necessitates the pure primordial liquid from the eye of the illusory sea. Both materials are located near the eye of the illusory sea, where the energy of marine erosion is most potent, and they must wait for the tides to stabilize before proceeding. At this moment, Vorlos unfurled the secret script of the illusory sea's tidal inscriptions, tracing the runes with his fingertips, his eyes reflecting a grave intensity. The inscriptions state that the eye of the illusory sea is the core of the tidal cycle in the illusory sea region, typically regulating the tides in a 12-hour cycle. The current disruption in the cycle is due to the marine erosion lord injecting the chaotic residual energy of the demon sovereign into the eye of the illusory sea, akin to the stream erosion spiritual pollution plaguing the Lingxi domain. The marine erosion lord is a corporeal entity of condensed chaotic residual energy, its core residing in the erosion nest at the bottom of the eye of the illusory sea. Suddenly, the primordial star spirit released a faint golden primordial energy, which, upon merging with the sea's surface, formed a pure primordial area surrounding the swift vessel, causing the marine erosion energy to retreat. My primordial energy can temporarily isolate the marine erosion, but it will not last long. The tidal perception of the illusory sea star spirit can predict the intervals of stability. The next gap will arrive in just a short while. After a brief moment, the sea surface fell into sudden tranquility, the reverse tide temporarily receding, and the red glow of the eye of the illusory sea diminished slightly. This was the moment of tidal stability. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan harmonized the resonance of the Lingjiao Holy Spirit blade with the energy of the primordial star spirit. As the faint golden light enveloped the swift vessel, propelling it towards the eye of the illusory sea. As they approached, the marine erosion puppets, corrupted illusory sea star spirits, began to swarm around them, their tendrils spraying black viscous liquid in an attempt to obstruct the vessel. Qingxian and Beixian swiftly brandished their swords, unleashing pale azure light to temporarily repel the puppets. These puppets are merely tainted. Do not harm their cores. Once we purify the eye of the illusory sea, they will be able to recover. Upon nearing the eye of the illusory sea, they finally beheld its true form. A circular vortex with a diameter of 100 yards, its center shimmering with a dark red hue, from which marine erosion energy continuously surged forth. At the bottom of the vortex, the black erosion nest was faintly visible, within which resided a marine erosion lord. Its size comparable to a small mountain, entirely composed of condensed black marine erosion energy, encircled by 12 tidal control pillars, each injecting chaotic residual energy into the eye of the illusory sea. Here to meet your demise again? The tides of the illusory sea will shatter your spiritual veins. The marine erosion lord swung its tentacles, causing the sea surface to erupt once more with reverse tides, as dozens of massive tidal crystals hurtled towards the swift vessel. Holy artifact? Primordial shield. Lin Fan plunged the Lingjiao Holy Spirit blade into the sea, and the faint golden light expanded into a spherical shield, blocking the impact of the tidal crystals. At that moment, the celestial trajectory device of Little Stone locked onto the position of the illusory sea crystal. Located amidst the clusters of tidal crystals surrounding the erosion nest, which emitted a faint blue glow but were ensnared by marine erosion energy. Lin Gu. The illusory sea crystal is within the crystal clusters. However, it is imperative to first sever the tidal control pillars, otherwise, the Lord of Marine Erosion will perpetually manipulate the tides to hinder our efforts. At this moment, the left furnace of Su Qingyue emitted a fragrant aroma, signaling the successful creation of the first batch of illusory sea erosion resistance pills. She tossed the pills to the crowd, urging, "Hurry, consume these. They will provide protection against the marine erosion energy for half an hour." The right furnace's tidal stabilization pill still required the spiritual liquid from the eye of the illusory sea, and I will accompany you to the eye. She stowed away the pill furnace and leaped towards the eye of the illusory sea alongside Lin Fan and Qing Xian. The primordial star spirit and the leader of the illusory sea star spirit, illusory sea, remained aboard the swift vessel to assist Little Stone in monitoring the tides. Lin Fan was the first to charge towards the tidal control pillar, where the resonance patterns of the spirit serpent's sacred blade intertwined with the spiritual veins of the sea, creating a pale green light that coiled around one of the pillars, attempting to sever the influx of chaotic residual energy. Qing Xian restrained the Lord of Marine Erosion. He commanded, "Qingyue, seize the illusory sea crystal and the spiritual liquid while you can." Qing Xian immediately brandished his sword, forcing the Lord to retract some of its tentacles for defense with a faint azure sword light. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue circled to the crystal cluster, carefully extracting a fist-sized pale blue illusory sea crystal with her hands enveloped in primordial energy, and using a jade vial to gather pure spiritual liquid from the edge of the eye of the illusory sea. "I've got it," Su Qingyue exclaimed as she tossed the illusory sea crystal and the spiritual liquid to Lin Fan before returning to the swift vessel to continue her alchemical endeavors. Lin Fan grasped the illusory sea crystal, feeling the spirit serpent's sacred blade tremble as faint blue resonance patterns emerged on the blade's surface, awakening a new attribute. The pale blue light spread across the surface of the sea, and the previously raging tides began to calm, the corrosive power of the marine erosion energy significantly diminishing. This is illusory sea resonance. It can control the spiritual veins of the tides and purify the marine erosion energy. A sacred artifact? The illusory sea calming slash. Lin Fan swung the spirit serpent sacred blade, unleashing a sweeping light of pale blue and pale gold across the sea surface. The 12 tidal control pillars were severed in an instant, and the Lord of Marine Erosion emitted a chilling howl as its form became ethereal, deprived of the tidal support. Impossible. How can you control the tides of the illusory sea? In a frenzy, the Lord lunged at Lin Fan, its surrounding marine erosion energy surging, attempting to take Lin Fan down with it. Senior Vorlos, is there a method to purify the chaotic residual energy in the secret text? Lin Fan inquired through a communication talisman while evading the Lord's assault. Vorlos's voice promptly responded. Utilize the illusory sea resonance in conjunction with the spiritual liquid from the eye of the illusory sea. Inject the spiritual liquid into the Lord's core. Then employ the illusory sea resonance to purify. At this moment, Su Qingyue's tidal stabilization pill was completed, and she hurled the pill towards Lin Fan, exclaiming, "This is the tidal stabilization pill. It will enhance the effects of the illusory sea resonance. Hurry and use it." Lin Fan consumed the pill, and the resonance patterns of the spirit serpent's sacred blade shone brilliantly. He leaped atop the Lord of Marine Erosion, injecting the spiritual liquid into its dark core while simultaneously swinging his blade downwards. Sacred artifact? Illusory sea purification slash. The pale blue light surged into the core along with the spiritual liquid, causing the Lord of Marine Erosion's form to gradually disintegrate. The black chaotic residual energy being forcibly purified into pure spiritual energy that merged back into the sea. The dark red hue of the eye of the illusory sea gradually faded, returning to its original pale blue, and the spiritual tides resumed their cyclical 12-hour rhythm. The polluted illusory sea star spirit puppets saw the black patterns on their tentacles gradually vanish, restoring their clarity to a pristine pale blue. The task of Phantom Sea Guardian has been accomplished. Rewards have been received. The sacred blade of the spirit dragon, Phantom Sea Resonance, and the unlocking of the formula for the Phantom Sea Nourishing Elixir by Su Qingyue. The Phantom Sea domain is now integrated into a multidimensional protective system, providing clues regarding the chaotic spiritual veins of the storm domain. Lin Fan descended beside the eye of the Phantom Sea, where the resonance patterns of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon harmonized with the eye, a soft blue light radiating throughout the Phantom Sea. The corrosive energy of the ocean was completely purified, restoring tranquility to the waters. The spirits of the Phantom Sea cheered as they danced around the swift vessel, while the leader of the Phantom Sea spirits, Phantom Sea, presented Lin Fan with a core pearl. This pearl can monitor the tides and energies of the eye of the Phantom Sea, and it can also interact with the core pearl of the spirit stream. We have discovered a passage to the storm domain deep within the Phantom Sea. There, the energy of the spiritual storm is unusual, as if wind-eroding energy is causing destruction, akin to the corrosive energies of the ocean and stream. The original stellar navigational instrument of Little Stone immediately received the signal from the Phantom Sea Core Pearl, revealing preliminary images of the storm domain. It presented a realm enveloped by purple spiritual storms, with faint black wind-eroding energies interspersed. At the center of this realm, the storm eye flickered with unstable purple light. Lin Go. The energy fluctuations of the storm domain's spiritual storm are 3 times that of the Phantom Sea, and the wind-eroding energy can tear through the spiritual shield. We need to prepare anti-wind erosion pills and storm defense arrays in advance. Su Qingyue has already begun researching an improved formula for the Phantom Sea Nourishing Elixir. I can enhance the existing formula by incorporating tidal crystal powder and anti-wind agents to create the storm anti-erosion pill, which will withstand the impacts of wind-eroding energy and spiritual storms. However, we need storm crystals from the storm domain as a catalyst. We must first locate the entrance coordinates of the storm domain. Lin Fan grasped the Phantom Sea Core Pearl. As the resonance patterns of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon echoed with the pearl, projecting clues to the entrance of the storm domain. The entrance lies hidden within the spiritual storm belt that separates the Phantom Sea and the storm domain, accessible only through the transdimensional passage at the bottom of the eye of the Phantom Sea. As the original swift vessel entered the passage, the surrounding spiritual veins transitioned from deep blue to purple, with the screen of the stellar navigational instrument displaying increasingly clearer signals of the chaotic energies from the storm domain. Standing at the bow, Lin Fan felt a faint resonance between the blade's patterns and the impending storm's spiritual veins. As the intertwining blue and purple light foreshadowed the challenges of the next dimensional exploration, the spiritual storm and wind-eroding energy awaited ahead. The next destination is the storm domain. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the communication talisman, proclaiming to the team that regardless of the storms and erosions encountered, they must safeguard the essence of the spiritual veins in the storm domain, ensuring the eternal connection of multidimensional spiritual veins, impervious to the ravages of chaotic residual energies. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace has commenced its preheating, preparing to concoct the storm resistance pill. Meanwhile, Xiao Shitu's astrolabe is rapidly deciphering the storm cycles within the tempestuous domain. Qing Xian and Bei Xian are diligently maintaining the spirit vein sword, meticulously wiping away the remnants of corrosive seawater energy from its blade. At the terminus of the interdimensional passage, the violet entrance to the storm can be faintly discerned, heralding the onset of a new guardianship battle concerning the spirit vein storm and the energies of wind erosion. The radiance of the sacred spirit blade, Lingjiao, shall continue to illuminate this path of interdimensional safeguarding, ensuring that the belief in the harmony of multiple dimensions shines eternally in every space nourished by the spirit veins. Chapter 66. The storm's core and the purification of the wind. As the vessel emerged from the interdimensional passage, it was instantly enveloped by a violet tempest. The winds of this storm were unlike any other, each gust carrying sharp blades of spiritual essence capable of effortlessly slicing through the ship's protective barrier. More troublesome were the faintly blackened wind-eroded crystals that floated within the storm. Once swept up by the tempest, they would strike the shield like bullets, embedding themselves and continuously releasing corrosive energy, leaving the surface of the shield marred with dark, decaying patterns. The concentration of this corrosive energy was thrice that of the illusory sea domain. The screen of the origin star tracker danced wildly, with the red warning zones on the storm map nearly engulfing the entire realm. At the heart of this chaos lay the eye of the storm, where the wind-eroded crystals were most densely concentrated. The tracker detected that within the depths of the storm resided the erosion core, where chaotic residual energies converged, manipulating the spiritual tempest. Before the words could settle, a sudden rush of air erupted from the left side of the vessel, heralding the arrival of several ethereal storm spirits resembling translucent kites. Bathed in a soft purple luminescence, their wings entwined with wind-eroded crystals. Among them, one spirit, with a slightly broader wing adorned with a pale purple gem at its tip, struggled to convey a message through mental waves. I am the storm, the lord of erosion. Our companions have been transformed into wind-eroded puppets. The stabilizing pillar of the storm has been destroyed. We can no longer control the tempest. This spirit, named Storm, was the leader of the spirits within the domain, its wing half eroded by corrosive energy, on the brink of shattering. Ding! Triggered the main quest. Stabilizing the wind pillar to restore the spiritual tempest, acquire storm crystals to concoct anti-erosion pills, stability pills. Purify the chaotic residual energy of the erosion core, defeat the Lord of Erosion, and rescue the storm spirits turned into puppets. Quest rewards. The sacred blade of the spiritual flood, Storm Resonance Attribute Awakening. Unlock the recipe for storm nourishing pills for Su Qingyue. Integrate the storm domain into the multidimensional protective system, and obtain clues to the location of the chaotic residual core, the ultimate convergence point of chaotic residual energies. Failure to complete the quest will result in the explosion of the erosion core, spreading the spiritual tempest to the illusory sea and spiritual stream domains, and severing the multidimensional spiritual connections. Qingyue, first concoct the anti-erosion pills. We must withstand the storm's encroachment. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel, the patterns of the sacred blade of the spiritual flood illuminating, a pale blue shield forming around him to fend off the howling blades of spiritual essence. Little Stone, use the star tracker to locate the stabilizing pillar. Qing Xian, Bei Xian. You shall rally the Ling Xiao guards to form the spiritual wind defense formation, safeguarding the vessel and Qingyue's alchemy furnace. Immediately, Su Qingyue set up a dual furnace array at the center of the vessel. The left furnace was filled with illusory sea crystal powder, anti-erosion agents, and primordial energy liquid to concoct the anti-erosion pills. The right furnace received fragments of the wind-eroded crystals collected from the interdimensional passage. Attempting to brew a potion capable of stabilizing the storm, The anti-erosion pill required storm crystals as a catalyst, while the stability pill also necessitated pure spiritual essence, shards from the stabilizing pillar. Both materials were located near the storm eye, and they would need to wait for a moment of weakened winds to approach. Can the origin star spirit help us sense these gaps? The origin star spirit emanated a soft golden essence, which, upon merging with the tempest, surprisingly created a windless zone around the swift vessel. The wind-eroded crystals instinctively veered away. My primordial energy can temporarily stabilize a small area of the storm, yet the interval of gentle winds lasts only a quarter of an incense stick, and we have but half that time remaining. There are 6 stabilizing pillars surrounding the eye of the storm, each guarded by wind-eroded puppets. After half an incense stick, the tempest suddenly diminished, and the density of the purple spiritual blade plummeted. Now was the moment to act. Lin Fan seized the opportunity. The resonance patterns of the sacred spirit blade harmonizing with the energy of the origin star spirit, as a soft golden beam lifted the swift vessel toward the storm's eye. Along the way, the wind-eroded puppets, tainted storm spirits, converged, their wings unleashing torrents of wind-eroding energy in an effort to obstruct the vessel. Qing Xian and Bei Xian immediately slashed with their swords, dispersing the energy beams. Do not harm their crystal orbs. That is the essence of the star spirits, which can be restored through purification. As they approached the eye of the storm, the group finally discerned the appearance of the 6 stabilizing pillars. Each pillar, a pale purple spiritual stone, was adorned with runes of stabilization, yet 3 had already succumbed to corrosion and shattered, while the remaining 3 were marred with dark veins, poised to collapse at any moment. At the center of the storm's eye, the wind-eroded core glimmered a deep crimson, and a colossal wind-eroded lord, resembling a giant eagle, circled above it. Its wings, formed from wind-eroding energy and chaotic remnants, stirred small tempests with each flap. Here to meet your demise. The spiritual storm will shred you to pieces. With a sweep of its wings, countless wind-eroded crystals rained down upon the swift vessel like a deluge. Sacred artifact, illusory sea shield. Lin Fan thrust the sacred spirit blade into the void, and a pale blue beam expanded into a spherical shield, absorbing the impact of the wind-eroded crystals. At that moment, the star tracker of Little Stone locked onto the position of the storm crystal, nestled within the clusters around the wind-eroded core. These clusters shimmered with a soft purple light, yet were tightly encased in wind-eroding energy. Brother Lin, the storm crystal lies within those clusters. However, we must first repair the stabilizing pillars. Otherwise, once the gentle winds pass, we shall be swept away by the storm. At this juncture, Su Qingyue's left furnace emitted the fragrance of elixirs, as the first batch of anti-wind-eroding pills was completed. She tossed the pills to the others. Quickly consume these. They will shield you from wind-eroding energy for an hour. The right furnace's stabilization elixir requires the spiritual remnants from the stabilizing pillars. I shall join you in repairing them. With that, she stowed her pill furnace and leaped alongside Lin Fan and Qing Xian toward the nearest fractured stabilizing pillar, while the origin star spirit and the storm spirit leader, Storm, remained aboard the swift vessel, assisting Little Stone in monitoring the storm's movements. Lin Fan was the first to dash toward the stabilizing pillar, the resonance patterns of the sacred spirit blade intertwining with the surrounding spiritual veins, as a pale blue beam coiled around the fracture, striving to mend the fissures. Qing Xian, cover me from the wind-eroded puppets. Qingyue, gather the spiritual remnants from the stabilizing pillar. Qing Xian promptly brandished his sword toward the encroaching puppets, the pale blue sword light forcing them back. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue enveloped her hands in primordial energy, cautiously scraping the pale purple spiritual remnants from the surface of the stabilizing pillar and storing them in a jade vial. 1 repaired. 2 more remain. Lin Fan shouted as the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade trembled suddenly, faint purple storm resonance patterns emerging on its blade, signifying the awakening of a new attribute. A delicate purple aura radiated outward, causing the previously raging storm to gradually subside, while the corrosive power of the wind-eroding energy noticeably diminished. This was the storm resonance. It could manipulate the spiritual pulse storm and purify the wind-eroding energy. Sacred artifact, Storm Pillar Slash. Lin Fan swung the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade, and the intertwining beams of pale purple and light gold swept towards the other 2 fractured wind pillars. As the beams merged with the pillars, the cracks at the breakpoints swiftly healed, and the black patterns on the surface of the pillars gradually faded. The Wind Erosion Lord, witnessing the restoration of the wind pillars, was utterly enraged, unleashing a chaotic storm with flapping wings, intertwining countless wind-eroding crystals with the spiritual pulse blade, charging directly at Lin Fan. Impossible. How can you control the spiritual pulse storm? Senior Vorlos. How can we purify the chaotic residual energy of the wind-eroding core? Lin Fan inquired while evading the chaotic storm. Vorlos's voice promptly resonated. Utilize the storm resonance combined with the spiritual pulse fragments of the wind pillars. Infuse the spiritual pulse fragments into the core. Then disperse the chaotic residual energy using storm resonance. At this moment, Su Qingwei successfully refined the stabilizing storm pill, tossing the elixir toward Lin Fan. This is the stabilizing storm pill. It enhances the effects of storm resonance. Use it quickly. Lin Fan consumed the pill, and the storm resonance patterns on the Ling Jiao sacred spirit blade shone to their utmost brilliance. He leaped toward the wind-eroding core, injecting the spiritual pulse fragments into the core's dark red area, while simultaneously striking down with his blade, sacred artifact, storm purification slash. The pale purple light surged through the spiritual pulse fragments into the core, eliciting a mournful screech from the Wind Erosion Lord. The chaotic residual energy on its wings was forcibly purified, transforming into pure spiritual pulse energy that merged with the storm. The dark red of the wind-eroding core gradually faded, restoring a soft purple hue, and the spiritual pulse storm was once again under the control of the wind pillars, operating steadily according to the 24-hour cycle. The polluted storm star puppets gradually shed their wind-eroding crystals, regaining their clear pale purple radiance. Ding! Storm protection mission completed. Rewards received. Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade Storm Resonance Attribute awakened. Su Qingwei unlocks Storm Nourishing Pill Recipe. Storm Domain incorporated into multidimensional guardian system. Acquired clue to chaotic residual core location. Lin Fan landed beside the eye of the storm. The storm resonance patterns of the Ling Jiao Sacred Spirit Blade resonating with the wind-eroding core. The pale purple aura spread throughout the entire storm domain, thoroughly purifying the wind-eroding energy, while the spiritual pulse storm in the sky regained its gentle pale purple hue. The Storm Star Spirits cheered as they danced around the swift ship, and the leader of the Storm Star Spirits, Storm, handed Lin Fan a Storm Core Pearl. This pearl can monitor the cycle and energy of the Storm Eye, and can interact with the illusory Sea Core Pearl. We have discovered clues to the chaotic residual core deep within the storm domain. It is located at the residual core altar in the chaotic domain, where all the chaotic residual energy from various realms converges. The origin star tracker of Little Stone promptly received the signal from the Storm Core Pearl, and the screen displayed a preliminary image of the chaotic domain. It was a realm enveloped in dark chaotic energy, with a remnant altar at its center, upon which a basketball-sized chaotic core emitted a dim red glow, surrounded by 12 chaotic pillars, each channeling energy into the core. Lingu. The energy of the chaotic core is tenfold that of the Wind Erosion Lord. The remnant altar is guarded by the chaotic puppet army. We must unite the star spirits of Lingxi, Huanhai, and Storm to combat the puppet army. Su Qingwei had already begun researching an improved formula for the storm nourishing elixir. I can concoct the chaotic anti-erosion elixir, which can resist the erosion of chaotic residual energy. But I need chaotic crystals from the chaotic domain as a catalyst. We must first contact He Wuchang to coordinate the formation of a multi-domain alliance among the star spirits of the three domains before heading to the chaotic domain. Lin Fan grasped the Storm Core Pearl, and the storm resonance patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood resonated with the pearl, projecting the precise coordinates of the chaotic domain. The entrance was concealed within the chaotic rift between the storm domain and the chaotic domain, requiring the energy of the three-domain core pearls to unlock it. Before the Origin Swift ship departed from the storm domain, the Storm Star Spirits wove a luminous storm band in the sky to guide the ship's course, while the Origin Star Spirit remained in the storm domain to assist in reconstructing the Spirit Vein Protection Array. As the swift ship approached the chaotic rift, the surrounding spirit veins shifted from purple to black, and the energy signal of the chaotic core grew increasingly distinct on the Origin Star Tracker's screen. Lin Fan stood at the bow, The storm resonance patterns from the sacred spirit blade, spirit flood, and Lingxi illuminated simultaneously, intertwining bands of light in soft purple, blue, and green, heralding the imminent final battle to purify the chaotic core and eradicate the multidimensional chaotic residual energy. The next destination was the chaotic domain. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the communication talisman, reaching the team and synchronously conveying the message to the star spirit leaders of Lingxi, Huanhai, and Storm. This is the final battle. We must eradicate the chaotic residual energy entirely, ensuring the eternal stability of the multidimensional spirit veins. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace had already begun producing the semi-finished product of the chaotic anti-erosion elixir. Littlestone Star Tracker was analyzing the distribution of the chaotic puppet army. Qing Xian and Bei Xian were repairing the spirit vein sword, infusing it with the spirit vein energy from the three domains to enhance its resistance to chaos. The entrance to the chaotic rift was now vaguely visible, with black chaotic energy swirling within. An ultimate battle for the survival of the multidimensional realm was about to commence. The radiant light of the sacred spirit blade would continue to illuminate this path across dimensions, allowing the belief in multidimensional harmony to ultimately flourish in the resplendent victory of thoroughly purifying the chaotic residual energy. Chapter 67. The storm's core and the remnants of energy as the vessel emerged from the interdimensional passage. It was instantly ensnared by the tempestuous purple energy storm of the storm domain. Unlike the liquid energy streams of the illusionary sea, the energy here manifested as violent gusts, each carrying sharp energy blades capable of easily slicing through the vessel's outer protective shield. More perilous still were the countless dark particles suspended in the storm. Should they adhere to the hull, they would swiftly erode the energy structure. The vessel's rear engine had already begun emitting a distressing cacophony. Energy shield depleted by 30. The erosive particles are damaging the engine's energy matrix. On the screen of the primordial star tracking device, the chaotic trajectories of the storm's gusts were depicted as erratic red lines, revealing the storm's eye at the center of the dimensional boundary, where the concentration of erosive energy was tenfold that of the periphery. Moreover, numerous erosive puppets were advancing toward us, corrupted manifestations of the storm's star spirits. Before the words had left my lips, 3 kite-like erosive puppets swooped down, surrounded by faint black gusts. As their wings flapped, they unleashed a barrage of erosive blades aimed directly at the vessel's cockpit. Qing Xian immediately summoned the energy sword, its pale blue radiance cleaving through the erosive blades, only to discover that the severed blades fragmented into smaller particles, reconstituting into new blades. Their attacks were regenerative. Conventional assaults are futile. It is the remnant energy manipulation of the erosive lord. Vorlos unfurled the secret glyph of storm diversion, tracing the runes with his fingertips, a grave expression crossing his face. The glyph elucidated that the energy storms of this domain were originally a forward cycle, nourishing the surrounding dimensional energies. However, this cycle was now inverted due to the erosive lord infusing chaotic remnants into the storm's eye. These erosive puppets were the offspring of the chaotic remnants fused with the storm's star spirits. At that moment, a faint cry for help resonated through the storm. A slightly larger storm star spirit, its wings shimmering with a soft violet luminescence and its tail adorned with a small storm crystal, struggled to break free from the throng of puppets. Its left wing had been corroded by the erosive particles, its flight path faltering. I am the leader of the storm domain's star spirits, Wind Ridge. The erosive lord has constructed a nest of erosion in the storm's eye, controlling our kin with chaotic remnants. Only by purifying the chaotic core of the storms, can normalcy be restored. Alert. Main quest activated. Purify the storm's eye. Craft erosive resistance elixirs to withstand the erosive particles. Analyze the storm's cyclical patterns to identify stable intervals. Purify the chaotic core. Defeat the erosive lord and rescue the puppets. Rewards. Spirit Blade of the Celestial Flood Dragon. Storm Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for the Storm Nourishment Elixir, and the Storm Domain will be incorporated into the multidimensional protection system. Granting coordinates to the Chaotic Origin Domain, the Convergence of Chaotic Remnants. Quest Failure. The chaotic core of the storm's eye erupts, tearing the energy storm through surrounding dimensions, and the chaotic remnants spread to the origin domain. Qingyue, we must first concoct the erosive resistance elixirs. Lin Fan leaped from the swift vessel. The ethereal patterns of the spirit blade of the Ling Jiao illuminated, forming a protective layer of soft blue light around him, temporarily shielding him from wind-eroding particles and small stones. Utilizing the star trajectory instrument, calculations were made to find the stable intervals of the storm cycle. We must approach the eye of the storm during these intervals. Fengling, can you sense the energy fluctuations of the storm's eye? Help us steer clear of the puppet-infested zones. Su Qingwei swiftly set up 3 alchemical furnaces at the center of the vessel, in the left furnace. She added the powder of the illusory sea crystal, wind-resisting agents, and primal energy liquid to concoct the storm resistance pill, in the middle furnace. She introduced storm spirit vein dust collected from the interdimensional passage, attempting to create the storm stability pill to stabilize the storm's airflow. The right furnace remained vacant, awaiting the acquisition of the pure storm crystal from the eye of the storm as its catalyst. The resistance pill requires a full incense stick to refine. Hold your ground, and do not let the puppets near the alchemical array. Fengling led the group toward the eye of the storm, flapping his wings to unleash a soft purple storm barrier, which temporarily deflected the assaults of wind-eroding particles and puppets. The primal star spirit released a faint golden primal energy, merging it with the storm barrier, significantly enhancing its defensive strength. In half an incense stick's time, we would reach the stable interval of the storm cycle. This interval will last for a quarter of an hour, our sole opportunity to approach the storm's eye. After a single incense stick, a brief calm descended upon the storm. The flow rate of the purple spirit vein storm noticeably slowed, and the activity of the wind-eroding particles significantly diminished. This was indeed the stable interval of the storm cycle. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan's spirit blade of the Ling Jiao resonated with the energy of the primal star spirit, propelling the vessel toward the storm's eye at great speed. Though the wind-eroding puppets continued to obstruct the path, their regenerative abilities waned with the storm's weakening. Bei Xian swung his sword, releasing a soft cyan light that effortlessly repelled the puppets, their strength derived from the storm. With the storm diminishing, they became mere lambs to the slaughter. As they neared the eye of the storm, the group finally beheld the visage of the wind-eroding lord. Its form was coalesced from pale black wind-eroding currents, resembling a colossal bat with a wingspan of 10 zhang. Dark, chaotic chains, formed from residual chaotic energy, coiled around its claws, continuously infusing the chaotic core at the base of the storm's eye. The chaotic core emitted a dark glow, with the surrounding spirit vein storm revolving in reverse around it, creating a massive storm vortex, from which the roars of chaotic residual energy could be heard. Human cultivators dare to meddle in the affairs of this lord? The wind-eroding lord flapped its wings, unleashing 2 colossal wind-eroding blades toward the vessel. Soon, the chaotic core of the storm's eye would converge all-dimensional residual energy, transforming the entire multiverse into sustenance for chaos. Not if I can help it. Lin Fan leapt toward the eye of the storm, the ethereal patterns of the spirit blade of the Ling Jiao intertwining with the storm currents in a delicate dance. As faint purple storm resonance patterns began to emerge on the blade's surface, a new attribute was awakening. A holy artifact? Storm-shattering slash. The soft purple light cleaved through the wind-eroding blades, directly targeting the wings of the wind-eroding lord. Where the light passed, the wind-eroding currents were forcibly purified, transforming back into pure purple spirit veins. At this moment, Su Qingwei successfully refined the storm resistance pill, tossing it to the crowd with urgency. Hurry, take it. It will shield you from the corrosive energy for half an hour. The storm-stabilizing pill requires storm crystals. I shall gather them from the periphery of the storm eye. She retracted the alchemical array and soared with Fengling towards the storm crystal cluster, where pale purple storm crystals grew, an essential material for crafting the stabilizing pill. Upon noticing Lin Fan approaching the chaos core, the Lord of Erosion swiftly unleashed black-patterned chains, attempting to ensnare his limbs, feed the storm. Lin Fan wielded his blade to sever the chains, only to discover that the severed links transformed into countless particles of erosion, reconstituting into new chains. Suddenly, the voice of Vorlos echoed, "Strike its residual energy core. There lies a black crystal in the chest of the Lord of Erosion, the focal point of chaotic residual energy. Destroying it will diminish its power." At that moment, Littlestone's origin star tracker pinpointed the location of the residual energy core. the red dot on the screen flickering incessantly. Brother Lin. The core is in its left chest. The storm-stabilizing pill is nearly complete. Qingyue mentioned it would triple the purifying power of storm resonance. Finally, Su Qingyue succeeded in crafting the storm-stabilizing pill and hurled it towards Lin Fan. Hurry, take it. This elixir will synchronize you completely with the storm's spiritual pulse. Lin Fan consumed the pill, and the storm resonance patterns of the sacred spirit blade awakened fully. The pale purple aura merging seamlessly with the storm domain's spiritual pulse, enveloping him in a flow of purple spiritual energy, as if he had become one with the storm. Sacred artifact? Storm core slash. The pale purple aura coalesced into a sharp blade of light, piercing directly into the residual energy core of the Lord of Erosion. A horrifying shriek escaped the Lord's lips as the black crystal in its chest shattered, releasing a torrent of chaotic residual energy, which was forcefully purified by the storm resonance aura, transforming into pure purple spiritual energy, devoid of its residual energy support. The Lord of Erosion gradually dissipated within the storm, ultimately transforming into gentle streams of spiritual energy. Task completed. Storm protection. Rewards have been credited. Sacred Spirit Blade's Storm Resonance attribute awakened. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for Storm Nurturing Pill, and the Storm Domain is incorporated into the multidimensional protective system, obtaining clues to the coordinates of the Chaos Origin Domain. Lin Fan descended to the base of the Storm Eye, where the resonance patterns of the Sacred Spirit Blade aligned with the Chaos Core. The pale purple aura spreading along the core, thoroughly purifying the residual chaotic energy. The Chaos Core transformed back into a pure purple storm core, and the surrounding spiritual pulse storm resumed its natural cycle. The previously contaminated erosion puppets saw their dark, corrupted particles gradually vanish, restoring them to their original storm star spirit forms. Feng Ling, guiding the regained consciousness of the storm star spirits, presented Lin Fan with a storm core pearl. This pearl can monitor the energy fluctuations of the storm core and can interact with the cores of Lingxi and Illusionary Sea. We have discovered a spatial rift to the Chaos Origin Domain deep within the Storm Eye. All-dimensional chaotic residual energies are converging there. The Lord of Erosion spoke of the remnants of the Demon Lord's soul hidden within the Chaos Origin Domain. He seeks to reconstitute the chaotic demonic form and devour the entirety of the multidimensional realm. The Origin Star Tracker of the Little Stone immediately received the signal from the Storm Core Pearl, and the coordinates of the chaotic origin domain materialized on the screen. It was an unknown realm shrouded in dark chaotic energy, with a red warning labeled high risk beside the coordinates. Lingu. The concentration of chaotic energy in the chaotic origin domain is 50 times that of the storm domain. We must prepare the chaos resistance pill in advance and reinforce the spiritual shield of the swift vessel. Otherwise, we will be unable to approach. Su Qingyue had already begun researching an improved formula for the storm nourishing pill. I can incorporate the pure spiritual liquid from the chaos core and the origin energy liquid into the storm nourishing pill to concoct the chaos resistance pill. However, we need the chaos crystal from the chaotic origin domain as a medicinal guide. This crystal lies at the edge of the chaotic rift, and only the origin star spirits can sense its presence. Lin Fan grasped the storm core pearl as the ethereal resonance patterns of the spirit serpent sacred blade harmonized with the pearl, projecting a blurred image of the chaotic origin domain. In the center of the domain, on the chaos altar, a dark residual soul was absorbing the surrounding chaotic residual energy. 12 chaotic pillars surrounded the altar, each connecting to a residual energy passageway leading to other dimensions. It seemed that our ultimate destination was the chaotic origin domain, where we would decisively confront the residual soul of the demon lord and the chaotic residual energy. The spiritual storm in the storm domain had returned to normal, with purplish spiritual currents flowing through the dimensional passageways towards the Lingxi and Huanhai domains, supplying surrounding dimensions with pure spiritual energy. The origin star spirit remained in the storm domain, aiding Feng Ling in reconstructing the protective formation of the storm core. Qingxian and Beixian began to repair the origin swift vessel in preparation for the journey to the chaotic origin domain. The star tracker of the Little Stone continued to analyze the coordinates of the spatial rifts in the chaotic origin domain, seeking the safest entry route. As the origin swift vessel gradually departed the storm domain, A purple spiritual storm formed a radiant band of light, intertwining with the pale green of the Lingxi domain and the deep blue of the Huanhai domain, creating a magnificent spiritual rainbow in the multidimensional space. Lin Fan stood at the bow, the resonance patterns of the spirit serpent's sacred blade illuminating in pale green, pale blue, and pale purple, intertwining with the origin resonance light of the blade, signaling that the final battle was drawing ever closer. Next stop, the chaotic origin domain. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the communication talisman to the team. This time, we shall thoroughly purify the chaotic residual energy and annihilate the residual soul of the demon lord, liberating the multidimensional spiritual veins from the threat of chaos forever. Su Qingyue's alchemical furnace had begun to concoct the chaos resistance pill, with a pale golden origin energy liquid gently bubbling within, on the screen of the little stone star tracker. The coordinates of the spatial rifts in the chaotic origin domain were becoming increasingly clear. Qingxian and Beixian gripped their spiritual swords tightly, their gazes filled with unwavering determination for the impending battle. At the end of the dimensional passage, the dark chaotic rift was becoming vaguely visible. There lay the source of the multidimensional chaotic residual energy, the hiding place of the demon lord's residual soul, and the ultimate battlefield where Lin Fan and his companions would guard the multidimensional spiritual veins. The radiant brilliance of the sacred spirit blade shall persist in illuminating this arduous path of origin, allowing the belief in multidimensional harmony to blossom with the most resplendent light in the ultimate battle of chaos purification. Chapter 68. The gale condenses the soul. The remnant chi flows back to the heavenly mechanism as the primordial speedboat emerged from the interdomain passage. It was instantly engulfed by the violet spiritual vein storm of the storm domain. Unlike the liquid spiritual veins of the illusion sea, the veins here manifested in a form of violent air currents, each gust possessing a razor-like tearing force. The outer spiritual shield of the speedboat was scratched with fine lines, and the hull began to tremble slightly. More perilous was the presence of faintly dark wind-eroded energy threads floating within the storm, upon contact with the spiritual veins. These threads would entwine like vines, transforming the pure veins into a gray-brown corroded state. One of the spiritual conduits at the stern had already been eroded, leading to an abrupt interruption in energy transmission. The shield could not withstand for half an hour. Little Stone fixated intently on the primordial star track instrument. The storm energy readings on the screen surged relentlessly. The spiritual vein storm in the storm domain alternated in a 6-hour cycle, currently situated in the frenzied period, with still an hour remaining until the calm intermission. At the core of the storm, the eye of the storm lay at the center of the domain boundary, where the concentration of wind-eroded energy was tenfold that of the periphery, and the wind erosion lord resided within its erosion nest. Before his words could fade, the storm to the left of the speedboat suddenly erupted, unleashing a swarm of raptor-like wind-eroded puppets, originally storm spirits of the storm domain. They had now been tainted by wind-eroded energy, their wings turned a grim charcoal hue, and their claws gleaming with a dark sheen, launching wind-eroded energy projectiles as they swooped down. The claws of one puppet grazed the deck of the speedboat, instantly carving a deep gash, the spiritual vein patterns within losing their luster. These were the hunting puppets of the wind erosion lord. They were actively seeking sources of spiritual energy, and the fluctuations emanating from the speedboat had betrayed our position. Qingyue, first concoct the storm resistance pill. We must endure until the calm intermission. Lin Fan leaped from the speedboat, the illusion sea resonance patterns of the sacred dragon blade igniting, forming a protective circle of pale blue light around him to fend off the incoming wind-eroded energy projectiles. Qingxian, Beixian, you shall join forces with Ling Xiao Guard to form a spiritual vein defense ring to safeguard the speedboat with celestial power. Little Stone, keep a vigilant watch on the star track instrument and alert me at the first sign of the calm intermission. Su Qingyue had already set up dual furnaces within the cabin, adding illusion sea crystal powder, anti-wind agents, and primordial energy liquid into the left furnace. The pale blue flame enveloped the medicinal materials, striving to resist the external storm's interference. The storm resistance pill required storm crystals as its catalyst. These crystals were hidden within the storm crystal mines at the fringes of the storm domain. Only the storm spirits could locate the veins during the frenzied period. As she finished speaking, A faint lavender light flickered amidst the storm to the right of the speedboat, an untainted storm spirit. This spirit was slightly smaller than the puppets, its wings shimmering with pure lavender hues, currently besieged by 3 wind-eroded puppets. Its left wing had been scorched by wind-eroded energy, yet it still pecked at the joints of the puppets with its sharp beak. It was a surviving storm spirit. Lin Fan slashed forth a pale blue beam, sending the puppets flying, and cupped the spirit within his palm. Do you know the location of the storm crystal mine? We require it to concoct the pill and purify the wind-eroded energy. The star spirit gently nudged Lin Fan's palm with its head, emitting a sharp yet clear mental wave. I am known as Fengxi, the leader of the storm star spirits. Most of my kin have been transformed into puppets by the wind erosion lord. The storm crystal mine lies at the western cliff, where the storms are somewhat milder. Yet wind erosion guardians patrol its outskirts. It unfurled its wings, pointing towards the western side of the storm domain, where the purple tempest indeed appeared less dense, revealing the silhouette of the cliff in the distance. Ding! Main quest triggered. Storm Guardian's Vein. Acquire storm crystals and forge storm resistance pills, storm stability pills before the calm interval ends. Rescue the storm star spirit puppets. Purify the chaotic residual energy of the storm eye and defeat the wind erosion lord. Quest rewards. Spirit Dragon Holy Blade. Storm Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the recipe for storm nourishment pills. The storm domain is incorporated into a multi-dimensional protective system. And coordinates for the chaotic origin domain, a gathering place for chaotic residual energy, are obtained. Quest failure. Chaotic residual energy from the storm eye erupts, tearing apart surrounding dimensions, and the wind erosion energy spreads to the illusory sea domain. Fengxi, lead us to the western cliff. Lin Fan entrusted Fengxi to the source star spirit for protection. The source immediately released a faint golden energy, forming a protective layer around Fengxi, isolating it from the wind erosion energy. Qingxian, you stay behind to assist Little Stone in monitoring the storm cycles. Beixian, come with me to retrieve the storm crystals. Swiftly there and back. Beixian promptly followed Lin Fan, and the two soared towards the western cliff, utilizing the brief gaps in the storm currents to perform the wind treading technique. Along the way, they were incessantly harassed by wind erosion puppets. Beixian cut through the incoming strands of wind erosion energy with his spirit vein sword, while Lin Fan wielded the spirit dragon holy blade, purifying the obstructive corrupted spirit veins with a soft blue glow, thus clearing a temporary passage. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the western cliff, where the cliff face was riddled with honeycomb-like cavities emanating a faint purple glow, the entrance to the storm crystal mine. Outside the mine, 3 robust wind erosion guardians patrolled back and forth, their bodies formed from corrupted spirit veins and wielding war axes infused with wind erosion energy. Wait for me to draw their attention, then seize the opportunity to enter the mine and collect the crystals. Lin Fan leaped before the guardians, the resonance patterns of the spirit dragon holy blade glowing in response, a teasing blue light sweeping over the guardians. Come on, you polluted wretches. The guardians were indeed provoked, swinging their war axes toward Lin Fan, the energy trailing behind them forming a fan-shaped attack, which Lin Fan nimbly evaded. Seizing the moment, Beixian slipped into the mine, where the storm crystals emitted a soft purple halo, each crystal brimming with pure storm spirit vein energy. He swiftly gathered over 10 fist-sized storm crystals. But just as he was about to leave, a sudden disturbance from deeper within the mine signaled the presence of another hidden wind erosion guardian. Beixian confronted it with his sword, but was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the guardian's axe, suffering a graze from the wind erosion energy that turned his wound gray almost instantaneously. Beixian, catch! Lin Fan arrived just in time, striking at the guardian's back with the spirit dragon holy blade, purifying part of its form with a soft blue light. Beixian took the opportunity to toss the storm crystals to Lin Fan, and together they overcame the guardian, swiftly retreating from the western cliff. As the ship returned to the calm interval, only a quarter of an hour remained. Su Qingyue had already prepared for the alchemical process. Upon receiving the storm crystal, she immediately ground it into powder and added it to the left furnace. Just in time, the storm erosion resistance pill was about to be completed. Ding! Acquired storm crystal. Requirements for crafting storm erosion resistance pill met. A quarter of an hour later, the storm entered the calm interval as anticipated. The purple spiritual vein storm temporarily weakened, and the density of the erosion energy strands significantly diminished. Su Qingwe's storm erosion resistance pill was just completed. The pale purple pill emitted a soft glow. After everyone consumed it, a faint purple protective membrane enveloped them, causing the erosion energy strands to dissipate upon contact. The right furnace required the pure spiritual vein energy from the eye of the storm. Su Qingwe stored the left furnace and moved the right furnace to the deck of the ship. Only by approaching the eye of the storm could they collect the spiritual energy. Lin Fan immediately maneuvered the ship towards the eye of the storm, while Fengshi led the way, its wings capable of sensing the energy flow of the storm's eye, skillfully avoiding the remnants of the storm's whirlpools. The erosion puppets along the way noticeably increased. Qing Xian and Bei Xian led the Lingxiao guards outside the ship to form a defensive line. The light band of the spiritual vein sword clashed with the erosion energy of the puppets, igniting a dazzling display of intertwined purple and black particles. The Origin Star spirit released its primal energy, temporarily purifying the defeated puppets. Although it could not restore the puppets to their original state, it prevented them from attacking again. Their cores had yet to be fully eroded, and once the storm's eye was purified, they could recover. Half an hour later, the ship finally arrived at the eye of the storm. It was a circular area devoid of wind, with a diameter of 100 feet, at the center of which floated a black erosion nest, home to the erosion lord. The lord was entirely formed from erosion energy and crystallized spiritual veins, resembling a lion, with its limbs entwined by faint black energy strands. The erosion horn atop its head radiated a dark red glow, exuding the aura of chaotic residual energy. Sensing the presence of the group, the Lord abruptly lifted its head and unleashed a pillar of black wind. Another group of foolish mortals has arrived. Today, your spiritual veins shall become nourishment for my chaotic residual energy. The pillar of wind, imbued with the power to tear everything apart, surged forward. Lin Fan leaped into the air, the patterns of the spirit dragon's sacred blade resonating with the spiritual energy of the storm's eye, producing a subtle interaction. Just as the pale blue light was about to resist, the storm crystal in his hand suddenly lit up with a pale purple glow, which spread along the hilt, causing the blade's surface to manifest pale purple storm resonance patterns. Ding! The spirit dragon's sacred blade has sensed the spiritual vein energy of the storm, and the storm resonance attribute has officially awakened. It can manipulate the flow of spiritual storm energy, purifying erosion energy and chaotic residual energy. A sacred artifact? The storm's steady flow. Lin Fan wielded the spirit dragon's sacred blade, the intertwining hues of pale purple and pale blue expanding outward. The black wind pillar was instantaneously diverted, crashing into the storm currents outside the eye, momentarily calming part of the raging storm. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue collected the pure spiritual energy from the center of the storm's eye and infused it into the right furnace. The storm steady pill was complete. Lin Fan used the pill to enhance the resonance power, and it will thoroughly stabilize the eye of the storm. Lin Fan took the storm steady pulse pill and consumed it. The brightness of the storm resonance patterns on the spirit crawler's sacred blade surged dramatically. He leaped towards the wind erosion lord, as the luminous band entwined the lord's limbs, attempting to purify the chaotic residual energy within. Your chaotic residual energy shall dissipate completely today. The lord struggled frantically, the wind-eroded horn atop his head releasing more chaotic residual energy in a bid to break free from the luminous band. Impossible. The power of the chaos origin domain will devour everything. You will eventually be submerged by the residual energy. Chaos origin domain. The voice of Oros suddenly resonated through the communication talisman, having just deciphered the latest storm guidance secret text. The text recorded that all chaotic residual energies across dimensions were converging towards the chaos origin domain. That place is the source of the demon lord's chaotic corruption. If not halted, the residual energy will regroup there into a new demonic core, and at that time, all dimensions will be consumed. A chill ran through Lin Fan's heart as he swung his blade towards the lord's wind-eroded horn, the very core of the chaotic residual energy. The pale violet-blue luminous band struck accurately, shattering the wind-eroded horn in an instant, dark red residual energy gushing forth. Yet forcibly purified by the luminous band, Even if there exists a chaos origin domain, we shall find it and eradicate all residual energies thoroughly. With the loss of support from the residual energy, the Lord's body began to disintegrate inch by inch. The wind erosion energy and corroded spiritual veins were transformed into pure spiritual veins by the luminous band, merging into the eye of the storm. Ding! Defeated the wind erosion lord, purified the chaotic residual energy of the eye of the storm. Storm Guardian main quest completed. The dark red hue of the eye of the storm completely faded, restoring to a pure pale purple. The spiritual vein storm resumed its normal cyclical operation, and the surrounding wind erosion puppets, having lost their energy support, gradually regained a pale purple hue. The storm star spirits finally returned to their true forms. Fengxi led her kin to gather around, presenting a storm core pearl to Lin Fan. This pearl can monitor the spiritual veins and residual energies of the storm domain and can also locate the approximate direction of the chaos origin domain. It lies in the crevices of all dimensions and requires the energy of all domain core pearls to open an entrance. The origin star trajectory instrument of Little Stone immediately received the signal from the storm core pearl, and the screen displayed the blurred coordinates of the chaos origin domain. Located in the core area of the dimensional crevices between the Lingxi domain, the illusory Sea domain, the storm domain, and the origin domain, marked with a red warning indicating a residual energy concentration of 80. Su Qingwei distributed the newly refined storm nourishing pills to everyone, which could long-term resist the erosion of chaotic residual energy to venture into the chaos origin domain. We need to gather all core pearls associated with the origin domains and also refine the chaos origin anti-corrosion pill. Otherwise, we will be unable to withstand the concentration of residual energy within that domain. Lin Fan grasped the storm core pearl. The storm resonance patterns of the spirit crawler sacred blade resonating with the pearl, projecting images of the core pearls from various domains. The core pearls of Lingxi, illusory Sea, and storm were already gathered, yet the core pearls of the thunder domain and rock domain remained unacquired. They were the last two associated origin domains. Next, we shall proceed to the thunder domain and rock domain to gather all the core pearls. Lin Fan's voice resonated through the communication talisman, rallying the team to prepare for their journey into the chaotic origin domain. With the resolute intent to eradicate all remnants of chaos and thwart the dark machinations of the demon lord, Fengxi led the storm star spirits in weaving a protective storm shield around the swift vessel, safeguarding it against the returning spiritual tempest. The origin star spirits commenced their collaboration with the storm star spirits to reconstruct the storm pulse guardian array, formally integrating the storm domain into the multidimensional protective system. As the swift vessel departed from the eye of the storm, the purple spiritual tempest of the storm domain had subdued, its soft lavender light swirling through the starry expanse, echoing in harmony with the spiritual light bands of the spirit stream domain and the illusion sea domain. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Fan felt the storm resonance patterns of the spirit dragon holy blade illuminate alongside its other attributes, intertwining into a delicate protective web of light. He gazed towards the rift of dimensions, the coordinates of the chaotic origin domain vividly materializing in his mind. It was the epicenter of all dimensional crises and the ultimate challenge that lay ahead. Yet, at this moment, the three core orbs in his hand glimmered softly, and the breaths of his team members remained steady and resolute. He understood that as long as they coordinated across the domains and traced the roots of the issue, no crisis was insurmountable. Thunder domain, rock domain, we are coming, Lin Fan murmured, as the radiance of the spirit dragon holy blade pierced through the storm, illuminating the path toward the next domain. Thus commenced a new journey to gather the core orbs and prepare for the chaotic origin domain, with the belief in the brilliance of multidimensional unity destined to shine ever brighter along the path of spiritual protection. Chapter 69, The Gathering of Thunderstones. The awakening of the origin, the swift vessel sailed out of the storm domain, navigating along the ethereal veins that led towards the thunder domain. As it approached, the surrounding space was intermittently illuminated by soft violet lightning, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of thunderous energy. This unique aroma was characteristic of the thunder domain's ethereal veins, yet it was tainted with a hint of charred energy, indicating that chaotic residual forces had seeped into the area. The moment the vessel entered the thunder domain, it was enveloped by a tempest of violet lightning. Unlike the stormy currents of the storm domain, this tempest was composed of concentrated electric energies, each bolt capable of tearing through the vessel's protective shield. Upon contact, the storm shield began to blacken ominously. More perilous still, the lightning was interwoven with dark, corrosive energy. Any ethereal algae struck by it withered instantaneously, disintegrating into ash. This was the corrosive energy of thunder, far more destructive than that of the wind. On the screen of the Origin Star Tracker, the map of the thunder domain's ethereal veins appeared fractured. At the center, the core tower of thunder veins served as the nexus, now shrouded by corrosive energy. As the corrupted puppets, tainted spirits of the thunder domain, spread outward, threatening to erode even the thunder crystal veins, before the thought was fully formed, a bolt of violet lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the vessel, extinguishing the ethereal lights on the deck. Outside, a sharp cry pierced the air. It was a spirit of the thunder domain, its body cloaked in delicate lavender feathers. Its left wing was ensnared by corrosive energy, under siege by 3 corrupted puppets, their feathers charred and their beaks and claws glimmering with a grayish hue, each assault accompanied by sporadic sparks of lightning. That was a spirit of the thunder domain. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel, activating the storm resonance patterns of the sacred blade of ethereal dragons, slicing through the encroaching puppets and shielding the injured spirit. The spirit shook off the ash from its feathers and gently pecked Lin Fan's palm with its sharp beak, transmitting a clear mental message. I am Thunder Feather, the leader of the Thunder Domain spirits. The corrosive lord has seized the core tower, polluting the veins with chaotic remnants. Our kin have either become puppets or are hiding in the Thunder Valley to survive. The Thunder Crystal veins lie deep within the valley, but the entrance is obstructed by the corrosive guardians. It spread its wings, gesturing towards a valley shrouded in a soft violet luminescence on the western side of the Thunder Domain. There, the lightning was noticeably sparse, marking it as the only safe haven in the region. Alert! Main quest triggered. Reach the Thunder Valley to acquire Thunder Crystals. Refine anti-corrosive pills, Thunder Veins stabilizing pills. Purify the core tower's corrosive energy. Defeat the corrosive lord, and rescue the spirits of the Thunder Domain. Quest rewards. Ethereal Dragon Sacred Blade's Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingwei unlocks the recipe for Thunder Spirit Nourishing Pills. Integration of the Thunder Domain into the multidimensional Guardian System. 1 Thunder Domain Core Pearl. Quest failure. Collapse of the core tower. Spread of corrosive energy to surrounding dimensions. Accumulation of chaotic remnants increases to 85. Thunder Feather. Lead us to the Thunder Valley. Lin Fan entrusted Lei Ling to the Primordial Star Spirit. The Primordial Spirit released a faint golden energy, forming a protective electric shield around Lei Ling. Qing Xian, command the Ling Shao guards to maneuver the swift vessel closely behind, cleaving through the obstructive lightning with the Spirit Vein Sword. Bei Xian, accompany me and Lei Ling to scout ahead and eliminate the lightning-corroded puppets along our path. The trio, sheltered by the luminous barrier of the Thunder Avoidance Valley, traversed through the violet electric storm. Lei Ling's wings sensed the trajectory of the lightning, allowing them to evade the lethal violet bolts in advance. Bei Xian shattered the approaching threads of lightning-corroded energy with his Spirit Vein Sword, while Lin Fan wielded the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon, purifying the obstructive corroded spirit veins with a trail of light. The lightning-corroded puppets struck by the light began to reveal a faint purple sheen beneath their charred feathers, halting their attacks, though not fully restored. After half an hour, the trio finally arrived at the Thunder Avoidance Valley, where dozens of surviving Thunder Domain star spirits had gathered, coiling around the Thunder Avoidance Crystal Pillar. The faint purple light emanating from the pillar was crucial for resisting the storm. The Thunder Crystal veins lay within the Thunder Vein cave beneath the pillar. Leading the group to the base of the pillar, Lei Ling's gaze fell upon an entrance blocked by lightning-corroded energy. Outside the entrance, 2 robust lightning-corroded guards paced back and forth, their bodies formed from the congealed corroded veins, wielding lightning-infused war axes that stirred up small tempests with each swing. I drew the guards' attention, allowing Bei Xian to slip into the cave to retrieve the crystals. Lin Fan leapt before the guards, the storm resonance patterns of the sacred spirit blade igniting, as the faint purple light purposefully swept across the guards' axes. With such meager prowess, Do you dare guard the crystal veins? Enraged, the guards crossed their axes to unleash a lightning corroded cross slash. Lin Fan deftly evaded, and the light wrapped around the guards' bodies, beginning to purify the corroded energy within them. Seizing the opportunity, Bei Xian entered the cave, where the thunder crystals shimmered with brilliant violet electric light, each crystal brimming with pure vein energy. He swiftly gathered over 20 crystals. But just as he was about to leave, a rumbling sound echoed from the depths of the cave. The third hidden lightning corroded guard. It plunged down from a crevice in the cave's ceiling, its axe aimed at Bei Xian's back. Bei Xian turned in time to block with his sword, but his arm was scorched by the corroded energy, rendering the wound instantly numb. Bei Xian, catch the thunder crystals. Lin Fan promptly vanquished the guard outside the cave, rushing in to slash at the third guard, the faint purple light purifying part of its body. Bei Xian took this chance to toss the thunder crystals to Lin Fan, and together they overwhelmed the guard, returning to the Thunder Avoidance Valley with the crystals. At this moment, Su Qingyue had already set up 2 furnaces within the valley. Upon receiving the thunder crystals, she immediately ground them into powder and added them to the left furnace. The Thunder Domain Corrosion Resistance Pill will be refined shortly. The right furnace required the pure Thunder Spirit Qi from the Thunder Vein Core Tower, so they needed to approach the core tower to gather it. Ding! Thunder crystals acquired. Conditions for refining the Thunder Domain Corrosion Resistance Pill met. Half an hour later, the Thunder Domain Corrosion Resistance Pill was completed. A pale purple pill glimmering with faint electric light. After consuming it, everyone was enveloped in a layer of faint purple electric protection, causing the violet lightning and corroded energy to dissipate upon contact with the protective layer. Lin Fan led his team towards the core tower of the Thunder Pulse, with Lei Ling guiding the surviving Thunder Domain spirits ahead. Their wings converged to form a luminous band of Thunder Pulse, temporarily dispelling the violet lightning storms along the way. Upon reaching the core tower, they finally beheld the visage of the Thunder Erosion Lord, whose form was entirely composed of purple electricity and erosion energy, resembling a colossal eagle with a wingspan of 100 zhang. Its beak and claws shimmered with chaotic residual energy as it perched atop the tower, incessantly channeling erosion energy into the structure. Another group come to meet their demise. Today, I shall bury you beneath the thunder pulse. The Lord unfurled its wings, unleashing a torrent of thunder erosion arrows towards the group. Where the arrows struck, the spiritual veins of the ground were riddled with countless holes. Holy artifact? Storm steady flow. Lin Fan brandished the spirit serpent holy blade, a faint purple light momentarily shielding him from the arrows. Suddenly, the thunder crystal in his hand glowed, a soft purple electric light coursing down the hilt, revealing intricate patterns of thunder pulse resonance upon the blade's surface. Ding! Spirit serpent holy blade, thunder pulse resonance attribute awakened. Can manipulate spiritual vein lightning, purify erosion energy and chaotic residual energy. Holy artifact? Thunder Pulse Purification Slash. Lin Fan leapt towards the core tower, a blend of light and soft purple and pale gold sweeping across the Lord's wings. The erosion energy was instantly purified, eliciting a piercing shriek from the Lord as the chaotic residual energy in its wings surged violently. Impossible. How can you control the Thunder Pulse? It dove down, its claws aimed at Lin Fan, while Su Qingyue seized the opportunity to gather the pure Thunder Spirit Qi at the top of the tower. Infusing it into the right furnace, the Thunder Pulse stabilizing pill is ready. Lin Fan, enhance your resonance power with the pill. Lin Fan consumed the Thunder Pulse stabilizing pill, and the brightness of the Thunder Pulse resonance patterns surged dramatically. The luminous band encircled the Lord's body, forcibly purifying the chaotic residual energy within. Your scheme ends here. The Lord thrashed in a frenzy but gradually weakened under the purification of the light, ultimately transforming into a pure essence of thunder pulse energy that merged with the core tower. The tower's erosion energy swiftly dissipated, and the soft purple thunder pulse began to flow anew, while the surrounding erosion puppets regained their pale purple feathers and gathered around. Lei Ling accepted the Thunder Domain Core Pearl passed by her kin and solemnly entrusted it to Lin Fan. The future of the Thunder Domain is now in your hands. Ding! Thunder Domain Guardian mission completed. Acquired Thunder Domain Core Pearl, Spirit Serpent Holy Blade, Thunder Pulse Resonance attribute awakened. After a 3-day respite, the team set forth towards the final Origin-associated realm, the Rock Domain. The environment of the rock domain was far more oppressive than that of the thunder domain, with the entire dimensional space composed of grayish-brown erosion rock veins. The ground was riddled with bottomless crevices, from which seeped a faint black erosion energy. With each tremor of the rock veins, a cascade of rubble mixed with erosion energy would tumble down. As they stepped into the rock domain, they encountered the rock domain spirit, the rock core. Its form resembled a round stone, adorned with pale gray patterns, as it shielded itself against the falling debris, protecting several young spirits behind it. The Lord of Corrosion has tainted the essence of the rock veins, leaving the rock crystal mines within the domain nearly depleted. Our kin have been transformed into corrupted puppets, frantically excavating within the veins, striving to infuse all dimensions with corrosive energy. The voice of the rock core resonates with a heavy tremor, directing attention to the central cavern of the rock veins, where the energy of corrosion is most potent, and the silhouettes of the corrupted puppets can be faintly discerned. Ding! Main quest triggered. Guard the rock domain. Acquire rock crystals to refine the anti-corrosive elixir foundation elixir. Purify the essence cavern of the rock veins. Defeat the Lord of Corrosion and halt the excavations of the corrupted puppets. Quest rewards. Sacred Spirit Blade of the Celestial Dragon. Awakening of rock vein resonance attributes. Unlocking the formula for the rock spirit nourishing elixir for Su Qingwei. Integration of the rock domain into the multidimensional protection system, and one rock domain core pearl. Quest failure. Collapse of the essence cavern, leading to a chain reaction of multidimensional vein collapses triggered by corrosive energy. With the experience gained from the thunder domain, the team acted with remarkable swiftness. Lin Fan and Bei Xian eliminated the corrupted puppets along their path. Qing Xian assisted the rock core in safeguarding the young star spirits. Su Qingwei collected rock crystals to refine the anti-corrosive elixir, and Little Stone utilized the astral tracker to pinpoint a safe route to the essence cavern. In half a day's time, they amassed sufficient rock crystals to create the anti-corrosive elixir. Upon reaching the essence cavern, the Lord of Corrosion was commanding the puppets to excavate the essence crystal of the rock veins, a massive entity formed from black rock and concentrated corrosive energy, resembling a small mountain, with limbs seamlessly merging into the veins for rapid movement. With each strike of the corrosive great hammer, the cavern trembled violently. You have thwarted my thunder domain plans, and yet you dare to seek your demise in the rock domain. The Lord swung the massive hammer towards Lin Fan, causing the ground to fissure and corrosive energy to surge forth. A sacred artifact? The Thunder Vein Shield. Lin Fan conjured a purple electric shield using the resonance patterns of the Thunder Vein to deflect the hammer's impact, while the rock crystal in his hand glowed with a pale gray light, spreading along the hilt, awakening the rock vein resonance patterns. Ding! Sacred Spirit Blade of the Celestial Dragon. Rock vein resonance attributes awakened. Capable of manipulating rock vein structures and purifying corrosive energy and chaotic residual energy. A sacred artifact? The Foundation Slasher of the Rock Veins. A ribbon of interwoven pale gray and light gold light infused into the ground, causing the fissured veins to instantaneously seal, forcibly suppressing the corrosive energy. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingwei collected the pure essence of the rock spirit from the cavern, refining it into the foundation elixir. The rock core led the star spirits to block the excavated tunnels with their bodies, preventing the spread of corrosive energy. Lin Fan consumed the elixir, and the radiant light entwined around the Lord's hammer, purifying it into pure rock veins, before he swung his blade towards the Lord's core, declaring, "Your destruction ends here." The Lord of Corrosion gradually dissipated within the radiant light, transforming into pure rock vein energy that merged into the essence cavern. The puppets regained their sentience, and the rock core handed the rock domain core pearl to Lin Fan, stating, "With all 5 core pearls gathered, the entrance to the chaotic origin domain can be opened. But the concentration of residual energy there is exceedingly high. You must exercise utmost caution." Ding! Quest guard the rock domain completed. Obtained rock domain core pearl. Sacred Spirit Blade of the Celestial Dragon. Rock vein resonance attributes awakened. As Lin Fan returned to the heart of the dimensional rift, the 5 core pearls, Lingxi, Huanhai, Fengbao, Leiyu, and Yinyu, simultaneously illuminated in his grasp. Delicate beams of light in shades of pale green, azure, lavender, crimson, and soft gray intertwined, casting a circular portal of primordial essence in the fabric of space. Beyond the portal lay an abyss of darkness, where one could vaguely discern the turbulent remnants of chaotic energy swirling ominously. On the screen of the small stone's astral tracker, the concentration of chaotic remnants surged to an astonishing 95. Lingu. The residual energy is accelerating its accumulation. A new magic core is expected to form in 3 days. Su Qingwei had already established 5 refining furnaces aboard the swift vessel, combining the powdered essence of the 5 core pearls with primordial energy liquid and samples of chaotic remnants. The alchemical flames transformed into a 5-colored sacred fire of primordial essence. I shall refine the chaotic primordial corrosion-resistant pill. This is crucial for our entry into the primordial realm, enabling us to endure amidst the high concentration of residual energy for an hour. However, we require the initial residual energy of the primordial realm as the medicinal guide, necessitating our entry through the portal to gather it. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the sacred spirit blade of the Lingjiao. Its 25 attributes, including the resonance of the 5 realms, glowing in unison. The 5-colored light bands resonated intensely with the portal of primordial essence. In 3 days, we shall enter the chaotic primordial realm. We will eradicate all chaotic remnants and thwart the nefarious schemes of the demon lord. Leaders of the various star spirits, Xia, Huanhai, Fengxi, Leiling, and Yank, mobilized their tribes to form a multi-realm support team, establishing a protective formation outside the portal to provide energy reinforcement for Lin Fan's group. Black Wuchang also led the Cosmic Alliance and celestial soldiers from the heavenly realm to construct a backup defense line around the perimeter of the dimensional rift, preventing any leakage of residual energy. 3 days later, as the chaotic primordial corrosion-resistant pill was completed, Lin Fan led Su Qingwei, Little Stone, Qing Xian, and Bei Xian, alongside the primordial star spirits, to form the ultimate purification team, leaping into the portal of primordial essence. Within the chaotic primordial realm, dark red remnants surged like a tide. The resonance patterns of the sacred spirit blade of the Lingjiao activated automatically, enveloping everyone in a soft golden light. Thus commenced the ultimate purification battle, pivotal for the survival of multiple dimensions. Lin Fan gazed intently at the coalescing chaotic magic core in the distance, his eyes gleaming with determination. Today, we shall restore the purity of the spiritual veins across all dimensions. The brilliance of the sacred spirit blade of the Lingjiao pierced the inky darkness, illuminating the path toward the magic core. The 5-colored light bands carved a route of purification through the remnants, as the shared conviction of multidimensional harmony transformed into an indomitable force, propelling them toward the final confrontation. Chapter 70. The Firmament of Thunder and the Gathering of Dual Pearls. As the vessel, the Origin-fast ship, emerged from the tempestuous storm domain and navigated along the tributaries of the spiritual veins towards the thunder domain, it was abruptly enveloped by a searing current of electricity. In the distant expanse of the starry sky, faint violet lightning spiritual veins intertwined like a delicate web, each streak of lightning exuding the power to rend space itself. Before even approaching the boundary of the thunder domain, the vessel's spiritual vein shield began to spark with arcs of electricity. The screen of the Origin star tracker, bearing the image of a small stone, indicated that the frequency of lightning had surpassed the safety threshold. The furious thunder veins of the thunder domain were far more terrifying than documented. These bolts of electricity were infused with lightning corrosion energy, capable of breaching the spiritual vein shield and disrupting the star tracker's positioning. No sooner had the thought crossed the mind than a bolt of purple electric corrosion lightning, as thick as a barrel, suddenly struck the vessel, instantly piercing a hole through the shield. The current surged along the hull, causing the spiritual formation on the deck to emit black smoke. Outside the ship, sharp cries echoed as several creatures resembling thunderbirds, the Thunder Sea Star spirits, were pursued by the purple electric corrosion lightning. Their wings had been tainted a grimy black by the corrosion energy, their flight paths growing increasingly erratic. They had become lightning-corrupted entities. Having been tainted by chaotic residual energy, they could manipulate the spiritual veins of lightning to create turmoil, transforming even our comrades into lightning-corrupted puppets. At the forefront, the Thunder Sea Star spirit, Lei Ling, narrowly evaded a bolt of purple lightning, sending out a mental wave to seek assistance from the others. Its beak already showing clear signs of corrosion. Ding. Triggered the main quest of the Thunder Domain's vein protection. Analyze the frequency of lightning's spiritual veins. Concoct anti-corrosion pills for the Thunder Domain lightning stability pills. Purify the lightning corrupted entities and the core of the Thunder Domain. Defeat the corrupted Lord of Lightning. And obtain the core pearl of the Thunder Domain. Quest rewards. Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Lightning Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingwei unlocks the formula for the Thunder Vein Nourishing Pill and integrates the Thunder Domain into a multidimensional protection system, allowing the energy of the Thunder Domain's spiritual veins to be utilized for reinforcing the chaotic origin anti-corrosion pill. Quest failure. Corrosion energy breaches the core of the vessel's spiritual veins, causing the turmoil of lightning's spiritual veins to spread to the storm domain. Su Qingwei. Immediately concoct the anti-corrosion pills for the Thunder Domain. Prioritize resisting the corrosion energy. Lin Fan leaped from the vessel. The patterns of the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade glowing with storm resonance, a faint purple aura forming a conductive barrier around him. Bravely absorbing a bolt of purple electric corrosion lightning. Lei Ling, do you know the location of the core of the Thunder Domain, the Thunder Source Pillar? Only by purifying it can we stabilize the lightning's spiritual veins. Lei Ling promptly led the group deeper into the Thunder Domain. The Thunder Source Pillar is located at the center of the Thunderfall Plain. However, it is occupied by the corrupted Lord, who has transformed the Thunder Source Pillar with chaotic residual energy, imbuing all lightning with corrosive power. As they journeyed, the lightning-corrupted puppets relentlessly assailed them, their wings unleashing purple lightning. Lin Fan wielded the Spirit Dragon's sacred blade, purifying the incoming corrosion energy with the faint purple aura, only to find the number of puppets increasing. It seemed the corrupted Lord was deliberately exhausting everyone's spiritual energy. At this moment, Su Qingwei had already set up dual furnaces within the vessel. In the left furnace, she added storm crystal powder, anti-thunder agents, and origin energy liquid, the alchemical flames transforming into a delicate purple hue. In the right furnace, she introduced the pure thunder crystal gifted by Lei Ling. Commencing the refinement of the lightning stability pill, the anti-corrosion pill for the Thunder Domain required the Thunder Source crystal from the pinnacle of the Thunder Source Pillar as a medicinal catalyst. We must approach the Thunder Source Pillar to procure it. Half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the Thunderfall Plain, a vast expanse strewn with charred rocks. At its center stood the Thunder Source Pillar, cloaked in a grayish-black hue, its pinnacle enveloped by a layer of chaotic residual energy. The Lord of Thunder Erosion loomed beside the pillar, its form coalesced from purple lightning and the energy of erosion, with its limbs entwined in strands of black residual energy. Each swing of its thunder erosion battle axe unleashed dozens of arcs of violet lightning. Another group seeking their demise? The thunder of this domain will turn your spiritual veins to ashes. Source Star Spirit, shield us from the energy of erosion with primal energy. Lin Fan plunged the Spirit Serpent Divine Blade into the ground, intertwining pale purple light with the faint golden energy released by the Source Star Spirit, forming a dual energy shield that repelled the incoming lightning. Beixian, you and the Lingxiao guards hold back the erosion puppets. Qingxian, follow me to seize the Thunder Source Crystal. Qingxian immediately swung his sword at the puppets, the pale azure light colliding with the purple lightning, igniting a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan dashed towards the Thunder Source Pillar, the light of the Spirit Serpent Divine Blade resonating subtly with the pillar, revealing intricate pale blue lightning resonance patterns, an awakening of a new attribute. The azure light spread along the Thunder Source Pillar, temporarily suppressing the chaotic residual energy. As the Thunder Source crystal emitted a pure, soft purple glow, sacred artifact, purifying strike of the Thunder Vein. The light cleaved through the chaotic residual energy, allowing Lin Fan to successfully retrieve the Thunder Source crystal and hand it to the arriving Su Qingwei. As the Thunder Domain anti-erosion pills and Thunder Stabilizing pills were simultaneously concocted, the group consumed them, rapidly dispelling the energy of erosion surrounding them. Lin Fan swung his blade once more at the Lord of Thunder Erosion. The pale blue light resonated with the spiritual veins of lightning, gathering countless pure purple arcs into a sword aimed directly at the core of the Lord. Your chaotic residual energy shall dissipate. The Lord of Thunder Erosion let out a harrowing wail, its body disintegrating inch by inch under the purifying thunder. While the thunder source pillar regained its pristine soft purple hue, the erosion puppets on the plane reverted back to Thunder Sea Star spirits. Lei Ling handed the core bead of the Thunder Domain to Lin Fan. This bead can mobilize all the energy of the Thunder Veins. It will play a crucial role in countering the residual energy of the chaotic source domain. Ding! Thunder Domain Vein Protection Task completed. Rewards credited. Spirit Serpent Divine Blade Lightning Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks Thunder Vein Nurturing Pill Recipe. Acquired Thunder Domain Core Bead. Leaving the Thunder Domain, the swift vessel navigated along the tributary of spiritual veins toward the final primal associated domain, the Rock Domain. Upon entering the Rock Domain, the surrounding space suddenly grew heavy. Countless gray stone spiritual veins floating like mountains, each stone emanating a dark gray hue. The surfaces were marred by erosion cracks, continuously leaking black residual energy. As the vessel approached one of the stones, it became ensnared by a layer of erosion energy. The spiritual shield beginning to show signs of petrification. The solid-state spiritual veins of the Rock Domain were entirely tainted by erosion energy. The petrified veins would gradually shatter, releasing even more residual energy. On the screen of the star trajectory instrument held by Little Stone, the location of the core of the Rock Domain, the Rock Source Mine, flashed a red warning, surrounded by erosion puppets. At that moment, the Rock Sea Star Spirit, Yin Ji, emerged from behind a stone, its body composed of pure rock. Yet half of it had been tainted black by erosion energy. The Lord of Erosion had transformed the Rock Source Mine into an erosion nest. It possesses the ability to manipulate the petrified spiritual veins, creating barriers. Our companions are all confined within the nest, on the verge of being entirely petrified by the corrosive energy. Ding! Mission triggered. Break the petrification barrier of the spiritual veins. Purify the corrosive energy and the source minerals. Defeat the corrosive lord. Rescue the ocean star spirits, and obtain the core pearl of the Rock Domain. Mission rewards. Sacred Blade of the Spiritual Flood Dragon. Awakening of Rock Resonance Attributes. Unlocking of the formula for the Rock Nourishing Elixir for Su Qingyue. Integration of the Rock Domain into a multidimensional protective system. And the ability to pinpoint the exact coordinates of the chaotic origin domain upon gathering all 5 core pearls. Mission failure. The source minerals will be completely shattered and petrified, causing the corrosive energy to spread to all associated domains. Qingyue, concoct the anti-corrosive elixir and the vein stabilizing elixir. Prioritize the removal of petrification. Lin Fan wielded the sacred blade of the spiritual flood dragon, a pale blue aura attempting to purify the corrosive energy on the ship's hull, only to find that the rate of petrification far exceeded that of purification. The corrosive energy had seeped into the core of the swift vessel's spiritual veins, where lies the weakness of the petrified barrier. The rock cliff immediately pointed towards the corrosive nodes surrounding the source minerals. Each node is guarded by a corrosive sentinel. Destroying all nodes will render the barrier ineffective. Lin Fan promptly assigned tasks. Qingxian and Beixian led the Lingxiao guards to dismantle the corrosive nodes. The Origin Star spirits would use their energy to protect the rescued Ocean Star spirits. Su Qingyue remained aboard the swift vessel to brew potions, while Lin Fan charged alone towards the corrosive nest, drawing the attention of the corrosive lord. The corrosive lord soon emerged from the nest. Its massive body formed from petrified spiritual veins and chaotic residual energy, towering like a small mountain, wielding a colossal corrosive hammer that, with each strike on the ground, summoned countless petrified spikes from below. Outsiders, dare to trespass in the Rock Domain? I shall transform you into eternal stone statues. Lin Fan swung the sacred blade of the spiritual flood dragon, resonating with the rock's spiritual veins, the blade revealing pale gray patterns of rock resonance, a new attribute awakening. The pale gray aura spread across the ground, instantly purifying the petrified spikes into ordinary rock, sacred artifact, rock breaker slash. The aura cleaved through the corrosive lord's gigantic hammer, striking at its core of chaotic residual energy. Your petrification tricks are futile against me. At this moment, Qingxian and Beixian had destroyed all corrosive nodes, causing the petrified spiritual vein barrier to collapse with a thunderous roar. Su Qingyue had also completed the brewing of the anti-corrosive elixir. after consuming the elixir. The petrified bodies of the ocean star spirits gradually restored. The group combined their efforts to assault the corrosive lord, intertwining pale purple, storm, pale blue, lightning, and pale gray, rock, auras, completely purging the chaotic residual energy within the lord. The source minerals regained their pure gray state, releasing a rich energy of the spiritual veins. The rock cliff handed the core pearl of the rock domain to Lin Fan. The 5 core pearls have finally been gathered. We can now accurately locate the coordinates of the chaotic origin domain and activate the origin resonance of the 5 domains, enhancing our resistance against chaotic residual energy tenfold. Ding! Mission completed. Rock domain protection. Rewards received. Sacred blade of the spiritual flood dragon. Awakening of rock resonance attributes. Unlocking of the formula for the rock nourishing elixir. And gathering of the 5 domain core pearls. Upon returning to the ship, Lin Fan placed the 5 core jewels, Lingxi, Huanhai, Fengbao, Leiyu, and Yinyu, upon the origin star tracker. Simultaneously, the jewels illuminated, casting a faint golden coordinate projection. The chaotic origin domain resides at the very core of the dimensional rift between the 5 realms, where the concentration of chaotic residual energy has reached a staggering 90. At the center lies the chaotic residual core, the very source of the Chaos Master Jun's chaotic and turbid body. Su Qingwei immediately commenced the alchemical process for the chaotic origin anti-corrosion pill. Combining the energy from the 5 realms' spiritual veins, the liquid essence of the origin energy, and samples of the chaotic residual energy within the cauldron. This pill would grant us an hour of resistance against corrosion within the chaotic origin domain. However, fragments of the chaotic residual core are required as a catalyst to ensure the effects become permanent. Lin Fan gripped the sacred spirit blade of the Lingjiao. Its 26 attributes, including Lingxi, Huanhai, Fengbao, lightning, and rock resonance, flaring to life. The energy from the 5 core jewels surged along the blade, forming a radiant source band that transcended multiple dimensions. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we shall embark on our journey to the chaotic origin domain to completely eradicate all chaotic residual energy, ensuring the eternal stability of the multidimensional spiritual veins. The ship anchored at the convergence point of the 5 realms' spiritual veins, where the 5 core jewels hovered above, continuously absorbing the energies from each realm to empower the origin anti-corrosion pill. Lin Fan stood at the bow, gazing toward the chaotic origin domain, fully aware that this was the final battle of guardianship. Should they succeed in purifying the chaotic residual core, the multidimensional spiritual veins would forever be liberated from the menace of chaotic residual energy. The belief in the brilliance of multidimensional harmony would find its most perfect expression in this decisive confrontation. 3 days later, the chaotic origin anti-corrosion pill was completed. The ship, laden with the energies of the 5 realms and the collective faith of its crew, set forth toward the chaotic origin domain. An ultimate battle for the survival of the multidimensional existence was about to commence. Chapter 71. The Gathering of Thunder and Rocks. Origin Gate. As the origin ship entered the thunder domain, the entire dimensional space was enveloped by a purple haze of thunder corrosion spirit veins. Unlike the spirit veins of other realms, here, the veins manifested in a wild tempest of lightning, each bolt entwined with a faint black residue of thunderous energy. Upon impact, the rocks were instantly reduced to powder. As the vessel approached the heart of the thunder domain, the Thunder Eye, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck the outer protective shield, causing black fissures to appear on its surface. From these cracks seeped subtle currents of thunderous corrosion, spreading along the hull and into the cabin. The corrosive energy was eroding the shield. The screen of the origin star tracker flickered wildly, displaying a chaotic spike pattern of the thunderstorm cycle. The Thunder Eye was tainted by chaotic energies. Normally, the thunderstorm would follow a 6-hour cycle, but now every moment erupted in a frenzied electric assault. Most of the thunder spirits surrounding the Thunder Eye had been turned into puppets by the residual energy. Patrolling around the eye, before the words had left his lips, a sharp shriek pierced the air as dozens of lightning-like thunder spirit puppets dove towards them. Their bodies formed from the condensed thunderous veins, limbs entwined with black currents, and beams of corrosive light shooting from their mouths directly at the ship. In this dire moment, a pure purple lightning bolt surged from the tempest, shattering the foremost puppet. Within the radiant lightning appeared a slender thunder spirit. Its body radiated an untainted light purple aura, with its dual horns entwined in stable spirit vein lightning, revealing itself to be the leader of the thunder spirits, Lei Yi. Human cultivators, have you come to purify the thunderous residue? Lei Yi's mental waves conveyed urgency, as black erosion marks appeared on its left horn. The thunder crystal veins at the bottom of the thunder eye, the core of the thunder domain's spirit veins, were now occupied by the Lord of Thunder Corrosion. It was altering the thunderstorm cycle with chaotic energies, and if this continued, the spirit veins of the thunder domain would be completely eroded. Ding! Triggered the thunder domain guardian task. Amidst the frenzied electric assaults, acquire thunder crystals, refine anti-corrosion pills. Rescue the thunder spirit puppets, purify the chaotic energies of the thunder eye, and defeat the Lord of Thunder Corrosion. Task rewards: Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade. Thunder Vein Resonance Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for Thunder Domain Nourishing Pill, incorporation of the Thunder Domain into the multidimensional protective system. And 1 Thunder Domain Core Pearl. Task Failure. Outburst of residual energy from the Thunder Eye, Thunder Corrosion tearing apart the dimensional passage, affecting the Rock Domain. Lei Yi, lead us to the Thunder Crystal Veins. Lin Fan leapt from the ship, the patterns of the Spirit Dragon Sacred Blade's storm resonance glowing brightly, as a faint purple aura temporarily shielded against the incoming beams of corrosive light. Qingyue, take advantage of the moment to refine the anti-corrosion pills. Qing Xian and Bei Xian formed the Thunder Shield formation with the Ling Shao guards to protect the ship. Lei Yi promptly guided Lin Fan towards the western side of the Thunder Eye, where the storm was relatively weaker. The entrance to the vein was concealed within a cave of lightning, guarded by the Thunder Spirits. As they journeyed, the Thunder Spirit puppets continuously attacked. Lin Fan wielded his blade, unleashing purifying light to cleanse the residual thunderous energy from the puppets. The liberated Thunder Spirits joined their ranks, using their own spiritual light to create a safe passage for the group. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Thunderlight Cavern. Within the cavern, the thunder crystals emanated a pure, soft purple glow, while deep within the mine, heavy footsteps resonated, heralding the presence of the Thunder Erosion Lord. You guard the entrance to the mine. I shall retrieve the thunder crystals. Lin Fan ventured into the depths alone, just as he collected over 10 thunder crystals. The Thunder Erosion Lord burst forth from the shadows. Its entire being was forged from the Thunder Erosion spirit veins and remnants of chaos, towering at 3 zhang. Wielding the Thunder Erosion battle axe, the black lightning arcs cleaved by the axe could directly rend the spirit veins. Dare to steal the thunder crystals? Today, you shall be buried in a storm. Lin Fan brandished his blade to confront it, the soft purple light of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit flood dragon clashing against the Thunder Erosion battle axe. The black lightning arcs spread along the blade, attempting to corrupt Lin Fan's spirit veins. In this perilous moment, a roar erupted from outside the mine. It was Lei Yi, leading all the saved thunder spirits, forming a protective shield of thunderlight with their own spiritual light, temporarily suppressing the residual chaotic energy within the mine. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fan infused the thunder crystals into the sacred spirit blade, which suddenly erupted in dazzling soft purple lightning, awakening the resonance of the spirit veins. A sacred weapon? Thunder Vein Purification Slash. The soft purple lightning swept through the mine, instantly purifying the Thunder Erosion Lord's battle axe. As the chaotic remnants dissipated inch by inch within the thunderlight, the Lord let out a chilling scream, its body transforming into pure thunder spirit energy. As Lin Fan rushed out of the mine with the thunder crystals, Su Qingyue's Thunder Domain Anti-Corrosion Pill was successfully refined. After the group consumed the elixir, a soft purple thunder shield enveloped them, completely isolating them from the chaotic remnants. Subsequently, Lin Fan led the team toward the Eye of Thunder, where the resonating thunderlight intertwined with Lei Yi's spiritual light, forming the Thunder Vein Stabilization Formation, forcibly returning the erratic electric surge cycle to normal. Su Qingyue integrated the Thunder Vein Stabilization Pill into the Eye of Thunder, thoroughly purifying the chaotic remnants within. The storm stabilized, and the Thunder Spirit puppets regained their consciousness. Lei Yi presented the core pearl of the Thunder Domain to Lin Fan, the pearl glowing softly in purple lightning, resonating weakly with the previous 3 core pearls. Ding! Thunder Domain Vein Protection Task completed. Rewards credited. Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. Thunder Vein Resonance Attribute Awakened. 1 Thunder Domain Core Pearl. Thunder Domain incorporated into the multidimensional Guardian system. After a day's rest, the team set off for the Rock Domain. Upon entering the Rock Domain, they felt intense tremors beneath their feet. The rock erosion cracks crisscrossed the domain, exuding black, chaotic remnants, with each fissure continuously widening, devouring the surrounding rock spirit veins. The ship landed on a relatively stable rock heart platform, where the central rock heart pillar had developed noticeable cracks, with erosion energy seeping out, causing the nearby rocks to crumble. It must be the doing of the rock erosion lord. A robust rock spirit emerged from beneath the rock heart platform. Its body coalesced from pure rock spirit veins, with a pale gray crystal core embedded in its head. This was the leader of the rock spirits, Yinzheng. It had infused chaotic remnants into the core of the rock domain, causing the rock erosion cracks to expand relentlessly. The rock spirits were either consumed by the cracks or transformed into puppets by the remnants. We can only hide on the rock heart platform to survive. On the screen of the Origin Star track instrument, the graph depicting the speed of crack expansion displayed an accelerating trend under the erosion of chaotic remnants. The rock heart would completely shatter in no more than 3 hours. At that moment, the entire rock domain is destined to collapse, potentially triggering dimensional tremors. Ding! Side quest triggered. Guardian of the rock domain. Acquire rock crystals before the core shatters. Refine the rock domain anti-corrosion pill rock domain solidification pill to reinforce the fractured rock seams. Purify the chaotic residual energy in the core and defeat the corroded lord. Rewards. Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade. Rock Vein Resonance. Attribute Awakening. Su Qingyue unlocks the formula for the rock domain nourishing pill. Incorporation of the rock domain into the multidimensional protective system and 1 rock domain core pearl. Failure. The shattering of the core causes dimensional tremors, interrupting the resonance of the 5 core pearls, preventing the opening of the chaotic origin domain entrance. Yinzheng, lead us to the rock crystal mine. Lin Fan thrusts the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade into the core platform, the faint purple light of the Thunder Vein resonance temporarily stabilizing the cracks in the core pillar. Qingyue, use Thunder Crystal Powder to assist in alchemy and enhance the solidification effect. He Wuchang, who had previously led part of the allied forces to provide support. Take the Netherworld cultivators and seal the corroded fissures using Earth Vein reinforcement technique. Yinzheng guides everyone toward the rock crystal cave on the eastern side of the rock domain. Along the way, corroded puppets continuously emerge from the fissures, their bodies formed from the corroded rock spirit veins. Their fists striking the ground can trigger minor rock slides. He Wuchang immediately leads the Netherworld cultivators into action, merging Netherworld ghost fire with the rock spirit veins to form solidified rock layers, temporarily halting the expansion of the fissures. Qing Xian and Bei Xian wield their swords, cleaving through the puppets to clear a path for the group. Half an hour later, they arrive at the rock crystal cave, where the crystals emit a soft gray luminescence. The corroded lord, sensing their presence from deep within the mine, suddenly crashes through the rock wall. Its form resembles a small mountain, covered in corroded rock armor, wielding a colossal corroded hammer that can unleash shockwaves upon striking the ground. Dare to disrupt my affairs. Today, you shall accompany me to the grave. Lin Fan engages in battle. The resonance light of the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade colliding with the shockwave, yet it is thwarted by the rock armor. Yinzheng suddenly shouts, attack the gaps in its armor. That is the energy infusion point, the weakest defense. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan maneuvers behind the lord. The resonance attribute of the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade awakening upon contact with the rock spirit vein, a soft gray glow spreading along the blade. Cracks begin to form in the corroded lord's armor. A sacred artifact? Rock vein corrosion slash. The soft gray radiance cleaves through the gap in the armor, piercing directly into the core of chaotic residual energy within the lord. The lord emits a thunderous roar as the armor disintegrates piece by piece. The chaotic residual energy being thoroughly purified within the resonance light of the rock veins. After collecting the rock crystals, Lin Fan swiftly returns to the core platform. Su Qingyue has completed the refinement of the rock domain solidification pill, and everyone integrates the pill into the core pillar. The cracks in the core gradually heal, and the expansion of the corroded fissures comes to a halt. Yin Zheng hands the rock domain core pearl to Lin Fan, and the 5 core pearls, Lingxi, Huanhai, Storm, Thunder domain, Rock domain, are finally gathered. They illuminate simultaneously in Lin Fan's hands, intertwining 5 hues of light: soft green, soft blue, soft purple, soft gray, and soft gold, forming a radiant band of resonance among the 5 domains. The coordinates of the chaotic origin domain materialize clearly within the light. Situated in the core area of the origin nestled within the dimensional crevice of the 5 domains, with the residual energy concentration reaching 90. Only 7 days remain until the formation of a new magic core. Ding! The mission of the rock domain's protection has been successfully completed. The reward has been credited: the sacred blade of the spirit dragon, resonance of the rock veins, attribute awakening, along with 1 rock domain core pearl, now incorporated into a multidimensional protective system. The assembly of the 5 core pearls has fulfilled the conditions for opening the entrance to the chaotic origin domain. At this moment, Voros, having deciphered the secrets of the thunder and rock veins, excitedly conveyed the news. The 5 core pearls are the keys to unlocking the chaotic origin domain. They must be embedded into the sacred blade of the spirit dragon, and by harnessing all the resonance attributes of the blade, we can activate the resonance of the 5 domains to open the entrance. However, the concentration of chaotic residual energy within the domain is tenfold that of before. Thus, it is imperative to refine the chaotic origin corrosion-resistant pill, or else we would not endure even a quarter of an hour. Su Qingwei promptly set up 5 furnaces in the fast ship, combining the powdered core pearls, materials from each domain's origin, and samples of chaotic residual energy. The pill fire transformed into a tapestry of 5 intertwining colors. The chaotic origin corrosion-resistant pill requires 7 days to refine, perfectly timed to coincide with the completion of residual energy gathering. During this period, we can fortify our multidimensional defenses and summon all capable star spirits and cultivators to form the Source Demon Extermination Team, entering the chaotic origin domain together. Lin Fan grasped the sacred blade of the spirit dragon, embedding the 5 core pearls into the blade's grooves. The 26 attributes of the blade, including the resonance of the thunder and rock veins, illuminated simultaneously, intertwining the radiant light of the 5 domains with that of the blade, forming a radiant pillar of origin that pierced through dimensions, directing towards the chaotic origin domain. He dispatched a call to arms via a communication talisman to all the realms he had protected, guardians of all dimensions. The chaotic residual energy is about to coalesce into a new demonic core within the origin domain. In 7 days, we shall commence the ultimate battle. Those willing to join us in safeguarding the multidimensional spirit veins, please gather at Lingxiao Pavilion at the Southern Sky Gate. The moment the communication talisman activated, responses flooded in from the various realms. The streams of the Lingxi domain, the illusory sea of the illusory sea domain, the winds of the storm domain, the lightning of the thunder domain, the rocks of the rock domain, as well as the black impermanence of the cosmos, and Elder Xianjun from the celestial realm, all echoed back. We are willing to stand with Lin Zun to eradicate the chaotic residual energy. 7 days later, over 10,000 members of the Source Demon Extermination Team gathered outside the Lingxiao Pavilion at the Southern Sky Gate. Led by the leaders of the star spirits from each domain alongside their kin, the Cosmic Alliance and the Celestial Realms' celestial soldiers formed the main battle force. And Su Qingyue's chaotic origin corrosion-resistant pills had been distributed to every participant. Lin Fan stood at the forefront of the team. The 5 core pearls of the sacred blade of the spirit dragon and all resonance attributes aglow, the pillar of origin shooting into the heavens. As the entrance to the chaotic origin domain gradually materialized within the light, it was a pitch-black domain gate, behind which swirled sinister red chaotic residual energy. Yet it could not deter the resolute gazes of the extermination team. Onward. Destination: chaotic origin domain. Lin Fan leaped through the portal, the radiance of the sacred blade illuminating the path ahead, as the members of the extermination team followed closely behind. The multidimensional spirit vein light entwined behind them, forming a torrent of protection that transcended dimensions. The ultimate battle, pivotal to the survival of all dimensions, was finally set in motion, and the belief in the brilliance of multidimensional harmony would shine the brightest amidst the storm of chaotic residual energy within the chaotic origin domain. Chapter 72. The Annihilation of Demons. The unity of all realms. The moment the Annihilation team entered the chaotic origin domain, a chilling wave of chaotic residual energy surged towards them. Here, there existed no boundary between heaven and earth, only an endless expanse of dark crimson. Amidst the tempest of residual energy floated fragments of shattered dimensions, each bearing the traces of eroded spiritual veins. At the heart of the domain, a new demon core, 100 feet in diameter, hung suspended in midair, its surface entwined with thick black tendrils of residual energy, incessantly absorbing the surrounding remnants. The core emitted a disquieting dark purple glow, merely 3 hours away from complete formation. The concentration of residual energy was 15 times greater than before. The new demon core was hastening its absorption of energy. The screen of the origin star tracker held by the small stone radiated a blinding red light, with the energy readings of the demon core continuously surging. Surrounding the core were chaotic residual energy puppets acting as guardians, manifestations of residual energy, relentless and only temporarily suppressible. No sooner had the words left his lips than dozens of shadow-like puppets surged forth from the storm of residual energy. Their bodies were congealed from pure residual energy, and the residual blades in their grasp could sever spiritual vein shields with ease. Heishang immediately led the underworld cultivators to confront the Cosmic Alliance. Commander Lin, we shall hold off the puppets. You take the core team to purify the demon core. The underworld ghostly flames formed a protective shield around the Alliance, clashing with the residual blades of the puppets, igniting a tempest of black and red particles. The meteor spirits erected a defensive line with their rocky forms, buying precious time for the core team. Ding! Mission triggered. Chaotic Origin Showdown. Ultimate task. Suppress the chaotic residual energy puppets. Refine the chaotic origin purification pill. Decipher the weaknesses of the new demon core and defeat the chaotic lord, residual energy aggregation. Complete purification of the new demon core and the chaotic origin domain. Task rewards. Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade. Chaotic Origin Resonance. Ultimate Attribute Awakening. Permanent stabilization of multidimensional spiritual veins. Transformation of the chaotic origin domain into a nourishing domain, supplying spiritual veins for all dimensions. Unlocking a new era of multidimensional exploration. Task failure. New demon core formation. Devouring all dimensional spiritual veins, leading to the complete destruction of multidimensional civilizations. Qingyue immediately refined the chaotic origin purification pill. Gather any necessary materials at once. Lin Fan leaped onto a relatively stable fragment of dimension, and the 5 core beads of the Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade illuminated simultaneously, forming a defensive circle of light in pale green, blue, purple, gray, and gold, shielding against the incoming shards of residual energy. Elder Vorlos. Decipher the secret texts of the origin domain and search for crucial clues to purify the demon core. Qingxian, Beixian. Take the Lingxiao guards and the leaders of the various dimensional spirits to protect Qingyue while she concocts the medicine. Su Qingyue swiftly erected the 5 domains joint furnace formation upon the fragment, casting the 5 domain origin materials, chaotic origin corrosion-resistant pill powder, and previously gathered samples of chaotic residual energy into the furnace. The pill fire transformed into a 5-colored interwoven sacred fire of origin. The purification pill required fragments of the new demon core as its catalyst. Only by approaching the demon core, utilizing the resonance energy of the Spirit Flood Dragon Sacred Blade, could the fragments be stripped away. However, a chaotic lord guarded the core, a being of residual energy aggregation, whose power far surpassed all previous lords. At this moment, Vorlos unfurled the chaotic primordial secret text obtained from the rock domain. His fingertips traced the runes, and a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The text recorded that the Lord of Chaos serves as the consciousness vessel for the demon sovereign's residual energy, capable of manipulating the residual energy of the entire primordial domain. Its sole weakness lies within the residual energy core, situated beneath the chaotic pedestal. To purify the demon core, the chaotic pedestal must first be destroyed to sever the supply of residual energy. Fengshi, use storm resonance to suppress the residual energy storm. Lei Yi, employ thunder vein resonance to disrupt the energy flow of the demon core. Lin Fan commanded. The storm star spirit leader, Fengshi, spread her wings. and a pale violet tempest formed a barrier around the core team, shielding them from the encroaching residual energy. Meanwhile, the Thunder Spirit leader, Lei Yi, unleashed pure lightning, piercing directly at the new demon core, causing the residual energy tendrils on its surface to momentarily freeze, resulting in a brief decrease in energy readings. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Fan led the core team closer to the demon core. Just as they reached the chaotic pedestal, the residual energy storm suddenly surged violently, coalescing into a dark figure, the Lord of Chaos. It was entirely composed of dark purple residual energy, towering 10 zhang high, surrounded by 12 rings of residual energy. With a wave of its chaotic residual energy staff, countless residual energy rays shot towards the team. Dare to disrupt the demon sovereign's resurrection plan? I shall ensure you remain forever in the primordial domain, becoming part of the residual energy. Qingxian, Beixian, restrain the Lord. Lin Fan leaped towards the chaotic pedestal, and the resonance patterns of the 5 domains on the spirit dragon holy blade illuminated simultaneously. The 5 colored light beams slashed towards the pedestal, but were blocked by the rings of residual energy, instantly tainted black by the energy's corrosive nature. Qingwei, quickly use the anti-corrosive elixir to enhance our resonance energy. Su Qingwei promptly tossed the enhanced anti-corrosive elixir she had prepared in advance to the others. Upon ingestion, the 5 colored light beams regained their purity. Lin Fan swung his blade once more, and the 26 attributes of the spirit dragon holy blade, including thunder vein and rock vein resonance, erupted simultaneously. The 5 colored light beams intertwined with all previous resonance beams, forming the 10,000 domains resonance light beam. Suddenly, the blade trembled as the 27th attribute, the chaotic primordial resonance, awakened with a soft white pattern. Ding! Spirit Dragon Holy Blade, Chaos Primordial Resonance, Ultimate Attribute Awakening, can directly purify chaotic residual energy, severing the connection between the demon sovereign's residual energy and the primordial domain. Holy Artifact, Primordial Destruction Slash. The soft white light beam cleaved through the rings of residual energy, piercing the chaotic pedestal, which instantly shattered, causing the energy readings of the new demon core to plummet by 30. The Lord of Chaos, witnessing this, was infuriated. The residual energy staff was planted into the ground, causing a frenzied surge of residual energy from the entire primordial domain towards the core team. I will make you accompany me in death. Countless residual energy puppets surged from all directions, and the coalition led by the Black Wuchang began to falter, the meteoric spirit's rocky body succumbing to the residual energy's corrosion, a pale gray gradually enveloping its surface. Xia, Huanghai, Yinzhong used Spirit Stream, Illusory Sea, and Rock Vein Resonance to construct the primordial protection array. Lin Fan exclaimed as Lingxi Star Spirit Leader Xia released a pale green spiritual vein, while Huanhai Star Spirit Leader Huanhai unleashed a light blue water spiritual vein, and Rock Spirit Leader Yinzheng emitted a soft gray rock spiritual vein. The intertwining of these 3 spiritual veins with the storm and thunder veins formed a protective array around the coalition, rendering the attacks of the residual energy puppets utterly ineffective. At that moment, Su Qingyue's chaotic origin purification pill was nearing completion. Looking at the demon core, she suddenly shouted, Lin Fan, take advantage of the leader's distraction and quickly extract the fragments of the demon core. I can complete the alchemy the instant the fragments merge with the cauldron. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan activated the resonance patterns of the chaotic origin of the spirit serpent blade, wrapping a pale white light around the new demon core and forcibly extracting a fist-sized fragment. The demon core emitted a piercing shriek, and the halo of residual energy from the chaotic lord dimmed instantly. Catch! Lin Fan threw the fragment towards Su Qingwei. The moment the fragment merged with the cauldron, the source holy fire surged dramatically, and the chaotic origin purification pill was finally refined. The pill shimmered with a soft white glow, and as it was taken out, it resonated violently with the chaotic origin light of the spirit serpent blade. Lin Fan, infuse the energy of the purification pill into the spirit blade to completely purify the demon core. Lin Fan accepted the purification pill and integrated it into the spirit serpent blade. The pale white light along the blade surged, illuminating the entire chaotic origin domain. He leaped above the new demon core and swung down his blade. Holy Artifact, Chaotic Origin Purification Final Slash. The pale white light descended upon the demon core, causing the residual energy tendrils on its surface to dissipate inch by inch, as the dark purple core gradually turned pale white. The chaotic lord let out a deafening wail, and his body completely disintegrated within the light, while the residual energy storm began to subside. Ding! Defeated the chaotic lord, destroyed the chaotic base. The ultimate task of the Chaotic Origin final battle is complete. Rewards have been credited: Spirit Serpent Blade, Chaotic Origin Resonance, Ultimate Attribute Awakening, Multidimensional Spiritual Veins permanently stabilized. Chaotic Origin Domain transformed into the Source Nourishment Domain. The new demon core was thoroughly purified, transforming into a pale white core that floated at the center of the Chaotic Origin Domain, continuously releasing pure source energy. The surrounding dimensional fragments began to reorganize, and the dark red residual energy domain was gradually covered by pale green, light blue, and pale purple spiritual veins. The Chaotic Origin Domain officially transformed into the Source Nourishment Domain, becoming the source of spiritual vein supply for all dimensions. At this moment, the coalition led by He Wuchang had also completely eradicated the remaining residual energy puppets, and the star spirits from various domains cheered as they surrounded the source core, establishing a connection with it through their own spiritual veins. Su Qingwei infused the remaining purification pills into the source core, increasing its energy release rate tenfold. The multidimensional spiritual vein light bands resonated permanently with the source core, manifesting a colossal light pattern of unity of 10,000 domains in the starry sky, a testament to the permanent stabilization of the spiritual veins across all dimensions. 3 days later, the multidimensional spiritual vein guardian ceremony was held in the Source Nourishment Domain. The leaders of various domains and the guardians of the universe and celestial realms gathered beside the core of origin, where Lin Fan was elected as the guardian of the multiverse. The sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon was revered as the sacred artifact of the 10,000 domains, enshrined permanently beside the core of origin. The resonant light of its chaotic essence intertwined with the energy of the core, perpetually safeguarding the stability of the multiverse's spiritual veins. Su Qingyue ascended as the saint of multidimensional alchemy, imparting the formulas for the chaotic origin purification pill and the nourishing pill of each domain to all alchemists across dimensions, ensuring the continuous nourishment of the spiritual veins. Littlestone established the Multidimensional Astral Academy, charting a complete atlas of the multiverse's spiritual veins, providing guidance for future dimensional explorations. He Wuchang, Qing Xian, and Bei Xian were appointed as the guardians of multidimensional defense, tasked with patrolling the spiritual veins of each domain and promptly addressing any residual energy hazards. Standing beside the core of origin, Lin Fan gazed at the kaleidoscopic intertwining of spiritual vein light, understanding that the triumph of this war of guardians across the realms of cultivation, the universe, and the celestial dimensions was not solely dependent on his strength, but rather the connection among all dimensions, the bond between the star spirits and cultivators, the link between the spiritual veins and the origin, and the unity of belief and mission. The exploration of the multiverse was only just beginning, Lin Fan softly proclaimed, as the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon intertwined with the energy of the core of origin, illuminating the path to the unknown dimensions. The star spirit leaders, including Feng Shi, Lei Yi, and Xia, encircled him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They understood that under Lin Fan's leadership, the multiverse would soon experience an unprecedented flourishing of spiritual veins. In the distance, the residual energy storm had completely dissipated, replaced by a pure flow of origin energy. Countless new spiritual veins were gestating within this energy stream, heralding the rebirth of the multiverse. The once arrogant declaration, "I roam freely in the realm of cultivation," had long transcended through the sediment of time and the legacy of mission into a broader oath. "I guard the spiritual veins across the multiverse. I forge shared brilliance amidst the stars of 10,000 domains." This marked an end, yet also a new beginning. The humming of the sacred spirit blade of the spirit dragon resonated like a song of guardianship for the multiverse, echoing eternally in the starry expanse of the origin nourishing domain. Chapter 73. The final battle of the origin, multidimensional radiance within the chaotic origin domain. A tempest of dark red, chaotic residual energy storms raged as if it were a tangible entity. Each strand of residual energy exuding a corrosive essence capable of devouring spiritual veins. As the demon extermination squad stepped into this realm, the outer layer of underworld cultivators became ensnared by the residual energy, their protective ghostly flames extinguishing in an instant. Were it not for the timely ingestion of the chaotic origin anti-corrosion pill, their bodies would have been reduced to mere ash. On the screen of the Origin Star Track device, the location of the new magic core was clearly displayed at the center of the chaotic altar, surrounded by 3 barriers of residual energy. Countless chaotic shadowy figures, manifestations of the condensed residual energy, patrolled incessantly, their aura eerily reminiscent of the demon lord from years past. The new magic core was accelerating its condensation. Littlestone fixated on the fluctuating energy values on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The residual energy concentration had reached a staggering 95. The chaotic origin spring beneath the altar continued to channel energy into the magic core. In 3 hours' time, the core would fully crystallize, at which point it would automatically activate the interdimensional devouring array, drawing in the spiritual veins from all realms. Before the words had left his lips, the first barrier of residual energy erupted with a crimson glow, and countless chaotic shadow figures surged like a tidal wave towards the demon extermination squad. The residual energy blades in their grasp could sever any non-origin attribute spiritual vein. The leading shadow figure, thrice the size of an ordinary one with a shard of residual energy crystal embedded in its chest, swung its blade, unleashing a dark red beam towards Lin Fan. The will of the demon lord endures. You insignificant insects shall become the nourishment for the new magic core. Ding! Triggered the ultimate task of the chaotic final battle. Break through the 3 barriers of residual energy, destroy the chaotic origin spring, prevent the condensation of the new magic core. Purify all residual energy in the chaotic origin domain, and sever the source of the demon lord's power. Task rewards: Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade, Chaotic Origin Resonance, Ultimate Attribute Awakening. Permanent connection to multidimensional spiritual veins. Transformation of the chaotic origin domain into a multidimensional origin nexus, and all participants receiving the Origin Guardian mark, permanently resisting residual energy corrosion. Task failure. The new magic core takes form, multidimensional spiritual veins are devoured, and all realms are reduced to chaotic ruins. Spiritual beings of all realms form the multidimensional origin array. Lin Fan leaped to the forefront of the array, the 26 attributes of the Spirit Serpent Sacred Blade illuminating simultaneously: soft green, pale blue, light purple, pale gray, and faint gold intertwined to create a temporary shield. The Ling Sea Star Spirits channeled spiritual energy. The illusory Sea Star Spirits stabilized the residual energy fluctuations. The Storm Star Spirits dispersed the cluster of shadow figures. The Thunder Domain Star Spirits summoned lightning to breach the barriers, and the Rock Domain Star Spirits fortified the defensive array. Xia immediately led the Ling Sea Star Spirits to release a soft green spiritual vein, guiding the residual energy along the edges of the shield to slow its corrosive advance. The illusory Sea Star Spirits wove a stabilizing net of deep blue spiritual veins to temporarily calm the raging residual energy. The Storm Star Spirits conjured a pale purple spiritual storm, lifting the chaotic shadow figures skyward. The Thunder Domain Star Spirits summoned pure lightning, striking the residual energy barrier and creating small breaches upon impact. The Rock Domain Star Spirits condensed a pale gray rock armor to reinforce the outer layer of the shield. For the first time, the origin powers of the multidimensional star spirits fully resonated, carving out a temporary safe zone amidst the storm of residual energy. At this moment, Su Qingyue established the ultimate alchemical furnace in the heart of the safe zone, pouring in the powdered core pearls from the 5 domains, the primal materials from each realm, and the previously collected fragments of the demon Lord's residual soul. The alchemical fire transformed into a kaleidoscope of 5-colored sacred flames. I shall concoct the Chaos Origin Termination Pill. This is the only elixir capable of directly purifying the new demon core, but it requires the spring water from the Chaos Origin spring as a catalyst. The spring water lies at the deepest level of the altar, safeguarded by clusters of residual energy. Vorloz's purple crystal soul floated to the center of the formation, his fingertips tracing through the void, igniting the ancient multi-domain origin formation runes on the ground. This array can consolidate the origin power of all participants onto a single individual, forming the multi-domain origin slash. However, it necessitates that someone temporarily bears the entirety of the power, risking the rupture of their spiritual veins. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan stepped forward, plunging the spirit serpent sacred blade into the formation's center. I will take on this duty. The spirit blade can accommodate all resonant attributes without causing a backlash of power. At that moment, He Wuchang led the ghostly practitioners of the netherworld and the celestial soldiers of the immortal realm to assault the first barrier of residual energy. We shall pave the way. Lin, take this opportunity to retrieve the spring water. The ghostly flames of the netherworld practitioners intertwined with the spiritual swords of the celestial soldiers, tearing open a passage at the barrier's breach. Qing Xian and Bei Xian swiftly led the Lingxiao guards to secure the passage, buying time for Lin Fan's team. Lin Fan, accompanied by Su Qingyue, Little Stone, and the Source Star Spirit, dashed down the passage towards the Chaos Altar. Chaos demonic shadows assailed them continuously along the way. Lin Fan swung his blade, unleashing multicolored light trails that instantaneously purified the demonic shadows, transforming residual energy into pure origin energy. After half an hour, they finally reached the lower section of the altar, where the Chaos Origin spring glowed a dark crimson hue. The spring water flowed through pipes towards the new demon core, surrounded by clusters of residual energy that emitted a perilous red light, a mere touch triggering explosive reactions. I shall retrieve the spring water. The Source Star Spirit volunteered, releasing a faint golden hue of origin energy that enveloped the spring eye, forcibly detaching the residual energy clusters. Quickly, use the jade bottle to collect it. I cannot hold on for long. Su Qingyue promptly produced the jade bottle, capturing the pure spring water, just as she filled one vial. The Source Star Spirit was struck by a backlash from the residual energy, cracks appearing on its purple crystal form. Hurry, purify the demon core. Ding. Obtained Chaos Origin Spring Water, requirements for concocting the Chaos Origin Termination Pill fulfilled. Upon returning to the safe zone, the second barrier of residual energy had been breached through the joint efforts of the multi-domain star spirits, yet the demon extermination team paid a heavy price. Dozens of Lingxi star spirits and netherworld practitioners, their anti-corrosion elixirs depleted, had their bodies eroded by residual energy and could only temporarily retreat to the rear of the formation to recuperate. Su Qingyue immediately poured the spring water into the alchemical furnace. The sacred fire surged, and the fragrance of the Chaos Origin Termination Pill wafted through the air, the pill radiating with five-colored brilliance. Just as it was extracted from the furnace, it resonated powerfully with Lin Fan's spirit serpent sacred blade. At that moment, the third barrier of residual energy suddenly exploded, the radiance of the new demon core intensifying, and the phantom of the demon lord materialized upon the altar. Futile. My origin power has already fused with this domain. Even if you purify the demon core, the residual energy will coalesce anew. The ethereal figure wielded the chaotic corruption staff, and suddenly, beneath the altar, the source of chaos erupted. Dark crimson residual energy coalesced into a form reminiscent of a small mountain, entwined with black lightning, embodying the primordial essence of the demon lord's chaotic corruption from years past. The sacred artifact, the resonance of multi-domain origins, was invoked. Lin Fan consumed the Chaos Origin Termination Pill and raised the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon above his head. The five-colored power of the origin intertwined with the 26 attributes of the blade, and the resonance of the Chaos Origin awakened the ultimate property in an instant. The blade erupted in a dazzling five-colored radiance, its brilliance spreading throughout the domain of Chaos Origin. The residual energy storm momentarily halted as the powers of the multi-domain star spirits and the combatants converged along the light into the blade, forming the multi-domain origin light blade. This was the power of all domains. The demon lord's apparition revealed a look of terror, exclaiming, "Impossible! How can you connect all origins?" The chaotic residual energy conglomerate surged wildly towards Lin Fan, forming a massive crimson fist that struck at the multi-domain origin light blade. For the future of multiple dimensions, Lin Fan leapt into the air, the light blade infused with the belief of all guardians, cleaving towards the conglomerate with the sacred artifact, the chaotic origin termination slash. The collision of the five-colored light blade and the dark red giant fist caused the entire chaos origin domain to tremble as the residual energy was forcibly purified. The conglomerate emitted a piercing wail, disintegrating inch by inch. With the new magic core losing its support from the residual energy, its glow dimmed rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan plunged the sacred spirit blade into the magic core, unleashing the full force of the chaos origin resonance property as the five-colored light spread through the core, utterly purifying the chaotic residual energy within. The demon lord's phantom let out a reluctant roar, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. This lord shall return. Notification: the ultimate task of the chaotic final war has been completed. Rewards have been credited. Sacred Spirit Blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon. Awakening of the ultimate property of Chaos Origin Resonance. Permanent connection of multidimensional spiritual veins. Transformation of the Chaos Origin Domain into a multi-domain origin nexus. And all participants receiving the Origin Guardian mark. After purifying the new magic core, the dark crimson residual energy of the Chaos Origin Domain gradually faded, revealing its original pale golden form. The altar of chaos at the center of the domain transformed into the multi-domain origin pillar, inscribed with runes of spiritual veins from various domains, with the core jewels of the five domains embedded at its pinnacle, radiating five-colored light. The light of the multi-dimensional spiritual veins converged along the pillar, forming a multi-domain spiritual vein network, allowing free flow between the spiritual veins of each domain and ensuring permanent sharing of origin energy. 3 months later, the grand ceremony for the completion of the multi-domain origin nexus was held in the Chaos Origin Domain. Leaders of the star spirits from each domain and representatives of the guardians gathered together. Xia, Huanhai, Fengxi, Lei, and Yin Zheng integrated the fragments of their domain's core jewels into the multi-domain origin pillar, causing the pillar to erupt in a brilliant pale golden light that spread across all domains. Lin Fan was elected as the guardian of the multi-domain, and the sacred spirit blade of the Spirit Flood Dragon was revered as a multi-domain sacred artifact, permanently enshrined beside the origin pillar. The blade's resonance properties interacted in real time with the multi-domain spiritual vein network, perpetually safeguarding the stability of the spiritual veins. Su Qingwei ascended to the esteemed rank of Multiverse Dance Sage, crafting the primordial coexistence pill, which allowed beings from various realms to traverse across dimensions without the constraints imposed by spiritual veins. He Wuchang took on the role of the Multiverse Defense Commander, establishing the Primordial Guardian Squad to promptly address any anomalies in the spiritual veins. Meanwhile, Xiao Shirtu became the esteemed director of the Multiverse Starry Path Academy, leading a team to explore uncharted realms based on the multidimensional spiritual vein atlas. The amethyst soul of Vorlos merged with the multiverse primordial pillar, becoming a bearer of the primordial legacy, passing down the tales of guardianship to future generations. Standing before the multiverse primordial pillar, Lin Fan gazed at the luminous spiritual web connecting all realms, the radiance of the sacred spirit blade of the spiritual dragon shimmering by his side. He recalled his early days at the Qingyun sect within the cultivation realm, when he was merely an outer disciple yearning to protect his fellow brethren. Now, he had evolved into a guardian of multidimensional existence. This journey of growth was not forged through reckless individualism, but rather through the trust of companions, the bonds of star spirits, and the unity of the multiverse, which together wove the legendary tale of multiverse radiance. Next, the expedition to the newly discovered Spirit Marsh realm awaited. Su Qingwei approached Lin Fan, offering him a freshly concocted primordial exploration pill. Xiao Shirtu had mentioned that the spiritual veins there could nurture the primordial spirit fruit, enhancing the primordial strength of all guardians. Lin Fan accepted the pill, turning his gaze toward He Wuchang, who was waving at him from afar, along with Xiao Shirtu and the leaders of the star spirits from various realms. The light in their eyes reflected hope for the future and a profound love for the multiverse. The sacred spirit blade of the spiritual dragon emitted a gentle hum, projecting an image of the new realm, flowing spiritual streams, floating spiritual islands, and luminescent primordial flora, a vibrant new world brimming with hope. Clutching the elixir tightly, Lin Fan turned and strode toward the flying vessel. This journey of guardianship that commenced in the cultivation realm was far from over. It had merely unveiled a new chapter in the saga of multiverse radiance. The vastness of multidimensional existence knows no bounds, nor does the mission of guardianship possess an endpoint. Yet, as long as the brilliance of the sacred spirit blade of the spiritual dragon endures, as long as the spiritual veins of the multiverse continue to resonate, and as long as companions remain by his side, Lin Fan shall persist in his quest, carrying forth the belief in multiverse radiance, to explore further unknown realms, to safeguard every spiritual vein, and to pen the eternal legend of the multiverse guardians. And that declaration, I roamed freely in the cultivation realm, has long transformed into a profound commitment through the passage of time. I safeguard the radiance amidst the multi-dimensions. I connect the eternal within the boundless universe. This serves as both a tribute to past legends and a proclamation for future journeys, as the brilliance of the multiverse spiritual web shall forever illuminate this hopeful path of guardianship until the very ends of the cosmos.